300 years ago, the world was thrown into chaos when hidden kingdoms and mysterious dungeons suddenly emerged, unleashing hordes of terrifying demons. These creatures declared humanity's downfall, plunging civilization into an era of destruction. But in the midst of this crisis, a new force arose, those known as job changers. These awakened individuals possessed extraordinary abilities, giving humanity a fighting chance against a monstrous invasion and pulling them back from the edge of extinction. Over time, job changers became the foundation of society, delving into these secret realms in search of power, wealth, and resources. Nations placed great importance on their training, ensuring that every citizen had the opportunity to awaken their class upon turning 18. Now, the long-awaited awakening day had arrived for a group of students. To unlock their potential, each one had to touch a glowing blue crystal. One by one, they stepped forward. Some succeeded. Li Wei from Class 3 awakened as a swordsman, while Wang Hao became a crafter. But not all were so fortunate. Wang Wei from Class 2 failed to awaken any class at all, earning the dreaded title of classless. Awakenings were divided into three main categories: combat, support, and creation. The combat category was the most coveted, as it granted the strength to battle monsters directly. In contrast, the creation category was looked down upon, as its abilities lacked direct combat potential, often leaving those who awakened it as outcasts. Excitement and tension filled the room as more students took their turns. A purple-haired student rejoiced upon unlocking the powerful magic swordsman class, while another student broke down in despair after receiving a creation-based class, knowing it would doom him to a life of ridicule. Then, all eyes turned to the next student, Jiang Chun. As he placed his hand on the crystal, something unimaginable occurred. A brilliant light exploded from the stone, sending a surge of energy soaring into the sky. The room fell silent in shock. Someone pointed at Jiang Chun, murmuring that he might be the greatest prodigy the Academy had ever seen. Whispers spread. Was this the awakening of a divine class? The crystal's glow grew even stronger, and within moments, a colossal tree of light took form in the sky, towering over the entire city. This was no ordinary awakening. Throughout history, every divine class awakening had triggered a phenomenon capable of shaking the entire world. Yet, as everyone stood frozen in awe, Jiang Chun remained completely unbothered. One hand still rested on the crystal, while the other casually slipped into his pocket. His gaze remained fixed on the sky, calm, composed, and utterly indifferent to the spectacle he had just created. At that moment, Director Wang stepped forward, his face brimming with pride as he approached Jiang Chun. He congratulated him warmly, declaring him the Academy's greatest talent. Though he had always expected Jiang Chun to awaken a powerful combat class, he never imagined something as extraordinary as a divine rank awakening. Eager to learn more, Director Wang asked Jiang Chun about his newly awakened class. Jiang Chun turned slightly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. With a trace of amusement, he admitted that his class wasn't combat-related. The director's expression stiffened. His confident demeanor faltered as the words sank in. For a moment, he was at a loss, but he quickly regained himself and asked if it was at least a support class. Jiang Chun didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned fully to face the director, lifting his hands to the sides. A set of ethereal, glowing plants materialized in his palms, hovering gently in the air. Then, with a calm voice, he revealed his class, the Divine Rank Creation class, Spiritual Master. He explained that his abilities revolved around enhancing plant growth and nurturing small creatures. A heavy silence fell over the hall. The astonishment on Director Wang's face deepened, his excitement from moments ago now overshadowed by concern. He let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head. No matter how rare it was, a creation class with no combat ability would always be seen as insignificant. One of the professors beside him quickly stepped forward, trying to ease the tension. He assured Jiang Chun that there was still value in his class, pointing out that spiritual masters were highly sought after in research fields. But as he spoke, he hesitated. The special recommendation they had planned for Jiang Chun was now off the table. Instead, he suggested an alternative, pursuing a research career. He even offered to help secure a different letter of recommendation. Before the professor could finish, Jiang Chun cut him off with a polite smile. He thanked him for the offer, then casually slid his hands into his pockets and walked away. He had no interest in their suggestions. Meanwhile, murmurs spread among the students. Laughter erupted as one of them turned to his friend, shaking his head in disbelief. What a joke, he scoffed. I thought he unlocked some overpowered divine combat class, but it turns out it's just a creation class. His friend smirked, raising a hand to his chin. Life's full of surprises, he mused. Everyone thought the Academy's prodigy would become a legend, but now, he's just another nobody. Jiang Chun ignored the whispers and laughter echoing behind him. With his hands still tucked in his pockets, he strode toward the exit, unaffected by the mockery surrounding him. The students continued to gossip, relishing in what they saw as a cruel twist of fate. Unbelievable, one student chuckled. Jiang Chun's been the hardest worker in the academy, always ahead of everyone. And for what? A completely useless class. Another student smirked. Meanwhile, school beauty Lin just awakened some secret combat class. She was ranked second before, but now, she might be number one. Yet, as the ridicule spread, Jiang Chun simply smiled. Just moments ago, these same people had admired him, their eyes filled with respect. Now, with a single twist of fate, they mocked him without hesitation. It was a harsh but simple truth. Strength was all that mattered in this world. As he reflected on the situation, a thought crossed his mind. Why was the creation class so despised? Raising his hand slightly, a translucent system window suddenly materialized before him. System notification. You have successfully awakened the divine rank class, Spiritual Master. But that wasn't all. Another line of text appeared beneath it. Additional awakening effect triggered. Natural Calamity insect system activated. Initial mother of insects unlocked. Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the glowing interface. A slow smirk crept across his face. This class was anything but useless. In fact, it was exactly what he needed. His name was Jiang Chun. In his previous life, he had died, only to be reborn in this world, a world where strength ruled above all else. After the Dark Era, dungeons and monsters reshaped civilization, and humanity had no choice but to worship power. Born an orphan, he had struggled to survive, relying on nothing but his own will to endure. Then, just a month ago, everything changed. A mysterious system window had appeared before him, foretelling the awakening of a hidden force, the Insect Calamity system. It had promised unparalleled power, but only if he successfully awakened his class. Now, as Jiang Chun examined the system's details, his expression sharpened. The insect race, a species so terrifying that it had once pushed humanity to the brink of extinction, was feared as one of the strongest forces in history. During the last natural calamity, 9 of humanity's 12 kings had sacrificed themselves just to seal it away. Clenching his fist, Jiang Chun made his decision. In this world, power determined everything. There was no room for hesitation. If the insect race was the most feared force in existence, then he would not run from it. He would command it. Without another thought, he activated the system. In an instant, his surroundings began to shift. He found himself in an unfamiliar space, his eyes flickering with confusion. Scanning his surroundings, he raised a hand to shield his vision, trying to make sense of where he was. Could this be his sea of consciousness? Before him stood a towering spiritual tree, its immense presence dominating the space. He hadn't expected his innate talent to take the form of a tree. More system notifications appeared, displaying information about his abilities. Jiang Chun possessed multiple class talents, each tied to the cycle of growth and requiring sacrifices to activate. These skills could only be used once every 10 days and only once per target. The first ability, Fruits of All Things, allowed him to accelerate the ripening of fruits by offering a sacrifice. In return, a unique fruit with unpredictable effects would manifest. The second talent, Improved Growth, enhanced the growth rate of all living things by 10%. Whether it was plants, animals, or something else entirely, this ability would hasten their development. However, it came with an 8-hour cooldown. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he analyzed the system window. The system had even provided an automatic evaluation of his talents, an unexpectedly helpful feature. While these abilities weren't suited for direct combat, they could still be leveraged effectively. Just as he was weighing his options, a new prompt appeared. Would you like to summon the mother insect? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun confirmed the summon. At once, a dark energy surged from the ground, and a system notification flashed, summoning in progress. He watched as the ominous aura intensified, its oppressive force unmistakable. A few moments later, another window appeared. Summoning complete. Natural Calamity rank Mother Insect. 9 miasma wing, successfully summoned. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as the colossal being took shape. The Mother Insect was a terrifying presence, her sheer size forcing him to instinctively step back. The system interface revealed her details. Name, 9 miasma wing. Title, Sovereign of Death. History, a catastrophic force of destruction. She once ravaged entire civilizations before mysteriously disappearing during the Third Era. Devouring value, 0%. Affinity with host, 100%. Jiang Chun quickly understood that in order to unlock her true potential, he would need to initiate the devouring process and begin cultivating the next generation of insects. As he stood there, still processing the revelation, the mother insect slowly lowered her massive head and met his gaze. To his surprise, she didn't display hostility. Instead, she addressed him with a single word. Master. Little Nine wasted no time introducing herself, immediately voicing her hunger. She craved the flesh of fierce beasts, eager to devour and grow stronger. A system notification flashed before Jiang Chun, confirming that her growth rate had increased by 10%. The system also presented him with an option to enhance her using a sacrificial object. However, thanks to his unique talent, the first enhancement required no sacrifice at all. Glancing at the system window, Jiang Chun quickly made his decision. If he could upgrade her without using resources, there was no reason to hesitate. Without a second thought, he commanded the system to begin the process. A surge of radiant green light engulfed Little Nine, pulsing with powerful energy. As he watched her transformation unfold, one thing became clear: her strength depended on devouring. She would always be hungry, and keeping her satisfied would be a challenge. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura burst forth from her body, forcing Jiang Chun to brace himself. Her grotesque insect form began shifting, her exoskeleton cracking, her limbs reshaping. And then, in an instant, the monstrous being was gone. In her place stood a tall, white-haired woman clad in dark armor, exuding a chilling presence. Her cold, piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Chun as she took slow, deliberate steps toward him. Above her head, a new system window appeared, detailing her newly acquired abilities. 1. Feed allows her to share 10 times the experience with her host. 2. Poisonous Mist grants her the ability to dissolve into lethal miasma, corroding everything in her path. 3. United enhances all of the host abilities by 20%. Jiang Chun stood frozen, struggling to process the drastic transformation. Before he could react, she suddenly lunged forward and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Beaming with excitement, she proudly declared, "Little Nine has evolved." Jiang Chun blinked, momentarily stunned. This was not what he had expected. His gaze drifted over her new form, and before he realized it, his face grew slightly warm. Sensing his hesitation, Little Nine finally released him, tilting her head up with an expression full of admiration. Without thinking, Jiang Chun reached out and patted her head. She closed her eyes, fists clenched with excitement, before once again calling him master. Then, with a playful yet unsettling smile, she eagerly declared, "Master, I'm still hungry. I want more flesh and blood." A status window appeared above Little Nine as Jiang Chun absent-mindedly stroked her head. Name: 9 Miasma Wing. Abilities: Poisonous Mist, Feed, Fury, Unity. Devouring value: 0%. Must be filled before offspring can be produced. Passive abilities: Experience Return, Attribute Enhancement. Jiang Chun's eyes sharpened as he analyzed the details. His spiritual master talent could accelerate Little Nine's devouring and experience gain, allowing him to grow stronger at an astonishing rate. On top of that, her passive ability boosted all his attributes by 20%. A smirk played across his lips. Who needed a combat class when he had this? Lifting his hands, he activated his abilities. At once, countless insects crawled from his palms, swarming forward like a tide. Watching them skitter across the ground, Jiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. As long as he could continue devouring and evolving, he would soon command an unstoppable force. His gaze then shifted to the great spiritual tree. The system had referred to the insects of the abyss as a calamity capable of rivaling natural disasters. Though the full details were unclear, one fact was obvious: this power couldn't be exposed. If the world discovered the truth, he would instantly be labeled a threat to humanity. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, Jiang Chun stared at the towering tree in thought. For now, it was best to keep his true abilities hidden. He would maintain the facade of a creation class talent while secretly using Little Nine's poisonous miasma and devouring ability to hunt and grow stronger. But hiding forever? That wasn't his style. One day, he would stand at the peak, powerful enough that there would be no need for secrets. Before he could think further, the waters of his sea of consciousness trembled. Sensing the disturbance, Little Nine sprang into the air, her wings spreading wide. She scanned the surroundings before turning back to Jiang Chun with a sly grin, her golden eyes glinting with anticipation. Something was coming. A threat. A moment later, Jiang Chun snapped back to reality, his consciousness returning to the real world. And the first thing he saw made his breath hitch. A man stood before him. He was tall, towering over Jiang Chun, with jet black hair, a rugged beard, and a long scar running over one eye. His presence was suffocating, each step forward carrying an oppressive weight. Their eyes met, and Jiang Chen's instincts screamed at him. This man was dangerous. For several tense seconds, the towering man said nothing, his sharp gaze locked onto Jiang Chen. Then, in a calm but commanding tone, he finally spoke. Was the awakening phenomenon that shook the entire city caused by you? Jiang Chen's jaw tightened. This man wasn't just strong. He was at least master rank, possibly even higher. His sheer presence was suffocating, pressing down like an invisible force. Jiang Chen instinctively became alert, scanning for any clues as to why this man had approached him. Around them, murmurs spread through the crowd. Even from a distance, the man's powerful aura radiated outward, glowing with a faint green energy. Onlookers exchanged glances, whispering about his rank. Why was someone this strong questioning Jiang Chen? Was there a conflict? The silence stretched on, the man's unwavering stare only adding to the pressure. Was he probing for a reaction? Testing him? Before Jiang Chen could respond, Little Nine suddenly appeared at his side, idly licking her finger. But the moment her golden eyes landed on the man, her expression darkened. She leaned in close, and with a voice dripping with murderous intent, muttered, "This one's a threat." Then, as if sizing up prey, she added, "But he looks delicious." Jiang Chen's pulse quickened. Something was seriously wrong. His system instantly reacted, flashing urgent warning notifications. The insect mother had identified a high-value target for devouring. Before Jiang Chen could process the situation, Little Nine shifted her stance, preparing to attack. A surge of energy exploded outward from Jiang Chen's body. A cold, sinister force rippled through the area, sending chills down the spines of everyone nearby. The students who had mocked him earlier instinctively shielded their faces, their expressions twisting in shock and fear. "Why does Jiang Chen's aura feel so wrong?" one of them stammered. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, his mind racing. He had just realized a major flaw. When the insect mother's devouring value was too low, her aggressiveness spiked. If he didn't find monsters for her soon, she would start viewing people as prey. Yet, despite the tension, the man in front of him remained unfazed. Instead, he simply smiled. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. So that's it. This guy had been provoking him on purpose. But in doing so, he had unwittingly triggered Little Nine's instincts. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen forced himself to suppress the insect mother's urges. A system notification popped up, confirming her temporary restraint. But this was only a short-term fix. If he didn't start the devouring process and breed new insects soon, this would only keep happening. The man kept his hands tucked in his jacket pockets, his gaze sharp as he studied Jiang Chen with clear interest. Then, after a moment, he gave a nod of approval. Despite having just awakened, Jiang Chen had already faced his test and even pushed back. That was no small feat. "You truly are worthy of a divine awakening," the man remarked. "Your future is limitless." Jiang Chen remained silent, carefully analyzing every word. A wave of relief washed over him. This man hadn't uncovered his true abilities. Taking a cautious step forward, Jiang Chen met his gaze. "Who are you?" he finally asked. The man's smile widened as he extended a hand. "Ji Gang," he introduced himself, leader of the Night Watch. Then, with a glint of admiration in his eyes, he made an offer. "Jiang Chen, how about joining us?" Jiang Chen's eyes widened slightly. Night Watch? He hadn't expected this. The Night Watch was an elite force under Long Xiao's command, tasked with fending off demon invasions and beast hordes. Whether it was a sudden monster tide, an unexplored dungeon, or the emergence of a secret realm, they were always the first to step in and the first to eliminate threats. But their job came at a price. The mortality rate was staggering, and most people avoided joining at all costs. For Jiang Chen, however, this was exactly what he needed. The insect mother required a steady supply of monster flesh and blood to build up her devouring value and begin reproducing. Once that process started, it would be impossible to predict the scale of destruction that would follow. A battlefield teeming with wild beasts? That was the perfect breeding ground. As Jiang Chen stared at Ji Gang's outstretched hand, a small smile formed on his lips. This wasn't just an invitation, it was the perfect cover. Meanwhile, the watching students erupted into hushed whispers. "Is he out his mind? No one volunteers for the Night Watch," one muttered. "The death rate is insane," another scoffed. "No way he's actually considering it." Ji Gang overheard their doubts and chuckled. He let out a small sigh before reassuring Jiang Chen. "Those rumors are outdated. A lot has changed. Besides," he paused, then added, "divine rank awakeners like you get special treatment. Comprehensive training, exclusive resources, opportunities others can only dream of." Without hesitation, Jiang Chen reached out and clasped Ji Gang's hand. "Leader," he said firmly. There was nothing more to discuss. Looking straight into Ji Gang's eyes, Jiang Chun spoke with unwavering conviction. To restore the glory of the Night Watch, our generation must not shy away from its duty. And with that, his decision was made. He was now a member of the Night Watch. Ji Gang blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't expected Jiang Chun to accept so easily. Most recruits hesitated, bargained, or outright refused, but this kid? No resistance at all. What Ji Gang didn't know was that Jiang Chun had his own plans. The Night Watch wasn't just an opportunity. It was the perfect environment to grow his insect army. Still, Ji Gang had to ask, "Are you serious?" Before Jiang Chun could respond, his system bombarded him with notifications. Then another, and another. The insect mother had appeared, and she was furious. Golden eyes blazing, Little Nine stomped toward Jiang Chun, her arms crossed in clear displeasure. "Master, I'm not happy about this," she declared. Then, with a murderous glare, she turned to Ji Gang. "I wanted to eat him." Jiang Chen's heart nearly stopped. Forcing himself to stay calm, he exhaled slowly and turned back to Ji Gang. "Yes," he said, reaffirming his decision. "I meant what I said." Before Ji Gang could press him further, Jiang Chen quickly excused himself, claiming he had urgent matters to handle. As he walked away, he threw a casual wave over his shoulder. "In 3 days, I'll report to Night Watch headquarters. Don't be late, leader." Ji Gang watched him disappear into the distance, standing still for a moment. This was too easy. He had expected negotiations, reluctance, maybe even some level of pushback. Instead, Jiang Chun had agreed immediately, without question. Something didn't add up. Before Ji Gang could dwell on it further, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky, landing beside him. One of them was a high-ranking elder from the martial arts academy. Ji Gang turned to face them, his expression unreadable. "If you're here to steal talent from the Night Watch," he said flatly, "then you're already too late." The 8th elder ignored the remark, cutting straight to the point. "Where's the boy who awakened a divine rank creation class?" Ji Gang's brow furrowed. "Creation class?" He glanced at the elder, confused. "What are you talking about?" The old man stepped forward, locking eyes with Ji Gang. There was disbelief in his gaze, mixed with something else, shock. "You're seriously planning to let a divine rank creation awakener join the Night Watch?" The elder scoffed. "That's nothing short of a death sentence." Ji Gang's expression darkened. Divine rank creation class? Realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Jiang Chun, who had joined without hesitation, had awakened a class of that level. Elsewhere in the city, Jiang Chun strolled through the streets, blending into the crowd when a voice suddenly called out to him. "Kid, were you the one who caused that awakening phenomenon in the main city?" He turned to see an older man, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was Wang Yi. Jiang Chun gave a small nod. "Yeah." Before Wang Yi could say another word, a young woman with striking purple hair appeared. She placed a hand on her hip, letting out an exasperated sigh. "Lower your voice, old man," she warned. "If the wrong person hears, you might bring trouble down on yourself." Wang Yi chuckled, scratching the back of his head. "Ah, don't mind her. I just have a habit of talking too much." Jiang Chun closed his eyes briefly before offering a small smile. "It's all right, Wang Yi. There's nothing to be embarrassed about." Wang Yi studied him for a moment before exhaling softly. "Well, even if the creation class isn't suited for combat, I hear there's plenty of demand for spiritual plant cultivators. If your parents were here, they'd be proud of you." Jiang Chen's expression softened. The people in this building had helped him get by all these years. With a warm smile, he reassured them. "I won't forget any of you in the future." Wang Yi waved him off. "No need to get sentimental, kid." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up. "Actually, you came at the perfect time. We're about to enter a beginner-level secret realm to gather some gear. Why don't you join us? It'll help you level up faster." Jiang Chen nodded. "Sound good. Thanks for the invite." Just then, a system notification appeared, confirming the team formation was complete. Minutes later, inside the secret realm, as they stepped through the portal, Jiang Chun took in his surroundings, hands casually resting in his jacket pockets. So this was the inside of a secret realm? Before he could take a closer look, torches lining the area flared to life, signaling that the matchmaking process was finalized. At that moment, the dungeon's monsters turned their attention toward them. They had entered the Temple of the Dead, a C-rank secret realm. A system message appeared. Guaranteed 100% drop rate for items and equipment. Experience points will be awarded upon dungeon completion. Leaving voluntarily will result in forfeiting both experience and loot. Wang Yi's expression grew tense as he observed the approaching enemies. These are undead soldiers. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he processed the situation. Wait, why did the system assign us to a dungeon like this? Jiang Chun studied the advancing horde and immediately understood. This wouldn't be easy. The purple-haired girl crossed her arms, stepping forward. "It's because Jiang Chun is a divine rank awakener," she stated. The celestial system automatically adjusted the difficulty. Wang Yi shot her a skeptical look. Did you forget? Jiang Qin's awakening was in the creation category. The brown-haired girl, eyes locked on the undead soldiers, hesitated before speaking. Maybe we should just abandon the dungeon. Before she could finish, Wang Yi cut her off. With a sharp glint in his eye, he unsheathed his sword, a smirk forming on his lips. There's no need to run. Secret realms like this don't come by every day. Then, with a smirk, he added, and thanks to Jiangshun, we're about to hit the jackpot on equipment drops. The moment Wang Yi unsheathed his sword, the undead soldiers let out enraged roars. Their hollow eyes flickered with an eerie glow as they prepared to attack. But Wang Yi remained unfazed. He steadied his stance, then lunged forward, calling back to Jiangshun. These things are stronger than your average C-rank monsters. Stay back for now. With that, he and the others charged straight toward the dungeon's core. Wang Yi's sword sliced through the air in a brutal arc, slamming into an undead soldier's skull. Cracks spread across its decayed armor from the force of the blow. Without hesitation, he turned and shouted, Lu Ying, boost me now. Lu Ying clasped her hands together, activating her ability. A faint golden glow surrounded Wang Yi, amplifying his strength. Empowered, he struck again, this time delivering a devastating blow that shattered the undead skull completely. The monster crumbled, lifeless. As Wang Yi and the others fought relentlessly, Jiang Chun stood back, watching. Day after day, these people risked their lives battling monsters, just to survive. Now, he finally understood why they always returned wounded. His gaze flickered toward Lu Ying. He had heard she became an adventurer to earn money for her brother's eye treatment. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. He needed to grow stronger. When the time came, he would repay the kindness he had received. Lost in thought, he barely noticed when Little Nine suddenly appeared beside him. Resting her chin on her hand, she studied the fallen undead with interest. Master, there's so much blood and flesh here, she murmured, her voice laced with hunger. I want to devour them. Jiang Chun remained calm, hands slipping into his pockets as he glanced at the lifeless corpses. A small smirk played on his lips. Little Nine had already sensed the bodies. It was the perfect chance to test her abilities. Raising one hand, he activated his level 1 poison barrier skill, Corrosion. A thick, dark green fog swirled in his palm, pulsing with lethal energy. Go ahead, he commanded. Little Nine's eyes gleamed with excitement as she let out a pleased hum. The poisonous fog surged forward, creeping toward the undead corpses. The moment the mist touched the corpses, they began to dissolve at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, the decayed flesh melted away, leaving nothing but a charred stain on the dungeon floor. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. This ability was even stronger than he had anticipated. A system notification appeared. Devouring successful. Devouring value +10. But there was a drawback. Since the undead were low-level monsters, the growth rate was frustratingly slow. Little Nine needed stronger prey. Jiang Chun shifted his focus to Wang Yi and the others. They had already ventured deeper into the dungeon, their movements precise, clear proof of experienced teamwork. His only concern was his poison mist. Since it affected a wide area, he still lacked full control. A single misstep, and he could harm his own allies. To prevent accidents, he decided to follow from a distance, quietly handling the monster corpses as they advanced. But then, Little Nine stiffened. Her expression changed. She turned to him and whispered, Master, something's coming. Jiang Chun followed her gaze. The ground trembled beneath them. A chilling presence spread through the air as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. More monsters. Little Nine's lips curled into a wicked grin. They're fresh, she murmured, and their blood smells delicious. A system alert flashed before his eyes. New enemy identified. Level 10 shadow lurkers. Strength, 20. Agility, 15. Defense, 10. Stamina, 5. These creatures were ambush predators, lurking in the shadows and preying on isolated targets. Jiang Qin's gaze flickered toward their names, marked in red. Did that mean their level was much higher than his? Still, when comparing raw stats, these creatures were far inferior. A status window materialized before him. Status window. Name, Jiang Chun. Title, Lord of Insects. Occupation, Divine Rank Spiritual Master. Devouring Value, Level 1. Talents, O Growth of All Things, LV.1. O Divine Evolution, LV.1. O Ancestral Tree of All Things, LV.1. Equipment, none. Companion, 9 Miasma Wing, Natural Calamity Level. Stats, O Strength, 35. O Agility, 31. O Endurance, 27. O Constitution, 20. O Combat Power, 41 stars. Abilities, O Experience Return, Passive. O Attribute Enhancement, Passive. Current devouring value, 100. Current experience, 0. Jiang Chun smirked. Time to test his skills. He turned slightly, giving Little Nine a single command. Transform into poisonous mist and follow me. Without hesitation, she obeyed. Her body dissolved into a dense, eerie fog, slithering along the ground like a living shadow. The shadow lurkers lunged. Jiang Chun remained unfazed, his expression calm. He lifted his hand, allowing Little Nine's poisonous mist to swirl around his palm. He waited. The moment the creatures closed in, he moved. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward. The shadow lurkers struck first, but he slipped through their attacks effortlessly, weaving between their claws with precise movements. As he passed, he lightly brushed his hand against their bodies. A second later, the monsters froze. Their heads jerked toward the spots where he had touched them, confusion flickering in their glowing eyes. The poison had already begun to spread. Jiang Chun came to a stop, smirking. Then, with deliberate slowness, he extended his hand and clenched his fist. The poisonous mist thickened instantly, seeping deep into their bodies. Screeches of agony echoed through the dungeon as their forms withered and melted into nothingness. Jiang Chun simply watched, silent and unmoved. A series of system notifications flashed before him. Shadow Lurker defeated. Special points plus 200. Devouring value increased. He glanced at the fading remains of the creatures and let out a quiet chuckle. They didn't even stand a chance. His devouring value was skyrocketing. This was exactly the kind of growth he needed. Just as he was mulling it over, Little Nine materialized from a mist, golden eyes glowing with anticipation. Master, she purred, more blood food has arrived. Jiang Chen's smirk disappeared. From the darkness, even more shadow lurkers emerged. He stood motionless, hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze sharpening as he assessed the approaching creatures. Then a thought crossed his mind, Wang Yi and the others. His eyes narrowed. If this many monsters were lying in wait here, how many more were lurking deeper inside the dungeon? A sliver of unease settled in his mind. He needed to check on them. Without hesitation, he made a decision. This fight needed to end quickly. Little Nine, he called, his voice calm but firm. Can you handle them? In response, Little Nine's lips curled into a wicked grin. Her form shifted, emerging from a mist, her presence radiating amusement. Extending a hand toward the incoming creatures, she let out a playful hum. Leave them to me, master. These things are nothing more than weak prey. Several minutes later, Jiang Chun arrived at Wang Yi's location. The moment he saw the scene before him, his expression darkened. Wang Yi was badly injured, blood trickling down his face. He and Lu Ying were completely surrounded. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, gripping his sword with both hands, while Lu Ying raised her arms, ready to activate her ability. But the monsters weren't letting up. They kept advancing, their sheer numbers overwhelming. Wang Yi clenched his jaw, eyes locked onto the approaching horde. They're getting stronger, he muttered. At this rate, we're not making it out of here. His grip tightened on his sword before he turned to Lu Ying, his expression grave. Find Jiang Chun and leave. I'll hold them off. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? She protested. Before he could respond, a sudden blur of movement caught his attention. An undead soldier had slipped past their defenses. Its rusted sword gleamed as it slashed through the air, heading straight for Wang Yi's head. He sensed it immediately, but it was too fast. As he spun around, a chilling realization hit him. It was too late to block. Then, a thick, dark mist erupted. The poisonous fog wrapped around the undead soldier in an instant, corroding its body at a terrifying speed. The creature let out a ghastly screech before it melted away, dissolving into nothing. Wang Yi's breath caught. He turned sharply, stunned, and standing before him was Jiang Chun. You two all right? Jiang Chun asked, his voice calm. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chun? He muttered. Unbothered, Jiang Chun stepped forward. With a simple flick of his wrist, the poisonous mist surged outward. The remaining undead barely had time to react before the corrosive fog swallowed them whole. Their bodies deteriorated instantly, crumbling into dust. Silence followed. Wang Yi's grip on his sword tightened, his expression a mix of shock and confusion. Ow! His voice came out hoarse. You're in the creation class. How can you do this? Jiang Chun stopped in front of him. Energy pulsed faintly around him as he met Wang Yi's gaze with a knowing smile. I have a hidden ability called Poisonous Mist. To demonstrate, he raised his hand again. A thick, deadly fog coiled around his palm before expanding outward, consuming the last remnants of the undead in its path. But he wasn't done yet. His gaze shifted to Lu Ying and Yi Qian. Take Wang Yi and head for the portal. He's too injured to keep fighting. I'll cover your escape. The group froze. Lu Ying's eyes widened in shock. Wang Yi clenched his jaw. Even if you're a divine rank awakener. This is insane, Jiang Chun, he snapped. Luing quickly nodded in agreement. You should be coming with us, not staying behind alone. As they tried to reason with him, Yi Qian remained silent, raising a hand near her lips as if deep in thought. Jiang Chun turned away from them. His aura flared, sending waves of power rippling through the air. Then, without fully turning back, he glanced over his shoulder. Relax, he said smoothly. I'll be fine. And with that, he stepped forward alone. With each step, his energy intensified, a quiet force of power as he advanced toward the approaching monsters. Just then, a system notification rang out across the secret realm. Alert! Final level conditions met. The boss of the secret realm is now being summoned. Wang Yi's eyes widened. At the same time, he watched Jiang Chun moving deeper into the battlefield, closing in on the horde of undead soldiers. His instincts screamed at him to stop the boy, but before he could speak, Luing cut in. She turned to him, her expression steady yet resolute. Jiang Chun isn't reckless, she reminded him. Trust him. Wang Yi hesitated, but after a moment of thought, he sighed in defeat. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed his sword toward Jiang Chun. Take this, he said. Just make sure you return it later. Jiang Chun caught the weapon with ease, his grip firm. A smirk tugged at his lips. Don't worry, he replied. I'll bring it back. A system notification appeared. You have obtained the Novice Conqueror's Sword. Plus 25 speed. Plus 30 strength. Plus 2% attack speed bonus. Passive ability activated. Jiang Chun lifted the sword, its edge gleaming under the dungeon's eerie glow. Perfect. With this, he could extend the range of his poisonous mist. The moment the first undead soldier lunged, he was ready. The toxic mist curled around the blade as he moved, its dark energy seeping into the metal. With a swift dodge, he evaded the attack, then countered. In an instant, his sword sliced clean through the monster. The undead barely had time to react before its body corroded, dissolving into black mist. One by one, they fell. They were no match for him. After all, Jiang Chun was the best swordsman in the entire school. But then something shifted. A surge of power rippled through the battlefield. Before he could react, a far stronger presence appeared, closing in fast. A flash of steel. A monstrous figure burst forward at high speed, its blade gleaming as it struck. Jiang Chun hadn't sensed it at first, but the moment he turned, his instinct screamed. It was already too close. Thinking fast, he leapt into the air. The enemy's sword slammed into the ground beneath him, splitting the earth with a violent crack. Jiang Chun landed safely, but the enemy wasn't finished. Burning red eyes locked onto him, the monster gripping its sword even tighter. Then, in a split second, it attacked again. Jiang Chun barely raised his weapon in time. The impact was brutal. A powerful shockwave tore through his arms, sending a deep, jarring pain straight to his bones. Then, a sickening crack echoed through the battlefield. Jiang Chun's eyes widened. The Novice Conqueror's sword had snapped in half. The sheer gap in strength was overwhelming. The force of the attack sent him flying backward, but he quickly twisted midair, regaining control before landing in a sharp skid. He glanced down at the broken blade in his grip. The boss wasn't his biggest concern right now. The real problem? Explaining this to Wang Yi. Before he could process further, a system notification popped up. Boss monster, Undead King, level 15. Jiang Chun slowly lifted his gaze. And there it was. The Undead King stood before him, towering, clad in ominous black armor, skeletal fingers gripping a massive sword. Its hollow eyes met Jiang Chun's, radiating pure, killing intent. Then, its entire body trembled. In an instant, it vanished. Jiang Chun's pulse spiked. Where did it? Before he could react, an ice-cold presence appeared behind him. His instinct screamed. He spun around and froze. The Undead King was right behind him. Sword raised. Attack incoming. For the first time, a flicker of unease crept into Jiang Chun's mind. How? He muttered. How's it this fast? His body tensed. His thoughts raced. Then, gritting his teeth, his gaze hardened. He shouted one name. Little Nine. Just as the Undead King's blade came down, she appeared. With a swift motion, she caught the sword in her bare hand. Golden eyes burned with intensity as she met the Undead King's gaze. A dangerous glint flickered across her face before she turned to Jiang Chun. Master, may I eliminate him? She asked, almost too eagerly. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Do it. Little Nine's grin widened. Then, without so much as a flinch, she crushed the Undead King's sword with her bare hand. A massive shockwave erupted, rattling the battlefield. Extending her arms slightly, her aura surged outward in violent waves. Sensing the shift in power, the Undead King tensed. Weaponless, it had only one option left. Fight with its fists. Seizing the moment, it lunged at full speed, aiming for a decisive strike. But just as its attack was about to land, Little Nine's eyes snapped open. Her entire presence changed. The battlefield flooded with murderous intent. Then, from her back, razor-sharp tentacles burst forth. She had switched to pure offense. The Undead King never stood a chance. Little Nine's tentacles lashed out like blades, cutting through its body with ruthless precision. First, she severed its left arm, then the right. Finally, with a single swift strike, she decapitated it. Without hesitation, she skewered the severed head on one of her tentacles and turned away, showing no interest in the corpse that collapsed behind her. Silence filled the battlefield. Jiang Chun stood motionless, watching in awe. A secret realm boss had just been annihilated, and yet Little Nine had remained completely unfazed. He couldn't help but smile. There was no doubt in his mind anymore. She was a monster. But before he could let his guard down, a bright energy crystal materialized in the air before him. His eyes narrowed. What is that? The crystal hovered, then suddenly began absorbing magic from the countless corpses strewn across the battlefield. His heart pounded as he realized something was terribly wrong. Within moments, the crystal pulsed violently, and an enormous figure emerged, towering over them at 20 times their size. A system notification flashed before his eyes. True boss identified, Undead Tyrant. The Undead Tyrant slowly lifted its head, glowing red eyes locking onto them, its sheer presence sending a wave of dread through the air. Jiang Chun clenched his fists. So this was the real boss all along? Then his gaze shifted back to the crystal inside the creature. That was the key. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Little Nine, destroy the energy crystal inside it. But before she could act, the Undead Tyrant let out a deafening roar and swung its massive mace down toward her. In an instant, she vanished. Using the force of the attack, she propelled herself off the wall, dodging with ease as the mace slammed into the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Jiangchen barely had time to react before the giant raised its weapon again and swung. Little Nine leapt into the air, avoiding the attack just as the earth split apart beneath her. Still midair, her gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, she unleashed her tentacles, razor-sharp, and aimed straight for the Undead Tyrant's massive body. But to Jiang Chen's shock, the creature dodged effortlessly. His breath caught. This thing, it's huge. Yet, somehow it was unbelievably fast. He clenched his fists, his mind racing for a strategy. Then, his eyes landed on something. Several plants scattered among the debris. A chance. This was their only shot. The Undead Tyrant was too fast, its sheer power devastating. Every swing of its mace carried enough force to shatter the ground beneath it. Right now, it rampaged like an uncontrollable beast, its movements wild and destructive. But that also meant it had a flaw. Little Nine struck again, her razor-sharp tentacles slicing through the air, but the Undead Tyrant spun with inhuman speed, dodging effortlessly. Using that momentum, the massive creature lunged forward, its massive form thundering toward Jiangchun like an unstoppable force. His heart pounded. It was moving too fast. And then it leapt. Jiang Chen's head snapped up, his instincts screaming danger as the monstrous figure soared toward him, its mace clutched tightly in both hands. This was bad. But then he felt it, deep beneath the battlefield, hidden within the soil, lay dormant roots waiting to be awakened. This was his moment. The Undead Tyrant plunged toward him, its overwhelming force about to crash down. But Jiang Chun stood firm. He waited just a little closer. Closer. And then now, his hand shot toward the ground, and a glowing green symbol flared in his palm as he activated his spiritual master talent. In an instant, the hidden spiritual roots erupted from the earth. For massive roots surged upward, piercing straight through the Undead Tyrant's body, suspending it midair. The creature let out an ear-splitting roar, struggling violently, but it was already over. It was trapped. Jiang Chun stood tall, his hands still raised, radiating absolute control. His aura flared, his gaze burning with sharp determination. Without turning, he spoke, Little Nine, it's your turn. In a blink, she moved. She landed atop the immobilized beast's head, pressing one hand firmly against it while the other extended forward, claws gleaming under the dim battlefield light. Her gaze locked onto the helpless creature, her intent murderous. Understood, Master. The Undead Tyrant's glowing red eyes widened in realization. It knew what was coming. Panic flickered across its monstrous face as it struggled, desperate to escape. But it was too late. Before it could react, Little Nine struck. A vicious grin spread across her face as she drove her claws deep into the Undead Tyrant's chest. Then, with a swift flick of her tentacles, she ripped its massive body clean in half. The spiritual roots crumbled away, their purpose fulfilled, and the monster's remains crashed to the ground in a ruined heap. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, lowering his hand as he gazed at the fallen boss. For the first time, true pride swelled within him. This battle had proven something important. His abilities weren't just for support. If used correctly, he could command the battlefield just as well as any frontline warrior. Just as that thought settled, a system notification flashed before him. Growth acceleration is now on cooldown for 8 hours. The spiritual roots gradually faded, sinking back into the earth as the battlefield returned to silence. And then, from the Undead Tyrant's remains, a core emerged, pulsing faintly with lingering energy. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, seizing the core before it could escape. His fingers tightened around it, and with a single decisive motion, he crushed it into dust. As the fragments scattered to the ground, he stared at his palm, his expression cold and unwavering. The battle was finally over. The silence was quickly broken by a flurry of system notifications. Congratulations! You have cleared the C-rank Secret Realm, Temple of the Undead. A moment later, the system began calculating individual contributions. After a few seconds, the final rankings appear before him. Jiang Chun, Level 0, Spiritual Master, S rank. Wang Yi, Level 12, Swordsman, B rank. Lu Ying, Level 11, Warlock, A rank. And Lin, Level 10, Boxer, B rank. With the rankings finalized, the heavenly system proceeded to generate team rewards. A glowing system window materialized before Jiang Chun, displaying several weapon options. 1 dagger, 2 scepter, 3 heavy axe, 4 light axe, 5 hammer. As the spiritual roots fully disappeared beneath the soil, Jiang Chun studied the selection screen, lost in thought. After a brief pause, he reached forward and selected the dagger. A new notification appeared. You have obtained Edmu's Swift Dagger, rank D, plus 50 attack points, plus 5% speed bonus. Bonus, 2 professional attributes related to swords. Jiang Chun turned the dagger over in his hands, testing its edge. It was sharp, well-balanced, nothing extraordinary, but solid enough. This would be a good replacement for Wang Yi's broken sword. However, as his eyes flicked back to the reward screen, he noticed something strange. All of the weapons were combat-focused. A slight frown crossed his face. Wasn't there anything more suited for creation-class awakeners? His curiosity piqued. He reached back into the system window and began scanning through the remaining options. His gaze landed on the hammer. The moment he pulled it out, the weapon dropped with a thunderous crash, embedding itself into the ground. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. It was absurdly heavy. A new system notification flashed before him. You have obtained Call of the King, Legendary Hammer. Plus 100 Strength. Minus 100 Agility due to extreme weight. Effect, 10% chance to trigger 5x critical damage. Jiang Chun tightened his grip and attempted to lift it, but even using both hands, the hammer barely budged. Just then, another system notification flashed before Jiang Chun's eyes. Experience rewards calculated. Distributing earned experience. His breath caught. The system was now processing the experience points gained from the Secret Realm. Within moments, he felt a surge of energy course through his body, a powerful transformation taking place. The weight of the hammer in his grip began to shift, growing lighter and lighter, until within seconds, he could lift it effortlessly. A new notification appeared. United ability activated. All attributes increased by 20%. A powerful aura enveloped Jiang Chun as his strength surged. With one hand, he casually held the massive hammer, while the other slipped into his pocket as if the weapon weighed nothing at all. He studied the hammer in his grip, testing its balance. Thanks to Little Nine's passive ability, his level had skyrocketed to level 6. And with that increase, the effects of United had amplified even further. Not only had all his attributes been boosted, but his physical combat prowess was evolving alongside his rising level. As he stood there, deep in thought, Little Nine suddenly tugged at his shirt, snapping him back to reality. She pointed at the glowing system window, eyes shimmering with curiosity, and asked if she could eat everything inside. Jiang Chun set the hammer down and met her eager gaze. After a brief moment of consideration, he shook his head. The equipment was meant for Wang, Yi, and the others to sell for money. If she devoured it all, she'd probably end up with a terrible stomachache. Hearing this, Lil Nine pouted. She placed one hand behind her back while touching her lips with the other, clearly disappointed. But her mood quickly shifted as her gaze landed on the massive corpse of the Undead Tyrant. Her eyes sparkled with renewed interest as she turned back to Jiang Chun, her voice filled with anticipation. Could she eat that instead? Jiang Chun had nearly forgotten about the boss's remains. The devouring value was too valuable to waste. His aura flared slightly as he turned to the towering corpse, considering her request. In the end, he gave a simple nod. It was hers to claim, after all. Without hesitation, Little Nine approached the enormous carcass. Jiang Chun observed her closely, realizing just how massive the undead tyrant truly was. If she relied on her poisonous mist to break it down, the process might take a while. But then, without warning, she stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and murmured something about digging. Her body trembled for a brief moment before shifting. In an instant, she reverted to her true form. Now, standing in her monstrous, natural state, she locked onto the undead tyrant's remains with a ravenous gaze. Then, with a single, earth-shaking motion, she lunged forward. The sheer scale of her true form was beyond comprehension. Compared to her, the undead tyrant suddenly seemed insignificant. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine as he watched. With a deep, guttural roar, Little Nine sank her fangs into the corpse, devouring it with terrifying speed. The sheer force of her feeding sent powerful gusts of wind surging through the battlefield, scattering debris in every direction. Jiang Chun took advantage of the chaos, swiftly retrieving all the equipment from the system window before anyone could notice. With his hammer in one hand, he raised the other to shield his face from the forceful winds stirred by Little Nine's relentless feeding. Her deafening roar echoed through the battlefield, and for a brief moment, he couldn't help but think. If this had happened in the main city instead of a secret realm, there would have been no way to hide the commotion. As the last remnants of the undead tyrant vanished, a new system notification appeared, awarding Jiang Chun 400 devouring points. He peeked out from behind his arm, watching as the devouring value surged. As expected, consuming a boss-level creature provided a massive boost. If they wanted to push it even further, they would need to take down more monsters of this caliber. Before he could dwell on the thought, the sound of approaching footsteps snapped him back to reality. His expression tensed. Wang Yi and the others were on their way, no doubt drawn in by the noise Little Nine had caused. He quickly checked the devouring value. 8,876 points. So close to being full. Without hesitation, he rushed over to Little Nine, urging her to revert to her humanoid form before the others arrived. Grinning playfully, she nodded. Understood, Master. Jiang Chun sighed. What a waste. If only they had a little more time. Moments later, Wang Yi and the others reached them. Their eyes swept over the battlefield, immediately taking in the scattered equipment. Clear proof that Jiang Chun had taken down the boss on his own. Not wanting to draw unnecessary attention, Jiang Chun casually explained that his sword had broken during the fight, but to make up for it, he handed Wang Yi a dagger. The swordsman accepted it without hesitation, his expression shifting when he realized it was a rare item. Instantly, any concern over his damaged sword disappeared. This was more than a fair trade. Meanwhile, Lu Ying picked up a necklace from the loot and inspected it closely. After a brief pause, she remarked that it was also a rare item, something that would fetch a high price. On the other hand, Yi Qian was still in shock. She demanded to know how Jiang Chun had managed to defeat the boss by himself. Jiang Chun scratched the back of his head, offering a nonchalant answer. His poison just happened to be especially effective against monsters like this. But even as he spoke, his expression darkened slightly. The secret realm had now been fully cleared, meaning it wouldn't refresh again. If he wanted to continue increasing his devouring value, he would have to seek out another powerful boss. The desert seemed like the next logical destination. Wang Yi studied him for a long moment before letting out a quiet sigh. It was a shame. Someone like Jiang Chun, who had defeated a boss monster despite not even being level 1 yet, would be unbelievably strong once he truly started leveling up. If only he weren't heading toward the research department. Curious about Jiang Chen's next move, Wang Yi couldn't help but ask about his plans. Turning to him with a smile, Jiang Chen admitted he hadn't mentioned it before to avoid causing unnecessary worry, but he was preparing to join the Night's Watch. The revelation stunned Wang Yi. He immediately pressed for confirmation. Was Jiang Chen truly serious about enlisting in the Night Watch? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun placed a hand on his head and nodded. He would be leaving in 3 days. But before that, he intended to increase his level, which meant heading into the wilderness soon. The response sent a wave of shock through the group. Yi Qian covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief, while Lu Ying reached out with a concerned expression. She warned him that the wilderness was far too dangerous, but before she could finish, Jiang Chun cut her off. Clenching his fist, he allowed a faint wisp of Little Nine's poisonous mist to seep through his palm. His voice was calm but resolute. He knew exactly what he was doing. Instead of worrying about him, they should be worrying about the real problem, the monsters lurking beyond the city's borders. Later that day, a few hours after their conversation, Jiang Chun boarded a train bound for the outskirts of the city. As it gradually slowed to a stop, the conductor's voice echoed through the carriage, announcing that all travelers heading into the wilderness should disembark. Stepping off the train, Jiang Chun pulled his cloak tightly around himself to avoid drawing attention. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Ahead, a long bridge stretched out before him, crowded with awakeners preparing for their respective journeys. The energy in the air was heavy. Some were eager, others tense, but all shared the same purpose: survival. Ever since awakening his system, Jiang Chun had noticed an unusual change in his appetite. He was constantly hungry. But what intrigued him even more was that, despite the unstable nature of his devouring value, he had discovered a curious pattern. His value increased slightly whenever he ate. Testing the theory once again, he pulled out a loaf of bread and took a bite. As he chewed, his system flickered, and sure enough, his devouring value ticked up by 2 points. Just then, little Nine materialized beside him. She glanced at the bread in his hand, grimaced, and put a hand near her mouth in disgust. Her unimpressed expression said it all. His food looked terrible. Jiang Chun smirked at her reaction. If she was this picky, he would have to find something better for her. Without wasting time, he summoned a map and unfolded it, allowing little Nine to look on as well. He hadn't expected Wang Yi to be so generous. Aside from leaving him with most of the equipment, he had also provided 2 invaluable gifts: a storage ring and a detailed map of the region. Considering that Jiang Chun was heading straight into the desert, these items would be critical for his survival. As Jiang Chun strode across the bridge, Wang Yi's warning echoed in his mind. The wilderness was deeply influenced by the Heavenly Way, a force that rendered all electronic devices useless. Out here, it was almost like an apocalyptic wasteland, where monsters roamed freely, constantly migrating between their nests. Even the most detailed maps had an extremely short lifespan. Without up-to-date intelligence, tracking down monsters, let alone powerful boss creatures, was nearly impossible. Glancing at the map Wang Yi had given him, Jiang Chun took note of the dominant creatures in the area. Firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses were the most common, their movements easily traceable due to their sheer size and elemental abilities. However, his eyes lingered on a particular section marked with a question mark. That was a place Wang Yi had explicitly warned him to avoid at all costs, a location believed to house an extremely dangerous nest. Instead, Jiang Chen's focus shifted to a far more suitable target: the Goblin Dungeon. It was populated with low-level monsters, had decent numbers, and, most importantly, wasn't a popular hunting ground for other awakeners. Clenching his fist with determination, he allowed a small smile to form. With a map in hand, tracking down the dungeon would be simple. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp voice cut through the air, snapping him back to reality. "Hey, stop right there." Jiang Chen's instincts flared. Immediately on alert, he turned his head to face the speaker. A cloaked man had approached him, placing a firm hand on his shoulder with an unmistakably aggressive stance. The man's eyes were sharp, his expression unreadable, but one thing was clear. He had been calling out for Jiang Chun for a while. "You ignoring me or something?" the man demanded, his tone laced with irritation. "I just need to ask you something." His grip tightened slightly before he continued. "Have you seen a girl with golden hair around here?" Jiang Chen's gaze turned cold. Without hesitation, he answered he hadn't seen anyone like that. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added a sharp warning. "And you should be careful with how you speak." At that moment, a faint wisp of little Nine's poisonous mist seeped from Jiang Chen's shoulder, clinging to the man's hand. The effect was immediate. The man yanked his hand back, his face twisting in confusion as he clenched his fingers. His brows furrowed. Poison? That didn't make sense. Jiang Chun hadn't even reached level 10 yet. How could he possibly wield such a dangerous ability? Yet, despite the clear power gap between them, the man being a level 27 main defense warrior, Jiang Chun remained completely unfazed. Without so much as a backward glance, he spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. "You might want to find a healer fast. That poison isn't easy to cure." Then, with a smirk, he added, "And next time, take better care of your brain." With that, Jiang Chun turned and walked away, leaving the man standing there, teeth clenched, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The man's face twisted with fury, his teeth clenched, and his eyes burned with rage as he barked after Jiang Chun, demanding to know who had given him permission to walk away. Jiang Chun paused mid-step. Slowly, he turned his head, his gaze now laced with a murderous intensity. The air around them grew unervingly heavy, suffocating. The man took a step forward, his aura flaring with power as he sneered, eyes locking onto Jiang Chun. "How dare you lay a hand on a Shiao family?" Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. The Shiao family? Could this guy be talking about that Shiao family, the one from the Battle of Heaven? Before he could fully process the thought, the man lunged forward, his full strength behind the attack. But Jiang Chun had already predicted his move. Just as the man's fist came crashing down, Jiang Chun sidestepped, leaping away in one smooth motion. The ground beneath them shattered on impact, sending debris flying, in every direction. Still airborne, Jiang Chun lifted a hand in front of his face, his gaze darkening as he studied his attacker. What exactly did the Shiao family want from him? The man clenched his teeth, his frustration evident, but instead of hesitating, he doubled down. His speed increased as he unsheathed his sword, his movements sharp and precise. Not bad, he muttered under his breath, acknowledging Jiang Chen's reflexes. Jiang Chen's expression remained unreadable as he reached to pull back his hood. At the same time, he extended his hand to the side, summoning a swirl of little nine's poisonous mist. His voice was calm, yet absolute. It was no longer necessary to hold back. Within seconds, little nine materialized from a mist, her eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. She didn't need further instructions. Understood, she responded, her tone carrying an eerie finality. But rather than backing off, the man, now revealed as Zheng Tai, became even more aggressive. His expression twisted into a sneer as he let out a mocking laugh. You think the same cheap trick will work on me again? His grip on his sword tightened. Poison won't scare me twice. Jiang Chun smirked. That confidence was about to cost him. Just as he prepared to strike, a sharp voice sliced through the tension. Zheng Tai. The name echoed through the air like a thunderclap. Zheng Tai froze. His entire demeanor shifted in an instant. The raw fury in his expression faded, replaced by something dangerously close to fear. Slowly, he turned his head, his jaw clenched so tightly that veins bulged along his temple. Jiang Chen didn't move. Who was this? A man with striking blue hair, dressed in a hooded cloak, had appeared behind Zheng Tai. His presence alone carried a weight of authority, his sharp eyes locking onto Zheng Tai like a predator eyeing weak prey. His expression was ice-cold, but his voice was laced with irritation as he demanded, "What the hell are you doing here?" His eyes flickered with barely restrained anger. "I told you to find someone, not start a damn scene." Zheng Tai visibly trembled. He opened his mouth to explain himself, but before he could utter a single word, the blue-haired man scoffed and turned away slightly. "Trash," he muttered, his voice filled with disgust. "All you do is cause problems." Zheng Tai's fear spiked. He barely had time to react before a brutal uppercut smashed into his chin. Blood spurted from his nose as he stumbled backward, gasping in pain. Jiang Chun watched the exchange in silence. This man wasn't just affiliated with the Shiao family. He was someone with real authority. Someone far above Zheng Tai. The blue-haired man's energy flared ominously as he fixed Zheng Tai with a sharp, deadly glare. "You're nothing but a dog of the Shiao family. You have no right to even speak our name." Zheng Tai, still dazed from the hit, could do nothing but tremble. Then, realizing there was no other option, he dropped to his knees, bowing his head in submission. His voice shook as he apologized profusely, swearing that he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Now that the confrontation had de-escalated, Jiang Chun calmly pulled his hood back on, his expression unreadable as he observed the two men. Something was off. He had never sensed the blue-haired man's presence before. That alone told him all he needed to know. This guy was far more dangerous than the so-called warrior he had just dealt with. As Zheng Tai shakily got back to his feet, the blue-haired man turned his attention toward Jiang Chun. His tone, surprisingly, was polite. "Apologies," he said smoothly. "My dog has a bad habit of biting things. Consider this a formal apology. I'd be happy to make amends." Jiang Chun didn't even hesitate. "No need," he replied simply. The man smiled, taking a step closer. "Are you heading to the desert?" His aura subtly intensified, his gaze locking onto Jiang Chen's. "Want to travel together?" For a long moment, Jiang Chun said nothing. Then, without a word, he turned his back and walked away. The blue-haired man watched him go, his expression unreadable. He didn't try to stop him, nor did he seem offended. Instead, he found Jiang Chun interesting. He already knew the truth. Jiang Chun had awakened the divine class ability known as Spiritual Master. Once Jiang Chun had disappeared into the distance, Zheng Tai hesitantly approached, his voice cautious. "Should I keep searching for the target?" The man barely glanced at him before shaking his head. "No, by the time you find her, it'll already be too late." His tone was cold yet certain. "Besides, I already have a clue. The girl escaped the city. She's probably trying to cross the desert to reach the next station." With that, he raised a hand and pulled down his hood, revealing his full face. As he began walking away, he gave one final order: make sure she never arrives. Zheng Tai pressed both hands against his chest, lowered his head, and closed his eyes in submission. "Understood," he responded solemnly. The world had changed. Once, humanity had spread across the planet, building vast cities and civilizations. But with the arrival of the awakened era, everything was upended. Waves of beasts, secret realms, and dungeons emerged, invading human territories. Ancient settlements were either abandoned or repurposed into fortresses designed to withstand chaos. Now, only the awakened, those who sought strength, ventured into these forsaken lands, fighting monsters to level up and claim wealth. These perilous regions were now known as the Wildlands. Jiang Chun moved steadily through the desolate ruins, occasionally encountering mutant rats scurrying in the shadows. Hours passed, and eventually, he arrived at a crumbling, abandoned sector of the city. He paused, scanning his surroundings. Did I get lost? His original destination was the Goblin Beast's nest, but after what felt like an eternity of walking, the sun had already set, and he still hadn't reached it. Meanwhile, Little Nine, who had grown increasingly restless from hunger, took matters into her own hands. She hunted down a stray rat, perched herself atop Jiang Chen's head, and took a bite. But the moment she tasted it, her expression twisted in pure disappointment. Chewing slowly, she reached a heartbreaking realization. Not all food was worth eating. Jiang Chun continued onward, but something became increasingly clear. The monsters here were weak. None of them provided a meaningful boost to his devouring value. If he didn't find a proper beast boss nest soon, this entire trip would be a waste. And with his impending enlistment into the Night Watch, he couldn't afford to waste time. Lost in thought, his expression darkened. Then, without warning, the sky shifted. Heavy storm clouds rolled in, plunging the ruins into darkness. Within seconds, rain began to fall. Jiang Chun extended his hand, allowing the raindrops to collect in his palm. Immediately, he sensed something unusual. The rain carried traces of magical fluctuations. His eyes flickered with intrigue. This wasn't ordinary rainfall. It was proof that beast slayers had been operating nearby. A mistake in navigation had led him straight to what he had been looking for, the beast nest. Now, all that remained was hunting down a monster strong enough to finally fill his devouring bar. At that moment, something in the darkness stirred. A giant spider had been lurking nearby, and now it had sensed his presence. Moving slowly, it descended from the shadows, its many gleaming eyes locking onto Jiang Chun with unmistakable killing intent. Jiang Chun turned his head, meeting the creature's piercing gaze. The two stared at each other in tense silence. Then, Little Nine materialized beside him, her sharp eyes narrowing. Her voice was calm, yet laced with anticipation. Do you want me to handle it? Jiang Chun lifted his chin slightly, studying the monster before him. Despite its massive size, its actual level wasn't high. It was just big. Without breaking eye contact, he responded calmly, no need. As if taking those words as a challenge, the spider slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, its razor-sharp legs flexing as it prepared to strike. Its beady eyes gleamed with predatory hunger. Then it lunged, its bladed legs slashed toward him in a flurry of lethal strikes. But Jiang Chun barely exerted any effort. His movements were smooth, almost effortless. Each attack missed as he twisted and dodged with precision, weaving through the rain like a dancer. Sensing an opening, he suddenly gathered momentum and propelled himself into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was above the monster. The spider's head snapped back, its many eyes widening in pure panic. What is he doing? Before it could react, Jiang Chun clenched his fist tightly and brought it down with devastating force. Boom! The impact shook the earth, shattering the stone beneath them. The spider's massive form collapsed instantly, crushed under the sheer power of his strike. Jiang Chun remained standing atop its lifeless body, momentarily lost in thought. Then, Little Nine appeared beside him, placing a hand on her forehead as if sensing something. More monsters are coming, she warned. Her voice snapped him back to reality. He turned his head and immediately understood what she meant. The force of his attack had drawn attention. From the dark corners of the ruins, more giant spiders emerged, creeping closer. Their many eyes glowed with hunger and malice, their gleaming fangs poised to strike. Still standing atop the fallen beast, Jiang Chun calmly stretched his hand to the side. A swirl of poisonous mist coiled around his fingers as he summoned the dagger he had obtained from the secret realm. He and Little Nine locked eyes, watching the horde close in. A smirk tugged at his lips. It's time for a good meal. Jiang Chun turned to Little Nine, his expression sharp. Ready? She met his gaze, her own eyes gleaming with anticipation. Always. Without wasting another second, Jiang Chun activated Little Nine's poisonous mist and lunged forward. In an instant, he was among the spiders. His dagger flashed through the air, slicing through their bodies with ruthless precision. The mist seeped into their wounds, spreading like a deadly plague, corroding them from the inside. The battle was swift, brutal. Those that weren't immediately slaughtered collapsed moments later, their bodies convulsing as the poison did its work. By the time the last spider fell, the battlefield was reduced to a massive pile of corpses. Their levels had climbed rapidly. At this rate, they could easily level up 2 more times before making their way back. Jiang Chun stepped forward, glancing at the remains of the fallen spiders before gesturing toward them. Go ahead, little nine. Devour them all. Little nine's eyes lit up with delight. Stretching her arms out excitedly, she beamed at him. Thank you. But just as she was about to begin, she suddenly froze. Her expression shifted as she tilted her head slightly. Her focus locked on something in the distance. Something big, powerful, and delicious is coming, she murmured. Jiang Qin's gaze sharpened. If she was this excited, then there was no doubt about it. The boss was approaching. Turning toward the incoming presence, he extended his hand, allowing poisonous mist to swirl around his fingertips. His voice was steady yet commanding. Prepare to attack. Through the thick fog, a shadowy figure emerged. Without hesitation, little Nine obeyed, launching herself forward like a predator striking its prey. Then, a sharp cry of pain tore through the air. Jiang Qin's brow furrowed. That didn't sound like a monster. His eyes flicked toward the source of the sound, and what he saw made him pause. A woman. Little Nine had miscalculated. Instead of attacking the boss, she had struck an unknown woman, shredding part of her clothing in the process. Within seconds, the stranger collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Jiang Chan remained still, observing her closely. What kind of magical creature is this? Several seconds passed before the woman stirred. Her eyes fluttered open, filled with confusion as she gazed blankly up at the darkened sky. Where am I? She wondered. Slowly, she pushed herself upright, pressing one hand against her forehead as if trying to gather her scattered thoughts. She had no memory of how she ended up in this place. Jiang Chan approached and casually sat beside her, resting his elbows on his knees. He closed his eyes briefly before flashing a relaxed smile. You're awake. The sound of his voice sent a jolt through her. Her body tensed as her mind raced. Who is he? Without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled to her feet, instinctively putting distance between them. She assumed a defensive stance, her wary eyes never leaving him. Who are you? Don't come any closer. Jiang Chun stood up as well, but remained completely calm. Facing her directly, his voice remained even and measured. Relax. I'm just a job changer. I came to the desert to hunt monsters. He paused briefly before adding, I have no intention of harming you. The woman hesitated, her sharp gaze scanning him. But then, her expression suddenly shifted. A spark of recognition flashed in her eyes. She clutched her chest with one hand while pointing at him with the other. I know you. You were the one who attacked me. Her voice carried both shock and certainty as she stared at him intently. Jiang Chun let out a small, uneasy laugh. Closing his eyes for a moment, he gave a polite smile and admitted, That was my mistake. I thought you were a monster. Hearing this, she spun toward him, her lips pursed in a pout. Seriously? How could you mistake someone as stunning as me for a monster? She huffed. That's just rude. Then, as if realizing something, her expression shifted to panic. She hurriedly ran her hands over her face, touching her nose and ears to make sure everything was still intact. Jiang Chun said nothing, quietly observing her. He had used his full strength in that attack, yet she was standing here completely unharmed. His curiosity deepened. Just who was she? Once she confirmed she was fine, she finally relaxed. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and the golden ring on her finger glowed, releasing a faint green energy. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the time. The moment she saw it, her face darkened. I've wasted too much time, she muttered under her breath. Without sparing him another glance, she turned on her heel and hurried away. Jiang Chun didn't stop her, but his sharp eyes tracked her every move. Where was she rushing off to? More importantly, who was she trying to avoid? She had almost disappeared from sight when she suddenly halted. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she bit her nails, covering her mouth. Jiang Chun instantly sensed something was off. Without hesitation, he approached. Something wrong? He asked, scrutinizing her. Her body tensed. Still facing away, she hesitantly peeked over her shoulder, forcing an awkward smile. Oh no, there are monsters up ahead, she stammered. And since, fighting isn't really my thing, I figured I'd turn back and let you handle them. The moment those words left her mouth, her nervous act vanished. Without another glance, she casually waved over her shoulder. Well, that's that. See ya. And just like that, she bolted. Jiang Chun stood there, blank-faced. After a brief silence, he sighed. Her acting was absolutely terrible. At that moment, the rain grew heavier, and she disappeared into the downpour. Jiang Chun continued walking, shifting his focus. If there were monsters up ahead, good. He welcomed them. They were no threat to him, and each battle meant more devouring points. But there was another issue at hand. Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, his gaze darkening. Dealing with monsters was one thing. Handling other job changers? That was a different kind of trouble. The desert had always been a lawless wasteland, a place where killing wasn't limited to beasts. Many who came here weren't just hunting monsters. They were hunting people taking whatever they wanted through bloodshed and violence. His thoughts drifted back to the woman from before. Would it be worth capturing her and getting some answers? As he mulled over the idea, Little Nine suddenly materialized beside him, her expression serious as she pointed ahead. A lot of monsters are coming this way, she warned. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a grin. That's the best news I've heard all day. But his excitement was short-lived. As he turned his attention forward, his eyes narrowed in shock. From the shadows, hundreds of giant spiders crawled into view, identical to the ones he had just taken down. But towering over them was something far worse. A massive spider, much larger than the rest, loomed at the center of the swarm. Its many eyes gleamed with killing intent, locking onto him with an eerie stillness. Jiang Chen's energy flared instinctively as he analyzed the situation. This wasn't good. Fighting a few was manageable, but an entire horde? That was another story. His mind flicked back to the woman's warning. So, she wasn't lying after all. Even surrounded, he felt strangely at ease. He'd much rather face monsters than deal with the treacherous battles between job changers. Then, without warning, the swarm attacked. The air filled with ear-piercing screeches as the spiders lunged, their grotesque forms rushing toward him with terrifying speed. Jiang Chen's grin returned. Run? Why would he? These creatures were walking treasure troves of devouring points. His hands tightened around his daggers as his energy surged, a suffocating aura spilling out around him. Little Nine, he commanded, his voice calm. Release the poisonous mist. Understood. A thick, venomous fog seeped from his daggers, curling through the air like a living entity. The first wave of spiders reached him. Their fangs glistened, their jaws stretching wide, ready to tear into him. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. For a moment, he stood perfectly still, letting the mist coil around him. Then, one of the spiders lunged. In an instant, Jiang Chen vanished. Reappearing midair, he swung his blade in a single, fluid motion. The spider split clean in half. Its body dropped to the ground in two lifeless pieces, the poison seeping into its wounds before it could even react. Still hovering, Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the swarm. Something wasn't right. These spiders were faster than before. Why? Before he could process it, another one lunged, its speed far beyond what he expected. Jiang Chen immediately sensed the incoming attack. He glanced back, slightly surprised by how quickly the spider had closed the gap. But unfortunately for the creature, catching him off guard was impossible. Just as it lunged, he moved. In a single, fluid motion, his daggers flashed through the air, slicing effortlessly through its body. The spiders remained scattered across the ground, lifeless before they could even react. Seconds later, Jiang Chen landed with a steady stance, both daggers still dripping with venomous mist. His gaze swept over the fallen bodies around him, taking in the aftermath. But something felt off. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a faint sting against his skin. A thin cut ran across his abdomen. It was barely a wound, but the fact that one of them had managed to land a hit at all was a problem. Something had changed. Suddenly, the smaller spiders surged forward. This time, they weren't just attacking at random. Their movements were precise, coordinated. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. They were working together. He quickly scanned the swarm, searching for the cause. Then he spotted it. A massive spider looming in the darkness, far larger than the rest. Unlike the others, its 6 glowing eyes burned with intelligence. The boss. It didn't take long for Jiang Chen to piece things together. This wasn't just another monster. This thing was controlling the swarm. And then, as if responding to its command, more spiders emerged from the shadows. Thousands of them. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Jiang Chen remained motionless, shrouded in the poisonous mist from Little Nine. Now everything made sense. These creatures weren't just relying on overwhelming numbers. They had strategy. This was why no one dared set foot in this place. His gaze locked onto the boss. If he wanted to end this quickly, there was only one option. Kill the leader, and the swarm would fall apart. But with this many enemies, even that wouldn't be easy. As he weighed his options, Little Nine emerged from the mist beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her sharp gaze remained fixed on the boss. I understand now, she said, her voice steady. These creatures, they're trying to challenge their master. Jiang Chen frowned slightly, turning toward her. Challenge? What do you mean? Little Nine scoffed, folding her arms. How arrogant. Without another word, she spread her arms wide, tilted her head back, and unleashed a thunderous roar. The reaction was immediate. The swarm, once moving in perfect harmony, suddenly froze in place. And then chaos. Panic set in. The spiders scattered in every direction, their formation crumbling as they desperately tried to flee. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily stunned. Wait, they're running? Jiang Chen's mind raced. Monsters or not, these creatures were still insects. If that was the case, then, Little Nine turned to him, a smug expression crossing her face. I severed the connection between the boss and its swarm, she announced. Jiang Chun hadn't expected her abilities to work this way, but with the horde in complete disarray, their battle had just become much simpler. He tightened his grip on his daggers, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Nice work, he praised. Now let's finish this. Little Nine began shifting back into her true form, her predatory gaze locked onto the boss. Understood, master. With his body still radiating poisonous mist, Jiangchen gathered momentum and launched himself forward. In a blur, his daggers tore through the chaos, cutting down the now disorganized spiders with ease. Without the boss directing them, they were nothing more than scattered prey. And Jiangchen, he was the predator, moving at lightning speed. He carved through the remaining monsters, his movements precise and efficient. With each slash, more spiders fell before him. The battle had shifted entirely in his favor. Then, without hesitation, he propelled himself into the air, locking onto his final target, the boss. The massive creature let out a deafening roar, its murderous gaze fixated on him. But Jiangchen didn't falter. He met its glare with unwavering confidence, knowing this was the last obstacle in his path. More importantly, this boss held the highest devouring value. The beast attempted to defend itself, but before it could react, Jiangchen struck. Both daggers plunged into its skull, sinking deep as Little Nine's poisonous mist infused its wounds. The boss twitched violently, but it was already over. Despite its immense size, the monster collapsed within seconds, its lifeless body hitting the ground with a resounding crash. Jiang Chun landed smoothly atop the fallen beast, his dagger still in hand as venomous mist curled around him. Staring at the lifeless corpse, he knew it was time. The moment had come to breed the swarm of insects. Just then, a system window flashed before his eyes. He had leveled up. Now, at level 14, his power evaluation had skyrocketed to 127 stars. His passive abilities and level-up effects remained active, enhancing his combat potential even further. Clenching his fist, he felt the rush of newfound strength coursing through his body. A smirk tugged at his lips. With 127 stars, his combat power was already rivaling that of a level 25 professional in the combat class. But he wasn't done yet. Glancing across the battlefield, he noticed the remaining small spiders had begun to scatter in fear. The remaining spiders weren't foolish. Sensing Jiang Chen's overwhelming power and the terrifying aura radiating from the mother insect, they knew they had no chance. Though he could have hunted them down for additional devouring points, he chose not to. There was something far more important at hand. It was time to begin the process. Stepping toward the fallen monsters, the poisonous mist thickened around him. Little Nine slowly emerged from the haze, her presence exuding a lethal energy. Jiang Chen's gaze locked onto the boss's massive corpse. Clenching one fist tightly, he raised his other hand toward the sky. With a firm declaration, he granted the remains to Little Nine. She immediately acknowledged his command with gratitude before shifting into her true form. In a single bound, she lunged toward the lifeless body, sinking her fangs deep into its flesh. As she feasted, a system window materialized before Jiang Chun. Devouring complete, plus 600 devouring points. Watching the notification disappear, Jiang Chun turned away, lost in thought. Elite monsters like this one were leagues above ordinary creatures, providing significantly higher devouring value. This battle had proven something crucial. Hunting these powerful foes, while simultaneously growing his insect swarm, was the most efficient way to gain strength. Moments later, another system notification flashed before him. Devouring value has reached maximum capacity. Initiate insect breeding. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. That was fast. The value had filled up in record time, confirming what he had already suspected. Elite monsters were the key to exponential growth. Little Nine soon returned to her human form. Kneeling before him, she placed one hand on the ground and lowered her head in reverence. She calmly reported that she was ready to reproduce and requested permission to continue following him, now with even greater power. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment, his aura radiating dominance as he processed the information. Then, a faint smile crossed his lips. It was time. Right on cue, another system notification appeared. First-generation mass insect breeding has begun. A sudden surge of energy erupted between them. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine emitted powerful waves of aura as the system announced that two of his passive abilities, accelerated growth of talents and blessing of the growth of all things, had now taken effect. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Little Nine, immediately recognizing how drastically his abilities were enhancing the breeding process. Then, something unexpected happened. A strange mark appeared on his hand. He didn't need to think twice to understand what it was. A system notification instantly confirmed his suspicion. Exclusive abilities unlocked. insect nest, and dominion. Before he could fully grasp the implications, another message popped up. Breeding process accelerated. Time remaining 8 seconds. Jiang Chun lifted his head toward the sky, his eyes widening in shock. The sight before him was nothing short of astonishing. Little Nine stood with her arms spread wide, and in the blink of an eye, the air around them was engulfed by an overwhelming swarm of insects. Thousands of tiny, winged creatures filled the sky, their bodies shimmering with energy. A system notification flashed before his eyes, confirming the result. The first insect swarm had been successfully bred. Total count, 2,300. Jiang Chun turned to the side, observing the massive colony in awe. A grin slowly spread across his face. He hadn't expected the first breeding cycle to produce over 2,000 offspring. And this was only the beginning. If this was the result of the first generation, how vast would his swarm become by the third, or the fourth? As he stood there, one of the newly born insects fluttered toward him. Sensing its presence, Jiang Chun instinctively reached out, gently stroking its tiny head. Surprisingly, he found himself growing fond of these creatures. However, their abilities felt distinctly different from Little Nine's. Almost as if responding to his curiosity, a status window appeared before him, revealing the swarm's official designation. Son of Nine, Wings of Miasma. Alongside the name, 4 powerful abilities were listed. 1. Poisonous Mist, a corrosive toxin capable of devouring anything it touched. 2. Camouflage, a skill that allowed the insects to blend seamlessly into their surroundings by reflecting light off their wings. 3. Fury, an ability that consumed devouring value in exchange for temporarily enhancing strength and speed. 4. Self-destruction, a last resort attack where the insect would detonate its body, unleashing deadly toxins and causing massive damage. Jiang Chun carefully analyzed the swarm's newfound abilities, focusing on camouflage and self-destruction. Both had immense potential in battle. With these, his swarm would be far more than just a brute force attack. They could ambush, infiltrate, and even deliver devastating final strikes if necessary. As he mulled over these possibilities, he barely noticed when Little Nine silently approached from behind. Without a word, she wrapped her arms around him in a gentle hug, her eyes closed, a soft smile on her lips. Her warmth pulled him from his thoughts. Turning slightly, Jiang Chun glanced at her, and for a brief moment, a rare sense of calm washed over him. Facing her fully, he reached out and lightly ruffled her hair. Something about her felt different now, stronger, more connected, but in many ways she was still the same. With a bright, joyful expression, Little Nine placed her hands over her chest and informed him that the insect breeding process was complete. Then, without hesitation, she clasped his arm with both hands and made an unexpected request. She wanted to rest. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Rest? He hadn't expected that. Before he could ask for clarification, Little Nine's body began to fade. Startled, he looked down at his hand, watching in confusion as she completely disappeared. A system notification popped up at that moment, explaining what had happened. Little Nine had returned to the insect nest. Jiang Chun stared at the mark on his hand, then let out a small chuckle of relief. So that's how it worked. The system space was truly remarkable. It could house entire insect swarms, meaning Jiang Chun no longer had to worry about them being exposed to outsiders. With this ability, his forces could remain hidden until the perfect moment. Insect Nest was already at its maximum level, which meant it couldn't be upgraded any further. But even as it was a game changer. However, what intrigued him more was his other newly acquired skill, Dominion. He needed to test it. Extending his hand to the side, he activated the ability. Immediately, a suffocating aura erupted from his body, sending an invisible shockwave through the air. His eyes glowed ominously as the power surged within him. The insects surrounding him reacted at once. One by one, they turned toward him, their gazes filled with an eerie, murderous intent. But Jiang Chun wasn't intimidated. Instead, he met their stares with an unwavering intensity. Then, he raised his hand toward the sky. The moment Dominion was fully unleashed, the swarm responded in perfect synchrony, absorbing completely into his control. A realization struck him. Manipulating this ability was as natural as moving an arm. But what truly fascinated him was the depth of his connection. Not only could he command his insects with absolute authority, but he could also see through their senses. His perception expanded in an instant. The entire area became clear. Every shadow, every hidden movement, every lurking danger was now laid bare before him. Monsters filled the landscape, hiding in wait for their next prey. Jiang Chun turned his head slightly, observing through the eyes of his insects. A smirk formed on his lips. They were just as eager as he was. With a deadly glint in his eyes, Jiang Chun locked onto the monsters. The poisonous mist of Little Nine coiled around him as he issued a simple command. Attack! Thousands of insects swarmed forward in unison. Their first act of destruction? A nearby abandoned building. Within moments, the structure collapsed into rubble, the deafening sound echoing through the landscape. The impact was deliberate. It served one purpose: to lure the hidden monsters out of hiding. And as expected, it worked. One by one, creatures stirred from their hiding places, drawn by the commotion. Some turned their heads curiously, while others immediately began closing in, eager to investigate. Jiangchen saw no reason to wait any longer. With Little Nine's poisonous mist swirling around him, he advanced. The monsters quickly realized something was wrong. Their instincts screamed at them to run, but it was already too late. Before they could retreat, the deadly mist surged forward, engulfing them in seconds. The corrosive toxin clung to their bodies, seeping into their flesh. Agonized cries filled the air as they struggled in vain, their bodies rapidly dissolving into nothingness. The mist devoured them whole, and Jiangchen, he simply kept walking. Jiangchen walked toward the fallen creatures, his gaze locked onto their remains. With his swarm at his command, there was barely any need for him to lift a finger anymore. The poisonous mist had become even deadlier, consuming its targets faster and more efficiently. And with dominion, his shared vision with the insects ensured that no common monster could hide from him. As he watched the mist dissolve the corpses, a satisfied smile crossed his lips. Soon, he would have enough devouring value to breed even more insects. That thought reminded him. He hadn't checked how much was required for the next breeding cycle. Opening the system window, he expected to see the usual calculations. Instead, his eyes widened in shock. Something unexpected had appeared on the interface. What was this? Before he could process it, the scene suddenly shifted. Not far from Jiangchen's location, inside an abandoned warehouse, a hooded man with green hair burst through the entrance. His face was pale, his breathing ragged. Without wasting a second, he rushed forward and dropped to one knee before his leader. The tall, braided-haired man narrowed his eyes. "You're late," he said coldly. "Now, tell me, what's really going on in the spider's nest?" The green-haired subordinate swallowed hard, struggling to find his words. His voice trembled as he finally spoke, revealing the unthinkable truth. The entire spider's nest had been annihilated. A complete, merciless massacre. Not a single monster had survived. The room fell silent. Frustrated, the leader made a quick decision. If they couldn't complete their mission, they would recoup their losses another way, by robbing some unfortunate souls on their way back. One of the men beside the leader stiffened, his body tense with unease. A nervous sweat formed on his brow. Something about this situation felt off. Just as they were discussing their next move, the warehouse door creaked open. The sudden noise sent a jolt through the three men. Instinctively, they snapped their heads toward the entrance. The green-haired man tensed, his instincts kicking in as he quickly warned the others. They had an unexpected visitor. Their minds raced. Who could it be? A figure stepped forward, pushing the door open with deliberate slowness. His calm, steady voice echoed through the dimly lit warehouse. "Finally, I found some professionals." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" The newcomer, Jiangchen. Without hesitation, he strode toward them, his movements unhurried, exuding quiet confidence. As he walked, he dropped something onto the ground with a dull thud, a severed arm. Extending his hand casually, he spoke in a composed tone. There was no need to be alarmed, he assured them. He wasn't here to start trouble, just to level up. In fact, he was even looking to trade food. The leader exhaled slightly, glancing at his men. Jiangchen was alone. That, at least, was a relief. Studying him carefully, the leader smirked and agreed to an exchange, remarking that food in the desert wasn't cheap. Then, with a casual air, he asked what Jiangchen had to offer. But not everyone was convinced. The man standing beside him tensed, his posture shifting, his stance growing more aggressive. His sharp gaze locked onto Jiangchen, his grip subtly tightening. Jiangchen remained unfazed. Stepping closer to the leader, he met his gaze directly, his expression calm. A faint smile played on his lips as he reassured them. There was no need for hostility. He claimed to have truly valuable items for trade. For a brief moment, the tense man's expression flickered, first with doubt, then with curiosity. What exactly was Jiangchen hiding? The leader, equally intrigued, gave a nod. "All right," he said, his voice laced with skepticism. "Show us these trade goods of yours." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere shifted. The two men beside him subtly adjusted their grip, their hands drifting toward their swords. With eerie smiles, they slowly began unsheathing their blades. Jiangchen barely reacted. He simply tilted his head slightly, watching them from the corner of his eye, and let out an amused chuckle. As expected, he had never trusted them to begin with. Without hesitation, He activated his ring. Raising his hand, he released its contents. In the blink of an eye, several wolf spiders emerged. Their gleaming eyes locked onto the men, piercing, predatory, and ready to strike. Jiang Chun turned his back on them, his voice laced with mockery. "So do my products interest you?" The reaction was immediate. The men stiffened, their smirks vanishing in an instant. Their hands twitched, hesitating over their swords, but instead of drawing them, they instinctively stepped backward. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as a wave of unease washed over them. They knew exactly what these creatures were, wolf spiders. But that didn't make sense. The spider's nest had been completely wiped out. There shouldn't have been a single one left alive. Then, a terrifying realization struck them all at once. Was Jiang Chun the one responsible for the massacre? Jiang Chun, now at level 17, turned his head slightly. His eyes gleamed with an overwhelming, almost suffocating presence. A knowing smirk curled on his lips as he spoke again. "Don't think I don't know what you were planning." Then, with complete nonchalance, he strode over to a nearby rock and sat down, resting an arm on his knee. The silence that followed was unbearable. After a brief pause, he spoke again, his tone far too calm for comfort. "I'm in a bad mood right now, so I'd suggest you pick up your things and get lost." The three men didn't need to be told twice. In a blind panic, they grabbed their belongings, spun around, and bolted for the exit. As they ran, they shouted apologies over their shoulders, swearing they meant no harm and promising never to cross paths with him again. Minutes later, once the warehouse had fallen silent, Jiang Chun lazily stretched out his hand. Little Nine's poisonous mist seeped into the air, swirling around him like a living entity. He issued a single command, summon the swarm. Still seated on the rock, he lifted an arm and let the mist release 2 of his insects. The creatures fluttered into the air, their murderous gazes scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. Jiang Chun reached for a discarded bowl nearby, sipping the leftover soup from a man who had fled. His hunger had worsened, and he realized he should have expected this. When he first obtained Little Nine, he had never considered that leading a swarm of insects would come with side effects like this. As he drank, a system notification suddenly popped up. Devouring value, 2,768/1 million. The system advised him to increase it as soon as possible. Jiang Chun frowned. Originally, he had assumed that once his insect swarm doubled, his devouring value would increase at an even faster rate. But he hadn't expected one critical drawback. The cost of the next reproduction cycle had also doubled. This complicated things. At this rate, even if he wiped out every beast nest outside the city, it still wouldn't be enough to reach the required devouring value. Even elite monsters were now just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Chun lowered his gaze, lost in thought. He recalled rumors about the Night Watch, whispers that they controlled powerful beast nests in secret realms, but none of it was made public. If he truly wanted to strengthen his swarm at an accelerated pace, there was only one option. He had to join the Night Watch as soon as possible. His gaze shifted to his hand, where Little Nine still hadn't stirred. Seeing this, he quickly concluded that the burden of reproduction must have been immense, far greater than he initially expected. Then his instincts flared. Someone was approaching. Jiang Chun's expression darkened as he snapped his head to the side. His body tensed, his muscles coiling like a spring, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The scent of battle thickened in the air. Someone was being pursued. Seconds later, a girl, her presence nearly undetectable under an invisibility spell, stumbled into the warehouse. Before she could react, she crashed directly into him. The impact knocked her off balance, sending her tumbling to the ground. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. It was her. Supporting herself with one hand, she winced, pressing the other against her head. Jiang Chun frowned in confusion. Why was she here? Lifting her head, the girl's gaze locked onto his, recognition flickering in her eyes. Then fear. "Don't tell anyone you saw me here," she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiang Chun was caught off guard. He turned to her, shock flashing across his face. She had been so close, and yet he hadn't sensed her presence at all. His mind worked quickly, piecing things together. The person being hunted, the one that blue-haired man had been chasing, was her. He had to get her out of there. But before he could move, he felt it. Another presence. Jiang Chun's body stiffened. His gaze shifted toward the warehouse entrance. It was too late. Moments later, several figures entered the warehouse. Leading them was Zheng Tai, and beside him stood a man with striking blue hair, a member of the Shiao family. As they stepped forward, Zheng Tai's eyes landed on Jiang Chun. Recognition dawned in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. Panic flickered across his face as he hurriedly pointed at Jiang Chun, urgently informing his leader. "It's him, the same person we encountered before." The blue-haired man casually slipped a hand into his pocket, a smirk tugging at his lips. Amused, he praised his subordinate for having such a sharp sense of smell. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. Without a word, he sat back down on a nearby rock, resting his hands on his knees, and waited. The blue-haired man took a slow, deliberate look around the warehouse. Aside from Jiang Chun, who sat there as if he were casually camping alone, the place was completely deserted. Zheng Tai's expression darkened, his anger barely restrained as he glared at Jiang Chun. He wasted no time demanding answers. Had a girl entered the warehouse moments ago? His voice carried a clear warning. If Jiang Chun didn't respond immediately, this time there would be no mercy. Before Zheng Tai could escalate the situation, the blue-haired man raised a hand, signaling for patience. Zheng Tai hesitated but reluctantly stepped back. Then, with quiet amusement, the man took a seat on a rock directly in front of Jiang Chun. His sharp gaze studied him carefully. Jiang Chun's energy signature was unmistakable, spiritual masterclass. But what truly piqued the man's interest was the speed of his level growth. Less than a day ago, Jiang Chun had been significantly weaker. Yet now, level 16. Impressive. Intrigued, the man decided to set that thought aside for now. There was a more pressing issue to resolve. Leaning slightly forward, he unsheathed his sword, the cold steel gleaming in the dim light. Without hesitation, he aimed it at Jiang Chun's neck. His expression turned serious. "Tell me," he said casually, "did a girl with black hair pass through here?" Behind him, his subordinates remained silent, watching the exchange carefully. Jiang Chun met his gaze without the slightest hint of fear. In that instant, he understood something. This man's aura was overwhelming, far beyond level 30. And more than that, his ability to accurately gauge Jiang Chun's class and level suggested one thing. He was using a detection artifact. A brief pause filled the air. Then, Jiang Chun turned his head slightly and pointed toward the back door of the warehouse. "I saw a shadow moving in that direction," he said calmly. "But I couldn't tell if it was the person you're looking for. I'm not from the perceptive class." The blue-haired man studied him for a long moment before slowly rising to his feet. He was skeptical, but, for now, he chose to believe Jiang Chun. However, he wasn't about to leave without a warning. Stepping away, he spoke with deliberate slowness. "Next time, be more honest." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly amused by the remark. The man turned his back, but cast one final glance over his shoulder. His gaze carried an unmistakable threat. "If I find out you helped that girl, the Shiao family will make sure you pay the price." Jiang Chun's smirk deepened, unfazed, unmoved, unbothered. A few moments later, the blue-haired man and his subordinates exited the warehouse. Jiang Chun watched them fade into the distance, his thoughts drifting. The Shiao family was dangerous, no doubt about that. But in Jiang City, they were the true powerhouse. Jiang Chun fixed a piercing gaze on the blue-haired man, his mind racing. The city's great clans had deep roots, their history stretching back to ancient times. They operated like feudal lords, rarely showing themselves unless disaster loomed. Some of their strongest warriors were rumored to wield power strong enough to tear the heavens apart. And this man, he was even more formidable than Jiang Chun had expected. Being remembered by someone like that? Definitely not a good thing. After a few silent moments, Jiang Chun subtly turned his head toward the warehouse exit. The men had already left. Seeing no reason to stay any longer, he prepared to leave as well. But just as he was about to step forward, "Hey!" The girl emerged from her hiding spot, hands on her hips, flashing him a grateful smile. "Thanks for saving me," she said cheerfully. Jiang Chun stood up, turned to face her, and said nothing. Then, without warning, he grabbed her arm. The sudden action made her stiffen, her mind racing with panic. What was he planning? His sharp gaze locked onto hers as he leaned in slightly, his tone cold and firm. "You almost tricked me last time." She swallowed nervously. Jiang Chun's grip tightened slightly. "Since I help you again, I want answers. Why were they after you?" With him standing so close, she felt heat rush to her cheeks involuntarily. Looking away, she hesitated before finally telling the truth. Her family was drowning in debt. That blue-haired man had tried to steal the valuables they were transporting and intended to kill them all to keep the secret buried. But she had managed to escape. Now, he was hunting her down to silence her. After finishing her explanation, she glanced at Jiang Chun warily. Then, in a quiet voice, she asked, "Are you planning to silence me, too?" Jiang Chun let go of her arm, turned his back on her, and began walking away. Seeing him leave, she placed a hand over her chest, then slowly reached out toward him. Her voice carried sincerity. "I'll always remember what you did for me. I'll be forever grateful." Jiang Chun kept walking, his eyes closed for a brief moment, his fists clenched. He had no intention of getting tangled in her problems. But just as he was distancing himself, something felt off. His instincts flared. He stopped. His eyes snapped open. The girl noticed it, too. Her face paled as she whispered in alarm, Someone just cast a barrier spell around the warehouse. Outside, an unseen figure gave the order. Within seconds, the shadows began to move. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward the warehouse entrance. Escape was no longer an option, and even if the girl claimed she didn't know him, their enemies wouldn't believe her. Activating insect perception, Jiang Chun scanned the surroundings. A cold realization settled in. There was no way out. They were completely surrounded. His expression darkened as he slowly turned toward the entrance, bracing himself for the fight ahead. The girl, sensing the incoming danger, clutched her chest in fear. Then, like a storm rolling in, the blue-haired man and his subordinates reappeared. Their presence was suffocating, the air thick with unmistakable killing intent radiating from their bodies. The blue-haired man locked eyes with Jiang Chun, his expression twisted with anger. He had seen through the lie. Without hesitation, his voice came like a blade, hand over the girl. His words dripped with venom, his disgust apparent as he spat out his next sentence. "You bastard. You really thought you could deceive me." Jiang Chun stood motionless. His gaze remained fixed on the blue-haired man, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, the girl's face drained of all color the moment she saw him. Panic set in. Fear gripped her like a vice. Her voice trembled as she finally spoke. "This man, he already stripped the Luo family of everything we owned. And yet, that still wasn't enough for him." Summoning what little courage she had left, she clenched her fists and demanded, "Why are you so determined to kill me?" The blue-haired man regarded her with eerie calm. Then, with a mocking chuckle, he responded, "Do I really need a reason?" Jiang Chen's gaze subtly shifted to the girl. "Luo family?" His eyes deepened as he studied her intently. From their position on the second floor of the abandoned warehouse, Jiang Chun and the girl watched the blue-haired man and his subordinates standing below on the first floor. She clenched her fists, extending one arm defensively. Her voice carried unwavering resolve as she warned, "If you kill me, the Luo family will never forgive you. They'll hunt you down. You'll never live in peace." Jiang Chun, standing just behind her, simply let his arms fall to his sides. Watching, the blue-haired man suddenly threw his head back and laughed. His subordinates followed, smirking at her words. Mocking her, he scoffed. "You actually believe the Luo family has the power to seek revenge?" One hand rested on his waist while he covered his face with the other, his laughter echoing through the warehouse. The very thought that a second-rate family with a bit of wealth considered themselves a threat was hilarious to him. Then his tone darkened. His next words made the girl's blood run cold. "Without the protection of the Shiao family's ancestors a century ago, your Luo family would have been wiped out long ago." One of the subordinates drew his sword while the others continued mocking with smug grins. Zheng Tai stood with his arms crossed, watching Jiang Chun with an amused expression. The blue-haired man slowly lowered his hand from his face and lifted his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the girl. To the Shiao family, she and her kin were nothing more than insignificant peasants, disposable, like cattle awaiting slaughter at their whim. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened, his hatred simmering beneath the surface. The sheer arrogance of this man was infuriating. Smirking, the blue-haired man suddenly raised his hand, and a surge of red energy flared to life, crackling as it spiraled toward the sky. His gaze remained fixed on the girl as he taunted her. What could the Luo family possibly uncover if nothing remained of them? In an instant, the energy expanded, forming an impenetrable barrier around the abandoned warehouse. The dragon prison formation, a technique exclusive to the Shiao family. The girl's breath hitched as realization dawned. She clutched her chest, her hands trembling in fear. There was no escape. Jiang Chun lifted his head, studying the barrier. Though the situation was dire, he couldn't help but acknowledge the blue-haired man's skill. This was no ordinary opponent. From their vantage point on the second floor, Jiang Chun and the girl looked down as Zheng Tai unsheathed his sword. His cold gaze locked onto the girl, his voice filled with ruthless finality as he ordered his men to follow their young master's will. No one was to leave this place alive. Understood, his subordinates responded in unison. The blue-haired man remained silent, watching from the side. Just as Zheng Tai prepared to strike, he suddenly raised a hand, signaling him to stop. His focus shifted back to Jiang Chun, a smirk playing at his lips. "The girl from the Luo family dies today," he declared, though his true interest lay elsewhere. He had already realized Jiang Chun wasn't just an ordinary fighter. He possessed the divine rank creation class. His smirk deepened as he glanced at Jiang Chun with newfound intrigue. Unlike most, he understood the value of a spiritual master. With an air of casual confidence, he extended a hand and made his offer. If Jiang Chun handed over the girl, his life would be spared. Not only that, but he would be granted the opportunity to serve under the Shiao family, an offer that promised him the chance to claim everything under the sky. With a confident smile, the blue-haired man posed his question. So what do you say? The girl, hands resting on her waist, froze in disbelief. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, let his arms drop to his sides, his expression unreadable. For a brief moment, he remained silent. Then, a quiet chuckle slipped past his lips. Lowering his gaze, he shook his head before muttering a mocking remark. The Shiao family truly had a talent for making such offers. The girl immediately turned toward him, her heart pounding. Was Jiang Chun actually considering it? Panic flickered in her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. But then, his demeanor shifted entirely. His gaze snapped up, sharp and filled with murderous intent. Take your Shiao family and go to hell. His voice dripped with contempt, his fists tightening at his sides. Almost instantly, a thick, poisonous mist began to seep from his body, its eerie aura spreading through the air. The toxic energy coiled around him like a living force, making his stance unmistakably clear. I refuse. His tone grew even colder. If you want to fight, come and get it. The girl gasped and instinctively stepped back, pressing her hands to her chest. The venomous aura curling around Jiang Chun sent a chill down her spine. She didn't understand what was happening, but one thing was clear. This was no ordinary ability. The blue-haired man's smirk disappeared, his expression twisting with anger. To reject his offer so brazenly, it was nothing short of an insult. His voice turned icy as he barked a single command. Kill him. Without hesitation, his subordinates launched into action. Blades were drawn, boots struck the ground, and within moments, figures surged forward, leaping through the air with deadly precision. Among them, Zheng Tai's sharp eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, his voice cutting through the chaos as he warned his comrades. Be careful, this one won't fall easily. As the enemies closed in, Jiang Chun stood motionless, his piercing gaze tracking their every move. There was no sign of fear, no instinct to retreat, just calculated stillness. In mere seconds, they reached the second floor. Zheng Tai's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the poisonous mist still lingering around Jiang Chun. Wasting no time, he barked another warning. Jiang Chun was capable of using poison. A direct assault would be dangerous. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, the girl quickly took shelter behind Jiang Chun. At that moment, the poisonous mist around him dissipated. Instead, he raised his hand, and a surge of vibrant green energy crackled to life around him. His gaze locked onto Zheng Tai, unwavering as he revealed something shocking. Not only could he wield poison, but he possessed an even greater talent ability. The girl, still behind Jiang Chun, instinctively stepped back, pressing a hand to her chest. Confusion filled her mind. She had no idea what kind of ability this was. Then, without warning, green spiritual roots burst from the ground, twisting and spreading like living vines. Zheng Tai gripped his sword tightly and lunged forward, ready to strike. But the moment he glanced down and saw the massive roots surging toward him, his movements faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? Before anyone could react, the roots coiled around him and his subordinates, trapping them in place. Panic erupted as they struggled against the sudden entanglement, their confusion mounting. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood firm, his hands still outstretched. With an air of calm authority, he explained, this was his ability, the evolution of all things. The roots constricted even tighter, wrapping around Zheng Tai's body with increasing force. He clenched his teeth, gripping the vines in a desperate attempt to break free. His mind raced. A divine rank class? He had known Jiang Chun could use poison, but this was something else entirely. Realizing he had no time to waste, Zheng Tai tightened his grip on his sword and, summoning all his strength, slashed at the roots. One by one, they snapped under the force of his blade. The others quickly followed suit, hacking away at their bindings. Attack the roots. They're fragile. Zheng Tai barked. The severed roots collapsed onto the ground near the blue-haired man, who idly pushed them aside, clearly unimpressed. But as his fingers brushed against them, something clicked in his mind. His expression darkened. You idiot, he suddenly snapped at Zheng Tai. This is just a distraction. But his warning came too late. While they had been preoccupied cutting through the roots, Jiang Chun had already set his next move in motion. A low hum filled the air as a swarm of insects emerged, their gleaming eyes locking onto their prey. Poisonous mist began to swirl around Jiang Chun once more as he calmly extended his hand to the side, his intent unmistakable. You're already too late. The girl, still on the ground, leaned back on her hands, her head tilting upward. The moment she saw the swarm, her eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Zheng Tai's subordinates remained focused on cutting the last of the roots, completely unaware of the imminent danger. Then, Zheng Tai turned slightly, only to freeze. His breath caught in his throat. Sweat gathered on his forehead, as his gaze locked onto the incoming swarm. What are those things? Before he could react, the insect surged forward with blinding speed, descending upon him and his men in a relentless assault. Reacting on instinct, Zheng Tai raised his sword to block the oncoming attack, but his confidence shattered just as quickly as his weapon. The swarm tore through the blade, as if it were nothing more than brittle parchment. He froze in disbelief, his wide eyes fixed on the broken hilt in his trembling grip. Jiang Chun had just destroyed his sword. A cold sweat formed on Zheng Tai's forehead as he took a closer look. This wasn't just poisonous mist. No, it was something far worse. These weren't mere toxins. They were summoned creatures. A sinking dread settled in his gut. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, something loomed behind him. A faint chittering noise sent shivers down his spine. His instincts screamed at him, his body stiffening as a chilling presence crept closer. He snapped his head up just in time to see it. An insect, mandibles wide open, ready to strike. Panic overtook him. His voice broke into a desperate scream. This isn't poison, it's monsters. But his warning came too late. Jiang Chun remained still, his hand outstretched as he controlled the swarm with an eerie precision. His gaze never wavered from Zheng Tai, cold and merciless. A slow, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He had them exactly where he wanted them. Just as the insect lunged for its prey, a sudden force crashed down onto Zheng Tai's shoulder. A foot. A voice followed, dripping with disdain. Trash. Get lost. Zheng Tai barely had time to process what was happening before confusion clouded his face. Even Jiang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Standing over Zheng Tai, effortlessly holding him down, was none other than the blue-haired leader of the Shiao family. Without hesitation, the man unsheathed his sword with a single hand. Then, in one fluid motion, he launched himself forward. A fiery orange aura ignited around his body as he shot toward Jiang Chun with blistering speed. This was the first form of the king's 9 forms. Jiang Chun remained silent, his form still shrouded in Little Nine's poisonous mist. Nearby, the girl gasped, her hands flying to her mouth. Fear widened her eyes as she watched the scene unfold. Jiang Chen's head lifted slightly. In that moment, a realization hit him like a crashing wave. This man was faster than the mist. His expression tensed, his teeth clenched, and a bead of sweat traced down his temple. There was no time to think. Summoning his energy, the blue-haired man activated one of the Shiao family's most formidable techniques, chasing dragons. In an instant, a massive dragon, forged entirely from spiritual energy, materialized before him. Its blazing eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, filled with pure, destructive intent. Then it struck. The sheer force of the attack obliterated the ground where Jiang Chun had stood, reducing it to rubble. Smoke and dust billowed through the warehouse, swallowing everything in a dense, suffocating cloud. The blue-haired man stood at the center of the devastation, his sword extended without a hint of hesitation. His sharp gaze remained locked on the swirling smoke, a smug grin creeping onto his face. Bastard, he muttered under his breath. He had known from the start that Jiang Chun would be a challenge. But in the end, it didn't matter. Jiang Chen's level wasn't high enough, and his speed couldn't compare. With this sword alone, he was certain he could finish the job. But then, as the dust began to settle, something changed. His body tensed. His breath caught in his throat. Because when the smoke finally cleared, he saw something that made his blood run cold. Jiang Chun was still standing. The only reason he was alive was because of the girl. She had used her hidden profession ability, Earth Eternal Shield, just in time to conjure a barrier. But the strain was clear. Her trembling hands were still outstretched, her face pale as cracks spread across the shield's surface like fractured glass. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips as she turned to Jiang Chun, her voice barely above a whisper. It hurts. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. He had never realized she was a defensive type. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man, who had all but dismissed her existence, now seethed with rage. His attack had been stopped. His teeth clenched, his gaze darkened, and without a second's hesitation, he prepared to strike again. But Jiang Chun saw his chance. Without wasting a moment, he extended his hand to the side, releasing a thick poisonous mist. Then, with a swift movement, he landed on the ground, ready to counter. Just then, a panicked voice rang out. Be careful! One of the blue-haired man's subordinates collapsed on the ground, reached out desperately. The leader barely turned his head before realizing what the warning was about. Dozens of Jiang Chen summoned insects were closing in fast. Reacting in an instant, he reached for the nearest subordinate and yanked him forward. The man barely had time to gasp before he found himself thrown ahead, used as a human shield. The swarm, too single-minded to recognize the trick, sank their fangs into the unfortunate man instead. A blood-curdling scream tore through the warehouse. The sheer force of the attack sent both bodies flying backward. When the chaos settled, the blue-haired man dropped to one knee, his sword digging into the ground for support. Blood dripped from his mouth as he coughed, his gaze lowered. From the second floor, Jiang Chun watched in silence, his expression unreadable. But inside, a single thought ran through his mind. What a disgusting bastard. Without hesitation, he had sacrificed his own subordinate. The fallen man, now lying in a pool of his own blood, let out a weak, ragged cough. His chest had been torn open, his body on the verge of collapse. Yet somehow, he was still clinging to life. The blue-haired man turned slightly, casting a brief glance at his dying subordinate. "You endured well," he muttered. Slowly, he rose to his feet and took a step forward, but not before looking back at the lifeless body behind him. "I didn't train you for nothing," he added coldly. "You were strong, but strength alone wasn't enough." Moments later, the man drew his final breath. Ignoring the corpse entirely, the blue-haired man reached into his pocket, retrieved a dragon yuan pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. He hadn't expected to be pushed this far, but Jiang Chun had forced his hand. The pill's effects kicked in almost instantly. His energy surged, a wave of power pulsing through him. With slow, deliberate steps, he advanced toward Jiang Chun, dragging his sword along the ground. The blade scraped against the stone, its sharp edge carving a harsh, grating sound into the air. Small rocks trembled and lifted from the ground, responding to his overwhelming aura. Jiang Chun's senses sharpened. Recognizing the danger, he immediately shifted into an offensive stance. Nearby, the girl remained on the ground, gripping the wound on her arm. She barely moved, her breathing shallow. The blue-haired man lifted his sword, pointing it directly at Jiang Chun. His eyes burned with pure, murderous intent. "This next strike," he growled, his voice thick with killing intent, "will take your head." Jiang Chun didn't flinch. His gaze remained steady, locked onto his opponent, his body tensed and ready. The Dragon Yuan pill had taken full effect. Behind the blue-haired man, the elemental dragon flared to life, growing larger, its burning gaze fixed on its master's target. Its energy crackled through the air, coiling and writhing like a beast preparing to strike. Then, with a thunderous stomp, the blue-haired man shattered the ground beneath him. The sheer force of his power sent debris flying, the energy in the air becoming suffocating. His grip tightened around his sword. This time, he would finish Jiang Chun for good. Jiang Chun's eyes flickered toward the massive dragon. For the first time, doubt crept into his mind. Could he withstand this attack? The moment of hesitation was all the blue-haired man needed. In a single motion, he unsheathed his sword once more. This time, he activated the second form of the 9 King styles, Descending Dragon's Cut. A devastating surge of power erupted from his body. The elemental dragon let out a deafening roar, its massive form tearing through the air as it lunged forward, jaws open wide, ready to consume Jiang Chun in a single, final strike. But then, the girl moved. Stepping in front of Jiang Chun, she raised her trembling arms and activated Earth Eternal Shield once more. Jiang Chun instinctively lifted an arm to shield himself from the impact, but his eyes widened in shock as he turned toward her. Despite her injuries, despite her exhaustion, she was still willing to take the hit. A brilliant green shield materialized around them just as the dragon struck. The ground cracked beneath them, the sheer force of the attack sending a shock wave through the air. A thick curtain of dust and debris exploded outward, swallowing everything in its path. With her arms still outstretched, the girl clenched her teeth, her entire body trembling. The strain was unbearable, yet she refused to fall. Gritting through the pain, she turned her head slightly toward Jiang Chun, her voice weak but determined. "The Dragon Yuan pill. It's made the Shiao family's technique several times stronger." The girl gasped, her breath ragged. "My shield, it won't hold." Cracks continued to spread across the barrier, each new fracture splintering outward like shattered glass. Knowing she couldn't stop what was coming, she forced herself to endure, pushing beyond her limits to buy even a few more seconds. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, tightened his grip on his cloak, his eyes locked onto the energy dragon overhead. The sheer force behind each of its attacks was staggering. Even the previous strike had been overwhelming. Yet somehow, this man had even more power to unleash. Above them, the blue-haired man soared through the air, his sword raised high. The moment he saw the barrier weakening, a cruel smirk crossed his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed multiple descending dragon's cuts in rapid succession, each strike slamming into the shield with devastating force. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply and lifted his gaze. No more hesitation. He raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm of insects mark. Against an enemy like this, there was no room for mercy. The barrier shattered. Then, a deafening buzz filled the air. From Jiang Chun's outstretched hand, Thousands of insects erupted, flooding the sky like a living storm. The blue-haired man's arrogant smirk disappeared in an instant. His body tensed, his eyes widening in shock as the realization hit him like a crashing wave. What is this? The swarm continued to pour from Jiang Chen's palm, their wings beating in chaotic unison, filling the warehouse with an eerie, droning hum. Jiang Chen's voice cut through the noise, calm, unwavering, and laced with menace. Get ready. The girl, still on the floor, clutched her wounded shoulder, her breathing shallow. She stared in disbelief at the countless creatures circling Jiang Chen. Until now, she had assumed he was of the creation class, but now, she wasn't so sure. Several of the insects turned, their piercing gazes locking onto the blue-haired man. Their bodies tensed, poised to strike. Jiang Chen stepped forward. Attack. At his command, the swarm surged toward their target. For the first time, the blue-haired man felt something foreign crawl into his chest. A flicker of panic. He had no doubt, if this many insects attacked at once, survival would be impossible. But he refused to back down. With a sharp breath, he unsheathed his sword, shifting into a defensive stance. His eyes remained locked onto Jiang Chen as he prepared his counter. Channeling his energy, he swung fiercely, activating Descending Dragon Cut. A massive arc of energy exploded from his blade, slicing through the incoming horde. They're just disgusting little bugs, he spat, cutting down dozens with every swing. But Jiang Chen remained unshaken, his body still cloaked in Little Nine's poisonous mist. He extended a hand, amusement flickering in his gaze. Do you really believe that's enough? Then, something horrifying happened. The severed insect bodies began to regenerate. The blue-haired man's breath hitched. What? The insects reformed almost instantly, resuming their relentless assault without a moment's hesitation. The blue-haired man's eyes flickered with frustration. He swung his blade again, slicing more of them apart, but each time, they regenerated, stronger, faster, and more vicious than before. Jiang Chen watched him struggle, amusement glinting in his cold gaze. Let's see how long you can last. Behind him, the girl turned her head, astonished. Just how powerful was Jiang Chen? Fury twisted across the blue-haired man's face as he clenched his sword tighter. With a deafening roar, he unleashed another Descending Dragon Cut, this time aiming at a massive insect lunging straight for him. The spiritual dragon materialized once more, its glowing maw opening wide as it swallowed the creature's whole. Unlike his blade, the dragon's energy didn't merely slice through the insects. It devoured them completely, preventing them from regenerating. For the first time in this fight, a smirk tugged at his lips. But that brief moment of confidence cost him dearly. An insect darted in from behind, its fangs sinking deep into his exposed arm. A sharp, searing pain shot through his body. His sword slipped from his grip. His head snapped to the side, eyes widening in sheer horror. This isn't good. The venom spread fast, numbing his right hand almost instantly. His fingers twitched uselessly, and for the first time, genuine panic settled in his gut. Without his sword, his situation had just gone from bad to worse. Desperate, he reached into his robes with his uninjured hand, but the insects saw the opening. They surged toward him, ready to finish what they started. But just before they could land another blow, a brilliant red glow erupted from his body. The incoming swarm was blasted backward as a powerful energy shield surrounded him. Jade protection of life. Yuan Wu sneered, his confidence instantly restored. His gaze met Jiang Chen's, his voice dripping with arrogance. Did you really think a few pathetic insects could kill me, the great Shiao Yuan Wu? Jiang Chen remained silent, his eyes locked onto Yuan Wu, his face unreadable. Slowly, he extended a hand toward him, speaking in a calm, measured tone. What kind of treasure is that? He tilted his head slightly. How does it hold such power? Without waiting for an answer, his fingers curled slightly, and he gave a single command. Devour him. The swarm responded instantly, launching forward in a black wave of writhing bodies. But the moment they reached him, they stopped. A faint, translucent shield pulsed around Yuan Wu's body, its surface shimmering with an ancient, divine aura. The insects attacked relentlessly, their fangs and claws tearing at the barrier. Yet, no matter how fiercely they struck, they couldn't leave so much as a scratch. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This wasn't normal. Still gripping his injured arm, Yuan Wu glanced at him, lips curling into a smirk. You're wasting your time, he said smugly. This is the Jade Treasure, an inherited relic of the Shiao family. It possesses divine power. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. He didn't back away. Instead, his voice cut through the air once more, cold, unwavering. Attack again. The swarm obeyed without hesitation, launching another relentless assault. But once again, the barrier held firm, repelling every strike. Yuan Wu stepped forward, completely unfazed, his movements deliberate and unhurried. I have to admit, he said, his tone laced with amusement, you've impressed me. To think you could push me this far, even forcing me to use an ancestral artifact. His smirk widened as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. But no matter what you throw at me, it won't change the outcome. As long as the shield stands, you won't even touch me. Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression unreadable as he observed the insect struggle in vain against the barrier. Beside him, the girl hesitated before gripping his sleeve, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Yuan Wu wiped the blood from his lips, then let out a low chuckle. You're strong, but you lack foresight. Taking another step forward, his confidence only grew. I'll make you an offer, he continued smoothly. Swear loyalty to the Shiao family, and I'll grant you the Shiao surname, an honor most would kill for. His eyes gleamed with superiority. Think carefully. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jiang Chen didn't respond right away. Instead, he simply stared at Yuan Wu, his expression calm, almost as if he were considering the offer. Several moments passed in silence. Then his gaze darkened. A quiet, simmering fury lurked beneath the surface as he looked at Yuan Wu, a man so intoxicated by his own power that he failed to realize the danger closing in on him. The girl glanced at Jiang Chen, noticing the subtle shift in his demeanor. Her brows furrowed in confusion. What was he thinking? Yuan Wu extended a hand, his smirk unwavering. Enough with the pride, he said. Whether you accept or not doesn't matter. Even if I spare you today, the Shiao family's influence stretches across the entire nation. You can't run. You can't fight us. Eventually we will. Jiang Chen suddenly interrupted, his voice smooth yet sharp. Didn't you say something earlier? Yuan Wu frowned slightly, caught off guard. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. You said no one can investigate something if there's nothing left to find. For the first time, uncertainty flickered across Yuan Wu's face. Jiang Chen tilted his head slightly. So, tell me, what happens if you die here, leaving no trace behind? A thunderous impact shook the ground. Yuan Wu's eyes widened as he instinctively turned. From deep within the insect swarm, something massive emerged. A grotesque, towering tentacle slammed into the ground behind them, the sheer force of it fracturing the stone beneath. His breath caught in his throat. What? Yuan Wu's body went rigid, his pulse hammering in his chest. Slowly, he lifted his gaze. Towering above him, emerging from the writhing swarm, was the insect mother. She was monstrous. Her twisted, towering form cast an overwhelming shadow across the battlefield, her many eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. The girl gasped, her knees giving out as she collapsed onto the ground, staring in sheer horror. Yuan Wu, too, felt his entire body tense, cold sweat trailing down his face. And for the first time in his life, he felt fear. Jiang Chen's expression remained cold, unwavering. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Devour him. At his command, Little Nine let out a delighted hum, her serpentine form slithering forward with eerie excitement. Finally, she purred. I'm starving. Yuan Wu's face twisted in sheer terror. A fear unlike anything he had ever known gripped him as the monstrous creature loomed over him, her writhing tentacles curling hungrily in the air. Then, with a wicked smile, she struck. Her massive tentacle slammed against Yuan Wu's barrier with crushing force. The impact sent him hurtling backward, his body smashing through the warehouse wall, shattering it into rubble. A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. This can't be real, he gasped, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is she? Jiang Chen, completely unfazed, responded with chilling indifference. She just finished reproducing. You, and that jade treasure of yours? You're exactly what she needs to satisfy her hunger. Yuan Wu's breath hitched. Little Nine wasted no time. Her tentacles lashed out again and again, each strike unleashing shockwaves that sent dust and debris billowing into the air. The warehouse trembled under the sheer force of her relentless assault. Yuan Wu's so-called impenetrable shield cracked. His confidence shattered along with it. No, this is impossible, he choked, blood spilling from his lips as he collapsed onto the ground. Panic overtook him. The Shiao family's jade treasure, an ancient relic said to be indestructible, was crumbling before his very eyes. If this shield failed, if he fell here, the Shiao family would lose everything. The last fragments of the barrier disintegrated. Little Nine loomed over him, her predatory gaze locked onto her helpless prey. With slow, deliberate movements, she raised her tentacle for the final blow. Jiang Chen remained motionless, watching in silence. Then, a devastating strike. The ground beneath them shattered into countless pieces, the impact leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. And when the dust finally settled, Yuan Wu was gone. All that remained was a pool of blood. Little Nine lifted her tentacle from the ground, a satisfied expression crossing her face. Jiang Chen exhaled slowly. No one could ever find out about this. With that thought, he raised his hand toward the sky, activating the swarm mark. Little Nine's massive form shimmered. Within seconds, she transformed back into her human appearance. Smiling sweetly, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen, pressing close to him in an affectionate embrace. Delicious, she murmured, closing her eyes. Thank you, Jiang Chen. You really are the best. Then, with a playful smirk, she added, and don't forget, I'm the one who loves you the most. A few feet away, the girl on the ground turned her head toward them. The sight of Little Nine in her human form left her completely bewildered. A mixture of confusion and fear flickered across her face. Jiang Chen said nothing. Without a word, he turned his back on her and started walking away. But after a brief pause, he glanced over his shoulder. He still had unfinished business. The girl tensed instantly. Her heart pounded as a chilling realization set in. She had seen everything, and now that she knew his secret, there was only one question left. Would he let her live? Jiang Chen's gaze darkened as he studied her, deep in thought. His body tensed slightly, and a faint wisp of Little Nine's poisonous mist curled into the air. Behind him, several insects emerged from the shadows, their sharp eyes locking onto the girl. Their intent was unmistakable. He took a slow step toward her. Give me one good reason, he said quietly, his tone unreadable. Why I shouldn't kill you right now? The girl's breath hitched. Panic overtook her. Without a second thought, she dropped to her knees, trembling. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a handful of gold coins, her entire fortune. Head bowed, she held them out with both hands, her voice unsteady. This is everything I have, she stammered. It's worth millions, practically my entire life. Please take it. Take all of it. Just let me live. Jiang Chen picked up a gold coin, rolling it between his fingers as he examined her. She seemed sincere, but sincerity alone wasn't enough. She had seen too much, lied too many times. Killing her would be the safest choice. Sensing the danger, she suddenly sprang to her feet, eyes shut tight. With one hand raised toward the sky, she swore loudly. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down with 5 thunders. My name is Luo Sandow. Jiang Chen arched a brow, mildly amused yet skeptical. Luo Sandow? He wasn't even sure that was a real name. After all, deception seemed to come naturally to her. Without hesitation, she stepped closer and held out an identification card. Her expression was serious, her gaze unwavering. I'm telling the truth, she insisted. I don't know what my parents were thinking when they gave me this name, but I'm not lying. Jiang Chen took the card and lifted it for a closer look. His eyes landed on the image. A round-faced, chubby girl stared back at him. He blinked. His gaze flickered between the photo and the girl standing before him. Are you sure this is you? Luo Sandow let out a dramatic sigh. Grabbing strands of her hair, she twisted them into makeshift ponytails. Puffing up her cheeks, she closed her eyes and struck a pose. That was 2 years ago, she exclaimed. I hadn't grown yet, and I hadn't lost weight either. Jiang Chen stared at her for a long moment. Then, a deep, genuine laugh erupted from him. He turned away, shaking his head as he laughed out loud. Even the insects hovering behind him seemed momentarily confused. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, regaining his composure. His laughter faded, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Luo Sandow once more. Still, he said, his voice calm yet firm, I can't trust you. His gaze darkened. This secret is something only the dead can keep. Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Sandow suddenly leaped forward. A portal appeared beside her as she activated her storage ring. Without hesitation, she reached inside and pulled out a scroll. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached, her usual carefree demeanor replaced by an unusual seriousness. Don't worry, she said, gripping the scroll tightly with both hands. His gaze flickered toward it. What is that? She carefully unrolled the parchment, revealing intricate markings along its surface. This is a sealing scroll, she declared. Jiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. She continued, her voice unwavering. If I reveal your secret, I will die immediately. Jiang Chen studied her carefully. There was no trace of deception in her eyes, only genuine fear. She wasn't bluffing. Then, a system window appeared before him. Luo Sandow has sworn to protect your secret with her life. If she reveals it, she will be executed immediately. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Something like this actually existed. He picked up the scroll, narrowing one eye as he examined it closely. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Fine. She had signed a literal life-binding contract. For now, he would let her live. Hearing Jiang Chen's verdict, Luo Sandow exhaled deeply, her shoulders sagging with relief. Thank you, she said quickly. Jiang Chen, however, turned his head toward her, his expression unreadable. "How much does this scroll cost?" he asked. She tapped a finger on her cheek, thinking for a moment before responding. Around 10 million. Jiang Chen's grip on the scroll tightened. His eye twitched. This meant she had just used the most valuable item in her storage ring. Luo Sandao noticed a sudden shift in demeanor and immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, forcing out a nervous laugh. "But if you take me home, my parents will definitely reward you. They'll treat you really well and give you way more than just 10 million. Jiang Chun turned his back on her, unimpressed. "I don't have time for that," he said flatly. "Tomorrow morning, I need to report to the Night Watch. I can't waste any more time." With that, he started walking away. "Good luck." Luo Sandao scrambled to her feet, watching him disappear into the distance. Without hesitation, she shouted after him. Wait. At least take me home." Jiang Chun stopped but didn't turn around. "My house is much closer than the Night Watch headquarters," she explained hurriedly. "And there's a teleportation station nearby. You'll still make it on time." At first, he dismissed her words, but after a moment of consideration, he changed his mind. Several hours later, Jiang Chun and Luo Sandao arrived at the Luo family mansion. It was breathtaking, massive, elegant, almost like a castle. Towering walls surrounded the estate, and intricate carvings adorned its grand pillars. Despite the late hour, the entire place was well lit, giving off an air of prestige and power. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, a solemn tension filled the grand hall. Hooded men knelt in submission before a regal woman seated on an ornate throne. Her expression was cold, unreadable, as she listened to the hushed reports of her subordinates. A man stepped forward, bowing deeply before delivering urgent news. "Your daughter has returned." At first, the woman was stunned. Impossible. The Shiao family was ruthless. They didn't just steal, they killed without hesitation. And yet, now they dared to spread falsehoods as well? Fury simmered beneath her composed exterior. Her fingers tightened against the armrest, her aura growing oppressive. Sensing the rising storm, the messenger quickly interjected. "Please, my lady, I am merely the bearer of news. I'm not the one who caused your suffering." A tense silence followed. Then, the doors swung open. Luo Sandao ran into the hall, her steps unsteady, her face streaked with tears. Without hesitation, she rushed to her mother's side, sat beside her, and buried her face in her lap, sobbing uncontrollably. The regal woman, her hardened expression softening, placed a gentle hand on her daughter's head. She stroked her hair in comfort, though the cold glint in her eyes did not fade. This would not go unanswered. Her mind was set. The Shiao family would pay for this. Just then, a man stepped forward, her husband. Unlike his wife's quiet fury, his presence was calm, measured. He placed his hands at his sides before speaking, his voice steady. "For now, we must remain calm." His gaze met his wife's, unwavering. "The most important thing is that Luo Sandao has returned safely." Taking a deep breath, he continued. "The Shiao family is one of the most powerful forces in this country. We cannot afford to act recklessly. We are merchants, not warriors." Jiang Chun stood silently to the side, watching the scene unfold. So, her real name really is Luo Sandao. Moments later, Luo Sandao's father turned toward him. With a respectful nod, he handed Jiang Chun a black card. "Take this." Jiang Chun took the card, turning it over in his hand as the man smiled, closing his eyes slightly. "This is our token of gratitude," he said warmly. "Thank you for saving our daughter." His tone grew firmer. "Do not lose this card. It may come in handy in the future." At that moment, Luo Sandao's mother shifted her gaze toward Jiang Chun. The fury from earlier had faded, replaced by a graceful warmth. With a kind smile, she spoke. "You are our benefactor. As thanks, I have prepared a meal for you. Eat, rest, and then you may use our teleportation station to continue your journey." Jiang Chun accepted the black card with a small nod, closing his eyes briefly as he smirked. "I won't be staying to eat," he said casually. But the moment he finished speaking, Growrel, a loud stomach growl echoed through the grand hall. Jiang Chun froze. A faint redness crept up his ears as he awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. With a sheepish grin, he quickly changed his mind. "Actually, maybe just a little." Luo Sandao's father chuckled, gesturing toward the dining area. "Come on in. The food will be ready in no time." Meanwhile, her mother covered her mouth with a hand, closing her eyes as she smiled knowingly. Minutes later, the finest chefs of the Luo family had prepared an extravagant feast. Jiang Chun didn't waste a second. Plate after plate, dish after dish. He devoured everything in sight at an astonishing speed. Before long, a towering stack of empty plates loomed in front of him. A passing waiter, carrying another dish, stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was Jiang Chun stacking his plates into a tower? Completely unfazed, Jiang Chun leaned back slightly, one hand resting on the table while the other clutched a massive cut of meat. As he continued eating, a realization crossed his mind. The stronger my insects get, the hungrier I become. Across from him, Luo Sandow watched in stunned silence, a mixture of amusement and disbelief playing across her face. Slow down, she chuckled. No one's stealing your food. Seated nearby, her parents exchanged a knowing glance, sipping their tea as they observed Jiang Chun quietly. As the meal went on, Luo Sandow found herself stealing glances at him. Without realizing it, a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Her mother, casually swirling her cup of tea, finally spoke. Sandow mentioned that Jiang Chun is from the creation class and even possesses a divine rank. She turned to her husband. That's quite remarkable, don't you think? Her father rested his chin on his hand, studying Jiang Chun with interest. Indeed, he murmured, our daughter hasn't shared much, but I have a feeling Jiang Chun isn't as simple as he appears. There's something more to him. After a brief pause, he added, and he's quite handsome too. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. If Jiang Chun had the power to challenge the Shiao family, if he could protect their daughter for a lifetime, then perhaps he was the perfect match. Just then, Luo Sandow's mother leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with curiosity as she flashed Jiang Chun a warm smile. So, tell me, Jiang Chun, she asked pleasantly, do you have a girlfriend? Jiang Chun, mid-bite, nearly choked. Before he could even react, she continued cheerfully. You know, our Sandow is single too. Luo Sandow tensed instantly. She's incredibly talented, her mother went on smoothly. A brilliant businesswoman, a financial expert, and, of course, extremely responsible. Her father, now standing behind Jiang Chun, gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up. And her figure is quite. Wait, what? Jiang Chun turned slightly, sensing something was very, very off. Absolutely stunning, her father finished proudly. Her measurements are 36-24-36. Luo Sandow practically exploded. Dad, but he wasn't done. In fact, he added excitedly, we've even picked out names for your future children. Jiang Chun had just taken a sip of water when, puffed, he spat it out instantly. Coughing violently, he slammed his glass onto the table, his eyes wide in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow turned as red as a ripe tomato. Her hands flew to her burning cheeks as she shrieked internally. What is even happening right now? Without hesitation, Jiang Chun shot up from his seat and bolted from the dining hall. Thank you for your hospitality, he called over his shoulder, moving at full speed. His excuse? He was full and had urgent matters to handle. Reality? He just needed to escape. Luo Sandow's father watched him disappear and quickly called out, wait, we still have things to discuss. Before he could finish, Sandow rushed forward and clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut it, she hissed, her face burning hotter by the second. Her mother, however, simply turned to her daughter, her expression shifting into something mildly disappointed. Calmly, she settled back in her chair and let out a small sigh. Meanwhile, her father pried Sandow's hand away and muttered, our son-in-law just ran away. Then, with a teasing smile, he added, as his wife, shouldn't you chase after him and at least say goodbye? Sandow's entire body stiffened. Before she could argue, her mother chimed in smoothly. No need to worry, she said with a knowing smirk. He has the black card. No matter where he runs, we can track him. Sandow immediately grabbed her knees, clenched her eyes shut, and let out a frustrated scream. Just stop talking. Lowering her head, she groaned, her thoughts spinning wildly. Yes, Jiang Chun was powerful. Yes, he was ridiculously good-looking. But he was also downright terrifying. Then again, even if he was terrifying, there was no denying how strong and handsome he was. Meanwhile, within the Shiao family estate, Xiao Yuan Shan, the head of the family, sat rigidly in his chair, fingers digging into the armrests. His face darkened as he received the news. His grandson, Xiao Yuan Wu, was dead. A dangerous fire flickered in his eyes. His voice was ice-cold as he gave his order. Find out who's responsible. Immediately, his suspicions landed on Xiao Zhenluo, another formidable figure within the family. Without hesitation, he instructed his other grandson to send men to investigate him. As one of his subordinates knelt before him, another figure casually stepped into the room. Xiao Beihan, hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled forward, amusement glinting in his eyes. With a smirk, he lifted a hand to the side and spoke. Grandfather, let's be real here. Yuan Wu was already over 20 and had barely reached level 30 of the second transformation. His tone was indifferent as he continued. He was dead weight. Then, turning slightly, he glanced at his grandfather and shrugged. Is his death really worth mourning? Xiao Yuan Shan remained seated, resting both hands on his knees as he studied Xiao Beihan carefully. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You're right. Yuan Wu was nothing special, nowhere near your level. His voice was calm, but cold as he leaned forward slightly. But in the end, he was still my grandson. His eyes darkened, a dangerous glint flashing across them. When disciplining a dog, you must always consider its owner. His fingers curled slightly as he continued, his tone sharp. I want to know, who in this country had the audacity to kill someone from the Shiao family? Xiao Beihan's smirk widened at those words. Stepping forward, he slowly raised his hand, letting a sinister, dark energy swirl around his palm. Grandfather, there's no need to trouble yourself over something so minor. He turned his hand slightly, watching the energy shift between his fingers. Once we're done wiping out the Tianjiao camp, it won't matter who did it. His smile grew sharper. I'll take care of it. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already arrived at the Night Watch office. Pushing open the heavy doors, he stepped inside. The dimly lit room was filled with figures waiting for him. Among them, Ji Gang and several high-ranking officers. Ji Gang turned, slightly surprised by Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chun introduced himself as the newest member of the Night Watch, casually scratching the back of his head as he glanced around. He couldn't help but wonder why so many people were gathered. Ever the charismatic leader, Ji Gang stepped forward with a welcoming grin. He placed a hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder while dramatically extending his other arm outward. We've all been waiting for you. Jiang Chen was caught off guard by the unexpected attention. Without wasting time, Ji Gang began introducing him to the team's key members. First was Yun Xiaoku, a level 45 healer in the second stage. Ji Gang teased that she used to be the youngest, until Jiang Chun took her spot. Flustered, Yun Xiaoku stole a glance at Jiang Chun, her cheeks tinged red. She had to admit, he was the most attractive teammate she'd ever worked with. Next was Duan Feng, a level 49 archer, also in the second stage. Stoic and confident, he placed one hand on his hip and gave a polite salute with the other. Welcome to the team. Then came Chu Bulang, a level 49 warrior whose small stature belied his incredible strength. A natural talker, he stood before Jiang Chun with a wide grin, his eyes closed in amusement. It's an honor to have someone of your divine-level skill on our team. Finally, Ji Gang introduced Tanjin, the sub-commander, a level 61 master in the third stage and a formidable fire class expert. She carried herself with both authority and warmth. She approached with a playful smirk, ruffling both Chu Bulang and Jiang Chen's hair. Just call me Aunt Tang, she said with a smile. And don't worry, I'll make sure you eat well every day. Jiang Chun humbly introduced himself as a spiritual master from the creation class, downplaying his worth despite his divine-level power. He knew all too well that the creation class was often undervalued, and he had no intention of boasting. Sensing his self-doubt, Ji Gang dismissed such concerns with a wave of his hand, scoffing at the opinions of narrow-minded critics. He assured Jiang Chun that his abilities were respected here, no matter what others thought. Tanjin, ever the warm presence, chimed in with a bright smile. She reminded Jiang Chun that what made him special wasn't just his power, it was his choice to join the Night Watch. With a reassuring nod, she declared that from now on, this team was his family. The mood shifted as Ji Gang addressed an important matter. If Jiang Chun wanted to enroll in the prestigious Tianjiao training camp, he needed to reach level 20. He hesitated for a moment, uncertain of Jiang Chen's current status. But with calm confidence, Jiang Chen revealed that he was already level 17. An impressive feat considering he had only switched jobs 3 days ago. Ji Gang's eyes widened in surprise. Gripping Jiang Chen's shoulders, he let out a hearty laugh, his face lighting up with excitement. He had been right to recruit him. With Jiang Chen's divine talent, reaching level 20 in just 3 days would be effortless. Without another thought, he made the decision. Jiang Chun would be enrolled in the Tianjiao Genius Camp. But just as the energy in the room soared, everything suddenly fell quiet. Ji Gang slowly opened his eyes, turning his head as he noticed the shift in atmosphere. The others stood still, their expressions unusually serious. Sliding a hand into his pocket, Ji Gang's gaze settled on Jiang Chun, his tone turning grave. He asked if Jiang Chun had made any powerful enemies in the past 3 days. Without waiting for a response, he revealed that an unknown third-grade master was using divine class abilities to track his whereabouts. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened as he lowered his gaze, his mind racing. Could it be someone from the Shiao family? The thought sent a chill through him. Meanwhile, Ji Gang, ever the leader, wasted no time taking action. Crossing his arms, he instructed Yun Xiaoku to handle the situation. Without hesitation, Yun Xiaoku raised her hands toward the sky. Almost instantly, a surge of green energy pulsed outward, forming a protective barrier around their headquarters. The air shimmered as the energy expanded, securing the space from any outside interference. Turning to the group, she explained that the barrier would prevent any form of espionage, allowing them to speak freely. Jiang Chun stood motionless, silently observing the display of power. What kind of ability did Yun Xiaoko possess? Her energy spread rapidly, reinforcing the barrier until it enveloped the entire area. Ji Gang stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chun's shoulder. With a warm smile, he spoke gently, asking if there was something Jiang Chun was keeping from them. His voice carried no accusation, only understanding. The rest of the team remained silent, waiting for Jiang Chun's response. Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, lowering his head as his fingers ran through his hair. His expression darkened before he finally spoke, revealing the truth. Just yesterday, he had killed Xiao Yuanwu of the Shiao family. Though he had erased all traces of the event with great care, he couldn't be certain if the Shiao family had other means of tracking him. Silence gripped the room. No one spoke, but their expressions said everything. Tanjin's face tightened in disbelief as she locked eyes with Jiang Chun. Her voice carried urgency as she asked if he had truly eliminated a member of the Shiao family. Ji Gang's reaction was just as intense. His eyes widened as he reached out slightly, his voice edged with shock. He questioned whether Jiang Chun had really killed Xiao Yuanshan's grandson, a cultivator who had reached the terrifying 8th stage of cultivation. The weight of the revelation settled over the group like a storm. Xiao Yuanwu had been no ordinary opponent. How had Jiang Chun, at his level, pulled off such a feat? Jiang Chun, seeing their stunned reactions, let out a quiet sigh and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Had he just dragged them all into trouble? But Ji Gang showed no fear. Crossing his arms, he addressed the team with a steady voice. He reminded them that the Shiao family had long been infamous for their corruption, their younger generation causing countless problems over the years. From his perspective, Jiang Chun had done the world a favor by taking out someone like Xiao Yuanwu. His expression remained serious as he acknowledged the power of an 8th-stage master. But from what he had heard, Yuanwu was the weakest and least favored among Xiao Yuanshan's descendants. That being the case, there was a chance that the old master wouldn't personally intervene. Tanjin placed one hand on her waist while extending the other toward Jiang Chun, her gaze unwavering. With absolute confidence, she assured him that if the Shiao family sought revenge, the Night Watch would stand by his side. After all, they weren't weak either. Jiang Chun looked at Ji Gang, warmth flickering in his eyes. A rare smile formed on his lips. For the first time, he felt something he had never truly known, a sense of belonging. As an orphan, he had relied on the kindness of neighbors, but this was different. This felt like home. However, Ji Gang had other concerns. Turning his back to Jiang Chun, he took a few steps away, lost in thought. Even if Xiao Yuanwu had been incompetent, reaching the 2nd level of cultivation meant he wasn't entirely weak. Then, as if struck by realization, Ji Gang suddenly spun around. Stepping forward, he grabbed Jiang Chun firmly by the shoulders, his gaze sharp with disbelief. His voice was demanding as he asked the question on everyone's mind. How had Jiang Chun, a level 17 Awakened of the Creation class, managed to kill a level 30 Combat class cultivator? Jiang Chun hesitated, rubbing the back of his head in discomfort. A nervous sweat formed as he raised a hand, signaling Ji Gang to calm down. He admitted that, in that critical moment, someone had stepped in to help him. Ji Gang immediately leaned in, pressing for details. Who had come to his aid? With a strained smile, Jiang Chun finally revealed the truth. It was the 3rd daughter of the Luo family from Jiangnan. She had awakened a hidden defense class. A heavy silence fell over the group. Their eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, stunned by his words. The Luo family? The wealthiest merchants in Jiangnan? Could he really be referring to Luo Sandao? Ji Gang wasted no time. He grabbed Jiang Chun by the shoulders and started shaking him, bursting into laughter. Even if the Luo family wasn't known for producing warriors, their immense wealth made them a formidable power. If Jiang Chun ever found himself in danger, having them as allies would be a massive advantage. Still being shaken, Jiang Chun could only sweat nervously, wondering what had gotten into Ji Gang. But then, something shifted. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted from Jiang Chun's body. Ji Gang's laughter cut off instantly. His hands released Jiang Chun as his eyes widened in shock. A single bead of sweat rolled down his face. If Luo Sandao had awakened a defense class, then she lacked offensive abilities, which meant the one who had actually killed Yuanwu was Jiang Chun. As if reading Ji Gang's thoughts, Jiang Chun raised his hand. A dark mist of poison swirled ominously in his palm, its presence heavy in the air. Without hesitation, he revealed the truth. He wasn't just an awakened of the creation class. He had also mastered a 2nd, hidden class, poison. Duan Feng, who had been silently observing from behind, took an involuntary step back, his face reflecting his disbelief. He wasn't alone. The entire group stood frozen, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Ji Gang, however, wasn't finished. He reached out again, attempting to shake Jiang Chen's hand, half laughing as he asked just how many more secrets Jiang Chen was keeping. Jiang Chen quickly pulled his hand away, warning him that the poison mist was highly lethal. Even Ji Gang might not be able to withstand its effects. The group remained tense, their eyes locked on Jiang Chen. But before he could say another word, Ji Gang suddenly grasped his hand without hesitation. Closing his eyes, he smiled reassuringly and told Jiang Chen not to worry. He knew how to handle poisons. As the venomous mist from Little Nine touched Ji Gang's skin, Tanjin's eyes sharpened. She observed the scene closely, tension evident in her gaze. What kind of poison was this? A few moments later, Ji Gang finally released Jiang Chen's hand, only to notice the spreading poison already creeping across his skin. His expression hardened. This was bad. Jiang Chen sighed, placing a hand on Ji Gang's shoulder and shaking his head. With his eyes closed, he muttered that Ji Gang had really gone too far this time. But Ji Gang didn't seem the least bit concerned. Gripping his own wrist, he glared at Jiang Chen and snapped at him to stop making a fuss. He hadn't even tried to resist the poison in the first place. Behind them, Tanjin chuckled softly, her amusement clear as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang crouched near Ji Gang's poisoned hand, studying it intently. His curiosity was obvious. What kind of poison was this? Realizing the situation was escalating, Ji Gang turned abruptly and called out to Yun Xiaoku for help. Without hesitation, she deactivated the protective barrier around her, its green energy fading away. Placing a hand near her mouth, she laughed lightly before agreeing to assist. Jiang Chen, however, felt the need to remind Ji Gang once again. This poison wasn't something to take lightly. He sat down on the couch, resting one hand on his knee while extending the other to the side, showing how the poison's effects still lingered. Yin Xiaoku approached with a calm smile, closing her eyes before raising both hands toward Jiang Chen's affected hand. A soft glow radiated from her palms as she worked to cleanse the poison. As she healed him, Ji Gang turned his gaze toward Jiang Chen, his expression unreadable. Then, after a brief silence, he forced a smile and admitted that the poison was actually quite impressive. The more skills Jiang Chen had, the better it would be for him in the long run. Chu Bulang, who had been quietly observing from a distance, moved closer. He rested both hands on the arm of the sofa, watching Jiang Chen intently without saying a word. Once Yin Xiaoku had completely neutralized the poison, Ji Gang's demeanor shifted. His usual confidence faded into something more serious as he met Jiang Chen's gaze. He acknowledged Jiang Chen's talent, but strongly advised against enrolling in the Tianjiao camp. With the Xiao family now involved, it was simply too dangerous. The camp might offer valuable resources, but a prodigy from the Xiao family would undoubtedly be there as well. The risks far outweighed the benefits. Behind him, Tanjin crossed her arms and nodded in agreement, closing her eyes as if to seal the decision. But Jiang Chen wasn't convinced. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he asked Ji Gang what exactly he meant by resources. Still rubbing his wrist, Ji Gang patiently explained. The camp provided access to rare materials, fierce beast blood, advanced equipment, and other valuable items. But for those who ranked among the top participants, the real rewards were far greater. Mysterious fruits and scrolls leading to hidden realms. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Was Ji Gang serious? His mind raced, weighing the possibilities. If what Ji Gang said was true, then these resources were far beyond what he could obtain by simply hunting fierce beasts in the wild. Perhaps the insects could even reproduce again. That thought lingered as he met Ji Gang's gaze, his resolve unwavering. Surrounded by the faint traces of poisonous mist, he firmly declared his decision. He was enrolling in the camp. Danger didn't scare him. He had complete confidence in his abilities and knew he could protect himself. Ji Gang studied him for a long moment before exhaling a sigh. Raising a hand, he signaled for Jiang Chen to wait. He needed time to think this through. Meanwhile, in the middle of the vast West Lake, an imposing temple stood in isolation, its very presence exuding power and reverence. Suddenly, the calm waters rippled and parted as a figure approached, using immense force to carve a deep crack in the lake bed. The surrounding water trembled as the man strode forward, making his way toward the temple. This was Xiao Beihan, the grandson of Xiao Yuanshan and the undisputed strongest genius of the Xiao family. His combat prowess had reached terrifying new heights, leaving even seasoned warriors in silent awe. As displaced droplets fell around him like rain, he stood tall, gripping his sword with one hand. Without turning fully, he cast a sharp gaze over his shoulder his voice cutting through the air as he ordered his subordinates to stop their pointless chatter. Then, with a serious tone, he demanded to know if they had found what they were searching for. 3 hooded men stood before him, hands resting on their abdomens as they bowed respectfully. One of them stepped forward and spoke, revealing the crucial information they had uncovered. Young Master Yuan Wu had been pursuing a woman named Luo Sandao before his disappearance. However, she had not been alone. Traveling alongside her was a man named Jiang Chun. Beihan's eyes darkened as he absorbed the revelation. He knew the girl from the Luo family wasn't a combat class warrior. That meant only one thing. Who exactly was Jiang Chun? One of his subordinates immediately responded. Jiang Chun had awakened a creation class ability of divine rank, and the most recent reports placed him at the Night Watch headquarters. Another hooded figure stepped forward, placing a hand over his chest in a formal salute before adding another detail. Both Jiang Chun and Luo Sandao had recently enrolled in the Tianjiao camp. However, there was still no definitive proof linking them to Yuan Wu's death. A slow, sinister smile crept across Beihan's face. His gaze sharpened as he stared into the distance. Evidence? That was irrelevant. As far as he was concerned, those two were already guilty. What intrigued him even more was Jiang Chen's divine rank awakening. Someone like that was worth his attention. But with them already heading to the camp, there was no need for him to personally seek them out. His mind settled with cold determination. 3 days from now, he would eliminate them both at the camp. Back in Ji Gang's office, the atmosphere was thick with contemplation. He and Jiang Chun sat on the sofa, the weight of their earlier conversation still hanging in the air. Ji Gang rested one arm on his knee while extending the other to the side, his gaze carefully studying Jiang Chun. Despite already arranging for Jiang Chen's enrollment in the Tianjiao camp, Ji Gang couldn't shake his concerns. However, he had taken precautions. He had secured a strong ally for Jiang Chun, someone who could provide both protection and valuable connections. That person was Shiao, the little princess of the Mu family. A 7th-level transformation cultivator, she was one of the camp's most formidable participants. But before heading to the camp, Jiang Chun would first accompany her on a mission, an exploration of a secret realm. Not only would this give him the chance to grow stronger, but it would also help him establish relationships with potential allies before officially entering the camp. Jiang Chun sat across from Ji Gang, his elbows resting on the arms of the sofa. He remained silent, listening intently. Then, with a mischievous smirk, Ji Gang leaned in, grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, and grinned. He casually mentioned that Xiao wasn't just strong. She was also known for her breathtaking beauty. Since she was the same age as Jiang Chun, Ji Gang playfully suggested that he should try to win her over with his charm. Jiang Chun stiffened, a nervous sweat forming instantly. His expression tensed as he forced an awkward smile. Completely caught off guard, he scratched the back of his head before hesitantly replying that he'd give it a try. Before the conversation could go any further, a sudden knock at the door interrupted them. Ji Gang casually granted permission to enter, and soon, 2 figures stepped inside. One of them was a young woman, Xiao. With her elbow resting on one hand and her chin propped on the other, she studied Jiang Chun with a scrutinizing gaze. Wasting no time, she stated plainly that Ji Gang had asked her to escort someone to a secret realm. Beside Xiao, a man with a laid-back demeanor placed his hand behind his head, closing his eyes with a smile as if he found the whole situation amusing. Xiao, however, turned to Ji Gang with an impatient look, questioning whether he had changed his mind about their arrangement. Ji Gang, ever the smooth talker, responded with a charming smile, saying it was an honor to meet her in person. Xiao crossed her arms, glancing at the ground in mild confusion, while the man next to her continued to stand there, his hand on his head, still smiling as if enjoying the moment. Watching their odd reactions, Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder what exactly was going on. Both he and Ji Gang stood up. Without hesitation, Ji Gang draped an arm over Jiang Chen's shoulder, his other hand resting casually on his waist. With a confident stance, he explained his delayed response. Yesterday, he had been angry with Xiao's grandfather, which was why he hadn't given an answer. But today, he was willing to agree to the arrangement, with one special condition. Xiao would have to take Jiang Chun with her. Jiang Chun's expression shifted immediately, surprise flashing across his face as he tried to grasp the situation. Xiao placed a hand on her hip and stepped forward with a confident stride. She reminded Ji Gang that she had already given him a level 30 secret realm scroll. Then, raising an eyebrow, she asked if he still intended to add more conditions. Ji Gang remained relaxed, giving a small shrug. Everyone has their own conditions, he replied casually. Xiao considered this for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Ji Gang wasn't trying to push her. He was simply looking for someone reliable to help Jiang Chun level up. Since Jiang Chun couldn't enter a secret realm lower than level 50, it made sense why Ji Gang was insisting on her assistance. Meanwhile, the man behind her walked forward, placing his hands behind his back. His amused smile never wavered as he silently observed the conversation. Turning her full attention to Jiang Chun, Mu Hanxiu locked eyes with him. Without hesitation, she asked what level he was and what class he had awakened. Jiang Chun met her gaze calmly and answered without flinching. He was level 17 and had awakened the creation class. Hearing this, Mu Hanxiu placed a hand on her waist, pointed at him with her other hand, and openly scoffed. Her expression filled with disdain as she dismissed him outright as trash. Jiang Chen's patience snapped. His irritation flared instantly, and in his mind, he had already labeled her a spoiled brat. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Ji Gang's mood shifted instantly. His expression darkened, his fists clenched, and pure rage burned in his eyes. Without hesitation, he snapped, calling Mu Hanxiu an empty-headed brat and demanding that she show some respect. He reminded her that Jiang Chun had awakened a hidden divine rank ability, something far from trash. The air in the room grew tense, but before Ji Gang could take action, the man beside Mu Hanxiu swiftly stepped in. Moving quickly, he grabbed Ji Gang around the waist, closed his eyes, and with a forced smile, urged him to calm down. He explained that Mu Hanxiu's outburst wasn't personal. She was just lashing out because her boyfriend had recently dumped her. Mu Hanxiu flinched slightly at his words. She turned her head away, and for the first time, hesitation flickered in her eyes. Perhaps she had gone too far. Jiang Chun, still processing Ji Gang's unusually intense reaction, felt a mix of surprise and confusion. Since when did Ji Gang get this worked up on his behalf? Feeling the weight of the situation, Mu Hanxiu quickly turned toward Ji Gang. Closing her eyes, she extended both hands in a formal gesture of apology. Her voice was noticeably softer as she sincerely asked him to let it go. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, finding the whole exchange strange. But despite the tension, there was still a mission ahead. The secret realm they were headed to was called the Village of Light, a level 30 realm with strict entry conditions. Only 5 people below level 50 could enter. The objectives were clear: eliminate all the monsters, defeat the boss, or destroy the sacrificial altar. Several hours later, the group arrived at the portal leading to the Village of Light. Duan Feng stood at the front, resting a hand on his waist as he turned to face everyone. His expression was serious, and without wasting time, he asserted his authority. This time, he would be the leader. His instructions were firm. If anyone got separated or found themselves in danger, they were to return immediately to the teleportation point. The chances of the realm becoming unstable were low, but they couldn't take any risks. If anything went wrong, retreating was the top priority. Mu Hanxiu stood with her arms crossed, listening silently. A faint, amused smile played on her lips, as if the entire situation entertained her. Meanwhile, Chu Bulang stepped toward Jiang Chun, reaching a hand toward the glowing portal. With a smirk, he closed his eyes and casually mentioned that a level 30 secret realm scroll was worth at least 1 billion. A clear reminder of just how valuable this opportunity was. Yin Xiaoku stood nearby, one hand resting on her elbow, silently observing the conversation. Mu Hanxiu, however, had other thoughts. Turning to Jiang Chun, she shot him a smug look before calling him a newbie. With a condescending tone, she warned him not to start crying once they entered. She didn't want him holding the team back. Jiang Chun simply stared at her without responding. With that, the group stepped into the portal. As they vanished into the swirling energy, Chu Bulang turned back with a reassuring grin, casually telling Jiang Chun not to worry. He'd protect him. Jiang Chun took a step forward, but despite this being only a level 30 secret realm, an uneasy feeling crept over him. Something about this place felt off. After several minutes, the group emerged into a vast, open landscape. They stood atop a lush green mountain, surrounded by thick forests and rolling hills. In the distance, nestled between towering snowy peaks, lay a mysterious village. The view was breathtaking, almost too peaceful. Standing at the back of the group, Chu Bulang admired the scenery, commenting on how beautiful the village looked. But as his gaze wandered, a question lingered in his mind. Where were the monsters? Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes locked on the eerie village below. Duan Feng, his hand still resting on his waist, studied the scene carefully. After a moment, he made an unsettling observation. The monsters were likely hiding inside the villagers' houses. Without hesitation, he decided they would need to search each house one by one. The group cautiously made their way down the mountain toward the village. As they walked, Duan Feng reassured them not to worry before quickly assigning roles. Chu Bulang would take the vanguard position, drawing enemy attention. Duan Feng himself would focus on dealing damage. Yin Xiaoku would be in charge of healing. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu were to stay close behind and not stray from the group. Everyone nodded in agreement, responding with a firm, understood. Deeper within the village, a strange stone sat atop a large rock. Inscribed upon it were the words, Guangming Village. Yet, instead of radiating light or warmth, the stone pulsed with an eerie, malevolent aura. Duan Feng, Yin Xiaoku, and Jiang Chun approached cautiously. The moment they got closer, Duan Feng's instincts screamed at him. Immediately, he raised his hand, signaling the others to stop. His gut told him this was no ordinary rock. There was something deeply unnatural about it. His voice was firm as he urged everyone to proceed with extreme caution. Yin Xiaoku stood beside Duan Feng, gripping her magical staff tightly. A deep frown formed on her face as she admitted she hated the atmosphere of this village. Something about it felt wrong, as if something unnatural lurked beneath its surface. Jiang Chun said nothing, his sharp gaze fixed on the unsettling scene before them. After a brief pause, Yin Xiaoku made a decision. Before they moved any further, she would apply a purification buff over the entire village. Closing her eyes, she extended a hand toward the sky. Instantly, a surge of blue magical energy erupted from her palm, spreading like mist through the air. The entire area became bathed in shimmering magical dust, coating every surface with a faint glow. Jiang Chun instinctively raised a hand to his face, watching as the glittering particles danced around him. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression. This buff was powerful, far stronger than he had expected. It didn't just clear the mind, it also boosted attributes and energy significantly. Suddenly, an ominous wind howled through the village. The atmosphere shifted in an instant. A dense, swirling cloud of smoke gathered in the sky, twisting violently as the once clear air darkened. The sky above turned a deep, blood-red hue, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The village lanterns, which had been lifeless moments ago, suddenly flickered to life. Shadows danced across the stone walls, moving unnaturally as if they were alive. Above them, the evil energy thickened, pulsating like a living entity. Everyone tensed. Their instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. Duan Feng's sharp eyes locked onto the source of the disturbance, the mysterious stone they had examined earlier. In that instant, a horrible realization struck him. This wasn't just an ordinary artifact. It was the very source of the corruption. His expression turned grim as he whipped around, his voice urgent as he shouted for everyone to run. But before he could finish, the stone unleashed a powerful force. A sudden, invisible pull gripped Duan Feng, dragging him toward the stone like a vortex. Caught off guard, he struggled, fighting against the unnatural force, but it was too late. His body was yanked forward, the energy swallowing him whole. With his final breath before disappearing, he yelled desperately, "Stay away from the stone. Call for reinforcements immediately. This is a mutation." Then he was gone. A blinding light shot down from the sky, crashing into the center of the village. The impact sent a shockwave outward, forming an immense magical barrier that rapidly expanded, sealing off the entire area. There was no escape. At that moment, multiple system windows flashed before everyone's eyes. Warning! The secret realm, the beautiful town, has undergone a mutation. It is now classified as the Village of the Dead. Difficulty level, Nightmare. New completion conditions. Eliminate all the undead in the Village of Light. Kill the final boss. A final system message followed. The light fades away. Darkness flourishes. That is when the door to the Kingdom of Death will finally open. The thick smoke suddenly dispersed, and before Jiang Chun could react, he found himself teleported into a dimly lit house. His breath came unsteady as he processed the system messages flashing before him. His mind raced. This wasn't just an increase in difficulty. The realm had jumped straight from normal to nightmare level. Worse, the group had been scattered. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He clenched his fists. At level 17, facing nightmare-level enemies alone was suicide. He quickly recalled Duan Feng's strict orders. If you get separated or find yourself in danger, return to the teleportation point immediately. Jiang Chun wasn't about to take any reckless risks. He made a snap decision. Getting out of here was the priority. Without hesitation, he turned toward the wooden wall. Gathering his strength, he launched a powerful kick. Crack! The wooden planks splintered apart. But instead of an exit, he found himself in another dimly lit room. The unsettling atmosphere made his skin crawl. Faint lamps swayed eerily from the ceiling, casting flickering shadows across the floor. Scattered throughout the room were old, decayed coffins, their lids covered in thick layers of dust. But what caught Jiang Chen's attention was the framed painting hanging on the wall. It was a portrait of an old man, Something about it sent a chill down his spine. The man's expression was blank, lifeless. But then, the old man in the painting moved. His lips curled into a sinister smile. Jiang Chen's body tensed instantly. His instinct screamed at him. Something was terribly wrong. Is this an illusion? He wondered. Before he could react, a loud creak echoed through the room. One of the coffins shifted. The lid slowly slid open, and from within, a clawed hand emerged, its razor-sharp fingers glinting under the dim light. Jiang Chun spun around, his muscles coiled, ready to react. His confusion deepened. What the hell was happening? Then, the silence shattered. The other coffin suddenly burst open. From within, several necromancers emerged. Their skeletal frames were wrapped in tattered robes, dark energy radiating from their bodies. Their hollow eyes glowed with a haunting light as they fixated on him. The system instantly identified them. Level 30 necromancers. Abilities: charge, decapitate, corrosion. Main characteristic: immune to normal physical attacks. Jiang Chen's heart pounded. Immune to physical attacks. That meant swords, fists, and conventional weapons were useless. The necromancers moved fast, their clawed hands twitching as they closed in on him with unnatural speed. But Jiang Chen wasn't about to stand there and wait for death. His expression darkened as he raised his hand. A thick, purple mist began to swirl in his palm. The poisonous mist of Little Nine. His gaze locked onto the approaching enemies. If normal attacks don't work, then I'll just use poison. The hunt begins, Little Nine's feast. Just as the necromancers prepared to strike, Jiang Chun moved first. With lightning speed, he unleashed the poisonous mist of Little Nine, flooding the entire room in seconds. The thick, toxic fog spread rapidly, enveloping the undead figures in its lethal embrace. Without wasting a second, Jiang Chun bolted out of the house, leaping effortlessly onto the roof of a nearby building. From his vantage point, he kept a sharp eye on the house below, waiting to see the effects of his attack. Then they emerged. The necromancers walked straight out of the mist, completely unharmed. Their skeletal bodies remained intact, their eerie, glowing eyes still fixed on him. Jiang Chun frowned. So it was as he suspected, poison was still considered a physical attack, making it useless against them. He needed another approach. If he wanted to deal with these creatures properly, he had to find Yin Shaoku as soon as possible. Only a mage's magic could truly counter the undead. As he weighed his next move, a familiar presence stirred beside him. Little Nine had manifested. Clenching her tiny fist close to her chest, she stared down at the necromancers with an intense, hungry gaze. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth as she eagerly licked her lips. "Can I eat them?" she asked, her voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chun turned to her, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't expected that reaction. With a confused expression, he hesitated before asking, "Wait, you can devour necromancers? Wouldn't that still count as a physical attack?" Meanwhile, the necromancers advanced, their hollow eyes locked onto him with eerie determination. Little Nine's body pulsed with a dark, twisting aura. Her gaze remained fixated on them, like a predator sizing up its prey. Then, a wicked grin stretched across her face. "I can eat them. They're delicious." Jiang Chun studied her carefully before giving a slow nod. "All right, give it a try, but don't push yourself. If you get into trouble, I'll get you out." Little Nine's grin widened into something almost sinister. Without another word, she launched forward at terrifying speed, her expression twisting into something hungry. From the rooftop, Jiang Chun watched closely. She was fast. Before the necromancers could even react, Little Nine tore through them, her strikes razor-sharp and precise. She ripped them apart with an almost playful aggression, devouring them piece by piece. The battle ended in moments. Once it was over, she casually sat down on the ground, pulling her knees together and resting her chin on her hands. Closing her eyes, she let out a satisfied sigh, smiling like she was in heaven. To her, the necromancers weren't enemies. They were just a delicious meal. Jiang Chun, watching from above, couldn't help but be amazed. His mind drifted back to what he knew about Little Nine's origins. She came from the abyss, meaning she was, at her core, an undead being herself, a creature of darkness. Now that he possessed divine evolution, she would only continue to grow stronger, eventually becoming the mistress of the abyss, a being whose very essence would surpass these low-level necromancers entirely. Remembering this, Jiang Chun made a decision. Stretching out his hand toward the battlefield below, he let his body release the poisonous mist of Little Nine once more. A smirk formed on his lips as he looked down at her. If she could devour these necromancers, then it was time for the others to feast as well. A powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, making him tremble slightly. Then, in an instant, thousands of insects erupted from his body. The swarm of dark, Venomous creatures spread like a plague, descending upon the necromancers without mercy. Their movements were swift, calculated, and precise. Jiang Chun issued a single command. Spread out. Feast. But don't let the others see you. Like a well-coordinated army, the insects obeyed without hesitation, tearing into the necromancers and devouring them whole. System notification. Your spiritual pets have killed 3 low-level necromancers. You have gained 15,210 points. Little Nine has devoured additional necromancers. She has gained 4,602 points. As the last of the necromancers vanished beneath the writhing swarm, another system window materialized before Jiang Chun. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Level 17, level 18. +1 to all attributes, +10 potential points. Jiang Chun stepped back inside the house, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Extending one hand to the side, he clenched the other into a tight fist, feeling the raw power surging through him. A satisfied grin spread across his face. This is insane. In mere seconds, he had racked up over 500,000 experience points and leveled up instantly. This secret realm wasn't just a challenge. It was a paradise tailored for him. With the necromancers wiped out, Jiang Chun turned his gaze back toward the old man's painting. Before, the old man had been smiling, but now, the smile was gone. The old man's expression had twisted into one of sheer terror, his entire body trembling inside the frame. Jiang Chun placed his hands on his waist, smirking as he mockingly asked, "Why aren't you smiling anymore?" At that moment, Little Nine materialized beside him. Glancing outside, she casually reported, "Everything's already been eaten." Jiang Chun flashed her a thumbs up. "Good work." Then, he turned back to the trembling photo. With a sly grin, he asked, "Hey, can you eat this too?" Little Nine's eyes gleamed with hunger. She stared at the painting as if it were her next meal. The moment the old man in the painting saw Little Nine's hungry gaze, his trembling intensified. And then, bang! The photograph exploded into pieces. Both Jiang Chun and Little Nine flinched, momentarily caught off guard. A system window popped up. "Congratulations. You have successfully scared off the level 35 Elite Death Guardian. You have earned 8,701 experience points." As the shattered remains of the photograph fell to the ground, Jiang Chun and Little Nine stood there, staring at the pieces. A strange sense of disappointment settled over them. For some reason, they both felt a little let down. Elsewhere in the village, Duan Feng was fighting for his life. With a powerful swing, he smashed a necromancer across the face with his bow, sending it staggering backward. More undead swarmed toward him, their glowing eyes fixed on their prey. Teeth clenched, Duan Feng gripped his bow tightly, using it as both a weapon and a shield. He swung fiercely, striking another necromancer hard enough to send it crashing to the ground. Suddenly, one lunged at him from behind. Reacting instantly, he twisted his body and used the sharp string of his bow to slice clean through its outstretched hand. His heart pounded. If I didn't have a longbow, I wouldn't even be able to fight these things. As he continued battling, his mind drifted to the others. Most of them were strong enough to hold their own, but Jiang Chun, he wasn't even level 30 yet. Duan Feng clenched his jaw. If something happened to Jiang Chun, how would he even explain it to Ji-Gang? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a system window appeared in the sky. Teammate has killed a lower-level Spectre and an elite rank Guardian, level 35. You have earned 12,161 points. Duan Feng's head snapped up. His body froze. Wait, what? A Spectre? An elite Guardian? A level 35 boss? His hands trembled as his mind raced. Who? Who could have done this? Before he could process it, another horde of necromancers rushed toward him. No time to think, he turned and ran. As he sprinted, his mind replayed the system message. Someone was wiping out monsters instantly. And that person had to be insanely strong. At first, he suspected Chu Balang, but no, his combat stats were too passive. Then, he considered Yin Xiaoku, but while she was a mage, she wouldn't have been able to take down so many enemies this fast. Finally, he thought of Muhan Xiao. Was she this powerful? If so, then there was hope. The necromancers closed in fast, forcing him to pick up his pace. At least now, with a hidden powerhouse on their team, there was a real chance to save the others. Still, he could only hope that Jiang Chun could hold on a little longer. Somewhere else in the village, a lone figure staggered through the darkness, one hand clutching a deep wound on her shoulder. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth, her body covered in scratches and bruises. It was Muhan Xiao. Behind her, a horde of necromancers relentlessly pursued her, their hollow eyes glowing with eerie malice. She was barely holding on. Every step felt heavier than the last. Her strength was fading fast, and even her primary ability, speed, had become useless in her current state. Her breaths came in ragged gasps. She didn't want to die. I can't die here. I still have to participate in the young talent camp. I have to revitalize my family. But no matter how much she struggled, her hope was slipping away. For the first time, she wanted to go home. Tears welled up in her eyes as she forced herself forward, her legs trembling beneath her. Then, something strange happened. The necromancers behind her stopped chasing. In fact, they turned and ran. Mu Hanchio's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? Was it one of her teammates? Did someone just wipe them out? Summoning the last of her strength, she pushed forward, forcing herself to move faster. A few moments later, she reached the end of an alley. But then, a thick purple mist began to drift around the corner. The moment she felt its presence, her heart pounded. This energy, it's powerful. A wave of relief washed over her. If this was coming from one of her teammates, then I'm saved. She just had to hold on a little longer. But luck wasn't on her side. Her legs finally gave out. She collapsed onto the cold ground, arms barely supporting her weight as more blood dripped from her wounds. Her vision blurred. This isn't good. The necromancers closed in. Their skeletal hands reached for her, their deathly aura suffocating. Panic surged through her as she stretched her hand forward, her eyes filled with desperation. Help, please. And then, Jiangchen appeared, his sharp gaze locked onto her, his expression unreadable. Mu Hanchio's breath hitched. The necromancers. They were running away from him. Her trembling hand reached for him, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. What? How is he this strong? But the undead weren't going to wait. They lunged. With the last of her strength, she desperately reached for Jiangchen. Save me. For a brief moment, Jiangchen remained silent, staring at her with a look of deep thought. Then, just as the necromancer's claws dug into her arm, he grabbed her wrist. With one powerful motion, he yanked her away from danger. Get out of here, he commanded, his voice cold and firm. And stop interfering. Before she could even process what had happened, he threw her back. She hit the ground hard, tumbling across the dirt until she finally came to a stop. Groaning, she pushed herself up, wiping the dirt from her face. Her breathing was heavy as she lifted her gaze to him. Jiangchen, you're insane. But then, the air changed. Jiangchen, crackling through the air. Mu Hanchio's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched him extend his hand. Before she could process what was happening, a massive swarm of insects burst forth, sweeping toward the necromancers like a living tide. The undead barely had a moment to react before the swarm descended, tearing them apart with ruthless efficiency. Behind Jiangchen, Mu Hanchio sat frozen, her heart pounding. Poisonous mist coiled around him, blending with the writhing insects under his command. The sheer dominance he displayed left her shaken. Was this really the same so-called failure from the creation class? Ji Gang had mentioned Jiangchen possessed the second class, but she had never given it much thought. Until now. This wasn't just some insignificant trick. This was raw, terrifying power. A realization settled over her, and an unfamiliar warmth spread through her chest. She placed a hand over her mouth, unable to take her eyes off him. In that moment, admiration bloomed into something deeper. She was falling for him. 30 minutes later, the rest of the team regrouped, their battle with the remaining necromancers finally over. Chu Buelang slumped over, resting his hands on his knees as he struggled to catch his breath. Damn, these necromancers weren't messing around, he muttered between gasps. Duan Feng, however, wasn't as relieved. He rubbed his temple, deep in thought. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. He hadn't encountered a single necromancer since leaving that house. Why? Yin Xiaoka tightened her grip on her staff, turning toward Duan Feng. Could it be that Mu Hanchio can control necromancers? She suggested hesitantly. It was a wild guess, but considering the circumstances, it wasn't entirely impossible. They had no idea if she had some hidden ability. Nothing about this battle had felt normal. Before they could dwell on the idea, Yin Xiaoka suddenly pointed ahead. Look over there, she exclaimed. The group's attention snapped toward the battlefield in the distance. The ground was scorched and torn apart, signs of a brutal clash not long ago. Chu Buelang furrowed his brows. What the hell happened here? But Duan Feng wasn't focused on the destruction. His mind was on Jiangchen. Not far from them, the remains of necromancers lay strewn across the ground, their bodies still cloaked in a lingering poison mist. The moment Yin Xiaoka saw the scene, she froze. Duan Feng's expression darkened, a sinking feeling twisting in his gut. This isn't good, he murmured. If Jiangchen was here, we need to find him. Now, a tense silence followed before urgency took over. If something had happened to Jiangchen, there was no way they could face Ji Gang. Without wasting another second, the team split up and began their search. After several minutes of tracking, the group followed the trail through the village. As they turned a corner, they all came to an abrupt stop, their eyes widening at the sight before them. Duan Feng stood frozen in shock. Yin Xiaoka could barely find the words to speak. Even Chu Buelang, normally the most carefree of them all, stared in sheer disbelief. Sitting casually on a small stairway was Jiang Chun. His elbows rested on his knees, his head propped up by one hand, looking as if he had all the time in the world, completely at ease. But what truly stunned them was the person behind him. Mu Hanxiu, granddaughter of a king, was clenching her fists tightly as she massaged Jiang Chen's back. The sheer absurdity of the scene made Chu Buelang lean toward Duan Feng, whispering, is that really Jiang Chen? Still pointing at the sky as if reality had just shattered. Yun Xiaoka managed to confirm, it's him. But Duan Feng didn't move. His instinct screamed that something was off. There was no way Mu Hanxiu, prideful and arrogant, would willingly lower herself to serve Jiang Chen like this. His grip on his bow tightened. Don't move, he ordered, eyes narrowing. Something isn't right. This had to be a trick, a deception created by the boss of this secret realm. Behind Jiang Chen, Mu Hanxiu continued her massage, unaware of the silent tension building. But the moment she and Jiang Chen noticed the group standing there, they both froze. Jiang Chen stood up lazily, jerking a thumb toward the side. The boss is in the backyard, he said in an easygoing tone. Instead of relief, the group only grew more tense. Duan Feng immediately raised his bow, his expression dark. Nobody move. Chu Buelang clenched his fists, preparing to strike, while Yun Xiaoka gripped her staff even tighter. She locked eyes with Jiang Chun, her voice firm. One question. Answer honestly. Jiang Chun and Mu Hanxiu exchanged puzzled glances, but before he could say anything, Mu Hanxiu suddenly stepped forward. Spreading her arms protectively in front of Jiang Chun, she shot the group a determined glare. If you want to hurt Jiang Chun, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Chun blinked, caught completely off guard. What's she doing? For a moment, he could only stare at her, baffled by her sudden protectiveness. Then, with a sigh, he placed a hand on her face and gently pushed her aside. Stepping forward, he met Duan Feng's gaze directly, closing his eyes for a moment before pressing a hand to his chest. With a playful smirk, he spoke calmly. I know what you're thinking. Relax, I'm not a monster. I just have a little more charm than most. The group remained quiet, their gazes fixed on Jiang Chun, unreadable. Seeing their skepticism, Jiang Chun decided to put their doubts to rest. Your boss is Ji-Gang. Aunt Tang's cooking is amazing. At those words, Yun Xiaoka immediately stepped forward, placing both hands on his chest. Are you hurt? She asked, scanning him for any signs of injury. Jiang Chun simply touched his head, closed his eyes, and gave a relaxed smile. Seeing this familiar expression, Chu Buelang let out a long sigh of relief, finally easing up. Duan Feng, however, still looked wary. Meanwhile, Mu Hanxiu, who had been hiding behind Jiang Chun, tightened her grip on the edge of his cloak, her face burning with embarrassment. Don't be mad at me, she mumbled, barely audible. I was just being obedient. Duan Feng's sharp eyes landed on her. Tell the truth and stop lying. His directness caught the others off guard. Even Yun Xiaoka raised an eyebrow, surprised by his blunt tone. But before anyone could react, Duan Feng smirked. I see. So this is Jiang Chen's real talent, winning over women. Chu Buelang snorted, shaking his head. Hopeless. Jiang Chen's face darkened. Enough already, he snapped, exasperated. Aren't we supposed to be fighting the boss? The group chuckled, finally letting go of their teasing. Yeah, let's go. A short while later, they reached the backyard of the village. Jiang Chun stepped forward, determination in his eyes, and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The heavy door swung open, revealing the battlefield beyond. The air grew tense as they stepped inside, their footsteps cautious. And there it stood. A towering figure loomed before them, its crimson eyes glowing with a murderous aura. The boss of the secret realm. Its massive form barely shifted as its cold gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. A system window materialized before them. Boss encounter, the Undead God. Rank boss. Level 40. Jiang Chun tilted his head up, staring at the monstrous entity before him. The others stood frozen, stunned by the sheer size of the creature. Duan Feng's voice broke the silence, his tone serious. This is a level 40 boss. Everyone, stay on high alert. Without hesitation, he assigned roles. He would engage the boss first, drawing its attention. Mu Hanxiu was to stay close to Jiang Chun and keep him protected. Yun Xiaoka was reminded to apply buffs and watch for incoming attacks. This isn't a game, Duan Feng warned. One mistake, and we're dead. The boss remained still, observing them. Then, it moved. Duan Feng's instincts kicked in. It's moving. Stay sharp and spread out. The team tensed, ready for battle. But instead of attacking, the boss crouched down. It lowered one massive elbow to the ground, then slowly bowed its head. And in complete silence, it prostrated itself before them. The entire team stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Duan Feng muttered under his breath, still trying to process the situation. What is happening? His mind raced, searching for an explanation. Chu Buelang was equally dumbfounded. Why is it begging for forgiveness? Even Mu Hanxiu, who had mentally prepared herself for an intense battle, found herself at a complete loss for words. Jiang Chun, however, remained calm. Taking a slow step forward, he extended his hand toward the kneeling boss. As he did, a familiar poisonous mist began to seep from his body, Little Nine's toxic aura spreading through the air. The rest of the team was still injured from their previous battles, so Jiang Chun decided to handle the boss on his own. This was the perfect opportunity. He smirked slightly and called out, "It's time to eat." In an instant, Little Nine materialized in her full insect mother form. Her massive form loomed over the boss, her grotesque mandibles opening wide. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, prepared to devour the creature whole. The undead god's head snapped up in horror. Its glowing red eyes darted to the side, as if searching for an escape. But it was too late. Little Nine's jaws clamped down, engulfing the boss entirely in a single, terrifying gulp. Silence fell over the battlefield. Jiang Chun watched with a quiet smile as his pet finished her meal. A series of system notifications appeared before him. Congratulations. You have slain the boss, god of the undead. Rewards, 76, 61, 90 experience points. A second message followed. Little Nine has transferred 31,224 experience points to you. In an instant, Jiang Chen's level shot up from 25 to 26. His attributes increased across the board, and he received 10 additional potential points. The poisonous mist coiled back into his body, and the boss was gone, completely erased from existence. Then, another system notification appeared. Secret Realm cleared. You have completed Village of the Undead, Nightmare difficulty. As Jiang Chun absorbed the messages, the reality of what had just happened finally hit the rest of the team. Not only had Jiang Chun eliminated the boss in an instant, he had also wiped out every necromancer in the village. Jiang Chun scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. Oh yeah, total coincidence. My poison just happens to work well against necromancers. The system finished calculating their performance, and a final status window appeared. Team evaluation rankings. Duan Feng, level 49, C rank. Chu Buelang, level 49, D rank. Yin Xiaoka, level 46, D rank. Mu Hanxiu, level 36, E rank. Jiang Chun, level 26, triple S rank. A golden metal materialized in the sky, radiating a soft glow. The entire team stood in stunned silence. They had just cleared a level 30 Nightmare difficulty secret realm with a triple S rank evaluation. Then, as if that wasn't enough, the system rewarded them with a rare item. Item obtained, Dead Soul Metal. Effect, can withstand one deadly attack. Bound to player. Cannot be transferred or sold. Duan Feng's jaw nearly hit the floor. This is insane. Even their standard individual rewards had already been impressive. But now, they had also received a top-tier survival item. Something like this had never happened before. None of them had ever received such an incredible reward. And it was all thanks to following Jiang Chun. They had won without even lifting a finger. Without hesitation, the entire team stepped forward, bending slightly at the waist, hands resting on their knees. Thank you, they said in unison. Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, laughing awkwardly. Aha, it was nothing. But in truth, he had gained the most. Among his many rewards, the system had granted him an impressive haul. 2 skill books, a metal glove, a magic scroll, a mysterious crystal, a scythe, a necklace, a ring, a shield. As he crossed his arms, his eyes scanned over the collection. No wonder this secret realm had such a high death rate. The rewards were worth billions. But among all the treasures, one item stood out the most. Invisibility Cape, Platinum Quality. Plus 80 Agility. Plus 50 Energy. Grants invisibility for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 2 hours. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was perfect. Not only was it practical, but it was also stylish. Without a second thought, he reached out and claimed the cape for himself. As for the other items, most weren't particularly useful to him. He made a mental note to sell them once he returned. He could use the money to buy pure blood for his insects. Just then, a portal shimmered into existence above them, accompanied by a system notification. Due to the mutation of the secret realm and the successful completion of the challenge, this realm will soon disappear. Please exit immediately. Jiang Chun quickly checked his devour value. It had risen significantly. Just a little more blood, and his insects would be ready for their second reproduction cycle. But there was no more time. Night had fallen by the time they returned to Night Watch headquarters. After arriving, the team immediately reported to G Gang. They informed him of 3 critical things. 1. The secret realm had mutated. 2. Jiang Chun had single-handedly cleared it. 3. Mu Hanqiu had been conquered, a detail they made sure to emphasize with teasing smirks. Ji Gang remained silent as he listened. When they were done, he exhaled sharply and waved his hand. Everyone except Jiang Chun leave. Duan Feng, standing just behind Jiang Chun, nodded. Understood. One by one, the others exited the office, leaving Jiang Chun alone with Ji Gang. The moment the door shut, Ji Gang turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. His voice was calm, yet heavy with authority. Confess everything now, and I'll be lenient. If you resist, he took a step forward, his presence exuding an overwhelming pressure. I'll have no choice but to punish you severely. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. His voice wavered slightly. What exactly am I supposed to confess? Ji Gang's eyes narrowed. Jiang Chun had told the others that the Venom class was naturally strong against necromancers. But Ji Gang wasn't fooled. That was a lie. A convenient excuse meant to mislead Duan Feng and the rest. Ji Gang could see right through him. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he took another step closer, his tone dangerously quiet. What are you hiding? Jiang Chen's forehead grew damp with sweat. His mind raced, trying to find a way out of this situation. Inside his consciousness, Little Nine trembled. Are the insects about to be exposed? The abyssal insects were an ancient, forbidden plague, so dangerous that if anyone discovered their existence, Jiang Chen wasn't sure they'd let him live. Ji Gang took another step forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Speak. Jiang Chen's heart pounded violently. He hesitated, trying to find the right words. But before he could even stutter out an excuse, Ji Gang suddenly grinned. And then, he burst out laughing. Loud, unrestrained laughter filled the room. Jiang Chen blinked. What? Completely thrown off, he could only stare as Ji Gang casually placed one hand on his hip and clapped Jiang Chen's shoulder with the other. The tension in Jiang Chen's body slowly eased. Wait, why was I even so nervous? He had slaughtered monsters without a second thought. Yet here he was, sweating like a guilty criminal. For a moment, his entire body had tensed in fear. But now, he realized, Ji Gang had just been messing with him. Letting out a long sigh, Jiang Chun collapsed onto the sofa, one arm draped lazily over the backrest. Extending his other hand toward the ceiling, he exhaled. You weren't really pressuring me. You just didn't want to force me into talking. Ji Gang remained silent, watching him carefully. But it's fine, Jiang Chun continued, placing a hand over his chest. I promise you don't have to worry. I'll tell you when the time is right. For now, he wasn't ready to reveal anything. But in return, I'll get you an epic-level piece of equipment, Uncle Ji. Ji Gang's laughter started up again. An epic-level piece of equipment? Did Jiang Chun even understand how rare that was? Jiang Chun smirked at his reaction. I'm serious. Ji Gang's laughter slowly faded, and the atmosphere shifted. His expression hardened as he raised a hand toward the ceiling, activating a magic circle. The air grew heavy. It's good that Jiang Chun has a hidden ace up his sleeve, but there are things he still needs to understand. A moment later, thud. 3 corpses wrapped in bandages crashed onto the floor in front of Jiang Chun. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. What the hell? His gaze flickered between Ji Gang and the lifeless bodies. Uncle Ji, what is this? Ji Gang crossed his arms, his voice calm but firm. These guys were all at least 3rd-grade masters, level 60 or higher. 2 of them were even 4th-grade grandmasters, above level 90. Jiang Chun felt an icy chill crawl down his spine. Even Ji Gang himself wouldn't have been able to handle people like this easily. A drop of sweat rolled down Jiang Chen's cheek as he gulped. His thoughts raced. Were all these guys sent to kill me? But before he could voice that suspicion, Ji Gang rolled his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. These guys weren't after you. They were after Mu Hanqiu. Jiang Chen's head snapped toward Ji Gang. Mu Hanqiu. Ji Gang reached into his coat and pulled out a tightly rolled scroll. Without a word, he tossed it toward Jiang Chun. Read it. Jiang Chun caught the scroll with both hands, carefully unrolling it. The moment his eyes scanned the text, his expression darkened. Great Summer Hunting List. First place, Ing Zhan, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Capital Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Second place, Ji Xinyue, level 46, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Demon City Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. Third place, Jiang Wushuang, level 45, Invincible Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 3 Celestial Rewards. 12th place, Xiao Beihan, level 41, National Defender Descendant. War Zone, Jiangnan Zone. Reward, 2 Celestial Rewards. Jiang Chun furrowed his brows. What is this list? He didn't recognize a single name. His eyes narrowed as he examined the scroll more closely. Then his gaze froze. A familiar name appeared. Xiao Beihan. His heart skipped a beat. Turning to Ji Gang with a surprised look, he asked, "Wait, isn't this guy from the Xiao family? The ones who protect the country?" Ji Gang met his gaze with a grave expression. Yes, all of the names on this list belong to the top geniuses of their generation, and Xiao Beihan is one of them. A chill ran down Jiang Chen's spine. Ji Gang continued, his voice grim. Xiao Beihan will also be participating in Tianjiao camp, but more importantly, he will be in the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, the same one as you. Jiang Chen's body stiffened. Ji Gang didn't stop there. Listen carefully. If someone reaches the 7th transformation, they are considered a king protector. If they reach the 8th transformation, they are a country protector. And if they reach the 9th transformation, they are considered invincible. Jiang Chen clenched his jaw. The weight of those words wasn't lost on him. The top 100 prodigies of Great Xiao were all descendants of sealed kings. And Mu Hanxiu, despite her lineage, was ranked 77th. His grip on the scroll tightened. There was information about her as well. Rank 77, Mu Hanxiu, descendant of a sealed king. Current location, Jiangnan War Zone. Bounty, celestial level reward. Jiang Chun slowly exhaled. This wasn't just a ranking. This was a hit list. Ji Gang glanced at him, his tone unwavering. If the descendants of sealed kings are already this powerful, then imagine how terrifying the Shiao family is. Jiang Chun silently finished reading the rest of the scroll. Several minutes passed before he finally stepped forward, returning it to Ji Gang. His expression was serious as he spoke. You showed me this, so I wouldn't be completely unprepared in Tianjiao camp, right? Ji Gang took the scroll and nodded. Exactly. The stronger you appear, the more danger you'll attract. Don't reveal your power recklessly, unless it's absolutely necessary. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, his gaze dropping as he absorbed everything. Unlike the so-called geniuses around him, he had no influential family to support him. Ji Gang was his only guardian, strong, yet limited to a 3rd-grade master. Even Ji Gang himself seemed troubled, admitting, I had a good master, but I never truly mastered the arts. I'm only at the 3rd level. A pause followed before he hesitated. I don't know if I can protect you properly, Jiang Chun. But Jiang Chun merely lifted his head and smiled. I understand, Uncle Ji. I won't reveal my power in Tianjiao camp. Deep down, he recognized Ji Gang wasn't just allowing his secrecy. He was actively shielding him. Knowing Jiang Chun was hiding something significant, he still stood by his side. That alone earned Jiang Chen's respect. Resting his hand under his chin, he smirked. If word got out about his performance in the secret realm, he might even surpass Mu Hanxiu in the rankings. Yet, strangely, she had remained silent. Not a single word to anyone. Why was she keeping a secret? Ji Gang suddenly stood up, stepping toward Jiang Chun with an amused glint in his eyes. He leaned in with a mischievous smirk. Now, be honest with me, Jiang Chun blinked. What? Ji Gang's smirk widened. What exactly did you do to Mu Hanxiu? Jiang Chun froze. Ji Gang sighed dramatically. There were only necromancers in that secret realm. So, your taste must be pretty unusual, huh? Jiang Chun stiffened. Sweat trickled down his forehead as he realized he needed an escape. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and waved over his shoulder. I'm taking a shower and getting some sleep. I need to rest. Ji Gang, still confused, called after him. Wait, did I ever say it was a bad thing? But Jiang Chun was already gone, disappearing down the hallway. As night fell, he stood before a table covered in jars, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 33 units of 3rd-level blood. 14 units of 4th-level blood. He had sold most of his equipment to obtain these resources, but it was worth it. This amount would be enough for his insects to reproduce a 2nd generation. Picking up a jar, he removed the lid and poured the thick, purple blood onto his arm. A satisfied smile crept onto his lips. All right, little ones, time to eat. He started with the 3rd-level blood, the equivalent of devouring a human master at level 60 or higher. Each jar required hundreds of ferocious beasts to produce. With a sigh, he chuckled and told his insects, your father worked really hard for this. At that moment, Little Nine appeared, climbing onto Jiang Chen's head and fixating on the blood coating his arm. Her glowing eyes gleamed with hunger. I want to eat too, she whined. Jiang Chen glanced up, amused. Not yet. You still have a long way to go before you can reproduce. The instant she heard that, her pout deepened. Her tiny hands clutched his hair as tears welled in her eyes. Then, like a spoiled child, she burst into exaggerated sobs. Jiang Chun exhaled in resignation. Fine. He plucked her off his head and casually tossed her onto the table. In an instant, she brightened, grabbing a jar of blood with excitement. You're the best, Dad, she giggled, popping the lid open. A tiny straw appeared in her hand, and she happily sipped the blood as if it were a luxurious drink. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun grabbed another jar and removed the cap, this time pouring the thick, 4th-level blood onto his arm. This blood was different. Equivalent to a level 90 human master, it carried a potent energy that instantly triggered a response from the insects inside him. Thousands of them surged out, eagerly drinking their fill. A system window materialized. System notification. Reproduction process of 9 wings insect larvae has begun. Each insect can reproduce between 40 and 60 larvae. Divine evolutionary acceleration is in progress. Jiangchen remained silent as he watched the process unfold. More and more insects emerged, feeding greedily on the blood. Minutes later, another notification appeared. System notification. Reproduction process completed. Total new offspring 100,000. Jiangchen's hand trembled. Then, without warning, a thick, purple mist erupted from his palm. But this wasn't ordinary mist. It was alive. His breath caught as he stared at his own hand, instincts screaming that something had changed. His expression darkened, his entire body going on high alert. What is happening to me? For a moment, he was frozen. Then, to his horror, the insect larvae began pouring out of his hand in waves. His eyes widened. Panic set in as he clutched his wrist, trying desperately to stop them. But it was futile. The 100,000 newborn larvae burst from his arm, flooding the apartment in an instant. They swarmed the air, devouring everything in sight. Jiang Chen's gaze snapped to the ceiling. It was already being eaten away. His heart pounded. Were they rebelling? Gritting his teeth, he raised his fist toward the ceiling and roared. Return to the nest. Now, the insects froze midair. Then, as if obeying an invisible command, they swirled back toward him, rushing into his arm like a wave retreating into the ocean. Jiang Chun let out a slow, steady breath. Turning his head, he saw the damage. The insects had already devoured part of the table and an entire painting. A chilling realization sank in. These creatures were far more dangerous than he had imagined. If he lost control for even a second, they could consume everything. On the table, Little Nine happily licked the last drops of blood from a jar, completely unfazed by the chaos around her. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. Are you serious right now? He shot her an exasperated glare. You were too busy stuffing your face to keep an eye on your own offspring. But Little Nine ignored him entirely, letting out a satisfied sigh as she hugged the empty jar like a child after a big meal. Jiang Chen groaned. She's hopeless. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to his status window. A glowing system panel appeared before him. Jiang Chen status. Level 26. Title, Sovereign of Insects. Profession, Divine Rank Creation Class. Talents, Growth of All Things, Level 1. Divine Evolution, Level 1. Ancestral Tree. Unawakened. Another status window flashed open, this time for Little Nine. Little Nine's status. Level 21. Title, Insect Mother, 9 Wings of Miasma. Disaster Rank. Offspring Count, 100,000 units. Combat Power, 197 stars. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Her combat power had skyrocketed. At 197 stars, she was already approaching the level of a 3rd-level master. A grin spread across his face. This is insane. The growth rate is too fast. His body buzzed with energy as he clenched his fist. Everything is ready. Tomorrow, he would enter Tianjiao camp. Once he reached level 30, he could finally complete Little Nine's 2nd reproduction cycle. His mind drifted to the possibilities. The next mother insect, a dangerously alluring presence. His smirk deepened. Things are only going to get more interesting from here. Meanwhile, at the Night Watch headquarters, Tanjin sat across from Ji Gang, her brows furrowed in concern. Are you seriously thinking about calling Chana Wong for this? There was disbelief in her voice. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Jiang Chun? Ji Gang lounged on the sofa, one hand resting on the armrest while the other supported his chin, his gaze unreadable. I'm doing this just in case. Tanjin's expression tensed. Ji Gang's voice dropped. In the Yangtze River Southern War Zone, Jiang Chun will cross paths with Xiao Beihan, the prodigy of the Shiao family. He tapped his fingers against the sofa. But that's not the real problem. His voice grew colder. The real danger is Tianjiao camp itself. Tanjin stiffened at his words. Ji Gang's eyes darkened. There are no secrets in Tianjiao camp. His tone was heavy, almost cautious. And there's something about Jiang Chun that terrifies me. Tanjin frowned. You're exaggerating. Ji Gang shook his head. No, I don't think I am. He leaned forward, voice dropping to a near whisper. It's his poison. His expression turned grave. Jiang Chun is hiding many secrets. Tanjin's breath hitched as she locked eyes with Ji Gang. And for the first time, she saw something unsettling. Fear. A chill crept down her spine. Are you trying to scare me? She asked, her voice unsteady. Old memories surfaced, clouding her mind. She recalled the events from 600 years ago, a time when the Devourer had plunged Great Xia into chaos. To counter the threat, the kingdom had established the forbidden professions, banning and exterminating those who practiced them. Anyone found wielding these abilities was executed on sight. The thought alone sent another shiver through her body. She stood abruptly, eyes sharp with unease. If Jiang Chun really had a forbidden profession, it would have been detected the moment he awakened, she argued. You're overthinking this, Ji Gang. But Ji Gang remained silent, his hands clasped together, gaze locked on the ground. His expression held nothing but pure terror. I hope she's right. I hope I'm just being paranoid. The next morning, Jiang Chun stepped out of his apartment and made his way toward a dense forest. Holding a map in both hands, he squinted at the markings. Which way is the right one? He frowned. Had he gotten lost again? Before he could figure it out, a frantic voice pierced the morning air. Help! Someone help me! Jiang Chun turned his head, brows knitting together. Who the hell is screaming this early in the morning? He looked toward a towering tree nearby. A sword was stabbed into the ground at its base. At the very top, a white-haired man clung desperately to a branch, his entire body trembling. Please, help me. I'm afraid of heights. Jiang Chun stood still, his mind momentarily blank. Did I hear that right? This guy climbed all the way up, only to realize he was afraid of heights. Is he an idiot? Jiang Chun sighed. Whatever. He might as well help the fool before he died of his own stupidity. Raising his hand, he activated Growth of All Things Vine. Thick branches shot up from the ground, weaving their way toward the man. Just as he lost his grip and tumbled downward, the vines coiled around him, gently lowering him to safety. Once on the ground, the man collapsed onto his hands and knees, panting heavily. I was so scared, he gasped. Jiang Chun folded his arms, watching him with a blank expression. The man continued, voice still shaking. I just wanted to save a bird's nest. I thought it wasn't that high, but when I climbed up, I realized it was really high. Jiang Chun blinked. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. So, let me get this straight. This guy is afraid of heights. Yet he still climbed a massive tree. Just to save a bird's nest? He inhaled deeply. This man is definitely an idiot. The older man dusted off his clothes and extended a hand toward Jiang Chun, offering a pleasant smile. Thank you for saving me. Then, as if getting stuck in a tree was the most normal thing in the world, he casually added, So, what do you want in return? Jiang Chun, still struggling to comprehend this man's existence, scratched his head. Actually, I'm just trying to find my way to Tianjiao camp. Do you know the way? The man turned his back, closing his eyes as he walked away with a calm smile. Follow me. I'm heading there too. I have a task there. Jiang Chun sighed in relief. Thanks. He put a hand behind his head and fell in a step behind the old man. As they walked, curiosity nagged at him. The man carried a sword on his back instead of storing it in his system inventory, an unusual choice. Extending his hand toward him, Jiang Chun asked, Are you a job changer too? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Nope, I never change jobs. I'm just an enthusiast who loves practicing with the sword. Jiang Chun blinked. Seriously? The man's smile didn't waver. When I was young, I didn't have talent. I failed to change jobs. He turned slightly, meeting Jiang Chun's gaze. For 10 years, I fought and struggled, but I couldn't even afford to buy a bathroom in the city. Jiang Chun's eye twitched. That's an oddly specific way to describe being broke. The man continued, his tone suddenly nostalgic. At my lowest point, I ran to the mountains, found a small, abandoned cabin, climbed onto a table, and Jiang Chun's expression tensed. You were going to... The man nodded. Yeah, I was ready to hang myself. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A sword. Jiang Chun frowned. A sword? The old man's smile returned. Something inside me changed. I decided to live. From that moment on, I trained with the sword every single day. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he continued. I practiced drawing the sword for 20 years. Then, I practiced fencing for 30 years. Jiang Chun stared at him, waiting for some profound conclusion. The man paused dramatically. And one day, I had a revelation. Silence stretched between them. Jiang Chun forced a polite nod. Yes, that's certainly something. Beaming, the old man gripped the hilt of his sword. Want to learn a special move? I can teach you right now. Before he could even finish naming the technique, Jiang Chun immediately cut him off. No thanks. The old man froze. Then, with a calm chuckle, he slowly sheathed his sword. You're a bit impatient, huh? His tone was lighthearted. It's fine. I'll wait. One day, you'll come asking me to teach you. Jiang Chun ignored the old man's cryptic remark and turned his eyes toward the sky. That's when he saw it, Tianjiao camp. His eyes lit up with excitement. Look, isn't that Tianjiao camp? He turned to the old man, expecting a response, only to find nothing. The man was gone. Jiang Chun froze, his head snapping left and right. But there was no sign of him. He frowned. Where the hell did he go? That old man was far too strange. At the entrance of Tianjiao camp, helicopters hovered overhead, their blades slicing through the air. A long line of participants stretched toward the registration desk, where a receptionist addressed the crowd with a sharp, professional tone. All geniuses entering the camp must line up for registration. Each of you will receive an identification bracelet. Once worn, it cannot be removed unless you are eliminated. Jiang Chun joined the queue, waiting patiently until it was his turn. When he stepped forward, the receptionist glanced at his registration details. Jiang Chun from Chujiang City. He handed over the identification bracelet, which Jiang Chun promptly secured around his wrist. Just as he finished, a strange sensation washed over him. Two intense gazes burned into him. Turning his head slightly, he locked eyes with Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao. Both girls stood with their hands over their chests, their faces slowly turning bright red, their dreamy eyes fixated on him. Jiang Chun blinked. What is happening? He understood why Luo Sundao was looking at him like that. He was her benefactor, after all. That made sense. But Mu Hanxiu, what was she doing? Before he could make sense of the situation, the two suddenly turned on each other. Their expressions darkened as the tension between them escalated in an instant. What are you doing here? Luo Sundao snapped. I should be asking you that. Mu Hanxiu shot back. Their stares sharpened into full-blown hostility. Luo Sundao crossed her arms, irritation clear in her voice. Why are you even calling Jiang Chun love? She exhaled in exasperation. I told you to stop reading those romance novels. Now you're hallucinating. Mu Hanxiu smirked, flipping her hair dramatically. You're right. I was clueless before, but now I know what true love is. She tilted her chin up. Compared to me, you're nothing. Luo Sundao's eyebrow twitched. The argument escalated further, their words growing sharper by the second. Meanwhile, Little Nine materialized beside Jiang Chun, casually pulling out a slice of watermelon. She took a slow, satisfied bite, chewing leisurely as she glanced at him. This is getting good, she mumbled between chews. Jiang Chun remained completely silent. This is too much to process. Luo Sundao, still fuming, suddenly pointed at Little Nine. And why is she so close to Jiang Chun? Before Little Nine could even respond, Mu Hanxiu swooped in, grabbing Jiang Chun's arm. She smirked at Luo Sundao. Jealous much? Then, mockingly, she added, stop being so narcissistic. I'm not following him. With a teasing smile, she leaned her head against Jiang Chun's shoulder. Besides, she purred, Jiang Chun has the final say in this. Jiang Chun still didn't say a word. Luo Sundao's eyes narrowed. You told me something similar a long time ago, she smirked. And now it's actually happening. Mu Hanxiu's face turned even redder. Fidgeting, she muttered, WL, Jiang Chun is very handsome. Luo Sundao stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder with a playful laugh. So, are we good friends again? Mu Hanxiu hesitated for a moment before nodding firmly. Then, with determination in her voice, she declared, we're no longer just friends. We're rivals in love. She folded her arms. We're friend-enemies. Jiang Chun started sweating. Girls are really strange. Before things could spiral further, a loud explosion suddenly echoed across the area. Bang! The entire camp fell silent. Every head turned toward the source of the blast. Thick smoke billowed in the distance. Jiang Chun's instincts flared. What's going on? Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes. Someone's fighting. Through the fading smoke, a figure emerged. It was the black-haired man from the camp entrance. Rolling up his sleeves, he clenched his fists, his expression livid. His teeth gritted as he barked. Who the hell is fighting already? Not everyone has even entered yet. His eyes burned with fury. Is someone looking for death? Jiang Chun, standing behind the scenes, observed closely. His gaze locked onto the black-haired man. This guy, he's a patrol instructor. But what truly shocked him was the sheer power radiating from the fighters in the area. Do instructors normally have third-level master strength? The instructor stormed toward the battlefield, prepared to break up the fight. But before he could even react, bang! A devastating punch landed straight into his stomach. His body was sent flying. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. The instructor crashed into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Clutching his chest, he forced out a hoarse command. Notify the superiors. This is getting out of hand. Silence gripped the camp. Luo Sundao stood frozen. A third-level master had been taken down in 1 second. Her voice trembled. Who did that? Mu Hanxiu's expression darkened. They're from Jiangnan's war zone. The standouts. A woman with blood-red eyes stepped forward, her form fitting assassin gear accentuating her lethal presence. Resting a hand on her hip, she stared at the fallen instructor, saying nothing. Her presence alone sent chills down people's spines. Her name was Tang Ying, an assassin. Her name carried fear for one reason. She had recently assassinated a level 4 grandmaster in Sakura country. Then, a second figure emerged, a man with fiery red hair, his body crackling with raw, destructive energy. His lips curled into a crazed smile. Apathetic. His name was by phone. People called him the little god of death. He wasn't just any prodigy. He was the personal disciple of the chief commander of the EC defense line, a future warlord. But there was one problem. He had severe psychological issues. When he lost control, he became a demon on the battlefield. And then, the third figure stepped forward. A man with deep blue hair tightened his grip on his sword, his stance unwavering. With a sharp flick, he pointed the blade straight at Jiang Chun, a smirk playing on his lips. His name was Xiao Beihan. His grandfather stood among the 7 guardians of Great Xia. His title? The Qinglian Sword Immortal, a divine rank profession. Luo Sundao's face darkened. Her fists clenched as she glared at Xiao Beihan. I know that damn dog. Her voice was laced with fury. Her eyes flickered toward the sword in his hand, an epic weapon, unmistakable. That sword, it was stolen from my house. Jiang Chun turned his gaze toward Xiao Beihan, his expression unreadable. But in that moment, he knew this wasn't just any swordsman. This was Xiao Beihan. There was no doubt now. His strength far exceeded Xiao Yuanwu's. But right now, that wasn't the most pressing concern. At the heart of the battle, a man with striking orange hair stood tall, his broad frame exposed. He hadn't moved an inch, yet his overwhelming presence only intensified. His muscles tensed, his fists clenched. Though completely surrounded, his killing, intense sword. As the dust settled, his piercing gaze locked onto his enemies. Then, boom! His fist slammed into the ground, splitting it apart. Cracks tore through the earth, shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. Jiang Chen's breath caught. This guy. The entire camp fell silent. No one dared to move. Jiang Wushuang, the third-ranked, invincible descendant. Rumors claimed he possessed 3 hidden, unique professions. And now, even against 3 elite prodigies, he remained untouchable. Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao paled. Even Jiang Chen hesitated. Can my insect even take on someone like this? But before he could dwell on it, a shadow moved. Xiao Beihan shot into the air. Both hands gripped his sword as he prepared to strike. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Not good. Xiao Beihan landed with crushing force, his blade tearing through the earth. Cracks webbed out beneath him, the ground groaning under the sheer impact. Too close. Luo Sundao was in danger. Without a second thought, Jiang Chun grabbed her by the waist and leaped, narrowly avoiding the attack. Xiao Beihan barely spared them a glance. His sharp gaze shifted, locking onto Jiang Wushuang. For a brief moment, something flickered in his eyes. Your wind fist, not bad. Wushuang said nothing. But before he could react, Xiao Beihan's attention moved again. This time, his eyes met Jiang Chen's. Recognition flashed across his face. Slowly, he sheathed his sword, only to draw it again. The tip aimed directly at Jiang Chun. A deadly aura surged around him, crackling with intent. So, you're the one who killed Xiao Yuanwu. His voice was calm, but his eyes burned with cold hatred. He may have looked down on Xiao Yuanwu for being weak, but that didn't mean he would let an outsider walk away unpunished. Jiang Chen didn't flinch. With a steady hand, he reached forward. A dense, purple mist spread around him. Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice remained firm. I may not be as strong as you, but don't act like the Shiao family isn't just as rotten to the core. Xiao Beihan smirked, shifting his sword to the side. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his every move radiating confidence, as if Jiang Chen's resistance was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Jiang Chun held his ground. He extended both arms, ready to unleash everything he had. I promised Uncle Ji-Gang I wouldn't reveal my full strength too soon, but now I have no choice. From behind, Luo Sundao watched in silence. Then, before the battle could even begin, slash! A powerful sword strike tore through the battlefield, splitting the ground in two. A voice rang through the air. Enough. Step aside. Instantly, both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan withdrew their powers. Their heads snapped toward the source of the attack. A lone figure stood in the distance, sword extended. Jiang Chen's breath caught. No way. It was him. The same old man he had saved from that tree. Only now, he wasn't some helpless fool afraid of heights. He was the chief instructor of Tianjiao camp, the Heavenly Blade King. With just one sword strike, he had forced 4 of the camp's strongest prodigies into submission. Jiang Chun broke into a cold sweat. That weird old man, is this strong? Even now, he wasn't sure if his insect had survived the shockwave. Lowering his sword, the old man gripped the hilt, his piercing gaze shifting between Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan. Then, without a word, he sheathed his blade. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, a man in military uniform, the vice commander of Tianjiao camp, Yang Guang. With a calm expression, he spoke. All 300 geniuses have arrived. He turned toward the Heavenly Blade King. Please prepare to take the stage and lead the opening ceremony. The old man gave a small nod before making his way to the stage. All around the camp, murmurs spread like wildfire. Some newcomers trembled, their faces pale. I heard there were many Tianjiao camps in Jiangnan, but none of them ever had a king-level figure in charge. This is insane. Even from this distance, he could kill us all in a single move. Fear settled over the crowd. The Heavenly Blade King was not someone to defy. The Blade King's return, a mystery unfolds. Speculation ran rampant. A bystander muttered, "This doesn't make sense." They said the old master had gone into seclusion. Another nodded. "Yeah, why is he suddenly appearing now?" Some had overheard the instructors whispering. Apparently, the Sword King himself had chosen to come here. Could he be searching for a disciple? Someone murmured. If that were true, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But most quickly dismissed the thought. People like us should stop dreaming. If he's looking for someone, he's only taking the absolute best. Tang Ying, the infamous assassin, fixed her gaze on the old man, barely concealing her shock. He really came. Beside her, Bai Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Meeting a living legend. This was beyond anything he had expected. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword, his mind made up. I'll defeat Jiang Wushuang once camp begins. I need to leave a strong impression. Jiang Wushuang, cracking his knuckles, let out a feral grin. He hadn't expected the old man to actually show up. Perfect. His goal was clear. He wanted this man as his master. Jiang Chun, still processing everything, pointed at the old man in confusion. Wait, who exactly is this guy? Luo Sundao's eyes lit up as she rushed toward him, fists clenched with excitement. You don't know? I've been hearing about his legends since I was a kid. Her voice brimmed with admiration as she recounted one of his greatest feats. There was a time when a red dragon appeared, threatening the empire. But the old man leaped onto its head and, with a single sword strike, drove his blade straight into its skull. She gestured dramatically, even mimicking the dragon's dying cries. Jiang Chen blinked. That sounds ridiculously exaggerated. But Luo Sundao wasn't finished. He's not even awakened, yet he can suppress a group of 7th transformation sealed kings. Some say his power rivals even an 8th transformation master from Xia Empire. He once killed a dragon in a single blow. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. This guy killed a dragon? Muhan Xiao, meanwhile, rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. She added, even though he holds the power of a sealed king, my grandfather always said he was the most respected figure in our world. Then, her expression soured slightly. My grandfather once asked him to take me as a disciple, but he rejected me. Jiang Chun turned to her, surprised. Muhan Xiao sighed. At first, I was furious, but then I found out that even the invincibles from the Jinan Empire had been rejected. Jiang Chun glanced back at the old man, curiosity creeping in. Wait, so you're saying it's really that hard to become his disciple? Muhan Xiao shot him a serious look. Are you joking? As far as I know, both Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were rejected by the Sword God before. The truth about the Sword King, a disciple struggle. Jiang Chun had witnessed Jiang Wushuang's monstrous strength firsthand. If even he wasn't good enough to become the old man's disciple, then just how difficult was it? His shock was evident as he turned to Muhan Xiao. Is it really that hard to become this guy's disciple? At that moment, Luo Sundao stepped forward. She lifted her hand, pointing toward the sky with a solemn expression. You might not know this, but the old master has only ever taken 2 disciples in his entire life. And that was over 20 years ago. Jiang Chun froze. His mind flashed back to that strange old man, the one clinging to a tree in terror. The same man who had casually sheathed his sword and asked, "Want to learn from me?" Jiang Chun shut his eyes. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. That tree-hugging lunatic, was he really the legendary king of the celestial sword? He let out a slow breath, forcing a stiff smile as sweat trickled down his cheek. Now it all makes sense. On the stage, the old man cleared his throat. The entire camp fell silent as his gaze swept across them. I am Gu Katan, Heavenly Blade King, chief instructor of Tianjiao camp. He leaned forward, resting both hands on the table. His next words sent a chill through the crowd. Tianjiao camp's recent performance has been disappointing. His voice was sharp. These fights, a joke. If you hold back in training, you'll die in real battle. No second chances. No burials. The air grew heavy. Then his grip tightened on the microphone. A smile appeared. So, from this year forward, I'm implementing a new rule. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light. I call it the death quota. The camp erupted into chaos. Yang Guang, standing behind him, went pale. His body stiffened in shock. Wait, what? Panic surged through him as he stepped forward. Instructor Gu, you can't. Gu Katian raised a hand. The room fell silent. His smile remained. I make the rules here, and I take full responsibility. Yang Guang's heart pounded. What the hell is this? There's never been a death quota before. Why wasn't I told? Gu Katan lifted the mic again, his voice eerily calm. From now on, 10 of you will die in every round of testing. If you want to leave, do it now. Panic set in. A young boy clutched his friend's arm, his face drained of color. I can't quit. My family's honor is at stake. His friend trembled. I don't want to die. At the front, Jiang Wushuang stood motionless, arms crossed. Then he grinned. A wild, bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. As expected from the senior Heavenly Blade King, Jiang Wushuang folded his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. This should have happened long ago. Nearby, Xiao Beihan turned his gaze toward Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable, until a cold grin spread across his face. This rule was made just for you. Jiang Chun remained composed, silently assessing the situation. Xiao Beihan's intent was obvious. The moment the trial began, he would come straight for him. But there was something else Jiang Chun realized. With this new rule in place, even if he took out Xiao Beihan, there would be no repercussions for Uncle Ji Gang and the others. The death quota had effectively given him a free hand. Minutes passed in silence. No one stepped down. Gu Katian, still holding the microphone, planted a hand on his waist and chuckled. Not a single coward, huh? Guess you all have some dignity. Behind him stood the 4 vice commanders, their presence heavy. Gu Katian lifted his hand high and roared. Entrance evaluation begins now. The 300 participants stiffened, awaiting further instruction. Gu Katian grasped the hilt of his sword and drew it in one swift motion. His voice rang out across the battlefield. Scattered throughout the camp are 150 advancement flags. I don't care how you get them. The test ends at dawn, day 2. If you have a flag, you move forward. If you don't, you're out. His blade gleamed under the sun as he leveled it at them, his eyes sharp with challenge. Fight how you want, alone, in groups, however you see fit. Take what's yours. Crush whoever stands in your way. Show me your hunger for battle. Then, with a swift motion, he raised his sword high. Begin. Chaos erupted instantly. The moment the test started, bodies scattered in all directions. Some, knowing their strength wasn't enough, vanished into the shadows, hoping to snatch a flag unnoticed. Survival came before pride. But Xiao Beihan had a different plan. As his body surged with blue energy, his lips curled into a grin. He drew his sword and strode forward, step by step, closing in on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stood still, flanked by Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao. Then, without looking at them, he extended his arms to the sides and gave a firm command. Find a flag. Leave him to me. Mu Hanxiu's grip tightened around his arm, her voice unsteady. Are you sure? Jiang Chun didn't answer. Instead, he took a defensive stance and gave a single, sharp order. Go. Now. Seeing the resolve in his eyes, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao hesitated, then turned and ran. Xiao Beihan's blade crackled with blue mana as he let out a mocking laugh. A rookie who hasn't even reached his second transfer thinks he can play hero? His voice dripped with scorn. He wasn't taking Jiang Chun seriously. Jiang Chun's face remained unreadable. Without a word, he slowly raised his hand to the side. A thick, purple mist seeped from his palm. Little Nine's poisonous mist. Xiao Beihan's sword radiated a terrifying aura, but Jiang Chun stood firm. He had survived worse. Still, a thought lingered in his mind. Even though I'm stronger now, can I handle Xiao Beihan using only poison without exposing the mother insect? Jiang Chun remained still, the poisonous mist swirling around him. His eyes locked on Xiao Beihan as he spoke calmly. Enough with the useless talk. Xiao Beihan's smirk faded. His grip on his sword tightened, his gaze burning with fury. TCH, no need to waste words on the dead. Then, he swung his sword with full force, unleashing a devastating slash toward Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun prepared to counter, but before the attack could land. Stop! A rain of throwing knives tore through the air, shattering Xiao Beihan's attack on impact. Jiang Chun's eyes narrowed. Standing in front of him was Tang Ying. She gripped more throwing knives, her cold gaze fixed on Xiao Beihan. Her eyes burned with anger. Xiao Beihan's expression darkened as he clenched his sword. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Chun remained wary, turning toward Tang Ying. Was this really the infamous assassin? Before he could say anything, Tang Ying placed her hands on her hips and snapped. Did you forget the deal with by phone? Her tone was sharp, unyielding. The plan was to kill Jiang Wushuang the moment camp started. Yet here you are, wasting time on pointless fights. She crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. Be honest. Are you just making excuses because you're afraid of Wushuang? Xiao Beihan's aura flared as he gritted his teeth. Who said I was afraid? Tang Ying smirked. Then prove it. She turned, pointing toward the dense forest. Wu Shuang ran that way. Bai Feng is already on his trail. Xiao Beihan let out a frustrated sigh, then turned away from Jiang Chun. Fine, I'll handle Wu Shuang first. He cast one last glance at Jiang Chun before walking off. There's plenty of time to take care of you later. With that, he and Tang Ying disappeared into the trees. Jiang Chun exhaled, the poisonous mist fading from his hands. That was close. His eyes followed Tang Ying's retreating figure. Just before she vanished into the shadows, she turned her head, pressed a finger to her lips, and winked at him. Jiang Chun stiffened. She helped me. But why? They weren't even allies. Unnoticed by the others, Tang Ying's expression shifted. Her gaze lowered, a flicker of sorrow passing through her eyes. She was Tang Jin's niece. Before the camp had even begun, Tang Ying's aunt had given her a secret mission, protect Jiang Chun. But with her current abilities, she couldn't take on Xiao Beihan directly. The best she could do was buy time and shift his focus elsewhere. For now, Jiang Chun was safe. She could only hope that Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao would continue to protect him. As Xiao Beihan walked away, a black-haired man named Huang Yongchao stepped forward. A bow was slung across his back, and in his hands, he held 3 advancement flags. Then, he knelt before Xiao Beihan. My father is a loyal subordinate of your grandfather, he declared. These 3 flags are a token of my dedication to you. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes as he watched. Tang Ying, standing nearby, remained silent, observing carefully. Xiao Beihan barely glanced at the kneeling man, his voice cold. I don't need the flags. Then, his expression darkened. But if you really want to prove your loyalty, there is something you can do for me. Tang Ying tensed. This was bad. If Xiao Beihan gathered more allies, it would only make things more difficult for Jiang Chun. She could only hope Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sundao were strong enough to protect him. Meanwhile, Luo Sundao had just secured 2 advancement flags. She held them up, smiling in satisfaction. Turning toward Jiang Chun, she beamed. I just found 2 flags. She hurried over and placed them on the table. Jiang Chun, resting one hand on his waist, spoke calmly. You 2 take the flags first. I need to check something elsewhere. Luo Sundao frowned, pressing both hands against the table. We'll help you find one together. Mu Hanxiu remained silent beside her, arms crossed. Then, whiz, a deadly arrow tore through the air, heading straight for them at high speed. Jiang Chen's instincts flared. His eyes sharpened. Be careful. Without hesitation, he grabbed the table and hurled it upward. Boom! The arrow struck the table, shattering it into splinters. Wood and debris rained down around them. Luo Sundao gasped, her heart racing. She quickly ducked behind Jiang Chun, gripping his arm tightly. Peeking out slightly, she whispered, What's happening? Jiang Chun stepped forward, his voice turning cold. Who's attacking? His sharp gaze swept the area. Are you after the flags? Beside him, Mu Hanxiu unsheathed her twin daggers, gripping them tightly as she took a defensive stance. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, her muscles tensed for battle. Then, a figure leaped into view. A man wielding a bow, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. The arrow he knocked pulsed with powerful energy. The attacker's identity was revealed. Huang Yongchao. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. So it's him. Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu recognized him immediately as well. That's Huang Yongchao, they muttered urgently, turning to Jiang Chun. He has the hidden profession, extreme archer of the Sunchasur. He's level 39, Mu Hanxiu added grimly. Luo Sundao's expression darkened. His father is a 6th-transfer venerable who serves under Xiao Beihan. She clenched her fists. My eternal earth shield might not even be able to stop his attacks. Huang Yongchao's cold, calculating gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. Then he fired. Boom! The arrow surged with energy, its glowing blade slicing through the air at terrifying speed. Jiang Chun knew there was no time to hesitate. He turned to Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu. Step aside. Then, he leaped forward. His eyes gleamed with determination as he charged toward the incoming attack. Extending his hand, his palm released thick, dark purple mist, Little Nine's poisonous mist. His voice was low, filled with icy resolve. I can tolerate a lot of things, but if you want to take my life, don't blame me for being ruthless. His aura surged violently. After all, someone has to fulfill the old master's death quota. Luo Sundao clutched her chest, fear creeping in her eyes. Mu Hanxiu, gripping her daggers tightly, swallowed hard. Her heart pounded as she stared at Jiang Chun. What is he planning to do? Jiang Chun thrust his hand forward, unleashing a wave of Little Nine's poisonous mist. The dark purple fog surged, colliding head-on with Huang Yongchao's arrow. Boom! The arrow shattered instantly, completely overpowered by the corrosive mist. But Jiang Chun didn't stop there. The poisonous mist kept advancing, rushing toward Huang Yongchao like a living entity. Still hovering in midair, Huang Yongchao's eyes widened in horror. His grip on his bow tightened, but his entire body stiffened. This wasn't what he had been told. Wait, poison. His voice trembled. Wasn't he supposed to be a life-type awakened? Panic gripped him. Desperately, he tried to call for backup. Stop hiding. Attack together. But he never finished his sentence. The mist reached him. It coiled around his body like a living nightmare, corroding his flesh instantly. Aha! His agonized screams tore through the battlefield. Then, the swarm came. From within the mist, countless insects burst forth, devouring him piece by piece. His so-called allies? They turned and ran. Terror filled their hearts. If even a long-range expert like Huang Yongchao couldn't survive, then those with close combat professions had zero chance. They had to escape before they became the next victims. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood unmoving, his hand effortlessly guiding the swarm. Within moments, the insects finished their feast. Huang Yongchao's body was gone, completely devoured. Inside the monitoring room, Chief Instructor Gu Katian and Vice Commander Yang Wang observed the battle through the surveillance feed. Gu Katian's sharp gaze followed Jiang Chen's movements, taking in how easily he had killed his opponent. A grin spread across the old man's face. Impressive. He leaned back, crossing his arms. Not only a creation class user, but also poison class. Behind him, Yang Guang stood frozen, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. A second transformation prodigy, eliminated in mere seconds? His mind reeled as he tried to process what had just happened. Jiangchen wasn't just strong. He was terrifying, a complete unknown. Why didn't Shu City's Night Watch report anything about him? He muttered under his breath. As Yang Guang's thoughts spiraled, Gu Katian turned toward him, his expression serious. Go, inform the others. Yang Guang snapped out his daze. Right away. But just as he turned to leave, wait. Gu Katian cleared his throat. Yang Guang hesitated, turning back. A creeping worry settled in his chest. Was the old man regretting his decision to let Jiang Chun enter? But Gu Katan simply rubbed his chin, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. Then, in a calm yet commanding voice, he issued another order. Bring in 10 third-level ferocious beasts. Yang Guang's eyes widened. What? Gu Katan's smirk widened, and released them separately. Then, he leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, and one more thing. Place the advancement flags on the beasts. The battlefield shifts, a new challenge begins. Yang Guang turned sharply, gave a military salute, and, despite his clear confusion, responded with a firm, understood. Internally, he couldn't help but be impressed. The old man's move was brilliant. By placing the advancement flags on the beasts, Gu Katian would force the strongest contenders in a battle first. This way, those monsters would be too busy tearing each other apart before they could turn their weapons on the weaker participants. It was both strategic and ruthless. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jiang Wushuang stood surrounded by Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and Xiao Beihan. All three had drawn their weapons, prepared to strike. Jiang Wushuang, however, remained unfazed. His arms were crossed, his stance unwavering. He had been locked in battle with Bai Feng for several minutes now. Even though he was injured, his confidence hadn't wavered for a second. Bai Feng clutched his chest wound, his breathing heavy and labored. Jiang Wushuang smirked. I already told you. His eyes glinted with amusement. Even if you gang up on me, you still won't win. Then, with a mocking tilt of his head, he added, do you really think victory in a 3-on-1 fight is something to be proud of? Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth, his grip on his sword tightening. His blue energy surged, making his blade glow ominously. His eyes darkened with focus. Winning this way isn't honorable, but fighting strong opponents is the only thing that keeps me entertained. At that moment, a sharp crackle rang through the air as the camp loudspeakers activated. A mechanical voice echoed across the battlefield. Participant Huang Yongchao has been eliminated by Jiang Chun. For a brief moment, silence. Then, shockwaves rippled through the entire camp. Jiang Chun had landed the first kill, and not just any opponent. He had taken down a level 39, second transformation genius. The crowd struggled to process it. Xiao Beihan's confident smirk faded, his face darkening. That fast. Huang Yongchao might not have been the strongest, but he was still ranked among the top 50 talents in camp. Far superior to Xiao Yuanwu. And yet, he was eliminated in mere seconds. Tang Ying tightened her grip on her throwing knives, a chill running through her. This isn't right. Jiang Chun was supposed to be level 26 in the creation class, but somehow he had effortlessly wiped out a level 39 combat class prodigy. Even she, an assassin, would have struggled to take Huang Yongchao down so cleanly. Bai Feng, still catching his breath, glanced up at the sky and let out a low chuckle. Heh, looks like this year's Tianjiao camp is crawling with hidden monsters. Not far away, Jiang Wushuang tilted his head, a grin playing at his lips. Are you sure you should be wasting time with me? Shouldn't you be more concerned about that other guy, Jiang Chun? Xiao Beihan ignored him. The three warriors gripped their weapons tighter, their stances shifting, ready to strike. But before they could, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. Attention! 10 third-level ferocious beasts are being released onto the battlefield. Each beast carries an advancement flag. Acquiring a flag will grant additional ranking points. The top 10 contestants will receive exclusive rewards. First place will be awarded 100 million. The moment the announcement ended, Xiao Beihan, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying all stepped back. Jiang Wushuang let out a low chuckle, arms still crossed. The king of the celestial sword just gave us a new game to play. His smirk deepened. All right, I'm in. His eyes locked onto the blue flag. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun stood in the distance, absorbing the announcement. A 100 million reward? Then it hit him his insects. If he secured first place, it wouldn't just be about the money. He'd gain resources. And with more resources, his insects could evolve even faster. A giant beast falls from the sky. The battlefield shifts. Suddenly, boom, a thunderous crash shook the ground. Jiang Chun, just a short distance away, snapped to attention. His eyes sharpened. What is that? The dust settled, and standing before them, a monstrous mutant wolf. Luo Sundao, standing beside him, braced her shield. It's one of the ferocious beasts. Jiang Chun studied it carefully. His brows furrowed. A third-level beast. Nearby, Mu Hanqiu's face turned pale. Her voice trembled with urgency. Be careful. This thing is as strong as a level 90 awakened. The massive beast trembled, its enormous frame still paralyzed from the fall. Luo Sundao narrowed her eyes before turning to Jiang Chun. It's still regaining consciousness. Should we take advantage of this? Jiang Chun's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, his hands releasing Little Nine's poisonous mist. Move back. He was ready to strike. But, swoosh, a powerful slash came slicing through the air toward him. Jiang Chun's reflexes kicked in instantly. He leaped back, narrowly dodging the sudden attack. Landing firmly on the ground, he clenched his fist, his mind racing. Who just attacked me? Then he looked up. Standing atop the beast's head, gripping his sword, was Xiao Beihan. Xiao Beihan's eyes locked onto Jiang Chun as a smug smile curled his lips. Not only did you kill Huang Yongqiao in seconds, his gaze darkened. Now you're trying to steal my flag? Jiang Chun didn't waste time with words. Without hesitation, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing Little Nine's poisonous mist. If you're here to fight, stop talking. Xiao Beihan laughed. Then, he jumped high into the air, his sword raised above his head. Heaven and Earth Wind Dragon Slash. A swirling blade of wind roared through the battlefield, slicing apart everything in its path. It collided with Jiang Chun's poisonous mist, dispersing it in an instant. Xiao Beihan landed back on the beast's head, his sword glowing with a blue aura. His confidence was unwavering. No wonder you're so arrogant. His eyes gleamed as he smirked. Turns out you have the hidden poison class. He chuckled, shaking his head. Too bad for you. He raised his sword slightly. Poison is unstable, difficult to control, and in front of my wind, his smirk widened. It's nothing. Mu Hanqiu clenched her fists, her expression tense. She turned to Luo Sundao. This isn't good. Wind counters poison. We need to help him. But before she could move, Luo Sundao grabbed her arm. Her expression was serious. No. Mu Hanqiu froze. Luo Sundao's voice was calm but firm. Jiang Chun's poison isn't ordinary poison. If we interfere, we'll just get in his way. Jiang Chun took an offensive stance, his entire body engulfed in a dark green mist. His eyes locked onto Xiao Beihan. This had gone on long enough. It was time to end it. Then, he unleashed his technique. Poisonous Mist Dragon. From the swirling toxic mist, a massive poisoned dragon emerged. Its serpentine body twisted through the air, its sinister green eyes glowing with deadly energy. With a deafening roar, it opened its mouth, ready to consume everything in its path. Seeing the sheer size of the dragon, Xiao Beihan's confidence wavered. T-Sage, this isn't good. He knew. Just slicing it apart wouldn't work. So instead, he made a bold decision. Gripping his sword tightly, he ran his fingers across the blade. The winds howled around him. Then, he lifted his sword toward the sky, activating a forbidden technique. Immortal Swordsman of Blue Lotus. A massive, glowing blue lotus bloomed behind Xiao Beihan, radiating with immense sword energy. The petals shimmered, absorbing the incoming poison dragon with ease. A smirk spread across Xiao Beihan's face. Watch as my sword's energy consumes your poison. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed as a smile crept onto his lips. Are you serious? Xiao Beihan had just created the perfect meal. Within the mist, little Nine manifested, her eyes twinkling with delight. She licked her lips, hunger flashing in her gaze. Then, she lunged straight at the lotus, mouth wide open. Crunch! She sank her teeth into the petals, tearing them apart one by one. Sword energy, poison, raw power, it didn't matter. The blue lotus was delicious. Jiang Qin's devouring value skyrocketed. Plus 2,000. He glanced at little Nine, grinning. She's eating the entire thing. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His eyes widened in horror. What? In an instant, the blue lotus shattered. The sword energy collapsed, releasing a thick surge of poisonous mist. Boom! The toxic cloud erupted, engulfing Xiao Beihan. His body was flung backward. Slam! He crashed into ground, gasping for breath. His sword trembled in his grip, his nerves screaming in pain. A sharp, burning sensation spread through his chest as the poison took hold. Impossible! His mind reeled. How could poison overpower sword energy? Above him, the poison dragon had grown even larger, its serpentine body twisting through the sky. Its eerie green eyes locked onto him. Then, it lunged. Xiao Beihan's mind raced. He knew, if that dragon touched him, he was dead. So, he activated his life gem, hugging himself tightly as a radiant shield surrounded his body. Boom! The poison dragon crashed into the barrier. But the life gem held strong. Xiao Beihan gritted his teeth. He had survived. Now, it was Jiang Qin's turn to die. Jiang Qin assessed the situation. Xiao Beihan had used a life gem. Poison alone wouldn't break through. And with battlefield cameras recording everything, he couldn't risk revealing his insects. He needed cover. Turning to Luo Sundao, he spoke calmly. Can you create an opaque earth shield around this area? Luo Sundao clenched her fist before nodding. I'll try. She raised her hands to the sky. Energy surged. Then, earth protection, shield cover. A dome of earth formed, sealing off the battlefield. Xiao Beihan looked up confused. What is he doing? Luo Sundao collapsed to her knees, breathing heavily. The technique had drained her energy. Jiang Qin turned his gaze back to Xiao Beihan. With the cameras blocked, it was time to finish this. Jiang Qin remained calm, his hands releasing a fresh wave of little Nine's poisonous mist. His eyes bore into Xiao Beihan. Can you guess how Xiao Yuanwu died? Xiao Beihan's expression twisted in rage. Trapped within his magical barrier, he extended his sword to the side, his voice dripping with disdain. You think that worthless trash's death compares to mine? His grip tightened. Naive, Jiang Qin remained silent. For a few moments, he simply observed. Then, little Nine reappeared, her sinister grin stretching as she locked eyes with Xiao Beihan. Jiang Qin's voice was calm but firm. Are you really comparing the past me to the current me? His gaze darkened. Now, that's naive. He was done with this. Turning to little Nine, he spoke without hesitation. Teach him a lesson. Little Nine's body pulsed with energy. Poisonous mist surged from her outstretched hands, filling the air with its deadly presence. Then, she charged. Xiao Beihan narrowed his eyes, gripping his sword tightly. Who is she? Little Nine's speed was terrifying. Her attacks came from all directions, left, right, above, below. But Xiao Beihan's blade met every strike. No matter how fast she moved, his defensive swordplay was flawless. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with surprise. He's using protective sword energy? This was unexpected. Xiao Beihan's defensive mastery was far beyond what he had anticipated. Then, a deafening roar shook the battlefield. The massive mutant beast lunged forward, its gaping jaws aimed straight at little Nine. Both she and Xiao Beihan turned, instantly shifting to high alert. Jiang Qin reacted without hesitation. His hands surged with poisonous mist as his gaze locked onto the beast. It had fully awakened. Now it was time to go all in. Jiang Qin extended his hand, summoning two poisonous mist dragons. They slithered through the air, their glowing green eyes brimming with lethal intent. Then, he unleashed his small insect swarm. That's top-quality fierce beast meat. His smirk deepened. First to arrive, first to eat. The insects surged forward, their buzzing wings filling the battlefield with an eerie hum. Now, the battle had turned into pure chaos. Xiao Beihan's eyes darted between the converging threats. His once impenetrable sword energy had been corroded. His advantage was slipping. He could no longer keep up with little Nine. The beast let out a warning roar, turning its attention to Xiao Beihan. But little Nine was already in motion. She closed the distance instantly, her devilish grin widening. Then, she threw her full strength into a punch. Boom! Her fist slammed into Xiao Beihan's magical barrier. Cracks spread across the shimmering shield. She didn't stop. Another punch, then another. With each impact, the barrier trembled. Xiao Beihan's strongest defense was starting to crumble. Jiang Chun stood calmly, arms crossed, watching the battle unfold. He had realized something. Xiao Yuanwu had been weak because the Xiao family played favorites with their descendants. But Xiao Beihan? He was one of their true elites. Defeating him would not be easy. Yet, Little Nine's relentless onslaught was proving otherwise. Punch after punch, her attacks tore into his protective barrier. The cracks spread wider. Her gleaming eyes revealed she could smell victory. Inside the fading shield, Xiao Beihan was drenched in sweat. His breath came in ragged gasps. His panic grew. He knew, if before she had needed 3 seconds, now she needed at most 3 minutes. His grip on his sword tightened. He couldn't believe it. His life gem's protection was actually breaking. Meanwhile, inside the Tianjiao camp surveillance room, Yang Guang's expression darkened. On the monitors, a massive blue magical barrier covered the battlefield. This anti-vision shield blocked their view, preventing them from seeing what was happening inside. And he knew exactly what that meant. Xiao Beihan was at a disadvantage. Yang Guang turned sharply toward Fang Chengyuan. His voice was firm and commanding. Conduct a manual investigation. If the situation becomes too dangerous, stop the fight immediately. Fang Chengyuan, a 4th-level great master of the spatial system, pressed his fingertips together and nodded. Understood. In the corner of the room, Gu Kaitian, known as the King of the Celestial Sword, sat with one leg crossed, his chin resting lazily on his hand. His expression was unreadable, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Are they really this desperate to protect the Xiao family's grandson? Yang Guang turned toward him, hands clasped behind his back. His tone was measured but heavy. You don't understand. It's not about favoritism, it's about consequences. If Xiao Beihan was injured or killed, no one knew how the Xiao family would react. Gu Kaitian raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Then, in a calm but pointed voice, he asked, Are you really prepared for war with the Jinghua Empire? Yang Guang froze. A chill ran down his spine. Jinghua, if word got out about what happened inside Tianjiao camp, things could spiral out of control. His jaw tightened. His hands clenched. No information leaves the camp. His voice was cold, decisive. Not until this ends. Gu Kaitian leaned back, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. He wasn't sure if Jiang Chun could actually kill Xiao Beihan, but he was curious. Why had Jiang Chun created an anti-vision barrier? What was he hiding? Back at the battlefield, Jiang Chun stood beside the collapsed mutant beast. The giant wolf lay motionless, its body engulfed in poisonous mist. His arms were still crossed. His expression, indifferent. Powerful? Sure, but against his insects? It had met its natural predator. At the same time, Little Nine's attacks had reached their peak. Xiao Beihan's barrier was crumbling. The once impenetrable shield was now covered in deep fractures. A particularly large crack split down the center. Xiao Beihan tightened his grip on his sword. His panic turned to dread. No, this can't be happening. The life gem's protection was actually failing. Jiang Chen's sharp gaze locked onto the barrier. Then he saw it, the weak point. In a calm but firm voice, he spoke. Little Nine attacked there. He pointed directly at the largest, deepest crack. That was the breaking point. Just as Jiang Chun was about to deliver the final blow, a voice echoed in his mind. Don't play around too much. Fang Chengyuan, the great master of the spatial system, has arrived. Jiang Chen's expression shifted in an instant. His eyes widened as realization struck, and his heartbeat quickened. A spatial master was here? That meant someone was watching. If they saw the insects, he'd be exposed. There was no time to hesitate. Without a second thought, he extended his hand toward Little Nine. Return. Little Nine, mid-strike, suddenly froze. Her fist was just inches from shattering the barrier when an unseen force pulled her back. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Huh? What's going on? She muttered, but she didn't resist. In the next moment, her form dissolved into a poisonous mist, retreating into Jiang Chen's body. Now, he had to finish this fight immediately. He raised his hand, and a massive insect materialized before him. Without pause, it crawled toward Xiao Beihan's protective barrier. Then it began to glow. Inside the barrier, Xiao Beihan's breathing turned ragged as he watched the strange creature approach. His brows furrowed in confusion at first, but then his expression changed. His face paled, his entire body tensed, and cold sweat began to form. A sinking feeling filled him as he stammered. What is that? But by then, it was too late. Boom! The insect detonated in an instant. A violent shockwave erupted, piercing straight through the magical barrier. But that wasn't the end of it. The moment the barrier collapsed, boom! A second explosion followed, far more powerful than the first. The force was like a miniature nuclear blast, tearing through the battlefield with overwhelming destruction. Luo Sundao's earth shield barely held up for a moment before it crumbled under the impact. She gasped in pain, clutching her stomach as she was thrown backward. Luo Muhanshio rushed forward without hesitation, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes were filled with worry as she steadied her. "Are you all right?" she asked urgently. Luo Sundao forced a weak smile, struggling to regain her breath. "I'll be fine," she muttered. As the dust settled, the battlefield was left in ruins. The ground was shattered, and advancement flags were scattered everywhere. But the most telling sign of the battle's outcome, the only thing left of Xiao Beihan, was his severed arm and his sword. Jiang Chun stepped forward, scanning the remains. He bent down and picked up the sword, his expression unreadable. Then his eyes narrowed. "Did he die?" he murmured. "Or had the spatial master intervened at the last second?" He wasn't sure, but just in case, he picked up the severed arm as well. He walked toward Luo Sundao and, without much thought, tossed her the sword. "Take good care of your family's weapon," he said casually. The blade spun in the air before Luo Sundao instinctively reached out and caught it. A faint flush appeared on her cheeks as she clutched it tightly. Her voice was soft but sincere. "Thank you." Meanwhile, Mu Hanshio had finished gathering the fallen flags. She turned to Jiang Chun, her face bright with excitement. "We made it into the top 10, she exclaimed. Jiang Chun glanced at the flags in her hands. Without hesitation, he offered to split them. But Mu Hanshio shook her head. "No," she said firmly, her eyes filled with determination. "I want to see you surpass Jiang Wushuang and take first place." Luo Sundao smiled beside her, gripping the sword in her hands. "I don't need the flags either," she added. "Getting this back is enough." Jiang Chun smirked. A loud bang echoed through the room as a fist slammed onto the table. Yang Guang's face was twisted in fury, his teeth clenched tightly. Beside him, Fang Qingyuan remained still, his expression unreadable. Yang Guang's voice, filled with anger, cut through the silence. "What the hell happened?" he snapped. "Why didn't you teleport Xiao Beihan in time?" Fang Qingyuan closed his eyes briefly, as if replaying the events in his mind. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm, yet tinged with resignation. The poison was too strong. He had tried. He had barely managed to extend his spiritual energy towards Xiao Beihan. But the moment it touched the poisonous mist, it began corroding at an alarming rate. His vision had been clouded. He hadn't seen anything clearly. And then, boom, the explosion erupted. He had done everything in his power to teleport Xiao Beihan to safety. But it was already too late. Yang Guang's face darkened with disbelief. His fingers shot out in accusation as his voice rose. "How the hell can poison corrode mental power?" he barked. "Stop making excuses. You failed to do your job." Then, a deep, commanding voice cut through the room. "Shut up, Yang Guang." The word sent a chill down Yang Guang's spine. His body tensed, his breath hitched. Slowly, he turned toward the source of the voice. And then, he froze. Gu Katian, the king of the celestial sword. Gu Katian's sharp gaze locked onto him, filled with undeniable authority. His voice was steady, yet every word carried weight. "Do you know why you're stuck at the peak of the fifth transformation?" Yang Guang gulped, but said nothing. "It's because you always follow the powerful," Gu Katian continued. "Because you lack the heart to stand on your own." He folded his arms, his tone growing even sharper. "A moment ago, you were talking about consequences about commanders and generals, but do you even understand what a real battlefield is?" His gaze darkened. "Even those who have reached the ninth transformation can die in battle. Xiao Beihan was no exception." Yang Guang took several steps back, his confidence shattered. His face paled as he stammered. "I wasn't talking about the great general. I only meant Commander Duan." But Gu Katian had already turned his back to him. His voice, calm yet commanding, filled the room once more. "Report everything inside the camp first. All information is to remain strictly confidential. Until tomorrow at 6 a.m., before the evaluation ends, no one, not even Xiao Beihan, is allowed to leave the camp." With that, he strode toward the door. Before stepping out, his final words echoed behind him. "I'm heading to the Southern Command." Silence settled over the room. Yang Guang and Fang Qingyuan remained frozen in place, neither daring to speak. Then, a sudden glow filled the sky outside. A system window appeared, its golden letters stark against the night. "Xiao Beihan has been eliminated by Jiang Chun." Silence. Then, shock. Every gaze turned upward, eyes wide with disbelief. The words before them felt impossible to process. Xiao Beihan, eliminated? By Jiang Chun. It didn't make sense. He was the legitimate grandson of the great general of the nation, one of the strongest participants in the evaluation. And yet, he was gone. Elsewhere, a massive boar-like beast charged forward with incredible force. But Tang Ying and Bai Feng moved swiftly, dodging the attack with ease. The beast crashed head first into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tang Ying, however, stood frozen in place, her gaze locked on the sky. Her mind struggled to process what she had just heard. Jiang Chun actually eliminated Xiao Beihan, she murmured in disbelief. Beside her, Bai Feng remained composed. His expression darkened as he narrowed his eyes. Something's not right, he muttered. Meanwhile, a white lion-like beast lunged from the shadows, its powerful claws aimed straight at a lone figure. Then, bam! A single punch sent the beast flying. Its body tumbled through the air before crashing into the dirt, motionless. Standing over its lifeless form was none other than Jiang Wushuang. Arms crossed, he tilted his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Interesting, he muttered to himself. In a quiet room, the lid of a teacup was lifted slowly. A fragrant wisp of steam curled into the air. The man holding the cup took a slow sip, his expression thoughtful. He was none other than Duan Xinghai, commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan military district. Seated across from him was Gu Katian. Duan set down his cup, his voice calm, yet curious. So, have you found someone remarkable? Is that why you call me here so urgently? Gu Katian didn't respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and lifted his hand toward the sky. A surge of energy pulsed from his palm as he activated forbidden listening, a powerful ability that formed a protective barrier around them, ensuring that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. Duan Xinghai watched in silence. Once the barrier was set, the two men shifted to another room and sat down to continue their tea. Duan leaned back, crossing his legs. He took another slow sip before glancing at Gu Katian with sharp eyes. You're being cautious, he noted. That means the situation is more serious than you're letting on. Gu Katan rested one hand on the chair, the other on the table. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. His voice was calm, but his words carried weight. Can poison corrode mental strength? Duan Xinghai's hand froze midair. Slowly, he lowered his cup. His expression remained neutral, but there was a flicker of interest in his eyes. Theoretically, it's possible, he admitted, but it would be extremely difficult. He leaned forward slightly, his fingers tapping against the wooden table. Poisonous mist and miasma typically target the physical body, he explained. Mental strength, however, is different. It comes from a soul, formed by pure thought and intent. Pausing for a moment, he shook his head. For poison to corrode something like that, his tone turned serious. I can't even begin to estimate the level of toxicity required. Gu Katan studied him closely, his expression unreadable. Then, in a measured tone, he asked, Have you ever seen someone accomplish this? Duan Xinghai placed a hand under his chin, lost in thought. His gaze drifted downward as memories surfaced in his mind. After a long silence, he finally answered, No, I once knew a poison king at the peak of the fourth transformation. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Even he couldn't do it. Duan Xinghai lifted his head, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he leaned back slightly. Are you telling me that Tian Jiao Camp has produced a poison prodigy with such terrifying power? He mused. His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden table. If someone can truly corrode spiritual energy, he paused, his smirk deepening. Then they are holding a weapon more lethal than any blade. Gu Katian, arms crossed, remained unmoved. Then, he slowly shook his head. His eyes closed briefly as he steadied his thoughts. It's too soon to draw conclusions, he said firmly. Duan stayed calm, but his instincts told him something was off. Gu Katian had always been cautious, but this time it felt different. There was hesitation, uncertainty, even, and that only meant one thing. He wasn't telling the whole truth. Duan's sharp gaze locked onto him. His voice carried a new weight. What's happening? He asked. And why aren't you telling me everything? Gu Katan met his gaze. He studied Duan for a long moment before speaking. Then, what if the poison had its own consciousness? Duan froze. Then he laughed. A hearty, amused chuckle as he reached out, patting Gu Katan's shoulder. You're joking, right? But then his laughter faded. His expression turned serious. Poison doesn't have consciousness, he muttered. Unless. His voice trailed off. His breath slowed. Then, a single drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. His mind pieced together a terrifying thought. His voice dropped to a whisper. Unless it's not actually poison, but something else entirely. A forgotten calamity. The 9 wings of miasma. Duan Xinghai's eyes darkened as an old memory surfaced. A memory buried deep within the past. He pictured an ancient ruin, a place lost to time. Ruin number 0. Inside its crumbling walls, he had once come across a record. An ancient text describing something beyond human comprehension. A calamitous creature. A being known as the 9 wings of miasma. It was said that this entity could transform into a poisonous mist. a force so deadly, its birth had nearly destroyed the world itself. A calamity from an era long forgotten. Then, another vision appeared in his mind. A small, shadowy figure, curled up, hugging her knees. A pair of glowing eyes staring from the darkness. A creature born in the depths of the Nine Hells. The very same existence recorded in Ruin Number 0. And now, it had reappeared. Gukatian's entire body tensed. His mind raced, possibilities forming at an alarming speed. His voice, barely above a whisper, carried a grim certainty. This is bad. Very bad. Duan Xinghai suddenly threw his arms wide, letting out a loud, amused laugh. His voice brimmed with amusement. What? Are you scared? He teased. Then he smirked. Come on, old friend. This type of calamity has been extinct for a long time. There's no way it still exists. Gukatian remained silent, his expression unreadable. But deep down, he wasn't so sure. Then, a portal tore open in midair, a crack in space itself. Energy surged around its edges, distorting the air with its sheer force. Gukatian immediately stood up from his chair. His movements were precise, controlled. Without hesitation, he turned his back on Duan and strode toward the portal. Duan reached out a hand. Wait, I haven't told you the good news yet. Gukatian ignored him. Without a single word, he stepped into the portal and disappeared. Duan let out a long sigh before shaking his head. There was no stopping Gukatian when he made up his mind. Inside the portal, Gukatian crossed his arms and closed his eyes. His thoughts drifted toward her. Little Nine, a walking disaster. And then, Jiang Chun, the boy who had awakened at the divine level class, growth of all things. It was no surprise that he had climbed to the top of the hunter list. But even now, Jiang Chun was still shrouded in mystery. There were too many unanswered questions about him. Then, another memory surfaced. A conversation from just a few days ago. Ji Gang had approached him, grinning as always. His words had seemed casual at the time. I have someone named Jiang Chun, Ji Gang had said. His talent is incredible, but he's still developing. Oh, and he got into trouble with the Shiao family. So, I need you to watch over him while he's at Tianjiao camp. Back then, Gukatian had simply listened, thinking little of it. But now, as he moved through the dimensional corridor, the truth became painfully clear. Ji Gang hadn't asked him to watch over Jiang Chun. He had asked him to cover for him. That old bastard. Gukatian emerged from the portal, his mind set. With a single snap of his fingers, a gust of wind surged around him. The sword was a weapon of death, but it could also be used to protect. He murmured under his breath. Buddha and demon exist in the same heart. Then his eyes sharpened. I've made my decision. From now on, Jiang Chun is under my protection. But even if he had resolved to protect Jiang Chun, a calamity should never be underestimated. He needed proof, a final confirmation. Raising his hand, he conjured an arrow and released it into the sky. The arrow flew backward, cutting through space before vanishing into the horizon. This arrow carried an urgent message, a direct command to Hong Yao. Go to Ruin Number 0. Investigate the 9 wings of miasma. Find out the truth. Because this concerns my new disciple. Gukatian stepped into the surveillance room. His gaze locked onto the screens, his mind already shifting to the next problem. With a calm yet curious tone, he asked, How's the entrance evaluation progressing? Yang Guang turned toward him, his face composed. It's nearly over, he reported. The ordinary awakened are still struggling for flags, but the elite talents have already defeated 9 of the fierce beasts. Now, only 1 remained. On the screens, the strongest participants displayed overwhelming power. Lei Zhe and Lu Jiezi had teamed up against a massive beast. As the creature lunged at them, Lei Zhe met it with a devastating punch. The beast slammed into the ground, its massive body going limp. Defeated instantly. Elsewhere, Tang Ying and Bai Feng worked in perfect sync. Tang Ying leapt onto the back of another fierce beast, moving with practiced ease. With a single precise strike, she ended its life in an instant. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang stood atop a mountain of beast corpses. 3 fierce beasts had already fallen before him. Their lifeless bodies sprawled at his feet. He didn't linger. Without hesitation, he turned and began walking toward one destination. Jiang Chun. In the surveillance room, Gukatian's sharp eyes remained locked on the screens. Where is Jiang Chun? He asked. Yang Guang responded immediately. He's already taken down 2 fierce beasts. The 9th one was just released near him. A shadow loomed over the battlefield. From the sky, the final beast descended. Jiang Chun looked up, eyes glinting with anticipation. Instead of fear, he smiled. Time to eat, Little Nine. The beast roared and lunged forward. But before it could even strike, Jiang Chun extended his hand. Poisonous mist surged outward. In an instant, Little Nine materialized. Without hesitation, she pounced. Her jaws opened wide, and in one swift motion, she devoured the beast whole. A system notification flashed before Jiang Chen's eyes. Plus 2,000 devouring value. Little Nine chewed happily, her form glowing as energy surged through her. Then, she leveled up. Now, level 22. A satisfied grin spread across her face. Jiang Chen chuckled, pleased with the outcome. But his moment of joy was short-lived. A sudden force stirred the air. A massive fist, formed from pure spiritual energy, materialized in the sky and came crashing down toward them. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened. An attack. Mu Hanxiu reacted instantly. She drew her daggers, stepping into a defensive stance, her voice sharp with urgency. Jiang Chen, it's a surprise attack. Luo Sundao wasted no time. Determination flashed in her eyes as she extended her hand. Earth Protection Shield. A powerful green barrier rose around them, forming a protective dome. But the moment Jiang Chen got a closer look, his expression darkened. This technique, it was Wang's fist style. The energy fist smashed into the barrier with terrifying force. Cracks spread across its surface instantly. Then, boom, the shield shattered completely. The force sent Luo Sundao and Mu Hanxiu flying backward. They crashed against the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Jiang Chen was the only one left standing, but he didn't falter. His fists clenched. Poisonous mist surged around his body, swirling like a storm. Then, he threw his hand forward. Little Nine's poisonous mist exploded outward, colliding with Wang's attack. But even with the poison, the sheer force was overwhelming. Jiang Chen was blasted backward. His feet dug into the ground as he slid, his body resisting the impact. With a sharp motion, he raised his arm defensively. And then, he waited for the next strike. The last remnants of the attack dissipated into smoke. From within the fading haze, a figure emerged. His body radiated terrifying energy. His fists clenched tightly. His gaze, filled with power and confidence, locked onto Jiang Chen. It was Wang. Behind Jiang Chen, Mu Hanxiu groaned in pain, her body hitting the ground. Luo Sundao struggled to rise. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his lips. His gaze didn't waver. Instead, he smirked. It's no wonder they call you the third genius of Daxia. Then, he tightened his fist. Poisonous mist coiled around it, swirling like a viper ready to strike. His smile sharpened. So you came to steal my beast? Jiang Wushuang let out a low laugh. His body pulsed with red energy, raw power crackling in the air. No need to misunderstand. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward. I know your poison already killed the beast. Jiang Chen's expression darkened slightly. What do you mean? Jiang Wushuang's grin widened. Jiang Chen extended his hand, slicing through the thick, swirling poison mist conjured by Little Nine. His cold gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang. Are you really willing to risk your life just to satisfy your curiosity? His voice was razor-sharp. Jiang Wushuang clenched his fists, a confident smirk forming on his lips. Of course, if you're not willing to stake your life, are you even truly living? Jiang Chen's eyes darkened. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, sending the toxic mist surging toward Jiang Wushuang. But instead of retreating, Wushuang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He planted his feet firmly, inhaled deeply, and suddenly struck forward. The sheer force of his punch tore through the air, unleashing powerful shockwaves. Just as the venomous mist closed in, Jiang Wushuang stomped down, unleashing 1,000-feet wall. A powerful energy barrier erupted in front of him, not only stopping the poison, but obliterating it completely. Without missing a beat, he launched another devastating strike at Jiang Chen. The incoming energy blast roared forward like a raging tide. Caught mid-motion, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. His outstretched hand trembled as he registered the sheer force behind the attack. Just before it could strike him full force, he instinctively leaped backward, raising his arms to shield himself. He barely avoided the brunt of it, but the residual impact still sent him skidding across the ground. His boots carved deep grooves into the dirt as he struggled to stabilize himself. His breathing was ragged, his body aching from the blow. Damn, this guy's fists are ridiculously fast and brutal, while my poison is slow and not nearly strong enough. Jiang Chen frowned, mind racing for a new approach. On the sidelines, Little Nine clenched her hands near her chest, eyes filled with worry. Jiang Chen wiped the blood from his mouth, his clothes in tatters and dust clinging to him. He smirked and muttered, Hey, Little Nine, if you devoured Jiang Wushuang, how many levels do you think you'd gain? He's got plenty of meat on him. Within his consciousness, Little Nine materialized, pressing her hands to her chest. Her usual playful demeanor was gone, replaced by an unusual solemnity. Even if I leveled up dozens of times, I still wouldn't be able to beat him, she admitted. But if it comes down to it, I'd rather die than let you get hurt. Jiang Chen blinked, startled. This is the first time I've ever seen Little Nine this scared. Sweat dripped down his forehead as exhaustion seeped into his limbs. His legs felt like they were made of lead, his arms numb. There was only one option left, the self-destruction ability of the insects. But he hesitated. If this failed, there would be no second chances. Jiang Chun clenched his jaw and shook his head. No, Little Nine, hide. I'll figure something out. Reluctantly, she obeyed, vanishing into the shadows. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, steadying himself even as his body trembled. Pressing a hand against the ground, he struggled to gather his strength. Smoke billowed around him from the impact of Jiang Wushuang's attack, briefly obscuring his figure. As the haze gradually cleared, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, his gaze sharp and calculating. He frowned slightly. Was this really the man who defeated Xiao Beihan? He had expected a greater challenge. Wasting no time, Wushuang placed his palm against the ground. His eyes gleamed with power as thick vines erupted from the earth, twisting and expanding at an alarming speed. Just as he was about to strike, the vines shifted, not attacking Jiang Chun, but forming a protective barrier around him instead. Wushuang halted, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, so this is your divine talent. He let out a low chuckle, using a barrier to deceive your opponent. Clever. No wonder Xiao Beihan fell for it. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, a group of observers monitored the battle closely. Fang Qingyuan turned to Gu Kaitian and reported, Jiang Chun has blocked our view again. Gu Kaitian stood behind him, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. He responded calmly, stay alert. Be ready to step in if necessary. Fang Qingyuan straightened, offering a sharp salute. Understood. Yang Wang, watching the screen, wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Judging by the fight, neither of them should need saving. But Gu Kaitian remained skeptical. He glanced at Yang Guang and muttered, You're only saying that to protect Jiang Chun, aren't you? Yang Guang raised an eyebrow. And isn't that a bit hypocritical? Gu Kaitian cut him off with a firm tone. Enough. Jiang Wushuang is level 46. Jiang Chun is only level 26. He's my disciple. Of course, I want to protect him. Back inside the barrier, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet. Raising his hand toward the sky, he issued a silent command. Instantly, a massive swarm of insects burst forth from his palm, filling the air like a dark tide. Jiang Wushuang's smirk faded as he looked up, his body tensing. His expression shifted. This was different. This was Jiang Chen's true power. Jiang Chun remained silent, his eyes locked onto his opponent as more insects poured from his fingertips. The swarm hovered for only a moment before diving toward Jiang Wushuang, their razor-sharp mandibles gleaming ominously. Jiang Wushuang didn't flinch. Instead, he planted his feet firmly, golden energy pulsing around him as he activated Move Mountains and Overturned Seas, preparing to withstand the incoming onslaught. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with determination. With a sharp gesture, he commanded even more insects forward. The swarm expanded, surging like a tidal wave toward its target. Wushuang's grin widened. Not bad, but let's see if your buds can handle this. He clenched his fists, leaned back, and then slammed both hands into the ground. The earth roared in response. Countless energy-formed fists erupted upward, each one colliding with the incoming swarm. Insects were crushed instantly, obliterated by the sheer force of the technique. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Time to change tactics. With a flick of his fingers, the swarm shifted course. While Wushuang focused on pummeling the ground, a portion of the insects weaved around the attacks, slipping past his defenses at lightning speed. Wushuang glanced up, just in time to see the swarm closing in. His confident expression flickered, the first sign of surprise breaking through. Jiang Chun smirked. Got him. Boom. The swarm detonated in midair, unleashing a thick smoke screen that swallowed the battlefield. The explosion rattled the ground, sending shockwaves in all directions. Jiang Chun exhaled, satisfied. That had to do some damage. But before he could relax, a shadow flickered above him. Wushuang emerged, soaring through the air, completely unharmed. His movements were smooth, his expression unreadable. Jiang Chen's smirk vanished. He's still standing? How? Wushuang, now plummeting toward him, let out a low chuckle. Now I get it. This must be how Xiao Beihan lost. With a sudden thrust of his hands, he unleashed Wind Fist. A surge of golden energy howled through the battlefield like a hurricane. Jiang Chen's instinct screamed, danger. He barely managed to raise his arms before the full force of the attack slammed into him. The pressure was immense. His body shook violently, knees nearly buckling under the crushing force. His breath came in ragged gasps as he fought to stay upright. This guy, he's on an entirely different level. Jiang Chen quickly realized this Wind Fist wasn't like the one before. It was stronger, several times stronger. Even after 2 of his insects had self-destructed near Wu Shuang, the man remained completely untouched. Not a single scratch. His body was reaching its limit. His breathing was uneven, his vision blurring at the edges. But his mind kept racing. If I really want to take him down, I'll need dozens, no, maybe even hundreds, of insects to self-destruct at once. That was the problem. Raising these insects had taken time, patience, and countless resources. To sacrifice them all in a single gamble. Damn it. He clenched his fists. No other choice. A series of explosions erupted around Jiang Wushuang, one after another, flames and smoke engulfing the battlefield. But Wushuang, sensing the danger, swiftly maneuvered back, dodging each blast with ease. Unfortunately for him, that was exactly what Jiang Chun had planned. Bracing himself with one hand on the ground, Jiang Chun thrust his other forward. In an instant, vines burst from the earth, surging toward Wushuang at breakneck speed. But just before they could ensnare him, Wushuang casually extended a hand and stopped them effortlessly. He glanced at Jiang Chun and shook his head. No need to push yourself any further. This fight is over. Jiang Chun, still catching his breath, frowned. What do you mean over? Wushuang stood tall, his posture relaxed. You're strong. Even though you're only in your first transformation, you managed to push me hard enough that I had to use 80% of my strength. He grinned. I can't wait to fight you again when you're stronger. Jiang Chun placed a hand on his knee, slowly pushing himself upright as the realization hit him. So that whole betting his life thing was just a setup? He never intended to fight to the death. He just wanted to test if I was worth his time. Wushuang let out a long yawn, rubbing the back of his neck. Man, I'm exhausted. Think I'll go take a nap. Stretching lazily, he glanced at Jiang Chun. Mind dealing with the last fierce beast for me? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Are you handing me first place? Wushuang chuckled, shaking his head. Nah, I'm just tired. Gotta find a good place to sleep. Without another word, he turned and strolled away as if their battle had never even happened. Jiang Chun clenched his fists, frustration bubbling up. He's messing with me. Don't give me that crap, he shouted. I'm not some idiot blinded by pride. Stop pretending. Wushuang didn't stop. He simply smirked, closing his eyes. Yep, this guy's interesting. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Gu Kaitian watched the scene unfold, arms crossed. One shouldn't use strength to oppress the weak, he mused. Jiang Wushuang. He truly is an invincible descendant. Today, I see him in a new light. On the other side of the room, Fang Qingyuan, still recovering from being poisoned earlier, suddenly started foaming at the mouth again. Yang Guang rushed over, slapping him on the back. Gu Kaitian turned away from the screen and issued a command. Release the 10th fierce beast. Let Jiang Chun take first place. A monstrous creature descended from the sky, a grotesque fusion of centipede and scorpion, its massive, twisted body coiling in the air. Then it opened its mouth wide. Jiang Chun stood his ground, eyes fixed on the monstrous creature looming above. He inhaled deeply, extending his hand in silent preparation for the coming battle. Meanwhile, in Heritage Zero, a desolate, fog-shrouded village lost to time, night had fallen. A red-haired woman stood atop a jagged rock, her sharp gaze sweeping across the eerie landscape. Hong Yao, the eldest disciple of the Heavenly Blade King and elder sister of Jigang, frowned. Even with her formidable strength at the 7th transformation, this place felt wrong. Annoying, she muttered. The energy here was suffocating, warped, unstable. Anyone below the 6th transformation wouldn't even survive stepping foot in this cursed land. Suddenly, shadowy figures flickered into existence around her, drawn to her presence. Hong Yao wasted no time. She lunged forward, gripping her blade tightly. Let's make this quick. Her movements were a blur. With precise, lightning-fast strikes, she tore through the spirits, reducing them to nothing in mere seconds. As the last one dissipated, she landed lightly before an ancient tombstone, its cracked surface pulsating with an eerie, sinister energy, an energy that felt disturbingly similar to Little Nine's poison mist. Her eyes narrowed. This is it. Even in its damaged state, the tombstone's presence was overwhelming. It wasn't just old, it was ancient, at least 100 years old, yet its power remained strong. Activating her divine consciousness, Hong Yao commanded her system to analyze the relic. In an instant, glowing blue windows materialized before her, filling with text, diagrams, and historical data. She activated speed reading, absorbing everything within seconds. Then, an image flickered onto the screen, a detailed sketch of an insect. A translucent sheet printed the image and floated down. As it reached her hands, Hong Yao instinctively caught it, then froze. Her fingers trembled. Sweat beaded on her forehead. No way. This is a mother insect. Not just any mother insect. The 9 miasma wings. A creature born from the deepest abyss of the Jew realm. An ancient monstrosity that in the 4th century had nearly wiped out the world. Its black-purple body, its 9 razor-sharp wings, and its venom, so corrosive it could dissolve even spiritual voids, had made it one of the most feared creatures in recorded history. Hong Yao's jaw clenched. This is bad. She turned back to the tombstone, now fully wrapped in malevolent energy. The eerie glow of the moon only intensified the unease creeping through her. Her grip tightened around the paper. Jiang Chun, you're harboring a calamity. There was no time to waste. She needed to report this to her master, immediately. At Tianjiao camp, the fierce beast let out a final, deafening roar, its massive jaws poised to strike. But a moment later, its body collapsed. The insects swarmed over it like a living tide, devouring it completely within seconds. Jiang Chun stood beside the fallen creature, one hand resting on his waist as he calmly surveyed the aftermath. This was the 4th beast his insects had consumed. Their devouring value had surged, pushing him closer to his 2nd transformation, far sooner than he had anticipated. Turning to Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao, he casually raised his hand. 10 blue flags floated around him. These are more than enough to keep me in first place, he remarked. Then, without warning, he flicked his wrist, tossing one flag to Mu Hanxiu and another to Luo Sandao. Take these, he said. At least this way. You'll both make it into the top 10. The 2 warriors caught the flags, momentarily stunned. But as they looked at Jiang Chun, their expressions softened. Closing their eyes, they smiled in quiet gratitude. Thank you, they said in unison. Without lifting a finger, they had just secured their spot in the rankings. Elsewhere in the camp, Bai Feng and Tian Ying stood victorious over the corpse of a fierce beast shaped like an eagle. Tian Ying, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground beside the fallen creature. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. She let out a long exhale, a satisfied smile forming. We actually did it. Bai Feng, standing nearby, glanced toward the camp's main scoreboard. The entrance evaluation was about to end. He had no doubt Jiang Wushuang would take first place. Just then, the camp's loudspeaker crackled to life. The entrance evaluation has officially ended. All participants who have advanced report to the central square. Those eliminated must leave the camp within 3 minutes. Offenders will be executed. Jiang Chun tilted his head, slightly surprised. It's over already? It didn't take long for him to figure it out. All 10 fierce beasts had been slain. The air around him was still thick with little Nine's poison mist. He thought for a moment. Even the leftover remains of the beasts were valuable. Without hesitation, he issued a silent command. Go. Search the camp. Find whatever remains of the fierce beasts and consume everything. Avoid people as much as possible. His swarm responded instantly, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, a team of medics arrived to retrieve the injured. Among the wounded was Xiao Beihan, strapped to a stretcher, his severed arm tightly bandaged. He was alive, but barely. Pain and fury twisted his features as he lay there, staring up at the sky. Anger burned inside him, but beneath it, a quiet relief. At least I'm leaving this damn camp. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, Jiang Chun, just wait. When I get home, we'll see how my grandfather deals with you. Gu Kaitian stepped forward, instantly commanding the attention of everyone present. With his arms crossed and an unreadable expression, he spoke firmly. Those who have advanced, follow me to the Forbidden Zone for the next trial. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. The Forbidden Zone? No one had expected this. Not even Gu Kaitian had hinted at it before. China's 8 great Forbidden Zones were infamous, filled with untold dangers, but also priceless treasures. Some participants were eager, while others couldn't mask their unease. Entering such a place was no small feat, let alone with so many people. As the murmurs grew, Gu Kaitian calmly reached for his sword. Without a word, he unsheathed it, the blade gleaming under the light. He raised it high, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The crowd immediately fell silent. This wasn't a random decision. Hong Yao's research had confirmed it. Jiang Chun carried the forbidden calamity, the 9 wings of miasma, and only the celestial sword could suppress it. With swift, unreadable movements, Gu Kaitian swung his sword. Each strike was precise, carrying an unseen force. Then, as dawn's first light broke over the horizon, he dropped to one knee, eyes fixed ahead. The moment had come. His sword touched the ground. Then the earth itself trembled. A sudden, violent shift occurred. The very land beneath them cracked and began to rise, breaking free from the ground. Gu Kaitian had been prepared. This was the only way to counteract the time distortion. Rocks floated around him, his aura surging with raw power. Without hesitation, he activated Imperial Sword Flight. His sword, now glowing with a fierce orange light, lifted him into the air. He shot southward, straight toward the forbidden zone of Dream Lake. Meanwhile, the rest of the landmass, carrying all the participants, continued moving toward the mountains. The sheer magnitude of this feat left everyone stunned. This was the power of Daxia's first king. The entire Tianjiao camp was being transported, something only the legendary Wang Tanda had ever achieved. Jiang Chun turned to Luo, Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How much do you know about Dream Lake's Forbidden Zone? Luo, Sandao hesitated before shaking his head. Not much. Mu Hanxiu, after a brief pause, finally spoke. My grandfather mentioned it once. Dream Lake is extremely dangerous. It might be the least deadly among China's forbidden zones, but it has its own unique threats. She took a deep breath before continuing. The real danger isn't from lurking enemies. It's the distortion of time and space itself. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. Distorted time and space? Mu Hanxiu explained. Dream Lake is filled with dimensional fragments, all linked by unstable portals. Each fragment holds a space even vaster than the blue planet itself. But they shift constantly. If you get lost in there, there's no coming back. Jiang Chun stepped closer, his gaze sharp. If the space is unstable, does that mean time is affected too? She gave a solemn nod. Yes, time inside those fragments flows differently from the outside world. There's an old tale of a worker who entered Dream Lake 100 years ago, ready to risk it all. He returned just 2 hours later, transformed into a 7 transformation king. But in reality, over 2 centuries had passed. Jiang Qin's breath caught. 2 hours inside, 200 years outside. Mu Hanxiu continued. My grandfather once explored Dream Lake. He was in there for 3 days. But outside, 3 years had gone by. A bead of sweat trailed down Jiang Qin's cheek. In Dream Lake, survival wasn't just about strength. Luck played a terrifying role. Sensing his unease, Luo Sandao reassured him. Relax. If old man Wang Tanda is leading us in, that means he's already mapped out a safe path. Jiang Chun forced a small smile. Let's hope you're right. The danger was obvious, but Jiang Chun couldn't shake the suspicion that Gu Kaitian had chosen this place because of him. Under the vast, starry sky, Gu Kaitian stood with his arms crossed. Now that Hong Yao had confirmed the 9 Wings Calamity, it was only a matter of time before Zio's Xena surpassed him. And once that happened, this secret wouldn't stay hidden. Dream Lake would buy him time. Time to gather allies. The next day, a group of men arrived at what used to be Tianjiao camp. But instead of a thriving training ground, they were met with a gaping void. Perched on a rock, they scanned the empty space in disbelief. The king of the celestial sword had taken everything. Tianjiao camp wasn't just any camp. It was the strongest training ground for the next generation in the Southern War Zone. Had he turned traitor? Something was off. One of them frowned. Why isn't Commander Duan here yet? Just then, a figure soared through the air. Commander Duan, with his hands clasped behind his back, he landed smoothly among them, his face unreadable. Gu Kaitian, that reckless fool. Was he really asking him to stake his life on this gamble? 2 minutes earlier, Gu Kaitian had sent an urgent message. The situation had escalated, and he was taking the younger warriors into the Forbidden Zone for their next trial. He assured Duan he'd handle any consequences. As Duan arrived, tension hung thick in the air. Warriors stood anxiously, their panic clear. The commander is here, one man announced nervously. Duan silently observed their fear, sensing their worries immediately. We arrived too late, one warrior said, desperation in his voice. What if we can't reach them in time? Another clenched his fists, voice shaking. My son is still there. If anything happens. Duan stepped forward firmly, raising a hand for silence. Enough. He spoke with authority, reassuring them. The Celestial Sword King took them for a selection test. They'll return by day's end. There's no reason to panic. Stunned silence followed. However, behind Duan's calm facade, his mind raced. Was this sudden trial truly just for that invincible prodigy? Or was Gu Katian hiding something more troubling? The realization hit Duan hard as he recalled Gu's exact words. The 9 wings of miasma. If this was truly involved, it wasn't merely a test, it was something far greater. Meanwhile, an arrow streaked across the sky, landing directly at Night Watch headquarters with a secret message for Ji-Gang. Jiang Chun carries a great calamity. As his master, I'm taking him to a forbidden zone to keep him hidden. Gather allies from the Sealed Kings. War approaches. Ji-Gang's eyes widened, dread setting in as he read. Calamity? How had things escalated so quickly? Hours later, Ji-Gang sat, lost in thought. Events replayed rapidly. Jiang Chun had slain a Hong family member, severed Xiao Beihan's arm, and now harbored a potential apocalypse. It wasn't just difficult. It felt impossible. Tianjin joined him, gently placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. No challenge is easy, she encouraged softly. But we'll overcome this. You chose to protect Jiangchun, so don't dwell on the past. Focus on what lies ahead. She paused, reassuringly adding, I spoke with my father. He's with us. Ji Gang lifted his head, processing Tianjin's words. Allies began to appear clearly in his mind. Duan, Hongyao, Gu, Katian. 4 sealed kings stood with them now. Enough strength to face whatever came next. Determined, Ji Gang stood up, eyes resolute. My sister's already gone to see Master. Now it's my turn, he said firmly. I'll visit the sealed king of the Mu family and merchant Luo. Even if I have to lie, I'll gather as many allies as I can for Jiangchun. Tianjin watched silently, recognizing the fierce determination she hadn't seen in years. Pausing at the door, Ji Gang looked back, his expression unwavering. If things spiraled further, he'd fight as he had when storming into the Shiao family. This time with everything he had. Tianjin smiled faintly, seeing the fire return to his eyes. Hours later, at sunrise, Gu Katian's sword expanded, lifting the floating island toward the Forbidden Zone. He glanced at Hong Yao beside him. What do you think we should do when we return? She casually blew a bubblegum bubble. Honestly, Jiangchen's 9 miasma wings seemed pretty cool. Wish I had one. Annoyed, Gu Katian flicked an energy arrow, popping her gum instantly. Can you be serious, just once? Hong Yao's playful demeanor faded slightly. You already know, don't you? Grand Xiao won't tolerate calamities. If even you can't fix this, what makes you think I could? She smirked again. But tell me, could you defeat a great Geno general with one strike? Irritated, Gu Katan lightly smacked her head. Watch your tone. Hong Yao dramatically rubbed her head, pretending pain. Ouch. So mean. Ignoring her theatrics, Gu Katian's thoughts drifted. His disciples were an odd mix, each troublesome in their own way. Hong Yao, playful and reckless. Ji Gang, stubborn beyond reason. Jiang Chun, a divine talent who insisted on dancing dangerously close to the forbidden. Interrupting his thoughts, Hong Yao teased again. Why do you care so much about protecting Jiang Chun anyway? Gu Katian turned away, gazing at the horizon. Do you really want to know? Without waiting for an answer, he lifted his eyes toward the distant sky, preparing himself for what lay ahead. Gu Katian turned slightly toward Hong Yao, a faint smile on his lips. When I took you as a disciple, it was simply because of your red armor. I thought it looked cheerful, nothing more. Hong Yao blinked, stunned. Wait, what? He continued quietly, eyes distant. And Ji Gang, that was even more random. I mistook him for an ordinary client outside a club. But later, when the Shiao family heir tried forcing Tianjin into marriage, Ji Gang stood his ground, and I was ready to risk my life for him. He paused, recalling that chaotic night. Ji Gang fighting fiercely, protecting Tianjin as enemies closed in from all sides. Gu Katian sighed, a rare hint of sadness flickering in his gaze. Sometimes there's no logical reason, he said softly. I protect Jiang Chun because I genuinely care. From their very first meeting, he'd recognized Jiang Chen's determination, exactly like Ji Gang's had been back then. If Ji Gang wanted Jiang Chun protected, then he'd do just that without hesitation. Hong Yao's playful demeanor softened, replaced with quiet admiration. She moved closer, gently placing her head on his shoulder. You know, you might just be the best master in the world. Gu Katian scoffed, hiding a smile. Stop flattering me. She shook her head softly, closing her eyes with a faint smile. No flattery. But you know, there's only one way to truly protect Jiang Chun. Her eyes reopened, voice quieter yet firm. We need his grandfather's help. The martial god, Jiang Xinji. Meanwhile, deep within Pijun Cave, a fierce battle raged, soldiers shouting amid chaos. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave shook the cavern, scattering warriors like leaves in the wind. At its center stood a towering figure in a red cape. Invincible, unstoppable. The martial god, Jiang Xinji. He calmly surveyed the battlefield, enemies unconscious around him, energy radiating from his powerful figure. Without breaking a sweat, he'd ended the fight instantly. This was Jiang Chen's grandfather, the ultimate protector, and perhaps their only hope. Without hesitation, Jiang Xinji stood firm amidst the battlefield, a fierce aura radiating from him. The martial god's presence alone silenced his enemies instantly. He addressed his warriors calmly, authority clear in his voice. Secure the entrance. No one gets through. His warriors responded immediately. Understood, martial god. But suddenly, Xinji sensed an unexpected energy, one similar to Jiang Wushuang's. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Why now? Jiang Wushuang should still be at Tenu camp. In that moment, a projection of Gu Katian appeared, his expression calm but unreadable. What do you want? Shinji asked coldly, instantly on guard. If you're contacting me here, something serious has happened. Speak. Gu Katian's voice remained steady. I've taken a new disciple, Jiang Chun. Shinji narrowed his eyes, recalling the name immediately. He possesses a divine-level creation class. Gu Katan continued cautiously, but he also carries the 9 miasma wings. A tense silence followed. Xuanji's face hardened instantly, fists clenched tightly at his sides. The ancient Calamity? His voice shook with restrained anger. You dare ask me to protect a Calamity? Great Xiao's law is clear, he added coldly. We eliminate calamities. We don't protect them. Gu Katian met his gaze unwaveringly. I ask you to protect his life. Shinji scoffed bitterly, eyes sharp. You expect me to protect a calamity? Great Xiao's principle has never changed. It's better to destroy a threat than let it spread. But Gu Katian remained firm, his tone unwavering. Martial God, I wouldn't ask if the situation weren't serious. Xuanji's glare intensified. Explain yourself clearly. Why involve Wang to contact me directly? What's happened? Gu Katian's eyes narrowed. Have you ever heard of Taishu in Yunmeng Marsh? At that moment, something shifted subtly in Xuanji's expression, an unmistakable recognition. Gu Katian spoke with certainty. I'm the only one who knows the way to Allgrandia. I can take Jiang Wushuang there and give him an extraordinary opportunity. Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he envisioned Taishu Hall, the fabled sanctuary of celestial Tao. If Jiang Wushuang gained entry, his cultivation would soar. Slowly, Shinji extended his hand, his cloak billowing as his aura surged. Fine, but on one condition. His voice turned icy. Jiang Chun is forbidden from using the 9 miasma wings during the Prodigy Tournament. His gaze darkened, and if he fails to claim the top rank among Great Xia's prodigies. A chilling pause. I'll throw him onto the battlefield of the mixed races. He'll have to survive on his own. Gu Katian's expression stiffened, his head tilting slightly. Shinji had already turned away. His voice carried a final warning. If you truly want to keep Jiang Chun alive, this is your only option. Gu Katian clenched his jaw. Sending Jiang Chun to the battlefield was still better than leaving him at the mercy of General Shiao and the others. His fists tightened. Damn it. After a long silence, he let out a slow breath. Fine. Shinji continued forward, his thoughts shifting. The 9 miasma wings, a rare and ancient entity. It wouldn't become a true disaster just yet. Besides, this generation of Great Xia already had 3 divine talents. Jiang Chun was only the 4th, and his power lay in creation. Without his calamity, he had no chance of passing Wang's trial, let alone securing first place. And even if Jiang Chun somehow stirred up chaos, Xuanji's eyes grew sharp. He could eliminate any threat in an instant. His cloak swayed as he walked, his resolve firm. If Jiang Chun became a problem, I'll handle it myself. Meanwhile, the floating island drifted into the forbidden zone, where shimmering portals twisted and shifted unpredictably across the landscape. Jiang Chun scanned his surroundings, his eyes narrowing in realization. They had already entered Yunmeng Marsh. He turned to the others. Does anyone remember how we got here? Mu Hanxiu, stunned, shook her head. Memorizing the path? Impossible. These dimensional fragments shift constantly. The Celestial Sword King guided us purely by sensing aura. She folded her arms, her expression grim. They say Yunmeng Marsh has 10 levels. The 9th and 10th are relatively safe, but the deeper you go, the easier it is to lose your way. My grandfather once ventured to the 7th level and vanished for years. Jiang Chun frowned slightly before exhaling. If the path couldn't be traced by sight or memory, there was only one way. Without another word, he sat cross-legged on the ground, pressing his palms together. Meditation. Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao exchanged glances before following Jiang Chun's lead, closing their eyes and steadying their breaths. Jiang Chun sank into his consciousness. Inside his mind, the tree of all things loomed tall, its presence absolute. The world within was eerily still, no wind, no motion. Then he noticed something. The tree was shifting, slowly, deliberately, toward something unseen. He couldn't tell what it was, but he could feel it. Something lay ahead, and the tree yearned for it. Fixing his gaze on the tree of all things, he noticed something unusual. A fruit had bloomed, shaped like a delicate rose. Just as he reached for it, a system window flickered before him. You have obtained a red functional fruit skill copy card. His eyes widened as he read the description. This card allows you to randomly copy one ability from a target. The copied ability has no class restrictions. It could belong to anyone. The result is unpredictable. The ability might be weaker, stronger, or altered. The copy must be completed within 3 hours, or the card expires. Jiang Chun stared at the system prompt, stunned. A skill copying ability with no class limits? His mind raced. The Tanu camp was filled with top-tier prodigies. If he copied someone powerful, it could be a game-changer. Jiang Wushuang, Bai Feng, Tianing, any of them could be the perfect target. But then, hesitation crept in. It was random. What if he ended up with something completely useless? He closed his eyes, weighing the risk. Before he could decide, Gu Katian's voice cut through his thoughts. Standing atop a rock, the old man addressed the group. We've reached the 6th layer of Yunmeng Marsh, Taishu Realm. He gestured ahead, his eyes gleaming. And that, he pointed toward an ancient structure in the distance, is Taishu Hall, the very reason I brought you all here. Jiang Chun looked up, his mind sharpening. So this was it, the legendary hall. A smirk tugged at his lips. Maybe now was the perfect time to test the skill copy card. His eyes flickered toward Gu Katian. The old man was always boasting about some secret technique, even claiming he wanted to take Jiang Chun as his disciple. Fine, Jiang Chun thought. I'll copy from him. Consider it an early lesson. Not long after, the floating island drifted toward an awe-inspiring temple atop another floating island. The only way up? A staircase of magical, floating steps. Excited murmurs spread through the crowd. This is it, the legendary Taishu Temple. The temple's reputation was unparalleled. Stories spoke of a legendary field king who had ascended in a single step, rising to become one of Great Xia's 3 invincibles. Even the Great Dreamer had once attained enlightenment here. Beyond the temple, towering mountains loomed, guarding another test, the Hall of Great Emptiness. Gu Katian extended a hand toward the temple. There are 3 levels to this trial. 1. The first level, the 1,800 steps, each offering a chance at a heavenly reward. 2. The second level, the Steel of the Great Void, a challenge so difficult that only the Great Dreamer had ever succeeded. 3. The third level, the temple's inner chamber, a place no one had ever entered. This is the final test, Gu Katian announced. Out of the 150 of you, only the top 10 will earn the right to represent the Jiangnan War Zone in the Great Xia Genius Finals. The crowd erupted with excitement. As soon as the trial began, participants surged forward, eager to take the first step. Luo Sandao was among them, until a firm hand stopped her. Slow down, Jiang Chun said, smirking. The temple isn't going anywhere. Unlike the others, Tang Ying, Bai Feng, and another youth didn't rush ahead. Instead, they calmly sat down, pressing their hands together in meditation. Jiang Chun glanced at Luo Sandao. Look carefully, he said. They're not in a hurry. They're preparing their minds first. She hesitated, then nodded. He had a point. Without another word, she, Mu Hanxiu, and Jiang Chun followed suit, sitting down and pressing their palms together. Mu Hanxiu murmured, in a place like Taishu Temple, you only get one chance to ascend. We should be in peak condition before taking that step. Meanwhile, Hong Yao had her own approach. She sat cross-legged atop her floating spear, casually spinning it beneath her like a seat. Above them, Gu Katian stood tall, hands behind his back, watching the younger generation. Seeing some of them choose patience over recklessness, he gave a rare nod of approval. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. Now's the time. His gaze flickered toward Gu Katian. Before setting foot on the steps, he had to use the skill copy card. The timer was running out. He had to act now. Without hesitation, he activated the copying process, selecting Gu Katian as his target. A system window appeared before him. Warning, the copied skill may degrade or improve during the process. Do you wish to continue? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Yes. He wasn't hoping for an upgrade or fearing a downgrade. He just wanted the real thing. The system began processing. Another window flashed. Copying skill. Opening of the sky. Legendary quality. Jiang Chun's eyes widened slightly. It worked? A wave of relief washed over him. The old man wasn't bluffing. This technique was real. Just as the copying completed, a sudden pull yanked him out of reality. His vision blurred. Then, everything changed. A vast forest stretched before him, the wind whispering through the trees. He was shirtless, a sword gripped tightly in his hand. A strange realization settled in. He wasn't just standing there. He was practicing. Each movement felt both foreign and familiar, his body flowing through techniques instinctively. With every slash, his sword sliced through space itself. Leaves drifted down around him. He exhaled, steadied his stance, and swung. A single leaf split cleanly in half. Time blurred. He lifted the sword high above his head. The blade trembled, pulsing with power, as if answering his call. Then, he slashed downward. A blizzard of sword energy erupted. The ground shattered beneath his feet. Mountains in the distance split clean in half. More time passed. He caught his reflection in a stream. His hair had grown long. His face bore the signs of age. A beard framed his jaw. How much time had passed? Yet, he didn't question it. Raising his sword once more, he murmured, "Man follows the earth follows the sky follows the Tao." A progress bar in his vision reached 120%. Then, everything snapped back to reality. The skill copying was complete. A final system window appeared. You have obtained the following skills. 1. Man Strength, purple quality. 2. Earth Knife, purple quality. 3. Sky Knife, legendary quality. 4. Great Path Power, shadow knife quality. Jiang Chun clenched his fist. Power surged through him. Not only had he copied Opening of the Sky, he had broken it down into 4 distinct techniques. Unbelievable. Still seated in meditation, he exhaled slowly, his mind racing. Hong Yao turned to Gu Katian, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Jiang Wushuang and the others have already started climbing, she noted. Only Jiang Chun is still sitting there. The best rewards come at the start of the trial. Did he fall asleep or something? Gu Katian remained silent, watching Jiang Chun closely. Minutes passed. Jiang Chun, Luo, Sandao, and Mu Hanxiu remained completely still. Gu Katian's brows furrowed. Adjusting one's mental state shouldn't take this long. Something wasn't right. Then, Hong Yao's spear trembled violently in her grip. Her heart skipped a beat. What's going on? She instinctively went on alert, snapping her gaze toward Gu Katian. Master, my spear's heart is resonating. Gu Katian's eyes flashed with shock. Not just your spear, he muttered. Beneath the floating island, the celestial sword itself began to tremble. Hong Yao's breath caught. No way. This is because of Jiang Chun. Her mind raced. Years ago, she had attempted to break down the celestial sword's technique, believing it could be separated into 4 distinct movements. But her understanding had been too rigid. Because of that, she had been stuck at master level for years. And yet, Jiang Chun had actually done it? Gu Katian's eyes darkened. The sensation that had just flickered and vanished was far too familiar. This shouldn't be possible. An illusion from the temple? Before he could dwell on it further, Hong Yao's sharp voice cut through the air. Master, look, Jiang Chun is moving. Jiang Chun rose to his feet. His gaze lifted toward the floating steps. Calm, composed, and ready. Hong Yao's pulse quickened. Which step will he reach? She clenched her fists. Even after years of training, she had only reached step 3001. And Ji Gang? He had failed miserably, stopping at step 298. As for the great dreamer, the only person to ever reach the top, his feat had been so terrifying that no one understood how he had done it. Then, a golden list materialized in the sky, displaying the current rankings. 1. Jiang Wushuang, step 2089, invincible descendant. 2. Bai Feng, step 1253, little godkiller of the east. 3. Lu Tanjing, step 1248, Tanji killer. 4. Lai Zhe, step 2011, young master of 10,000 Demon City. 5. Mu Hanxiu, step 1199. 6. Luo Sandao, step 1170. The crowd buzzed with whispers. If we had known we were coming here, we would have brought mind potions. The first 100 steps are just illusions, but after that, it gets brutal. Every step beyond that feels like carrying a mountain on your back. Jiang Chun simply cracked his knuckles, inhaled deeply, and placed his foot onto the first step. The murmurs among the crowd intensified. Quiet down, someone hissed. The poisonous demon, Jiang Chun, is about to start climbing. A few chuckled. Others watched with curiosity. Let's see if he's just another Jiang Wushuang, struggling on the first few steps. Jiang Chun ignored them. His focus remained locked on the stone steps ahead. The first trial was illusion-based. If that was the case, his mental strength should be more than enough to handle it. With that thought, he stepped forward. The instant his foot touched the first step, his world shattered. A suffocating aura swallowed him whole. From the darkness, a towering figure emerged, eyes gleaming with pure, killing intent. Xiao Beihan's grandfather. His presence alone sent a crushing wave of pressure down on Jiang Chun. The old man unsheathed his sword with one hand, his gaze burning with hatred. You dare lay a hand on the rightful heir of the Shiao family? Jiang Chun's breath hitched. Xiao Xinghua. Before he could react, a flash of steel. Jiang Chun instinctively raised his arms to block. Bam! The force of the strike sent him flying. He crashed onto the ground, pain ripping through his body. Xiao Xinghua strode forward, sword gleaming as he prepared to strike again. Then, a group of figures appeared between them. Ji Gang, Luo Sandao, Mu Hanxiu, Jiang Chun, run, they shouted, forming a shield between him and the monstrous elder. Jiang Chun's eyes widened in horror. No, get out of here. But before they could move, Xiao Xinghua blurred. Xing. His sword cleaved through them like air. Blood splattered onto Jiang Chun's face. His entire body went numb. He couldn't move. He couldn't breathe. His friend's gone. Xiao Jinghua towered over him, blade raised for the final blow. Jiang Chun collapsed onto the step, hands shaking, tears streaming down his face. Outside the illusion, Hong Yao and Gu Katian watched intently. Did he get stuck on the first step? Hong Yao asked, frowning. Gu Katian shook his head. No. This step tests all 4 dimensions: spirit, physicality, agility, and strength. He crossed his arms, his expression unreadable. Most prodigies here have been tempered since childhood with celestial materials and earthly treasures. But Jiang Chun, he's self-taught. This trial is going to be far harsher for him than for anyone else. Hong Yao clenched her fists, unease creeping in her chest. If he fails, the god of war will throw him onto the battlefield. Inside the illusion, Xiao Jinggua's sword lunged forward. Jiang Chun knelt on the ground, unmoving. His eyes were hollow. So this is it. He had hurt too many people. Maybe it was better to just accept it. The blade neared his chest. Then, a white branch burst through Xiao Jinggua's chest. The old warrior froze, eyes wide in shock. His form flickered, then shattered into light. Jiang Chun, still on his knees, stared blankly. What just happened? Was this all just an illusion? Xiao Jinghua vanished completely, and the illusion collapsed. Back in reality, Jiang Chun gasped, snapping back to the real world. His hand clenched into a fist. The first step had been nothing but a trick, but it felt too real. His friends had died, and instead of fighting, he had given up. Frustration burned in his chest. Never again. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun took a deep breath and stepped onto the next step. Inside the illusion, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. This world was mocking him. Fine. If the illusions wanted to play dirty, then he'd beat them down personally. Summoning the spiritual tree, he prepared to fight back. But before he could move, 2 system windows flashed before his eyes. His instincts went on high alert. You have obtained 5 Star Wish Fragments. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. Star Wish Fragments? A system prompt appeared. 1,000 fragments could be combined into 1 complete Star Wish. If a skill was level 1 to 3, consuming 10 fragments could increase it by 1 level. If a skill was level 4 to 6, it required 100 fragments per level upgrade. Jiang Chun stared at the window, then grinned. These fragments were worth millions on the market. He had barely started the trial and was already racking up high-value rewards. Forget skill upgrades. If he sold them, he could feed his little insects for months. Now that's a real treasure. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the second step. Several seconds passed. No illusion appeared. Instead, Jiang Chun found himself within his subconscious mind. Slowly, the branches of the spiritual tree began to grow, and grow, and grow. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. The spiritual tree, of all things, had blocked the illusion entirely. This tree is amazing. He stood motionless on the second step, watching the tree effortlessly nullify the illusion. The other geniuses, still at the base of the staircase, watched Jiang Chun with bewildered expressions. Wait, wasn't this guy struggling on the first step just a moment ago? And now he's just standing there, grinning like a fool? He was stuck for ages, barely moving. And now he's laughing on the second step? It didn't take long for them to reach a conclusion. Jiang Chun was the weakest of them all. Up in the sky, Gu Katian and Hong Yao remained silent, their eyes fixed on Jiang Chen's every move. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, Jiang Chen's gaze flickered with determination. All right, laugh all you want. I'll show you the difference between us. But then, he caught sight of Gu Katan watching him closely. Jiang Chun instantly steadied himself. No need to draw too much attention. Right now, his focus was on catching up to Jiang Wushuang, who had already reached step 300. Hong Yao sighed. Looks like little Jiang Chun is stuck on step 2. He won't even make it past step 10. Gu Katian, however, didn't respond. His brows furrowed as he observed Jiang Chun. Something wasn't right. Shut up, he muttered. Just watch. Jiang Chun moved forward. Once again, the spiritual tree blocked out the illusion. This time, he clasped his hands behind his back, started humming a tune, and without a care, began walking up the steps. Effortlessly, as if the entire test was nothing more than child's play. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Their jaws dropped as Jiang Chun breezed through 100 steps in an instant, all while casually humming. It didn't take long for the truth to sink in. He had stayed on the first 2 steps on purpose, because he enjoyed the illusions. Now, there was no doubt. Jiang Chun was, without a doubt, the true master of poison. In the blink of an eye, he overtook Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao. As he passed, he waved nonchalantly, still humming that ridiculous tune. I'll climb 300 steps without a second thought. Mu Hanxiu froze, her face turning crimson. Was he singing to encourage her? Her heart pounded wildly. Feeling an unexpected surge of motivation, She clenched her fists and pushed forward. I can't fall behind now. Meanwhile, Luo Sandow was just as stunned, but had a different reaction. My benefactor is incredible, but this song is way too embarrassing. Above them, Hong Yao's arms were crossed, but her fingers trembled slightly. Master, is there something wrong with the Taishu Hall test? She asked hesitantly. Jiang Chun had already passed 200 steps, and he wasn't even slowing down. Gu Katan watched in silence, his expression unreadable. After a moment, he shook his head. I've never seen anyone climb like Jiang Chun before. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun continued his effortless ascent, passing 2 more geniuses who stood frozen in shock. What just happened? Are we even climbing the same staircase? This has to be an illusion. Someone wake me up. Further ahead, near step 299, Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng had all come to a stop. They weren't moving forward. Jiang Chun immediately took note. Why do they stop here? Sensing his confusion, Gu Katian's voice rang out. Every 300 steps mark a new threshold. Even for celestial geniuses, this is where the real challenge begins. Hong Yao let out a dry chuckle, recalling her own struggle. I had to push myself to the limit just to get past that step, she admitted. After that, every step felt like I was carrying a mountain. Now the real question was, who will be the first celestial genius to break through? Jiang Chun reached step 298. Immediately, Jiang Wushuang, Tang Ying, and Bai Feng turned their attention to him. Jiang Wushuang smirked. You didn't disappoint me, Jiang Chun. Tang Ying, seeing him arrive so quickly, felt a wave of relief and happiness. Bai Feng, however, said nothing. His gaze remained locked on Jiang Chun, unreadable. Then, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward. The moment his foot touched step 300, a powerful force erupted from his body. Suddenly, glowing chains materialized around him, binding his limbs. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Chains? What kind of power is this? He possessed a divine-level class himself. Yet Jiang Wushuang's energy felt different. Could he be hiding a second divine class? He had never heard of such a thing before. Then, snap! One of the chains shattered. Jiang Wushuang's face remained calm, but his clenched fist revealed the effort he was exerting. Crack! One by one, the chains broke apart. As he stepped forward, his arms slowly spread open. A deep purple energy surged toward him, flowing into his chest. Bai Feng's eyes sharpened. A reward? Tang Ying, though impressed, wasn't surprised. After all, this was Jiang Wushuang. Wushuang exhaled, his voice steady. In the Palace of Emptiness, each section contains 180 steps, but every 300 step is different. It determines if you're worthy to continue. His purple aura pulsed as he turned slightly. People assume this step tests willpower, but in reality, it measures soul strength. Jiang Wushuang's gaze lingered on Jiang Chun. Your foundation is weak, he murmured. Unlike us, you weren't refined by heaven and earth's treasures from birth. Compared to our foundations, yours is flawed. He sighed before adding, you should be careful. Don't rush through barriers. Move at your own pace. Find your own way among us. Before he could finish, Jiang Chun casually stepped on a step 300. Silence. Every genius froze in place. Jiang Chun glanced around, then turned to Jiang Wushuang, his brows knitting together in confusion. Wait, was this supposed to be difficult? Tilting his head, he added, am I supposed to struggle like you guys? Jiang Wushuang's face twitched. A strange mix of disbelief and fury burned within him. How? How did Jiang Chun step onto the 300 step like it was nothing? Before he could react, a translucent screen materialized in front of Jiang Chun. Congratulations. You have climbed 300 steps of the Taishu Hall. You have received an origin crystal. A vibrant green crystal appeared in his palm. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. An origin crystal. He tightened his grip around it, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. This was no ordinary reward. It was priceless. His insects couldn't use it, but he knew how valuable it was. Uncle Ji Gang had been trapped in the 3rd transformation for years, until he obtained one of these and advanced to the 4th transformation. This was leagues above Jiang Wushuang's reward. Then, Little Nine suddenly appeared, her crimson eyes gleaming with hunger. Jiang Chun, she whined. Climb faster. I want to eat the trail. Jiang Chun blinked. The trail? Little Nine pointed upwards, flicking her tail impatiently. Up there, at the top of the hall. I can smell it. Jiang Chun followed her gaze toward the peak of Taishu Hall, his face puzzled. Before he could ask further, grew a soul. Her stomach let out a deep, rumbling growl. Jiang Chun sighed, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Hold on. Just because you're hungry doesn't mean you can rush me up there. Little Nine pouted, wrapping her tail around his arm. Meanwhile, Tang Ying and Bai Feng turned toward them, utterly speechless. Jiang Wushuang, however, was far from amused. his fists clenched so tightly that his veins bulged, his entire body shaking with rage. I won't let Jiang Chun surpass me. A fierce energy erupted from him as 8 phantom arms materialized behind his back. Then, he charged ahead like a madman, climbing step after step at a reckless speed. Bai Feng scoffed as he watched. Annoying, his gaze darkened, and a suffocating aura began to seep from his body. People like them should just disappear. Lifting his hands toward the sky, his voice rang out. Blood of gods and demons, dye the sky blue. A bone-chilling energy surged around him. Ghostly figures swirled in the air, their eerie whispers filling the space. Exhaling a frosty breath, Bai Feng's eyes sharpened. I won't let them get ahead of me, either. Then, he exploded forward, tearing up the steps with terrifying speed. Moments later, 2 more geniuses arrived, stopping in confusion at the sight before them. Jiang Wushuang and Bai Feng were locked in a mad dash upward. Yet, Tang Ying stood completely still, watching them without moving an inch. One of the newcomers furrowed his brows. Why aren't you climbing with him? Tang Ying turned, her expression unreadable, calm, serene. I'm an assassin, she said plainly. I can't be compared to those ogres. One of the men exhaled in relief, nodding. Oh, I thought. Tang Ying suddenly smiled. Then, her form began to shift. Before their eyes, her body elongated, her limbs vanishing as shimmering scales replaced her skin. In mere seconds, she had transformed into a massive snake, her cold, piercing gaze locking onto the steps ahead. Without hesitation, she slithered upward at an astonishing speed, her chilling aura leaving the air heavy with danger. The 2 men standing nearby, they froze in place, their bodies trembling. Then, without exchanging a single word, they clung to each other in sheer terror. Mr. Tiger was right. These monsters are beyond comprehension. Among the 4 top geniuses, each possessed an ability more insane than the last. Jiang Wushuang, with his 8 phantom arms, stormed up the steps like a raging war god. Bai Feng, consumed by bloodlust, released a suffocating energy that distorted the air around him. Tang Ying, now a terrifying serpent, slithered her way upward with effortless grace. And then there was Jiang Chun, who simply walked, leisurely, as if he were taking an afternoon stroll. At this point, he was the most terrifying of them all. Hong Yao's expression tensed as she observed the madness unfolding before her. Jiang Wushuang unleashed ghostly hands. Bai Feng had gone berserk. Tang Ying had turned into a snake. And yet, Jiang Chun was the one making them lose control. Her heart pounded. Gu Katian, watching from above, suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder, he said, his eyes shining with amusement. That's my favorite disciple. In a flash, Jiang Chun reached the top, the second person in history to ever do so. A wave of relief washed over him. Finally, he let out a slow exhale, letting his body relax. But before he could enjoy the moment, Hong Yao's face twisted in horror. Wait, what is Jiang Chun doing? Jiang Chun calmly raised his hand toward the sky. A dark mist began to swirl. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he released them. His insects, all of them. The swarm surged forward, rushing straight for the Taishu steel. Hong Yao's breath hitched. Did he just release the 9 miasma wings? The Taishu steel was no ordinary artifact. It was an ancient relic so powerful that even the invincible dreamer had once used it to gain enlightenment. And now, Jiang Chun's insects devoured it. Completely. In mere seconds. Not even a trace remained. Gu Katian's face drained of color. For once, he was speechless. Jiang Chun had absorbed the Taishu steel by himself. Something even he couldn't fathom. Meanwhile, Jiang Wushuang had climbed several more steps, only to stop. His gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, his expression unreadable, dark, full of unspoken rage. He had lost, but he refused to appear weak. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to accept it. For now, next time, at the Great Xiao Prodigy ranking, he would not lose again. Saying nothing, Jiang Wushuang turned and began his descent. Seeing this, Bai Feng and Tang Ying quickly came to a decision. This isn't worth it anymore, Tang Ying muttered. She had nearly burned herself out just making it this far. Pushing her limits any further would only damage her essence. With that, she and Bai Feng withdrew. Down below, Muhan Xiao and Luo Sandao beamed with pride. Master is unbelievable. They had both achieved their goals, but this was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Jiang Chun had reached the top. Then, a golden ranking window materialized in the sky. Final results. 1. Jiang Chun, 1,800 stages, first place. 2. Jiang Wushuang, 623 stages, second place. 3. Bai Feng, 609 stages, third place. 4. Tang Ying, 600 stages, fourth place. 5. Lai Zhe and Liu Biji, 534 stages, 5th place. 6. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu, 300 stages, 6th place. At the very top, Jiang Chun stood alone, unrivaled, unmatched. And yet, this was only the beginning. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, a rare smile playing on his lips. Without Jiang Chun, none of them would have made it this far. Meanwhile, Hong Yao's gaze softened. To her, Jiang Chun was truly extraordinary. This new generation was stronger than hers had ever been. But then, several minutes passed. Jiang Chun remained completely still, just standing there. Hong Yao frowned. Why isn't he moving? Everyone else already came down. Her confusion deepened as she watched him. Inside Jiang Chen's subconscious, the Taishu steel had been transported to the insect nest. Little Nine, now curled around a massive hunk of metal like a child with her favorite stuffed toy, purred in satisfaction. Her level shot up from 22 to 25, her devouring value increasing by several thousand. Jiang Chun stood there, arms crossed, watching her cling to the artifact with an amused smirk. Not only had Little Nine leveled up, but the devouring values of all his insects had skyrocketed. At this rate, the 3rd generation would be born soon. Then, a new status window appeared before him. Taishu Steel, originally an abyssal anchor stone found at the bottom of the abyss. A condensed artifact and a fundamental essence of the abyss itself. Jiang Chen's eyes darkened. The Taishu Steel came from the abyss. His gaze flickered to Little Nine, still wrapped tightly around the artifact, her tail swaying happily. If she was the ruler of the abyss, then it made sense why she wanted it more than anyone else. It was tied to her very existence. Blink. Jiang Chun was back in reality. But the moment he returned, a dense, poisonous mist began rising from where the Taishu Steel had once been. His body tensed. What's happening? Before he could react, his vision twisted. The world around him shifted. In an instant, he found himself in an entirely different space. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. You have been recognized as the master of the Taishu realm. Jiang Chen stiffened. Master of the Taishu realm? A flood of knowledge surged into his mind. With a single thought, he could teleport to the Taishu realm from anywhere. No one could open the doors of Taishu Hall except its master. The Taishu Hall was now his ultimate trump card. Jiang Chen's fingers twitched. This wasn't just a power boost. It was a hidden sanctuary, a secret weapon, a place no one could touch. He took a slow breath. For now, this had to stay hidden. Too many eyes were watching. With a single leap, he exited the realm. The moment he reappeared, 2 figures grabbed him. Hong Yao, Gu Katian. Before he could react, they pulled him into the sky. Come with us. Higher and higher they flew, vanishing from sight. Down below, the remaining participants stared in shock. The Celestial Sword King took Jiang Chun. It must be about the Taishu Steel. Serves him right for acting so high and mighty. But none of them truly understood. Jiang Chun had just gained something far beyond their comprehension. Cold winds howled through the snow-capped mountains. Far from prying eyes, Gu Katian and Hong Yao had brought Jiang Chun to a remote peak. Gu Katian's gaze bore into him, heavy and unreadable. His presence alone was suffocating, yet Jiang Chun remained still, his mind racing. The Dreamer, one of Grand Xia's 3 invincible figures, was the only person who had ever studied the Taishu Steel for enlightenment. Yet, Jiang Chun had absorbed it. And now, Gu Katian wanted answers. His voice was calm, but sharp. How did you use the 9 miasma wings to absorb the Taishu Steel? Jiang Chen's breath caught. So he knew. His body tensed. Was this a trap? Had they brought him here to kill him? A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. But then, Gu Katian smirked. A rare, amused expression. Did you really think you could turn the miasma wings into poisonous mist and fool everyone? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Hong Yao, standing beside them, chuckled softly, closing her eyes. Your face just now, so cute. Jiang Chen blinked. Wait, they're not planning to kill me? He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Since they weren't hostile, hiding the truth would only be a waste of time. His expression turned serious. The 9 miasma wings and the Taishu Steel, they both originate from the abyss. They share the same essence. Or rather, the Taishu Steel originally belonged to the 9 miasma wings. Gu Katian didn't even flinch. His expression remained eerily calm. Gu Katian's voice was steady, yet heavy with meaning. You do understand Great Xia's stance on calamities, don't you? Then, he laid out Jiang Chen's choices. 1. Live in exile forever. Stay hidden in Yunmeng Swamp, constantly running, constantly surviving. A life spent in the shadows. 2. Return and fight. Face an entire world that wanted him dead, including those at the general and invincible level. Jiang Chen's stomach twisted. This was worse than he thought. Even the strongest figures, People who stood at the absolute peak of power would see him as a threat. His very existence was a crime. He swallowed hard, his mind racing. Gukatian had traveled all this way just to offer him an escape. Why? Would things have been different if they had met sooner? Lost in thought, he barely noticed Hong Yao stepping closer. She jabbed a finger against his forehead, her frown deepening. "What are you spacing out for?" she demanded. "Master asked you a question." Her voice snapped him back to reality. Jiang Qin's eyes sharpened. Then, without a second thought, he made his decision. "I'll return." His voice was unwavering. Even if the world called him Calamity, he had only ever killed those who deserved it. His conscience was clear. There was no reason to run. For a moment, Hong Yao simply watched him. Then, a smile tugged at her lips. Gu Katan, arms still crossed, let out a booming laugh. "I expected nothing less from my disciple." Then, smirking, he added, "As much as I hate to admit it, Ji Gang wasn't as good as you back then." Jiang Qin blinked. "Wait, what does Uncle Ji Gang have to do with this?" Hong Yao let out a sigh, resting her fist on his shoulder. "Remember," she said with a smirk, "I'm your older sister. And Uncle Ji Gang? He's your second older brother." Jiang Qin stared. Her tone softened. "Back then, Ji Gang nearly lost his life at the hands of General Shiao. He attacked the Shiao family to steal the ant tank, but..." Her gaze darkened. "Master told him to stay put. He didn't listen. He didn't want to drag the master into his problems, so he acted alone. In the end, he was exiled to Chujiang City." Jiang Qin's expression shifted. So Uncle Ji Gang had his own grudge against the Shiao family. Before he could speak, Gu Katian turned away, his presence calm, yet resolute. "Old grudges don't matter anymore," he said. "Whether they are invincibles or generals, as long as your will is strong, we'll face them together. When we return to Jiangnan, my sword will carve a path for you." His words ignited a fire in Jiang Qin's chest. His fist clenched. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, lowering his head. "Master, please accept the reverence of your disciple." In Jiangnan City, the morning sun bathed the skyline in golden light, illuminating a high-rise conference room where the region's top military leaders had gathered. At the head of the massive table sat Duan Xinghai, supreme commander of Jiangnan's war zone, his fingers interlocked as he observed the room with an unreadable expression. He wasted no time. Since all 12 titled kings of Jiangnan are present, except for Gu Katian and Hong Yao, I'll get straight to the point. The room fell into a heavy silence, the tension palpable as everyone leaned in, waiting for his next words. His gaze sharpened as he delivered the revelation. "Based on our research, Jiang Qin's poisonous mist isn't ordinary. It's the 9 miasmal wings." A ripple of murmurs spread through the generals, but Duan Xinghai swiftly raised a hand, silencing them. "According to Great Xia's taboo ordinance, anyone who awakens a calamity-type ability or controls a taboo object must be eliminated without mercy." His piercing gaze swept across the room. "What are your thoughts?" A man with fiery red hair raised his hand. Muhan Qian, grandfather of Muhan Xiao. A faint smile played on his lips as he spoke. "The 9 miasma wings have indeed caused great catastrophes in the past. However, in this era, it's unlikely to reach that level." He leaned back, his tone measured. "As long as Jiangshan is properly supervised, there shouldn't be an issue. And in the worst-case scenario," his eyes gleamed, "we can simply extract and destroy the 9 miasma wings. No need to kill the boy." Another general, Tang Wangchuan, the father of Tang Jin, raised his hand in agreement. "I support this," he said, arms crossed. His voice was firm. "The taboo ordinance was put in place 5 centuries ago when Great Xia was weak. But now, we are strong. We should approach these matters with more flexibility." As the debate unfolded, 2 generals whispered among themselves. Who was at close ties with Jiangshan from the beginning? They had heard rumors. Muhan Qian's granddaughter had grown close to Jiangshan during the prodigy camp. Then there was Ji Gang. And now, even Tang Wanchuan's daughter, Tang Jin, seemed to be involved. The realization settled heavily. The powerful families were already entwined with Jiang Chen's fate. Before Tang Wanchuan could respond, a deafening explosion shattered the tension. Boom! The doors to the meeting room blasted apart, sending splinters flying. A thick cloud of smoke filled the space, forcing the generals to their feet, hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. A suffocating presence engulfed the room. As the smoke began to clear, a lone figure emerged from the haze. An old man stood at the entrance, his presence radiating overwhelming power. His eyes burned with unfiltered hatred, and the air around him crackled with murderous intent. It was none other than General Xiao Yuanshan of the Shiao family. His sword gleamed coldly as he pointed it toward the room. His voice, sharp as steel, rang out. "Anyone who dares defend Jiang Chun," his killing intent surged, suffocating the air, "must be ready to taste my sword." Duan Xinghai's face turned pale. The once disciplined meeting room erupted into chaos. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. If it weren't for General Shiao interfering, I could have negotiated a solution. But now, the tide had turned against him. If Gu Katian stubbornly chose to protect Jiang Chun, he would be dragged down as well, and Duan Xinghai had no intention of sinking with him. Hours later, near the landing site of the Prodigy camp, a group of figures arrived. Ji Gang, Duan Feng, and Tang Wangchuan stood at the edge of the mountain range, their expressions grim. Ji Gang's eyes narrowed as he scanned the rugged terrain, his voice dropping to a lethal tone. General Shiao has deployed the Celestial Punishment Squadron. They're lying in wait, hidden in these mountains, ready to ambush Jiang Chun. His grip on his sword tightened. Tang Wangchuan exhaled slowly, his face darkening. This is a grand setup, he muttered. They all knew. Jiang Chun and the others would return soon. Ji Gang's fingers brushed the hilt of his blade, drawing it slightly from its sheath. His gaze sharpened, his voice laced with quiet fury. If a battle breaks out, his killing intent flared. Tang Jin and I will draw our swords. His tone turned ice cold. Old grudges, new grudges. We'll settle them all today. Then, he turned to Duan Feng. The night watch of Chujiang City is now in your hands. Duan's face turned ghostly white. His hands trembled as he frantically waved them. Not again. He had barely recovered from the mess at the wedding, and now he was getting roped into another disaster. Nearby, Xiaoku stood with her arms crossed, eyes closed, her expression unimpressed. With a scoff, she placed a hand on her hip. Why are you looking at me? Do you need a healer or something? Duan Feng, standing beside her, snorted. Get lost, he said with a grin. I love a good fight, and there's no way I'm missing this one. Tang Jin, smiling mischievously, turned to the old master. Come on, Olgu, stop being so formal, she teased. We're family, aren't we? Then, her gaze flicked upward. A bright light streaked across the sky. She narrowed her eyes, trying to make out the figure in the distance. Is that Jiang Chun and the others? On a distant mountain, General Xiao Yuanshan's squad had already locked onto their target. One of the commanders raised his hand, his voice cold and unwavering. Target confirmed. Without hesitation, he issued the order. Heavenly Punishment Squad, prepare to fire. Divine crossbows, aim at the sky. A row of elite soldiers moved in unison, drawing out massive crossbows engraved with divine sigils. Their arrows glowed ominously, charged with lethal energy. Meanwhile, the Tianjiao camp was descending rapidly from above. Hong Yao peered down at the unfolding scene, amusement flashing in her eyes. She grinned. This feels just like the wedding, she mused. The last time Ji Gang stormed in, she hadn't had the chance to let loose. This time, though, perfect. Beside her, Gu Katan remained composed, casting her a sidelong glance. At least pretend there's some courtesy before we start fighting, he said dryly. If we charge in immediately, people might start thinking our entire family is nothing but a bunch of brutes. Hong Yao smirked. His words were calm, but the aura radiating from him told a different story. A deep orange energy slowly pulsed around his body, thick with unspoken killing intent. She chuckled. Like master, like disciple. Behind them, Jiang Chun remained silent. Hong Yao arched a brow as she glanced back at him. Well, what do you think of all this? She asked playfully. No response. Jiang Chun wasn't even paying attention. His mind was elsewhere, inside the insect nest. A system window materialized before him. 9 miasma wings reproduction, complete. Mother insect level, 27. New offspring, 5.11 million. Jiang Chen's eyes gleamed. The third generation had been born, before the battle had even begun. He clenched his fists. It wasn't enough to destroy an entire nation, but it was more than enough for what was coming. A sudden tap on his shoulder snapped him back to reality. Jiang Chen blinked. Hong Yao stood next to him, smirking. Don't be scared, she teased. Even if you're not strong, you've got Master and me on your side. Jiang Chen's expression twitched. I'm not scared. He turned, pointing toward the mountains ahead. Uncle Ji Gang and the others are there. I want to see them first, and give them a gift. Gu Katian nodded. Fine, we'll pass by there later anyway. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Poisonous mist surged around him as he leaped from the sky, diving straight toward the mountain below. Above, Jiang Wushuang watched his descent, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. Hey, he called out. Try not to die too soon. I haven't had enough fun with you yet. Standing nearby, Tang Ying let out a sharp breath. At this point, nothing surprised her anymore. Not even the revelation that Jiang Chun carried a calamity. No wonder he had taken down Xiao Beihan in an instant. Even Bang, usually carefree, furrowed his brows slightly. The second person in Great Xia's history to complete the ladder of emptiness. He better not die too soon. As Jiang Chun distanced himself, Mu Hanchio's gaze lingered on his retreating figure, her expression clouded with worry. Her master had gathered them all here, but would her grandfather come to aid them or stand aside? Beside her, Luo Sandao let out a quiet sigh. Worrying won't change anything, he muttered. This kind of war is far beyond us. The best we can do is not make things worse. That's already enough. Sometime later, Jiangchen landed where Ji Gang and the others were waiting. Seeing them, a wave of relief swept over him. They had come. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, pulling a gleaming green crystal from his inventory and handing it to Uncle Ji Gang. Remember, Jiang Shun said with a smirk, I promised to gift you a set of epic equipment. His grin widened. Didn't quite get that, but this should be just as good. Ji Gang took the crystal, turning it in his palm. His breath hitched. His eyes widened in shock. An origin crystal. This was a key to the seventh realm. Before Ji Gang could even find the words to respond, Jiang Chun continued, pulling out more treasures. To Aunt Tang, he handed a set of powerful equipment. To Duan Feng, he gifted a silk scarf. To Chu Balang, a high-grade bow. To Hanky, platinum-level gear. Each item was an invaluable treasure. Meanwhile, high above, atop a cliff, a storm of killing intent brewed. Old Xiao Yuanshan stood at the edge, fury coursing through his veins. His eyes locked onto Jiangshan like a predator fixating on prey. Behind him, the Heavenly Punishment Squad stood poised, weapons ready, awaiting his command. His voice was cold as death. Prepare. Just as the order was about to be given, a figure stepped forward. Duan Feng. Raising a hand, he signaled for restraint. Wait. Old Zhao's burning gaze snapped toward him. Fury surged in his eyes, but Duan Feng remained unshaken. More than 100 days have passed since the Tianjiao camp disappeared. Duan Feng stated calmly. Gu Katian was the one in control. We can't afford to act carelessly. Old Zhao's eyes narrowed. He hesitated. Then, slowly, his gaze dropped. A long silence stretched between them, until his rage sharpened into something colder. More dangerous. They'll just kill Gu Katian too. His voice was low, final. If he doesn't know how to appreciate what he has, then he'll die along with Jiang Chun. Minutes later, the Tianjiao camp finally arrived near the battlefield. Duan Feng's voice rang across the field like a war drum. Gu Katian, surrender and hand over Jiang Chun. His command carried undeniable authority. If a battle breaks out, the city will suffer great losses. His tone grew harder. For Jiangnan's sake, it's better to sacrifice Jiang Chun. Atop the Tianjiao camp, Gu Katian inhaled slowly. His expression was unreadable, but when he spoke, his voice was steady, filled with absolute certainty. I refuse. His words echoed with unshakable resolve. In this life, I have nothing to be ashamed of. Not in Jiangnan, not in Great Xia. His gaze burned with conviction. I brought back 150 heroes from the district. I took them to the Palace of Emptiness. The crowd stirred, a ripple of shock running through them. The parents of the young prodigies tensed at the mention of the Palace of Emptiness, a place of legends and miracles. Many powerful figures had sought strength there, only to fail. Yet Gu Katian had led their children to this sacred ground, and they had succeeded. One by one, the parents stepped forward, their voices resolute. We won't betray our own. We won't join the Shiao family. Even if they couldn't save Jiangnan, they refused to stand with its executioners. Duan Feng extended his hand to the side, a confident smile playing on his lips. With these 150 heroes, Jiangnan's reputation will rise like the tide. His voice rang across the battlefield, stirring something deep within the crowd. But before anyone could respond, a terrifying presence crashed down upon them. The sea trembled. The rivers twisted and roared. A suffocating pressure filled the air as old Xiao Yuanshan appeared, his gaze gleaming with raw power. His very presence pressed onto the battlefield like an unstoppable tidal wave. With a mere lift of his hand, he summoned 2 massive blocks of water, each one vast enough to drown entire cities. The very rivers and seas bent to his will, rising into a colossal sphere of crushing weight. His voice was calm, yet absolute. Jiang Chun controls a calamity, and according to the laws of Grand Xia, he must be executed. His gaze shifted to Gu Katian. And you, his tone hardened, you violated the rules, Katian. You sealed off the prodigy camp. You trapped the examiners. You protected someone wielding the forbidden. You've endangered the entire prodigy camp. The air grew impossibly heavy. Everyone looked up, watching in silent horror as the massive water sphere began its slow descent toward the camp. Among the generals, no one dared to move. Even though they were all powerful, this was different. Gu Katian and old Xiao Yuanshan weren't just strong. They were monsters among men. To choose a side now was to choose life or death. And so, they chose neutrality. Gu Katian's expression remained unshaken. Then, His voice cut through the weight of impending destruction. Jiang Chun, return. Then, he turned to Hong Yao. Control the flight path of the Tianjiao camp. Hong Yao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she raised both hands, her aura flaring. The Tianjiao camp trembled. Then, ever so slowly, it began to move away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun spread his arms wide. A dense, poisonous mist surged outward, wrapping around Ji Gang and the others like an impenetrable cocoon. Stay inside, Jiang Chun said calmly. This barrier will only disappear once the battle ends. Ji Gang's brows furrowed. When did you cast this spell? Jiang Chun simply smirked. You can't break it, so don't bother trying. Above, the battlefield trembled. Gu Katan's sword gleamed, golden energy rippling from its edge. Across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan hovered effortlessly, his own sword resting lazily on his shoulder. Behind him, a massive water tornado roared like a living beast, churning violently. He shook his head, amusement flickering in his eyes. You really want to draw your sword against me? His lips curled into a smirk. I've surpassed the 8th level, and I wield over 10 forbidden water spells. His gaze sharpened. And you, he chuckled. You're just a man with a sword. Both warriors tensed, their auras colliding in the air. But, boom, before they could strike, a massive ice barrier erupted between them, halting their attacks. The sheer force of the frozen wall sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Both men instinctively pulled back, eyes narrowing. Above, a figure floated, General Duan. His fingers curled slightly, effortlessly controlling the ice. His voice was steady but urgent. Both of you, calm down. If you fight here, the camp will be destroyed. His tone grew heavier. And worse, Jiangnan itself will suffer. For everyone's sake, don't do this. Silence gripped the battlefield. Then, a cold, merciless voice echoed from the sky. No need for war. Jiang Chun and I will settle this with a duel. Heads turned. From the distance, a figure soared through the air, his body cloaked in a dark aura. Xiao Beihan. Alive. Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're alive? Xiao Beihan grinned, flexing his fingers. He lifted his right arm, the one Jiang Chun had severed. It was whole again. Duan's voice tightened. You regrew your arm? Xiao Beihan smirked. Someone like Jiang Chun took my arm. His grip tightened on his sword. But today, his gaze darkened. I'll be the one to take his head. Without another word, he shot forward, ready to strike. But Duan Fong raised a hand. Wait. Xiao Beihan halted, irritation flashing across his face. Duan Fong spoke calmly. For the good of the people, this should be settled between the young. His gaze swept over the battlefield. The older generation should not interfere. This is the best solution for both sides. Jiang Chun floated into the air, locking eyes with Xiao Beihan. He knew it, a one-on-one death match wouldn't be in his favor. So instead, he asked, what are your conditions? Xiao Beihan's smile widened. Smart boy. Then, with a smug expression, he laid out his terms. 1. Jiang Chun couldn't use Little Nine. 2. Jiang Chun couldn't use poison. Above them, old Xiao Yuanshan burst into laughter. As expected of my grandson. His voice boomed across the battlefield. This duel is for the peace of Jiangnan and the well-being of the people. But before anyone could nod in agreement, Xing, Gu Katian's sword unsheathed in an instant, golden energy flaring from its blade. His eyes were sharp, aggressive. Pointing his sword directly at Xiao Yuanshan, he scoffed. Stop talking nonsense. His killing intent surged. Standing on your high moral ground doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. His voice turned razor sharp. If you have the guts, stop harassing the kids and fight me instead. The tension reached its breaking point, but just before Gu Katian could charge forward, Jiang Chun grabbed his arm. Wait. Gu Katian turned, his sharp gaze locking onto Jiang Chun. His eyes narrowed. Jiang Chun smiled. We can't let them think we're just brutes. He jabbed a thumb at himself, confidence radiating from his stance. I don't need Calamity to win. His grin widened. I have another way to deal with him. Xiao Beihan's smirk faltered for just a second. His amusement flickered. Oh, his gaze darkened. What other way do you have? Jiang Chen's eyes shifted toward Gu Katian. You said before, you'd teach me a secret technique. Silence. Gu Katian's entire body tensed. A secret technique? Nearby, Hong Yao almost choked on air. Her expression turned into one of pure disbelief. You're joking, right? She face-bombed, shaking her head. It took me over 10 years to learn that technique. She spun toward Ji Gang. You still haven't mastered it. Meanwhile, Xiao Beihan let out a roaring laugh. Let me guess, you want me to wait 10 years while you learn it? Jiang Chen's smirk remained unfazed. Nah, 5 minutes is enough. Silence. Then, Duan Fong snapped. You little. The sword style isn't something that can be learned in 5 minutes. Xiao Beihan's laughter only grew louder. But across from him, old Xiao Yuanshan remained silent. Jiang Chen stepped forward. He reached for Gu Katian's sword, gripping its hilt. With his other hand, he clenched his fist tightly. Then he smirked. Teach me. Gu Katian didn't move. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chen. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, the sword hummed. A powerful resonance vibrated through the air. Gu Katian's gaze shifted. This feeling, his grip tightened around the sword. Somehow, Jiang Chen had awakened the resonance of the heart of the sword. Inside the void of space, Gu Katian lowered his gaze. Jiang Chen leaned in slightly, whispering, "Trust me." Gu Katian stared at the ground. For a long time, he was silent. Then, his head lifted. His eyes met old Xiao Yuanshan's. His voice was calm, resolute. "Show me what you can do." Jiang Chen smiled. With Gu Katian's approval, the death match was set. Duan Fong raised a hand to the sky. A massive energy wave erupted, shaking the heavens. He clenched his fingers, and from the depths of the sea, a small island began to rise. The floating island ascended, stopping at the very center of the battlefield. Duan Fong moved once more, and a transparent barrier formed around it. No interference. No escape. Xiao Beihan landed on the combat platform, arrogance dripping from his posture. His smirk widened. This time, Jiang Chen wouldn't have his 9 miasma wings. This time, he would crush him in front of everyone. The battlefield was moments away from erupting. Outside the barrier, a violent impact slammed against the protective field, yet not a single crack formed. The attacker? Ji Gang. His sword flashed, unleashing a relentless flurry of devastating strikes, each one powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet none could break through. His rage exploded. "Jiang Chen," he roared. "Do not fight him." His eyes burned with fury and guilt. This was his fault. If he had never let Jiang Chen enter the camp, none of this would be happening. His hands trembled as he struck the barrier again and again. "How could you let this happen, master?" Beside him, Duan Fong frowned, confused by Ji Gang's reaction. "The master doesn't make decisions without thinking," he said firmly. "Don't doubt him now." Inside the barrier, Gu Katian slowly unsheathed his sword. Holding it with both hands, he lifted the blade toward the sky, golden light radiating from its edge. His voice was calm, yet filled with unshakable resolve. "Jiang Chen, remember, the sword of heaven is the sword of will. You must not think. You must feel. You must let the sword guide you." Jiang Chen's gaze locked onto the blade. For a moment, he was silent. Then, he heard it, the sword's whisper. Gu Katian took a deep breath, bringing the sword closer to his face, his eyes turning razor-sharp. "Watch carefully." Then, boom, he swung his sword. A blinding golden slash erupted, tearing through the sky at unimaginable speed. The attack shot toward Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. So he's attacking first? Without hesitation, he drew his own sword, pointing it toward the heavens. A crimson aura erupted around him, pulsing with overwhelming energy. Total defense. He stood firm, ready to block the incoming attack. But it never came. The golden slash missed. It passed right by his side. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. "What?" Duan Fong, watching from afar, broke into a cold sweat. His heart pounded violently in his chest. This makes no sense. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chen and Xiao Beihan. Then why was Gu Katian attacking? Above them, hidden in the sky, something stirred. A barrier shattered, and from within, a monstrous presence emerged. A giant dragon. The golden slash slammed into its massive tail, slicing in half. The severed tail plummeted to the ground, crashing with a thunderous impact. The dragon's roar shook the heavens. Its colossal eyes blazed with murderous fury as they locked onto Gu Katian. "You bastard!" It let out a deafening roar. Then, its body vanished into a crack in space. But its final words lingered in the air. "I will return for you." The battlefield was left in stunned silence. This was supposed to be a duel between Jiang Chen and Xiao Beihan. Yet Gu Katian was the first to attack. Duan Fong's fists clenched tightly. This wasn't part of the deal. The master swordsman rested his blade on his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "That dragon was after the 9 miasma wings," he stated calmly. "It's an 8th-grade beast, only half as strong as the wings themselves." Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as understanding settled in. This old thief, he had been ahead of them all along. Gu Katian turned, exhaling slowly before letting out a booming laugh. His gaze fell on Jiang Chen. "Well, wasn't it impressive to see your master wield his sword for the first time?" Jiang Chen stepped forward, his fists clenched, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It was incredible." Gu Katian smirked. "So what did you learn?" Jiang Chen didn't answer immediately. Instead, he extended a hand toward the ground. A soft green energy flickered to life. A root shot forward, weaving toward Ji-gang. Ji-gang flinched at first, but soon understood. With a sigh, he handed over his sword. The root coiled around the blade, pulling it toward Jiang Chen's waiting grip. He grasped it firmly, a small smile forming. Gu Katian frowned. Why not use my sword? Jiang Chen grinned. Soon you'll understand. Then, without hesitation, he leaped onto the combat platform. His stance, his aura, everything mirrored his master's posture. Gu Katan raised a brow, amusement flickering in his eyes. This kid is seriously trying to copy me? From the sky, Hong Yao descended onto the island, her expression filled with worry. She clenched her fists tightly. How can Master allow this? Her voice shook with frustration. This is the same as sending Jiang Chun to his death. Her gaze flickered toward Duan Fong, who still stood motionless, watching it all unfold. He was benefiting from this, but doing nothing? She gritted her teeth. What kind of so-called invincible just stood by and watched? Her heart pounded. She couldn't let this happen. She made up her mind. She was taking Jiang Chen away, whether he wanted to go or not. Gu Katian stood with his arms crossed, silently observing Jiang Chun. His gaze remained steady, lost in thought. Beside him, Hong Yao had made up her mind. She was going to intervene. But, just as she was about to move, her body froze. Her eyes widened in shock. She couldn't move. What's happening to me? An unseen force locked her in place. Gu Katian's calm voice sliced through her rising panic. In this arena of life and death, only Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan may enter. His expression was firm, unyielding. No one else. Hong Yao's heart pounded. She had underestimated the power of an invincible being. This wasn't just any battlefield. The energy sealing the arena was absolute. She had no way to break through. Her fists clenched in frustration. Regret flickered in her eyes. She had spoken ill of Master, and now she understood. Gu Katian's voice remained steady. Jiang Chun does not seek war. He turned to her, his tone unwavering. He does not want to see Jiang reduced to ruins. Hong Yao whipped her head toward him. Then why? Her voice trembled with frustration. Why must Jiang Chun risk his life for the sake of others? Gu Katian met her gaze without hesitation. Because, he said, Jiang Chun is not going to die. Hong Yao's breath caught. What? A smirk tugged at the corner of Gu Katian's lips. I just taught him how to use the celestial sword. On the combat platform, both Jiang Chun and Xiao Beihan raised their swords. Xiao Beihan burst into laughter, shaking his head. That old man is insane. His sneer returned, his eyes brimming with disdain. Does he really think you can master the celestial sword just by watching? His voice dripped with mockery. You're just trash. Jiang Chun remained unfazed. His grip on his sword tightened as golden energy swirled around him. A confident smile played on his lips. Then let's see if trash can teach you a lesson. Xiao Beihan's smirk vanished. His fingers curled into a fist, and a suffocating, malevolent aura erupted around him. His eyes burned with hatred. If you're not using the 9 miasma wings, he growled, then let's see if you can survive me. From the sidelines, Bei Feng turned to Jiang Wushuang. Who do you think will win? Jiang Wushuang's expression was unreadable. If Jiang Chun uses the poisonous mist, he'll win. Bei Feng narrowed his eyes. But according to the rules, he can't use it. Jiang Wushuang exhaled slowly. Then he'll die. Xiao Beihan has already tasted defeat once, and he came back stronger. His gaze darkened. His entire heart is now consumed by martial arts. He won't stop until Jiang Chun is dead. Xiao Beihan's sword pulsed with green energy, its aura menacing. This was no ordinary weapon. It ranked 20th among the divine weapons of Great Xia. Jiang Chun held his sword close to his face, settling into an offensive stance. Across from him, Xiao Beihan pointed his blade forward, his smirk returning with renewed arrogance. At least you have initiative, he said, twirling his sword. His voice dripped with mockery. Dying under the glow of the moon with that broken sword of yours will be an honor. Jiang Chun met his gaze, smirking. Enough talking. He raised his sword to the sky, and a deep purple energy erupted from the blade. His free hand stretched forward as he called out, his voice ringing through the battlefield. Master, watch closely. If I make a mistake, correct me. Gu Katian's brow lifted slightly. Was this brat serious? Jiang Chun channeled his strength then. Slash! A colossal wave of energy tore through the air, surging straight toward Xiao Beihan. The sheer force of the attack sent shockwaves rippling through the arena. A blinding light filled the battlefield as the onlookers instinctively shielded their faces. It burned. It cut deep. But it wasn't a physical attack. It targeted the soul. In a flash, Hong Yao appeared. With a swift motion, she summoned a red barrier around the weaker spectators. Her voice rang out urgently. Those with weak souls, close your eyes. Even she struggled to comprehend what she was witnessing. How does little Jiangchun have this much power? For once, even Gu Katian's usual smirk faded. Though his arms remained crossed, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He actually learned it, but his focus sharpened. The sword of humanity could only attack the soul, and Xiao Beihan was from the Shiao family, a family legendary for its unparalleled soul defenses. For a split second, Xiao Beihan's expression flickered with shock. Then he moved. With impeccable precision, his sword flashed. Clang! He deflected the attack with ease, letting out a loud, mocking laugh. This is the legendary Sky Sword? He sneered, his lips curling into a taunting grin. It's nothing, just an attack that tickles the soul. He tightened his grip on his sword. You must have forgotten, his voice turned cold. The Xiao family specializes in soul power. Against me, this move is worthless. Xiao Beihan's aura surged, and behind him, a golden moon materialized, casting its glow across the battlefield. His voice thundered. Star and moon cut. With a single slash, a massive golden arc of energy shot toward Jiangchun. He ran a finger along the blade of his sword, his grin widening. That was just a warm-up. He adjusted his stance, eyes darkening with pure hatred. This second strike, his voice was laced with malice, will not be aimed at your soul. Jiangchun's eyes sharpened. His stance shifted. Then, boom, his sword cleaved downward. Earth knife, a mighty energy slash surged forward, colliding head-on with Xiao Beihan's golden moon. Crack! The moon split in half. And in the same instant, Xiao Beihan staggered back, blood spilling from his chest. His eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How? The energy wave hadn't just shattered the moon. It had cut through the arena itself. Duan Fong, still keeping the island afloat with his powers, felt the tremors instantly. His face lost color. This arena, it's going to explode. The seawater rose unnaturally, swirling in the air. Sweat trickled down his brow as he clenched his fists. The second-level cultivator did this? His voice carried disbelief. Then his eyes sharpened. This was turning dangerous. I need to reinforce the battlefield. Raising both hands, he channeled his energy. The island trembled once more. Jiangchen's attack tore through the air, surging straight at Xiao Beihan. But Xiao Beihan was ready. With a roar, he plunged his sword into the ground, summoning a golden barrier around himself. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling across the battlefield. Gritting his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, Xiao Beihan exhaled sharply. If he hadn't blocked that, he would be dead. His eyes flared with fury. Then he spoke. One must lift their head and look toward the northwest, where the floating clouds rest. His fingers tightened around his sword. One must lean on the blade that stretches 1,000 miles. Power erupted from his body as he activated a forbidden spell, the Maximum Essence. A violent surge of energy burst forth, shaking the battlefield. Suddenly, across the entire arena, every sword began to tremble. Whoosh! The weapons shot into the sky, ripped away from their owners' grasps. Cries of shock echoed through the crowd. What's happening? Some tried to summon their blades back, but none obeyed. Xiao Beihan's laughter rang through the battlefield. High above, the sky darkened. A storm of swords filled the heavens, each radiating an overwhelming aura. Still gripping his blade, Xiao Beihan unleashed a divine weapon technique. Soul Moon. At his command, the sword shifted, aiming straight for Jiangchun. Then like a relentless downpour, they began to fall. A sky full of blades. Jiangchun's grip tightened on his weapon, his stance unwavering. He had no idea what kind of attack this was. But he knew one thing. Xiao Beihan meant to kill him. Watching from above, Xiao Beihan smirked. This was it. Jiangchun's death was certain. Meanwhile, Duan Fong's expression darkened as he struggled to keep the arena from collapsing. His hand trembled, sweat running down his face. These two, they're insane. If this continued, the entire battlefield would crumble. He shot a sharp glance at his subordinates. Reinforce the battlefield now. Without hesitation, two cultivators beside him channeled their energy, stabilizing the crumbling space. Xiao Beihan's eyes gleamed with triumph. It's over, he declared. But Jiangchun simply smiled, a cold, confident smile. His fingers tightened around his sword. Why do you underestimate me? Then he moved. His blade flashed through the air. Curse cutter. A golden arc of energy erupted forward, slashing through the sky. Boom. The attack collided with the falling swords, unleashing a massive explosion. A blinding light swallowed the battlefield. Xiao Beihan's face twisted in horror. His attack was falling apart. And then, so was he. His body trembled violently as cracks spread across his skin. His eyes widened in sheer terror. No, this can't be happening. He reached out desperately, only to watch his fingers crumble into dust. His legs disintegrated, his torso following soon after. How are you this strong? His voice wavered, filled with disbelief. Jiangchun remained silent. Xiao Beihan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. And then, he was gone, his body turning to ashes, carried away by the wind. The once arrogant warrior had been erased from existence. Above the battlefield, Xiao Yuanshan, who had been watching closely, felt a chill run through his veins. His grandson, massacred, gone. His hands clenched, trembling not just with fury, but for the first time in his life with fear. Meanwhile, Ji Gang dropped to his knees, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was the dream he had chased his entire youth. And yet, Jiang Chun had reached it in mere minutes. The elites who had witnessed the battle were left shaken. Hong Yao, usually confident and composed, could only stand frozen. Her entire body trembled, sweat trailing down her face. 5 minutes, she whispered. He learned the celestial sword in 5 minutes. Her fists clenched tightly. This wasn't normal. This wasn't human. Gu Katian let out a low chuckle. His expression remained unreadable, but his fist remained clenched. His energy still isn't enough, he admitted, but a flicker of admiration passed through his eyes. He didn't just learn the techniques, he improved them. Ji Gang had spent years training and failed. Jiang Chun? 5 minutes. Jiang Wushuang exhaled sharply, his gaze fixed on Jiang Chun. A storm of emotions swirled inside him. Excitement and fear clashing together. This guy, he muttered. He's a monster. The thought of someone like Jiang Chun as an enemy. It was terrifying. Bay foam covered his mouth, his breathing uneven. Sweat dripped from his forehead. This wasn't just talent. This was insanity. Tang Ying lifted a trembling hand to her forehead, still in shock. She had seen many geniuses before, but Jiang Chun, he was in a realm of his own. On the other side, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanqiu clung to each other, tears streaming down their faces. He won. He's really that strong. The battlefield itself had changed. Jiang Chen's final attack had torn a massive gash through the island. The destruction stretched from one end to the other, leaving the land scarred and broken. High above, two figures hovered in the sky, watching everything unfold. They stood effortlessly in the air, their presences overwhelming. The first, a black-haired man, observed with keen amusement. His eyes gleamed as he studied Jiang Chun. Interesting, he mused. The disciple of the Celestial Sword King is quite something. A smirk tugged at his lips. Don't kill him yet. I want to use him as a stepping stone for prodigy. Beside him, a man with fiery orange hair merely shook his head, his tone casual. I never came here to kill Jiang Chun in the first place. The black-haired man kept his hands behind his back, his smirk deepening. His presence alone radiated a crushing force, one that could make even the strongest hesitate. This man was an invincible being, the god of the sword, Jiling Xiao. His eyes locked onto Jiang Chun, his smirk widening. Even if I don't act, his gaze flickered with intrigue. Things are about to get interesting. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan burned with rage. He would not stand by and do nothing. His grandson was dead, and Jiang Chun had to pay. Just as he prepared to strike, a monstrous energy erupted, surging across the battlefield. The air grew unbearably heavy. Xiao Yuanshan's instinct screamed, danger. His body tensed. He recognized this presence. The god of war, Jiang Xuanji. Beside Ji Lingxiu stood another invincible being, a man with fiery orange hair. The god of martial arts, Jiang Xuanji. He turned to Xiao Yuanshan, his tone calm but unshakable. Ji Lingxiu is right, he said. You shouldn't interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's hands clenched into fists. His mind screamed for vengeance. But Jiang Xuanji's energy only grew stronger. Then, he spoke again, his voice carrying absolute authority. If you wager your life in a death match, you must be prepared to die. Xiao Yuanshan's rage faltered. His heart sank. He knew Xuanji was right, but still, he couldn't accept it. At that moment, Jiang Chen moved. Gripping his sword, he leapt into the air. His voice rang out across the battlefield. I have a fourth technique. Get ready. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. What? Gu Katian's face paled in alarm. Stop, he shouted. Don't be reckless. Hong Yao covered her mouth, frozen with fear. Jiang Chen had just drawn his sword against Xiao Yuanshan. Against a general. Against a legend. Jiang Xuanji, still standing with his arms crossed, raised a brow. That kid is insane. Messing with a tiger's whiskers is the same as seeking death. Ji Lingxiu, however, closed his eyes and smirked. There's no saving him now. Xiao Yuanshan's expression darkened. With slow, deliberate movements, he unsheathed his sword. His power surged, sending the sea beneath him rising into a massive wave. You dare to raise your sword against me? His voice dripped with killing intent. This is a joke. His eyes flashed with disdain. A mere second-level insect challenging me? He lifted his blade, ready to end this farce. But Jiang Chen didn't flinch. His grip tightened. A violent aura exploded around him, making the very air tremble. His sword overflowed with power. Then he struck. Celestial sword technique. Defend justice, expel evil. Uppercut. With all his might, Jiang Chun unleashed 2 devastating slashes. The attacks roared toward Xiao Yuanshan like divine judgment. Then he stood still. His move had been made. Now, the world would witness the result. The battlefield fell silent. Every eye was locked onto the clash. The weight of the moment hung thick in the air. Jiang Wushuang was the first to react. His breath caught in his throat. His eyes widened in pure disbelief. He's insane. Jiang Qin's attack wasn't just strong. It was monstrous. That blow. It's comparable to a full-powered strike from a level 5 Sea King or Mountain King. Even Bang, normally unfazed, froze in place. His voice shook. He's throwing his life away. Tang Ying remained silent, sweat trickling down her forehead. Her voice was barely above a whisper. If this were the city of 10,000 demons, she swallowed hard. That monkey would have devoured him alive. Xiao Yuanshan's lips curled into a smirk. His fists clenched, and with a simple motion, he commanded the water around him. The sky twisted as countless droplets floated midair, suspended in unnatural stillness. His voice remained eerily calm, but his confidence was absolute. Even your master is no match for me. His smirk deepened. And you, he scoffed. You don't stand a chance. Then, he snapped his fingers. The water surged forward, forming a massive, impenetrable wall. Jiang Qin's attack slammed into it, completely blocked. Or so it seemed. Xiao Yuanshan lowered his arm, smug satisfaction spreading across his face. Pathetic, but then, his expression froze. Something was wrong. His instincts flared in alarm. He looked up, and his heart stopped. The sky swarmed with insects. Thousands. Millions. Descending like a living storm. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened. The 9 miasma wings. Jiang Qin smirked. His voice was cold. Ruthless. Did you really think I was trying to defeat you with a sword? The earlier attack, it had only been a distraction. Now that I'm no longer in the arena, he lifted his hand. There are no rules stopping me from using my real power. Xiao Yuanshan threw up his arm in defense, his breathing quick and uneven. This wasn't part of the plan. Jiang Qin's fist clenched. His grin turned wicked. Explode. Boom. The first wave of insects detonated. Xiao Yuanshan barely had time to react. Boom. 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 A chain reaction of massive explosions tore through the sky, fire and destruction consuming everything in sight. Duan Fong and the others didn't hesitate. They turned and ran. Run. The sky itself was collapsing. The sheer force of the explosions was beyond comprehension. Trapped in the chaos, Xiao Yuanshan's eyes burned with fury. He activated his power, his aura surging. The fire turned into blood. His gaze locked onto Jiang Qin, filled with raw, murderous rage. I'll kill you. There would be no more mercy. Jiang Qin had pushed him too far. Now he would end him. You think you can challenge me and live? His voice was laced with venom. Raising his hand, a dark red aura pulsed violently around him. Then, curse of water, blood explosion. Boom. A massive wave of blood erupted forward, slamming into Jiang Qin's chest. He staggered, eyes widening in shock. Then, the blood twisted, forming a barrier around him, trapping him. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. What is this? Then suddenly, pain. Unbearable pain. His blood began seeping out, his eyes, his nose, his ears, even from beneath his fingernails. Jiang Qin stared at his trembling hands. His pupils shrank in horror. Xiao Yuanshan was controlling his blood. And worse, it wasn't stopping. The barrier thickened, draining more and more from his body. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. His vision blurred. His strength faded. He was dying. As the smoke from the insect explosions cleared, Xiao Yuanshan's figure emerged, untouched. His cold, murderous gaze locked onto Jiang Qin. The air grew thick with killing intent. Clenching his fist, he spoke in a chilling voice. Compressed blood. Boom. Jiang Qin's body convulsed violently as his blood erupted from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and nails, gushing out like pressurized streams. His limbs trembled, his consciousness flickering. Panic. Pure, unfiltered panic. This was bad. Really bad. Ji Gang's fist slammed against the barrier, trapping Jiang Qin. Stop. His voice cracked with desperation. Regret burned in his eyes. This was his fault. If he hadn't allowed Jiang Qin into Prodigy Camp, this never would have happened. But it was too late. The barrier wouldn't budge, and he couldn't reach him. Jiang Qin was alone. Then, 2 figures moved. Hong Yao and Gu Katian sprang into action, weapons drawn, their eyes filled with determination. They wouldn't let Jiang Qin die. Not today. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu followed, fear replaced by courage. Without hesitation, they charged forward, ready to fight. But, whip, pure energy lashed out, wrapping around their waists. In an instant, they were yanked back, their momentum crushed. They struggled, but the force was unbreakable. Their bodies were dragged away, landing hard on the floating island. Confused, they looked around, until their eyes landed on a man with pink hair. He stood calmly, hands on his hips. His voice was flat, but firm. Rushing him like that is just suicide. Beside him, another man, the one who had summoned the energy ropes, remained silent. The battlefield grew tense. Jiang Qin was on the brink of death. And now, only a miracle could save him. Luo Sandao crashed to the ground, landing hard. She lifted her head, and her breath caught in her throat. The gray-haired man standing before her, her father. Beside her, Mu Hanxiu, who had also been thrown back, turned and froze. The other man, her grandfather. Mu Hanxiu's heart pounded. She scrambled to her feet, desperation in her voice. Grandfather, she pleaded, please save Jiang Qin. Luo Sandao wasn't far behind. She stood up, turning to her father, her tone sharp. Do we have any treasure that can save him? Luo Sandao's father remained calm, his voice steady. No. His answer hit like a hammer. Mu Hancho's grandfather let out a heavy sigh. His gaze darkened. The forbidden curse of blood explosion. His voice was grim. Once it takes hold, there's nothing left to do but wait for death. Mu Hancho's face drained of color. Her body shook. Luo Sandao bit her lip, her fists clenched tight. Their only hope was Gu Katian and the others. But even they could only try to negotiate. And Xiao Yuanshan? He wasn't going to listen. Not after Jiang Shun had killed both of his grandsons. High above, Xiao Yuanshan hovered, his fist clenched. He continued draining Jiang Chen's blood, a cruel satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, Gu Katian appeared. His sword was drawn, his voice firm. Stop! Hong Yao was right beside him, seething with fury. You old bastard, she shouted. Undo the spell now. But Xiao Yuanshan's expression remained cold. A cruel smile crossed his lips. It's too late. He gestured toward Jiang Chun, who was barely clinging to life, his body on the verge of collapse. He's about to explode. A sigh of relief escaped Xiao Yuanshan's lips. Finally, I can avenge my grandsons. Seeing that words were useless, Gu Katian struck. Slash! A golden arc of sword energy tore through the air, cutting straight for Xiao Yuanshan. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, seeking death. Hong Yao followed immediately, her sword flashing as she unleashed. Blade that opens the sky. A devastating slash hurtled toward Xiao Yuanshan. Boom! With a single, effortless motion, he raised his hand. A massive water barrier materialized. Flow that softens the heart. The barrier absorbed both attacks with ease. Gu Katian gritted his teeth. Damn it, Xiao Yuanshan smirked. Your sword is impressive, he admitted. But do you really think it can rival me? Gu Katian wiped the sweat from his brow. Then he smirked. Let's see how many more attacks you can block. Hong Yao's grip tightened on her sword. A powerful orange energy flared around the blade, crackling like fire. Her gaze burned with determination. She inhaled deeply and whispered, Fine, then we'll just smash this guy to pieces. Together. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun screamed in agony. His hands clutched his head, his body convulsing violently. His blood draining away. The energy barrier shrank further, tightening around him like a coffin. Xiao Yuanshan watched, his smirk widening. His voice dripped with mockery. What's wrong, Gu Katian? His tone was filled with cruel amusement. Aren't you going to say your last goodbye to your beloved apprentice? Then, his fist clenched. Blood explosion. Boom. The barrier compressed violently. Jiang Chen's body swelled. Until a massive explosion shattered the sky. The battlefield felt eerily still. A thick curtain of smoke swallowed everything. For a moment, there was no sound. Then, Uncle Ji Gang collapsed to his knees. Tears streamed down his face. His hands trembled. His student, his disciple, his family, gone. Hong Yao's vision blurred with tears. Her shoulders trembled, even though she hadn't known Jiang Chun for long. He had become like a little brother to her. Gu Katian stood motionless, his eyes empty. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanchio stared in horror. Mu Hanchio's voice broke. No, this is a joke. Luo Sandao shook her head violently. Right, Jiang Chun always jokes. Her voice wavered. This isn't real. Above them, Xiao Yuanshan threw his head back and laughed like a madman. Beihan, Grandpa has avenged you. His laughter echoed through the battlefield, triumphant and unrestrained. Pure, unfiltered joy. The final victory over his greatest enemy. Gu Katian gripped his sword tightly, relishing the moment. But before he could strike, a chilling, killing intent filled the air. His eyes burned with fury as his body blurred into motion, dashing toward Xiao Yuanshan with his sword raised. Even if today was his last, he would make sure to take this man down with him. Right behind him, Hong Yao moved swiftly, refusing to let her master fight alone. If Jiang Chun had truly fallen, then they would drag Xiao Yuanshan to the grave along with them. Duan Fang's face turned pale, his heart pounding with dread. This is bad. This is very bad, he muttered. If the battle continued, the entire southern region of the Ji River would be caught in the destruction. Turning to Jiang Xinji, the god of war, he spoke with urgency. If you don't step in now, this will turn into a massacre. Jiang Xuanji's gaze darkened, his muscles tensing. Duan Fang was right. If this battle spiraled further out of control, all of Great Xia would feel its tremors. Gu Katian and Hong Yao surged forward, their weapons brimming with lethal intent. Xiao Yuanshan braced himself, his grip on his sword tightening. But just as they were about to collide, boom, a sudden burst of force erupted between them, locking their bodies in place. They were frozen where they stood. Hong Yao trembled, struggling against the overwhelming force, while Gu Katian remained still, his expression unreadable. Xiao Yuanshan's face darkened, fingers clenching around his sword hilt. Above them, Jiang Xianji watched with an unwavering gaze. His voice was calm, yet absolute. If you seek a decisive battle, this is not the place. But before anyone could react, a thick, poisonous mist began to swirl through the battlefield. From within the haze, a voice echoed, chilling and familiar. No one is allowed to interfere. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened as he spun around, his mind racing. That voice. It couldn't be. He had seen Jiang Chun die with his own eyes. Yet, as the mist dissipated, the impossible stood before him. Jiang Chun, alive and unharmed. His cold, piercing gaze met Xiao Yuanshan's, making the older man's face twist in shock. Impossible. He breathed. Gu Katian and Hong Yao stood frozen, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. Had Jiang Chun truly survived? He smirked, crossing his arms. Did you really think it would be that easy to kill me, old man? His voice was laced with amusement. I have more tricks up my sleeve than you could ever imagine. Xiao Yuanshan's breath hitched, his hands trembling around his sword. This was unnatural. From the sidelines, Bei Feng broke into a cold sweat, his mind spinning with questions. Jiang Wushuang stood motionless, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen death firsthand, yet Jiang Chun was here, standing before them. Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu collapsed to their knees, clinging to each other, tears streaming down their faces. He really was joking, they sobbed. Meanwhile, Chu Belang, who had remained silent, suddenly understood. His voice was low, yet firm. That's the aura of the dead. His gaze darkened. It's the effect of the undead metal. Xiao Ke's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Clenching her fists, she broke into a triumphant smile. That's it, she exclaimed. The undead metal we found in the village of the dead. It has an incredible effect. Now, everything fell into place. Jiang Chun hadn't just survived. He had been reborn. Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the sky, and a thick poisonous mist spread like an ominous storm. Since you failed to kill me, he said coldly. It's my turn. With a simple command, he unleashed his swarm. Hundreds of thousands of insects burst from his body, blotting out the sky. Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in horror. This wasn't just an attack. It was a calamity. Above, Ji Lingxiu observed with his hands behind his back. The number of insects is absurd, he murmured. Jiang Xinji, the god of war, narrowed his eyes. Didn't this boy just change jobs? His lips curled into a smirk. How'd he raise so many insects so quickly? He chuckled. Underestimated him. Ji Lingxiu's gaze flickered. So, you've made your decision? Xianji didn't reply. He simply watched. Xiao Yuanshan couldn't afford to hesitate. His body surged with power, releasing an energy wave to repel the insects. But before he could strike, Xianji moved first. A crushing force locked Xiao Yuanshan's body in place before he could unleash his power. He struggled, rage twisting his voice. God of war, why are you interfering? Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand, and the insects swarmed forward. Explosions erupted around Xiao Yuanshan, the sky igniting with fire and destruction. Mu Hanxiu watched in disbelief. This doesn't make sense. Why would the god of war help Jiang Chun? Her grandfather simply smiled. Because the answer is simple. Jiang Chun raised his hand again. The insects moved as one, an unstoppable tide. Her grandfather continued. Most people burdened by calamity hide in fear. They avoid challenging the invincible. But Jiang Chun? He's different. In such a short time, he created an army of hundreds of thousands of insects. His eyes darkened. His talent is unmatched. He doesn't just break the rules. He makes his own. Mu Hanxiu's breath caught. This wasn't recklessness. It was a declaration. Jiang Chun was forcing the world to recognize him. The battlefield erupted in chaos. Xiao Yuanshan was engulfed by flames, his screams echoing through the sky. His body twisted in agony, but his eyes burned with madness. All of you must die. Da Xiao deserves death. Jiang Qin's lips curled into a wicked grin. Not so tough now, are you? Xiao Yuanshan roared in fury. Don't think you've won. His soul trembled. He still had one last ace. Clenching his fists, he activated the forbidden spell, the power of the divine soul. A terrifying shockwave shattered the battlefield. Jiang Xuanji's eyes narrowed. Jiang Qin's insects screeched as the illusion cracked. Xiao Yuanshan's body flickered as the forbidden spell took effect. He was breaking free. Jiang Chun hovered above, his eyes widening. He survived? A chill ran through him. The battle was far from over. Below, Xiao Yuanshan landed with a thunderous impact, his sword gleaming with lethal intent. His face twisted with rage and hatred as he roared. Prepare to die, Jiang Chun. Jiang instinctively raised his arm, his mind racing. How had he broken free from the god of war's seal? There was no time to analyze it. Xiao Yuanshan was closing in fast, his killing intent sharper than ever. But then, a brilliant blue flash cut through the air. Before Xiao Yuanshan could strike, a streak of pure energy pierced straight through his chest. His body jerked violently. Blood gushed from his lips as shock overtook his rage. His gaze flickered downward. An ethereal arrow had impaled him, locking him in place. From a distance, a voice rang out, calm yet absolute. "It's over." The air trembled as a new presence made itself known. The invincible sword god stood tall, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority. His gaze bore into Xiao Yuanshan, cold and unyielding. "Move even an inch," he said, his voice edged with finality, "and your head will roll. Your soul will be erased from existence." Xiao Yuanshan's mind reeled. Even Ji Lingxiu is against me? He had never anticipated this betrayal. High above, Jiang Chun had remained silent, observing the shift in battle. But as realization dawned, a ruthless glint flickered in his eyes. This was his moment. His victory was within reach. Without hesitation, he raised his hand once more. The sky darkened as another wave of insects surged forward. Xiao Yuanshan, now mortally wounded and immobilized, could do nothing but watch as the swarm closed in. Jiang Chen's voice was quiet, yet merciless. "Explode." The battlefield shook as, one by one, the insects detonated. The sky ignited with an unending chain of destruction. Xiao Yuanshan's screams tore through the battlefield, raw and filled with agony. The pain was unbearable, his once mighty body being shredded apart by endless explosions. He couldn't believe it. He, General Xiao Yuanshan, the pillar of Daxia, the warrior who had crushed rebellions, led countless battles, and even fought against the order of the ancient gods, was being devoured by mere insects. His cries gradually faded into the deafening roar of destruction. Bit by bit, his body was consumed, his powers stripped away, his very existence crumbling into nothing. His legacy, his pride, reduced to dust. A few moments later, Jiang Chun signaled for the attacks to stop. The battlefield fell into eerie silence, the air thick with smoke and the stench of blood. What remained of Xiao Yuanshan was barely human. His limbs had been devoured, his once formidable body broken, and a massive hole gaped in his chest where Ji Lingxiu's attack had struck. His shattered form slumped forward, falling to his knees. For a long moment, he simply stared at the ground, his hollow gaze lost in the dirt beneath him. Then, slowly, he lifted his head to meet Jiang Chen's eyes. His voice was weak, rasping. "Are you really going to kill an old man like me?" Jiang Chun floated down, his feet touching the charred earth as poisonous mist curled around his fingers. He let out a cold laugh. "Your body's already gone. The only thing left is your soul. And after everything you've done, you still ask such a ridiculous question?" Xiao Yuanshan remained kneeling, lowering his head. His breath was ragged, his desperate eyes flickering with something that almost resembled regret. I was wrong. The Xiao family was wrong. If you spare me, I will compensate you for everything." Jiang Chun tilted his head, amused. How quickly men begged when death was at their doorstep. But instead of answering, he turned to his companions, Hong Yao, Gu Katian, and Ji Gang, his smirk playful. "What do you guys think?" The question stunned them. Sparing the very man who had tried to kill him, who had slaughtered countless innocents. Even Jiang Xianji, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brows. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuanshan, still kneeling, turned his gaze toward the heavens. His voice was hoarse, desperate. "War God," he called out, "if you save me, I swear, I will go to the abyss and fight until my last breath." Jiang Xianji hovered above, arms crossed, considering his words. Xiao Yuanshan wasn't just a noble. He was the general of the war district of Jiangnan. His status alone made his offer worth considering. Stepping forward, Jiang Xuanji's voice was firm, absolute. "Then answer me this. Are you willing to admit your guilt? The Xiao family has oppressed the market, seized property by force, and trampled countless innocent lives underfoot. Do you take responsibility for all of it?" Xiao Yuanshan's eyes darted between them. He could sense it, an opportunity. If admitting guilt meant survival, then so be it. Without hesitation, he nodded frantically. "Yes, I admit to everything." Jiang Xianji and the others exchanged glances before he spoke again, his voice firm and unwavering. "Given your past service to Daxia, a balance must be struck. Your family's properties will be confiscated, and you." His gaze hardened. "You will be exiled to the abyss as a vanguard soldier. You'll fight on the front lines until the day you die. No escape, no mercy." Xiao Yuanshan's already broken body trembled. Terror flickered in his eyes, but deep down, he knew there was no other choice. Clenching his teeth, he gave a slow, reluctant nod. "I accept." Jiang Chun wasted no time. Lifting his hand, he pointed a single finger at Xiao Yuanshan. A golden light flared at his fingertip, condensing into a brilliant spear of energy. Soul Seal. The energy shot forward, piercing straight into Xiao Yuanshan's back. His body arched violently as an agonized scream tore from his throat. The seal branded itself deep into his soul, ensuring that if he ever tried to flee, his very essence would shatter into nothingness. A moment later, his consciousness faded, and his body crumpled to the ground. Jiang Chun stood over him, watching in silence. Even now he was surprised. This was one of Great Xia's so-called invincibles, yet in the end, all it had taken was an illusion to bring him to his knees. With the Xiao family's threat eliminated, Jiang Chun turned away. His goal was complete. It was time to leave. As he stood lost in thought, Jiang Xianji appeared behind him, arms folded. Has this verdict calmed the fire in your heart? Jiang Chun blinked, snapping out of his trance. He hadn't expected Xianji to approach so suddenly. With a slight chuckle, he replied, "Of course. The god of war's judgment was wise. Honestly, I wasn't even that angry. I just wanted to act cool." Jiang Xianji smirked. This kid, not only was he exceptionally talented, but he also knew when to advance and when to retreat. Just for that alone, today had been worth his time. Seeing the amused look on Xuanji's face, Jiang Chun gave a slight bow. Thanks for the recognition. Before the conversation could continue, Fong suddenly rushed toward them, pointing at the sky in alarm. God of War. The poisonous mist, if it lingers too long, it could contaminate the entire region. We might be looking at an abyssal-level disaster. Jiang Xuanji's gaze dropped to the ground as he fell into silent contemplation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun glanced up, watching his swarm of insects still hovering freely above. Yeah, this probably isn't good. Deciding it was time to act, Jiang Xianji lifted his head and snapped his fingers. A massive surge of energy erupted from his body. In an instant, a shockwave tore through the sky, wiping out every last insect and purging the lingering poisonous mist. Jiang Chun stood frozen, his eyes wide in disbelief. He got rid of everything with just a snap of his fingers? The sheer power Jiang Xianji had just displayed sent a chill down his spine. Terrifying. Above the battlefield, Jiang Xianji hovered, arms crossed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered warriors. His voice carried absolute authority as he spoke. You have all witnessed it today. We now possess the strength to suppress anything. Therefore, from this moment forward, the law restricting taboos is abolished. Anyone who possesses a taboo, yet remains loyal to the nation, shall be recognized as an ally. Those who turn against us will be our enemies. Silence fell over the battlefield. Then, Jiang Xuanji's gaze shifted, locking onto Jiang Chun with an unreadable expression. A long pause stretched between them as he carefully considered his next words. Jiang Chun felt the weight of the moment, shifting uneasily. He glanced toward Jiang Xianji, waiting for his decision. But before anyone could speak, Mu Hanchio's grandfather stepped forward. Placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, he smiled confidently and extended his other arm outward. The god of war is wise, he declared. Jiang Chun was raised with humility. His heart is brave and just. Though he carries the taboo of the 9 miasma wings, he is no threat to Daxia. On behalf of the Mu family, I am willing to take full responsibility for him. Jiang Chun turned to him, his eyes widening in confusion. Wait, what's happening? Before he could process it, another voice rang out. Tang Wang, the representative of the Tang family, stepped forward. The Tang family is also willing to vouch for Jiang Chun. Then, a messenger from the military district of Jiangnan added, the military is prepared to welcome him into our ranks. One by one, powerful figures stepped forward, pledging their support. Above them all, Jiang Xianji remained silent, still hovering in the sky, deep in thought. Luo Sundao nudged her father insistently. Come on, Dad. Everyone's taking Jiang Chen's side. Don't just stand there. Her father hesitated, visibly sweating under the pressure. But after a few seconds, his expression changed. Clenching his fists, his face turned red with enthusiasm, and he shut his eyes before bellowing, I, too, will take responsibility for Jiang Chun. Luo Sundao sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. Useless. Absolutely useless. Meanwhile, Hong Yao, flying beside Gu Kai Tian, couldn't hide her amazement. The god of war hadn't just intervened. He had outright abolished the ancient restrictions on taboos. And now, even the most prestigious elders were stepping up to defend Jiang Chun. This feels unreal. Buin, arms crossed, was lost in thought. Maybe Jiang Chun saw all this coming, he mused. Maybe that's why he deliberately crossed swords with Zhengu. Hong Yao's eyes widened. Could it be? If Jiang Chun had truly planned this far ahead, then his foresight was beyond terrifying. Yukin, his expression serious, finally spoke. The god of war has long been aware of Xiao Yuanshan's crimes. But if it weren't for Jiang Qin's extraordinary potential, he wouldn't have acted so quickly. A murmur rippled through the gathered warriors. Now that Jiang Qin's 9 miasma wings had been exposed, there was no turning back. He could no longer hide in the shadows. He would either prove himself worthy or become the target of every major faction. After all, the 9 miasma wings weren't just feared by humans. Every race in the abyss saw them as a threat. Some whispered concerns about Jiang Qin's insects being completely wiped out, but one voice scoffed. Come on, this is Jiang Qin we're talking about. You really think he doesn't have more of those things stashed somewhere? Jiang Qin smirked. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. If you're going to reveal your cards, do it with a bang. Above them, Jiang Xinji watched in silence. With so many powerful figures stepping forward to vouch for Jiang Chun, there was no need for further debate. That's enough, he declared. Jiang Chun, take care of yourself. Use your insects wisely. Jiang Chun lowered his head slightly in gratitude. I will. Thank you. Then, with his arms crossed and his gaze sharp, Jiang Xinji made his final announcement. In 10 days, the Great Prodigy Competition will begin. The champion of this edition will be named the first divine son of the prodigies, gaining privileges and resources equivalent to an 8th grade national protector. Jiang Chun blinked. That's insanely tempting. But before he could fully process it, Jiang Xinji added, however, the 9 miasma wings are forbidden in the competition. Jiang Chun met his gaze without hesitation. So that's how it is. For a brief moment, he considered whether the god of war had orchestrated all of this just for him. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No, someone of Jiang Xuanji's level wouldn't adjust the rules for a single person. That would be far too small-minded. A confident smirk curled Jiang Qin's lips. This wasn't over yet. He nodded firmly. I promise not to use the 9 miasma wings in the prodigy competition. Jiang Xuanji's lips curled into a faint smile. Good. He truly is worthy of being my apprentice. Jiang Chun, however, was already thinking ahead. Even if I can't use my insects, it doesn't matter. He had a plan. He would obtain a new mother insect while completing the second change mission. More importantly, he suspected the god of war wanted to test his raw ability without relying on the 9 miasma wings. If that's the case, I'll make sure not to disappoint him. Jiang Xinji stood with one hand behind his back, his expression unreadable. Slowly, he raised his other hand, and a faint ripple spread through the air. A massive crack in space tore open beside him, warping the very fabric of reality. His voice carried across the battlefield, calm yet absolute. It's time to clean up some unfinished business. A murmur ran through the crowd. The poisonous mist had already been wiped out, so what else was left to deal with? Jiang Xinji wasted no time. His voice echoed with authority. Great dreamer, rise and carry out your duty. The moment he spoke, a figure stepped through the spatial rift. The Great Dreamer, one of the 3 invincibles of Xia, appeared, clutching a stuffed rabbit in one hand. Her oversized, cat-themed outfit made her look more suited for an afternoon nap than a battlefield. A hood with cat ears covered her head, and she let out a long yawn, rubbing her eyes lazily. So many people, she muttered, barely keeping her eyes open. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, briefly pausing on the king-rank warriors. Way too much work. Silence fell over the battlefield. No one dared to speak, their minds struggling to reconcile her childlike demeanor with the reputation of one of the most powerful beings in the realm. Jiang Xinji remained unfazed. His voice carried no room for discussion. Erase the memories of everyone below king level regarding the 9 miasma wings. Once you've done that, you can go back to sleep for another year. The Great Dreamer's eyes snapped open, suddenly filled with excitement. She turned to Jiang Xinji, clenching her tiny fists. Wait, for real? A whole year of sleep? But just as she was about to celebrate, she froze. Her expression darkened, and she rubbed her chin. Wait, if I do this, that means I'll have to deal with the commander of the Night Watch again. A deep sigh escaped her lips. Ugh, no thanks. Too much of a hassle. She slumped her shoulders and shook her head. Pick someone else. I'm too sleepy. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. One of the strongest warriors in the land, and all she wanted was to take a nap. Jiang Xinji studied her in silence for a moment, weighing his options. Eventually, he decided on a different approach, but for now, simply gave her the order. With a tired groan, the Great Dreamer had no choice but to comply. She sighed heavily, then lazily snapped her fingers. A flurry of ethereal butterflies materialized in the sky, their wings shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The unexpected sight left the members of the Prodigy camp speechless. They stared in confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening. Before they could react, the butterflies drifted toward them, releasing a mesmerizing magical energy. A wave of fatigue crashed over the warriors like a tide. Some swayed on their feet, their eyelids growing impossibly heavy, as if they hadn't slept in years. Others yawned uncontrollably, their resistance crumbling. One by one, they collapsed into a deep sleep, their memories slipping away before they could even realize what was happening. Hong Yao, watching in fascination, turned to the master and asked why Jiang Chun, Xianji, and the Great Dreamer were taking such extreme measures. Gu Kaitan, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. He explained that everything was being done to protect Jiang Chun. In a place as perilous as Xia, delaying a potential disaster was crucial. He closed his eyes, conjuring a mental image of Xia's vast and treacherous lands. 8 forbidden zones, each unexplored and teeming with unknown dangers. 3 legendary caverns, constantly fought over by various races. And then, the ever-present internal conflicts, the lurking threat of the Church of the Ancient God. If Jiang Qin's existence became too public, it would only attract disaster. However, the Great Dreamer's power wasn't selective. It affected everyone below king level. That included Jiang Chun. He slumped to the ground, out cold like the others. Still puzzled, Hong Yao frowned. But why seal Jiang Chen's memories too? The Great Dreamer stepped forward, her sleepy demeanor replaced with rare seriousness. This isn't a seal, she clarified. I'm reinforcing his divine soul. If left unguarded, he's an easy target for remote assassination, curses, soul hunts, or other mystical means. His cultivation is still too low, and his soul foundation is weak. I'm preventing him from being killed in his sleep. Hong Yao's brows furrowed in understanding. It made sense, but the implications were troubling. Then, suddenly, the Great Dreamer froze. Something was wrong. Jiang Chun was still lying on the ground, but something felt off. Narrowing her eyes, she studied him closely. Then it hit her. He was faking it. Her expression darkened. Clenching her jaw, she reached for the rabbit-shaped stuffed animal she always carried, then stomped toward him. Jiang Chun, sensing her approach, broke into a cold sweat. This was bad. Really bad. A few moments ago, he had indeed felt the drowsy effect of her power, but the ancestral tree of all things within him had instinctively rejected it. Since everyone below king level had already collapsed, he figured it was safer to just play along. After all, it wouldn't hurt to show some respect to the Great Dreamer, especially since she was Uncle Ji Gang's direct superior. Inside Jiang Chen's consciousness, Little Nine had dropped to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She had just lost a large number of her beloved insects to the Dreamer's power, and her heart ached at the loss. As the Great Dreamer loomed over Jiang Chun, the air grew tense. She wasn't one to be easily fooled, and Jiang Chun was about to find out just how unforgiving she could be. Meanwhile, seeing Little Nine so heartbroken, Jiang Chun quickly tried to console her, taking the blame upon himself. But to his shock, her mood did a complete shift. She placed one hand on her cheek, the other on her belly, and suddenly beamed with joy. Jiang Chun blinked, momentarily speechless. Hadn't she been crying just a second ago? Then realization struck. She had reached level 30. That meant she could now raise more insects. So all those tears were for nothing. Jiang Chun kept up his act, lying motionless like the rest of the warriors, until a voice shattered his illusion. All right, you can stop faking now. I know you're awake. His body tensed. That voice belonged to none other than the Great Dreamer. Even without looking, he could feel her presence looming over him, her piercing gaze cutting straight through his charade. Wake up, she ordered. A nervous bead of sweat trickled down Jiang Chen's face. Slowly, he sat up, bracing one hand against the ground. Rubbing the back of his head, he let out a sheepish chuckle. Sorry about that, Sister of Illusions, he said, doing his best to sound apologetic. The Great Dreamer, now crouched before him with her hands resting on her knees, tilted her head in mild confusion. She placed a hand on her cheek, closing her eyes as if savoring the moment. Then, without warning, she turned to Jiang Xianji. Did you hear that? She asked, her voice laced with amusement. Jiang Xianji, still floating above them with arms crossed, raised a brow. Yeah, I heard it, he replied. Despite being over 800 years old, the Great Dreamer still had a surprisingly soft heart when it came to things like this. He briefly considered cracking a joke, but ultimately decided against it. Who knew what kind of chaos she might unleash if she got too excited? Before Jiang Chun could fully process the exchange, the Great Dreamer suddenly grabbed him by the mouth. His eyes widened in confusion as she leaned in close, staring at him with an unreadable expression. Then, with a warm smile, she declared, "From now on, you're my little brother." Jiang Chun blinked. Huh, I'll protect you from all dangers in Xia, she continued. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just say my name in your dreams. Jiang Chun sat frozen, sweat forming on his brow. He was still struggling to comprehend what was happening when, out of nowhere, the great dreamer casually tossed a ring into the air. She observed him for a brief moment, then nodded to herself. Your soul is already strong enough, so no need for extra reinforcement, she mused. This ring, however, will block any spying attempts, spiritual investigations, or curse-related tracking. Jiang Chun instinctively caught the ring, staring at it in silence. Was this some sort of welcome gift? Before he could speak, the great dreamer spun around, raising a single finger with a cheerful grin. Well, I'm off to sleep now. Don't forget to visit me in your dreams. Okay? Without another word, a crack opened in space, and she stepped through it, vanishing from sight. Jiang Chun sat in stunned silence, staring at the fading spatial rift. Just like that, he had somehow become the younger brother of the great dreamer. All because he called her sister once? Hong Yao, standing beside Jiang Chun, was just as stunned. A mischievous thought flickered across her mind, and she muttered, So, if I call her sister, does that make me her sister too? Before she could entertain the thought further, Jiang Xianji turned to Jiang Chun, his gaze sharp and unwavering. In 10 days, during the Celestial Geniuses competition, if you can secure first place without using the 9 miasma wings, then it will prove you are truly worthy of being nurtured with the full resources of the nation. A storm was coming. The era of great conflicts was about to begin, and time was running out. Jiang Chun lifted his eyes to the sky, a confident smile playing on his lips. Got it. Thanks. Jiang Xianji, already turning to leave, cast a glance over his shoulder. No need for thanks. You earned this yourself. At that moment, a shimmering portal appeared. Ji Lingxiu, standing with one arm behind his back, approached Jiang Xianji. He had enjoyed watching the amusing spectacle unfold, but there were more pressing matters to attend to. Let's go, he said. We have a black dragon from the Yangtze River to deal with. Without another word, they stepped through the portal and vanished. Jiang Chun barely had a second to process what had just happened before he felt someone approaching from behind. He turned, only to find Mu Hanqiu's grandfather, her father, and Tang Ying's uncle standing before him, their expressions unusually serious. Tang Ying's uncle spoke first. Tang Ying is my niece from Aunt Tang's side of the family. A marriage between you two would bring our families even closer. Jiang Chun blinked. What? Before he could even form a response, Luo Sundao's father stepped forward with a firm nod. You're a bit late on that offer, he declared. My daughter is Jiang Chen's legitimate wife. The Dawaba house is even willing to offer 20% of our shares as a dowry. Jiang Chen's jaw nearly hit the floor. What is happening right now? But fate wasn't done with him yet. Mu Hanqiu's grandfather took a step forward, his grin wide and confident. That's nothing, he announced. My granddaughter is already pregnant with Jiang Chen's child. Silence. Jiang Chen's entire body went rigid. His eyes widened in pure, unfiltered shock. Excuse me. What? His mind raced at lightning speed, desperately trying to piece together when, where, and how this could have possibly happened. He was pretty sure he would remember something like that. Meanwhile, Hong Yao turned to her master with hopeful eyes. Master, do you think I still have a chance with Jiang Chun? Gu Kaitan, who had been watching the entire debacle unfold with growing frustration, finally lost his patience. With an exasperated sigh, he smacked Hong Yao on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Ow! Hong Yao rubbed her head, her face a mix of pain and indignation. Finally, some peace. By the time night fell, Jiang Chun finally made it back home. As soon as he shut the door behind him, he leaned against it and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Finally, some peace and quiet. Now he could focus on what really mattered, reproducing Little Nine's second swarm. Closing his eyes, he entered his consciousness, where Little Nine was cradling her belly with a radiant smile. She was pregnant with a new swarm of insects, and the joy on her face was undeniable. Jiang Chun stepped forward, placing his hand gently over hers. His expression turned serious as he activated Divine Evolution, a skill designed to accelerate insect reproduction. A warm glow enveloped Little Nine as she began floating slightly off the ground. Her smile widened, eyes shimmering with excitement. They're coming so many babies. The skill worked flawlessly. A system notification popped up. The reproduction process would take 1 hour, resulting in a total of 5,900 miasma wings. As he navigated through the system interface, Jiang Chun activated Second Transformation. Another notification appeared. He had met the conditions to change classes, reaching level 30 with a combat rating of 237 stars. The system immediately assigned him a class change mission, Celestial Tower of Magic City. The objective? Complete the Celestial Tower, defeat the boss on the 50th floor, and claim its sword. The catch? He had to do it alone, and he only had 1 day to succeed. Jiang Chun rubbed his chin and thought. If he wanted to maximize his chances, he needed serious preparations. His best move? sell off all his extra equipment, worth several billion, and exchange it for the blood of fierce beasts. This would allow him to enhance his second-generation swarm before tackling the tower the next morning. As he finalized his strategy, his gaze shifted toward the ancestral tree of all things. His eyes narrowed in surprise. On one of its branches, a vibrant red fruit had appeared. Again, curious, he reached out, and the fruit detached, falling into his palm. Instantly, a system notification revealed its effect. Void Eye. Ability. Detect and mark enemies using invisibility, illusions, or stealth-based abilities. Range. Determined by divine soul strength. Currently, 10-kilometer radius. Drawback. Consumes a significant amount of energy when used continuously. Jiang Chun smirked. Now this could be useful. Jiang Chun smirked. Not bad. This could come in handy. Tang Ying's secret. Curious to test Void Eye, Jiang Chun activated the ability. Instantly, a detailed scan of the surrounding area unfolded in his vision, revealing several nearby houses. But one person in particular caught his attention, Tang Ying. She was outside, walking aimlessly, completely absorbed in her phone. "What you doing out here this late?" Just then, a red system window flashed before him, displaying her stats. Hidden profession, Nightmare Hunter. Level, 43. Combat strength, 149 stars. Special title, Favored Daughter of the Assassin System, the precious jewel of the Tang family. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. So, she's a high-level assassin, huh? But what caught his attention even more was what she was doing. She was writing a letter? He focused in, surprised to see his name written on it. Realizing she was thinking about their arranged marriage, Jiang Chun calmly reached over and switched off the lights in his house. Out of sight, out of mind. Tonight, he needed rest. Tomorrow, he had a tower to conquer. Outside, Tang Ying stopped in front of his house. Seeing the lights go out, she hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Confusion flickered in her eyes before she eventually turned and walked away. The Celestial Tower. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at Celestial Tower in Magic City. The massive structure stretched impossibly high, its peak vanishing into the clouds. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Countless professionals gathered, their eyes glued to a giant scoreboard displaying the current rankings. At the top, a name stood out. Ji Xinyue, 40th floor in 12 minutes. The crowd murmured in awe. Of course, it's Ji Xinyue, someone muttered. Yeah, she's the pride of the city's war zone. No one's beaten her record from 6 months ago. Many had attempted the tower trial, but none had come close to matching her speed. Jiang Chun, standing near the entrance, cracked his knuckles. 50 floors in one day, huh? His lips curled into a confident grin. Let's see what this tower's got. His gaze shifted back to the scoreboard. Ji Xinyue. She wasn't just some random competitor. She was the second-ranked genius of Great Xia, her strength surpassing even Jiang Wushuang's. She had completely dominated the second round of the Celestial Tower, making her the one to beat. A small smirk formed on Jiang Chen's lips. All right then, when the time comes to compete for the genius ranking, I'll take her on. Just then, a system notification popped up. Participant Jiang Chun, are you ready? He hadn't expected his turn to arrive so quickly, but he didn't hesitate. Let's do this. The moment he confirmed, a magic circle formed beneath him. Bright energy surged around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the first floor of the Celestial Tower. First floor, the trial begins. As soon as Jiang Chun materialized inside the Celestial Tower, countless monsters turned their attention toward him. Unlike other trial grounds, the Celestial Tower's difficulty scaled based on the strength of the challenger. There were no easy fights, no warm-ups, just immediate danger. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun activated Void Eye, scanning the battlefield. A status window appeared, revealing the creatures surrounding him. Fallen Elves. Level, 40. HP, 790,000. Combat Power, 42 stars. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Not bad. If the first floor already had monsters this strong, then by the 50th floor, he'd likely be facing level 90 enemies. No wonder even a prodigy like Ji Xinyue had only reached the 40th floor. But Jiang Chun? He wasn't worried. To him, these creatures were nothing more than insect food. Extending both hands outward, he summoned his swarm. The insect mother emerged alongside thousands of her offspring, their combined energy creating a low, eerie hum. Her glowing eyes locked onto the monsters, saliva dripping from her mouth. So much food, she murmured hungrily. Jiang Chun sighed. Calm down. This meat isn't even that good. I'll get you something better later. She hesitated, then reluctantly nodded. And then, the swarm surged forward. Meanwhile, in the Red Lake Cave, far away, deep within a secluded cavern, a red lake shimmered under the dim light. Droplets of crimson liquid floated in mid-air, moving in rhythm with the breathing of the man sitting at the lake's edge. His white hair contrasted sharply with the eerie glow surrounding him. His posture remained perfectly composed, his control over the lake's energy unwavering. This was Daxia's first genius, Ingzhan. Suddenly, a figure in a black suit appeared behind him, holding a document high in the air. His voice was filled with excitement. "Victory is assured," the man declared. "Come take a look at this information." But Ingzhan didn't even flinch. He remained motionless, eyes closed, fully immersed in his meditation. He didn't even turn around. "Uncle Fong," he finally spoke, his tone calm and indifferent. "It's unnecessary." He had already sensed Jiang Chen's presence, and yet he wasn't concerned in the slightest. Uncle Fong hesitated. "But, young master," Ingzhan remained composed, listening without a hint of urgency. He already knew that Jiang Wushuang had a divine-level class, but not all divine awakenings were created equal. However, when Uncle Fong mentioned Jiang Chun, Ingzhan barely reacted. A new disciple of Gu, a so-called never-before-seen divine level. He let out a quiet chuckle. It sounded like a joke. Uncle Fong, undeterred, took a step forward. He extended his hand, revealing a classified report. His voice was grim. Jiang Chun killed XIA and even drew his sword against the protector of the kingdom. Uncle Fong's eyes narrowed. And he survived. Ingzhan's usually impassive expression shifted slightly. Rising to his feet, the suspended water droplets within the cave plummeted back into the Crimson Lake. He took the document from Uncle Fong and flipped through its contents, his gaze sharpening with interest. Skepticism faded, replaced by curiosity. A creation class. And he accomplished all that. A red dragon emerged before him, its piercing gaze locked onto him. Yet, Ingzhan barely acknowledged its presence, his mind consumed by the revelations before him. The 9 miasmal wings, the 4 blades of heaven, the 8 transformations to purify the realm. A faint smile played on his lips. Now, this is getting interesting. Still, a trace of disappointment lingered. Jiang Chun wouldn't be allowed to unleash the 9 miasmal wings in the Celestial Prodigy competition. What a pity, he murmured. If he could fight at full strength, this competition might actually be entertaining. Meanwhile, in a vast training arena, a pack of dog-like beasts prowled the battlefield, their growls reverberating through the air. But their snarls were soon drowned out by the sharp twang of a bowstring. A blindfolded woman moved effortlessly among them, her golden bow glinting under the sun. This was Ji Xianyue, Daxia's second genius. She vaulted into the air, loosing an arrow that pierced cleanly through a beast's skull. Without hesitation, she spun midair, her silhouette blurring as she fired a rapid volley of arrows. Each shot found its target with unerring precision. Agonized roars filled the battlefield as the beasts crumpled to the ground one after another. Not far away, 2 guards stood atop a metal platform, watching the spectacle unfold. Their long spears rested at their sides, their postures relaxed yet vigilant. "She's terrifying," one of them muttered, already at the level of a first-level grandmaster. His companion scoffed. "You underestimate her. Don't forget Jiang Wushuang, Daxia's third celestial genius. He's taken on warriors with 5 transformations and won." The first guard fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his words. Daxia's prodigies were on another level, and soon, Jiang Chun would have to face them all. Ji Xianyue's arrows tore through the beasts with such force that their bodies shattered upon impact. Her dominance on the battlefield was undeniable. One of the guards exhaled slowly. "She's ranked just above Jiang Chun. Her strength should at least rival that of a 5 transformation master." As the last beast fell, Ji Xianyue landed gracefully. Already invincible in long-range combat, she had now begun training in close-quarters combat as well. She must be preparing to face Jiang Wushuang, one of the guards speculated. The other shook his head. "He's nothing compared to her," he stated coldly. Even the so-called number 1 genius, Ingzhan, wouldn't stand a chance. Just as their conversation continued, an overwhelming presence swept across the training field. A tall man strode toward them, a cat dangling lazily from one hand. His presence exuded an effortless yet undeniable authority. This was Ji Hongyin, the chief commander of the city's war district. With a composed demeanor, he extended his free hand toward Ji Xianyue. "That's enough for today. Take a break." The guards, recognizing his voice, immediately lowered their heads and shut their eyes in deference. Ji Xianyue, still lost in the rhythm of her training, paused and removed her blindfold. The moment she saw her father, her face brightened with excitement. "Dad," she called out, running to him without hesitation. Her voice bubbled with enthusiasm as she reported, "I improved a lot today." Ji Hongyin continued stroking his cat, casting her an amused glance. "You're pushing so hard just for an elite list ranking?" he asked casually. Being first isn't everything. Tilting his head back slightly, he added, you should take after me. If you ever get the chance to relax, don't waste it. Ji Xinyue wasn't having any of it. Her cheeks puffed in frustration as she shot back. You've been relaxing for 30 years. Yet somehow, you ended up as the general commander of the Magic Ward District and the fourth sealed king of Daxia. She crossed her arms, her sharp gaze locking onto him. Are you seriously telling me you got there by taking it easy? Ji Hongyin blinked, caught off guard by her words. Then, with a light chuckle, he chose to drop the argument. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a mobile phone. I figured you'd want this, he said, handing it to her. The prodigy profiles you asked me to check. Ji Xinyue took the phone eagerly, her excitement shifting into something more serious, something bordering on unease. As she read, her expression hardened. Her fingers tightened around the device. Ji Hongyin studied her reaction before speaking again, his voice calm, yet probing. So, do you think you can surpass Jiang Chun? Ji Xinyue remained silent, staring at the screen. Jiang Chun is strong, she admitted, but after a moment, her brows furrowed, and she added, and also strange. Something about him didn't quite make sense. A part of her feared that he might even surpass Ingzhan. Ji Hongyin, watching her closely, stroked his chin in thought. His mind drifted to the legendary sword god, Ji Lingxiu, a man well over 100 years old, yet still appearing as if he had barely aged. Turning his gaze back to his daughter, he spoke. Your great-grandfather sent me a message, he said. He warned us to be careful of Jiang Chun in the upcoming Great Prodigy competition. Ji Xinyue's gaze sharpened with resolve. She turned away from her father, her thoughts racing. If Jiang Chun was truly that formidable, there was only one way forward. She had to surpass the 50th floor of the Celestial Tower. Only then would she have a real shot at claiming first place. Ji Hongyin exhaled, shaking his head. Don't you ever get tired of being so competitive? He asked, half amused, half exasperated. Before she could respond, a family subordinate entered, bowing respectfully before clapping his fist against his palm. A silent signal that he carried urgent news. My lady, he reported, your record for the first 10 floors of the Celestial Tower has been broken. Ji Xinyue arched an eyebrow. By how much? She still remembered her time, 1 minute and 13 seconds. If Jiang Chun had beaten it, it was probably by just a few seconds, right? The guard hesitated before answering. Jiang Chun completed the first 10 floors in 37 seconds. Silence. Ji Xinyue's entire body froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief. 37 seconds? That was absurd. Even someone at her level would need at least a full minute to clear those floors. Before she could fully grasp what she had just heard, the guard checked the leaderboard again. His face shifted slightly. And now, my lady, he continued, Jiang Chun has just surpassed the 20th floor. Ji Xinyue felt like she had been punched in the gut. Shock turned to frustration. Then frustration turned to fury. She spun toward the door, her fists clenched. Jiang Chun, you bastard. You showed up early just to shake my confidence, didn't you? Trying to crush my spirit before the competition even starts? Fine. Her eyes burned with determination. Let's see who wins in the end. Without another word, she stormed out, heading straight for the Celestial Tower, ready to fight Jiang Chun with everything she had. Ji Hongyin watched his daughter storm off, a slightly bewildered look on his face. Why was she so competitive? He sighed. He had always taken life at a steady pace, never rushing, never stressing. His daughter, however, was the complete opposite. And now, Jiang Chun had completely thrown her off balance. Jiang Chun stood amid the battlefield, watching as a swarm of insects consumed the fallen beasts. Their remains vanished into nothingness. A system window popped up in front of him. Congratulations. You have broken the record for floor 20. Rewards. Spirit Arrow. A skill book available only for level 40 plus professions. Treasure map fragment of God Gi. Collect all 16 fragments to unlock a special item. Jiang Chun exhaled, placing his hands on his waist. The Celestial Tower's rewards weren't bad, but most weren't particularly useful to him. The real prize was the treasure map fragment. If he could clear the entire tower and gather all 16 pieces, he'd unlock something truly valuable. Level 21 is about to begin. Are you ready? Jiang Chun didn't pause. He pressed forward, summoning even more insects with every step. Outside the tower, awakened warriors gathered around the ranking board. As Jiang Chun's name appeared, shock rippled through the crowd. He had just shattered the record held by Ji Xinyue, the renowned princess of the Ji family. Gasps and murmurs spread like wildfire. Who is this guy? Where did this freak come from? The boss on floor 20 was level 50, and he crushed it like it was nothing. Meanwhile, in the Luo family palace, Luo Sandao lounged on her bed, casually scrolling through her phone. Then, a breaking news headline caught her eye. Mysterious young man destroys the record of the goddess of Magic City, Ji Xianyue. Her first reaction? Fake news. But when she checked the official Celestial Tower rankings, her stomach dropped. Current rankings. First place, Jiang Chun, floor 30 in 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Her phone almost slipped from her hands. The comment section was even worse. Furious voices filled the feed, branding Jiang Chun as an outsider who had barged into Magic District just to steal their glory. Leave, Jiang Chun. Magic belongs to Ji Xianyue. Take your records elsewhere. This guy's nothing but a pest. Stay away from our goddess. Luo Sandao's expression darkened. Idiots. They dared to insult the man who had once saved her. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and called Shiao, her voice laced with fury. Start the live stream now. Those damn Magic District fools are trashing Jiang Chun. If arguing online wasn't enough, she was more than ready to head to Magic District herself. Back at the Celestial Tower, the air buzzed with anticipation as a familiar figure arrived, Ji Xianyue. Determination burned in her gaze. She had come to reclaim her throne. The moment she stepped forward, the crowd erupted. She's here. Ji Xianyue will put that outsider in his place. With a single motion, she activated her second transformation. A glowing magic circle appeared beneath her feet, pulsing with immense power. The spectators roared in approval. The Celestial Tower ranking belongs to us. We won't let an outsider take Magic's glory. As the challenge began, one thing was clear. Ji Xianyue wasn't just aiming to reclaim a top spot. She was coming for Jiang Chun. All of Magic District firmly believed that Ji Xianyue would reclaim her rightful place at the top of the Celestial Tower rankings. The moment she accepted the challenge, a glowing magic circle formed beneath her feet, and in a flash of light, she was transported to the first floor. A swarm of monsters closed in instantly, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she drew her golden bow with unwavering confidence. Last time, I hadn't undergone my second transformation, she reminded herself, her grip tightening. My strength back then was nothing compared to what I have now. The monsters lunged. With a surge of energy, Ji Xianyue's aura ignited as she loosed a volley of devastating arrows. With her upgraded skills and powerful new equipment, taking back the #1 spot was just a matter of time. 2 minutes later, she reached the 10th floor. At her feet lay the corpse of a massive scorpion boss, its body still twitching from her last attack. A system window appeared before her. Floor 10 cleared. Time, 59 seconds. Panting slightly, she wiped a streak of dust from her cheek. Then, her expression darkened. 59 seconds. She had pushed herself to the limit. Yet even with all her improvements, it still wasn't fast enough. A knot tightened in her chest as she recalled Jiang Chen's time. 37 seconds. How the hell did he do that? Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hand, conjuring a swirling magical portal. This wasn't just about skill. This was about professions. Her divine class, Sun Destroyer, specialized in long-range precision attacks, built to eliminate powerful bosses, not mow down waves of weaker monsters like the early floors demanded. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, used swarms of insects, perfect for tearing through hordes of enemies in seconds. Fine. She clenched her jaw. Let's see how you handle the real test. Instead of wasting more time on low-level mobs, she activated the portal and jumped straight to the 41st floor, where the real challenge began. From this point on, the only thing standing in her way was high-level bosses. And when it came to boss fights, Jiang Chun had no advantage over her. 5 minutes later, Ji Xianyue found herself staring down a nightmarish creature, a monstrous, octopus-like boss with countless writhing tentacles. The moment she moved, it struck with terrifying speed, its tentacles lashing out and coiling tightly around her limbs. Her body jerked into the air. Her eyes sharpened. She didn't need anyone to tell her this was bad. The beast's grip constricted, preparing to crush her completely. But Ji Xianyue wasn't one to go down easily. Summoning every ounce of strength, she activated her ultimate ability, Golden Crow's Fire Rain. A blazing arrow materialized in her hands, radiating with the heat of a miniature sun. She narrowed her gaze. Burn. She fired. Boom. The flaming arrow tore through the monster's skull, detonating on impact. The beast let out a blood-curdling shriek before collapsing in a charred heap, flames consuming its entire body. A system window flickered into view. Floor 50 cleared. Time, 5 minutes, 29 seconds. As the limp tentacles hit the ground, Ji Xianyue staggered back, placing her hands on her waist as she gasped for air. She had just set a new record for the 50th floor, but her mind was elsewhere. If she had struggled this much, then just how powerful was Jiang Chun? She had doubled her previous speed on the 40th floor, securing victory from Magic City. No matter how hard Jiang Chun tried, There was no way he could beat her record this time, or so she thought. In her mind, this was his first defeat against her, but she was certain it wouldn't be the last. The upcoming Prodigy Rankings competition would be another chance to put him in his place. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun had already stepped onto the 50th floor. The boss barely put up a fight before it was torn apart by his swarm, its body devoured within seconds. Casually opening his system window, he scanned through his progress. The quality of the beast flesh here was excellent. With this, his insects could reproduce 3 more generations. Even better, clearing the 50th floor would reward him with a powerful sword and complete his second transformation. The second insect mother was about to arrive. Just then, a small voice broke his focus. "I want to eat too," Lil Nine pouted, her voice filled with grievance. Jiang Chun chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Be good. Let the insects have this one. When we get back, I'll sell everything and get you something even tastier." With that, he activated a magic surge and left the 50th floor, returning to the Celestial Tower. The moment he stepped out, a man nearby gasped in horror, grabbing his friend's sleeve. "The princess, she's back." His friend paled and quickly hushed him. "Keep your voice down." The fear in the air was almost tangible. Ji Xianyuan noticed their reactions, her brows furrowing in confusion. Why was everyone acting so shaken? All she had done was clear the 50th floor and update the rankings. Then, a system window popped up. Jiang Chun has cleared the 50th floor in 4 minutes and 9 seconds. Her eyes snapped to the leaderboard, and the sight made her freeze. He had beaten her record by an entire minute. Her fingers clenched around a crimson pill, her teeth grinding in frustration. She refused to let Jiang Chun take the spotlight. If she had to push herself beyond her limits, so be it. This enhancing pill would burn some of her vital essence, but right now, she didn't care. Back on the 50th floor, Jiang Chun wiped sweat from his forehead and exhaled. With his insects successfully reproducing, the hard part was over. However, he frowned slightly. "Where's the sword?" A system notification chimed. "Congratulations! For clearing the 50th floor, you have received an epic tier reward." It was either an epic armor or an epic saber, awarded at random. Seconds later, the system finalized its decision. Epic armor. Jiang Chun glanced at his new gear, while Little Nine fluttered around excitedly, still preoccupied with thoughts of food. His gaze remained fixed on the system window, his expression darkening. This damn system was really testing his patience. If he wanted another shot at the sword, he'd have to clear floors 41 to 50 all over again. With a sigh, he turned to Little Nine. "All right, time to eat." Meanwhile, Ji Xianyue had reached the 50th floor, facing off against the colossal octopus boss once more. The instant it moved to strike, she lunged forward, channeling her burning arrow technique. A blazing projectile tore through the air, piercing straight into the monster's forehead. "Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the 50th floor in 3 minutes and 7 seconds. She had just shattered the record. Wiping the sweat from her chin, she took a deep breath, exhaustion settling into her limbs. But as she looked at the system window, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. First place was hers again. Jiang Chun had taken a full minute longer than her. There was no way he could surpass her now. Or so she thought. At that moment, Jiang Chun re-entered the 50th floor. Once again, the octopus boss spawned, its massive tentacles writhing. But before the fight could begin, Little Nine had other ideas. Instead of attacking, she hovered near the monster, poking its tentacles with amusement. It's got so many legs." Jiang Chun's eyebrow twitched. "Stop messing around and eat already. I need to give you a little brother." Little Nine's playful expression froze. Her big eyes welled up with tears as she looked at Jiang Chun, utterly heartbroken. "You don't want just me anymore? Am I not enough for you?" Jiang Chun was speechless. "Where the hell did you learn this nonsense?" With a deep sigh, he rubbed his temples before explaining. "Even if I get another one, you'll still be the eldest. If he annoys you, you could just beat him up." His lips curled into a smirk. "Think about it. You were born first, you're stronger, and you've got thousands of insect minions under your command. What's there to worry about?" Little Nine sniffled, then slowly began to smile. She tapped her cheek deep in thought. A younger sibling, someone to bully and pinch all day? Her excitement surged. Without hesitation, she lunged at the boss and took a massive bite, tearing through most of its body in one chomp. As poisonous mist spread, consuming the remains, a system notification flashed before them. Little Nine has leveled up from level 35 to level 37. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Tower's main hall, a massive screen flickered with the latest ranking update. Ji Xianyue, 50th floor record, 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Before the screen, a smug-looking blonde man, Hua Yunfei, dramatically placed a hand on his chest while extending the other skyward. With a self-satisfied smirk, he closed his eyes and declared, "Jiang Chun has lost. The top rank belongs to our city's goddess once again." He turned to the crowd, sneering. As for those flies from Jiang Chen's battle district, they should scurry back to their stinking city. Behind him, Mu Hanxiu and Luo Sandao stood with their arms crossed, their expressions darkening. "Shut the hell up, you bastard," Luo snapped. Jiang Chun had never treated this as a competition. He was casually clearing floors at his own pace, like a game, never once pushing himself to his limits. Then, something unexpected happened. The ranking screen flickered. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. A heavy silence fell over the hall. Hua Yunfei froze, his smug expression twitching in disbelief. How? Meanwhile, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu clenched their fists in excitement. And that's not even his full strength. Mu Hanxiu smirked. Ji Xinyue? Crushed like nothing. Across the hall, Ji Xinyue's face turned ghostly pale. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor. How had he surpassed her again? Panic clawed at her mind. Despair twisted in her chest. With shaking hands, she pulled out another red pill, her exhausted eyes burning with determination. If she had to push beyond her limits, then so be it. She would not accept defeat. But just as the pill reached her lips, the leaderboard updated again. Jiang Chun, 50th floor completion time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. A full 11 seconds faster. Ji Xinyue's fingers trembled. Her breath hitched. And then, she broke. Tears welled up, spilling over. The pill slipped from her grasp as she collapsed onto her hands and knees, sobbing like a child. The crowd gathered, murmuring in confusion, watching as their so-called goddess shattered before their eyes. Then, a golden light exploded from the sky. Boom! A powerful figure descended, cloaked in divine energy. Ji Xinyue's father. The entire hall went deathly silent. No one dared to speak. His furious gaze swept across the room before settling on his daughter, curled up on the ground. His expression darkened. "Who made my little princess cry?" His voice was dangerously cold. Someone in the crowd hesitated before stammering. It was Jiang Chun. The father's face twisted with fury, his fists clenching tight. A golden aura surged around him, crackling with vengeful rage. "Don't cry, my child," he said, his voice low but filled with menace. "When Jiang Chun comes out, I'll teach him a lesson myself." His gaze flickered toward the leaderboard. Something about this didn't sit right. Was Jiang Chun really just clearing floors? Or had he discovered something deeper within the Celestial Tower? At first, he suspected that Jiang Chun had discovered the secret mission hidden within the Celestial Tower. Perhaps he was after the legendary Julie treasure. But then he shook his head. Impossible. The Emperor Julie's divine treasure had been lost for centuries, its map divided into 12 main pieces, each fragmented even further. Even if someone knew of its existence, retrieving it was an impossible feat. The Ji family had spent years scouring the world, and they had only managed to collect 4 map fragments. There was no way Jiang Chun could have gathered all 12 in such a short time, or so they thought. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun casually reached into his inventory and pulled out all 12 map fragments. The system instantly began synthesizing them. Watching the process, Jiang Chun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Celestial Tower was a nightmare for perfectionists. Normally, players had to grind endlessly, clearing the tower again and again to piece the treasure map together. However, the real key lay in triggering hidden missions, tasks that only activated under specific conditions depending on class progression and level timing. A burst of golden light flared from the map as the system completed the synthesis. Multiple notifications flooded his vision. Mythical grade treasure map acquired. Jiang Chen's eyes sharpened as he examined the details. According to the system, this ancient map originated from the Gi tribe, a lost civilization that had once split off to form the foundation of humanity. At their peak, they ranked 53rd among the 10,000 races, an astonishing achievement. Now, this treasure map, one of 12 in existence, revealed the location of a divine weapon once wielded by the legendary Emperor Ji. By activating the map, Jiang Chun could unlock the secret coordinates, with no level restrictions and no time limit. But there was a problem. The system warnings were clear. This place was unimaginably dangerous. Even with the golden sword of the Emperor as a reward, recklessly charging in would be suicide. For now, Jiang Chun made his decision. Before anything else, he needed to complete his second transformation. With all the conditions met, the system initiated his class change. Jiang Chen's vision blurred, and in an instant, he was transported into his subconscious space, standing before the ancestral tree of all things. He gazed up at the colossal tree, its ancient presence radiating an overwhelming aura. A moment later, the system chimed. Class change successful. Jiang Chun had officially achieved his second transformation. plus 100 free attribute points granted. But more importantly, the ancestral tree of all things had evolved. A new fruit had appeared. Fruit of Destiny. Jiang Qin's brows furrowed. What was the purpose of this fruit? Why had the system upgraded it now? Questions flooded his mind, but for now, he set them aside. He had something far more important to do. Summoning the second insect mother. A crack split open before him as the system issued its next announcement. Because you have completed your second transformation, you will obtain a random insect mother. A powerful red glow erupted from the crack. Then, it appeared. A Calamity-level red beetle emerged, its entire body radiating an ominous crimson energy. Its wings unfurled as it hovered, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. This was no ordinary creature. It was a monster forged from the depths of eternal hell, a being that had once dwelled within the souls of gods and demons, absorbing the echoes of their resentment, defiance, and unbreakable memories. For countless eras, it had disappeared alongside the annihilation of the underworld's forgotten realm. But now it had returned. Jiang Chun extended his hand, and the Calamity-level red beetle immediately flew toward him. It landed lightly on his finger, its energy pulsating with a quiet yet terrifying power. A system window materialized, displaying its unique traits. For every 10 levels, the beetle could produce anywhere from 49 to 108 offspring. Even more astonishing, with each evolution, Jiang Chun could extract one of its abilities, which would then evolve every 30 levels. Bringing his finger closer, he studied the beetle with keen interest. It was roughly the same level as Little Nine, but much smaller in size. Its design was unlike any known insect, more abstract, like something born from legend rather than nature. Intrigued, Jiang Chun raised his hand toward the ancestral tree and activated divine evolution. A golden light engulfed the beetle. In an instant, its tiny form underwent a shocking transformation. A crimson armor encased its body, a sharp horn jutted from its head, and its wings pulsed with a terrifying energy. Then, the beetle's eyes slowly opened. It crossed its arms and, to Jiang Chen's complete surprise, spoke. "Father." Jiang Chen blinked. "Wait, what?" Unlike the hyperactive Little Nine, this one exuded calm and composure, carrying the aura of a seasoned warrior rather than a playful spirit. Jiang Chen smirked. "All right, I'll call you Xia." He hadn't expected his second insect mother to evolve into a male, but then again, asexual reproduction followed no set gender rules. The final form was determined randomly. The system displayed Xia's status window. Plague-type insect. Offspring, 0. Affinity, 100. Special abilities, multiple. One ability immediately caught Jiang Chen's attention, Infernal Furnace. This skill allowed Xia to condense and refine vital essence, the energy of heaven and earth, the power of the sun, moon, and stars, and transform it into a source of life. Jiang Chen grinned. This was insane. If he could extract Infernal Furnace in the future, then, just by eating, he could grow endlessly stronger. With a calm and steady voice, Xia spoke again. "Father, you only need to help me complete my first life leap. If you do that, I won't have to wait until level 30 to unlock your first ability extraction." Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. "First life leap." Xia nodded. "To complete it, I require 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood." Jiang Chun was momentarily stunned. This guy had barely been born, and he was already demanding the blood of gods and demons. He sighed, rubbing his temples. "You sure don't hold back, huh?" Still, Jiang Chun wasn't against the idea. The problem was, he didn't have that kind of blood on hand. "All right," he said, waving his hand. "Go check out the nest and meet your sister first. As for the divine and demonic blood, I'll ask Master about it once I leave here." Xia closed his eyes, gave a slight bow, and answered, "Yes, father." At the same time, news of Ji Xianyue's breakdown was spreading like wildfire. General Duan was casually scrolling through the latest updates when his body suddenly froze, his face turning pale. "Crap, this is bad." Sweat beaded on his forehead as he turned to Gu Katian, who was peacefully sipping tea. "I just saw a broadcast. Ji Xianyue is crying." Gu Katian barely blinked, and General Duan gulped. "You don't get it. The king doesn't care about much, but when it comes to his daughter, he loses his mind." Without another word, he summoned a portal and bolted. Gu Katian's teacup clattered to the floor. His calm demeanor shattered as he hurriedly chased after him. Wait. If you're panicking, that means this is really bad." Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Tower, Jiang Chun stepped in the main hall, and instantly, the atmosphere shifted. Every eye turned toward him, gleaming with anticipation. At the center of the hall, the king was already rolling up his sleeves, his furious gaze locked onto Jiang Chun. "You dare make my daughter cry?" he growled. "Fine. Time to teach you a lesson." Ji Xianyue, seated beside him, immediately panicked. Father, stop. This isn't necessary. He ignored her, cracking his knuckles. I know exactly what I'm doing. Jiang Chun, unfazed, kept walking forward. But as he took another step, a group of generals suddenly rushed in, grabbing him by the arms. He blinked, confused. The hell is this? General Duan and Master Gu Katian had arrived. "Kid, run," General Duan hissed. "We'll explain on the way." Before Jiang Chun could react, the king lunged forward. A burst of golden energy exploded from his hand, shooting straight toward Jiang Chun. "Stop!" Duan Jai roared, stepping in at the last moment. A wall of ice materialized, blocking the attack. The king narrowed his eyes. "This brat made my daughter cry. As punishment, I demand Jiangnan surrender its territory. From now on, the 3 great dungeons in Celestial Dragon Canyon will belong to magic." Duan Jai sneered. "Not happening." Stepping forward, his icy aura surged, clashing with the king's golden energy. "Jiangnan has risen. This year, in the Celestial Genius rankings, its magic will be surrendering territory to us." The king's face twisted with rage. His aura flared dangerously, but before he could strike again, Jiang Chun and his group had already vanished. In the Grand Hall, the king's fury simmered as he processed the news. "They ran? Oof. It doesn't matter," he muttered, his gaze darkening. "I'll go to Jiangnan myself. Even if they kneel and beg, it won't be enough." A sudden thought struck him. His lips curled into a smirk. "Actually, I should just make Jiang Chun marry my daughter. That way, we can humiliate him day after day." The hall fell into stunned silence. Ji Xinyue's face flushed deep red. Father, what are you even saying?" she stammered, mortified. Whispers spread among the gathered crowd, eyes darting between her and the king. Unbothered, the king gave a firm nod. "As long as my daughter is happy, she can do whatever she wants." Ji Xinyue collapsed onto the floor, utterly flustered. But as the initial shock wore off, she clenched her fists, steeling herself. Taking a deep breath, she stood. "I should go home." With that, she turned sharply and strode away. Yet, as she left, she burned Jiang Chen's name into her mind. She wouldn't forget this. If she wanted to surpass him, if she wanted to triumph in a prodigy competition, she had to become stronger. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, Gu Katan, and Duan barely managed to escape, only to come face to face with an imposing sight: Ji Xinyue and her father, standing directly in their path, still radiating fury. The king crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locking onto them. "What are you doing in my house?" Gu Katan exhaled slowly, closed his eyes for a brief moment, then raised a fist to his mouth and coughed lightly. "We have a request." The king's expression turned cold. "So, even the Celestial Sword King lowers himself to ask favors." He sighed, clearly unimpressed. Still, after a brief pause, he relented. "Fine. What do you need?" Gu Katian remained composed. "Jiang Chun is my disciple. He requires 10 drops of divine and demonic essential blood for his profession change mission. As far as I know, only the Ji family possesses such a thing." Duan immediately raised a finger, forcing an awkward smile. "This has nothing to do with earlier events. Jiang Chun just needs it for his profession change. And as compensation, we're willing to offer the Celestial Dragon Cannon." The king placed a firm hand on his daughter's shoulder, deep in thought. "The Celestial Dragon Cannon, huh?" He rubbed his chin before shaking his head. "That's not nearly enough, not even for a single drop of divine and demonic blood." Then, a wicked glint flashed in his eyes. "But I will agree on one condition. Jiang Chun must marry my daughter." Silence. Ji Xinyue went rigid. Her face burned crimson. Father." With an amused smirk, the king pressed on. "Think carefully, my dear. If you have Jiang Chun by your side, you'll be even more motivated to push yourself. Seeing him every day would fuel your determination, drive you to train harder, and ensure you grow strong enough to protect our city." Ji Xinyue's face burned an even deeper shade of red, her hands trembling as she struggled to find her words. What are you even saying?" Before she could process the absurdity of it all, Duan had already had enough. With a loud thud, he slammed his foot onto the table, dramatically pointing at the king. "This is ridiculous. I'm taking this straight to Mahankyu and Tang Wang Chuan. If you think you can pressure us into something like this, think again." Jiang Chun, still seated, wiped the sweat off his forehead. How in the world had things spiraled this far out of control? Gu Katian's expression darkened. "Mind your words, king," he warned. The king, however, remained unfazed. A grin played on his lips as he casually extended his hand to the side. "Relax. Even if Jiang Chun doesn't marry my daughter, forming ties as in-laws would still be beneficial." Ji Xinyue's head snapped toward her father, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. Her face turned an even darker shade of crimson. "What are you trying to pull?" she shouted. "You're not actually forcing me in a marriage, are you?" Because if you are, why don't you marry Jiangchen instead? The king chuckled, his smile unshaken. Feelings can be cultivated, he mused. Young people these days don't appreciate the idea of love growing after marriage, but it's far from impossible. Ji Xianyue wasn't having any of it. Without another word, she turned on her heel and stormed toward the door. She was too furious to continue the conversation. Her father hesitated for a moment, reaching out as if to stop her, but then let his hand drop. His expression flickered between confusion and amusement. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, his grin widened. Turning to Jiang Chun, he leaned forward with an easygoing smile. Young man, why don't you stay at my house for a few days? Give it some time. Let's see if my daughter warms up to you. If nothing happens, you're free to leave. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. This old man is definitely up to something. Still, after a brief moment of thought, he forced a smile and accepted. There was no way Ji Xianyue would fall for him in just a few days, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, earning the king's trust might make it easier to get his hands on the divine and demonic blood. That night, after Gu Katian and Duan left the Ji family mansion, the king kept his promise. A box was placed in front of Jiang Chun, its contents carefully arranged, several small red bottles filled with divine and demonic blood. Even without opening them, Jiang Chun could feel the immense power radiating from within. A single drop could elevate an ordinary person to a king-level cultivator in an instant. But of course there was a catch. If someone unqualified consumed it, their body would rupture, and their soul would be annihilated without a trace. The king's expression turned serious, his previous amusement gone. Be careful with this blood, he warned. It contains a terrifying will. If you're not prepared, it will devour you. Jiang Chun simply smiled. Understood. He examined the bottles in his hands for a moment before making his decision. Xia, manifest. A surge of crimson energy filled the room as Xia appeared before him. But something felt off. Xia stood with his head lowered, an air of gloom surrounding him. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. What's with that depressed look? Xia sighed deeply. Little Nine doesn't like me. What? His voice was filled with grievance. She wants to kick me out of the nest. Jiang Chun reached out, trying to console him with an awkward smile. Did she hit you? Xia's expression darkened. He turned his head away. No. There was a brief pause. Then, with a hint of pride in his voice, he added, I refuse to fight a mere insect woman. She's no match for me. That's why. I just left the nest before things got messy. Jiang Chen's confusion deepened. Xiao was speaking as if he were stronger than Little Nine, but wasn't she supposed to be the dominant one? Where was this arrogance coming from? It was baffling. Xiao was a terrifying existence from eternal hell. Yet here he was, sulking over a petty nest dispute. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen shrugged. Whatever. Kids should settle their own problems. Placing a hand on Xia's shoulder, he forced a smile, then reached for the box of divine and demonic blood. Forget about it, he said. Just eat first. Xia, still brooding, let out another sigh. Understood. With a simple flick of his hand, the bottle caps popped off, shooting into the air. Thick, ancient blood began to rise from the bottles, swirling around him like living tendrils. Closing his eyes, Xia began absorbing it, his body drinking in every last drop. The moment he finished, a terrifying wave of energy erupted around him. System notifications flashed in Jiang Chen's vision. Level transition complete. Ability extraction in progress. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, watching the system work its magic. This was a gamble. He knew that. Would he obtain a top-tier ability, or would he end up with something mediocre? His heartbeat quickened as the system finalized its selection. Then everything shifted. A surge of overwhelming energy exploded from within his body, and in the blink of an eye, he was pulled into his subconscious. A notification appeared before him. You have obtained the divine body of the guardian elephant, legendary grade. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. This wasn't infernal furnace. Instead, he had awakened a divine, constitution-type ability. According to the system, the human body contained 840 million microscopic particles, each carrying the strength of a colossal elephant. If all of these particles were fully awakened, his body would transform into something akin to a divine elephant, a being powerful enough to stir the seas and rivers with a single movement, roar loud enough to make the stars tremble, leap across the moon and devour the sun itself. More importantly, Xiao's body had now transformed into primordial particles, meaning he could integrate directly into Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stared at his palm, his expression shifting between surprise and confusion. Wait, is this an upgraded version of the infernal furnace? Before he could process it further, a powerful surge of energy rushed through his body. The aura radiating from him was now identical to Xiao's. He clenched his fists, feeling the immense strength coursing through him. A slow smirk crept across his face. This was huge. If he played his cards right, If his insects reproduced for just 2 more generations, he could stand on equal footing with Jiang Wuxuan. But the best part? With Xia now able to merge with him, there is no longer a need for a dominance battle with Little Nine over the insect nest. A perfect solution. Just then, Xia manifested beside him, crimson energy swirling around him as he looked up expectantly. "Father, I'm hungry," he said casually. "I want some divine or demonic meat." Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily thrown off. "Did you just ask for food?" Xia crossed his arms. "I learned it from Little Nine. I figured if I acted like her, she might accept me as her brother." Jiang Chen nearly face-bombed. This guy, a terrifying existence from eternal hell, was now mimicking Little Nine just to win her over? He sighed, rubbing his temples. "I'll deal with this later." Meanwhile, in a remote mountain range, a towering temple loomed over the barren landscape. This was the temple of the cult of the ancient sacred god of Jiangnan. Inside its grand hall, hooded figures stood in perfect formation before an imposing throne. Atop it, their leader sat, exuding an air of dominance. His voice was calm but firm. "Any new information?" One of the subordinates stepped forward. "Jiang Chun of Jiangnan's war district has mastered the celestial sword. He has already developed 4 techniques. The last one, called the Wei, may even be of divine level." Another hooded figure spoke. "We've also detected unusual activity between Jiang Chun and the great state-protecting general, Xiao Yuanshan. We attempted to investigate, but even through soul-searching, we found nothing." The air in the hall grew tense. The leader's gaze sharpened. The searchers? Dead. Silence. Then, understanding flickered in the leader's eyes. The great dreamer. Only one person could erase information so thoroughly. He leaned back against his throne, exhaling slowly. Some things are better left alone. With a decisive motion, he adjusted the cult's hunting list. The top 3 remained unchanged. Moved Jiang Chunchong to 4th place. As he descended from his throne, his presence became even more suffocating, pressing down on everyone in the hall. "Raise the reward level for the top 4. Anyone who succeeds in killing them," he declared, "will receive purification from the ancient god, ascending immediately to a stellar level of 6 transformations." The cult members shivered with anticipation, but their leader's face grew grim. "Remember this," he warned. "Ranks 2 through 5 of our church were all wiped out by Ji Lingxiu." A heavy silence fell over the room. The leader clenched his fists. "We have remained in the shadows for too long. It's time to rise." Turning away, he stepped into a dark corridor. A massive presence loomed ahead, growing stronger with every step. The air thickened with an ancient, suffocating aura. In the dim glow, a monstrous figure stirred, a being with countless glowing eyes peering from the darkness. The leader inhaled deeply before dropping to one knee. "O Great One, we are grateful for your continued presence," he murmured with unwavering reverence. His voice was solemn, filled with devotion. "The time has come. A divine opportunity awaits us, one that will allow us to fulfill the will of the ancient gods." The cavern stretched out before him, filled with dense, tangled webs, creating a nightmare of twisted silk. At the center stood a terrifying figure, the Spider Queen. A slow smile crept across the leader's face. "Allow me to introduce myself," he said smoothly. "I am the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient Gods." His tone darkened. "And this time, I am here to propose an alliance." The Spider Queen extended one of her razor-sharp legs, her many eyes gleaming with cold distrust. She loomed over the man, making her stance clear. Humans were not to be trusted. Unfazed, the man bowed his head, pressing a hand over his chest. "We are not like ordinary humans," he said. "Our bodies may still be impure, but our souls have already been consecrated to the ancient gods." His voice was filled with reverence. "We are no longer mere mortals. We are their chosen apostles." The Spider Queen remained motionless, her overwhelming presence dominating the cavern. As one of the Abyss's top 100 races, she was feared by even the most powerful demons. The man knew this all too well, but he was also certain she had already received orders to cooperate. Their goals aligned perfectly. The Spider Queen, however, had no patience for hollow words. She clicked her mandibles, her tone sharp and cold. "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak." A wicked grin spread across the man's face. His eyes gleamed with unholy fervor. "The lands south of the river are defenseless." The Spider Queen's massive form shifted slightly as she listened. "The prodigy competition will take place soon," he continued. "That'll be the perfect moment for you to lead a horde of beasts into Jiangnan City. Burn it to the ground, reduce it to ashes, and eliminate Jiangchun." The Spider Queen stepped fully from the shadows, her monstrous figure towering over him. The man raised his arms, his voice filled with fanatical devotion. "With this offering, we will pave the way for the ancient god's descent." His eyes burned with madness. And in that moment, you may claim whatever your heart desires. The next morning at the Ji mansion, Ji Xianyue stomped toward Jiang Chen's room and banged on the door. Hey, wake up, she frowned. Was this guy seriously still asleep? But before she could knock again, the door swung open. Jiang Chen was already up and smiling. A warm, gentle smile. Ji Xianyue froze. Her face instantly turned bright red as she took a step back. What the? Why was he looking at her like that? Before she could regain her composure, Jiang Chen met her gaze and asked completely calm, "Are you here to ask me out on a date?" Her mind went blank. W what? Leaning lazily against the doorframe, Jiang Chen's voice was relaxed. Or do you just want to come inside? Her face turned scarlet. No. What are you even saying? She sputtered, flustered beyond belief. Whipping around, she refused to meet his eyes. Just hurry up and come with me. My father has something to tell you. Jiang Chun chuckled, amused by her reaction. Too easy. The Ji family's training field was as busy as ever. And there, lounging without a care in the world, was the king himself, reclining in a beach chair, completely at ease. Jiang Chun arrived with Ji Xianyue and immediately blinked at the sight. Isn't a little early for this? The king of lounging around was living up to his name. Stretching lazily, the king gestured to the group of men standing beside him. These are the prodigies of the city, he said casually. And in a few days, they'll be your enemies. Jiang Chun didn't even need to turn his head to feel the hostility radiating from them. Jealousy, resentment, unfiltered hatred. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to tear him apart. Jiang Chun sighed. Man, I just woke up, and I already have haters. The king smirked. Let's start with the first one. He gestured toward a young man with blonde hair, whose expression was full of disdain. This is Hua Yunfei, the king introduced. He possesses the only hidden profession of heroic spirit summoner. Just as he was about to reveal more, Ji Xianyue stepped forward, her sharp eyes locking onto her father. Don't just hand over information to our enemies, she scolded. That's basically betrayal. Hua Yunfei, who had been holding his breath, subtly exhaled in relief. Close call. The king chuckled, rubbing his forehead. Oh, my bad. I literally just woke up. Jiang Chun observed the interaction. The king was far too casual around him, like he wasn't even an outsider. Not that it mattered. Introductions were pointless. After all, with the Eye of the Void, Jiang Chun already knew exactly who he was dealing with. The king's expression suddenly turned serious. There are 8 days left until the great summer ranking competition. His words hung in the air, heavy with significance. To push your levels higher, I've decided to open a sacred relic of Gi. You will all enter and undergo its trials. Silence fell over the field. Every pair of eyes locked onto him in shock. Ji Xianyue looked completely stunned. Her father was making a massive investment in them. He was going all out. Hua Yunfei's gaze burned with excitement. The divine treasure of Gi was Daxia's most closely guarded secret. Jiang Chun, however, wasn't impressed. So he dragged me here just to say this? He rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Wait, this isn't some elaborate scheme to get me to sell my body, right? The king ignored him entirely and continued. You'll be exploring the third divine vault of the Ji. Inside lies a 10,000 jiang long ancient divine corpse. Jiang Chen's eyebrow twitched. That's ridiculously huge. 80% of its interior has been explored, but even now, it remains extremely dangerous. The king's tone darkened. Under no circumstances should you enter the head of the divine corpse. If you do, you will die. At that moment, Xiao materialized. Father, I'm hungry, he announced again. Jiang Chun sighed, rubbing his temples. Xiao, you gotta stop. You're ruining my poker face. Xiao blinked. But Jiang Chun cut him off with a raised hand. Look, repeating the same line every time kills the mood. Xiao pouted. Jiang Chun smirked. Tell you what, if the king doesn't set any conditions, I'll take you to eat later. Deal. Xiao's wings fluttered eagerly. Deal. The king stood up and waved a hand. Enough chit-chat. Follow me. Everyone moved forward, except Jiang Chun, who remained still. The king glanced back, raising an eyebrow. What? You don't want to go? Jiang Chun grinned. Oh, I'm coming. But since you didn't set any conditions, looks like Xia's getting his food. Xia let out a happy buzz. Hua Yunfei frowned slightly, a hint of concern in his voice. Your Majesty, why is an outsider like Jiang Chun being allowed into the divine treasure? The king's expression remained unchanged. His voice was calm. For now, Jiang Chun is an outsider. But in the future, he will be someone very close to us. Then, turning back, he shot Jiang Chun a wink and a thumbs up. And that's why, my dear son-in-law, you should protect my daughter in there. Ji Xianyue's face instantly turned crimson. Father, stop saying that. Spinning toward Jiang Chun, she was still flustered. I don't need your protection. Jiang Chun just stayed silent. This was getting out of hand. Hua Yunfei's expression darkened. his face contorting with anger and jealousy as he watched the exchange. Meanwhile, far away in a desolate forest, where the trees stood bare and lifeless, a massive coffin loomed in the eerie silence. A man stood before it, his grip firm around a golden staff. His sharp eyes swept across the surroundings, his instincts on high alert. "This place reeks of danger," he muttered, tightening his hold. His voice was steady, but the tension in his stance was unmistakable. Everyone stepped back. Not far away, Ji Xianyue's father arrived, his posture calm and unwavering. Placing a firm hand over his chest, he stepped forward and addressed the staff-wielding man. "I am Ji Hong-in, head of the Ji family," he stated. "We've come in search of the divine treasure. Would you be so kind as to open the entrance for us?" The man studied him in silence before lifting his staff. Without a word, he pointed toward the massive coffin. A deep crimson glow flickered from within, thickening the already oppressive atmosphere. Ji Hong-in gave a slight nod, signaling his group to move forward. Jiang Chun followed alongside the others, his keen gaze scanning the coffin. Even with the Ji family's formidable reputation, they approached this place with caution, a clear indication that whatever lay inside was no ordinary relic. The staff-wielding man suddenly slammed his weapon into the ground. A burst of swirling red energy erupted, spreading across the land in intricate, pulsing patterns. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. A strange scent filled the air, sending an eerie sensation creeping up his spine. "What is this power?" he muttered under his breath. Ji Hong-in remained composed, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed in silence. Then, turning to the group, he spoke with quiet authority. "This energy originates from the 20% of the divine soul that remains undiscovered within the ancient god's corpse, buried deep in the sea of consciousness." His words carried undeniable weight. The group exchanged glances, their attention locked on him. Moments later, small flags were distributed among them. As Jiang Chun inspected his, Ji Xianyue approached, arms crossed. Ji Hong-in took a step forward, sweeping his hands outward. "It's highly likely that unexpected changes will occur inside. Under no circumstances should you wander off or attempt to enter unknown regions." His gaze sharpened. "I'm giving you each a teleportation flag. Use it immediately if you sense danger." Jiang Chun chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "Got it. Appreciate the heads up." Ji Xianyue turned away, waving dismissively at her father. All right, we'll be fine. Just head home already." Then, facing the group, she clapped her hands together. "Let's go. Stick close. I'm leading the way." A short while later, they stepped into the ancient god's corpse. The air inside was thick with mystery, and an overwhelming presence loomed over them. Ji Xianyue took charge, her voice steady as she explained their location. "This is the calf region of the corpse. Right now, we're walking through one of its meridians." She glanced over her shoulder. "I've been here plenty of times. Normally, there's not much danger, just some blood beasts. But hey, that's a plus. Taking them down will strengthen your bodies and boost your experience." Jiang Chun smirked. "Sounds like a win-win. Lead the way, boss." With that, they ventured deeper, prepared for whatever awaited them. As they walked, Jiang Chun kept his eyes on the sky above. It stretched endlessly, its vastness spanning dozens of meters. His mind buzzed with questions. Was this truly just a meridian within the ancient god's corpse? If so, how colossal had this being been in its prime? Perched on his shoulder, little Jia studied him for a moment before breaking into a sly grin. The little creature had figured it out. His father had brought him here for one reason: to feast on the remains of the ancient god. Father is the best, little Jia thought, his admiration growing. Of course, it was unclear whether that admiration stemmed from love or the all-you-can-eat buffet before him. Jiang Chen glanced at him, amused. "Go ahead. Eat as much as you want," he said, giving his son permission. "Just don't get caught." With a flicker of energy, little Jia shrank into a small beetle and scurried away, disappearing into the shadows. At that moment, a deep, guttural panting echoed through the air. A six-eyed blood beast emerged from the darkness, its breath ragged and heavy. Then, before anyone could react, an entire horde followed, their bodies shifting as they surrounded the group. Some blocked any paths of escape, while others crouched low, ready to pounce. Ji Xianyue's expression sharpened as she spun around, drawing her bow. "Everyone, stay alert," she called, her keen gaze sweeping across the battlefield. A glowing status window flickered before them, listing the beast's levels and abilities. Level 35 Blood Beasts. Blood Mist. Blood Explosion. Blood Arrow. Hua Yunfei, on the other hand, grinned ear to ear. Flames ignited in his palm as he confidently stepped forward, excitement burning in his eyes. "Finally, a decent fight," he said, voice brimming with arrogance. Without waiting for a signal, he charged straight at the beasts, eager to show off. Jiang Chun, however, barely reacted. His gaze flickered toward little Jia's disappearing form. Strange. He's not even interested in these creatures? Hua Yunfei wasted no time, unleashing a surge of fire. The flames exploded through the battlefield, consuming the beasts in a violent inferno. Agonized roars echoed as over 10 of them collapsed, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Clenching his fist triumphantly, Hua Yunfei turned to Jiang Chun with a smirk. What do you think? Can you take out more than 10 at once? Jiang Chun gave him a thumbs up. Wow, amazing. His voice was completely flat. Ji Xianyue placed a hand on her hip, watching with mild annoyance. You're bragging over something this small? She muttered. The moment he saw her unimpressed expression, Hua Yunfei immediately changed tactics. He placed a hand over his chest, closed his eyes, and nodded deeply. Understood, goddess. I shall humbly follow your guidance. Jiang Chen's smile twitched. Great, he's a bootlicker too. Ji Xianyue sighed, arms crossed. Let's keep moving. The real training grounds are deeper inside. The heart section of the corpse has even stronger blood beasts. She glanced over her shoulder, her tone growing serious. Also, this ancient god didn't have a body structure like ours. It had 3 hearts. A heavy silence followed as the group processed her words. They were about to step even further into the unknown. Just then, little Jia's voice echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Don't listen to her nonsense, he scoffed. The ancient god of Julie actually had 4 hearts, not 3. And as long as even one remains intact, it can revive. Jiang Chen's breath hitched, his entire body tensing. Wait, are you telling me that thing is still alive? A deep unease crept over him as little Jia continued. Yeah, and guess what? I just found the hidden 4th heart. It's still intact. Meanwhile, in his beetle form, little Jia had already reached the undiscovered heart. It pulsed faintly, releasing an eerie, ancient energy. Without hesitation, he started flying toward it. Jiang Chen's stomach dropped. Oh no, no. Get back here. Now, he ordered. But little Jia remained unfazed. Relax, I'm just figuring out how to eat this thing, he said, circling the heart with keen interest. Jiang Chun felt a cold sweat run down his back. This is bad. Thinking fast, he tried a different approach. If you stop right now, I'll take you to eat something way tastier. Trust me, that thing is probably disgusting. Little Jia hesitated for a brief moment. Jiang Chen didn't wait. He turned sharply, grabbing the nearest person by the shoulder, his grip firm. Stop moving forward, he said, his voice dead serious. There's danger ahead. The man blinked at him, confused. What are you talking about? Before Jiang Chun could explain, Hua Yunfei overheard and let out a mocking laugh. Danger? You mean those blood bees from earlier? He smirked arrogantly. What, are you scared? Should I hold your hand? Jiang Chun ignored him. His mind was too focused on the real threat. Everyone, use the teleportation flags. Get out of here now. His urgent tone made Ji Xianyue and the others hesitate, their gazes locking onto him with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Hua Yunfei strutted forward, still grinning like an idiot. Teleport? Over what? Some imaginary danger. He sneered. Or are you just a coward? Jiang Chun slowly turned to face him, his eyes dark with suppressed rage. He said nothing. Hua Yunfei scoffed. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply. This guy's a lost cause. Without a second thought, he clenched his fist and drove it straight into Hua Yunfei's face. The arrogant fool didn't even have time to react. His body launched backward like a rag doll, slamming into the ground several meters away. Silence. Everyone stared in shock. Ji Xianyue's face darkened. What the hell are you doing? She snapped, her eyes locking onto Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stretched his shoulders casually. Nothing much. Just felt like punching him. Ji Xianyue turned toward Hua Yunfei, who sat up, rubbing his now bruised cheek. His expression twisted with fury as he pressed his palm against the ground, his breathing ragged. Ew. His voice was laced with venom. You dare hit me? Jiang Chun rolled his shoulders. Yeah, what of it? Hua Yunfei's expression darkened further. You're seeking death. A surge of power erupted from his body. Behind him, a massive, glowing blue heroic spirit materialized, a towering knight forged from pure energy, gripping a colossal blade. The pressure in the air thickened, the weapon humming ominously. Jiang Chun didn't flinch. Instead, he sighed. Here we go again. Standing firm, he eyed Hua Yunfei's summoned knight with an unimpressed look before letting out a mocking chuckle. That's it? All this drama. And it's just this? He shook his head. Kinda underwhelming. At that moment, little Jia returned, slipping seamlessly back into Jiang Chen's body. Feeling his presence, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. Perfect timing. With a casual stretch, he extended his hands, unleashing a surge of raw energy. Power rippled through his body, distorting the air around him. Hua Yunfei, still burning with vengeance, roared in fury. You talk too much. Let's see you laugh after this. The heroic spirit moved, its massive knight raising a colossal claw to strike. The force behind it sent tremors through the ground. Jiang Qin's eyes gleamed with excitement. A perfect chance to test the divine body of the guardian elephant. The moment the knight's claw came crashing down, Jiang Qun met it head-on. With a single strike, an explosive force erupted from his fist, shattering the knight's spirit into nothingness. Silence. Ji Xianyue and the others stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. One move. That's all it took for Jiang Qun to obliterate Hua Yunfei's ultimate technique like it was nothing. Hua Yunfei staggered backward, his face drained of color. What? His voice cracked, his confidence crumbling. This shouldn't be possible. Before he could process what had happened, Jiang Qun moved. In an instant, he leaped into the air, appearing directly above Hua Yunfei. Before Hua Yunfei could react, Jiang Qin's fist crashed into his body like a meteor, sending him hurtling into the wall with bone-rattling force. He crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Ji Xianyue rushed forward, anger flashing in her eyes. What the hell was that for? The rest of the group stood frozen in shock. Jiang Qun had defeated Hua Yunfei without even drawing his sword or activating his 9 miasma wings. A clean, effortless victory. Jiang Qun smirked, closing his eyes briefly. Relax. He's not dead, he said casually. But if no one treats him soon, the damage might be permanent. Ji Xianyue's eyes narrowed. Wait, are you saying you did this on purpose? To stop him from competing in the genius competition? Jiang Qun exhaled and turned his back to them. Believe what you want, but if we waste any more time here, he will die. A heavy silence settled over the group. His words carried weight, and the unease in their eyes was undeniable. Without hesitation, they reached for their teleportation flags, ready to leave. Then, I can't use mine, someone stammered, panic creeping into his voice. Jiang Qin's eyes snapped open. What? Spinning around, he watched as several others desperately tried to activate their flags, only to find them completely unresponsive. A sinking realization hit him like a stone. His expression darkened. When little Jia found the fourth heart, the corpse must have sensed his presence. A deep, ominous rumble echoed through the cavern. The air thickened, pulsing with an unnatural energy. Something was waking up. Jiang Qun instinctively raised a hand to his face as dread settled in his chest. His master had once told him that a true god's power peaked at level 9. But if this thing was sealing their teleportation flags rather than outright destroying them, that meant it was at least level 10 or higher. If that's the case, we're dead. Forcing himself to stay calm, he gripped his teleportation flag and tested it again. The restriction was there. It wasn't destroyed, just sealed. That meant the god itself wasn't fully revived. It was still bound by some kind of limitation, which meant they still had a chance. His gaze sharpened with renewed determination. Little Jia, take me to the fourth heart. Now, sensing the urgency, little Jia immediately flew ahead. Jiang Qun clenched his fists. He had to treat this as if the god was already alive, because if it fully awakened, they were all dead. Without another word, he took off at full speed, leaving the others behind. Ji Xianyue's eyes followed him, narrowing. So, he knew something was wrong this whole time. That's why he'd been trying to get them out as fast as possible. One of the men hoisted Hua Yunfei's unconscious body onto his back. The group hesitated only a moment before following Jiang Qun. Whatever he had figured out, they needed to stay close. As Jiang Qun neared the fourth heart, a chilling presence made him skid to a halt. More blood beasts. A horde of monstrous creatures materialized from the shadows, their eyes burning with bloodlust. Their levels ranged from 70 to 120, twice as strong as the ones they had faced before. Ji Xianyue and the others caught up, only to freeze in horror. Among the beasts, a few even reached level 150. This is impossible, one of them stammered. Jiang Qun exhaled sharply and stretched out his hand. Little Nine go. From a void, a massive figure emerged, Little Knight. Its glowing eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of so much fresh prey. Ji Xianyue, hold a rear, Jiang Qun commanded. Keep them busy. She nodded, drawing her weapon. You heard him. Hold your ground. Meanwhile, Jiang Qun turned toward a thick, pulsating vein along the cavern wall, one of the lifelines of the ancient god's body. His expression darkened. If the heart won't stop beating, I'll just have to force my way inside. Ji Xianyue's expression shifted. You can't be thinking of breaking through the god's veins. That's impossible. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered with determination. Then watch me. Bracing himself, he activated the divine body of the guardian elephant. Power surged through his muscles, his entire body radiating an overwhelming force. He threw his fist forward, slamming it into the massive vein with all his strength. The impact sent shockwaves through the cavern. For a split second, nothing happened. Then a deep gash split open where his punch had landed. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. He actually did it, but before they could celebrate, the wound began regenerating at an unnatural speed. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth. So it's not going to be that easy. Ji Xianyue turned sharply, her breath catching as she saw it. A cut in the ancient god's vein. Her expression flickered between shock and disbelief. This shouldn't be possible, she muttered. Even if you damage the vein, the corpse will heal itself almost instantly. Jiang Chun clenched his fist, his eyes burning with resolve. Then I'll just have to hit harder. He reared back and struck again. A deafening crack tore through the cavern, sending massive chunks of flesh and rock flying. If breaking through the outer layers was impossible, then forcing his way inside was the only viable path. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. He powered up once more, launching another devastating punch. A thick cloud of dust and smoke exploded around him, obscuring the battlefield. As it settled, a large hole had opened in the vein. Jiang Chun, his fist still clenched, exhaled slowly. Now's my chance. Without looking back, he stepped forward, slipping through the opening just as the vein began to regenerate. Wait, Ji Xianyue called out, her voice laced with concern. But he was already gone. Her fists tightened. Damn it, Jiang Chun. Around them, the blood beasts roared and pressed in. Two warriors from the group raised their hands, channeling their energy to form a massive shield, temporarily holding the creatures at bay. Ji Xianyue's eyes sharpened as she called out, Lu Fei, Song Yuming. Her gaze locked onto the frontline defenders. Cover the left side and hold your ground. Lu Fei responded with a firm nod, stepping forward with her weapon poised for battle. She gestured toward Su Manman and Ningbo Zhang Chujing. You two, secure the left flank. Su Yao and I will take the right. Without hesitation, the team sprang into action. One warrior rushed to reinforce the left side, while the rest formed a tight defensive formation, a layered defense with a shield wall in the back and barriers on both sides, ensuring the blood beasts couldn't break through. Then, the creatures charged. Ji Xianyue raised her bow, fingers steady on the string. Her sharp eyes assessed the battlefield, calculating their chances. Listen up, she called out, her voice carrying over the chaos. Our survival depends entirely on us. I won't sugarcoat it. Our odds aren't great. But she took a deep breath, her resolve unwavering. My great-grandfather Ji Lingxiu is on his way. He will get us out of here. A flicker of hope ignited within the group. Their morale strengthened, and they steeled themselves for the battle ahead. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, a figure entered Ji Xianyue's father's office. The guardian of the divine corpse stood before him, his expression grim. We have a problem, he said. I've lost contact with the group inside. Ji Xianyue's father tensed, his eyes dark with worry. His hands pressed firmly against the desk as he processed the news. When exactly did communication break? He asked, urgency in his tone. The guardian's face remained rigid. 3 minutes ago. It happened right as a sudden energy fluctuation erupted inside. A fluctuation? The father echoed, his brows furrowing. The guardian gave a solemn nod. Yes, something unlike anything we've seen before. When I entered the divine residence to investigate, I discovered that the entire corpse had become completely cut off from the outside world. Silence filled the room. The strange part, the guardian continued, his voice steady but grave, is that the ancient god's corpse hasn't vanished. It remains in its original dimensional space. The CAF region is still within our formation's range, yet something is preventing any external access. Ji Xianyue's father leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping the desk in deep thought. Fear flickered in his eyes. The Ji family had spent over a century opening a path to the CAF, and now, despite all their efforts, they were powerless to breach it from the outside. His grip tightened. Alert the elder immediately. He must return at once. We need him. The guardian bowed. Understood. And one more thing, Ji Xianyue's father added. Inform Gu Kai Tian of Jiangnan. He needs to know what's happening. Inside the corpse's meridian, Jiang Chun stood his ground as a swarm of blood beasts rushed toward him, their crimson eyes filled with malice. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword, his sharp gaze unwavering. Fine, he muttered. Let's end this. With a swift motion, his blade cut through the creatures with ruthless precision, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Beside him, little Jia materialized, his celestial energy radiating power. Wielding the celestial sword, he moved with effortless grace, slicing through multiple beasts at once in a display of deadly efficiency. Jiang Chun struck again, his sword carving cleanly through another creature. The battlefield was quickly littered with corpses. Little Jia crouched beside one of the slain beasts, placing a hand on its back as he examined it with disinterest. He scoffed. Low-tier trash. Not even worth eating. He pulled away, shaking his head. The real feast comes later. Jiang Chun barely reacted, his mind fixed on one goal, pushing forward. He refused to let this place become his grave. Elsewhere, high above the clouds, several blue dragons soared through the sky. On a floating platform between them, a white-haired man stood, his sharp gaze locked onto a magical water sphere displaying Jiang Chen's battle. Watching the scene unfold, he exhaled in mild surprise. I never expected to find such a talent among humans. Beside him, a massive dragon loomed, its piercing gaze fixed on Jiang Chen's movements. You're not wrong, Brother Duanxiu, the beast rumbled. This boy, he's different. Duanxio's eyes narrowed. To escape disaster, I faked my death and crossed the sea, hiding my heart for generations, waiting for the new era to arrive. For hundreds of years, no one has been able to find it. His fingers curled slightly. But now, he murmured, his eyes gleaming. A mere child has discovered it. The dragon's focus shifted to the sphere, where Jiang Chen's insect had appeared. Dark, ominous creatures radiating an unsettling, destructive aura. Duanxio's voice was calm, but heavy with certainty. Jiang Chen is no ordinary brat. Those insects, they aren't just some simple creatures. They're disasters, forces of nature. And to think, he also possesses the 9 miasma wings. The dragon let out a low growl. If he keeps advancing, he might break through. Duanxio reached toward the sphere, adjusting its vision. Perhaps, but with the space sealed, he's trapped. A dead end. The two continued to watch, waiting for Jiang Chen's next move. As Duanxio observed Jiang Chen's relentless advance, a creeping unease settled in his chest. The boy was proving to be more dangerous than anticipated. Could he really reach my heart? For now, summoning more blood beasts was his only option, but even they were failing to stop Jiang Chen. If his heart was destroyed, he would lose everything, the power to shelter them, and worse, his very existence. Beside him, Nanlong conjured a swirling blue flame in his palm, its eerie glow casting flickering shadows across his smirking face. He twirled the fire between his fingers, utterly at ease. Relax, Duanxiu, he said casually. I've got plenty of power left. Taking down a mere child isn't even worth the effort. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun wiped the blood from his mouth, his sharp eyes scanning the battlefield. No matter how many blood beasts he cut down, more kept appearing, stronger than before. Some had even reached level 150. His chest tightened. Something was wrong. And what about Ji Xinyue? He had no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, something terrible might happen to her. Up ahead, little Jia suddenly pointed forward, his expression unusually serious. Father, the intercession is just ahead. We have to go through it to reach the heart. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. He shot forward, his determination like fire in his veins. He knew that this ancient god wasn't just colossal, it was cunning. If it had 4 hearts, it could hide them anywhere inside its body. He needed to act fast. Then, something unexpected happened. The blood beast started running. Jiang Chen slowed, a frown creeping onto his face. Why are they retreating? Then his stomach dropped. An unnatural darkness washed over his sea of consciousness. His vision swayed, his mind clouding. When he tried to focus on his ancestral tree, he couldn't see it. A cold dread seeped into his bones. And then he felt it. A presence. Slowly, he turned his head. A massive dragon loomed behind him, its piercing eyes locked onto him with an unshakable focus. A predator, sizing up its prey. Its shimmering scales pulsed with an eerie glow, and the sheer weight of its aura sent icy chills down Jiang Chen's spine. His instinct screamed at him, run. But before he could move, the dragon lunged. Its colossal claws clamped around him, lifting him effortlessly. His limbs stiffened, frozen in place. Watching through the magical sphere, Duanxiu let out a slow breath of relief. It's over, he muttered. Nanlong smirked. Took long enough. The dragon's grip tightened. A bone-chilling frost spread over Jiang Chen's body, creeping through his veins like an unrelenting curse. His breath came in ragged gasps as numbness swallowed his senses. His eyelids grew heavy. His mind wavered. A deep, unnatural sleep threatened to consume him. For the first time in a long time, Jiang Chun felt fear. His body remained rigid, locked in place. A gnawing terror coiled in his chest, an unfamiliar, paralyzing sensation. Sensing something was wrong, little Jia rushed over, grabbing Jiang Chen's face with uncharacteristic urgency. Father, what's happening? Say something. He patted Jiang Chen's back frantically, his usual composure cracking. But Jiang Chen couldn't answer. His throat was frozen shut. His voice was gone. Then, a blinding light erupted from the ring on Jiang Chen's finger. The sheer force shattered the ice encasing him, sending shards flying in every direction. In an instant, the dragon's massive claw detonated into fragments. A deafening roar of fury shook the entire space. Jiang Chen gasped, staggering as feeling rushed back into his limbs. That curse attack. It was strong enough to bypass even his ancestral tree of all things. It should have killed him, but he was still standing. His gaze dropped to the ring on his finger, the heart of the star god, a gift from the great dreamer, a powerful artifact that had just saved his life. But now, Jiang Chun clenched his fist. It's damaged. A furious snarl rumbled from the dragon. Its eyes burned with rage as it coiled, preparing to strike again. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, a dangerous smile creeping across his lips. Behind him, the ancestral tree manifested once more, its ethereal glow filling the battlefield. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the celestial sword, its radiant energy crackling in his grip. "Looks like it's my turn now," he muttered. Elsewhere, Nanlong collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat, his breath ragged. Disbelief twisted his features. This is impossible. Behind him, Duanxiu loomed, his outstretched hand pulsing with raw energy. "What are you waiting for?" he barked. "Attack again. He won't survive the next curse." Nanlong's teeth clenched, his mind racing. The power of that curse. It was beyond anything Jiang Chun should have been able to resist. Centuries ago, his soul's essence had nearly been depleted. If he released another curse now, it wouldn't just weaken him, it would send him into eternal sleep. Duanxiu stepped closer, his sharp eyes locking onto Nanlong's. A smirk curled on his lips, cold and calculating. "Well, what's it going to be?" Nanlong's blood ran cold. He's waiting for me to die. The realization struck like lightning. Duanxiu wasn't relying on him. He was using him. The moment he exhausted himself, Duanxiu would either devour him or let him wither away into nothingness. Nanlong's breathing quickened. His fingers twitched. He had to act first. Summoning every last drop of his power, he lunged at Duanxiu, ready to strike. But before he could even make contact, countless small dragons materialized, coiling around him in an instant. Their fangs sank deep into his flesh. His screams tore through the space as the creatures devoured him alive. "Wait!" Nanlong gasped, his voice hoarse with agony. "How? Are you controlling these monsters?" Duanxiu stood still, hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. Then, in a final chilling tone, he spoke. "It's too late." With a slow wave of his hand, he drained every last ounce of Nanlong's energy, absorbing it completely. A quiet, satisfied smile crossed his lips. "Now, time to finish this," he murmured. Jiang Chun couldn't be allowed to destroy the last heart. But Duanxiu wouldn't stop him directly. Instead, he would plant karma in Jiang Chun's soul using the essence of the barbarian dragon, binding him to this place. When the time came, Jiang Chun would become him. Inside the corpse, Jiang Chun and Little Jia finally arrived at the fourth heart. It loomed before them, massive and pulsating with an ancient, ominous energy. Jiang Chun's grip tightened around his sword. How long will it take to break the restriction? Little Jia flapped his wings, flashing a playful grin. "For me? Piece of cake." Without hesitation, he dissolved into thousands of tiny beetles, swarming the heart like a living storm. "Just give me a moment, Father." Little Jia's voice echoed through the swarm. "It'll all be over soon." Jiang Chun stood in silence, watching as Little Jia worked relentlessly. His razor-sharp teeth tore through the blood vessels like a ravenous beast, steadily unraveling the restriction binding the heart. Then, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Chun's chest. His breath hitched, and his fingers trembled as they clutched at his heart. "What is this?" His heartbeat pounded violently, each beat perfectly synchronized with the ancient god's heart. Was it an illusion? Or something far worse? Little Jia, oblivious to his father's distress, was ecstatic. His hungry grin widened as he dived deeper into the heart, sinking his teeth in with an almost instinctive hunger. Cracks spread across the heart's surface. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. His breath turned uneven. His heartbeat was slowing. "No, this isn't right." Another sharp jolt of pain tore through his chest. His body convulsed. It felt as if his own heart was stopping, mirroring the ancient gods. A strange aura rose from his body, coiling around him like invisible chains. His vision blurred, his mind bombarded with a single, overwhelming urge. Go to the brain. His fingers dug into his chest. The sensation was suffocating, unbearable. The thought of heading to the ancient god's brain refused to leave his mind. And then, his heart steadied. The pain vanished as suddenly as it had come, leaving behind only an unsettling aftertaste. Jiang Chun exhaled sharply, pressing a hand to his forehead. What the hell was that? His gaze flickered toward the now lifeless heart. A storm of unreadable emotions churned in his eyes. Was this fate's way of guiding him? Was there truly something waiting for him in the brain? Even if there was, it was too risky. First, he needed to get Ji Xianyue and the others out of here. At that moment, Little Jia appeared in front of Jiang Chun, hands on his belly, eyes closed, a satisfied smile stretching across his face. "Ugh, I can't eat anymore," he mumbled. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, surprised to see him looking completely stuffed. Little Jia let out a tiny burp before grinning. "I refined the rest of the heart into blood essence and stored it. We can take it with us." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Blood essence was incredibly valuable. and knowing little Jia had condensed it so efficiently made it even better. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Good work. Little Jia's energy surged. He had just leveled up to 30. Now he had gained the ability to reproduce 3 times. But there was no time to celebrate. Jiang Chen's expression hardened. Let's regroup with Ji Xianyue and the others first. We can decide the next step once everyone is safe. Meanwhile, dark silhouettes of small dragons twisted through the cavern, their eerie movements casting flickering shadows. Above them, in the ancient god's brain, Duanxiu hovered, his expression cold, his presence suffocating. A fireball crackled to life in his palm, swirling with ominous energy. The curse has already been planted, he murmured, his gaze locked onto Jiang Chun through the magic sphere. A slow, twisted smirk spread across his lips. Escape is no longer an option. His fingers curled into a fist, and the fireball vanished. Now that Duan Jisoo was no longer in the way, there was nothing left to stop him. A sinister gleam flickered in his eyes. Time to have some fun. Elsewhere, Duanxiu watched Jiang Chen's movements closely, his smirk deepening. It doesn't matter, he mused. Sooner or later, he'll come looking for me in the brain. His gaze glowed with anticipation. The trap had already been set. Meanwhile, Ji Xianyue's group was on the verge of collapse. Warriors fell one by one, some barely clinging to life, others wounded beyond recovery. But those who remained standing refused to surrender. A soldier stomped the ground, his voice hoarse with desperation. Hold the line. Don't give up. A fighter struggled to maintain a defensive barrier, while 2 others raised their hands, summoning another protective shield. But the beast kept coming. Ji Xianyue's breath came in ragged gasps as she tightened her grip on her bow. Summoning the last of her strength, she activated her god's arrow ability. Golden arrows rained down in a brilliant storm, piercing through the thick flesh of the approaching creatures. Behind her, the battlefield was a blood-stained graveyard. Fallen comrades lay scattered, some barely breathing, others covered in wounds, their consciousness fading. 2 female warriors slumped against a rock, their hands trembling from exhaustion. Ji Xianyue's vision blurred. Her muscles screamed in protest. She turned to check on the others, but the moment she looked back, a monstrous beast loomed above her. Its jaws gaped open, saliva dripping as it prepared to strike. Her heart pounded. No, we're going to be wiped out. Her body refused to move. Instinctively, she raised her arms, closed her eyes, and braced for the inevitable impact. A thunderous crack split the air. Out of nowhere, Jiang Chun struck, his fist slamming into the beast's face with bone-crushing force. The creature hurtled through the air before crashing into the ground, motionless. Silence fell over the battlefield. The remaining beasts stiffened, their eyes flickering with hesitation. Ji Xianyue's eyelids fluttered open. Her breath caught when she saw him, standing tall, unscathed, unwavering. Relief coursed through her. Jiang Chun met her gaze. Sorry I'm late. The survivor's despair lifted, replaced by a glimmer of hope. Ji Xianyue wasted no time, rushing to support an injured soldier, slinging his arm over her shoulder. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun raised his hand, activating the star god's blessing. A soft blue glow pulsed from the ring on his finger, enveloping the wounded. Though damaged, its healing power still held strong. Warmth spread through their battered bodies. A woman touched her neck, eyes widening as the pain faded. It's amazing. Beside her, a man stared at his healing wounds in disbelief. It doesn't hurt anymore. Even as blood beasts loomed on all sides, Jiang Chun remained composed. His lips curved into a knowing smirk. He nodded slightly. Little Nine, Little Jia, you both deserve some rest. Leave the rest to me. The battle wasn't over, but he would see it through. Suddenly, Little Nine latched onto his shoulders, clinging to him as she burst into tears. She was heartbroken. How could Jiang Chun take Little Jia along and leave her behind? Sniffling, she whined about the countless insects that had perished and demanded someone comfort her. Jiang Chun tensed, scrambling for the right words. You did great, he said carefully. Why don't you go to the town monument in the Sea of Consciousness? It'll help you recover. But Little Nine wasn't interested in explanations. Instead, she vowed to teach Little Jia a lesson, one so thorough he wouldn't know whether to cry or run. Little Jia, perched on Jiang Chen's head, trembled violently, his tiny form shaking like a leaf. Meanwhile, a warrior hurriedly erected a protective barrier, sensing the next wave of danger. But before it could fully form, bloodthirsty beasts surged forward. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. He pointed toward the wall, quickly assessing the recovering warriors. Their wounds were healing, but there was no time to relax. The blood beasts are coming again, he warned. Without hesitation, he made his decision. He would carve a path through the meridians of the sacred god's corpse. Follow me, he commanded. Time was slipping away. His defenses wouldn't hold much longer. He clenched his fist and turned to Little Jia. Merge, he ordered. A surge of red energy erupted around Jiang Chun as he unleashed the divine body of the elephant. Channeling his immense power, he delivered a devastating punch straight into the vein of the wall. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the structure, and within moments, it shattered into countless fragments. Without hesitation, he grabbed the broken edges, prying them apart to widen the gap. His expression was serious and unwavering. "Get in," he commanded. The group wasted no time, rushing inside one after another. A wave of relief washed over them as they finally caught their breath, but Jiang Chun remained on high alert. "The beasts are heading for the vein," he warned. Ji Xianyue's breath hitched in surprise. The last time, it had taken Jiang Chun dozens of strikes to break through. Now, with a single blow, he had torn open a massive passage. How had he become this strong? Before she could fully process it, the beasts lunged forward. Jiang Chun reacted instantly, scooping Ji Xianyue into his arms before bolting ahead. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her face burning with embarrassment. "We need to move. The gap's about to close," he replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. Just as he predicted, the wound in the vein rapidly sealed itself, cutting off the beast before they could squeeze through. Jiang Chun continued forward, ensuring they put as much distance as possible between themselves and danger. When he was finally satisfied with their safety, he set Ji Xianyue down. Her face remained bright red, but he ignored it, turning instead to the others. "We should be safe for now. Rest up," he instructed. Exhausted, the survivors collapsed to the ground, gulping in air. After narrowly escaping death, they desperately needed a moment to recover. But Jiang Chun wasn't finished. Lowering himself to the ground, he pressed a palm against it and locked eyes with Ji Xianyue. His voice was calm yet firm. "Which part of this area connects to the Ji family?" Ji Xianyue leaned against the wall, catching her breath before pointing to one side. "That's the formation's core," she explained. "If you break it, you'll reach the Ji family sanctuary on the other side." Jiang Chun gave a slight nod, but before he could act, she added a warning. "The outer defenses are much stronger than the interior, so be careful." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun sat down, closed his eyes, and pressed his hands together. Before making his next move, he needed to advance further. Ji Xianyue watched him in confusion, uncertain about his plan. Inside the sea of consciousness, Jiang Chun's eyes snapped open, sharp with determination. "Little Jia, get out here. It's time to reproduce." Little Jia, arms crossed and eyes shut, appeared behind Jiang Chun with a serious nod. Meanwhile, another little Jia peeked cautiously from behind the Taishu monument, his tiny body trembling. Nearby, little Nine clutched her face, tears streaming as she wailed, "This is my territory." Jiang Chun glanced between her and a nervous little Jia, exhaling in frustration. "Relax, little Nine. We're just borrowing your space. Once little Jia is done reproducing, we'll leave." Still pouting, little Jia poked his lip. "Why don't I have my own home?" That was the last straw. Little Nine's temper exploded like dry leaves catching fire. "That's your problem," she snapped. Jiang Chun, arms crossed, sighed once more. Fine. I'll buy you a home later." That seemed to satisfy little Jia. He got to work immediately, his form shrinking into a tiny beetle before the duplication process began. In an instant, his body split, multiplying at an astonishing rate. Jiang Chun sat down, focusing his energy to accelerate the process. 3 simultaneous reproductions of the infernal red shell beetle commenced. The wait time? 30 minutes. The total offspring? 324. Before he knew it, the sky above was filled with hundreds of tiny beetles, swarming in all directions. Jiang Chun stood, scanning the scene in mild disbelief. He had expected little Jia to be efficient, but this was beyond his calculations. The divine corpse was an incredible energy source. If just the heart could provide this much power, what would happen if little Jia consumed the brain? Before he could finish the thought, little Nine, still fuming, transformed into her insect mother form. Her fury knew no bounds. She lunged at little Jia, bit onto his cape, and started dragging him away. Little Jia flailed, screaming, "Father, save me." Jiang Chun snapped back to reality. "Hey, let him go." He reached out, but when she refused to release him, he flicked her forehead hard. Thud! A lump immediately formed on her head. Little Jia took the chance to flee, darting behind Jiang Chun and clinging to his leg for dear life. Jiang Chun rubbed his temples. "I swear, dealing with you two is harder than fighting blood beasts." Little Nine's eyes filled with fresh tears. "Little Jia is your favorite," she accused, sobbing harder. Jiang Chun's patience finally snapped. His fists clenched, and his gaze darkened with anger. "How dare you try to eat your own brother?" His voice turned cold as he issued a command. "All beetles, return to me." At once, the swarm of infernal beetles obeyed, merging back into his body. Jiang Chun placed a hand on the vein, preparing for his next move. Power crackled through his fist, the strength of over 300 fused beetles surging within him. The force at his disposal now was enough to rival the mightiest warriors. He turned to the others, his expression firm. "Stay sharp. This might be our only shot at survival." Understanding the gravity of the situation, they nodded and braced themselves. Outside the ancient god's corpse, the atmosphere was thick with unease. Ji Xianyue's father and the Ji family's grandfather arrived at the scene, their expressions grim as they took in the sealed passage before them. Arms crossed, the grandfather assessed the situation with a heavy gaze. Now that the entrance is sealed, there's no way to break in from the outside, he murmured. The only way out is from within, but that won't be easy. The children are still trapped inside. Ji Xianyue's father stiffened, panic flickering across his face. Then what are we supposed to do? The grandfather placed a hand on the ancient tomb, his expression unreadable. Prepare for the worst. If something goes wrong, we'll have no choice but to destroy the sanctuary and exile the entire dimension into eternal chaos, the realm where the ancient god's body resides. His words sent a shiver through the air. Ji Xianyue's father's breath hitched. But Xianyue is still inside, he objected. Do you have any idea what that means? His existence alone outweighs billions of lives in Daxia. If whatever is inside that corpse breaks free, it will be a catastrophe beyond imagination. The grandfather's jaw clenched. He understood all too well, and the weight of it only deepened his frustration. His fists tightened until his knuckles cracked. Just then, Gu Kaitan stepped forward, his eyes blazing with determination as he rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. The god of the sword exists to serve his country and its people, he declared. But I'm just an old man now. Rank 8 or rank 9, it doesn't matter. If anyone dares to harm my disciple, I will fight to the death. The grandfather turned to him, his voice low and serious. Think before you act, Gu Kaitian. But Gu Kaitian's resolve didn't waver. He unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming under the dim, eerie light. At the very least, I will uphold the honor of my master's name. A heavy silence fell over them. Then, knock, knock. A deep, hollow sound echoed from within the coffin. Every head snapped toward it, a cold dread creeping into their veins. The grandfather's eyes widened in horror. Impossible. Gu Kaitian's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Don't just stand there. We need to act now. The coffin trembled violently. The knocking grew louder. Something inside was waking up. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly, finishing his meditation. Then, without a word, he rose to his feet and strode toward the wall. Summoning the full force of the divine elephant fist, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. Each strike sent powerful shockwaves through the air, forcing Ji Xianyue and the others to shield themselves from the sheer intensity. The group was already at their limit, bruised, battered, and barely standing. Ji Xianyue's breath caught as she registered the sheer force behind Jiang Chen's attacks. Her expression darkened. Everyone back up. If you stay too close, you'll be crushed, she warned. Seconds dragged into minutes, but Jiang Chun didn't slow down. His punches only grew stronger, the force behind them increasing with each strike. He refused to let exhaustion take over. Gritting his teeth, he shifted into a more aggressive stance, channeling every ounce of his power into one final blow. Boom! The fleshy wall trembled violently, a jagged crack spreading across its surface. Then, finally, a hole began to form. This is it, Jiang Chen shouted. Move! Now's your chance, get out. But just as the first person stepped forward, the wound in the wall began to heal. The speed of its regeneration was monstrous, far beyond anything they had anticipated. Within mere moments, the opening vanished, sealing their only escape. Jiang Chen's hands curled into fists. His eyes burned with unwavering determination. Little Nine, he called out. I need your help. Summon your insects. We need an explosion. Sniffling, Little Nine wiped her tears and quickly obeyed, summoning a massive swarm of creatures. Jiang Chun infused them with Little Jia's energy before launching another devastating strike. Boom! The explosion rocked the chamber, tearing open another passage. But just like before, the corpse's eerie regeneration kicked in, sealing the gap almost instantly. Ji Xianyue clenched her fists, her heart pounding. No matter how much damage they inflicted, the wall kept healing itself at an unnatural rate. For a brief second, Jiang Chun considered the worst. Was escape even possible? Then, unexpectedly, the wall shuddered, this time from the outside. His mind raced. What's happening? As the dust settled, two figures emerged from the smoky opening. Ji Xianyue's father and great-grandfather. The elderly man looked slightly weary, while Gu Kaitian, standing beside him, appeared completely unaffected. They had broken through from the outside. Ji Xianyue's great-grandfather extended a hand and spoke, his voice calm but firm. Everyone get out. Now. Without hesitation, the exhausted survivors, Hua Yunfei among them, summoned the last of their strength and rushed toward the exit. Some barely made it past the opening before collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Gu Kaitian scanned the crowd, his eyes sharp. Where's Ji Xianyue? Where's Jiang Chun? Inside, 3 remaining members of the group were still rushing toward the exit. But Jiang Chun and Ji Xianyue hadn't moved, and the wound in the wall was rapidly closing. Panic surged through Ji Xianyue. She grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder, her voice urgent. We have to go. Now. But Jiang Chun stood firm. His gaze was calm, yet unreadable as he turned away from her. The gap's too small for both of us now, he said. You go first. Ji Xinyue's heart pounded. Why are men always like this? She snapped. Do you have a death wish? But Jiang Chun had already made his decision. Without hesitation, he took a step away from the closing gap. No! Ji Xinyue's voice rose in panic. She wasn't leaving him behind. If they had to find another way out, then so be it. She would stay with him. But before she could act, Jiang Chun activated a technique, growth of all things. Roots erupted from the ground, twisting around her body like living vines. Jiang Chun, she struggled against them, desperation in her voice. His expression didn't waver. Go. Now. The roots coiled tighter, pulling her toward the exit. She fought, but it was useless. The technique was absolute. The last thing she saw was Jiang Chun's unwavering gaze before the roots forcefully pushed her out. The gap sealed shut. Ji Xinyue hit the ground hard, her outstretched hand grasping at empty air. Stop! Don't do this! Her scream rang through the battlefield. But it was too late. Jiang Chun was gone. Her father rushed toward her, his face etched with worry. Nearby, Gu Kaitian and the Ji family's grandfather watched in grim silence. Their eyes darted around, searching for Jiang Chun, but the passage had vanished. Ji Xinyue collapsed to her knees, her breath ragged. Her father knelt beside her, gripping her wrists. Relief and sorrow mingled in his eyes. You're safe, he murmured. But Ji Xinyue barely heard him. Tears streamed down her face. Father, Jiang Chun is still inside. We have to save him. He squeezed her hands gently, trying to steady her. Don't worry. As long as Jiang Chun and your great-grandfather coordinate their attack from both inside and outside, we can break through again. The grandfather's expression darkened. His sword slid from its sheath, blue energy radiating from his body. His voice was steady, but there was no mistaking the weight behind it. Prepare to strike. Gu Kaitian nodded, drawing his own blade. No need to say it. I'm ready. But just as they moved to attack, rumble, the ground trembled. Veins pulsed across the tomb's surface, writhing like twisted roots. A sinister energy seeped from the ancient corpse, thick and ominous. They froze. Ji Xinyue's father clenched his fists. What's happening? The grandfather's face turned grim. The corpse's defenses have changed. This isn't just passive regeneration anymore. Something inside is controlling it. Gu Kaitian's mind raced. Something is awakening. The grandfather's gaze was heavy. Yes, and if that's the case, no matter how hard we attack from inside or out, breaking through won't be possible. Gu Kaitian refused to accept it. Without hesitation, he channeled his full strength into a devastating slash, his sword's energy roaring through the air. Clang! The impact rang out like metal against stone. The attack hadn't left so much as a scratch. The grandfather exhaled slowly, clasping his hands behind his back. Without another word, he turned and began walking away, his expression unreadable. Stop wasting your energy, he said. This isn't just a wall anymore. It's something alive. Gu Kaitian's grip tightened around his sword. Then what do we do? The grandfather's voice carried an unmistakable weight. We keep watch. The mutation of the ancient god's corpse is no small matter. If it spreads beyond this place, we will have no choice but to exile it into the void. Ji Xinyue's heart clenched. If they abandoned the corpse, they were abandoning Jiang Chun, and she refused to let that happen. Ji Xinyue clenched his teeth, his eyes burning with frustration and disbelief. He didn't understand what was happening, but the thought of Jiang Chun being trapped inside filled him with fury. Beside him, Ji Xinyue covered her face, tears spilling through her fingers. Her father and a young girl rushed to console her, but their words felt distant, meaningless. The grandfather turned away, his expression firm. Don't do anything reckless, he warned Gu Kaitian. Gu Kaitian said nothing, his fists trembling at his sides. He hated this feeling. Helplessness, uncertainty, the inability to act. Hua Yunfei, just regaining consciousness, slowly sat up. Her gaze landed on the sealed tomb, and as understanding settled in, her face darkened. The weight of it crushed her. Jiang Chun had sacrificed himself for them. But deep inside the ancient corpse, Jiang Chun had no intention of dying. His grip tightened around his sword, his aura surging with overwhelming energy. His thoughts swirled in chaos, but one thing was certain. Fleeing wasn't an option. There was something more waiting for him ahead. His gaze locked onto the ancient god's brain. An opportunity lay there, one he couldn't ignore. Without hesitation, he moved. Meanwhile, in a dark, hidden space, Duanxiu watched through a glowing magic orb, his expression twisted with satisfaction. A sinister smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The fish has taken the bait, he murmured. Everything was unfolding exactly as planned. Once Jiang Chun reached the brain, Duanxiu would strike. With a fresh, living vessel, he would finally return to life, free from this wretched prison. After several minutes of navigating the eerie interior of the ancient corpse, Jiang Chun finally reached his destination. Before him loomed a colossal stone door, its surface etched with intricate carvings. The sheer presence of the door sent a chill down his spine. His eyes landed on the words inscribed on one side, each stroke sharp, powerful, exuding an aura that had not diminished despite the passage of centuries. This was left by the god of the sword, he murmured, his heart pounding. Even after all this time, the energy within those words remained terrifyingly dominant. Beyond this door lay the brain of the ancient god. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chun pressed both hands against the heavy stone and pushed. The door groaned as it began to swing open. "Little Nine, Little Jia," he said firmly. "Hide. Don't come out unless I call for you." They were his trump cards, his last hidden advantage. He stepped inside. A dimly lit hallway stretched before him, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The walls seemed to pulse as if alive, exuding an unnatural presence. Then, whispers. They slithered through the darkness, creeping into his ears, into his mind. Jiang Chun gritted his teeth, pressing his hands to his head as the whispers intensified. They weren't just voices, they were invading his thoughts, twisting his perception of reality. His breathing grew ragged, his vision blurred, his body swayed, and then the hallway vanished. In an instant, he found himself in a different space, still and silent, yet suffocatingly heavy. Above him, a figure slowly descended from the sky, a man with long, flowing white hair. Jiang Chen's fingers tightened around his sword as he looked up, confusion clouding his mind. "Who is this?" The figure spoke. "I have been waiting for you, for hundreds of years." Jiang Chen's breath hitched. A strange warmth coursed through his body, unfamiliar, yet undeniable. The man landed before him, his presence vast and overwhelming. "My name is Duan Xiao," he said, his voice echoing through the void. "I'm the ancient god." Jiang Chun remained still, his eyes locked onto the enigmatic figure. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to be on guard, yet he had no idea what to expect. Then, without warning, Duan Xiao's form began to change. His features twisted, morphed, until he looked exactly like Jiang Chun. A chilling smile crept onto his face. He extended a hand. "You are me, and I am you," he said cheerfully. "We should become one." Jiang Chen's pulse thundered in his ears. His mind raced. Was this real, or was it a trap? He didn't wait for an answer. His grip tightened around his sword. Without hesitation, he swung. Duan Xiao narrowly evaded the strike, his face unreadable. Yet Jiang Chun caught it, the faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "You're just playing God to deceive me," Jiang Chun said icily. Duan Xiao's smile deepened as his illusion faded, revealing his true form, a sinister being with eyes alight with excitement. Crack! With a single hand, he seized Jiang Chen's sword energy, crushing it into fragments as if it were nothing. "You're full of surprises," Duan Xiao murmured, intrigued. "I didn't think human martial arts had evolved to this level in the new era." Jiang Chen's jaw tightened. His strongest attack had been dismissed without effort. Duan Xiao flicked his wrist, and instantly the sky darkened. Then roars echoed in the air. Jiang Chen's gaze snapped upward, and his stomach sank. Countless small dragons emerged from the shadows, spiraling through the sky like a living storm. Duan Xiao extended a hand to the side, a wicked grin playing on his lips. "If your body weren't so valuable, I would have chosen a far crueler way to kill you." Jiang Chen's pulse quickened. What do you mean by that? His eyes darted between the dragons, rapidly assessing their strength. 6th-level transformations. No, some of them had reached the 9th. His heart sank. No wonder the sword god had nearly perished here. Even if he summoned every last one of his creatures, he couldn't win. His fists clenched, his expression steeled. "Then I won't fight him like a dead god. I'll fight him like one still alive." "Little Nine, Little Jia, everyone come out." Nothing. Jiang Chen's face drained of color. A cold dread washed over him. He couldn't sense them. "Little Nine, Little Jia, the insect's gone." Before he could react, the dragons struck, their massive bodies coiling around him, locking him in place. Duan Xiao stepped closer, his gaze piercing. "You should feel honored," he mused. "You're about to become something greater." Jiang Chun thrashed, but the dragon's grip was unyielding. His breath came in ragged gasps as Duan Xiao placed a hand on his shoulder. Then agony. A searing pain tore through his body as something foreign invaded him. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his very soul feeling like it was being torn apart. Duan Xiao chuckled, his voice smooth as silk. "Don't be afraid. I'm only making you better." Just as his consciousness began slipping away, boom, a powerful force erupted around him. Roots burst from the ground, impaling the dragons and sending shockwaves through the air. A sacred energy filled the battlefield. Jiang Chen's blurred vision slowly sharpened, locking onto the source of the overwhelming energy. His breath hitched. It was the ancestor tree of all things, and it had come to save him. A powerful presence stirred behind him. Duan Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. His mind raced. How? How'd this thing get in here? Before him, the ancestor tree of all things stood tall, radiating an unfathomable power. But what truly caught his attention was the fruit hanging from its branches, a mesmerizing rainbow-colored fruit, unlike anything that had ever existed before. The moment the tree appeared, Duan Xiao's form flickered. Without hesitation, he released Jiang Chun, vanishing into thin air. Jiang Chun collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. His body throbbed, his mind clouded with confusion. What just happened? His gaze fixed on the towering tree. Something was off. He wasn't in the physical world anymore. This was his sea of consciousness. The last thing he remembered was the ancient god trying to take control of his body. But now, his thoughts were in disarray. Questions flooded his mind, but before he could make sense of them, the fruit hanging from the tree began to glow. A radiant, almost divine light filled the space, drawing his full attention. Jiang Chen's heartbeat quickened. The ancestor tree of all things was bearing fruit again, but this one was different, beyond anything it had ever produced before. He stepped forward, examining it closely. Given the tree's current level, it shouldn't have been capable of creating something this extraordinary. Then, ding! A system window materialized before him. Fruit status, unripe. Description, a fruit formed from an extremely powerful divine soul. It contains the source of divinity from that soul. Requirement for maturation. Must be regularly nourished with the divine souls of living beings. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, a slow smirk forming. So that's how it is. The tree had absorbed the divine soul of the ancient god. Duan Xiao had attempted to seize his body, but instead his soul had been sealed and transformed into this fruit. While the ancestor tree couldn't dispel curses, its authority over divine souls and consciousness was unparalleled. Jiang Chun let out a chuckle. Looks like you got played, old man. But his amusement faded as reality set in. There was a cost. For the fruit to fully mature, it required nourishment from divine souls. Not just any souls, but those of living beings. That's a heavy price. As he weighed his options, a familiar voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. Father, you finally woke up. Jiang Chun froze. His head snapped toward the voice. The moment Jiang Chun turned around, his breath hitched. Standing before him was a colossal, terrifying beast, a monstrous fusion of a dragon and a six-eyed bat. Its immense form radiated overwhelming power, and its glowing crimson eyes locked onto him with an eerie intensity. And perched right on its massive head was little Jia. The boy looked incredibly pleased with himself, casually patting the beast as if it were nothing more than a pet. Father, look, I tamed this thing. Jiang Chen's mind completely blanked. His body instinctively stepped back as a shiver ran down his spine. Wait, what? Little Jia tamed that. Jiang Chen's gaze darted between his son and the beast beneath him. These creatures were born from the depths of the sea of consciousness. Legendary beings that even the strongest cultivators of the past had failed to control. Not even the fabled sword god had succeeded. Yet, somehow, here was little Jia, casually riding one like a common steed. Little Jia tilted his head, noticing his father's stunned silence. Father, why are you just standing there? Isn't my new pet awesome? Jiang Chun remained frozen, his thoughts in utter chaos. What in the world is going on? Above them, the sky teemed with countless beetles, each one leading another fearsome beast from the sea of consciousness. The sheer number of creatures was staggering. Jiang Chun struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. How had little Jia and little Nine managed to tame so many terrifying monsters? Little Jia, still sitting comfortably on the dragon's neck, slid down effortlessly. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, his expression unusually serious. Father, this pet is really gentle, he said confidently. I know little Nine won't be happy about it, but I know you'll love it. You should try riding it. Jiang Chun hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to be cautious. Could little Jia really control this thing? But little Jia was persistent. After much coaxing, Jiang Chun finally gave in, and the two of them climbed onto the massive dragon's head. His entire body tensed. This is a terrible idea. Little Jia placed both hands on the dragon's head. All right, big guy, fly. With a deafening roar, the beast lifted its head, unfurling its massive wings. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Dark demon? He had read about these creatures before. Legends spoke of eternal hell being filled with beings like this. Monsters so powerful that they were forbidden by the human race. Little Jia, completely unfazed, casually explained, Father, all you have to do is mark this beast with a seal, and it becomes your mount. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed. A 9 transformation monster as a mount? That would be beyond valuable. The dragon flapped its wings, preparing to take off, but suddenly a thought struck him. His expression darkened. Wait, can we even bring this thing outside? Little Jia sighed. If we try, the path of heaven will erase it. Creatures like this aren't meant to exist in our world. They belong in the depths of eternal hell. Jiang Chun exhaled slowly. A wasted opportunity. Jiang Chun clicked his tongue in frustration. If they could freely use this beast, It would change everything. But time was against them. Even if they couldn't take it outside, it could still serve its purpose in a critical moment. Then something dawned on him. Wait, weren't there supposed to be 6 of these creatures? His gaze swept across the area. Earlier, he had sensed 6 powerful presences, but now, only 1 remained. Little Jia, he said slowly, suspicion creeping into his voice. Where are the others? Little Jia's face went pale. His small body tensed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Oh, Jiang Qin's stomach sank. He already had a bad feeling about this. Little Jia swallowed hard before blurting out, I ate them. Silence. Even the dark demon dragon stiffened. Jiang Chun blinked, his brain refusing to register what he had just heard. You what? Little Jia scratched his head, giving a sheepish grin. Well, I got hungry, and I kinda reproduced again. Jiang Chun dragged a hand down his face and let out a long, exhausted sigh. This kid, he placed a hand on little Jia's shoulder, shaking his head in disbelief. At this point, he had no choice but to accept it. Fine, you did what you had to do. Still seated on the dragon's head, Jiang Chun exhaled deeply, muttering to himself, let's just get out of here and find some peace. Little Jia tilted his head, watching his father with a puzzled expression. Jiang Chun didn't even have the energy to explain. Sliding off the dragon, he wiped his face, but there was no hiding it. He was devastated. His son was treating priceless fortune like pocket change. 6 legendary beasts, each a treasure beyond compare, gone. Just like that, he forced himself to focus on the bright side. At least one of them is still alive. As a rational human being, he reminded himself he should be grateful for what he had. The dark demon dragon and little Jia stared at him in confusion. Father, why are you acting weird? Little Jia asked, tilting his head. Before Jiang Chun could answer, a heavy knock echoed from the massive door. His gaze snapped toward it. Gukation. Jiang Chen's mind worked fast. The divine soul of the ancient god had been sealed. The dark demon had been subdued. That meant the outer defense would be gone soon. Sensing the powerful energy outside, Jiang Chen knew the Ji family would arrive shortly. He turned to little Jia, his expression calm but firm. Little Jia, have the insects consume everything fast. Take anything valuable. We need to leave. Little Jia pouted. But father, I'm still hungry. Jiang Chen's eye twitched. This is not a restaurant, he snapped. This is a god's treasure trove. Little Jia groaned, tapping his chin with a finger, his eyes filled with disappointment. Can I at least eat next time? Jiang Chun sighed deeply. He wasn't sure what terrified him more, the sword god's descendant waiting outside or little Jia's endless appetite. Pushing aside his frustration, he refocused. He could already picture Sa Shu's great-grandfather standing outside, his terrifying energy pressing down on everything. If that old monster barged in and saw what they had done, yeah, that would be a problem. Little Jia, realizing his father wasn't joking, quickly got to work. Channeling his power, he extracted and compressed everything the insects couldn't devour, transforming the remnants into massive floating orbs of liquid. There was just one problem. I can't store them, little Jia admitted. Jiangchen barely glanced back. Don't worry, your sister will take care of it. Right on cue, little Nine materialized. The moment her gaze landed on the enormous orbs, her expression twisted in absolute horror. Hands on her hips, she snapped, You're telling me I have to clean up this mess? To her, these weren't priceless resources or condensed treasures. They were just revolting, foul-smelling piles of sludge. She was done with her brother's nonsense. Jiang Chun, however, simply smiled. With everything secured, it was time to leave. Without another word, he soared into the sky, heading toward the exit. Outside the tomb, Gayan launched another strike. His blade cleaved into the corpse's protective barrier, slicing an opening through the decayed flesh. His sharp eyes focused on the wound. Something was off. It's not regenerating, he murmured. Jinu's head snapped toward the gash, his brows knitting together. The ancient god's corpse wasn't just weakening. It felt like the entire defense was on the verge of collapsing. Gayan crossed his arms, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Finally, we can go in and get Jiang Chun. But Ji Lingxiu wasn't convinced. His gaze narrowed with suspicion. Something wasn't right, and he was going in to find out what. Before anyone could move, a blur shot through the opening. Jiang Chun, his body tore through the sky, heading straight for them at full speed. His eyes locked onto his master, desperation clear in his expression. Master, take me with you. Ji Xianyue and Ji Lingxiu froze, their expressions unreadable. Then, without hesitation, Ji Xianyue sprinted forward. She threw her arms around him, gripping him tightly. Tears streamed down her face, her body trembling with relief. You're okay, she sobbed. You're really okay. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this reaction, but despite the warmth of the moment, his mind remained sharp. This wasn't the time for reunions. Even Gu Katian, standing nearby, felt a rare sense of peace upon seeing Jiang Chun alive. But Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. He pushed Ji Xianyue aside, his expression dark and urgent. Leave. Now. There's no time. Ji Xianyue's tears froze mid-fall. Her heart pounded in confusion. Jiang Chun, what's going on? She saw in his eyes fear. Jiang Chun turned to his master, Gu Katian. His gaze was sharp, unwavering. If we don't leave now, he said gravely, we're all dead. Gu Katian's expression hardened. Jiang Chun wasn't someone who panicked. If he was this serious, then something was very, very wrong. Without a second thought, he nodded. Get on. Jiang Chun leapt onto his master's sword, and with a flick of Gu Katian's fingers, they shot through the sky like a streak of lightning. As they vanished into the horizon, Jiang Chen's voice rang out behind them. I'm never coming back. Ji Xianyue felt her heart drop. What? Her mind spun with emotions. Did Jiang Chun hate her? Meanwhile, her father's face twisted in rage. His voice thundered across the battlefield. I granted that brat divine and demonic blood, and this is how he repays me. He doesn't even know how to treat a lady properly. Ji Xianyue's fist clenched. She spun around, eyes blazing with fury. How dare you insult Jiang Chun? She snapped. He risked his life to save me. Her father froze. A heavy silence followed. Closing his eyes, he rubbed the back of his head, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. If Jiang Chun had been willing to risk his life for his daughter, that meant she mattered to him. Ji Xianyue's face turned scarlet as the realization hit her. Jiang Chun cares about me? Her hands flew to her mouth, her heart hammering wildly. Then, her expression shifted. Soft uncertainty replaced by firm resolve. If Jiang Chun had fought for her, she would fight for him. Her eyes burned with determination. She planted her hands on her hips, lifting her chin high. I won't let him down, she declared. At the upcoming Prodigies of Heaven tournament, she would give it her all, and she would make sure Jiang Chun never regretted saving her. Ji Xianyue's father couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at his daughter's unwavering determination. But not far from them, Ji Lingxiu stood motionless, his sharp gaze fixed on the tomb of the ancient god. Something was off. Jiang Chen's panicked escape hadn't been normal. His eyes narrowed. Silently, he stepped forward, cautiously inspecting the massive corpse's interior. And that's when he saw it. The treasure. It was gone. Not just the treasure, but every last monster that had once inhabited the sea of consciousness. His brows knitted together. Before, this place had overflowed with life. Now, it was nothing but an empty husk. Pressing a hand to his forehead, he let out a long sigh, already picturing the scene in his mind. Jiang Chun, clinging to Gu Kaitan's sword, fleeing at full speed like a thief caught red-handed. That brat. Ji Lingxiu's fist clenched. Not only had Jiang Chun looted everything, but he hadn't even left one monster behind. When he first entered the tomb, he had barely survived facing 5 terrifying beasts. Creatures so powerful that even he had struggled against them. And yet, Jiang Chun had somehow escaped from level 9 monsters without a scratch. He stepped forward, tracing his fingers along the corpse's withered veins. One thing was certain. Jiang Chun was far from ordinary. Despite knowing Jiang Chun had robbed him blind, Ji Lingxiu chose to accept it. But what Jiang Chun didn't realize was that he had completely underestimated his power. Far above, Gu Katian's sword cut through the sky, carrying both master and disciple across the vast expanse. Gu Katan, his face unreadable, finally turned to Jiang Chun. Did you really take everything from the sword god's tomb? Jiang Chun scratched the back of his head casually. Yep. Gu Katian let out a deep sigh. For the third time, he started questioning his life choices. His first disciple declared himself the king of the bloody knife and plunged the Qinglian war zone into chaos. His second disciple stole the National Guardian's fiancée and nearly triggered a diplomatic disaster. And now, his third disciple? I don't even know how to describe this one. Gu Katian muttered under his breath. Jiang Chun, completely unfazed, grinned. Only 3 days left until the Prodigy ranking competition. Master, do you think I could take on Jiang Wushuang and Ji Xianyue? Gu Katian gave him a long, silent look. Jiang Chun stretched lazily, unfazed. Ji Xianyue is strong, but I don't think she'll be too much trouble. Jiang Wushuang, though. I hear he's gotten a lot stronger in Magic City these past few days. That 8-armed god of war body of his isn't something to mess with. Gu Katian's eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Chun was confident, but this tournament wasn't going to be easy. Far away, in another part of the continent, a different storm was brewing. At the heart of Red Lake, a lone figure stood atop the water, his presence radiating overwhelming pressure. Injan, the undisputed #1 celestial genius of Jiang Chen's generation. His talent? Unmatched. For the last 800 years, no one in Xia had come close to his level. A powerful aura swirled around him as he slowly raised his hand, his piercing gaze locked onto it. Most prodigies reach spiritual maturity at 18, awakening their professional class. But Injan, at 3 years old, he had already activated his class, recognized by none other than the divine weapon itself, the human emperor's sword. At 9, he wielded the legendary blade. At 12, he conquered a forbidden zone and walked out alive. At 15, he vanished into the military region of the capital, undergoing 3 years of absolute seclusion. Now he had returned, and he wasn't just aiming for the prodigy rankings. He was aiming for the throne of the strongest. Jiang Chun had always known that Injan awakened his class at an unusually young age, but something wasn't adding up. For someone hailed as a once-in-800-years genius, his level was barely at the 3 transformations. That didn't make sense. Gu Kaitan, arms crossed, offered an explanation. It's because he doesn't rely solely on the system. He also cultivates the supreme techniques of all celestial races. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. All of them. Gu Kaitian nodded. Far above Red Lake, Injan wiped his chin, his sharp gaze reflecting the moonlight. His blood of the murderous emperor was nearing full awakening. Soon, he would step into an entirely new realm of power. But at that moment, only one question consumed his mind. Where is Jiang Chun? Meanwhile, Jiang Chun and Gu Kaitan soared through the night, the sword beneath them slicing through the air like lightning. Jiang Chen's mind churned with thoughts. He stretched out his hands, as if trying to grasp the answer floating just beyond his reach. Master, he asked, could I cultivate the techniques of all celestial races? Gu Kaitian remained silent, his gaze locked on the endless horizon. Finally, he sighed. That, he said, voice heavy, is a question even I cannot answer. He folded his arms. Many have tried to walk that path. Almost none survived. The techniques of different races clash with the heavenly Tao itself. He paused before adding, but Injan, he was the only one in centuries to succeed. Jiang Chen's gaze dropped to the world below, his mind deep in thought. Even if he had Injan's talent, even if he wanted to walk that path, who could teach him the techniques of all the races? Not even Gu Kaitian, a master of legends, had that knowledge. Injan was different. His bloodline traced back to the human emperor of Great Xia, the one who had once led an army against the 10,000 races, capturing countless powerful beings. But times had changed. Now, the martial god, Jiang Shui, no longer waged war against the races. He simply guarded the entrance to their realm. Gu Kaitian's fingers flickered with energy, and their sword accelerated, cutting through the night like a streak of lightning. If you take first place in the prodigy ranking competition, he said, I'll use my authority to transfer some elite units from the capital to your side. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That was huge. For the first time that night, a grin stretched across his face. Sometime later, night had fully fallen. Jiang Chun returned to his apartment in the city, stretching his arms as he finally let himself relax. He lifted his palm, watching as little Jia's energy flickered across it like glowing embers. He smirked. The journey to the ancient god's corpse had been beyond worth it. His insects had evolved, not just in number but in strength. Tonight, Little Nine's offspring and Little Jia's red beetles would reproduce again. But just as he was about to rest, a familiar presence stirred within his divine consciousness. Jiang Chen's body went rigid, his heart hammering in his chest. Slowly he turned, and there it was. The ancestor tree of all things had appeared once more. His eyes widened, but something was different this time. Hanging from its ancient branches was a new fruit, one unlike anything he had ever seen. A glowing green fruit. Jiang Chen's breath caught. His instincts screamed at him. This wasn't just any fruit. He stepped forward, reaching out. The moment his fingers brushed against it, the fruit detached, landing gently in his palm. A system notification flashed before his eyes. New fruit acquired, green lightning fruit. Effect, grants the user a chance to awaken a unique hidden profession, sovereign of electricity. Abilities unlocked. Lightning bolt, allows the user to transform into an electric current and teleport within their own electrical field. Jiang Chen's breath hitched. A unique hidden profession? Enlightening teleportation. His grip tightened around the fruit. This was huge. The electrical field currently spanned 50 meters, allowing him to ignore obstacles and move instantly within its range. The second ability, Ray Fusion, let him absorb electrical energy into his very cells, storing it like a living battery, ready to release a devastating attack at will. The third ability, Divine Judgment, turned his palm into a conduit of pure electricity, unleashing a blinding, thunderous current on impact. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a grin. With this fruit, I can awaken a second profession. He wouldn't just be a divine-level spiritual breeder anymore. He was about to become a dual-class job changer, a sovereign of electricity. lightning, and insects, two unstoppable forces in one body. Before he could fully process the sheer power boost, a sudden system alert snapped him back. Ding! Breeding cycle complete. Jiang Chun blinked. Then his eyes went wide. The red armor beetles had produced 30,000 offspring. The 9 miasma wings had reproduced 12 million hatchlings. Wait, 12 million. Just then, boom, an explosion erupted behind him, and the sky darkened as a storm of tiny beetles flooded the air. Little Nine's voice rang out, furious. Little Jia, you did it again. She floated midair, her whole body trembling with rage. Little Jia, hovering smugly, tilted his head. I was just following my instincts. Jiang Chun burst into laughter. His entire body radiated raw power. The surge was unreal. Between the newborn hatchlings and the sovereign of electricity, his stats had skyrocketed. A status screen appeared before him. Jiang Chun current stats. Level, 36. Transformation, second. Title, Insect Sovereign. Professions, O Divine, Spiritual Breeder. O Sovereign of Electricity, New. Talent classes, O First Talent. Universal Growth, Divine Evolution, Ancestor Tree of All Things. O Second Talent. Hidden Lightning, Lightning Fusion, Divine Judgment. Sword Skills, Human Sword, Earthly Sword, Heavenly Sword, Great Tao Sword. Calamities, O Insect Mother, Little 9. LV.36, Progeny, 12 million insects. O Little Jia, LV.32, Progeny, 30,000 insects. Attributes, O Strength, 409. O Agility, 428. O Energy, 379. O Constitution, 498. O Combat Rating, 410 stars. He clenched his fist, electricity crackling along his arm like a storm ready to strike. Confidence gleamed in his eyes. Even without Little Nine's power during the Prodigy competition, his newfound abilities would ensure victory. And if all else failed, unleashing Little Jia's Dark Demon, an ultimate weapon, was still an option. Night enveloped the jagged peaks of Qin Luo War Zone, silent sentinels beneath the starlit sky. A massive blue dragon glided through darkness, scales shimmering in moonlight. Below, amid rocky terrain, a tense group gathered around a sturdy wooden table. With a powerful sweep of its wings, the dragon gracefully landed. Sliding off its back was a casually dressed man, his disheveled black hair contrasting sharply with the group's formal attire. Approaching them with a relaxed, teasing smile, he remarked, "Relax. Impressive timing, everyone. I had to drag myself from Guanghai War Zone, and I'm exhausted." The lone woman, previously meditating, opened her eyes with a smirk. "Someone from Guanghai dressed so casually? Aren't you also a country protector like us?" Beside her, a gray-haired man laughed dryly, eyes sharp. "You, of all people, pointing out oddities? How ironic." She responded with a playful glare. Ignoring them, the casually dressed man simply leaned against his dragon, as if preparing to nap. "Guanghai War Zone appreciates flair," he drawled with a lazy grin. It didn't take long for arguments to erupt. Tempers flared, biting sarcasm flying back and forth until a muscular man slammed his fist onto the table, silencing everyone instantly. "Enough," he snapped, eyes blazing. "Let's focus." A lean man with long hair gently touched the angry man's shoulder. "Keep calm," he said quietly. The tension eased slightly. An older man with deep-set eyes spoke up seriously. "The Celestial Genius competition has changed this year. Powers are shifting fast," he said, glancing around gravely. "The capital's strength remains unmatched, but now regions like Madu and Jiangnan are rapidly catching up. Jiangnan, in particular, has Jiang Wushuang, and now Jiangchun." The mention of Jiangchun plunged the group in a thoughtful silence. The elder's voice dropped even lower. "Jiangchun surpasses many of Demon City's geniuses. Our previous alliance with Jiangnan against Madu and the capital no longer exists. This year, Jiangnan is standing alone." The gray-haired man leaned forward, smirking knowingly. "Perhaps it has something to do with Xiao Yuanshan getting banished to the underground abyss," he suggested mockingly. "Interesting coincidence, don't you think?" The woman smiled casually, as if discussing trivial matters. "Then what's our strategy? Should we unite to eliminate Jiangnan first? Let's admit it, we didn't exactly succeed against the capital last time. Perhaps aiming for second place is wiser." Her blunt suggestion resonated around the table, prompting thoughtful nods. The older man sighed heavily. "We'll decide democratically. All in favor of joining forces against Jiangnan, raise your hand." Without delay, the gray-haired man raised his hand. "Wuxiang War Zone agrees." Xinghe from Tianfu War Zone quickly joined. "I'm in." The muscular man from Qinlian's 9th War Zone followed suit, scowling darkly. Gradually, everyone agreed, except one person, all eyes fixed upon Yun Tian, who lounged lazily in his summer attire. He casually cleaned his ear, yawned deliberately, and flashed an arrogant smirk. "Are you all finished?" he asked scornfully, eyes glittering with open disdain. Yun Tian stared at the ground briefly, his lips twisting into a confident grin. Suddenly, he stepped forward and slammed his palm onto the table, causing it to shake violently. His voice echoed across the peaks, filled with absolute certainty. "I didn't come here to negotiate alliances," he announced clearly. "I'm here for one reason only, to inform you that Guanghai War Zone will claim victory at this summer's Daxia Genius competition." Silence blanketed the group. Only the gray-haired man reacted, eyes burning with anger as his fists clenched tightly. "Have you lost your damn mind?" he growled. "Do you even hear yourself?" But Yun Tan ignored the remark, savoring every word as he repeated, "Guanghai War Zone is winning it all this year." The gray-haired man's fury exploded, and a glass he held shattered under his grip. Across from him, Xinghe opened her eyes sharply, dropping her usual playful facade as hostility filled her expression. Yun Tian just laughed, completely unbothered. "Anyway, this was amusing, but I've got other business." He spun around casually and vaulted onto his dragon's back. As the beast unfurled its enormous wings, Yun Tian glanced back with a mocking smirk. "Relax, your secrets are safe with me. I'm not interested in gossiping about your little gathering." With a rumbling growl, the dragon soared upward, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Watching the empty sky, the muscular man muttered in confusion. Did he lose his senses? The gray-haired man sneered bitterly. Probably got kicked in the head, but then again his eyes sharpened suspiciously. Maybe he knows something we don't. A tense silence fell, uncertainty hanging heavily. Finally, the old man lifted a fresh glass, his expression determined. Whatever he thinks he knows won't matter. If the four great war zones unite properly, Jiangnan will fall. Far away, at the outskirts of Chujiang City, shadowy figures gathered atop a cliff. Men in dark cloaks knelt respectfully before a tall man in a flowing red cape, the formidable leader of the Church of the Ancient God. Standing at the cliff's edge, his gaze pierced the city below as he spoke coldly. "How fares the divine sun? Have there been any unusual developments?" One of the kneeling followers quickly spoke up. "There's no need for worry, my lord. Our divine son has already infiltrated Guanghai War Zone as their greatest prodigy. Yun Tian, Guanghai's national protector, fully trusts him." Hearing this, a slow, cold smile crept onto the leader's face. "So, the pride of Daxia, the supposedly invincible protectors, have already lost their greatest honor without even realizing it." He stretched his hand toward the distant city, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "I look forward to watching their despair." The wheels of his plan had already begun turning. All that remained was the start of the genius ranking competition, a spectacle the entire nation would witness. He laughed darkly, raising both hands high. Dark energy surged from his body, twisting and coiling like serpents made of shadow. The atmosphere trembled as a dreadful power enveloped the land. At his command, a beast tide began moving, an unstoppable force set to engulf Chujiang City in devastation. Feeling the surge of dark energy, the gathered cultists raised their voices in a chilling chant. "With the blood of Chujiang City, the ancient god shall awaken." The following day, the central plaza of Jiangnan War Zone buzzed with excitement. Talented warriors from across Daxia stood shoulder to shoulder, staring eagerly at a large screen ahead. With only a day until the Daxia Genius competition, anticipation was at its peak. At the center stood Duan Xinghai, hands clasped behind him. His sharp gaze scanned the crowd as he addressed them clearly. For those unfamiliar, or who simply weren't paying attention, I'll quickly run through the rules again. Jiang Chun, who hadn't been around earlier, listened carefully, knowing the explanation was partly aimed at him. Activating the screen, Duan Xinghai's voice turned serious. "There are 80 participants, all celestial geniuses representing the 8 great war zones. The competition will be held in 2 phases, the team survival round and the individual ranking battles." A quiet buzz filled the crowd, but Jiang Chun stood silently, carefully absorbing every detail. For the team survival round, each war zone's team will enter a secret realm located in Luo. Your primary goal is straightforward survival. The 4 war zones with the least surviving participants will be eliminated. The plaza filled with tense whispers about the brutality of the rules. Duan Xinghai's eyes narrowed, emphasizing his next words. This first round emphasizes teamwork above individual power. No matter how powerful you are, if your teammates fall, you fall with them. A faint smirk formed on Jiang Chen's lips. "Interesting," Duan Xinghai continued. "And remember, there's no hiding allowed. Stay still too long, and lightning will strike your location." The battlefield's boundary shrinks every hour, and anyone caught outside is immediately eliminated. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened eagerly. Lightning strikes? Perfect. His new abilities would thrive under those conditions. Just imagining it caused small sparks to flicker across his fingertips. Noticing the static around Jiang Chen, a nearby warrior nervously edged away, eyeing him warily. Duan Xinghai spoke up again. After the survival round, about 30 participants will advance to the individual battles. The rules there are simple. If you win, you move forward. If you lose, you're out. He paused, scanning the crowd carefully. But first, each team must choose a captain. Instantly, chatter erupted among the young warriors, whispers growing louder as eyes subtly turned toward Jiang Chen. Pretending not to notice, he kept a neutral expression until two familiar figures popped up behind him. Luo Sandao and Muhan Xiao, grinning mischievously, dramatically shaped their arms into a large heart, shouting loudly, "We nominate Jiang Chen as captain." Heat rose in Jiang Chen's cheeks as embarrassment washed over him. These guys, he groaned quietly, covering his face with one hand. Another friend stepped forward with a playful smirk, matching the heart gesture. "I vote Jiang Chen as captain too." His last companion simply smiled warmly, giving Jiang Chen a thumbs up. "Definitely. You're our best shot." Finally, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress a laugh. Sighing in resignation, he raised his hands, reluctantly forming the heart shape with the others. Fine. Let's do it. Let's win." Still, part of him remained conflicted. Being captain was an honor. Yet, why did they all choose him? Not far away, Bai Feng calmly spoke up. "Tang Ying and I nominate Jiang Wushuang as captain." His voice was steady, reasoned. Though Jiang Chen was undeniably powerful, Jiang Wushuang had a steadiness that inspired trust. Jiang Wushuang himself stood quietly, glancing toward Jiang Chen with a thoughtful frown. He genuinely couldn't understand why so many seemed eager to place the leadership role in Jiang Chen's hands. Just then, a girl near Jiang Wushuang raised her voice excitedly. "I vote for Jiang Chen too." When everyone turned to her, she giggled and added shyly, "Because he's incredibly handsome." Beside her, a blonde-haired guy immediately nodded, giving a vigorous thumbs up in agreement. Jiang Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling his patience thin. Forcing an awkward smile, he looked at them blankly and said, Sorry, but who are you two again?" The girl sweetly pressed a hand to her heart, her eyes bright. "I'm Li Bing." She introduced herself warmly. The blonde-haired young man struck a dramatic pose, proudly declaring, "And I'm Prince Wangzi." Before Jiang Chen could respond, Jiang Wushuang approached, placing a reassuring hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. He smiled warmly. "I'll support Jiang Chen as captain too." Jiang Chen turned, saw the growing number of expectant gazes locked onto him, and felt a cold shiver run down his spine. Dramatically clutching his chest, he exclaimed, "Hold on. This captain stuff sounds stressful. Maybe you should reconsider." Silence filled the plaza momentarily before Duan Xinghai's voice snapped sharply from across the square. "Jiang Chen, stop pretending. You think you can deceive me with this act? Come back in 800 years, and maybe you'll have a shot." Caught off guard by the old man's intensity, Jiang Chen stepped back instinctively, eyebrows raised in surprise. With a heavy sigh, Duan Xinghai extended one arm. Immediately, an elaborate staircase crafted entirely from glistening ice appeared before them, sparkling under the sunlight and radiating icy authority. "For too long, Jiangnan War Zone has been underestimated," Duan Xinghai declared firmly. His eyes swept across the crowd, challenging them. "Now's your opportunity to rewrite history. Your destiny rests in your hands." At the staircase's end was a teleportation gateway prepared specifically for them. "This staircase is my gift to you," Duan Xinghai explained. "At the top, you'll meet the King of the Celestial Sword. He'll guide you safely to Qinluo War Zone, representing our entire country." Meanwhile, far away in Qinluo War Zone, a lush island marked the entrance to the Eternal Kingdom. Towering ancient trees and dense greenery contrasted with the palpable tension filling the air. Commanders from each of the great war zones sat gathered, silently awaiting the arrival of the competitors. Among them, Ji Xinyue's father sat thoughtfully, his chin resting on his palm, observing closely. Next to him, Gu Kaitian stared intently at a large projection, eager to see Jiang Chen and his team arrive. Moments later, the teleportation gate flashed with light, and Jiang Chen's team stepped forward onto the island. Luo Sandao immediately nudged Jiang Chen excitedly, grinning broadly. "Hey, did you notice? Tian Daowang himself is seated right in front, among the Warzone Guardians." Jiang Chen glanced sideways, calmly observing the crowd. "Makes sense," he murmured casually. However, his gaze soon landed on someone else, causing him to frown slightly. Ji Hongyin, the sealed king himself, was present. A lingering question nagged at Jiang Chun. Why is someone of his status here? Mu Hanxiu, standing quietly behind, lowered his gaze thoughtfully, clearly troubled by something. At that moment, Ji Xinyue approached timidly, her cheeks flushed bright red. Avoiding Jiang Chen's eyes, she awkwardly explained, the reason I'm here is because Magic City War Zone doesn't currently have a national protector. My father's handling things temporarily. Before Jiang Chun could even react, Luo Sandao and Mu Hanxiu instantly stepped forward, their faces darkening dramatically as they formed a protective barrier around Jiang Chun. Careful, Luo Sandao warned in an overly dramatic whisper. She's the enemy captain. She's definitely here to recruit. Or worse, kidnap. Our Jiang Chun. Mu Hanxiu hissed suspiciously. Trapped in the ridiculousness of the situation, Jiang Chun stood frozen, utterly bewildered. What are these guys even doing? He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself speechless, torn between laughter and embarrassment. Before he could resolve the confusion, a thunderous sound split the sky. An enormous flying warship emerged, descending majestically from the heavens. Its overwhelming aura silenced the crowd. Aboard the ship stood elite warriors from the capital war zone, led by a commanding general and a silver-haired elder. The warship itself radiated power equivalent to an 8th-rank national protector. Then, with an imposing, almost arrogant grace, a figure leaped from the warship, landing effortlessly. His mere presence exuded dominance, his eyes piercing like blades, radiating absolute confidence. Injan, the legendary prodigy, the renowned star of the capital. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, impressed. Not bad at all, but the awe of Injan's arrival was quickly overshadowed. Another massive tear opened in the sky, heralding an even more astonishing entrance. Bursting through the void came a gigantic, multi-headed golden dragon, its sheer presence awe-inspiring. But most shocking was the huge coffin bound by chains atop its back. And standing casually atop this extravagant display was Yun Tian. He lounged casually atop the enormous dragon, his summer shirt fluttering lightly in the wind. With a proud, satisfied expression, he dramatically waved toward the coffin behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the rebirth towards death. At his words, the chains holding the coffin snapped abruptly, sending it crashing down onto the dragon's back before smashing onto the ground below. Fractures instantly spread across its surface before the coffin shattered, revealing the formidable warriors of Guanghai War Zone standing proudly within. At their center was a tall, long-haired figure radiating calm authority. Yin Tian spread his arms wide, grinning arrogantly. This year's championship belongs to us. Get used to it. With all the teams assembled, a massive portal shimmered into existence. Warriors began stepping forward confidently, some eager, others cautiously studying their rivals before entering the gateway. The brutal first round was about to begin. Of the 8 great war zones competing, only 4 would advance. Every hour, the Secret Realm's battlefield would shrink, forcing inevitable confrontations. To further raise the stakes, those who stood still too long would face merciless lightning strikes. One by one, the teams entered the portal. Jiang Chen's group went last. Stepping through, they appeared in an ancient, ruined forest filled with the crumbling remnants of forgotten structures. Immediately after their arrival, the portal vanished behind them. No turning back now. Instantly, the entire group turned expectantly toward Jiang Chun. So, Captain, someone prompted eagerly. What's our first move? Jiang Chun blinked in confusion. Huh? Seeing his stunned reaction, Bai Feng stepped forward calmly and gestured to the area around them. Only the strongest 4 zones advance. With such tough competition, we must strike first if we want to survive. His words sent a wave of silence through the group, everyone absorbing the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, Mu Hanxiu turned sharply, glaring at Bai Feng. You dare speak that way to the captain? She snapped, eyes blazing with frustration. Show some respect. Before a heated argument could erupt, Jiang Chun gently placed his hand on Mu Hanxiu's head, calming her. With a quiet sigh and a faint smile, he shook his head lightly. Relax. Bai Feng has a point. We need to plan. Reaching into his storage, he began pulling items out. The team relaxed visibly, anticipating some incredible strategy. Eyes shining brightly, they watched him eagerly. Then Jiang Chun took out a sofa, and some fresh meat, then vegetables, and finally, a grill. He sat down comfortably, clasping his hands over his knees, and looked at his teammates calmly. All right, he said, smiling warmly, let's begin. Absolute silence. Luo, Sandao, Bai Feng, and Tang Ying stood frozen, jaws practically touching the ground as they stared at Jiang Chun. It took only moments to fully comprehend that Jiang Chun was genuinely setting up a barbecue, right there on the battlefield. Casually skewering meat as if nothing was unusual, Jiang Chun ignored their stunned expressions, humming lightly to himself. Mu Hanchio's voice cracked first. Trembling in disbelief, she finally snapped. Are you serious right now, Jiang Chun? We're about to fight for our lives, and you're grilling meat. Luo Sandao quickly joined in, urgently nodding. Exactly. We need a strategy, not snacks. Tang Ying turned away, hiding her face behind her hands in shame. I should have known he'd do something like this. Jiang Chun glanced up briefly, unfazed. Relax, he said calmly, turning the skewers over the fire. I heard the rules. If we don't move, lightning strikes, right? The warrior beside Baifeng looked dazed, muttering weakly, is he serious? We're doomed. Baifeng stared at Jiang Chun incredulously. You realize we'll be struck by lightning if we don't move, right? Jiang Chun just shrugged lazily, eyes sparkling with confidence. Lightning? He chuckled softly. Perfect. It'll recharge me. His teammates exchanged bewildered looks, convinced their captain had completely lost it. But suddenly, Jiang Wushuang stepped forward, eyes brightening with admiration. Wait, he's actually onto something, Jiang Wushuang said thoughtfully, causing everyone's heads to whip toward him in shock. Luo Sandao stammered, horrified. You can't be serious. Wushuang smiled warmly. Think logically. If we're hungry and exhausted, our combat power plummets. Jiang Chen's thinking strategically. He's keeping our strength up. To everyone's astonishment, Wushuang calmly sat beside Jiang Chun, assisting with skewering meat. Slowly, doubt faded from the team's expressions. One by one, they reconsidered, nodding thoughtfully as if Jiang Chen's logic suddenly made perfect sense. Luo Sandao folded his arms, nodding approvingly. Of course, brilliant. Another teammate chuckled excitedly, crossing his arms. It's a genius move. Jiang Chen's tactics are unmatched. Soon, the entire team was convinced, praising Jiang Chen's foresight enthusiastically. Jiang Chun blinked, glancing around incredulously. He had expected resistance, but now even he was confused. With a helpless sigh, he just shook his head and handed out freshly grilled skewers. This bunch really is hopeless. In reality, Jiang Chun had simply wanted barbecue. There was no hidden plan or masterful strategy behind it. Watching the intense faces of his teammates, he realized with an inward sigh. They'd completely misunderstood his intentions. Lost in his own confusion, Jiang Chun barely noticed Mu Hanchio stepping closer, giving him a knowing nod. Ah, so that's your game, she whispered conspiratorially. Jiang Chun blinked, puzzled. Huh? My what? She smiled warmly, eyes shining with admiration. You don't need to hide it. I get it now. You're brilliant. He stared blankly. Wait, what exactly did she get? Nearby, Jiang Wushuang watched intently as flames flickered over the cooking skewers. He nodded thoughtfully, increasingly convinced of Jiang Chen's genius. This method, it reminded him of something he'd read about, an ancient legendary tactic known as Feast Before the Storm. It had surfaced only once, centuries earlier, in a legendary competition recorded in history. Inwardly, Jiang Wushuang marveled. To risk such an audacious move, knowing all eyes were on him, it was a testament to Jiang Chen's fearless confidence. Yet, doubt flickered briefly in his heart. What if other teams caught on to this bold tactic? Could Jiang Chun handle the pressure if they all turned against him? Jiang Chun felt Jiang Wushuang's piercing gaze and glanced back uneasily. Is something wrong? Snapped from his thoughts, Jiang Wushuang shook his head gently. No, nothing at all. His voice was soft but sincere. I was just thinking, I finally understand why people admire you so much. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, utterly baffled. Oblivious to Jiang Chen's confusion, Jiang Wushuang returned his focus to the barbecue, quietly reflecting. It wasn't talent or strength that set Jiang Chen apart. It was something far rarer, absolute fearlessness. A small smile formed as Jiang Wushuang flipped a skewer. I guess this year will truly be interesting, he murmured. Meanwhile, high above, an enormous projection showed Jiang Chun and Jiang Wushuang calmly grilling meat skewers, broadcasting the unusual scene to the entire nation. Back in the viewing stands, thousands stared awkwardly at the screen, speechless. Gu Kaitian watched the projection with a darkening expression, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. While everyone else was preparing for war, Jiang Chun was casually grilling meat. His frustration boiled over internally. Is this really Jiangnan's genius? Is he treating this as a joke? A harsh, mocking laugh echoed across the viewing area, immediately drawing everyone's attention. A red-haired man lounged arrogantly in his seat, smirking openly. Well, Jiangnan sure has outdone itself this year. His taunting voice caused Xinyue's father's eyes to narrow dangerously, anger flashing behind his calm exterior. Gu Kaitan also turned sharply, shooting a glare full of contempt at the red-haired man. At that moment, a memory flashed through Gu Kaitian's mind. Decades ago, a legendary genius from the capital had used a similarly casual strategy, one that appeared careless yet resulted in an unforgettable massacre. The name still inspired dread: Tian Daowang, the demon of the battlefield. A warrior who once baited teams into thinking he was vulnerable, only to obliterate them all single-handedly. No one had ever dared repeat that tactic, until now. But could Jiang Chen really replicate such a ruthless legend? Xinyue's father placed a firm hand on Gu Kaitan's shoulder, quietly urging, "Don't lose your temper. It's too early to judge." Gu Kaitian let out a frustrated sigh, reluctantly holding back his anger. Just then, someone else scoffed loudly, stepping forward boldly. "Have you heard? Qinluo War Zone is teaming up with the other 3 Great War Zones. If the capital isn't careful, they'll be caught off guard." The red-haired man's arrogant grin widened further, his arms crossed casually. "Who cares? A bunch of weaklings can't threaten the capital's elites." Before anyone could argue back, the large screen flickered, revealing the secret battlefield's map. A clear strategy was emerging. The 4 war zones had formed an alliance, their intent clear. Jiangnan was the target. The red-haired man erupted into laughter again, eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Finally, they're learning. This is about to get very interesting." Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, an elite group quietly advanced through the forest. Suddenly, their leader paused, narrowing his eyes sharply at the distant clearing. "I found them," he whispered coldly, his voice filled with deadly intent. Meanwhile, deep inside the secret realm, an elite squad carefully moved through the dense underbrush. Their leader abruptly halted, eyes narrowing in disbelief as he took in the scene before him. A barbecue. Jiang Chen's entire team was calmly grilling meat, without any defensive preparations or vigilance, as if they were picnicking rather than participating in a deadly competition. The long-haired leader hesitated, suspicion clouding his face. "Is this a joke? They're seriously cooking now." His instincts screamed caution. This had to be a trap. No rational competitor would act this carelessly. Shaking off uncertainty, he quickly rallied his troops. "Proceed with caution. It might be a trick. Stick to the plan." His elite warriors swiftly divided into 3 precise strike teams. Wu Qingqing's squad targeted Jiang Chen directly. Her eyes flashed dangerously as she vanished into the shadows, her daggers gleaming lethally. "Leave Jiang Chen to me." Dan Shuya led a second group aimed at dismantling Jiang Chen's teammates. As Wuxiang War Zone's top genius, her water-based abilities surged around her. "I'll wash them away." Luo Shun commanded the largest squad, prepare to provide backup or finish off any stragglers, with Liu Hang standing ready. Liu Hang raised his hand, activating a spatial gateway that shimmered silently behind them, ready for quick reinforcements if needed. With the setup complete, they struck. On the viewing platform, anxiety consumed Gu Kaitian. He stared helplessly at the screen, face pale with shock. "What is he even thinking?" he whispered desperately. "They'll be annihilated." But nearby, the other war zone commanders relaxed comfortably, observing the unfolding attack with smug satisfaction. The gray-haired general chuckled, leaning back confidently. With Liu Hang's spatial talents and Wu Qingqing's assassination skills, Jiangnan doesn't stand a chance. Beside him, the muscular warrior grinned, cracking his knuckles eagerly. This battle's already decided. Jiangnan's barbecue party is about to end badly. Yet in the middle of the chaos, Jiang Chun calmly turned a skewer, completely oblivious, or so it seemed. His lips curved into a faint smile as lightning crackled quietly around his fingertips. The enemy had no idea what awaited them. A woman with fiery red hair folded her arms confidently. Wu Qingqing's assassination skills are peerless. Jiang Chun is finished. Nearby, a female warrior with sharp features added calmly. And Luo Shun is our most cunning strategist. Jiangnan War Zone doesn't stand a chance. Everyone's gaze fixed firmly on Jiang Chun, who reclined lazily, still enjoying his grilled skewers as if he were on vacation rather than in a fierce competition. However, Jiang Wushuang had started sensing something amiss. He tensed sharply, rising to his feet and scanning their surroundings, instantly alert. Enemies were closing in, less than 10 meters away. Wushuang's heartbeat quickened, tension gripping his body as he glanced at Jiang Chun. Why wasn't he reacting? The realization hit Wushuang like lightning. Jiang Chun had no idea the enemy was right there. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun leisurely grabbed another skewer, took a satisfying bite, then casually tossed aside the leftover bone. Needs more salt," he muttered absently. The discarded bone flew through the air and smacked Luo Shun squarely between the eyes. Luo Shun froze, his heart nearly stopping. He stared, horrified, realizing he'd just been struck by someone's barbecue leftovers. Worse, he'd been caught by Jiang Chen's seemingly accidental move. Did Jiang Chun purposely expose them? From Jiang Wushuang's perspective, it became crystal clear. Jiang Chen's casual barbecue wasn't negligence. It was strategic bait. That careless toss wasn't random. It was intentional, perfectly timed to reveal their enemies' positions. Wushuang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Amazing. He knew from the start. Realizing their cover was blown, Luo Shun's team abruptly appeared from hiding, faces twisted with shock and anger. Their carefully planned ambush had been shattered by something as humiliatingly trivial as a discarded bone. Luo Shun's fist shook with barely restrained fury, humiliation burning deep inside. Jiang Chun hadn't just noticed them. He had mocked them, effortlessly turning their perfect ambush into a joke. From his sofa, Jiang Chun glanced up at the scene, his expression blank and mildly confused. "Oh," he said innocently, skewer still in hand. "Were you guys waiting for some barbecue too?" Jiang Wushuang landed gracefully, calmly facing the stunned attackers. His eyes flashed with determination. "No more chatting," he said coolly. "Time to end this." As Jiang Chun stood up from his spot on the sofa, cheers erupted around him. "Our captain is unbeatable." He knew their strategy from the start. Even his barbecue was part of the plan. Muhan Xiao rushed to Jiang Chen's side, practically sparkling with excitement. "I knew you had a reason," she declared with absolute admiration. He stared blankly for a second, still holding a half-eaten skewer. Seeing everyone's enthusiastic faces, he gave up correcting them and just shrugged with a confident smile. "Of course, it was all part of my plan." Then, cracking his knuckles, he casually ordered, "Luo, Sandao, Muhan Xiao, keep Li Bing and the others safe. Don't get caught up in the chaos." Their eyes widened with excitement. "Understood, Captain." In truth, Jiang Chun just felt like stretching his legs after eating. Meanwhile, Luo Shun's forces rushed Jiang Wushuang, thinking him an easier target. They realized their mistake too late. With terrifying speed, Wushuang seized the nearest attacker's face and slammed him mercilessly into the earth. Dust and debris flew everywhere from the sheer force of impact. Two more warriors tried attacking from behind. Without even turning around, Jiang Wushuang's aura exploded outward. Countless energy fists erupted from his body, knocking them away like mere insects. One stray fist shot toward Luoan, who swiftly drew his sword and barely deflected it, stumbling back awkwardly. Jiang Chun paused briefly, impressed. "Well, seems Wushuang doesn't need my help after all." Luo Shun, overwhelmed by panic, shouted desperately toward Lu Hang. "What are you waiting for? Bring in reinforcements, now." Snapping out of his daze, Lu Hang quickly summoned his spatial energy, opening a shimmering portal behind them. Sweat poured down his forehead as he struggled to stabilize it. He had underestimated Jiang Chun, and now he'd pay the price. Suddenly, a shadow fell over Lu Hang. Every instinct screamed at him to run. Looking upward, Jiang Chun, sword drawn, eyes sharp. Support type, Jiang Chun instantly assessed. If Lu Hang activated his abilities, things could spiral out of control. Jiang Chun wasn't about to risk it. He plunged downward, blade flashing with deadly intent. But just as the blade nearly touched him, Lu Hang slipped into the portal, narrowly escaping death. Jiang Chun landed gracefully, eyes cold. He almost had him. On the other side, Lu Hang appeared, gasping for air, anger surging through him. Why hasn't Wu Qingqing dealt with Jiang Chun yet? The harsh reality? Wu Qingqing was struggling herself. Tang Ying had drawn her daggers, eyes shining dangerously. With a cunning smirk, Tang Ying lunged. Clang! Wu Qingqing parried swiftly, small blades clashing head-on. Shot flickered briefly in Wu Qingqing's eyes. "I'm held up," she quickly communicated to Lu Hang. Both assassins. Everyone ranked Wu Qingqing first, Tang Ying second. Tang Ying was determined to rewrite those rankings today. Frustrated, Lu Hang demanded, "What about Dan Li Shuang? She should have arrived already." More trouble. Dan Li Shuang had been intercepted. As she prepared to strike Jiang Chen's squad, someone stepped forward. By phone. His sword flashed as determination blazed in his eyes. "To get to my teammates," he warned icily, "you'll have to kill me first." Dan Li Shuang's expression hardened. Power surged, vibrant blue energy swirling around her fiercely. "Then I'll cleanse you first," she vowed. "The others will follow." Elsewhere, Jiang Chen's squad stood firm. Luo Shun's forces collided with them, but Jiang Chun had two skilled warriors positioned precisely to counter every threat. Following Jiang Chen's command, Luo Sandao dashed toward Li Bing, who knelt, bow tightly gripped. Luo Sandao crossed her arms protectively. "Get behind me." Eternal Earth Shield activated. Instantly, A sturdy energy barrier enveloped Li Bing. Safe within, Luo Sandao nodded firmly. Support our teammates. We'll hold them back. With no more worries of ambush, Li Bing's gaze turned fierce. In a swift motion, she spun and fired a lethal ice arrow directly toward the enemy ranks. At that exact moment, Mu Hanxiu drew her sword swiftly, eyes glinting sharply as she lunged at Luo Shun. She shouted urgently to Prince Wangzi, "Cast a curse and give me cover." Prince Wangzi acknowledged quickly, stretching out a palm. Dark power surged forth. The discouragement curse spread swiftly, draping a menacing aura over the battlefield. One of Luo Shun's men, sensing danger, immediately activated his mental defenses, but Mu Hanxiu vanished instantly and materialized right beside him, sword glinting dangerously. A ruthless gleam flashed across her face. Slash! The blade pierced deep into the man's abdomen. Blood burst from the wound as he cried out in agony. Elsewhere, Lu Hang hid anxiously inside his portal, closely observing Jiang Chun. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Luo Shun's forces were being systematically dismantled, but Jiang Chun had already sensed his lurking presence. Irritated, Jiang Chun swung his blade. It sliced right through the spatial portal. He sighed lightly. "You really do enjoy playing hide-and-seek, don't you?" Lu Hang recoiled in shock. Jiang Chun smirked slightly. "Fine, let's play your game." Lu Hang tried desperately to retreat, but Jiang Chun's pressure disrupted his teleportation abilities entirely. At that instant, two warriors attempted a surprise attack from behind. Jiang Chun sensed them effortlessly. Without even turning around, he tossed his blade casually over his shoulder. The sword pierced straight through both enemies' chests, returning fluidly to his grasp like a boomerang. He tilted his head playfully. Guess I can multitask, finding rats and taking them out at once." Across the battlefield, Luo Shun coughed violently, blood dripping from his wounds. He scanned the fight desperately. Jiang Wushuang stood untouched, unharmed. Bodies littered the ground around him. Luo Shun's eyes widened in horror. 8 warriors had attacked simultaneously, yet none landed a single strike. Jiang Wushuang stretched leisurely, cracking his knuckles. "Maybe bring 9 more next time?" Luo Shun clutched his shoulder, morale collapsing completely. Their formation had broken apart. Jiang Wushuang was invincible, and Jiang Chun moved freely. If this continued, they'd be finished. But suddenly, dark clouds rolled swiftly overhead, casting the battlefield into shadow. Thunder crackled ominously. Luo Shun tensed. Was this the end? Then, he noticed something crucial. His eyes lit up with renewed hope. This storm wasn't natural. This was a power of calamity. Relief surged through him as lightning charged within the clouds. "Dan Li Shuang." Luo Shun roared desperately. "Do it now." Dan Li Shuang nodded sharply, extending her arms as bright blue energy radiated outward from her body. But Bai Feng tightened his grip fiercely on his sword. With incredible speed, he charged forward, blade aimed directly at Dan Li Shuang. She quickly raised her hand, forming a protective barrier just in time to block his strike. Jiang Wushuang's expression sharpened immediately. In an instant, he saw Luo Shun's true strategy. "Everyone, take down Dan Li Shuang now." Jiang Wushuang shouted urgently. Luo Shun's lips curved into a smug smile. He pressed his palm to the earth. Dark, sinister energy pulsed outward. "It's already over," Luo Shun whispered triumphantly. Jiang Wushuang felt his body shudder violently. Overwhelmed by the force, he dropped painfully to one knee, pressing a hand to the ground, teeth clenched fiercely. He'd underestimated his enemy. With Jiang Wushuang immobilized, Bai Feng shifted quickly, eyes locking onto Dan Li Shuang. Luo Shun knew his illusion could hold Bai Feng briefly. Mere moments, but moments were enough. Once Bai Feng broke loose, Jiang Nan's defeat would already be sealed. "Finish it now," Luo Shun commanded. Instantly, Dan Li Shuang unleashed Water Dragon Dance. A storm of divine and demonic forces surged around her, crashing violently toward Bai Feng. Barely deflecting the wave with his sword, he was thrown backward, forced to retreat rapidly. Dan Li Shuang's eyes lit with determination as she raised her hands upward. Activating her ultimate spell, Blue Sky Water Serpent Dragon, blue mystical runes glowed brilliantly, branding Jiang Chen's team with vivid markings on their foreheads. Jiang Chen stood calmly, sword resting on his shoulder, confusion flickering in his eyes. What were these strange marks? Before anyone could react, the heavens erupted. A massive lightning dragon took shape, eyes radiating terrible judgment as it stared down, immobilizing Luo Sandao and Li Bing with pure terror. Thunder Punishment, an attack powerful enough to rival a sealed king of 7 transformations. Inescapable due to its sheer scale. Nearby, Tang Ying stood battered but victorious. She'd landed 3 decisive blows, narrowly escaping death herself. Opposite her, Wu Qingqing stumbled, one arm severed, deep wounds slashed across her chest. With a bitter smile, Wu Qingqing limped toward Lu Hang's portal. It doesn't matter that you won, she mocked weakly. Losers vanish from the celestial geniuses' rankings. Only the strongest survive in Great Xia's memory. Jiang Chen's team stared hopelessly at the sky, marked and awaiting the devastating strike. Frustration twisted their faces. Victory had slipped cruelly away. Bai Feng's anger erupted, his aura surging as he prepared another attack. But Dan Lishuang was already moving. Activating her spatial escape, she stepped into the portal. Glancing coldly at Bai Feng, she delivered her final words. You're already purified. Then, she vanished. Prince Wangzi stared helplessly at the brewing thunderstorm above, fists tightly clenched. Despair filled his voice. Then we'll die here together, Muhan Xiao. Yet Muhan Xiao faltered, eyes brimming with tears as she clutched her head desperately. No, I don't want to die with you, she shouted, turning away. Her heart yearned for something else, for Jiang Chun. Across the field, Jiang Wushuang broke free bit by bit from Luo Shun's illusion, eyes blazing with unstoppable fury. Luo Shun smirked triumphantly. It's over. Jiangnan has fallen. None of the 4 great war zones will advance. Jiang Wushuang knew Thunder Punishment wouldn't finish him off, but he swore silently that no matter what, he'd hunt him down. As Luo Shun stepped calmly toward the portal, he threw a mocking glance back. You want revenge? First, focus on surviving. Suddenly, a shadow surged forward. It was Jiang Chun. Without hesitation, he threw himself directly into the path of the raging Thunder Punishment. The lightning dragon in the sky stared straight down at him, its crackling energy intensifying. Watching safely from their exit portal, Luo Shun and the others burst out laughing. Has he lost it? He thinks he can survive Thunder Punishment? But Jiang Chun only smiled confidently, raising his palm toward the dragon. I've waited patiently for this moment. His voice carried pure certainty. Thanks for bringing it to me. Luo Shun's group laughed louder. Has he gone insane? He thinks this calamity is a joke. Yet Jiang Chun only widened his smile, calmly reaching toward the dragon. This was always my plan, he declared confidently. Dan Lishuang, hurry. Redirect the dragons to Jiang Chen's team, someone urgently shouted. Dan Lishuang lifted her hand, but fear filled her eyes instead of power. Her commands failed. Impossible. Why can't I control my own calamity? Jiang Chun landed lightly, his body now charged and brimming with electrical power. Sparks danced fiercely around him, lighting up the battlefield. Everyone froze, eyes locked on him in disbelief. This time, Jiang Chun said coldly, rising higher into the storm, lightning crackling around him, the ones who will lose are you. Silence filled the battlefield. Shock, fear. No one had imagined this could happen. Jiang Chun smiled coldly, eyes glittering as electricity surged around him. All right then, let the hunt start. With a swift movement, he activated Sky Blade, Thunderblade, lightning crackling fiercely around his fingers. He lifted his sword calmly. Let's test it out. Which is faster, my thunder or your portal? Luo Shun's men scrambled to escape, diving desperately into the portal. But Jiang Chun merely flicked his wrist. Lightning exploded forth, slicing effortlessly through space itself. Before the enemies could blink, their bodies fell in shattered pieces. Luo Shun stood frozen, panic overwhelming him. How can he cut through spatial portals? His carefully laid plans disintegrated instantly. Nearby, Jiang Wushuang finally broke Luo Shun's illusion completely, his eyes ignited with rage. Seeing Jiang Chun seize control, Luo Shun's voice cracked in desperation. Break formation immediately, he roared. We can't win if Jiang Chun masters Thunder Punishment. Dan Liang's face twisted in shock. Wu Qingqing stumbled from the portal, wounded yet defiant. But suddenly, Luo Sandao stepped forward, eyes fierce. If you want out, you'll have to destroy me first. She activated a fortified eternal shield of life, a radiant blue barrier, encasing the battlefield completely. Trapped, Luo Shun's team realized escape wasn't possible without a fight. Wu Qingqing unsheathed her knives, desperate to fight her way free. But before she could move, Tang Ying appeared again, blades drawn and a sinister grin on her lips. You're staying right here, Tang Ying teased coldly. This ends now. Wu Qingqing cursed, forced to prepare herself once more. Then you'll die first. Dan Lishuang moved to intervene, but Bai Feng blocked her path, sword gleaming as he launched a strike, forcing her onto the defensive. Dan Lishuang raised her hand calmly, blue energy spiraling effortlessly as she blocked Bai Feng's strike without blinking. You, she scoffed quietly. You're beneath my notice. Bai Feng's lips curled into a defiant smirk, tightening his grip. We'll see about that. Across the battlefield, another figure struck decisively. A shadow lunged at an enemy who'd turned to flee. A swift blade flashed, followed by the enemy's painful cry. You turned your back during a fight? The attacker mocked. That's asking to die. Nearby, a shirtless fighter glanced impatiently at his ally. We're not helping Jiang Chun by standing idle. Cracking his knuckles, excitement filled his eyes. Time to jump in. Mu Hanxiu's eyes brightened intensely, excitement overriding her hesitation. Meanwhile, Prince Wangzi extended his palm again, expression serious. You're right, Prince Wangzi said softly, glancing toward Mu Hanxiu. If we're truly destined, let's claim victory together. Above them, Jiang Chun soared swiftly, lightning trailing behind him with every movement. Another fierce thunder sword strike slashed the air, scattering sparks across the sky. Two more foes fell lifeless instantly. Luo Shun, panic rising, barked at Lu Hang urgently. Take down Jiang Chun now. Inside the portal, Lu Hang's gaze locked onto Jiang Chun, expression icy. He nodded silently, teleporting instantly behind Jiang Chun for a surprise attack. But Jiang Chun merely smiled, sinister and knowing. He'd anticipated this. Without turning, Jiang Chun easily dodged Lu Hang's strike, taunting coldly. Every jump you make means another ally dies. Want to keep going? Lu Hang's composure cracked. Jiang Chun's speed was impossible to match. Seeing his ally waver, Luo Shun's expression hardened. Quickly, he activated his ability, sharpening his perception to track Jiang Chun's swift movements, syncing with Lu Hang's awareness. But Jiang Chun had already foreseen this. Thunder surged around him as he accelerated even faster, leaving both Luo Shun and Lu Hang stunned and helpless. Lu Hang staggered, dread overwhelming his confidence. He's moving too fast. I can't keep pace. At that moment, Luo Shun realized with terrifying clarity the battle was slipping from his grasp. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from behind Lu Hang. You're nothing but a rat scurrying through shadows. Unfortunately, you're not quick enough this time. Lu Hang froze, heart pounding. Jiang Chun behind me. Fear seized him instantly. Escape was impossible. In a single, fluid movement, Jiang Chun summoned Skyblade, Thundersword. Lightning surged forth, slicing ruthlessly into Lu Hang. Lu Hang gasped, blood spurting from his mouth, his eyes wide with shock. It was already over. Casually, Jiang Chun rested his sword on his shoulder, smiling faintly. I should leave some scraps for Jiang Wushuang. Wouldn't want to steal all his fun. Meanwhile, crimson energy erupted fiercely around Jiang Wushuang's body as he finally shattered Luo Shun's curse. His furious gaze snapped onto Luo Shun, who instinctively staggered backward, coughing blood, eyes wide in panic. Luo Shun raised a trembling arm defensively as his warriors rallied, weapons drawn. Realizing escape was impossible, they prepared for a desperate last stand, determined to shield Luo Shun with their lives. Free at last, Jiang Wushuang charged forward aggressively, crushing the earth beneath his feet. His speed was frighteningly fast, striking down an enemy instantly before the man even realized what hit him. Fear flooded their faces. They knew they were utterly powerless against him. From the sky, Jiang Chun watched calmly, amused. Breaking free at last? Good for you, but this is still far from enough. Jiang Wushuang glared fiercely upward, rage fueling him. Then watch me closely, he growled. At that moment, Dan Lishuang raised both arms, face twisted in anger. You won't escape this. Water surged violently from beneath, coiling unnaturally around Bai Feng, tightening around his throat and limbs. This is Belo's water. Enjoy your purification, Dan Lishuang declared coldly. Bai Feng's desperate cries echoed across the battlefield as he fought against the strangling liquid. I can't breathe. Someone help. But before his agony ended him, Jiang Chun moved swiftly. Lightning surged around him as he dove downward, effortlessly slicing apart the strangling water with his blade, freeing Bai Feng instantly. As Bai Feng collapsed, unconscious but alive, Jiang Chun stared defiantly at Dan Lishuang. Now, Jiang Chun declared firmly, lightning crackling dangerously around him. It's your turn. Dan Lishuang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, she murmured, watching Jiang Chun move with unreal speed. Nearby, Luo Sandao and Li Bing observed in silence. Jiang Chun shot them a glance before activating growth of all things. A thick root burst from the ground, carefully lifting Bai Feng's unconscious body and carrying him toward them. Luo Sandao, catch him. Li Bing, heal him. Jiang Chun commanded without hesitation. Luo Shun, watching closely, felt his unease deepen. His gaze sharpened. Jiang Chun wasn't just fast. He was flowing through the 50-meter electric field as if he were part of the current itself. Dan Lishuang, Luo Shun snapped. Shut down his field. Isolate him now. Dan Lishuang's expression turned serious. Raising her hand, she conjured golden water, unleashing a shimmering torrent that quickly formed a barrier around Jiang Chun. The electric field was cut off, leaving him sealed inside. Jiang Chun immediately grasped her intent. She wanted to trap him. Without hesitation, he drew the celestial sword and slashed at the barrier with all his strength. A thin cut formed, but within moments, the water reconnected, sealing the gap as if it had never been there. His gaze darkened. So, that's how it works? Realizing that brute force wouldn't be enough, Jiang Chun rested his sword on his shoulder, studying Dan Li Shuang above him. She hovered confidently, a smirk playing on her lips. Haven't you heard? A sword can't cut water. It only makes it flow, she taunted. Water strengthens what has no edges. The sharper your blade, the stronger my barrier becomes. Jiang Chen's lips curved into a knowing smile. Is that so? He reached out. Little Nine, hold on to my sword for me. A small portal appeared, and he casually tossed his weapon inside. And don't eat it, he added with a chuckle. Now, unarmed, he clenched his fist, feeling little Jia's energy surge through him. Let's see if hitting harder really makes this barrier stronger. Dan Li Shuang sighed, shaking her head. You really are persistent. Jiang Chen's eyes glowed with determination. Guess we'll never know unless we try. He activated Divine Prison Fist, and crimson energy exploded from his body, sending tremors through the ground. The sheer force of his stance cracked the earth beneath him. A colossal energy-formed fist surged forward, aimed straight at Dan Li Shuang. Her smirk vanished as the barrier shattered like brittle glass. Impossible. Before she could react, the energy fist struck her with overwhelming force. Blood sprayed from her mouth as she plummeted, crashing into the ground with a devastating impact. Jiang Chun walked forward at a leisurely pace, looking down at Dan Li Shuang's beaten form. You really did this to yourself, he remarked. She lay there, barely able to move, blood trickling down her forehead. Seeing her in such a state, Jiang Chun smirked. Don't die just yet. Summon some more water. I need to wash my hands. Luo Shun struggled to his feet, his mind reeling. The golden water barrier shattered? He could hardly believe it. One of his subordinates, unwilling to accept defeat, roared in frustration. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and lunged at Jiang Wushuang. At that moment, Jiang Wushuang still had an enemy in his grasp, his fingers clamped around the man's skull. But when his gaze flicked to Jiang Chun, realizing his fight had ended in just 10 seconds, a flash of irritation crossed his face. I'm still dealing with this while he's already done. Annoyed, he activated Body of the God of War. Slamming his foot into the ground, he unleashed a surge of raw energy. Gigantic spectral hands erupted around him, instantly crushing his opponents like insects. Luo Shun's panic escalated. His glowing eyes darted around, searching for an escape. There was none. In desperation, he unleashed his strongest technique, double pupil, extinction of the desolate horizon. 3 ghostly eyes materialized behind him, exuding overwhelming power. Their piercing gaze locked onto Jiang Wushuang, their eerie glow threatening to consume him. But Jiang Wushuang simply grinned. This again, he scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. Luo Shun, you're pathetic if you think the same trick will work twice. At the same time, 3 ethereal eyes appeared around Jiang Chun, locking onto him. But he remained unshaken. Illusions? He almost laughed. With the power of the ancestral tree, illusions were nothing more than shadows in the wind. Luo Shun had no other choice. With a final, desperate roar, he launched himself at Jiang Wushuang. Even if I die, I'll take one of you with me, he held. His reasoning was clear. If he could eliminate even one of them, the remaining warriors from the 4 war zones would still have hope. But Jiang Wushuang barely reacted. He simply watched Luo Shun's reckless charge, unmoving, until the very last second. Then, with brutal precision, he struck. His fist connected squarely with Luo Shun's back, sending him plummeting to the ground with bone-shattering force. Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with fury. I swear, he growled, I'll wipe out the 4 great war zones myself. Then, turning to Jiang Chun, a rare smirk crossed his face. I'll give you credit. This was all thanks to your strategy. Jiang Chun raised a single finger, his expression unreadable. Don't celebrate just yet, he warned. Look up. The moment he spoke, the air around them began to shift. The secret realm was collapsing. The battlefield shrank at an alarming pace, forcing everyone to act fast. Panic rippled through the fighters. They had to settle this battle before they were swallowed whole. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, a massive screen displayed the unfolding fight. Among the onlookers were Ji Lingxiao and Jiang Xinji, their expressions betraying their shock. Jiang Chun had just revealed his Sovereign of Electricity class, an unforeseen level of power that left even the most seasoned warriors stunned. Floating beside Ji Lingxiao, Jiang Xinji narrowed his eyes in thought. Jiang Chen's progress was almost absurd. If he kept up this pace, refining his talent alongside the 9 miasma wings, he might one day carve his name onto the legendary golden list of the 10,000 races. Ji Lingxiao, watching calmly, let a faint smile cross his lips. Jiang Chun is certainly remarkable, he admitted. But my grandson, Jiang Wushuang, also has immense potential. Even Luo Shun and Dan Li Shuang put up a decent fight. Then, as if recalling something unpleasant, his expression darkened. His thoughts drifted to his granddaughter, Xianyue, and disappointment settled over him. She had the chance to prove herself, yet she wasted it. Sensing his frustration, Jiang Xianji placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't be too hard on her," he said. "Even geniuses lose their way." Across the hall, tension crackled. Xianyue's father glared at Gu Kaitian, his eyes burning with fury. "You kept this from me?" he snapped. "Your disciple has an electricity-based profession, and you said nothing?" Gu Kaitian, who had just learned of Jiang Chen's hidden class himself, clenched his fists. Jiang Chen hid this from me? Unforgivable. But he masked his frustration well. Crossing his arms, he kept his gaze on the screen, feigning composure. Best to let them assume he knew all along. Then, as a thought struck him, his lips curled into a smirk. "Electricity is the strongest offensive class," he murmured. His gaze flickered toward Gu Kaitian. "You're ridiculously lucky to have taken Jiangchun as your disciple." Gu Kaitian remained silent, eyes locked on Jiangchun. Truth be told, he wasn't even surprised. Before entering the secret realm, Jiangchun had promised him a surprise, and he had certainly delivered. Just then, a statistics table materialized on the screen, listing the war zone standings. Capital, Jiangnan, Magic City, Guanghai War Zone, 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglian, Qinluo War Zone, 5 people remaining. It was a shame that old Duan, Jiangnan's commander, wasn't here to witness this. He'd probably be so ecstatic that he'd break into military boxing drills right then and there. As soon as the rankings appeared, murmurs spread through the hall. The protectors and elders exchanged frustrated glances, their disappointment palpable. A gray-haired man let out a heavy sigh. "Half of our geniuses are already gone," he said flatly. "Let's face it, our warriors just can't compete with Jiangnan's." Beside him, a woman with calm eyes rested her hands on her stomach as she watched the screen. 2 hours remain, she noted. "Let's hope the survivors know how to stay hidden." Nearby, a muscular man scowled, arms folded tightly. Jiangchun and his war district always play weak before striking hard. It's beyond irritating. Further down the hall, Gu Kaitian, Xianyue's father, and the others listened in silence. But Protector Xinghe's patience was wearing thin. Her sharp gaze landed on Gu Kaitian. "When it comes to dirty tactics, Jiangnan always comes out on top," she snapped. Old Gu Kaitian trained them well in that regard. Gu Kaitian didn't react. His expression remained composed as he replied, "Anyone willing to kill should be prepared to die." A faint smirk played on his lips. "A sewer rat tried a sneak attack and got countered. That's all. Looks like some people just can't handle losing." Whispers rippled through the room, shifting the discussion. "Jiang Chun, he might actually take first place. And if that happens," someone muttered, "even the capital might suffer its biggest loss in history." The capital's general, who had been sitting quietly, placed a firm hand on his knee and shot the crowd an unimpressed look. "The capital isn't full of weaklings like the rest of you," he said coolly. Tapping the rankings table, he added, "Instead of whining, why not check how many geniuses you still have left?" Just then, someone else spoke up. "The Guanghai War Zone is actually performing the best right now." The muscular man's head snapped toward the voice. His face darkened the moment he saw Yun Zhantian. "You two? Even you betrayed us?" he growled. Unbothered, Yun Zhantian lazily dug a finger into his nose. Without even opening his eyes, he smirked. "I'd be an idiot not to take advantage of this situation." Then, with zero hesitation, he flicked his snot at them. For a second, the room fell into stunned silence. Then, chaos erupted. "You disgusting bastard." Furious shouts filled the hall as the protectors and elders cursed him out, their rage boiling over. Back in the secret realm, several men crept forward, weapons drawn, closing in on 2 unsuspecting girls. But before they could strike, Xing, the brown-haired girl, spun in an instant, her sword flashing through the air. With one swift motion, she cut down her attacker, ending his life before he could even react. Her companion was just as quick. With a single, decisive strike, she dispatched another enemy, leaving no room for resistance. Both girls raised their voices in defiance. "No one gets past us. We won't let anyone near Song Changji." High above, perched atop a cliff, a lone figure observed the scene. Hands resting behind his back, black hair flowing in the wind, Song Changji, Guanghai War Zone's top genius, watched with an amused smile. So even the so-called weaklings have their uses. The identity assigned to him by the Church of the Ancient God this time was proving quite convenient. When he had first arrived in the Guanghai War Zone, the other geniuses refused to acknowledge him. Naturally, he had to persuade them. At first, the women glared at him with nothing but hatred. But as he approached, he reached out, his fingers lightly tracing one of their cheeks. A kind smile played on his lips. She shuddered. Her face contorted with resistance at first, but then her expression softened. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and the burning hatred in her eyes dulled, replaced by something else entirely. Power, manners, strength wrapped in humility. That was all it took. Song Changji knew one simple truth. Humans found it hard to resist a man who embodied both dominance and refinement. After dispatching their enemies, the brown-haired girl let out a breath and lowered her sword. Turning to Song Changji, she looked at him with admiration. Beside her, the other woman smiled softly, eyes filled with warmth. Little did they know, once he claimed the top spot on the genius rankings, their fate was sealed. Their divine souls and bloodlines weren't particularly rare or valuable, but essence was essence. It would still serve a purpose. And besides, better prey awaited in other war zones. He would get to them in due time. The women turned to him, awaiting orders. The enemies are taken care of, but the secret realm is shrinking fast. Where do we go next? Song Changji remained composed. We eliminate Magic City's war zone first. That will make things much easier for us. They nodded without hesitation. Not far away, a ruined city stood between jagged mountains, the landscape rough and unforgiving. The only entrance and exit, a narrow stone bridge, offered a single path forward. Here, Injan, the leader of the capital's genius team, stood among his warriors. His sharp gaze swept across his comrades as he finalized his strategy. They would blockade the bridge. Like hunters awaiting their prey, they would strike the moment their enemies set foot on the stone. His voice was steady, filled with unshakable determination. This year, we're eliminating the other 7 teams. The capital's geniuses will take over the top 10 rankings. Excitement surged through Injan's team. They clenched their fists, voices rising in agreement. Victory was within reach, and they were ready to seize it. A statistics board materialized in front of Injan. Capital, Jiangnan, Magic City, Guanghai War Zones, 10 people remaining. Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglian, Qinluo War Zones, eliminated. Injan's expression hardened as he clenched his fist. For teams, wiped out already, that was unexpected. Not a single casualty among the remaining war zones. Who else had this kind of power? Was it Jiangnan's elites? Or maybe Madu's geniuses? Excitement flickered in his eyes. He turned, summoning his dragons as a grin stretched across his face. Change of plans, he declared. Winning like this is boring. The real thrill lay in the hunt. Instead of waiting, they would seek out their enemies directly. Move out. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, Ji Xinyue's team stood frozen in shock. One of the men threw up his hands in disbelief. How did 4 teams get wiped out in less than 30 minutes? They had only just found the right path, and already the battlefield was shrinking around them. Hua Yunfei scowled. The captain led us the right way, he snapped, frustration clear in his voice. If we had taken a different route, we might have been among them. Ji Xinyue's gaze remained steady. Enough talking. Keep moving, she ordered, her tone calm yet firm. But even as she led them forward, a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. I wanted to prove myself in front of Jiang Chun, but I never even got the chance. Her thoughts drifted to the 4 eliminated war zones. In previous years, they had always joined forces against the capital. If they had been crushed this quickly, then the capital was likely behind it. Still, she felt a wave of relief. At least Jiangnan's team was still intact. Like hers, they had likely avoided direct conflict so far. Then, a sudden flurry of wings. Birds burst from the trees, screeching as they fled into the sky. Her instincts screamed danger. She halted, raising a hand to stop her team. Her eyes swept the surroundings, sharp and alert. Something's wrong, she warned. Stay on guard. Someone's about to attack. The air tensed. And then, a portal flickered open nearby. A figure stepped out. Song Changji. His confident gaze locked onto her as he smirked. Ji Xinyue, he drawled. I know all about your divine class profession, God's Son Extinguisher. And of course, your extreme flame bow. More figures emerged behind him, his team. Silent, watchful. From a cliff above, Song Changji watched with amusement. His smirk deepened. It's no surprise you're ranked second on the great genius list, he mused. A shame, really. If we'd met under different circumstances, I might have shown you mercy. Then his eyes gleamed with cold intent. But this is the genius rankings. And unfortunately, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Ji Xinyue's hands clenched around her bow, her fury igniting like fire. Go to hell, she spat. Song Changji raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his eyes. So, you ready to die? Ji Xinyue didn't waste words. Her response came swift and clear, an arrow. Activating Celestial Fire Meteor, she released a blazing projectile engulfed in divine flames. Hua Yunfei stiffened, his mouth slightly agape. The sheer force behind the attack left him momentarily speechless. The sky erupted in fiery light as the arrow streaked forward, its overwhelming presence nearly blinding everyone on the battlefield. Song Changji's subordinates instinctively shielded their eyes, some even turning away from the sheer intensity. The weight of a divine profession pressed down on them, suffocating. Amidst the chaos, a brown-haired woman beside Song Changji remained unfazed. "Hold your ground," she commanded. "We have Song Changji with us." As the flaming arrow closed in, Song Changji finally moved. With effortless grace, he extended his hand, intrigue flickering in his gaze. "Impressive talent," he murmured. Then, he flicked a single thread into the air. The thin strand of energy coiled around the meteor arrow, snaring it mid-flight as if it were nothing more than a feather. Silence. Ji Xianyue's breath caught in her throat. He caught it? Her strongest attack, stopped effortlessly by a single thread. Song Changji spun the captured arrow between his fingers, infusing it with his own energy. A soft blue glow wrapped around the flames, dimming their brilliance as though swallowing their power whole. His gaze returned to her, cold amusement dancing in his eyes. "I'll be courteous," he said, his tone almost mocking. "I'll let you die knowing the truth." A smirk spread across his face. "I have 2 divine-level professions." His fingers twirled the arrow lazily. "The profession I used to catch this? Celestial Weaver of Stars." His smirk widened, eyes gleaming with malice. "And my second profession?" He chuckled. "Divine Shadow of the Great January." As he activated his ability, a perfect clone of himself materialized beside him. Then another, and another. In mere seconds, hundreds of identical copies surrounded Ji Xianyue's team, blocking every possible escape. Song Changji's voice remained calm, yet the arrogance in it was undeniable. "Individually, these professions may not compare to yours. But together, under my control, their power is terrifying." Ji Xianyue's team stood frozen, horror settling in. 2 divine professions. One of her teammates swallowed hard, his voice laced with panic. How is this even possible?" Ji Xianyue, however, didn't waver. She swiftly pulled another arrow from her quiver, turning to Xiao Song, their perceptive class warrior. "Can you pinpoint the real body?" she asked. Xiao Song stretched out his hand, his eyes glowing as he activated his ability. But when he spoke, his voice trembled. "All the clones have anchor points," he revealed. "The main body can transfer between them at will. That means any one of them could be the real one." A heavy silence followed. Ji Xianyue's mind raced. So that's why the Guanghai War Zone never engaged the capital directly. They specialize in deception and ambush tactics. But now wasn't the time to analyze it further. Steadying herself, she gave a firm command. "Stick to the plan. If you can fight, fight. If not, find an opening and break through." Without hesitation, her team moved into formation, weapons drawn, forming a tight defensive circle around her. Song Changji tilted his head slightly, watching Ji Xianyue's team with mild amusement. "Interesting," he muttered. But before he could make a move, boom, a blazing arrow shot into the sky, detonating in an explosion of golden fire. Ji Xianyue wasted no time. She activated Scorching Sun above, then immediately followed it with Golden Crow's fire rain. Above them, the flames surged and took form. A massive, fiery crow with outstretched wings, its screech piercing the battlefield. The sheer heat distorted the air, making it ripple like a mirage. Song Changji's subordinates faltered, their confidence shaken as the fire crow spread its wings, incinerating clone after clone. Yet, despite the destruction, Song Changji remained composed. A smirk played at his lips as he observed the scene. "Beautiful technique," he mused, "but ultimately useless." With effortless grace, he stepped forward and raised his hand toward the sky. "This is getting boring." He activated 1,000 threads. A colossal celestial and terrestrial web materialized above them, golden threads glistening in the fading firelight. With a flick of his fingers, the fine strand shot toward the flaming crow, ensnaring it in a web of energy. The moment the crow struggled, the net constricted. Boom! A violent explosion rocked the battlefield as the fire crow collapsed under the pressure, its form crumbling into scattered embers. Shockwaves rippled outward, forcing Ji Xianyue's team to brace themselves. Ji Xianyue's breath hitched. Her strongest technique, rendered useless in seconds. 2 of her teammates immediately stepped forward, forming a defensive shield around her to buy time. One of them quickly assessed the situation. "The net, it's still tightening. He's trying to trap us inside and crush us." Ji Xianyue's fists clenched. "I won't let that happen." Raising her bow, she shouted, "Use your ultimate abilities now." Without hesitation, her team complied, summoning a powerful barrier to push back against the closing web. Ji Xianyue activated Extreme Flame. A colossal bow materialized in the sky, its presence overwhelming. "This is our chance," she commanded. "Find an opening, break through." Elsewhere in the secret realm, a massive explosion shattered the air. Jiang Chun and his team, already nearby, felt the tremors rippling through the battlefield. His eyes narrowed. That power. Ji Xinyue's team? The man beside him noticed his reaction. Something wrong. Jiang Chen's expression darkened. They're in serious trouble. Without hesitation, he turned to his team. We're heading to Magic City, team, he declared. Now, as Song Song Changa extended his hand, shimmering threads emerged, weaving through the air. His gaze locked onto Ji Xianyu with an air of superiority, a smug smile playing on his lips. The crowd was stunned. He possessed not one, but two divine-level classes, an achievement unheard of in Xiao's history. Even Emperor Ingji at his peak had never reached such heights. Xing and the others finally understood why Yun Zhantian had been acting so differently, why he had refused their alliance without hesitation. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he raised his hand, his smirk deepening. With an air of arrogance, he openly admitted he had never considered them worthy. In his eyes, Jiang Wushuang, Jiang Chun, and Yin Zhan were nothing but insignificant specks before the overwhelming presence of Song Song Changa. Meanwhile, Ji Xianyu's father watched in growing fear. His hands trembled as the realization struck. This battle could decide the fate of the Modu war zone. Though he didn't care about victory or defeat, his daughter's safety was another matter entirely. His forehead dampened with sweat as uncertainty gripped him. Yun Zhantian suddenly burst into laughter, closing his eyes as if reveling in the moment. He was convinced that this time, his war zone would emerge victorious. Tian Daowang, however, remained unfazed. Turning to Ji Xianyu's father, he spoke in a calm, steady voice, urging him to ignore Yun Zhantian's arrogance. Victory was not yet decided. Jiang Chun was already on his way to assist Ji Xianyu and the others. The outcome was still uncertain. Ji Xianyu gripped her bow tightly and lifted it toward the sky. Ji Xianyu and the others quickly raised their hands, forming a protective barrier. Suddenly, one of the girl's eyes widened in panic. Her voice trembled as she turned to the captain, warning that the illusory shadow of the extreme flame bow was weakening. A man reinforcing the barrier broke into a cold sweat. His breathing grew heavy as he admitted that he couldn't hold on much longer. Ji Xianyu, exhausted, struggled to catch her breath. Her mind raced. Would the Modu war zone be completely wiped out? She had trained relentlessly for this competition, determined to prove herself to Jiang Chun. Just then, Ji Xianyu stepped forward, raising his hands as a deep blue energy surged from his body. The power coalesced into the form of a majestic knight, radiating strength and authority. Ji Xianyu's eyes widened in shock. Her voice wavered as she asked what he was doing. Hua Yunfei's expression hardened with unwavering resolve. His eyes shone with determination as he vowed that their team would not fall. He swore to protect the captain until his last breath. With a swift command, his summoned knight charged forward, striking at the web of threads overhead. Bit by bit, the tension in the threads began to loosen. Floating above them, arms crossed behind his back, Song Changa narrowed his eyes. He watched the unfolding scene with interest, then scoffed. Do you truly believe that your spirit and divine sacrifice are enough to break my threads? He questioned. He acknowledged Hua Yunfei's talent, but made one thing clear. It still wasn't enough to impress him. His eyes widened in confusion, locked onto Hua Yunfei, who suddenly began to radiate an overwhelming light. Hua Yunfei's entire body trembled as he let out a piercing scream, his power surging to its peak. He was burning his vital essence, trading his own life for one final burst of strength. Song Changa watched, bewildered. Was this man truly willing to throw his life away? But before he could fully process it, Hua Yunfei's body erupted into fragments, vanishing in an explosion of energy. Ji Xianyu's breath caught as she watched in horror. Her eyes welled with tears, sorrow consuming her. But in that very moment, Hua Yunfei's sacrifice bore fruit. The spiritual knight, now empowered, drove its weapon straight through the woven threads, tearing apart the sky-bound net. For a brief second, there was silence. Then, Song Changa's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he extended his hand, fingers moving fluidly as another net materialized in the air. The crowd gasped. His eyes burned with fury, his movements swift and calculated. He scoffed, mocking Hua Yunfei's sacrifice. Did you really think you could break my net with just that? He sneered. Foolish. I can weave it as many times as I like. Growing tired of toying with them, Song Changa decided to end it. The newly formed net descended, closing in rapidly. The barriers shielding Ji Xianyu's team began to crack, splintering under the immense pressure. One by one, the protective layers shattered, and the deadly threads ripped through her comrades, tearing into them with merciless precision. Ji Xianyu collapsed to her knees, gripping her bow with one hand while placing the other on the ground. Despair filled her voice as she whispered an apology to Jiang Chun. She had failed him. Meanwhile, Song Changa's team erupted in cheers, reveling in their easy victory. But before they could celebrate for long, the sky suddenly darkened. Heavy black clouds churned above, lightning crackling across the heavens. A low rumble shook the battlefield as an enormous thunderclap split the air. Then, through the storm, a radiant phoenix forged from pure lightning streaked toward them. All eyes turned skyward, stunned by the sight. Before they could react, the Thunder Phoenix surged forward at unimaginable speed, cutting straight through the battlefield. In an instant, lightning engulfed them, searing through their bodies. Screams of agony filled the air as the overwhelming energy electrocuted Song Changa's forces, bringing them to their knees. Song Changa's head snapped toward the cliffside, his eyes narrowing in shock and unease. He hadn't sensed any danger before now. At first, he thought it was divine punishment, but that idea quickly faded. Thunder punishment only struck those who remained still, so who had just wiped out his team. Above, the lightning phoenix circled through the stormy sky. Atop the majestic beast stood Jiang Chun, his expression tense with urgency. He leaned forward, voice carrying through the chaos as he shouted, "Ji Xianyu, hold on just a little longer." Hearing his voice, something flickered in Ji Xianyu's eyes, hope. Her breath hitched in disbelief. Jiang Chun was here, and he had arrived on the back of a thunder phoenix to save her. Jiang gave the order, and his phoenix surged forward, its body crackling with pure lightning. As it darted through the battlefield, arcs of electricity shattered Song Changa's clones one after another. Watching his forces fall so effortlessly, Song Changa was momentarily stunned. This level of raw power was beyond anything he had expected. While Jiang focused on wiping out the clones, Song Changa observed him with a calculating gaze, his arms still folded behind his back. In this era, the heavenly path of the world had been far too generous to these people. With just a single profession change, they had gained original classes that took countless races in the cavern's centuries of cultivation to achieve. To him, it was utterly unfair, disgusting even. Jiang landed on the ground, his fists clenched as he locked eyes with Song Changa. Without hesitation, he commanded his phoenix to continue eradicating the clones. At the same time, he turned his attention to the massive net overhead. Summoning the power of the divine elephant's body, he launched a devastating punch, tearing through the threads with ease. The force of the blow sent a thick cloud of dust and smoke into the air. As the smoke cleared, Jiang narrowed his eyes. The net had already regenerated. He wasn't about to let that stop him. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike aimed at destroying the threads faster than they could be rewoven. He wanted to see who was quicker, Song Changa with his weaving or himself with his fists. It didn't take long for the net to finally give way. Smirking, Jiang pointed at it with his thumb and taunted, "Your net is way too slow." Ji Xianyu, still struggling to resist the net's crushing power with her bow, trembled as her strength began to wane. She couldn't hold on much longer. A grin spread across Song Changa's face. He extended a hand toward Jiang, acknowledging his strength, but warning him that letting his guard down had been a grave mistake. Without hesitation, he activated Thousand Threads, summoning a massive tornado of razor-sharp filaments that spiraled violently toward Jiang. Jiang raised an arm to shield his face and, in a low voice, called out to Xiao Jia, instructing him to devour the net discreetly. Acknowledging the command, Xiao Jia manifested a swarm of glowing particles, which began to consume the tornado bit by bit. Song Changa's expression twisted in confusion. He couldn't believe that such tiny lights were eroding his powerful attack. Meanwhile, Jiang approached Ji Xianyu and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Her eyes widened, filled with shock and something deeper, relief. With a firm expression, Jiang turned back toward Song Changa. "Go, get to safety," he ordered. Above them, the Thunder Phoenix continued to streak through the sky, raining down destruction, electrocuting what remained of the clones, and turning the battlefield into utter chaos. Jiang could feel the energy of his Thunder Phoenix beginning to wane. He turned to Ji Xianyu, his voice urgent. "Go, now." Before she could respond, a new presence made itself known. Ing Zhan and his men arrived on the battlefield, surveying the scene with mild surprise. "Well, everyone's here," he remarked, a smirk forming. "That just means none of you are leaving today." Hearing his voice, Jiang and Ji Xianyu turned sharply, their bodies tensing. Jiang's instincts flared. He was already in high alert. But before he could react, Jiang Wushuang and the others arrived as well. Jiang exhaled in relief. "Just in time," he muttered. Without wasting another second, he took off towards Song Changa, leaving Jiang Wushuang to handle Ing Zhan. Jiang Wushuang's eyes burned with determination as he clenched his fists. Energy surged from his body, forming massive spectral fists that hurtled toward Ingzhan. "You're mine," he declared. Ingzhan stood motionless, watching silently. Then, with a powerful leap, he countered, his own energy surging as he launched a devastating punch. The impact shattered Jiang Wushuang's energy fist with ease. "Your so-called war god body won't be enough to defeat me," he stated coldly. Jiang Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Without hesitation, he took a step back. The chains wrapped around his body suddenly snapped, falling away as he activated 9 restrictions. His muscles tensed, his entire form pulsing with raw power. With a fierce roar, he summoned his invincible war god's body. A towering spirit with 9 massive arms emerged behind him, radiating sheer battle intent. Ingzhan watched with silent intrigue. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he extended a hand to the side. In response, blood-red energy coiled around him, and a powerful crimson dragon materialized behind him, roaring to life. A slow smile spread across his lips. "They say your grandfather slaughtered the dragon race in the underground caverns. Let's see if his grandson is worthy of that legacy." The 2 titanic spirits clashed, shaking the battlefield with their sheer might. Meanwhile, Luo Sando and Mu Hanku arrived, immediately heading toward Ji Xianyu. Luo placed firm hands on her shoulders, her expression serious. "Come with us. We need to deal with the capital's forces." Mu Hanku studied her carefully before adding, "We shouldn't interfere in Zhang's battle." Ji Xianyu hesitated, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. But after a moment, she gave a small nod. Jiang Wushuang's eyes, burning with deep-seated hatred, remained locked on his opponent. As for Song Chang'e, his attention briefly drifted toward the battle, until something else caught his eye. The Thunder Phoenix swooped down, landing beside Jiang. With a smirk, Jiang ran a hand along its head. "You ready?" he asked, his voice laced with confidence. Song Chang'e's expression shifted, excitement flashing across his face. He wasted no time. Drawing on his power, he absorbed the remnants of his clones, his smile widening. The 4 divine geniuses of Great Xia, Jiang Chun, Ingzhan, Jiang Wushuang, and Ji Xianyu, were all here. There was no longer any need to wait for the genius ranking battle. No need to keep pretending to be one of the weaker races. It was time to show them what true power looked like. He decided to unleash 30% of his strength. Zhang's expression darkened, suspicion creeping into his eyes. His gaze locked onto Song Chang'e, his voice sharp. "What do you mean by that?" In response, Song Chang'e simply smiled. He raised a hand, and in an instant, a pair of angelic wings unfurled from his back. His eyes turned an eerie, pure white as divine energy surged around him. Then, without hesitation, he released the origin restriction. The transformation was instant. His true form as a member of the Tianqing divine clan was restored. A surge of overwhelming power rippled through the realm as he unleashed his abilities. With a casual motion, he sealed off all exits and entrances, locking the entire secret realm under his control. Beneath him, an energy platform materialized, radiating divine authority. Zhang's eyes narrowed as he carefully analyzed the situation. It didn't take long for him to grasp the truth. The Tianqing divine clan was one of the 10,000 ancient races hidden within the cave. Upon hearing this, Ingzhan's face drained of color. His pupils shrank as panic overtook him. He turned abruptly, shouting to the others, "Everyone, get out of here, now!" But before they could act, an immense force suddenly descended from the sky. Jiang Wushuang's knees buckled as he crashed onto the ground, his entire body trembling under the pressure. His teeth clenched as he struggled to move, but his limbs felt like they were weighed down by an invisible force. A wave of dread settled over him. I can't move," he muttered, his voice strained. Song Chang'e's lips curled into a malicious smile. He extended his hand, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "It's already too late," he declared. A chilling silence followed. "The entire secret realm belongs to me now. No one can move, no one can escape, and no one from the outside can interfere." Zhang's fist tightened. Song Chang'e's smile deepened. "Originally, if you died here, you could still revive outside. But now," his voice dropped to a cruel whisper, "now that I've refined your divine souls, there will be no revival." With his angel wings unfurled, Song Chang'e soared into the sky, his confidence evident in the smirk stretching across his face. His eyes gleamed with malice as he glanced beyond the secret realm, knowing full well that Jiang Xianji and Jilingqiu were watching from the outside. His voice carried a mocking tone as he addressed them. "Tell me, how does it feel watching all of this unfold?" He paused before directing his words specifically at Jiang Xianji. "Do you remember when you killed my sister on the northern battlefield? That day in the cave?" His smirk widened. "Well, today, I'm here to erase the last remnants of your great Xia bloodline." Outside the secret realm, Tian Daowang and the others stood frozen, their eyes locked onto the surveillance screens. Confusion spread through the crowd. How had a member of the Tianqing divine clan managed to infiltrate? No one could hear Song Changa's words. The system lacked audio, but one individual, skilled in reading lips, finally deciphered the truth. An anomaly had occurred. Song Changa had successfully trapped the strongest remaining geniuses inside the secret realm. And now, in front of the entire world, he planned to execute them. Back inside, Song Changa's expression twisted with fury. His piercing gaze locked onto Jiang and the others as he extended his hand, summoning countless threads from his fingertips. Ji Xianyu's father tensed. A cold realization settled in. This was thousand threads, an innate ability exclusive to the Tianqing divine clan. Their expressions darkened with panic. This wasn't just an attack. Thousand threads wove together the souls of its victims into an inescapable cursed net. Once ensnared, their divine souls would be erased permanently. Ji Qian's body stiffened. His instincts screamed danger. This was bad, far worse than any of them had anticipated. Jiang and the others were completely trapped inside the secret realm. Even self-destruction wasn't an option. If their souls were wiped out, it would be true, irreversible death. Outside, chaos erupted. The general of the capital war zone turned on Yun Zhantian, his eyes burning with fury. With a roar, he launched a devastating attack, the sheer force of it splitting the ground beneath them. "You betrayed Great Xia," he bellowed. Yun Zhantian barely managed to raise his arms in time, blocking the impact. Gritting his teeth, he swore, "I had no idea Song Changa was a member of the Tianqing divine clan." Zhang Xianji stood with his arms behind his back, his gaze steady as he addressed the general. His voice was calm, but carried undeniable weight. "If the entrance to the underground cave were ever attacked and destroyed, would you all simply surrender to the enemy?" The general swallowed hard, his throat dry. His eyes flickered to Jiang Xianji, but he found himself unable to respond. A heavy silence fell over the group. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianji stepped forward, his attention shifting to the king of the celestial sword. His gaze sharpened as he posed a direct question. "How many offspring has Jiang Chen's miasma wings produced?" The sudden inquiry caught everyone off guard. "If he has over 100,000, Jiang Xianji continued, then we might be able to use them to trigger an explosion that could turn the situation around." Tian Daowang's expression tensed with surprise and confusion. He hesitated before admitting, "I don't know. I've never asked Jiang Chen about it." Jiang Xianji's expression darkened. His mind raced back to just a week ago. He vividly recalled Jiang using over 1,000,000 offspring in battle. The realization hit him hard. Raising another 100,000 in such a short time was simply impossible. As he wrestled with this problem, the sword god stepped closer, his expression laced with suspicion. "It's unfortunate that the lives of the geniuses are at risk, but don't you think the situation is more than just a coincidence?" Jiang Xianji snapped out his thoughts, his curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" Ji Lingqiu's gaze was sharp as he explained. "The Tianqing divine clan is hidden in the deepest part of the underground cave. Disguising themselves and infiltrating Great Xia is no small feat. Something about this feels too deliberate. I have a feeling similar events are about to unfold elsewhere." Jiang Xianji's expression turned grim. His eyes dropped to the ground in deep thought. Ji Lingqiu was right. There was something much bigger at play. However, he reminded him, "My main body is still suppressing the underground cave. There shouldn't be any immediate problems there." Still, his mind churned. He began to picture a high-level scientific facility and muttered, "If similar incidents are about to take place, the most likely target is Great Xia's main headquarters. Other than that, there are the 9 forbidden zones, places like the White Bone Temple, hidden deep within Kinling." Ji Lingqiu suddenly stiffened. His body tensed as if he had sensed something unnatural. He turned abruptly, his face filled with alarm. "It's already starting." At that very moment, at the top of a distant cliff, a crimson temple materialized out of thin air. An ominous aura seeped from its structure, filling the air with an unsettling energy. A deathly silence swept over the battlefield. All eyes locked onto the temple. The sheer intensity of its presence sent shivers down their spines. Was this an illusion, or something far worse? Then, a figure emerged. A man stood in front of the temple, but his appearance defied logic. He did not look like a human, nor did he resemble the living. His aged face bore a twisted smile, his eyes glowing with malice. His voice rang out, cryptic yet filled with authority. "The nature of the self is precisely to have no form." His eerie smile widened. "When all appearances are stripped away, what remains is called Buddha." A hush fell over the battlefield. Some recognized him. 2, in particular, stared at him in shock. The old man chuckled darkly. "It's been a long time, my friends. His gaze swept over the crowd as he finally introduced himself. I am but a wandering monk, one who follows the Diamond Sutra. Without wasting a second, Ji Lingxiu unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at the monk. His face twisted in fury. What is an old monk from the White Bone Temple doing here? He demanded. How dare you show yourself now and cause chaos? Jiangxian Ji turned sharply, his gaze locking onto the monk. Unlike Ji Lingxiu's rage, his expression remained calm and observant, studying the figure before him. The monk's wicked smile deepened. You need not be so hostile, he said smoothly. I have merely come to guide these young ones. Soon, they will hear my sutra and attain true enlightenment. Ji Lingxiu tensed. Something was off. His instincts screamed danger, but he had no idea what the monk was planning. Then it began. A strange energy seeped into the surroundings, invisible yet suffocating. Its influence spread rapidly, clouding the minds of the geniuses. One by one, their eyes turned pure white. Ji Lingxiu's heart pounded. He realized it immediately. The monk wasn't targeting just anyone. He was after great Xia's geniuses. Jiangxian Ji's eyes flashed. This was bad. Without hesitation, he shouted, his voice ringing through the battlefield. Wake up. Don't fall into his trap. His words cut through the haze. Many of the young warriors snapped out of their trance, their eyes widening in fear and confusion. Cold sweat trickled down their faces as they gasped for breath. Then, the monk's voice echoed once more, filled with amusement. Interfering with another's enlightenment, such actions are not tolerated by the celestial mandate. Beware, or divine retribution may find you. Jiangxian Ji and Ji Lingxiu's eyes snapped toward him, their expressions dark. And then, the air was filled with the sickening sound of flesh being torn apart. The geniuses who had failed to awaken, their heads were severed clean from their bodies. A chilling silence followed. The brown-haired girl and the boy turned, their faces draining of color as their eyes landed on the gruesome scene. Their jaws slackened in horror, unable to process what had just happened. The monk sighed, almost wistfully. Ah, how fortunate. The Blessed Ones have already ascended. His lips curled into a smirk. Truly a pity, though. Had you not interfered, Jiangxian Ji, just 2 more seconds, and even more would have reached supreme bliss. Ji Lingxiu had heard enough. His body tensed, and in an instant he launched himself forward. Hatred burned in his gaze as he charged at the monk, sword in hand. This ends now. His voice was low, seething with rage. He didn't just want to stop the monk, he wanted to cut him into pieces. If the monk was destroyed before he could strike again, he wouldn't have the chance to harm anyone else. As he advanced, he turned slightly toward Jiangxian Ji and spoke in a firm voice. This is only the beginning. The changes in the secret realm are just a trigger. One wrong move could shake the entire balance. His eyes darkened. Stand firm, Jiangxian Ji. It's time to return to the cave. Jiangxian Ji turned his head to the side, his gaze narrowing as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. A deep sense of urgency settled over him. Without hesitation, he raised his voice, commanding the attention of all the kingdom's guardians. Return to your war zones immediately. Defend them at all costs. There must be no mistakes. The guardians wasted no time. One by one, they leaped into action, heading back to their posts. They understood the severity of the situation, their resolve unwavering. Swearing to Jiangxian Ji, they vowed to protect Great Xia with their lives and atone for their past sins through battle. Jiangxian Ji, his arms still behind his back, stood in silence. Beside him, Tian Daowang also remained deep in thought, watching the scene unfold. Then, Tian Daowang turned his back to them, his gaze sharp and filled with determination. His voice carried a chilling promise. If Jiang Chan falls in the secret realm, once this is over, I will follow you, Jiangxian Ji. His fists clenched, and I will annihilate the entire Tianqing divine clan. Jiangxian Ji didn't react at first, but before he could process Tian Daowang's words, something caught his attention. A large screen flickered to life before them, displaying the events within the secret realm. His eyes widened. Tian Daowang's breath hitched as well. Neither of them knew what had transpired inside, but what they saw sent a wave of shock through them. Jiang Chun stood tall, his gaze unyielding. Before him, Song Changa was on his knees, blood dripping from his lips. Jiangxian Ji let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. He didn't know what had happened, but one thing was certain. Something unexpected had turned the tide. With Song Changa kneeling before Jiang Chun, they could finally breathe a little easier. 5 minutes earlier, Ing Zhan, his eyes gleaming with intensity, pressed his palm firmly to the ground. Attack, he commanded. His blood-armored dragon roared in response, charging forward. Not far away, Jiang Wushuang's expression was filled with fury. Tear him apart, he bellowed, activating his god of war body. The massive entity surged ahead, its fist poised to rip Song Changa limb from limb. Despite being outnumbered, Song Changa, still floating in midair, remained disturbingly calm. His lips curled into a smirk as he watched them unleash their attacks. "Why waste your strength?" he taunted, his voice laced with amusement. "Haven't you realized? The more you exert yourselves, the more you'll suffer from the backlash of your own power." Then, his gaze darkened, his smirk turning sinister. "There's no need to rush. Once I finish refining the souls of these lovely girls," he chuckled, his voice dripping with malice. "It'll be your turn." With a flick of his wrist, 1,000 threads pulsed to life once more. Glowing filaments shot forward, wrapping tightly around Ji Xinyu and Luo Sando. Their eyes widened in horror as the cursed threads tightened around their bodies. Then came the screams. Pain erupted through them, their voices filled with agony as their souls were slowly being pulled from their bodies. Song Changa had no intention of killing them immediately. First, he wanted to break their spiritual forces. Jiang, who had been kneeling on one knee, slowly pushed himself up, his fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with fury. Meanwhile, Little Nine stirred restlessly inside him, eager to devour fresh prey. But Jiang shook his head. "Not yet. Unless it's absolutely necessary. You cannot expose yourself," he reminded her. "Wait, I'll find another way." Little Nine's hunger was undeniable. If unleashed, she could end this in an instant. But Jiang had sworn not to rely on her in this competition. That promise still held. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed the situation. He had more than one trump card, but without fully understanding his opponent's abilities, recklessness could cost his companions their lives. Song Changa's, no, Shu Landua's, eyes suddenly turned pure white, and a sinister smile spread across his face. Jiang activated his system. A translucent status window appeared before him, revealing the truth behind his enemy. Real name, Shu Landuo. Race, Tianqing Divine Clan. Position, 19th heir in line of succession. Affiliation, Church of the Ancient God. Power level, 6. Origin, descended into Great Xia through an abyssal rift. Disguise, masquerading as a genius with a dual profession. Zhang's eyes flickered with realization. The Tianqing Divine Clan ranked 61st among the 10,000 races, making them a secondary branch of the 3 primordial divine clans. More importantly, Shu Landuo possessed the Tanan Pearl, an artifact capable of blocking the perception of the heavenly Tao. Jiang fell in a deep thought. A plan started to form in his mind. Turning inward, he asked, "Xiao Jia, do we still have any of the divine and demonic blood essence left from Julie's sacred treasure?" Xiao Jia, still half asleep, groggily responded, "Nope. Ate it all." Zhang's expression stiffened, but before he could respond, Xiao Jia suddenly transformed. His eyes shone with an eerie light as he extended a clawed hand. "If you need it," Xiao Jia said, "I can extract a drop of my own blood for you." He continued, "The blood essence I've refined holds the same effects as the original, but with fewer side effects. You won't explode and die." Zhang's lips curled into a grin. Perfect. He decided to use a small portion of the blood to break the restriction. The rest, he would save for later. Xiao Jia handed over a single drop of refined blood essence. The moment it touched Zhang's skin, a surge of energy erupted from his body. Song Changa's head snapped toward him, his expression shifting from arrogance to confusion. "Ow," he muttered. Jiang had escaped his web of threads. Song Changa had no idea how, but it didn't matter. Jiang straightened, his aura growing stronger by the second. Then, without hesitation, he summoned a barrier. Song Changa burst into laughter, mockery dripping from his voice. He had no idea why Jiang had summoned a barrier, but he couldn't resist taunting him. "What's wrong? Are you afraid that your screams will be too loud when you die? Worried that others might hear and be embarrassed for you?" But Jiang remained unmoved. His gaze was firm as he spoke. "Shu Landuo." The name struck like a thunderclap. Song Changa's laughter cut off abruptly as his expression shifted. His body stiffened as he slowly descended to the ground, his footsteps heavy, his eyes lowered, fixed on the dirt as he walked forward. "Who are you?" he finally asked, his tone laced with unease. "How do you know my real name?" A bead of sweat formed on his temple. The real names of the 10,000 races had never been revealed to outsiders. Zhang's body pulsed with a deep, penetrating energy. His aura flared, suffocatingly intense. He met Song Changa's gaze with cold indifference. "You're not worthy of knowing who I am." Song Changa instinctively raised an arm to shield his face, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure Jiang was emitting. His mind raced. Was Jiang some hidden ancestor of the main clan? Jiang took a step forward, his voice sharp as a blade. "Tell me, when did the Tianqing divine tribe become this pathetic?" His glare darkened. How did the 19th heir in their succession become this much of a fool? Panic flooded Song Changa's features. His breath hitched and his entire body tensed. He froze. He knows. He knows my secret position in the line of succession. Cold sweat dripped from his chin. Jiang shouldn't have had this information. Only those in the highest echelons of the Tianqing divine tribe were privy to it. His heart pounded. That meant this man outranked even the leader of my clan. With a trembling voice, he finally spoke. Are you part of the divine tribe? Zhang's eyes darkened, a suffocating aura pressing down upon the battlefield. He raised a hand and pointed directly at Song Chang'e. You still can't feel it? He asked coldly. The aura of the ancient god flowing through me. Song Chang'e's mouth went dry. He swallowed hard, his entire body shaking. The truth was undeniable. I'm going to be crushed. Zhang's fury was absolute. The Church of the Ancient God has grown too reckless, he spat. Sending you here without proper preparation? Foolish. You ruined their plans. His voice turned deadly. You and the entire church must die. Song Chang'e's legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees, his head bowing in terror. Spare me, he pleaded desperately. We know we've made a mistake. His breath came in quick gasps. If we had known the god was here, we never would have dared to act. He trembled violently. The Tianqing divine tribe originally belonged to the primordial divine clan. We share the same roots, the same origin. His voice broke as he begged once more. Please spare my life. Jiang fell silent. His eyes bore into the kneeling figure before him. Unreadable. As Song Chang'e lowered his head before Jiang, he remained silent, staring at the ground. Jiang studied him intently, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Meanwhile, Little Nine playfully touched her cheek, anticipation clear in her demeanor. Jiang knew that forcing a direct confrontation with Song Chang'e would only expose his own weaknesses. Instead, a better strategy emerged, trapping him within his sea of consciousness and letting Little Nine deal with him. As long as she didn't physically appear, it wouldn't count as breaking the rules. Without hesitation, Song Chang'e prostrated himself before Jiang as though worshipping a deity. Jiang snapped out his thoughts, his expression calm. He acknowledged that Song Chang'e's words made sense. They were, after all, of the same essence and origin. Since his plan was already nearing completion, he decided to spare him. Hearing this, Song Chang'e felt nothing but gratitude and immediately expressed his thanks. Jiang, however, remained composed, extending his hand as he spoke. He knew Song Chang'e wanted to return to the cave, but doing so now would only harm his foundation. Instead, he proposed a solution, letting him merge into his body. That way, once Jiang had dealt with the other geniuses, he could personally bring him back. After a brief moment of thought, Song Chang'e accepted without hesitation. He bowed once more, vowing never to forget this kindness. With a simple motion, Jiang activated his power, drawing Song Chang'e into his being. As the process unfolded, Jiang's eyes glowed with satisfaction, a small smile forming on his lips. But just as Song Chang'e felt relief, he suddenly realized something was wrong. In an instant, he found himself inside Jiang's sea of consciousness, surrounded by countless insects. Above him loomed the massive dragon Jiang had discovered in the tomb, and perched atop, it was Little Nine, watching him with amusement. A chill ran through Song Chang'e as dread settled in. He barely had time to react before Little Nine rested her head on her hands, eyeing him like prey. Her tongue flicked out playfully. After all, it had been far too long since she had feasted on someone this powerful. With a nod from Jiang, she wasted no time. Her form twisted and grew, transforming into the mother insect. Her glowing eyes locked onto Song Chang'e as she lunged, tearing into him without mercy. Agonizing screams filled the sea of consciousness. Song Chang'e begged for help, his cries fading as he was devoured. Back in reality, Jiang casually brushed off his hands, then turned to Jiang Wushuang and Ying Zhan, who were still kneeling before him. Their eyes remained fixed on him, confusion and fear written all over their faces. Ying Zhan, struggling to process what he had just witnessed, swallowed hard. The sight of Song Chang'e kneeling before Jiang had already shaken him, but now the sheer terror of what had happened was sinking in. Jiang Wushuang, though equally shocked, fought to maintain his composure. His mind raced with unanswered questions. After all, the fight hadn't even begun. What exactly had Jiang said to Song Chang'e? The threads binding Ji Xianyu and the others suddenly vanished. She pushed herself up, placing a fist over her chest, her face flushing as she realized Jiang had saved her once again. Lu Sando approached, closing her eyes as a warm smile spread across her face. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Jiang's neck, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang remained silent, unsure of how to react. The others watched, unable to hide their jealousy at the scene unfolding before them. One of Ying Zhan's men hesitated before speaking, his voice filled with sincerity. He admitted that Zhang's strength was overwhelming and asked if they should still continue fighting. Ingzhan, feeling both embarrassed and frustrated, shot him a sharp look. With a serious tone, he reminded his men that Jiang had saved all their lives. If they were going to fight him, it would have to wait until after the battle for classification. Jiang gently patted Lu Sando's head, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Turning to the rest of the group, he couldn't help but smile. Since the battle had settled and there was still nearly an hour left, he suggested they head to the center of the secret realm to rest and enjoy a meal while they waited for time to run out. Once they reached the center, Jiang accessed his system inventory, retrieving a full set of barbecue equipment. As one of the women began preparing the food, the group gathered around. Ingzhan curiously picked up a skewer of meat, taking a bite. His expression shifted. He hadn't expected it to taste this good. Lu Sando sat beside Jiang, flashing him a grin. He commented on Jiang's surprisingly large appetite as they continued eating. Just then, a notification window appeared before Jiang's eyes. His breath hitched. He had ascended from level 39 to level 48 in one leap. 9 whole levels at once. For a moment, he was stunned, unsure if Little Nine had something to do with it. Inside the sea of consciousness, Little Nine had already devoured Song Changa. Satisfaction filled her gaze as she lazily chewed. Suddenly, she felt something odd in her mouth. Reaching in, she pulled out a thin thread, initially mistaking it for thorns. The strand was slick with her saliva. Zhang's attention snapped to it. He quickly realized it was Shu Landuo's soul. A new system window appeared, revealing its details. The thread was classified as a first-level divine weapon, possessing 3 unique abilities. The first, Soul Collapse, allowed the user to unleash spiritual energy, piercing into an enemy's sea of consciousness to shatter their very essence. The second, Soul Lock, enabled the absorption of surrounding spiritual energy, converting it into the user's own power. The third, Soul Descent, activated lingering souls, manifesting a powerful auxiliary spirit for battle. The description revealed that the thread was composed of countless souls and had been nurtured with spiritual energy for 100 years. However, it was still incomplete. To reach its full potential, it needed to merge with even more souls. Only then would it become a true first-level divine weapon. The thread possessed evolutionary potential. The more souls it consumed, the stronger it would become, increasing in both quality and level. However, unlike other weapons, it couldn't temporarily bond with a user or be immediately activated. It required careful nurturing with spiritual energy before it could be wielded. Jiang materialized within his sea of consciousness, his gaze locked onto the thread with a serious expression. At last, he understood why Song Changa had insisted on needing time to refine the souls. The weapon had never been complete to begin with. Now, Jiang had acquired another hidden card up his sleeve. However, instead of using it immediately, he decided to nurture the thread first, with the help of the tree, so that it would eventually recognize him as its rightful owner. While raising weapons wasn't as profitable as cultivating as insects, this particular thread held great potential. Floating beside him, Little Nine tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't grasp what was happening, but Jiang remained focused. The tree extended one of its branches, enveloping the thread in its energy. Almost instantly, a system notification appeared, informing Jiang that the thread had been successfully nurtured and was now ready to acknowledge him as its owner. Jiang was taken aback. It had happened much faster than he expected. He had originally planned to use divine soul energy to speed up the process, but the tree had done it effortlessly. This tree was truly extraordinary. Not only had it protected his divine soul in the past, but it had also blocked the illusion of the great dreamer and even thwarted an ancient god's attempt to take over his body, reducing the deity to nothing more than a fruit. And now, it had the ability to nurture divine weapons as well. Jiang reached for the thread, and another system notification popped up. It had successfully recognized him as its owner. His eyes gleamed with excitement, a satisfied smile forming on his face. If the tree was this powerful, then when he eventually obtained the Hu sword from the divine emperor Jiulu, he would entrust it to the tree for nurturing as well. Little Nine, still puzzled, silently observed the thread. Meanwhile, new fruits had appeared on the tree, 1 green and 2 blue. Zhang's excitement grew. Though the fruits seemed to be of a lower level, there were multiple this time. The system provided more details. The green fruit contained a triple experience card, which would triple all experience gained for 3 hours after activation. The blue fruits contained class change mission exemption cards, allowing him to bypass the mission requirement for a class upgrade. Jiang placed a hand on his chin. His curiosity piqued as he read the descriptions in the system window. A grin spread across his face. He had obtained 2 class change exemption cards. At level 48, he wasn't far from his 3rd class change. With these cards, he could skip the mission requirement entirely. making his advancement much more convenient. The system then pulled up his statistics window. Status: Transformation, second. Level, 48. Combat power, 447 stars. Jiang took a deep breath, his mind already planning his next move. Little Nine's gaze remained fixed on the system window, her eyes widening in surprise and confusion. Meanwhile, Jiang snapped his fingers as he suddenly recalled something. He still had a triple experience card. With that in mind, he decided to find a place to grind experience once he left the secret realm. Perhaps, if things went well, he could even complete his third transformation at the same time. Far away, within the great hall of the Church of the Ancient God, a figure in a red hood rested their chin on their hand, peering through multiple floating portals. This person was none other than the lover, the seventh pillar of the church. They chuckled softly. Initially, they had planned to wait for the ranking competition, but to their amusement, the Divine Sun had single-handedly eliminated Great Xia's divine-level geniuses. With a flick of their wrist, the portals disappeared. There was no need to keep watching. It was time to act. Standing atop a cliff, the lover overlooked the cult members gathered below. Extending their hand, they issued the command. All headquarters must be informed. Our allies in the caves, the marine race, and the forbidden zone of the depths. It's time for them to stir the waters of Great Xia. The plan was already set in motion. Jiang Xianji would oversee the defense of the cave, Ji Lingxiu would engage the old monk, and the great dreamer, still in slumber, wouldn't awaken until it was too late. By the time she did, the entire realm would already be in chaos. At that point, all of the realm's guardians and the sealed kings would be completely entangled in the conflict, unable to escape. The lover pulled back their hood, revealing piercing red eyes. A confident smirk spread across their lips as they spoke with certainty. Chujiang River won't have any reinforcements. He's going to be abandoned. And once the city is sacrificed, the rift beneath him will open wide enough for the ancient god's descent. At that moment, the filthy human blood in our veins will be purified completely. A deafening cheer erupted from the cult members below. Raising their fists into the air, they chanted in unison, announcing the imminent arrival of their god. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Chujiang, the Night Watch remained vigilant. Among them were Jai Gang and Tang, standing high above the city. Jai Gang observed the darkened horizon before speaking grimly. The 9 great regions of Great Xia, all except for Yunming Lake and Jiangnan, are in full rebellion. His gaze hardened as he surveyed the city below. The marine race and the cave dwellers are already making their move. The 8 great war zones of Great Xia have entered a first-level state of preparation. Even though Chuan isn't one of the major strategic cities, we can't let our guard down. Tang, who was sitting leisurely on the wall, turned to him with a relaxed smile. No need to stress, she reassured him. Our grand defensive formation is already warming up. In less than half an hour, it'll be fully operational. Jai Gang's expression grew more serious. We still have no word on how Jiangchun is doing. But based on the latest intel, Jiangnan's team has already broken into the top 3. Tang lifted a finger, grinning. With Jiangchun and Jiang Wushuang securing 3rd place, fighting for first shouldn't be a problem. She exhaled, stretching her arms. Honestly, I believe Jiang can take 1st place in the genius ranking, but it all depends on the upcoming ranking battles. Just as their conversation continued, small explosions suddenly rocked the city. Jai Gang turned abruptly, confusion flashing across his face. He had no idea what was happening. Just then, other members rushed over, shouting urgent news. The transportation center had been destroyed, communication equipment was down, and Chujiang City was now completely surrounded by a beast horde from all directions. A massive wave of beasts had begun their assault on the city. Jai Gang's expression darkened. This was bad. With communications cut off, Chujiang City was completely isolated. He immediately realized that this attack wasn't just a random assault. It was a diversion meant to split their forces and weaken their defenses. Taking control of the situation, he turned to the others and spoke firmly. The more critical this becomes, the less we can afford to panic. He quickly issued orders. Duan Feng were tasked with holding the defensive line and accelerating the activation of both the Great Defensive Formation and the nuclear weapons. Xiao was ordered to initiate the reserve emergency plan and find any transferred who could still transmit sound messages. If no such individuals remained, they were to use loudspeakers and manual transmission instead. Bulang was given the task of gathering all the transferred within the city and bringing them to the front lines with him. The warriors' eyes burned with determination as they nodded in unison. Without hesitation, Jai Gang drew his sword and leapt off the wall, heading straight into the battlefield. His role was clear: hold the front lines and buy time while the others secured the city's defenses. At the same time, Jiang and his group emerged from the secret realm. Their expressions were relaxed, still basking in the afterglow of victory. Ingzhan glanced around and let out a breath of relief. However, Zhang's tranquil gaze soon turned to confusion. Where was everyone? Jiang Wushuang folded his arms, scanning the area. His gut instinct told him something wasn't right. He had a bad feeling about this. Just then, Xuanji materialized, his expression solemn. I have 2 pieces of news, he announced. The group fell silent. The first, Great Xia's main forbidden zones, the marine race, and the cave dwellers have all begun moving. Because of this, the high command of every war zone has been forced to send reinforcements. The atmosphere grew heavier. The second, half an hour ago, an urgent distress signal was received from Chu Jiang, one of Jiangnan's war zones. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. His jaw tensed. His thoughts immediately raced to his master and senior sister. Had they gone to help? Were they safe? Xian Ji's gaze sharpened. The southeastern coast is in complete chaos. The marine race has rebelled, and troops have already been deployed to suppress them. Jiang took a deep breath, steadying himself before asking the one question that mattered most. Who was sent to defend Chu Jiang? Xuanji's expression darkened. No one. Jiang froze. Xuanji continued, his voice laced with frustration. Chu Jiang is ranked last among Jiangnan cities. During an emergency meeting, Great Xia's high command made the decision to abandon it. They deemed it necessary to sacrifice the city to protect other, more strategically important locations. A heavy silence followed. Zhang's fist clenched. His jaw tightened. His expression was unreadable. Did they even consider the possibility that this is a distraction? He asked coldly. Ingzhan, standing nearby, flinched in surprise. His gaze fell to Zhang's trembling fist. Xuanji sighed. They did. But compared to Chu Jiang, there were places where they couldn't afford to make a mistake. And no one could be certain whether Chu Jiang was a decoy or the true target. He hesitated before adding, Gu Kashin didn't want you to know this, but he left behind a residual projection for you. He extended his hand. What will you do? Jiang didn't hesitate. He looked down for a moment before speaking, his voice firm. For Xuanji, Great Xia is the home we must protect. I understand why people think this way. His eyes burned with determination. His fist tightened as waves of insects burst forth, swarming around him. But Chu Jiang is my home. He turned to face his companions, his gaze unwavering. No matter how insignificant it may seem to them, I will never abandon it. And with that, he made his decision. He was going back. Jiang Wushuang studied Jiang for a moment before cracking his fingers with a grin. If Chu Jiang is in danger, it's our duty as the Jiangnan team to step in, he said. Ingzhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. With a confident smile, he added, Count me in. There's no way I'm letting you go alone. Ji Xianyu clenched her fist, determination flashing in her eyes. If one of us is in trouble, it's everyone's duty to help, she declared. Jiang turned to them, momentarily speechless. He hadn't expected them to stand by him like this. Xuanji remained silent, simply watching him. Zhang's heart swelled with gratitude, and with a sincere smile, he thanked them all from the bottom of his heart. Then, Xuanji's expression darkened. With a serious gaze, he raised his hand, summoning a hologram of a monstrous beast. The city isn't just under attack. It's being overwhelmed by a beast tide. Even the strongest warriors have little chance of survival, he warned. Do you truly want to go? You're all young geniuses with a bright future ahead of you. If you set foot in that battlefield, there's a good chance you won't come back. A heavy silence fell over the group. The lilac-haired woman pressed a hand over her chest, hesitation creeping into her expression. One by one, many of the geniuses began to waver. Some lowered their gazes, understanding that their weakness would only drag the others down. Ingzhan scoffed, disgusted. With a sharp glare, he barked, If you're afraid, leave now. Don't burden the ones willing to fight. His words struck deep. Several geniuses turned their backs and walked away. Xuanji looked at Jiang, his expression unreadable. Even after seeing this, do you still intend to go? Jiang's eyes burned with unshakable determination. His voice was steady as he answered, Even if the entire world stands against me, I will save my city. Ingzhan stretched his arms, his expression solemn. If my ancestors, the descendants of a human emperor, were here today, they'd praise you, Jiang Chun. Jiang Wushuang pressed his hands together and closed his eyes, slipping into deep meditation. With a calm voice, he whispered, Grandfather, I have obtained an invincible heart. From this moment on, my own journey begins. Ji Xianyu's fists trembled with rage. How is it possible that no one from my city is stepping up to help? She demanded. Her anger seemed to ignite something in the others. One by one, they steeled their resolve. If they truly shared the same city, they couldn't stand aside and do nothing. Xianji watched them all carefully before stepping forward. Raising his hands, he praised their bravery. You are the prodigies of the new generation of the Great Xia. I would expect nothing less. His expression hardened as he continued. But I cannot allow all of you to go. Only the top 10 in the prodigy ranking may accompany Jiang to Chujiang. His voice carried finality. As for the rest, you are eliminated from the competition. Upon hearing this, the geniuses clutched their heads, unable to hide their panic. Xianji then revealed that the next phase of the competition had been canceled. Instead, a merit-based battle would take its place. With a flick of his powers, a bracelet materialized on Zhang's wrist and those of the other participants. Zhang's gaze locked onto the bracelet, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Wushuang silently examined his own. Xianji explained that these bracelets would track their merits, and the final rankings would be determined by the points earned in battle. Xianji closed his eyes, rubbing his chin in thought before issuing one final warning. The great Xia couldn't afford to lose. If they failed, it would only prove they weren't worthy in the first place. He urged them to let go of any illusions. If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on their own strength. Xianji opened his eyes, but no one seemed to be paying attention. Seeing this, he hesitated, slightly puzzled. At that moment, a portal emerged, and one by one, Jiang and the others stepped inside. Before entering, Jiang Wushuang turned to his grandfather with a bewildered look. He bluntly told the old man to stop talking so much. Walking toward the portal, Ingzhan acknowledged Xianji's concern, but dismissed his usual persuasion tricks. With confidence, he reassured him not to worry. They weren't going to die that easily. Xianji silently observed them before stroking his beard and gazing at the sky. The way they called him old made his expression darken, but a smile soon formed. Next time, he decided he would take them deep into the cave, where they could witness his terrifying might firsthand. After that, they wouldn't dare speak of him that way again. To him, they were remarkable individuals, and he truly hoped they would survive. Elsewhere, a lilac-haired woman collapsed to her knees, covering her face as she sobbed, pleading for forgiveness. One girl also fell to his knees, tears streaming down as she apologized for his own cowardice. One of the men extended a hand toward them, telling them to stop crying. As long as they were alive, they would still have chances to grow stronger. Besides, if Jiang and the others perished, that would be their opportunity to rise in the rankings. Meanwhile, on the defense line of the eastern sea of Jiangnan, a monstrous horde of sea beasts surged toward the shore, demolishing everything in their path. The defense cannons roared to life, unleashing a barrage of fire against the advancing creatures. Standing on the wall, Old Gu and one more person observed the onslaught. As they analyzed the situation, a sense of unease crept in. Something was off. Old Gu noted that this beast tide was unlike anything before. Judging by its sheer scale, this could very well be one of the largest in recorded history. But the battle itself lacked intensity. Duan Feng, arms crossed, observed the sea beasts closely and questioned whether this was just a distraction. Old Gu confirmed his suspicion, explaining that the attack was merely a ploy to divert the attention of the elite forces. Duan Feng knelt down, a deep frown crossing his face. He realized the enemy's true target lay elsewhere. Hearing this, Gu's expression hardened. Could their objective be Chujiang City? Duan Feng stood up, his gaze unwavering. He admitted he wasn't entirely sure. Alongside the forbidden marine zones and the rebellion in the caverns, 5 other cities in Great Xia were under siege by beast tides. These were all small, remote cities far from the central bases. Old Gu listened in silence, intrigued by the unfolding situation. Duan Feng then confirmed that Chujiang was indeed one of the attacked cities, but no one knew for certain if it was the enemy's primary target. As the cannons continued bombarding the attacking beasts, Duan Feng revealed that Xuanji had sent a message. Jiang Chan and his group had teleported from the Qinluo War Zone's main base to Hubei City in the Jiangnan War Zone. Gu's face drained of color. It didn't take long for him to piece things together. They were heading for Chujiang. Panic surged within him. He had specifically told Xianji not to inform Jiang about the beast tide in Chujiang. Without hesitation, Old Gu leaped to his feet and sprinted along the wall, his anger boiling over. To him, Xianji was nothing more than a treacherous dog. But none of that mattered now. He had to go back. He had lost one disciple before. He wouldn't let it happen again. Duan Feng, alarmed, rushed after him, urging him to calm down. Besides, it wasn't just Jiang Chun, Ingzhan, Ji Xianyu, Jiang Wushuang, and the entire Jiangnan team were also in Chujiang. Just then, a colossal sea beast burst from the ocean's depths. Duan Feng and Gu's focus immediately snapped to it. This was the Sea Emperor. Its appearance changed everything. Gu gritted his teeth. He couldn't leave now. If the defense line fell, Jiangnan would face utter devastation. As the beast prepared to strike, Gu sprang into action. Drawing his sword, he launched himself forward, determined to take it down. Meanwhile, in Chujiang City, the warriors had erected a protective barrier around the city. The monstrous tide relentlessly crashed against it, causing fractures to form little by little. Standing at the forefront, the commander of the troops, Hanging, raised his hand toward the attacking beasts. His voice was resolute as he issued the order. All battalions of Chu Zhang's Defense Legion were to move out and reinforce the barrier. His instructions were clear. If he fell, the captain would take command. If the captain perished, the lieutenant would step up. And if the lieutenant fell, the sergeant would assume control. Casualties were inevitable, but their priority was not survival. It was buying time for the warriors to hold the line. Outside the city, at the rear, several beasts lunged at Gu Gang, but with a swift swing of his sword, he cut them down effortlessly. Meanwhile, Tang's eyes burned with hatred. She leaped into the air, delivering a devastating kick that split a flying beast in half. Qing activated his celestial armor, his body instantly growing more muscular. Without breaking a sweat, he grabbed a beast and tore its arm apart with sheer strength. Xiaoku extended her hands, her gaze sharpening with focus. She cast the sacred light buff on Chu Buing and warned him not to let his guard down. A devouring crow was closing in behind him. After slaying one beast, Chu Buing turned, only to see the massive crow hurtling toward him at full speed. Before he could react, a tentacle from another creature wrapped tightly around his arm. Just as he began to struggle, an arrow pierced the beast, forcing it to release him. From atop the turret, Duan Fong had taken a shot, saving him at the last moment. Catching his breath, Chu Buing quickly expressed his gratitude, relieved by the timely rescue. Nearby, Gang, visibly exhausted, pulled himself up and locked eyes with Duan Fong. He made a grim remark. If Duan Fong, the commander of the Night Watch, fell in battle, their entire unit would be wiped out. Duan Fong, however, dismissed his pessimism. As long as Jiangchen lived, the Night Watch would never fade. Then his eyes widened as he spotted incoming threats. 5 level 5 eagles and 2 level 6 celestial apes were heading straight for them instead of targeting the defense shield. Panic briefly surged through him, but he quickly steeled himself. A brutal fight was inevitable, but he had already made up his mind. If the defense shield collapsed, they would unleash 8 nuclear bombs on the beasts. There was no turning back now. Ji Gang's expression darkened with fury. Raising his sword high, he called upon the Night Watch members to remember the oath that bound them. Without hesitation, he and Aunt Tang charged forward. Behind them, Xiao Ke reinforced them with the Holy Light buff, while Chu Byung also pressed on toward the oncoming monsters. Ji Gang swung his sword with full force, cleaving through a beast. Another lunged at Aunt Tang, but she sprang into the air, decapitating it with a single powerful kick. Xuan seized a beast and slammed it into the ground with immense force. Seeing this, Xiao Ke quickly applied another buff to bolster his strength. But then, her expression twisted in terror. Looking up, she screamed a warning to everyone. Something was coming. The level 6 celestial ape had arrived. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a ferocious punch. Ji Gang and the others barely managed to block it, straining against the beast's overwhelming power. Tang, however, was starting to falter. Fatigue was setting in. Ji Gang's eyes locked onto the massive creature, its sheer presence suffocating. He knew there was no way to evade the next attack. There was only one choice left: face it head on. They had been fighting for hours. Their strength was fading. But giving up was never an option. They struggled to resist, but it was useless. The celestial ape struck with immense force, sending them hurtling through the air. Now weakened and unable to fight back, they could only watch as the beast loomed over them, its piercing gaze locked onto its helpless prey. It raised its foot, preparing to crush them. Ji Gang and Tang, barely able to move, knelt on the ground. Fear flickered in their eyes. Ji Gang gritted his teeth, stabbing his sword into the ground. His eyes widened in despair. Was this really the end? He hadn't yet witnessed Jiang claim the top spot in the ranking of geniuses. He hadn't had the chance to proudly tell his master that he had finally advanced to the 4th transformation and mastered his sword. But just as the monster was about to strike, its head was severed in an instant. Ji Gang and Tang froze, their gazes snapping to the lifeless body of the ape. Their minds reeled. What had just happened? Then they saw him, Jiang Chun. As the creature's head hit the ground, Jiang calmly placed his hand on it. A dark mist swirled from his palm, consuming the severed head. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction, and a smile tugged at his lips. "I'm back," he announced, "and I'm here to save the Night Watch." Extending his hand, he conjured a protective shield. His expression turned serious as he ordered Ji Gang and the others to enter and recover while he handled the rest. Ji Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. His jaw nearly dropped. Was this real? Had he already died? And this was some kind of illusion? Tang, however, broke into a smile. Relief washed over her as she looked at Jiang. "No," she said softly. "It's real. It's really Jiang Chun." But Ji Gang panicked. This is a beast tide. You came alone. You're gonna get yourself killed. His voice rose in frustration. This is it. Now the night watch is finished. Jiang turned toward him, amusement flickering in his eyes. They had no idea, did they? No one here knew about the time he had unleashed Little Nine against Xiao Xinghua. Meanwhile, the poisonous mist continued to devour the ape's corpse, consuming it bit by bit. Jiang smirked and spoke without turning around. You should really stop underestimating me. His voice was calm, yet his words carried weight. Then, he gave them a simple instruction. Pay attention, all eyes fixed on the rapidly dissolving corpse. And in that moment, they understood. This was the power of the Calamity 9 miasma wings. The moment Chu Jiang witnessed Jiang unleash that toxic mist, he froze, eyes wide, jaw slack. Jiang had just obliterated a level 6 beast, the kind only fighters at the 6th transformation star rank could handle. Aunt Tiang stood rooted to the spot, her mind struggling to make sense of what she'd seen. This wasn't just talent. Tianjiao was in a league of his own. And now, Jiang had finally had a sliver of hope. Jiang turned toward the others, a look of relief crossing his face. He made it just in time. With a smirk, he declared, I didn't come alone this time. Reinforcements had arrived. This wasn't just about saving lives anymore. It was the climax of the genius ranking competition. The real test. A battle for honor. Elsewhere on the chaotic battlefield, Tang Ying and Bai Feng stood back to back, cutting through the wave of beasts. Tang Ying shot a quick glance at Jiang, her brows furrowed. She couldn't comprehend it. It takes us minutes to kill a level 4, and he just wiped out a level 6 like it was nothing. The merit system suddenly felt meaningless. Just then, a beast lunged at Bai Feng. He met it head-on, his blades slicing clean through its skull. He turned to Tang Ying, voice steady. It's not that unbalanced. Points from the 9 miasma wings only count for 1/10 of the usual score. A short distance away, Lei and his friend had joined the fray. Lei's eyes sparkled with thrill. His first time facing a beast horde. With a fierce charge, he tackled a monster to the ground and tore off one of its limbs. But the tide wasn't slowing. Beasts kept coming. His comrade raised his hands, energy surging out to boost Lei's defenses. Stay alert, he warned. These aren't like the ones from training. Drop your guard even once, and they'll crush you. Not far from them, Muhu and Luo Sandao arrived to support Jiang. Muhu's twin daggers flashed as she downed a flying beast. But before she could breathe, another one swooped in from behind. Luo Sandao threw up a barrier in the nick of time, shielding her. He looked at her and said, As long as I'm here, you won't have to look over your shoulder. Muhu gave a sharp nod. I'll protect Zhang City with everything I have. For them, the rankings didn't matter. Let the others chase points. They were here for Jiang. Xiaojia wasn't about to stay idle either. She lifted her bow to the sky and let loose her scorching sun technique. Golden Phoenix Fire Rain. A blazing phoenix shot from Xiaojio's bow, its fire carving a path through the sky. She hadn't stood out much back in the secret realm, but now was her chance to rise. Everything she had would go toward protecting Jiang. Not far off, Jiang Wang brought his hands together, golden energy erupting from him like a storm. He activated the war god's body. A towering spirit with 9 arms took form beside him. As a beast lunged forward, the spirit struck. One thunderous punch, and the creature was torn apart. Jiang Wang refused to let Tian Daowang be the only one standing tall. He was determined to master the invincible heart. He'd stumbled in the secret realm, but this was his moment. Amid the swirling chaos, Ying Zhan's eyes sparkled with untamed excitement. He had already piled up a hill of beast corpses beneath his feet. Still, more came, stronger, faster, deadlier. He welcomed them. Raising his gaze, he summoned the human emperor's sword. A fearsome weapon shrouded in oppressive energy descended from the heavens. He had thought he could keep it sealed back in the secret realm. But now, if he wanted to surpass Jiang, he had to unleash everything. As the human emperor's sole heir, his message was clear. First place would be his. Watching the incredible display, Aunt Tian grabbed Chu Jiang's arm, her voice barely a whisper. This generation, there's something else. Chu Jiang's face tightened. He felt it, the quiet weight of time catching up. They were getting old. Jiang stood still for a moment, the poisonous mist curling tighter around him. He could feel it, something stirring deep within. Jiang Wushuang had grown. Since the secret realm, he became something more. And now, even Ying Zhan had drawn the human emperor's sword. Aunt Tian and Chu Jiang looked over at Jiang, puzzled by the calm smile spreading across his face. They didn't get it, but Jiang knew exactly what he was doing. Even with Little Nine as a hidden ace, this wasn't the time to hold back. Eyes bright with anticipation, he leapt into action, charging straight toward the advancing beasts. Watch carefully, he called out to Chu Jiang and Aunt Tian. Because today, I'm not just ending this beast wave. I'm claiming the top of the rankings. The two seasoned warriors locked eyes with him, and for the first time they believed it. Not far behind, Xiao Zhenhua stood tall, stretching her hands toward them. Her energy flared. She began healing them. Jiang approached quickly, concern etched into every step. Something felt off, deeply wrong. He turned to Ji Xianyu. We need to move. Now, the protection spell's failing. We have to fix it. Without a word, she looked to Chu Jiang, gave a firm nod, and followed Jiang without hesitation. Far from the chaos, on a cliff overlooking the city, someone else watched. Her gaze locked on a Tian Daowang, alive. They all were. Her fury flared. Then a violent explosion tore through the air. A toxic mist spread like wildfire. She stood frozen, unsure if the divine youth had made it through. The rumors about the 9 miasma wings hadn't done it justice. This power was far beyond anything she imagined. Without a second thought, she leapt from the cliff, racing toward the underground rift beneath Jiang Xuanji. She had to report to the ancient god immediately. Her order was cold and clear. Send word to the Abyss Spider Queen. Only she can counter the 9 miasma wings. The cloaked figures bowed, then vanished into the thick mist. Back on the battlefield, Jiang unsheathed his sword, arcs of lightning sparking around the blade. With one fluid strike, he launched the thunder sword technique. The beast in his path was torn apart instantly. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Jiang stared ahead, confidence blazing in his eyes. Little Nine appeared beside him, no longer in her smaller form, but fully transformed into her fearsome mother insect state. She lunged at a beast and shredded it without effort, then turned to Jiang with a satisfied glint. I've eaten another one, she said. Jiang grinned. Keep going. Eat as much as you want. And she did. Every beast she consumed surged more experience into his system. Over 60,000 points gained. In a heartbeat, Jiang jumped from level 48 to 57. His consciousness was suddenly pulled inward, into his sea of consciousness. Little Nine kept eating. Jiang lifted his hand, summoning a series of glowing cards. Reward from the tree's fruit. His eyes lit up. Thanks to the double experience card, both he and Little Nine had hit level 57. This horde wasn't just a threat. It was an opportunity. They weren't just surviving. They were evolving. And with the exemption card for the 3rd transformation still in their hands. Tonight was the night. They would complete the transformation and gain a new mother insect. Right then, Tianjiao stepped forward. She pointed toward the sky, her face solemn. A chorus of voices echoed around Jiang. Spirits offering to help gather the scattered souls. Jiang turned, brow raised. You don't want the souls for yourself? Tianjiao touched his fingertips gently. I'm not interested in that, he replied. You promised me a real feast, didn't you? Jiang gave a small nod, then reminded him. The tree needs souls to bear fruit. Go gather them, but quietly. His tone shifted. You're my ace. Don't show your hand unless it's the last resort. Tianjiao gave a quiet nod before fading into the mist. At the same time, the Grand Xiao merit list updated across the system. At the very top stood Jiang Xuanji. 2nd place, Ji Lingxiu. 3rd, the Great Dreamer, Huan Yue. Gu Kaitian was at 28th. Jiang Chun had surged to 296. Yingzhan landed at 401. And Jiang Wushuang now held spot 468. Holding the human emperor's sword, Yingzhan glanced at the display on his bracelet. His jaw tightened. Tian Daowang, once in the 900s, had shot up into the top 300. And Yingzhan, still outside the top 400. The frustration inside him exploded. Without a word, he dashed forward, slicing through waves of beasts with brutal speed. But he knew better. Kills alone wouldn't cut it. Merit wasn't just about combat. Contribution mattered. A beast horde this massive? There had to be a rift nearby. If he could locate and destroy it, he might surpass Jiang. Up on the city walls, Ji Xianyu exhaled, her breath heavy. I've finished repairing the protection spell, she said, bending over slightly, hands on her knees. Jiang Chun sat close, eyes fixed on Jiang far ahead. Why'd he dive so deep into the enemy lines? He asked. Jiang Chun crossed his arms. He's not worried. With the 9 miasma wings, he's blazing his own trail. To him, this battlefield isn't danger, it's opportunity. Chu Jiang suddenly pointed toward Jiang, eyes alight. He's using this to level up and push into the 3rd transformation. Xu Bing's eyes widened. He rubbed his chin, thoughtful. The 3rd class change. That was no small leap. It wasn't just an upgrade. It reshaped your entire identity. He knew that feeling too well. He'd been stuck at that stage for 4 long years. Chu Jiang kept his gaze locked on Jiang. He pictured the greats. Jiang Yangzhan, Gu Kaitian, and Jiang himself. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th transformations. Those are the real trials, he said. Most awakeners never pass them. But this generation, they're different. Yingzhan, Xinyue, Jiang Wushuang. They'd all achieved the third transformation before the tournament even began. Some were edging toward their fourth. Tian Daowang had lagged behind, until now. Then the ground shook. Zhang's ancestral tree erupted into view. All eyes turned. Chu Jiang, Chul, and Sei froze, staring in disbelief. Jiang was entering his third class change. Right there. No preparation, no quests. Just raw evolution. How? Chu Jiang whispered. Did he use some legendary item to bypass the trial? Then the truth hit him, and, with it, panic. If Jiang had been pulled into the initiation space, he was wide open, completely exposed, still gripping a fallen beast's corpse. Tang Ying looked up and spotted the towering ancestral tree in the distance. Beside her, Bai Feng stared too, overwhelmed by the sight. To both of them, Jiang choosing to attempt a breakthrough here, mid-battle, wasn't just gutsy, it was fearless. They locked eyes. No words needed. They sprinted toward him. He needed protection. On another front, Luo Sandow launched himself forward, shouting over the noise. Mu Hanku, stay out of the thick of it. We got to protect Jiang. Jiang Wushuang's eyes lit up. He wasn't at Jiang's level yet, but he could still do something. Without hesitation, he followed them in. He'd guard Jiang with everything he had. Meanwhile, Ingzhan had tracked down a massive beast, one that controlled a long-range transmission link. Two beasts worked in tandem, Yin and Yang. The one before him was Yang. That meant Yin was likely buried deep beneath the battlefield. Ingzhan narrowed his eyes. He didn't need both. Taking out one would sever the link. Gripping the human emperor's sword tightly, he steadied himself. This was a level 7 beast, but he didn't care. He was the heir to the human emperor. He traced 3 forbidden seals into the air. That would be more than enough. This kill would push him straight to the top of the genius rankings. Then, a strange pulse rippled through the sky. Behind him, a portal flared open. Ingzhan turned, confused. What now? From the portal stepped, not a person, but a nightmare. His face drained of color. All confidence vanished. A towering spider emerged, its many eyes fixed squarely on him. He knew instantly who she was. The Abyssal Spider Queen. To her, he wasn't a warrior. He was prey. She had faced the sword god Javong Chun, and lived. Ingzhan knew. He didn't stand a chance. Not even forbidden spells could save him. Panic surged. He turned. He had to flee. Jiang was still locked in his breakthrough. Someone had to warn them. The Spider Queen moved. A bladed leg cut through the air like a guillotine. Ingzhan dodged by a hair, launching himself away. No hesitation. He activated the blood explosion technique. A red flare burst from beneath him as he bolted, faster than sound. Behind him, the Spider Queen's eyes stayed cold. Then she whispered, "You think you can run?" A thread of silk fired from her leg, snagging tightly around his arm. His eyes went wide. He didn't hesitate. He raised his sword and sliced his own arm off. Then both legs. Blood sprayed everywhere, painting the battlefield crimson. Before the pain could consume him, he activated another move. Concentrated blood mist. It launched him like a missile toward the ancestral tree. The Spider Queen watched, eyes gleaming. She could feel it. His body overflowed with raw vitality. Behind her, 2 cloaked cultists knelt low. Tian Daowang is undergoing his transformation, one said. His mind is in the initiation space, the other added. This is the perfect window. Strike now, before he completes the evolution. At the Eastern Sea defense line, near Jiangnan, Gu Kaitian launched himself into the sky. With a powerful swing of his sword, he sent a surge of energy hurtling toward a sea beast. The slash struck true. One of the creature's limbs was severed instantly. Roaring in pain, the beast locked its glowing eyes on him. But instead of retaliating, it suddenly turned and dove into the sea. It vanished beneath the surface, the severed limbs splashing into the waves behind it. Xiaochen watched it go, clearly disgusted. The idea that a creature from the marine race would flee after just one hit left a bitter taste in his mouth. He called out after it, voice laced with disdain, "If you don't want to fight, don't make noise next time." Beside him, Duan raised his hand and conjured a layer of ice over the sea, then turned to Gu Kaitan, his expression serious. "I just got word from a Chang," Duan said. Jiang Xuanji managed to hold off the beast horde, and Jiang Chun. He's broken into the top 300 on the Great Siam merit rankings. The words hit like a bolt of lightning. Xiaochen froze, slowly turning to face him, eyes wide in disbelief. Jiang Chun made it into the rankings, he muttered, still trying to process what he'd just heard. Reaching that level was something only a rare few masters accomplished in their entire lives. Before they could say anything more, the skies suddenly flared a deep, ominous red. All heads turned upward. It was the Tianyuan alert, an ancient emergency signal crafted by the human emperor himself. Dukashin's face went grim. "It's real. I haven't seen this in years." The alert only activated when a level 1 or higher threat appeared, and no expert was around to respond. As the light pulsed overhead, a portal formed, revealing a live image of the Abyss Spider Queen. Her eyes sparkled with dark intent. Dukashin and Duan exchanged a glance. This was beyond serious. In that same moment, the sea beast returned, leaping from the water in a frenzy. Gu Kai Tian stepped forward, sword already drawn, his blood surging with determination. This time, he wasn't letting it escape. This one's mine, he said firmly. Head to Jiang Xuanji. Make sure he stays alive. Don't engage the Spider Queen. Just keep it protected. Duan gave a nod, calm and steady, and launched into the sky. I'll do everything I can. Far away, beneath the Chujiang defense line, a hidden cave filled with black-armored elite soldiers stood on high alert. Suddenly, a glowing portal materialized before them. Something was coming through. Without hesitation, the god of war raised his voice, commanding the room with unwavering authority. If the 10,000 races of the Abyss dare set foot here, they die where they stand. The soldiers didn't flinch. They stared down the portal, their voices rising together in a battle cry that shook the cavern. Great Xia will not fall. Jiang Songchang gave a step forward, spear in hand, his body crackling with energy and fury simmering beneath the surface. Before he could make a move, a voice echoed across the battlefield, cold and resolute. Jiang Xuanji must die. The accusation rang out, claiming that the 9 miasma wings were a calamity waiting to happen, a threat that could bring the world to ruin. Then, without warning, the ground trembled as a towering figure emerged. A level 9 demon, Tu Yang, stepped through the portal, a twisted smile stretching across his face, malice gleaming in his eyes. His gaze locked onto Jiang Yangzhan as he spoke, voice like ice. I know what you've been hiding. Millions of insects bred in Shiao territory, spawn of the 9 miasma wings. Hovering above, Xuanji remained silent, unmoved. Tu Yang's eyes narrowed as he continued. Do humans really believe the abyssal races won't unite? That will let you live. Below, Jiang Songchang met his gaze, voice low and sharp. So, the 10,000 races have resolved their grudges? He didn't believe it. The abyssal races had never let go of anything. At best, they'd come together just to cause chaos. Then Jiang Yangzhan's form surged, muscles expanding until he stood massive and unshakable. With a glare, he seized Tu Yang's shoulder, raised a spear, and growled. Demons like you have no place meddling in human matters. He reminded Tu Yang of the last time they'd fought, how he'd cut him down with an axe. Didn't that beating teach you anything? Tu Yang hesitated, momentarily stunned by the memory. But then, the sky flashed red once more. The Tianyuan alert had returned. Xuanji turned toward the signal, eyes narrowing in response. Tu Yang's grin twisted wider. Without another word, he lunged forward, spear gleaming with energy. The 9 miasma wings are nothing, he spat. We'll end them today, along with every so-called genius from Shiao. Xuanji moved with lightning precision, dodging the attack and retaliating with a fierce strike. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, the battlefield erupting into chaos. In the heat of the clash, Xuanji shouted a command to Shinta Fei, the Blue Dragon Camp's commander. Go! Reinforce Jiang Xuanji's defenses now. Shinta Fei hesitated only briefly before dashing off. But Tu Yang only laughed. They won't even make it in time to collect your corpses. Behind him, the portal widened again, and this time, waves of demons began pouring through. Some soared with leathery wings. Others emerged in cloaks of shadow, armed with deadly spears. Tu Yang's voice rang out above the din. This is the day Great Xia falls. Yangzhan's fury surged. He gripped his spear tighter, his voice rough and unyielding. You're dreaming. Then he turned to his warriors, voice thundering across the field. Kill every demon. Meanwhile, across the battlefield at Jiang Xuanji's position, the Abyss Spider Queen loomed over a cluster of cultists, her presence suffocating. Her voice was sharp as a blade. Is Gailan dead? There was no patience in her tone, only a cold threat. If Gailan arrived after her, she warned, she would destroy the entire cult of the ancient god. Fear washed over the cult members. One finally dared to speak. Don't worry, he said quickly. Monk Chu Jiang and Jiling Xiao are already inside the forbidden zone of the 100,000 mountains. Right now, they're locked in battle with a 9th-level blood dragon. He added, Jiling Xiao won't get out alive. The Spider Queen said nothing. Instead, her massive legs shifted as she released a horde of smaller spiders across the battlefield. She wasn't about to take chances. Her command was clear. The swarm was to scour Jiang Xuanji City. She would make absolutely sure that Ji Lingxiu hadn't returned. Deep within the ancestral tree, Tane Daowang sat motionless, immersed in his breakthrough. Radiant energy pulsed around him, light rippling in waves from his body. Just beyond the tree's base, Gang and his team had arrived. Without hesitation, they took up positions, forming a tight perimeter to hold back the approaching beast horde and shield him while he remained vulnerable. The area was swarming with beasts, the tension climbing fast. Then, out of nowhere, Ingzhan came hurtling toward them. Jiang Wushuang spotted him first, eyes narrowing at the sight of blood. He rushed forward. "Why are you injured?" he asked, voice sharp. Ingzhan's face was pale, twisted with fear. "Run," he warned. "The Abyss Spider Queen, she's here." Everything stopped. Silence swept over the defenders like a wave. Then came the panic. But Jiang stood his ground, steady as stone. Poisonous mist rolled from his body, spreading across the battlefield to slow the beasts. Z lifted her hands and focused on healing the wounded, her energy precise, her mind locked in. Chu Jiang stepped forward and drew his sword. His voice was calm, deliberate. "Tane Daowang is inside the spiritual tree. We can't move him. If we want him to live, we stand and fight." A shimmering blue shield suddenly flickered into place around them. Gang looked back at the group. "Get inside. Heal up. We wait for backup." The defense spell had already been reinforced. It would hold for a little while. Ingzhan made his way toward the shield, still airborne, clearly drained. The others followed, slipping into the barrier one after another, eyes scanning the horizon. Everyone knew the truth. They couldn't take on the Spider Queen directly. Bai Feng and the others moved quickly. Lei paused, arms folded, glancing sideways at his friend. "This place isn't safe," he said under his breath. "Maybe we should leave while we still can." I remained silent, a small portal opening in my palm, calm and composed. "There's an old saying," I murmured. "The heavens protect the lucky." My calculation said this wasn't a dead end. There was still a way out. From the portal, BZY reached in and retrieved a glowing treasure. "If it really comes to it," he said quietly, "I'll have to call Grandpa Monkey." He summoned the magic gourd, holding it high. Closing his eyes, he whispered into it, "Grandpa Monkey, we need your help. We're in danger." Light began to swirl from the treasure. Lei, still watching with arms crossed, raised an eyebrow as an eye appeared in the center of the glowing gourd. Grandpa Monkey had arrived. The old spirit didn't waste time. He admitted straight up, he wasn't strong enough to take on the Spider Queen directly, but he was ready to push her to her limits. Instead of charging into the fight, Grandpa Monkey used his power to open a path. In the blink of an eye, both BZY and Lei were pulled into the treasure, vanishing in a flash of light. Watching it all, Kongming tightened her grip on her dagger, face hard as stone. Nearby, Mu closed her eyes and lifted her fist to the sky, fury building within her. She wasn't about to depend on cowards. Not now. Jiang Chen's eyes blazed with determination. She wouldn't leave Tane Daowang, not for anything. If it meant burning through every treasure she had, so be it. She would protect him. Beside her, Luo Sandao clenched her fists, jaw tight. "We fight," she said coldly. "Until the end." Jiang Wushuang looked around at his comrades, stunned by their unwavering resolve. A quiet sigh escaped him. He was scared, of course he was, but there was no chance he'd run now. Not while the others were holding the line. If he turned his back now, how could he ever claim to possess an invincible heart? Chu Jiang, sword gripped tight, turned his gaze toward the ancestral tree. His voice was low, steady. "Jiang," he called, "wake up. We're not afraid to die, but what we fear is failing to protect you." Inside the origin space, Jiang stood alone, deep in thought. None of this had been expected. The moment he used the class change mission exemption card, his consciousness was yanked into this place, the very heart of the origin space. Glowing runes hovered silently around him, casting flickering light in every direction. Shaking off his daze, Jiang studied them carefully. He understood the consequences. Canceling the class change now meant starting over from the beginning. But with so many low-level insect enemies outside, most hovering around level 30, the risk was manageable. As he looked closer, Jiang realized these weren't just regular runes. They were far more advanced. Then the system interface lit up before him. He had successfully completed the third class change, Thunder Dominator. Now came the next step, selecting a Thunder rune. Thousands of runes had gone extinct long ago. Only a handful remained, and all of them were more powerful than the standard Thunderlord path. He reached out with confidence. The system made its choice. From the 9 remaining options, one rune entered his mind, fusing with his soul. And just like that, his unique profession evolved again. From Lord of Thunder to God rank, God of Thunder. A new status window appeared before him, displaying 3 brand new abilities. First, Punishment of Thunder. A thunder I manifested in the void, capable of launching direct mental assaults on his enemies. Second, 3,000 Cataclysms of Thunder. A catastrophic area of effect technique, unleashing a storm of thunder punishment across a vast battlefield. Third, God of Thunder, a 100-meter wide eternal domain. Anything caught within it would have its elemental powers stripped and weakened. It could also consume any domain ranked below it. Jiang narrowed his eyes as he hovered his hand over the glowing screen. Every skill was immense in power. And then it hit him. Most Awakeners didn't even touch domain skills until after their 6th class change. He stared at the system window, wondering just how this new domain would compare to that of his master, or even his older sister. But before he could dwell on it further, the class runes around him began to stir again. Runes that had once been dark and lifeless suddenly ignited with light. Jiang turned, puzzled, as thousands of extinguished runes came to life. Then, before him, the ancestral tree took form inside the origin space. For a moment, he stood still, silent. He had used the mission exemption card to skip the 3rd class change mission, but clearly, the system had other plans. It hadn't just ended with one evolution. A 2nd class change had been triggered on its own, this time a divine rank class. The screen shifted again. The class, Master of Divine Creation. It evolved in an instant. New name, the beginning of everything. And with it came another eruption of power, another wave of never-before-seen abilities awakening deep within him. First ability, Supreme Path. With mastery over this technique, every skill Jiang used now carried a chance to level up automatically. Second ability, Evolution to Complexity. A powerful upgrade of growth of all things. He could now exponentially boost the growth and reproduction of life. Creatures could grow 50 to 200 times faster and multiply by 2 to 10 times their original number. Clenching his fist, Jiang summoned a flash of lightning into his palm. Then he slowly opened his hand. A root formed, vibrant, alive, pulsing with raw potential. Compared to his previous Thunder God class, this new power was in a league of its own. Supreme Path granted him the ability to learn techniques from any race, just like Yingzhan. And with Evolution to Complexity, he could supercharge his insect army in ways that defied logic. Little Nine's next breeding cycle alone could produce 10 billion insects. If fortune was on their side, that number could shoot past 100 billion. Then, before his eyes, something unexpected happened. A new insect mother materialized. She stepped forward, placed a hand over her chest, and spoke in a soft, cheerful voice, Xiao. Jiang froze in disbelief. He hadn't used growth of all things. He hadn't triggered any life rank evolution. And yet, here she was, already in human form. Outside, chaos had begun. The Spider Queen released her swarm. Equal in rank to Little Nine, her spiders quickly flooded the battlefield, outnumbering Jiang's forces. But Chu Jiang didn't budge. If we want to protect Jiang, we rely on the insects, he said firmly. His command was clear. Hold the line. Fight to the last breath. Jiang Wushuang activated the body of the god of war, summoning a towering spirit with 10 powerful arms. Xianyue Andu loosed an arrow skyward, summoning a flaming fire phoenix. Chu Jiang raised his sword. The battle was underway. Spiders poured in from every direction. Little Nine shifted in her 9 miasma wings form, locked eyes with the Spider Queen, and surged forward. Luo Sandao extended her arms, casting divine barriers around Jiang, her eyes blazing with wrath. If they get close, she warned, the divine weapon detonates. The Spider Queen struck first, leaping high into the sky before releasing a devastating shockwave. Her voice cut through the battlefield like a blade. None of you can stop me, she said, grinning with murderous delight. The shockwave hit like a tidal wave. Defenders were hurled in all directions. No one could stay on their feet. Luo Sandao crashed to the ground, coughing blood. On Jiang's shoulder, Little Nine trembled. Her voice cracked as tears rolled down her cheeks. Please wake up. She's already killed so many. And then, Jiang's eyes opened. He turned to face the Spider Queen, calm and steady. A soft smile crossed his lips as he spoke gently. Don't cry. Your father's awake now. Jiang drew his sword, his gaze fixed on the Spider Queen with unwavering focus. Without speaking, he placed his hand on the ground. Growth of all things. In an instant, roots burst from the soil, twisting upward like serpents. Rising to his feet, he extended an arm toward Luo Sandao and the others. These roots will carry you back to the city, he said. Little Nine, protect them. The roots reacted immediately, coiling around each of them, preparing to whisk them away. Muhu stood frozen, unsure of what Jiang was intending. Ziku and turned to look at him, disbelief written across his face. Surely, he couldn't be thinking of facing the Spider Queen alone. Luo Sandao's eyes widened with panic. No, I'm not leaving, she shouted. I can still fight. She wasn't the only one resisting. None of them wanted to abandon Jiang in this moment. But he stood tall, composed, exuding a quiet certainty. With a roll of his shoulder and a loosened grip on his sword, he addressed them with steady resolve. That's enough. Go heal, somewhere safe. If you're all here, I can't fight freely. And besides, this isn't my first time taking on a level 8. The Spider Queen turned her attention to him and erupted into mocking laughter. Humans and your pathetic emotions, she scoffed. So sentimental. So stupid. Jiang didn't reply. He simply stared at her in silence. Little Nine tugged gently at his sleeve. Are you going to make the insects self-destruct again? Her voice trembled as tears welled in her eyes. I don't want you to do that. It makes me feel so sad. Jiang offered her a soft smile. No need for that. If I did it again, even I'd feel guilty. Just handle the queen's spawn. I'll take care of the real threat. The Spider Queen touched her chin, her eyes gleaming with cruelty. Even the level 9 sword god couldn't kill me. And you? A mere awakener with 3 transformations? Don't make me laugh. Jiang slowly raised a single finger and smiled. Who says the sword god is anything like me? I'm a master of 3 transformations. He was baiting her, luring her into underestimating him, and she did. Her grin widened into hysterical laughter. One of the cult members nearby grew tense and stepped forward. Stop laughing. Hurry. If you wait too long, Gailan or Q might return. Then it's over. But she waved him off, still chuckling. Don't scare me. This guy's a riot. Zhang's eyes never wavered. His voice, calm and commanding, cut through the tension. Xiao, give me a full drop of the ancient god's blood. Then he added, this time, I don't need you to bear it for me. Xiao appeared beside him, hesitant, his expression concerned. Are you sure your body can handle it alone? Jiang nodded with confidence. I'm sure. Xiao passed him the drop. It fell, splashing onto the earth, fusing with Zhang's blood. Activating the supreme elephant's body, Zhang's entire being was overtaken by a surge of dark, violent energy. Blades of blood erupted from his skin. His back arched as the transformation ripped through him, his hair bleaching white in an instant. Waves of sinister energy coiled around him, pulsing with raw power. He slammed his foot into the ground and locked eyes with the Spider Queen. She froze. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed her face. Zhang's presence now radiated the sheer pressure of a 7th transformation. She had no idea what kind of power he had just absorbed, but it was far beyond anything she expected. One of the cultists stepped forward, stunned by what he was seeing. He fused a drop of the ancient god's blood with his own. A 3-transformation body can't survive that. He should have exploded already. But Jiang was still standing, solid, composed, and stronger than ever. Taking up a striking stance, he gave a cold, confident smile. Not only had he survived the fusion, but his body had fully accepted the blood of a 7th transformation. His gaze stayed locked on the Spider Queen as sparks of thunder flared around him. In a blink, he launched forward, moving with deadly purpose. The Spider Queen didn't flinch. No fear, only the clarity of realization. Now she understood where his confidence came from. He'd been hiding a trump card all along, a power that let him stand on equal ground with a true 7th transformation. Smirking, she sprang into the air and fired silk from her abdomen. Don't be naive, she sneered. Even if you borrow that power, it won't be enough. Zhang's eyes lit up with fury. He read the silk's trajectory in an instant and dodged with flawless precision. The Spider Queen froze. That shouldn't have been possible. She had predicted his move perfectly, and yet he had slipped right past it. At first, she assumed he'd simply read her body language. But no, someone at his level shouldn't be capable of that. As she hesitated, Jiang struck again, lightning coiling around his form. Don't be so arrogant, he said sharply. That snapped her focus back. Her eyes narrowed as she braced for his next attack. Then, Jiang raised a hand toward the sky. Above them, a colossal eye appeared, glowing and ominous. The Eye of Evil. The Spider Queen froze. A chill ran down her spine. She didn't know how to react. Jiang flinched and turned away, shielding his eyes. Don't look at it, he shouted. It'll wreck your essence. Jiang Wushuang did the same, throwing up an arm in disbelief. Zhang's thunderclass had reached the divine level. Ingzhan shut his eyes too, stunned. Now Jiang had not 1, but 2 divine rank classes. Competing with that was out of the question. Floating in midair, Jiang looked down at his opponent. Seal her sea of consciousness, he commanded. The Eye of Evil zeroed in on her and began to glow brighter. A burst of thunder erupted from the sky. The Spider Queen looked up, terrorizing. She knew the flaw all demonic beasts shared. Their spiritual essence was far more fragile than a human's. In the split second before the blast struck, she managed to summon a blood shield. The attack slammed into it, barely held at bay. Lightning crackled around Jiang as he landed in front of her, his presence radiating pressure. The Spider Queen twisted toward him, her gaze sharp and calculating. She snarled, sure, our essence is weak, but our bodies? That's where our true strength lies. Enraged, she lunged, swinging a razor-edged leg straight at him. But Jiang vanished before the hit could land. Lightning bolt. His body dissolved into pure energy and flashed away in an instant. She stumbled mid-swing, eyes scanning wildly. He dodged again. This wasn't prediction. Not even perception class awakeners could do this. It made no sense. No, she shook her head. It had to be luck. Just dumb luck. Jiang didn't let up. Without hesitation, he turned his back to the Spider Queen and surged forward, streaking across the battlefield like a bolt of living lightning. She quickly realized he wasn't just fast. He was moving with the speed of light itself, channeling the electric field from his Thunder God domain. Enraged by what she saw as blatant arrogance, she began launching silk in all directions. To her, Jiang wasn't just fighting. He was showing off, taunting her with his power. In a flash, threads of silk erupted from her body, weaving into a tight, intricate web that enclosed the entire area. Jiang caught on immediately. She was trying to seal off his electric field, track his movements through the charge in the air, and teleport directly into his path. Suddenly, her blade-like leg appeared out of nowhere, slicing toward him. "Got you, bastard," she hissed. "This time, you won't escape." Jiang looked up, caught mid-move. For a moment, there was a flicker of surprise, of fear, but it vanished as quickly as it came. Meeting her eyes with quiet, lethal confidence, he said, "No, the one who can't escape is you." She struck, but Jiang blocked the blow and countered. Blade of heaven and thunder. He swung his sword with everything he had, unleashing a roar of thunder through the blade. In a single flash, her leg was severed, cut clean off before she could react. The limb crashed to the ground, and the Spider Queen's scream tore through the battlefield. For a heartbeat, everything stopped. The ants froze. Chu Jiang stared, mouth agape. That strike, it had the weight of one of Master Jiang Chen's blows. Could Jiang have a perception type class hidden beneath the surface? He kept reading her every move with unnatural precision. Ji Xianyu, still tending to the others, turned her head toward the clash, completely stunned. How could someone with only 3 transformations possess a perception ability that outmatched even a level 8? Jiang stood firm, thunder still wrapping around him. He hadn't expected that strike to do so much damage, but it had. The ancient god's blood amplified his attack beyond what her body could endure. Still, that move had drained him. The boost wouldn't last much longer. One more hit. That's all he had left. It had to count. It had to end her. Across from him, the Spider Queen bled heavily, her fury boiling over. The idea that someone like him, an insect, had hurt her, the majestic queen of the 8th level, was unthinkable. Jiang tilted his head slightly, smirking. A level 8 monster? That's it. No wonder you've been hiding underground for centuries. The insult hit its mark. Her eyes went wild. Silk exploded from her in a furious storm. "You want death? Fine, I'll give it to you," she roared. She confessed that during her last battle with Gailan Inu, her essence had been damaged. She'd sworn never to use this power again, but Jiang had pushed her too far. Now she would show her true domain, the real power of an 8th level beast. A ripple of dread swept across the battlefield. The sheer force of what she was summoning froze the air. Could Jiang really withstand this? Many believed he couldn't, but Jiang just smiled. Finally, she was taking him seriously. His voice was calm, grounded, absolute. "Too bad. You're already too late." Jiang raised his hand, lightning crackling in his palm. Then, without hesitation, he pressed it to the ground. Eternal Domain, Thunder God class. In an instant, a colossal wave of thunder burst outward, engulfing the battlefield. Bolts of lightning rained down, crashing directly onto the Spider Queen. She was slammed to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the dirt. And for the first time, fear gripped her. She didn't understand. How did he know I was activating my domain? And even more terrifying, how could it be this powerful? She tried to summon her domain again, desperately clawing for control. But nothing happened. It failed. Jiang stepped forward, his body wrapped in swirling energy. With calm precision, he raised a hand toward her, lightning gathering once more. A slow, confident smile formed on his face. "There are 2 reasons," he said coolly. "First, you're too slow. Second, my domain is stronger." The Spider Queen began to tremble, a chill running through her. This can't be real. Jiang's expression turned cold. He didn't need to say another word. Lifting his arm high, he summoned a massive thunderbolt from the sky. It struck her with devastating force, searing through her body. The scream that followed tore across the battlefield as she writhed in agony, her form crumbling under the assault. Jiang didn't move. He watched in silence as her soul began to slip free from the shattered remains of her body. Her eyes, wide with fear, turned downward. She bowed her head to him, desperation in her voice. "I swear, I won't cause trouble again. Please spare me. But Zhang's gaze didn't waver. He saw through it. Even broken, she was still a threat. Her physical form was ruined, but her spiritual essence clung on. The celestial thunder was still purging her soul, but it needed more time. Her body finally collapsed. Jiang remained alert, eyes fixed on her. Little Nine, he said, voice steady. Watch her. When she's no longer a threat, devour her. Little Nine gave a quiet nod. But just as the words left his mouth, Jiang's vision swam. A wave of dizziness hit him hard. His body had pushed past its limit. He sank down slowly, sitting on the ground, one hand over his face as he tried to catch his breath. Then Xiao Jio appeared beside him. She rushed over, kneeling next to him with concern in her eyes. Gently, she asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Jio gently placed one hand on Zhang's chest and the other behind his back, helping him to his feet with tender care. Her voice trembled, thick with guilt. She blamed herself, calling herself useless for not doing more. But Jiang, his eyes still shut, stood steadily, grounding himself with a clenched fist. When he finally looked at her, his gaze was full of resolve. "Don't blame yourself," he said firmly. "If it weren't for your ability to glimpse the future, I wouldn't have won this fight." Xiao Jio's gaze fell, uncertainty clouding her eyes. "You're giving me too much credit," she whispered. Just then, a system window appeared, displaying Xiao Jio's stats. She hadn't been ordinary from the start. She was born as the source of the river of time itself, her very existence parallel to time. Her unique skill, the Eye of Time, allowed her to see 3 seconds into the future at the cost of 10 subbodies. It was a stackable ability, capable of stretching her vision up to 10 years ahead under the right conditions. Currently, she was only at level 0. Her star affinity stood at a perfect 100, but only 18 subbodies remained from the original 48. The rest, 30 of them, had been used up during the battle with the Spider Queen. Her true potential was still sealed. She could reproduce subbodies in 2 ways. The natural method, creating 1 every hour, and a special method, sacrificing 1 year of her life to spawn 1,000,000. Jiang took a slow, calming breath, the battle's toll settling over him. He pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. "I'm going to rest. You've done more than enough," he told her. "Stay hidden unless absolutely necessary." Her form dissolved into energy and disappeared, returning to his consciousness. Suddenly, a surge of energy pulsed through the air. Thunder crackled louder as Zhang's domain grew denser and more potent. From a cliff above, Gang and the others turned sharply toward the disturbance. Something had shifted. Jiang had just entered his 3rd transformation, and impossibly, he had already awakened a domain, a feat usually not seen until the 6th. Silence fell. Eyes widened. 2 divine-level classes, it was unheard of. Below, Yin clutched at the wound on his arm, anger burning in his eyes, an anger born from helplessness. While Jiang faced the level 8 Spider Queen alone, Yin had barely survived with the help of spiritual pills. He, too, was a divine-level awakened one. Yet next to Jiang Shun, he felt small, insignificant, as rage boiled inside him. Jiang Wushuang quietly rested a hand on his shoulder in a wordless attempt to ease the pressure. Yin let out a hard breath. "It's maddening," he muttered. "We're from the same generation, but he's miles ahead." Still, as the heir of the human emperor, Yin refused to accept defeat. "Even if I lack the talent, I'll plunge into the deepest pits if that's what it takes to close the gap." Nearby, Luo Sandu, eyes closed in quiet reflection, spoke softly. "Zhang's talent, it's in a league of its own. Trying to surpass him is pointless." Her words cut deep. Yan's eyes snapped to her, pain flickering just beneath the surface. Deep beneath Jiang Xuanji, within the hidden altar of the blood cult, a gathering had begun. The cultists formed a tight circle around the center, where their highest-ranking priestess stood tall. She stepped forward, her eyes blazing with a strange fervor, and summoned a crimson magic circle beneath her feet. Her voice rang out across the chamber, solemn and resonant. "I am your loyal servant, the 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God." She knelt, pressing her palm to the ground as her tone darkened. "The beast tide has met resistance. Someone from Great Xia can control the offspring of the 9 miasma wings." The circle pulsed in response. A low hum followed, and then dark energy began to rise. The ancient god was listening. It was blasphemy, impossible, and yet undeniable. A massive eye cracked open in the sky above the altar, burning with ancient fury. God's gaze bore down on his servant, the memory flashing back of the forbidden lineage. The offspring of the 9 miasma wings had long been banished from history itself. If Jiang Xuanji had truly allowed his people to raise them, then he had declared open war on every race under heaven. Kneeling in reverence, the priestess looked up with fearful conviction and swore she spoke the truth. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a vision. a portal opening to reveal swarms of insects devouring the corpses of fallen beasts. The god's fury exploded. His voice thundered through the realm. Jiangsong Chang'e must die, and the whole of Great Xia must fall. Terror etched itself across the priestess's face. She trembled, pleading for calm, assuring him that the Spider Queen had already been dispatched to eliminate the threat. But the ancient god would not be soothed. His eye flared with rage, and a torrent of evil energy surged into the priestess's body. She screamed in agony as the dark power consumed her. Her eyes blazed with infernal light, and still it poured in. He was not finished. More divine energy flooded her form. The god declared that she would soon possess the strength of an awakened one with 9 transformations. Her mission was clear: eliminate the descendants of the 9 miasmal wings, destroy Jiangsong Chang'e, and ensure his descent, no matter how many lives it cost. The entire city could burn if it meant his will was done. 10 minutes later, the ritual ended. Her body pulsed with power. She rose, her eyes now glinting with ruthless intent. Bowing before her god, she vowed to complete the mission at any cost. The ancient god's eye narrowed. The Spider Queen had already fallen. Her new objective: recover the divine soul of the queen. A soul at that level would serve as a perfect offering. She bowed once more, then vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, beneath the dragon's defensive line, in a cavern shrouded in darkness, Jiang Xuanji gripped his axe tightly. Power surged through him as he swung it with all his might. Tu Yang tried to block, but the force of the blow shattered his weapon entirely. He stumbled back, eyes wide with disbelief. Around them, every gaze locked onto the unfolding clash. Jiang Yang Zhan's fists clenched, a twisted grin forming as his energy surged. He stomped into Tu Yang's chest, launching him backward. "You were right," he said. "I won't make it in time to collect the bodies of the geniuses." He leaned closer, his voice low and dangerous. "But I will collect something else, the Spider Queen's remains." Suddenly, a red portal tore open behind him, oozing with vile energy. Jiang Xuanji turned sharply, his expression hardening as he sensed the power leaking through. Tu Yang gave a cruel smirk. "You thought the Spider Queen was our last move?" he said, stepping aside as the portal pulsed with growing menace. Jiang Xuanji stared into the swirling red portal, his eyes narrowing with unease. Something was wrong. This wasn't part of any plan he knew. A being with 9 transformations had just entered the battlefield, inside Jiang Xuanji itself. But where had it come from? Who sent it? Was this the demonic race's doing, or something worse? Tu Yang rose, his expression shifting into something darker. A wicked gleam flickered in his eyes as he raised a finger and pointed straight at Jiang Yangzhan. "Let's play hide and seek," he sneered. "You find me, but if you try to run, I'll level the entire city." Jiang met the threat head-on, his expression cold and unshaken. The demons had gone too far. If Tu Yang wanted a game, Jiang would give him one, and he would play it to the end. With fury burning behind his gaze, he raised his axe high. Godslayer army attacked. The battlefield ignited. Swords flashed, and spears clashed as Jiang's forces surged forward. War exploded across the land. Tu Yang's troops met the charge head-on, and chaos erupted in every direction. In the rear, the demon commander snarled his orders, commanding the full force of the demonic race to raise the city. Amid the bedlam, Tu Yang locked eyes with Jiang from across the battlefield. "Are you insane?" he shouted. "You spent your whole life protecting that city, and now you're throwing it all away just to start a war with us." But Jiang didn't answer with words. His answer came in a roar of steel and fury. His soldiers charged harder. Tu Yang's voice rose in disbelief. "You're really going to trigger war between all races for Jiang Xuanji? For a few so-called geniuses?" Still, Jiang didn't hesitate. His axe came crashing down like lightning. Tu Yang barely managed to block it, the force driving him back. "To you, they're just kids," Jiang said through clenched teeth, advancing step by step. "But to me, they're the future of Great Xia. And ever since ancient times, anyone who dared to insult Xia died." His glare sharpened, fixed on Tu Yang like a blade. "Touch them, and I'll take your head." The battlefield trembled with every blow. But then, something darker arrived. A presence, cold and overwhelming, descended from the sky above Jiang Xuanji. The 7th seat of the Church of the Ancient God had arrived. Hovering over the battlefield, her body pulsed with dense, malicious energy. Her arms folded, and her eyes locked onto the flickering edges of Jiang's domain below. A twisted smirk pulled at her lips. So, this is his domain, and the Spider Queen's still lost. With a simple wave of her hand, she unleashed a colossal wave of dark energy. The sky split open. Jiang's domain shattered in an instant. The force dropped him to his knees, sword slipping in his weakened grip. He barely held himself upright. Across the battlefield, The broken remains of the spider queen still lingered. She felt it, recognized it instantly. Her body froze. That energy, it belonged to the ancient god. Jiang gasped for breath, his fingers clutching his sword while his other hand dug into the dirt for support. His body trembled, his strength was gone. He couldn't even get back on his feet. The seventh seat stepped forward, her presence like a rising storm. Her eyes glowed with cruel delight. I am the lover, she said with a smile. Seventh seat of the Church of the Ancient God. It's an honor to meet you, Jiang. She stretched out her hand, and the corpses of the insects around them began to rise into the air, hovering like puppets. Her grin widened. Let me send you all to the underworld. Jiang's gaze shifted, locking onto the floating bodies. Then he saw it. These weren't just insects. There was something else entirely. Their true forms radiated with the twisted strength of the lover's control. And then, in a flash, the sky lit up. With a flick of her fingers, the insects exploded into countless fragments, raining down across the field like black ash. The force of it rippled outward. Little Nine, still clinging to Jiang's shoulder, burst into tears. Please protect me. Jiang gritted his teeth, fighting through the pain. Don't be afraid. Stay hidden. I'll protect you. But the lover wasn't finished. She lifted Jiang into the air effortlessly, suspending him upside down with a wave of her energy. You don't look impressed, she teased, eyes glittering. Maybe I'll turn you into fireworks too. Jiang clenched his jaw, powerless to resist. Nearby, Jiang and the others dropped to their knees, unable to withstand the pressure. Her power was crushing them, inside and out. Despair spread like wildfire. Yang Zhan's hands shook uncontrollably. We're all going to die. Suspended above the battlefield, Jiang began to spin. He screamed, his voice slicing through the chaos. Xia, manifest. Release the dark demon. Blue energy erupted around him, surging like a tidal wave, and from deep within Jiang, the dark demon emerged. Its eyes burned with fury as it took form. For a brief moment, the battlefield stood still. Even the lover's grin faltered, confusion flashing across her face. What is this? She muttered, unsettled. The dark demon's power filled the air like poison, suffocating everything around it. Zhang's body dropped to the ground. He slammed his sword into the earth and pushed himself up. You shouldn't have killed those insects, he said coldly. Now you die. The dark demon opened its jaws wide, gathering a massive sphere of dark energy between its fangs. The sky turned black. The lover didn't flinch. She summoned the ancient god's power, forming a radiant shield to counter the blast. Zhang's gaze sharpened. Xia appeared on his shoulder, calm and alert. She's strong, Xia said softly. But even she can't stop the dark demon. But Jiang knew the cost. The dark demon's power couldn't last. It had a time limit. 10 seconds. That was all. If it stayed longer, the celestial mandate would strike and erase it completely. There's no other way, Jiang said, voice steady. If it has to disappear, it's taking her with it. Just then, a burst of wind tore through the battlefield. Zhang's sister descended like lightning, her eyes filled with burning fury. Without hesitation, she drove her sword toward the lover's neck. I'm here to save Jiang Chun, she declared, her voice booming like thunder. Moments later, another figure dropped into the chaos. Shintu, warrior of the Blue Dragon camp from the Godslayer army. He raised his blade high, standing tall in the storm. These demonic beasts won't destroy this place, he said. Not while I draw breath. A flash ripped across the sky. The celestial mandate had arrived. Jiang turned to Xia. Now, absorb the dark demon. Xia nodded once. He opened his mouth, and the demon's body glowed, its energy pulled inward. In a single motion, the dark demon was absorbed, its power sealed. Silence followed, but it didn't last. Zhang's sister's blade pierced through the lover's body. A raw scream tore from the seventh seat as energy burst and flickered around her. She writhed, her strength collapsing. Blood ran from her lips as she gasped, desperate. Wait, don't kill me. Her voice cracked with fear. I know something, a secret. I'll tell you. Just let me live. Weapons drawn, Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang slammed the seventh seat into the ground with brutal force, pinning her in place. Their blades hovered, ready to strike. Panic overtook her. Desperation twisted her face as she gasped for breath and began to beg. Wait, please. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me. Yang Zhan's aura surged with violent energy as she stepped forward, planting her foot firmly on the woman's chest. Her voice was clear, sharp, and controlled. She met Chu Jiang's gaze without flinching. Hold on, she said. If she talks, we spare her. Chu Jiang dropped beside them silently, offering no reply, just waiting. The woman's eyes darted wildly, her breathing shallow. Sweat poured down her face as she began to speak. Beneath Jiang Chun, there's a rift. An altar was built right on top of it. Her voice trembled as she rushed to explain. The altar, it drains the blood and souls of the living in Jiangchun. Everything it collects feeds a corpse, an ancient demonic god buried deep below. If enough life is taken, that god will rise. He'll descend upon Tianjiao. The battlefield went quiet. Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang stared at her, trying to decide if her words were truth or just a desperate lie. Yang took a slow step forward, eyes locked on her. Is that everything? She asked, voice heavy with suspicion. The woman nodded rapidly. I swear on the ancient god. That's all I know. But Yang could feel it. She was hiding something. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao appeared behind her. Without a sound, he opened his jaws wide and lunged. The woman's eyes snapped toward him, filled with shock. She didn't have time to scream. In one bite, Xiao Jiao swallowed her whole. A satisfied grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. Tastes like ancient god residue, he said, licking his lips. Not bad. Across the field, the Spider Queen, who had remained perfectly still, pretending to be dead, sensed an opportunity. A flicker of hope returned. Slowly, using what little strength she had left, she began crawling away, dragging herself toward the shadows. But Yang noticed. She turned her head slightly, calm as ever. Almost forgot about her. Then her voice rang out. Little Nine. A figure stepped forward from the mist, silent, composed, and focused. Mist curled around her as she locked onto the Spider Queen's crawling form. Without hesitation, Little Nine moved in, mounted the queen's back, and pressed one hand against her skull. With the other, she began peeling away flesh, methodically and without mercy. Her eyes closed as she tasted the meat, and a serene smile appeared on her face. The Spider Queen's eyes widened in horror. Her body trembled, locked in place by pain and fear. She knew it was over. Then, a system alert appeared in glowing text. Experience gained, plus 2 million. Suddenly, a radiant symbol lit up the sky, a warning from Tianian. It shimmered ominously overhead, casting a glow that chilled the air around it. Yang Zhan's eyes snapped toward Little Nine, then to Jiang. A shiver ran down her spine. What kind of monsters does he command? She whispered to herself, the weight of it dawning on her. Chu Jiang turned as well, face darkening. Tianian sign only meant one thing. Tianjiao stood on the edge of collapse. In that moment, Jiang dropped to his knees. His hair turned ghost white. Spikes burst from his back and shoulders. One hand clawed in the ground, the other gripped his arm as his entire body trembled. His eyes began to glow with a haunting light. Yang Zhan rushed to his side, panic in her voice. What's happening to you? Dark energy surged from him like a rising tide. His body convulsed. His scream echoed through the field, raw, agonized, and unrelenting. Jiang, Tang, and the others sprinted toward him, none of them understanding what was happening, until the spikes began to recede. Jiang caught him just as he collapsed. His own face turned pale. He knew this was the price, the side effects of channeling the blood of the ancient god. Time was running out. He had to be taken immediately to the military hospital at the main base in Jiangnan. It was the only place with elite priests and rare medicinal herbs strong enough to treat this. Xian Huang and Aunt Tang stood over him, silent with uncertainty. Yang Zhan's expression tightened. She placed a hand to her chest and spoke clearly, the portal's been destroyed, then added, I'll help get him to the hospital. Chu Jiang stepped forward. I'll help too. But Jiang raised a shaky hand, stopping them. Don't forget, he said, his voice low but steady. The rift under this city still needs to be dealt with. Xiao dropped to her knees beside him, placing her hands over his body as she began channeling her healing power. Her focus sharpened, eyes burning with intensity. Jiang turned sharply, voice rising in command. Xiao, heal him faster. Then, shifting his gaze to the darkness, he shouted, Zhang's insects, come now. If you want to save your master, help carry him. At once, thousands of tiny insects swarmed forward from the shadows, surrounding Jiang in a protective wave. Zhao's healing light pulsed stronger, rippling with determination. Meanwhile, Jiang addressed the others with calm authority. Clean up the battlefield. No one hesitated. Every head nodded. Muhinu collapsed to her knees, tears running down her cheeks. Seeing Jiang like this shattered something inside her. Luo Sandu sat behind her and gently rested her hands on Muhinu's shoulders. Don't cry, she whispered. Jiang's strong. If he could take down a level 9 monster, he can survive this too. Xian Huang stood nearby, his gaze steady. There's no time for tears, he said firmly. We still have monsters to kill. Thanks to Zhao's healing barrier, the injured geniuses had already begun to recover. Their breathing steadied, their wounds slowly closing. Jiang Wushuang stepped out from the barrier, fists clenched, determination in his voice. We may not be on Jiang Chen's level, he admitted, but we can still take down a few more monsters. Jiang looked down at his once severed arm, now fully restored. He flexed his fingers, testing the strength in his grip. A faint smile curved his lips. He's right, he murmured. If we can't match Jiang Chun, we fight harder. Elsewhere, deep underground, Yang Zhan and Chu Jiang stood before the cursed altar. Without hesitation, they unleashed their weapons. Yang Zhan's blade sang through the air, while Chu Jiang's axe slammed with brute force. The structure cracked, then shattered into rubble under their combined assault. From the ruins, dark energy erupted violently. The ancient god's eye flared open, blazing with fury. It locked onto them, seething with rage. You filthy! Before he could finish, Yang Zhan raised her sword and cut through his energy in one clean strike. Chu Jiang stood a step behind her, silent but unsurprised. She was, after all, the disciple of the celestial sword king. The ancient god growled low and menacing. Destroying the altar means nothing. You're still far too weak to defeat me. But before he could gloat further, the white-haired man stepped forward, his axe already raised. Save your breath, he said flatly, and swung. The god's eye widened in disbelief, his fury boiling over. Their defiance had pushed him beyond patience. Suddenly, his energy began sinking into the ground. Yang Zhan's eyes narrowed. Something was wrong. The ancient god laughed darkly. This little setback? It's nothing. I've got time. I'll return, stronger than before. Yang Zhan's rage spiked. He was retreating, avoiding a fight. She moved to pursue, but the white-haired man placed a hand on her shoulder. His voice was calm, steady. He's right. We can't beat him, not like this. They both knew what had to be done. Only the great martial god could awaken the great dreamer, the only force strong enough to seal the rift. And they had to act fast. A week passed. Jiang now rested in the military hospital at Jiangnan's main base, his body fully submerged in a tank of luminous healing liquid. Tubes ran from machines into his body. The hum of life support and the sharp scent of medicine surrounded him. He didn't need to open his eyes to know where he was. His memories came flooding back. The battlefield, the blood of the ancient god, collapsing, drained beyond his limits. He had no idea how long he'd been unconscious. Then he heard a familiar voice. Little Nine appeared before him, wrapping her arms around him gently. She smiled. Everything's settled now, she said softly. And guess what? My little insects can reproduce again. Warmth spread through him. He opened his eyes fully, curiosity flickering. He lifted her into his hand and stroked her head, his voice low and kind. You did well. But he paused. The space they had now, far too small. With more insects on the way, it would become unlivable soon. He told her to wait just a little longer. Once they had a larger home, they'd move forward with their plan. Little Nine smiled brightly and vanished into his sea of consciousness, glowing with joy. Just hearing that Jiang was preparing a bigger nest made her heart light. Behind a pillar, Xiao Jiu peeked out, brows raised in quiet confusion. Things were about to change. Now that they had unlocked the ability to evolve into more complex forms, reproduction would begin, and not on a small scale. Hundreds of millions were coming. Jiang quietly hoped the ancestral tree would soon bear the nest fruit. A fruit large enough to hold 10 billion insects. He reached up and removed the mask from his face with one steady hand. Xiao Jiu appeared on Jiang's shoulder, arms crossed and a gleam in his eyes. I'm about to start dividing my offspring too, he declared proudly. So, when do we move into a bigger house? Jiang turned to him with a smile. What? You don't like living with Little Nine? He teased, pointing at Xiao Jiu with a playful grin. Just wait until your sister moves out, then her room's yours. Xiao Jiu scowled, clearly not amused. I'm not a kid anymore. Why do I always get her leftovers? Jiang chuckled. All right. How about this? I'll take you to the Nine Lies Sanctuary someday. You'll get to feast on demons and gods like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Xiao Jiu stood tall on Jiang's chest, hands on his hips. If there's food, I don't care where I live. Jiang sighed, covering his face. So many kids, and all of them had personalities. Then Xiao Jiu pointed at the glowing liquid surrounding Jiang's body. Hey, can I drink this? Jiang looked down. That's god and demon-grade healing fluid, though this batch is third-rate at best. If you want to go for it. Without waiting, Xiao Jiu closed his eyes and started drinking. Jiang watched, clearly entertained. So, Jiang asked, smirking, what's it taste like? Got that old dad's foot smell. Xiao Jiu froze mid-sip, visibly disturbed. Then, with an exaggerated leap, he jumped into the air, and suddenly hundreds of tiny beetles burst out around him. Jiang's eyes widened. He raised a finger as a system window opened in front of him. Back on the battlefield, he hadn't had the time to examine Xiao Chen's abilities closely. Now, submerged in healing liquid with nothing but time, he finally looked deeper. What he saw stunned him. The system revealed that Xiao Chun hadn't just been born from the River of Time. She was the River of Time, a primordial source, existing on the same plane as time itself. She didn't just flow through time. She was its origin. Jiang leaned back, folding his arms. Could she really be on par with the ancestral tree of all things? He scanned the data again. There it was, confirmation. Her abilities were still sealed, but she had potential hidden far beyond her current form. The system didn't list her talent. Not yet. Was a life level jump the key? Xiao Chun, he called softly, come out for a moment. A small, delicate insect fluttered toward him. Then, in the blink of an eye, she transformed, stepping forward in her human form, radiant and ethereal. Zhang's eyes locked onto her. His breath caught. She placed a gentle hand on his chest, looking at him with soft, unreadable eyes. He blinked, face flushing faintly. You're standing a little close, he muttered. Xiao Chen wrapped her arms around his head, her voice quiet. Sorry, he reminded himself. She was still new to this world, still untouched by divine evolution, still waiting for that life-level breakthrough. She stepped back, placing a finger under her chin thoughtfully. Growth, she said softly, requires time. But I am time. Her words echoed in his mind like a bell. Jiang stared at her, stunned. He reached out and summoned his power, letting green energy pulse gently from his palm into her body. She was right. The only way to unlock her full potential was to evolve her. Opening the Divine Evolution panel, Jiang checked the system's requirements. 4 options appear before him, each a path to unlock Xiao Chen's transformation. 10 drops of water from time, 1 tributary from the river of time, 3 fragments of time, 3 divine weapons aligned with the laws of time. He leaned back, eyes narrowed with thought. A challenge, but not impossible. For someone like her, it would be worth everything. Jiang raised his hand to his head, baffled. He had never even heard of these materials before. With no other option, he figured he'd just have to ask the master about it. His body had already been soaking in the liquid for quite a while, so he reached over and flipped the switch off with his finger. Just then, a naked woman appeared and asked if Major Jiang was awake. Her words made Jiang's eyes shoot open in confusion. Major, he repeated, puzzled. Why'd she call him that? The woman gestured to the side and calmly explained that while Jiang was unconscious, the top 10 geniuses on Tianjiao's rankings were all promoted to the rank of major. She closed her eyes briefly and smiled as she continued, saying that when Jiang brought Jiang to the hospital, his body was barely clinging to life. Most of his tissues were on the verge of failure. Everyone had assumed he wouldn't make it. She asked him how he was feeling now and if anything felt off. Jiang gave her a once-over, then casually responded that he felt perfectly fine, completely healed. The woman stepped closer to the capsule, planning to retrieve the divine soul liquid and vital liquid from the nutrient tank. Those resources were incredibly rare, rushed in from the capital specifically for Jiang's treatment. Since he hadn't used all of it, she figured they could save the rest for future emergencies. But as soon as she touched the capsule, her jaw dropped. Jiang climbed out, rubbing his head. With an awkward smile, he admitted he'd been really thirsty when he woke up, so he drank all the liquid. Little Xiao sat perched on his shoulder. Jiang closed his eyes, cheeks warming with guilt. If the child misbehaved, it was only because the adult hadn't taught him better. That blame fell squarely on the parent. Just then, his master entered the room, pointing at Jiang and exclaiming how unbelievably lucky he was to recover in just 1 week. Jiang smiled and waved at his master. Meanwhile, the woman approached Duan Feng. Closing her eyes, she somberly reported that Jiang had consumed the entire supply of liquid. Duan Feng's eyes snapped wide open at the news. He immediately ordered the woman to step out of the room. Seeing the tension, Old Gu asked if there was an issue. After all, Jiang had only had a bit, right? With a stern look, Duan Feng broke the truth. Jiang had ingested 10 full doses of soul essence and vital essence. That much was worth 200,000 merit points. Now the question was whether or not to make him pay it back. Old Gu snapped, ordering that Duan pay for the entire cost himself. Merit points weren't easy to come by, especially for someone like Jiang. But right after, Old Gu slung an arm around his shoulder, his tone shifting. With a proud look in his eyes, he praised Jiang for drinking every last drop. He explained that even just soaking briefly in that liquid could extend a person's life significantly. What Jiang had done was truly impressive. Jiang looked up at his master, a smile creeping across his face as he finally understood. Little Xiao Jia hadn't been greedy. He'd instinctively known how important the liquid was. Old Gu gave Jiang a playful wink and smiled, noting that Jiang still didn't grasp the true value of merit points. He explained that anything Jiang wanted, anything that money couldn't buy, could be earned through merit. Jiang's eyes lit up with excitement. Can I trade merit points for the water of time? He asked. Old Gu's expression turned serious. No, he said flatly. That's a treasure of heaven and earth. There are only legends about it. No one's ever actually seen it. Jiang tried again. Then what about a stream from the river of time? Still a no. Divine weapons linked to time? Maybe level 3 or 4? Old Gu shot him a sharp look. Stop dreaming. Left with one last idea. Jiang hesitantly asked. What about fragments of time? Old Gu paused, rubbing his chin in thought. He glanced over at Duan Feng, then seemed to recall something. Old Duan might have some. Duan Feng, who had been quietly listening, suddenly focused in. His jaw tightened as he thought about it. With a firm tone, he explained that fragments of time were formed after ancient dimensional ruins collapsed. Only 2 remained in all of Tianjiao. Each one could be exchanged for 150,000 merit points. Zhang's eyes sparkled with determination. He stepped forward, hand over his heart, and extended his other arm dramatically. I want both fragments, he declared. Is there any way to get one more? Duan Feng raised his hand, calmly shaking his head. No more exist, he said. Those ancient ruins exist in isolated space-time, beyond outside interference. They can only fall apart on their own. And when they do, the time inside condenses into a solid, the fragments you're asking for. He added that if Jiang truly needed another, he could ask the Great Dreamer once she returned. Curious, Jiang asked where she was now. Duan Feng gazed upward, imagining far-off skies and rifts above. She's currently sealing the Chujiang Rift, he replied, but she should be back soon. The sun was high, bathing the world in daylight. Now that Jiang was back on his feet, Old Gu decided it was time to leave the hospital and head home for some well-earned rest. In 3 days, the ceremony would begin. Duan Feng emphasized how important the upcoming ceremony was. They needed to leave soon and start getting ready. But Jiang wasn't interested. He'd rather stay behind and avoid the spotlight. Old Gu, however, told him it was already too late for that. After all, Jiang had taken down the 8 rank. Everyone already knew his name. Back at his apartment, Jiang collapsed onto the couch, arms behind his head, staring at the ceiling. His mind drifted. Little Nine and Jia were about to reproduce. Shiao and Jia could now extract new abilities, and the ancestral tree of all things had borne fresh fruit. He figured it was best to handle everything before the Great Dreamer returned. Raising his hand, energy began to swirl in his palm. First on his list, extracting the ability of the red-shelled beetle. A system window popped up. The red-shelled beetle was classified as a catastrophe-level calamity, and it came with a devastating ability, the Supreme Attack Technique. It worked by condensing particles to summon an infernal vision and play a melody from the underworld. Its strength depended on how many red-shelled beetles were gathered. The skill had 9 levels. Just reaching level 1 required 129,000 beetles, and each level demanded 10 times more than the last. Jiang tapped the window, stunned. This wasn't just any technique, it was a supreme attack. But trying it now would level his entire apartment. Better to test it out on a boss enemy. He shifted to his sea of consciousness and noticed a new fruit growing on the ancestral tree. He hoped it was a nest, one large enough to house 10 billion insects. He activated the fruit, labeled functional fruit, and a hive took shape. Not just any hive, it could hold up to 100 billion insects. A smile tugged at his lips. The ancestral tree never let him down. Eyes still gleaming, he raised his hand, and insects started flowing from his palm. With a grin, he told Xiao Jia the good news. He had a new home, and it was time to start reproducing. He immediately gave the command, and all the insects swarmed into the massive nest. With that task out of the way, Jiang pulled out a glowing fruit formed from divine souls. He studied it carefully. During his last battle, Shiao and the others had collected countless wandering souls to water this fruit. Now it had fully matured. He activated the fruit, and it burst apart, revealing a divinity from the Zhuli clan. The system asked if he wanted to fuse with it. Zhang's eyes lit up, fixed on the energy pouring out of it. If not for the ancestral tree's protection, his sea of consciousness would have been torn apart already. He recalled what his master once told him. An awakened one at level 9 could only reach divine rank, level 10, by doing one thing, condensing a divinity. Jiang made his decision. He would fuse with the divinity. As the energy entered through his forehead, his eyes lit up, and an intense wave of pain ripped through him. Several system windows appeared at once. He had unlocked a new class, Supreme Warrior, Divine Level, God of War. Along with it came 3 powerful abilities: Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial War Formation. Clenching his fist tightly, Jiang stared at it. This was his 3rd divine class. The name might have sounded over the top, but it was perfect for close-quarters combat. With this new power paired with the body of the elephant god, he felt confident. He could even surpass Jiang Wushuang's divine body. Then another window popped up. Little Nine had given birth to 8 billion insects, and Xiao Jia had produced 6 million beetles. Zhang's eyes locked onto the screen in disbelief. The ability transformation to excess, with its chaotic amplification and random multiplication, was absurdly overpowered. His insect army was growing faster than he'd ever imagined. Just as he was processing it all, there was a knock at the door. Curious, he got up. Could be the great dreamer returning? Opening the door, he found Old Gu and Duan Feng waiting. Duan Feng scratched his head awkwardly, his voice uneasy as he said they'd brought the great dreamer with them, and that Jiang should greet her. Old Gu stepped forward, serious expression on his face, fist clenched. Then, the great dreamer appeared at the doorway, one hand resting on the frame. She looked straight at them and calmly asked them to leave. Old Gu's eyes widened, but she didn't repeat herself. She stepped into Jiang's apartment and repeated the order. Old Gu tells Jiang, if you can't resist, then learn to yield. If a woman is 3 years older than you, give her gold. If she's 30 years older, give her an empire. But if she's 300 years older, he paused, you better offer her an immortal pill. Duan Feng groaned, rubbing his temples. Don't drag me down with you, he muttered. The great dreamer placed her hand on the sofa, her gaze softening. You silly thing, she said, eyes resting on Jiang. Now he understood exactly what Old Gu meant. She slowly approached him. Jiang, puzzled, asked why her outfit was different from the last time they met. Instead of answering, she leaned in and began to sniff him. So, she said with a teasing smile, did you become a god? Jiang looked away, still unsure. Maybe what she sensed was just remnants of the ancient god's blood lingering in his body. She sat beside him on the couch, laughing quietly. You couldn't have become a god, she said. You're still only in your 3rd transformation. Jiang started sweating. Probably best not to bring up the whole divinity fusion. He was drawing enough attention as it was. The great dreamer noticed his unease. With a gentle smile, she asked why he looked so tense, assuring him she was just his sister, not someone who was going to bite him. She'd heard from Old Gu that Jiang was looking for fragments of time. Jiang nodded and asked if she knew a way to get them. She told him that those fragments were no longer available within Xiao's borders. But there was still one place where they could be found. Then she asked, have you ever heard of the 3 overseas islands? Jiang shook his head. She turned to face him fully and explained, the islands were located southeast of Great Xia. They used to be ancient ruins, but over time, they merged with reality, forming 3 islands, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. At that, Zhang's eyes lit up with surprise. She continued, about 500 years ago, Great Xia saw the rise of its first invincible warrior who reached the 9th transformation, the human emperor. Not long after, another being of equal strength emerged, the Lord of Fire. The emperor believed in conquering the underground realms, while the Lord of Fire favored non-aggression. Their beliefs clashed, and they eventually had a falling out. In the aftermath, the Lord of Fire, along with a large following, left Great Xia and headed for the overseas islands, where he established his own domain. Then, using her power, the Great Dreamer opened a rift in space and reached into it. She explained that when the Fire Lord departed Great Xia, he took a number of rare and precious items with him, including fragments of time. Curious, Jiang asked if the Fire Lord was still alive. She pulled a Chao from the rift and, calm as ever, told him that someone with 9 transformations could live for up to 3,000 years. She had no doubt the Fire Lord was still around. She warned Jiang not to try seizing the fragments by force. Even though the territory of the 3 islands was smaller than Great Xia, they'd been quietly building their power for centuries. In fact, they now had more warriors at the 7th and 8th transformation than Great Xia did. Jiang tilted his head. Then, why haven't they tried to conquer Great Xia? She snapped the Chuo in half and replied, because Great Xia has the support of national fate. The Fire Lord's people wouldn't dare make a reckless move. Jiang considered it, then asked if there was any other way to obtain the fragments. She handed him the other half of the Chuo and, eyes calm, said that while the 2 sides had severed ties long ago, they still viewed each other as rivals. For the first 400 years after the split, their top talents constantly challenged each other. But 50 years ago, Great Xia closed its borders, and no one from the islands had been allowed in since. When Jiang asked why Great Xia had closed its borders, the Great Dreamer took a bite of her chuo and answered casually. For a full 100 years, Great Xia had lost every single match. They were completely outclassed, and the shame of it had been too much to bear. So, instead of continuing to lose, Great Xia chose to withdraw from the competition altogether. But this year was different. Now, Great Xia had Jiang. With him, the competition could finally be reopened. Jiang quickly realized that winning might be his only chance to get the fragments of time. The Great Dreamer, however, cautioned him not to be hasty. Reopening the contest required following specific procedures. He'd be informed when the time was right. There was one major rule, though. Each side had to send a representative under the age of 30. In that area, Jiang was at a clear disadvantage. But a confident smile formed on his face. He didn't care. As long as he had a shot at those fragments, he was ready to do whatever it took. The Great Dreamer stood up and reminded him that ambition was good, but underestimating others was dangerous. She turned to leave, but paused, her gaze locking onto Jiang. She told him to stay inside and avoid going out. Her expression darkened slightly as she revealed that several elite assassins from the Celestial level list had accepted missions to take Jiang's life. Killers from across nations were converging, all targeting him. She urged him, be extremely careful. All the top brass of Great Xia had assembled at the Jiangnan Command Center. It was August 13th, year 793 of the Job Changers era, and today's commendation ceremony was the grandest the nation had ever seen. To the world, it was a tale of legend. Jian Chengshun, an awakened with just 3 transformations, had stood his ground against monsters far beyond his level. One at the 8th transformation, and even a 9th. A new legend had emerged from the Jiang in front. She glanced at Jiang curiously. Is it true? She asked. You're giving up your position to train in the caverns. Jiang lifted his hand. It's official. Once this event ends, I'm heading straight in. Behind him, the full night watch squad stood assembled. One of them jabbed a thumb at his chest proudly. It's not just Jiang. We're all going. Commander Duan placed a hand on Jiang's shoulder, but remained silent, watching her from the sidelines. Off to the side, the two locked eyes and exchanged subtle smiles. Jiang blinked, caught off guard. Wait, I thought I was going alone. Jian Cheng hadn't expected the others to join him, but as he glanced around, he felt it. An old fire reignited. His conviction had stirred something in them all. She stepped up, offering her hand with a faint grin. The caverns, that place pulls in all kinds. Creatures you've never imagined. Powers that twist reality. No one leaves unchanged. Not far away, Jin Cheng sat beside Ingjian. Ingjian stared at him intently, his eyes full of determination. He knew the truth. Training inside Great Xiao wasn't enough. If he wanted to surpass Jian Cheng, he had to enter the caverns too. He turned to him. And you? How are you planning to get stronger? Then, with a smirk, he added, let's go together. Slaying foreign races down there earns divine rewards. Good for both of us. Jian Cheng crossed his arms, shut his eyes for a moment, then smiled and gave a nod. Ingjian returned the smile. That's the legacy of Grandpa's will, he thought. But he didn't forget. Our duel's still unfinished, he said. Back on stage, Commander Duan stepped forward, eyes sharp. I'm a commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan War Zone, he proclaimed. And then, like any good leader, he launched into a speech that dragged on for half an hour. An endless stream of lofty, patriotic fluff. The crowd was getting antsy. Some shouted for Duan to cut the speech short. Others grumbled about sore backsides and stiff legs. Warriors, masters, no one had the patience for another word. Commander Duan noticed the shift and chuckled to himself. With a casual lift of his hand, a rift shimmered open behind him. Enough talk. He grinned. All right, let's get to what you all came for. It was time for the main event, the decoration ceremony. He announced the next arrival, one of Great Xia's top 3 powerhouses, a master of 9 transformations, supreme commander of the Night Watch, leader of the Imperial Capital War Zone, the legend known as Great Dreamer, Sister. She was the one chosen to officially bestow Jian Cheng's new title. The portal rippled, and Sister stepped through, holding someone's hand. Her eyes sparkled with delight. With a teasing look, she said, Relax, Jian Cheng. No sister out here is talking trash about her little brother. They stepped onto the stage together. Resting a hand on his shoulder, she smiled. You nervous? Jian Cheng, clad in the full Warzone commander uniform, adjusted his sleeves with a smirk. Not even a little. The golden badge on his chest gleamed under the lights. From the crowd, she gasped, hand flying to her mouth. Her face flushed red, even as his big sister. How was he this good looking? Jiang stood still, arms crossed, watching him silently. A girl nearby leaned on her hand, cheeks red. She'd never seen anyone look like this. Even Commander Duan did a double take. Is he glowing? In the stands, one girl leapt up in shock, heart pounding. Behind her, another just smiled to herself. Not far off, Xiao froze, then covered her mouth with both hands, face bright red at the sight. Sister tilted her head, brushing her cheek with one finger as she grinned. You really pull off that uniform, she said with a wink. Jian Cheng broke into a sweat. She's doing this on purpose again. Commander Duan finally stepped in, raising his hand high. Everyone, say his title. The crowd didn't miss a beat. Hands cupped around mouths, voices roared. Demonic insect. Jian Cheng went stiff, eyes wide. What? That's what they came up with. All this ceremony, all this flair, only to crown him with that? Couldn't they have gone with something that didn't sound so gross? Still, Jian Cheng stepped forward beside Sister, hands clasped behind his back, standing tall beneath the lights. Sister raised her hand high. By the will of the people, she declared, on behalf of the Night Watch and the armed forces of Great Xia, I officially bestow upon Jian Cheng of the Jiangnan War Zone the title, Lord of Heavenly Disasters. That one landed with weight. Jian Chung turned to her, eyes lit up. Now that, he said, breaking into a grin, sounds a lot better than demonic insect. Sister stuck her tongue out with a mischievous smirk. Yeah, she planned the whole thing. Every bit of it. It was all just her messing with him. Behind them, the massive screen came to life, flashing with Jian Cheng's stats. Sister's smile faded as her tone shifted. Her gaze locked in. Jian Chang Chun, she declared, is hereby appointed Guardian King of the Seas. Silence fell over the crowd. She continued, all 4 maritime territories are now under his command. He is entrusted with the nation's coastal defense. He answers to no single war zone. He can travel freely across Great Xia. His authority, absolute. In his presence, even the invincibles must stand as equals. Bueling stared, baffled. Wait, what does that even mean? She turned, eyes wide. Jiang stepped forward, his tone solemn. It means exactly what she said. Jian Sheng now guards the entire nation. A wave of shock swept through the audience. 18 years old, and already named Guardian King. It was like the heavens themselves had rewritten the rules. Up in the stands, his father stared down at the stage. The second he heard Guardian King of the Seas, something clicked. The High Command, he murmured. They're preparing to reopen contact with the 3 overseas islands. He turned to Old Gu beside him. They've handed him the maritime zones as his own domain. Doesn't that concern you? But Old Gu simply smiled, calm as ever. Worrying about things outside my reach. Never been my style. On stage, the great dreamer opened a sleek golden case. Inside lay a radiant badge. Jian Sheng reached forward slowly, eyes fixed on the brilliant insignia, ready to claim it. Sister's voice rang clear. A new era has begun, and now, the time has come to reclaim the 3 islands of the foreign domain. Her words echoed. The great dreamer stepped back as the moment settled in. In the crowd, Old Gu watched silently. Maybe what others failed to do, my disciple will. Sister turned to Jian Sheng and placed the gleaming badge in his hand. This is the peerless decree, she said. Keep it safe. Jian Sheng gave a slight nod. Appreciate it. Suddenly, a fierce gust swept over the stage. A figure appeared, clad in sleek armor, perched atop a massive white tiger. I'm Sasagen, the man declared, from the Sakura Kingdom, under the divine order of Yamada no Okami of Takamajahara. I come to pay my respects to Jian Chengchun of Great Xia through battle. In the crowd, Zhenhai's father leaned back, eyes narrowing. A third transformation? But his aura easily rivaled a peak 5th. Impressive, especially for someone from a minor kingdom. Commander Duan stepped forward, raising a brow. You're disrupting a national ceremony. The great dreamer is still speaking. But Sister's face had already turned ice cold. The instant Sasagen spoke, her gaze locked onto him with lethal intent. She was ready to strike, until Jian Cheng extended his arm in front of her. I'll handle it, he said calmly. His eyes gleamed with intent. No need for you to squash a bug. She studied him a moment longer, then stepped back, curious to see his growth firsthand. Sasagen dismounted, tiger roaring at his side. Your reaction is expected, he said. I issued a direct challenge, out of respect. Great Xia honors proper rituals, does it not? When a guest arrives from afar, they should be received with dignity. Jian Cheng said nothing. A faint mist rose from his body as he narrowed his eyes. Cut the act, he said. You're no shadow in the dark. If you're really an assassin, why appear in broad daylight? Who sent you? His voice sharpened. Or are you just a disposable pawn? Sasagen raised a finger, pointing at him. You'll find out soon enough, once we fight. Then he sneered. Or maybe you won't fight at all without those 9 miasma wings. What's the matter? Scared to admit you can't win without them? Lightning cracked through the air around Jian Sheng. A slow grin spread across his face. Bold words, he said. But sure, I'll play along. No wings. This stage isn't worth soaking in poison anyway. He stepped forward. In that moment, lightning exploded around him. God of Thunder Domain activated. A raging storm enveloped the battlefield, crackling with divine energy. Then he vanished. 3,000 lightning bolts of judgment. Bolts rained from the sky like holy wrath, hammering Sasagen with relentless force. The white tiger let out a gut-wrenching roar, body convulsing as electricity tore through it. Jian Cheng tilted his head slightly. You really thought this was a good idea? Suddenly, the tiger lunged forward with a furious howl. But something was off. Sasagen's figure shimmered, then vanished into the shadows. An illusion. Jian Cheng's eyes sharpened. With a growl, he activated divine elephant body and smashed his fist into the tiger's jaw. Crack! Teeth shattered. The beast flew backward like a rag doll, slamming into the stage with a thunderous crash. But where the body landed, shadows began to writhe and reform. Another illusion. Overhead, Sasagen appeared, floating mid-air, eyes glowing with eerie calm. You've already lost, he said. What you hit? Just a shadow, one of my abilities. Then his tone shifted. I'll tell you one thing. My power is immune to lightning. Not only that, it was crafted to destroy it. Jian Cheng's gaze darkened. Instantly, his stance changed. Sasajin surged forward, launching killer thunder. Just before impact, Jian Cheng vanished, his body flickering into pure lightning and blinking out of range. Sasajin's fist crushed the ground where he had stood. Without hesitation, the assassin unleashed a volley of daggers. They ripped through the air, grazing Jian Cheng and drawing blood. Thin red lines marked his skin. Jian Cheng flinched, surprised. You call that fast? Sasajin sneered. Compared to me, your thunder's nothing but a crawl. He stepped in closer. You've only ever won through luck. But this time, you've already been poisoned. No cure? You're dead. In the stands, Sister and Old Gu were already rising. Their auras flared, wrath burning in their eyes. But before either could act, Jian Cheng raised a hand. Stand down, he said, voice steady. If I don't finish this myself, then none of this title, this ceremony will matter. Sasajin laughed, spreading his arms. So what now? Gonna sprout those 9 miasma wings and let the crowd curse your name? Or maybe drink that ancient god's blood again and pass out for a week? Call your demonic dragon. Let the heavens erase it. Jian Cheng didn't respond, but a crimson aura began to rise around him, boiling with pressure. The ground beneath him cracked from the force. Perfect, he thought. Time to try something new. Sasajin's smirk wavered. He watched closely. Why hasn't the poison kicked in? Then Jian Cheng grinned. You really don't get it, huh? They call me the poison demon for a reason. Weak stuff like this? Can't touch me. He raised his hand. Dark energy swirled at his palm, growing heavier, darker by the second. His expression turned cold. Spear of the god of hell. His arm morphed into a black, glowing weapon, twisting with demonic power. Then, without warning, he lunged. Sasajin raised his sword just in time, but the blade began to crack under the sheer force. His eyes widened in horror. This energy, its dark type? He is darkness too. The sword trembled violently. Cracks spread like spiderwebs. Every instinct screamed, run. Energy surged around Sasajin as he began to fade. Farewell, Jian Cheng. But Jian Cheng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. A wicked grin spread across his face. You really think I'd let you run? Behind Sasajin, space tore open. A rift, and from it, Jian Cheng's spear, surging forward like it had a mind of its own. Sasajin spun in shock. That weapon, it's alive? He jumped, trying to escape, but the spear extended impossibly fast. Shunk! It punched clean through his chest. Pain tore through him like fire. Jian Cheng walked forward, calm and unhurried, and pulled the spear free. Sasajin dropped to the ground, lifeless. Without a word, Jian Cheng turned, the low hum of lightning still flickering around him as the red aura slowly faded. Composed, untouched, he looked across the silent crowd. The fly's been swatted, he said evenly. Let's continue. The entire arena froze for a split second, then erupted with gasps and murmurs. Shock rippled through the crowd. Jian Cheng had just taken down a 5th transformation assassin, without the 9 miasma wings, without the sky sword, and without a trace of thunder. And that black spear technique? No one had a clue what it was. Jinhai's father leaned back with a sly grin, fingers grazing his lips. You jumped the gun again, Old Gu, he said with a chuckle. Looks like you don't know your own disciple. Old Gu stared ahead, a dazed look on his face. I didn't know him. It's just, he stopped, exhaling hard. Guess I panicked, but inside he was reeling. What else is this kid hiding? Jian Cheng stepped back onto the stage. His sister gave him a thumbs up, nodding in approval. Well done, she said, eyes gleaming with pride. Old Gu leaned toward Old Jai, speaking in a hushed tone. I don't deal in class awakenings, this stuff isn't my area. But you saw that. What was that black spear move? Old Jai stroked his beard thoughtfully. Looked like something from a divine level dark class. Rare and deadly. Old Gu's eyes narrowed. Another divine class? That'll make 3. But how's a 3rd transformation soul even capable of that? Meanwhile, Jian Cheng's sister continued, her voice laced with admiration. You handled that perfectly. Jian Cheng gave a humble nod. It wasn't much, he said quietly. Next time, I'll end it with one blow. Just then, a team of mages stepped onto the stage. With a swift wave of magic, a burst of vibrant confetti lit up the sky, raining color over the stadium. The crowd roared with excitement. Lord of heavenly disasters, King of the seas, Jian Cheng stood tall, hand behind his back, scanning the audience, until his eyes found her. Luo Sandow. She stood by her father, joy lighting up her face. In her hands, a finely crafted box. Her father took a step forward, placing one hand over his chest. I am Luo Badeo, head of the Luo family, he announced. Together with my daughter Luo Sandow, we present this divine sword. Our tribute to the Lord of Heavenly Disasters, the King of the Seas. Nearby, a man beside the sofa clenched his fists, anger simmering in his gaze. He shot a glare at the man next to old Gu. This is all your fault, he snapped. I was supposed to be first, and now Luo Badeo's stolen the spotlight. The man next to old Gu looked flustered. Hey, don't pin this on me. Who would have thought the Luo family would go this far? Jinhai's father gave old Gu a sideways glance, sighing. I blame you. I got caught up talking and missed my window. Arms folded, old Gu shrugged it off. That's on you, not me. Up on stage, Luo Sandow gently opened the box. In an instant, a powerful surge erupted from the sword, its aura fierce and untamed. The force caught Jian Cheng by surprise. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, raw energy surged into him. Fast, wild, and aggressive. Then he realized this wasn't a gift. The sword was trying to devour him. That's when the ancestral tree of all things appeared. Jian Cheng held firm, his eyes flickering with shadowed light. He wasn't the kind to bow under pressure. Calling on the tree, he fought back. The tree responded, helping him force the weapon into submission. Jian Cheng's grip tightened, and now with a gleam in his eye, he gave the blade a few strong swings. Each slash crackled with restrained might. The sword had found its new master. From the crowd, Luo Badeo watched in disbelief. The blade had accepted Jian Cheng. He hadn't expected it. None of them had. Beside him, Luo Sandow lit up with pride. He really is amazing, she said. Badeo nodded, his eyes still fixed on the stage. He was born for this. You chose well. Blushing, Luo Sandow gently nudged her father. Enough teasing. Raising his hand, Badeo addressed the crowd. This is Heavenly Sin, a fourth-tier divine weapon. 11th among all divine blades in Great Xia. One of the most lethal known, and it comes with a price. He paused. Heavenly Sin demands blood. If no life is offered, the sword turns on its wielder. Jian Cheng's interest deepened. He examined the weapon carefully, silently taking in every detail. Then Badeo added something unexpected. I once gave Heavenly Sin to someone else back when he was named Heavenly Sword King. Commander Duan coughed awkwardly at that, a bit of sweat forming on his forehead. Badeo glanced at old Gu. Your master never liked it. Old Gu smiled weakly and turned to Jian Cheng. Commander Duan was thrilled when he got it, but the sword nearly destroyed him. Jian Cheng was stunned. He had just mastered a blade that once overwhelmed his old Gu. All attention turned to Commander Duan. Under the weight of so many stares, he closed his eyes and flushed red, but still tried to play it cool. He shrugged and said it was only natural for a student to surpass their master. Then, with a smug grin, he added that no one else here would ever find a disciple like his. Old Gu blinked, slightly confused. Wait, are you mad? He asked. Before Duan could answer, a girl stepped forward with her grandfather. A hush swept through the room. Everyone instantly recognized the man beside her, King Mu Henian of the southern war zone of the Great Sea. They brought with them a seal box. Mu Henian presented it with a deep voice. Inside was the pearl of the sea god, an offering for the Lord of Heavenly Disasters, the King of the Seas. The crowd stirred with awe. This wasn't just some artifact. Jian Cheng's Southern Army had claimed it 30 years ago. The pearl held the very essence of the ocean itself. In the wrong hands, it could drown entire regions. In the right hands, it was, well, a pretty solid blunt weapon, too. Jian Cheng took the box with care, his nerves showing. Thank you, he said sincerely. She blushed, clenching her fists as she responded with a soft smile. Thank you. Mu Henian gave her a gentle pat on the back and turned to Jian Cheng with a kind smile. No need for formality, he said. We're family. Right after, another pair approached the stage, a boy and his father. Istang Wanchan, the crown king of the southern war zone of Great Xia, nodded politely at Mu Henian and suggested he step aside, as it was time for their offering. Then they revealed it. 38 transformation demonic spheres. Soon after, a girl and her father stepped up. Ji Hongyin, commander-in-chief of Great Xia's war zone, came forward with a tribute of his own, 20 drops of God and demon blood for Jian Cheng. In the crowd, she lowered her gaze, feeling small. Unlike the others, the Night Watch had nothing grand to present. Old Gu and Commander Duan didn't pretend otherwise. With quiet honesty, they admitted the truth. Sometimes they didn't just lack gifts, they had to depend on Jian Cheng just to keep going. That's when Jiang rose to his feet, fists tight at his sides. He walked forward, eyes steady. We may be poor, he said with conviction, but we still have something that matters. Standing before Jian Cheng, he slowly opened his hand, revealing a single potion vial. A gift from the entire Night Watch, a strand of the source of faith. Jian Cheng stared at the potion, his heart heavy with emotion. This was real. From nearby, she leaned toward old Gu and whispered, Isn't that kind of a small gift? Old Gu's gaze remained fixed on the vial, his expression calm. Faith isn't measured by weight, he said softly. It's clean. It burns. It asks for nothing. That's what gives it worth. As Jian Cheng accepted the potion, emotion surged through him. His eyes brimmed with tears, hands shaking from the weight of it all. He revealed the truth behind the strand of faith. It held the hopes and strength of over 800,000 people from Chujiang City. It had the power to absorb a blow capable of shaking a nation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jian Cheng pulled Jiang into a tight embrace. Now he understood. This was why Jiang had been so busy. He'd been preparing this gift from the start. Softly, Jiang told him their journey into the underground cave was about to begin. This gift was everything he had left to give. Then, Commander Duan stepped forward with her beside him, both bearing serious expressions. Together, they handed Jian Cheng a talisman. This is a turning point for you, Commander Duan said. And since we were so-called useless old goo and mistress, we had to offer something that counts. What they gave him was no ordinary charm. It was the heaven-slashing talisman. Forged with the essence of the heaven sword, it could block one strike, just one, but one powerful enough to destroy a nation. That single moment could decide everything. Jian Cheng took the talisman carefully. She gave him a small, gentle smile. He looked up and asked, "Can I use it however I want?" Commander Duan nodded. "It's yours now." Without hesitation, Jian Cheng turned and held the talisman out to Uncle Ji, bowing as he did. Knowing they were about to descend into danger, he asked Ji Gang to carry it for his own protection. Ji Gang blinked in confusion. Even Commander Duan looked surprised. Plenty of people called Jian Cheng reckless, said he acted like he was invincible and didn't rely on others. But the truth was, the only ones he ever trusted as family were the ones standing with him now. Jian Cheng had reached the sixth transformation. The god of war wasn't going to let him into the cave. Not easily. Still, he couldn't rest easy unless he knew Jiang and the others were protected. Jiang stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Jian Cheng's shoulder. His eyes steady, he vowed to follow Jian Cheng's orders and stand beside him, as a true warrior should. Then, he asked Jian Cheng to accept the source of faith. Jian Cheng smiled and opened a box. Inside were all the gifts he'd received that day. His old gear, powerful weapons, treasures beyond value. "Your family," he said simply. Then he handed the entire box to Jiang. "Share it with the Night Watch." Jiang stood frozen, unsure how to react. But Jian Cheng, still smiling, kept it simple. "Don't think too much, just take it." After a pause, Jiang nodded. He'd already promised to follow Jian Cheng's lead, and he meant it. From the side, she and the others wiped at their eyes. She couldn't help it. Tears streamed down. Why did it always feel like they were taking too much from Jian Cheng? Old Gu and Commander Duan stepped forward, voices calm but firm. "We're not outsiders," they reminded everyone. "We're family. That means we need to get stronger, strong enough to stand beside him, not behind." And then, the sky tore open, streaked with red light. Everyone looked up, ready for another ambush. But what came through the rift was an enemy. It was a presence, immense and commanding. A man soared through on the back of a colossal dragon. It was Ling Xiao, balanced atop the dragon's head. He gave a cocky grin and pointed his thumb down at the beast. "This guy here, he's my gift to you," Ling Xiao declared. A 9th-level demonic dragon. All eyes widened at the sight. Jian Cheng nodded in approval. "Now that's a gift," he said. "A beast like this will be perfect, especially for Little Nine and the others. Feeding them since their last brood has been a nightmare." She pointed at the dragon, wide-eyed. "Of course it's Ling Xiao," she laughed. "Only he would drop something this wild on us." Turning to her Old Gu, she asked with a grin, "When do we get that strong?" Old Gu chuckled. "We've still got a lot of training ahead." Ling Xiao raised his glowing sword high, voice thundering across the stadium. "The flame of Great Xia will never burn out." The crowd roared back, fists high, chanting Jian Cheng's name with pride. But far away, deep inside the twisting, unstable space of the underground cavern, for powerful figures stood before a swirling portal. Word had reached them. On Great Sea's homeworld, millions of creatures tied to the 9 miasma wings had erupted into the world. Last time, the 10th seed of the Church of the Ancient God had unleashed divine force and wiped out those monsters by the millions. But the menace hadn't ended. It had only grown. Jiang Chongyi had led the god assassins deep into the cavern, obliterating all 13 demonic cities. If not for the sudden arrival of the ancient demonic ancestors, whose terrifying power still lingered in the air, the chaos would have swallowed everything. Among the gathered figures stood the Demon Lord, a towering presence from the ancient demon race. With a cold, steady gaze, he raised his hand and made his declaration. In Great Xia, there was an old proverb: when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold. The meaning was clear: when one ally falls, the rest are exposed. The Demon Lord stood tall and unyielding. All races, he declared, needed to unite and eliminate Great Xia once and for all. But not everyone agreed. An elderly man with an enormous head stepped forward, stroking his beard with deliberate calm. This was Elder, one of the most respected voices among the ancient immortals. He stated his position without hesitation. His people would not join this war. To him, the demons had brought the bloodshed upon themselves. Great Xia, he said, had never acted without cause, always respectful, always restrained. More importantly, his race had pledged an alliance with the humans 400 years ago. Breaking that promise was out of the question. The demon lord's expression twisted in fury. He jabbed a finger toward young Su, snapping, "Spare us the fake righteousness." He accused the immortal race of hypocrisy. Everyone here, he claimed, knew the truth. The so-called alliance was a front. For 4 centuries, the immortals had quietly backed the 3 overseas islands in their plan to seize control of the planet. Their goal? Conquer Great Sea. But Demon Lord made one thing clear. That plan was already crumbling. Elder didn't flinch. His tone remained steady. He dismissed the accusations as nonsense. Simply showing up at this meeting, he said, was already more than they owed. The Demon Lord scoffed. No one takes the immortals seriously anymore. The tension was sharp until the dragon god stepped in. His voice sliced through the rising heat in the room. "Why are we fighting each other?" he asked. "We're here to discuss unity, not spark another war." While the dragons didn't support a full-on assault against Great Xia, he reminded everyone that someone had to make the first move. He laid out the facts. Within the caverns, Great Xia had only 3 major bastions: Tearing Star, Greedy Wolf, and 7 assassins. Those strongholds could fall easily. But once they stepped out of the cavern systems and pushed into Great Xia's true heartland, everything would change. There, they would face the Great Dreamer. She had lived since the era of transformation, an unmatched supreme-level transformer. If she ever drew upon the spiritual power of all 100 billion citizens of Great Xia, her strength would rival an ancestral god. A direct assault, the dragon god warned, would be suicide. Charging in now would cost them hundreds of 9th-level powerhouses, and none of the cave races could afford that kind of sacrifice. Instead, he offered a strategy. Let the demonic race spearhead the assault while the dragons provided backup. That's when the Demon King stepped forward. He reminded the gathering of one brutal truth. The path of heaven had placed a seal on anything beyond level 9. Anyone who dared to break that limit would be crushed by the will of heaven itself. Attacking now, he said, would be like drinking poison just to soothe thirst. But there was still hope. The seal on the 10th level, it was already weakening. Within half a year, it would break entirely. And once it did, the ancient races would be free to unleash their full might. Level 10 warriors, unrestrained. He stretched out his hand and revealed the current balance. Great Xia had only 3 9th-level cultivators, and all 3 were still undergoing ascension. That would be their moment. Elder nodded slowly, then turned to the Demon Lord. His voice was calm, direct. None of us are willing to throw lives away on blind ambition. The demonic race had no interest in rushing headfirst into a battle they couldn't win, not when victory was so close. Both he and the dragon god agreed. Stick to the plan. Support rogue human factions. We're Great Xia down from the outside. Still, an uneasy silence hung in the air. Letting things drag on could come back to haunt them. The portal shimmered, and then an image of Jian Cheng appeared. A 3rd transformation warrior. Nothing more. Nothing to fear. They scoffed. Demonic scouts had already gathered elite assassins from across multiple nations. With so many united under one cause, eliminating Jian Cheng would be quick, efficient, and even if they failed, it wouldn't matter. The Great Tiano Tournament, the showdown between the 3 overseas islands in Great Xia, was just 3 months away. Their trap was already set. They'd even infused a marine race of Origin Star with dragon blood. A dark glint sparked in the Demon Lord's eye. His grin curled like a blade. When the tournament began, the marine race's dragon-blooded prodigy would enter the arena. And that would be the end of Jian Cheng. No escape. No last-minute miracle. Just death. Perfectly timed. Back at Jian Cheng's apartment, he looked over at Commander Duan. "So, when do I get to go out again?" 3 days of lockdown was already pushing it. Commander Duan stepped forward, bringing news. The assassin crisis had nearly been resolved. 8 6 transformation killers were taken out, along with 3 at the 7th level. Jian Cheng sank onto the couch. "Does that mean it's safe now?" Duan shook his head. "Not quite. 1 8th transformation assassin is still unaccounted for. And the higher-ups think if these ones fail, even deadlier enemies might come next." Jian Cheng went silent. No matter what, someone would always be after his life. Would this be his future? Always guarded, always restricted, like living in a box too tight to grow in? He clenched his fists. "I've got the strength. I've got more cards up my sleeve than they think. But this so-called protection, isn't it just another kind of prison? How am I supposed to move forward like this?" Then, without warning, Jin Chung reached into a spatial rift and tugged someone out by the cheek. She squeaked, startled. My dad told me to stay hidden. Jin Chung gave her a light smile and thanked her, then gently told her to rest. Blushing, she quietly slipped out. Olgu gawked and pointed. Wait, when the hell did she get there? Jin Chung, calm as ever, replied. She's been there a while. She masked her energy, but she couldn't hide from me. Commander Duan looked baffled. What's going on? Jin Cheng's expression turned sharp. Remember Song Changa? Commander Duan squinted. That guy from the Heavenly Tribe? Jin Cheng nodded. Know how I beat him? He raised a hand, his voice steady. Within 30,000 meters. I can see everything. Every person, every movement, every detail. Old Gu, now beside him, slung an arm around his shoulders with a laugh. You really kept that one quiet. Even he didn't expect that. Commander Duan didn't press further. Instead, he made a call. Jian Sheng would be allowed to deal with the assassin himself. Great Xia was stretched thin with the trouble on the 3 overseas islands. They could use all the help they could get. Jian Cheng's eyes sparked. Finally, he could stop waiting and take the fight to them. Defense wasn't his style. He was going hunting. Old Gu raised a brow. Boldness was good, but he warned Jian Cheng not to let guts cloud judgment. Underestimating the enemy could be fatal. Jian Cheng nodded, taking it to heart. Just then, she walked in, placing 2 cups of tea on the table with a soft smile. Commander Duan blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to see her here. Jian Cheng spoke casually. Luo Sandao's fixing my bed. Ji Xuanyue is on the other side, roasting meat with her fire ability. That's when it hit Commander Duan. Jian Cheng wasn't just lying low. He was living in style. Stretching with a grin, Jian Cheng stood up. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, take the day off. New mission. Head to the secret sanctuary and hunt the fiercest beast you can find. The stronger, the better. Luo Sandao and the others nodded without hesitation. Far away, 2,000 kilometers southwest of Manhwa's border city, a lone knight crossed the desert with urgent intel. The good news, he reported, is that Great Xia's eased up on watching Jiansheng. He's finally free to move around. Then he added, the bad news? Nearly all the assassins sent from different countries have been wiped out. The knight belonged to the Order of the Templars. His mission was to ensure everything went according to plan, and more importantly, to prevent infighting. If this worked, every nation involved would earn a key to the 9th turn. Looking over the assembled warriors, he counted them. We got 6. The others only brought 3 each, but the reward is split evenly. Sounds fair to me. Just then, a man with a ponytail stepped out and challenged him. What's unfair about that? He was from Sakura, the land of the deadly Sakura Assassin Corps. Their top-tier killer, Mr. Saito, had also arrived. The knight's gaze sharpened. He knew who this was. Kato AI, ranked 7th among the world's best assassins. With a calm grin, Kato extended a hand in greeting. If I didn't have this artifact, he said, holding up a flute, none of you could hold your ground against Jian Cheng's 9 miasma wing insects. The summoning worm's flute, its name alone carried weight. The knight gave a reluctant nod. Impressive, he admitted. But where's this so-called god of assassins? Haven't seen him. Someone in the group scoffed. That guy? Washed up. Just an old title now. Before anyone could react, the air turned razor-sharp. The scoffers were dead, cut down in an instant. A figure stepped forward, blade still slick with blood. Say another word, and the rest of you are next. It was Mr. Saito from Sakura, ranked 8th among the top assassins worldwide. Unfazed, he stood there calmly, as if nothing had happened. Then, with a faint smirk, he told the rest, You may greet me now. The knight stepped forward and gave a deep bow. My apologies, he said. It was my responsibility. I failed to control my men. Saito gave a small nod, accepting it. With that handled, it was time to talk strategy. At that moment, a woman approached, holding a glowing crystal ball and flashing a cheerful smile. Her name was Yun Jin from the frozen nation, Han. At the peak of the 7th transformation and ranked 5th among the world's elite assassins, she exuded quiet confidence. Grinning, she announced that Han had already sent 2 assassins deep into Great Xia with one clear target, Jiansheng. She declared she would adopt Great Cold as her elemental path. The crystal orb she carried was crafted specifically to suppress Jiansheng's thunder-based techniques. Saito glanced at her, his tone turning cool. Let's hold off on talking origin elements for now. But noting her plan to counter thunder powers, he conceded she could prove useful. He continued, the 9 miasma wing insects? Those will be managed by someone from his homeland, Kato EI. He then shared a piece of critical intel. A prodigy from the Sasagen clan had once faced Jian Chengchun and barely lived to tell the tale. That fight had revealed a key truth. Jian Cheng possessed a skill linked to the darkness attribute, and that changed everything. High above, on a nearby mountain, a monk sat in silent meditation. from the realm of Shiva. This man was also at the peak of the seventh transformation and ranked fourth among the world's top assassins. With eyes glowing faintly, he murmured to the divine spirits of Shiva. The darkness attribute, he said, didn't come from this world. It was summoned from the 9 underworlds of hell. To stop Jian Cheng's shadow spear and other dark skills, they needed to seal the rift, cut off the source entirely. Back on the ground, Saito turned to the knight, his expression more serious now. He had 2 pressing questions. First, how would they deal with the dark demon of 9 transformations? Second, considering their proximity to Mount Kunlun, a site of divine energy and only 1,000 kilometers from the cave's entrance, how would they keep other factions from interfering? The knight didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into a rift and retrieved a gleaming scroll. This, he said, holding it up, is the refraction of sacred light. A soft mist began to form around him as everyone leaned in closer. He explained that this sacred artifact could cloak all traces of aura and energy. But unlike ordinary stealth methods, this one transported them into a mirror dimension. Then he activated it. A brilliant burst of light split the sky, and a shimmering barrier enveloped the area. Gasps rang out. No one knew if they were still in their world, or had just crossed into another realm entirely. The knight reassured the group. Old Gu, bound by duty to the cave, couldn't leave, but that didn't matter. If they could pull Jian Qingchun into the mirror realm first, all his transformations would mean nothing. Outside, no trace of him would remain. He'd be completely cut off. And as for the dark demon of 9 transformations, this time they wouldn't wait. The second it appeared, they'd strike. They planned to layer another round of sacred light refraction, this one specifically to trap the demon. It wouldn't hold forever, but 10 seconds was all they needed. If it stayed locked in for that long, the heavenly Tao would erase it entirely. The knight walked over to Saito, laying out the full plan. With this setup, he said, we don't need to worry about the 9 miasma wings, thunder abilities, dark techniques, or even the abyssal demon. Sato's expression turned thoughtful, then confident. Even if Jian Chung hit the 7th transformation using ancient god blood, he was sure he could end him in one blow. Meanwhile, back in Great Xia, the streets were buzzing with movement. People looked to the skies. Among the crowd stood a stunning woman and a young girl. Whispers filled the air. The sovereign of calamities had appeared, walking openly in the heart of the empire. Up above, Jian Chung hovered in a cloud of toxic mist. He was baiting the enemy. If they were hunting him, then he'd give them a chance to take the shot. On his shoulder, Little Nine and Zhao Jia appeared beside him. Are we going somewhere? They asked. Jian Chung gave a sharp nod, gaze locked ahead. As they flew over the rooftops, Zhao Jia pointed below. Those kids, they look like us. Why do they have backpacks? They're going to school, Jian Chung said. Can we go too? She asked. We'll talk about it later, he replied, flying on. Little Nine leaned in. So, what's the mission? Jian Cheng's voice lowered. We're looking for Mom. Then his eyes caught something down below. A woman and a little girl. Both smiling. Both waving up at him like nothing was out of the ordinary. The system chimed in. The woman was Jean Meiji, a 6th transformation assassin from the Gel Nation. Striking, lethal, and obsessed with the thrill of the hunt. The girl next to her? Quan Zixuan, also from the Gel Nation. A 7th transformation expert in stealth, disguise, evasion, and quiet kills. Jian Chung didn't take the bait. He flew past, knowing this wasn't the time or place. A city center wasn't where battles should be fought. If they wanted him, they'd get their chance. On his terms, far from innocent lives. Jean Meiji's smile twisted with glee. He's not hiding. No guards. No backup. He's wide open, she said, voice sharp with excitement. Our higher-ups said we could take the shot. If we pull it off, our nation's name will rise. But if things get tricky, she added, we stick to the plan, draw him to the Gobi Desert, and ambush him there. She turned to Quan Zixuan. Ready. Quan Zixuan's eyes lit up with energy. Already moving. Hours later, Jian Chung arrived at the edge of a dense forest. He slowed the swarm of insects behind him, just enough to leave a clear trail for whoever was following. Below, Jean Meiji was curled on the ground, clutching her leg, snakebite. Beside her, Quan Zixuan's eyes shimmered with tears. Please, she cried. She's been bitten. She's going to die. The act looked convincing at first glance, but Jian Chung wasn't buying it. Their performance was sloppy. Obvious. Still, he descended calmly into the clearing, eyes scanning the setup in silence. Quan Zixuan lit up as he landed, looking genuinely relieved. Jian Chung knelt beside Jean Meiji, offering a soft smile. You're beautiful, he said gently. Don't worry. I got you. Jean Meiji looked up, eyes shining with hope, tears slipping down her cheeks. Jian Chung held her gaze. You know, the moment I saw you, I felt something shift. It wasn't just sympathy. I want to save you. I want to marry you. He pressed a hand to his chest, then extended the other. Come on, I'll carry you to safety. She leaned forward slowly, but her hand drifted behind her back. A flicker of steel caught the light. Thank you, she whispered sweetly, weapon now in hand. Behind him, Quan Zishuan's smile darkened. You really are kind, she said, stepping in with glowing eyes and a blade ready to strike. Too bad. Jian Cheng smiled. In one fluid motion, he twisted, his elbow crashing into Quan Zishuan's ribs, then followed with a brutal punch that slammed into Ji Meiji's face, knocking her back. At that moment, thick clouds of poisonous mist began curling through the trees. Quan Zishuan's face contorted in panic. She'd been played. She bolted, voice cracking. Don't kill me. I'll give you everything I've stashed. Every treasure. I swear. But Jian Cheng was already moving. He activated his Thunder class skill, venomous fog rising from his body as he rocketed after her. She vanished into the trees at blinding speed. Even Jian Cheng was momentarily surprised. She was faster than his lightning flash in terms of pure retreat. That technique was built for sharp bursts, not sustained chases. His eyes gleamed. Then he grinned. She wasn't running. She was leading him. Right into a trap. Even better. He wouldn't have to waste time tracking them all down. They'd come to him instead. One strike. That's all it would take. Far to the north, deep within the chaotic tunnels of Tianyuan Demonic Valley, 70,000 li from Pajun City, mayhem erupted below the surface. A red-haired man bolted through the flooded caverns, laughter echoing wildly behind him. Ding Chuanxiu, a fifth transformation warrior, was thoroughly enjoying the chaos he'd caused. Run for your lives, he shouted with glee. The Sea of Desires is coming. A monstrous torrent thundered through the tunnels behind him. He had redirected a flow straight from the Sea of Desires into the heart of the valley. The others couldn't keep up. The current surged past, sweeping them away in seconds. Furious voices roared behind him. Ding Chuanxiu, you lunatic. You're dead. But Ding just laughed harder. 6 transformation elites? Please. You guys couldn't even outrun a stray dog. Eventually, drenched and fuming, the warriors clawed their way out of the flood and collapsed in a nearby cave, gasping for air. They were exhausted and baffled. Why would Ding Chuanxiu pull something this reckless? Sitting beside a boulder with a smug grin, Ding broke the silence. Here's why, he said. Word is the Tanking Divine Clan lost one of their divine sons at Great Xia HQ. The others looked over, still trying to breathe normally. And just a few days ago, another divine son arrived here in the valley, he continued. Came with a whole squad, looking for revenge. Their goal? Wipe us all out. He leaned back like it was just another day. But we're not going down that easily. If we can't beat them head on, then they'd turn the battlefield itself into a weapon. That's why he flooded the valley, with the raw force of the Sea of Desires. Among the group, a green-haired woman stepped forward. Nangong Yin, 6th transformation. She wasn't impressed. You're not scared your own desires will drown you? She snapped. Ding grinned. I'm a Darkwater mage. I stay focused, I'm good. He added, casually, took out over 90 enemies with this little stunt. Divine Sun got away, though. Nangongyan brushed past him, eyes cold. You just got lucky. Then she turned to the others and called out. Gear up. We're heading back to the Great Sea. The next fight's bigger. We're going up against the 3 overseas islands. And this time, it's for our nation's honor. Ding Chuanxiu's expression darkened. That won't be easy, he warned. The islanders aren't like us. They've pushed way ahead. New classes, rare elements, inscription systems. We're behind. His people were masters of chaotic battlegrounds, but when it came to head-to-head combat, they lacked the edge. Nangong Yin narrowed her eyes. What? Giving up already? It's been 50 years. You really think their new blood's unbeatable? Ding Chuanxiu slowly raised his hand, thoughtful. You're right. A lot can shift in 50 years. His eyes turned sharp. They say this reset was kicked off by a prodigy who showed up at HQ. He paused, then added with a hint of amusement. Name's Jian Cheng. Ranked number 1 among the 793rd generation of geniuses. He's one of ours. Word had it that Jian Cheng possessed a rare dual divine class and had mastered the plague of the 9 miasmal wings, a curse that had already spread to millions. Nangongyan's gaze narrowed. Even the god of war stepped in for him. Jian Cheng had the Grand Z's forbidden laws rewritten in his favor. Ding Chuanxiu thumbed over his shoulder with a smirk. Looks like you kept up. No wonder you led the 793rd generation. That generation was known for its terrifying strength. Nangong Yin had personally led the Kingland War Zone to a crushing victory, securing the top rank. She looked at him. You weren't far behind either. Second place in the 788th generation is no joke. Ding Chuanxiu's face darkened. Why bring that up? He folded his arms. You trying to get under my skin? She waved him off. Don't flatter yourself. You still wouldn't stand a chance. And I didn't come here to fight. Her tone shifted. This time, The top 3 from each generation between 781 and 792 are entering the competition. From the 793 RD, only Jiansheng is left. She paused. Jie Yin from the Gu family, ranked high in the 784th generation, was captured by the primordial gods. They tortured him to death. She glanced aside. Less than half of our top geniuses are still alive. Then, quietly, she said, the leader of the 781st generation, he's alive. And not just that, he's going to lead the team this time. 3 years ago, he'd taken down the second strongest genius of the demon race. But 2 years ago, he vanished after being ambushed by primordial demons. He took out 3 rank 6 demons before disappearing. Nangong Yin rested her hand on her waist. He went back to Pajan City to meet with Jiansheng. He'll be rejoining us soon. As Ding Chuanxiu processed her words, his eyes lit up. He wasn't dead. A wide grin broke across his face. He was going to see his hero again. Meanwhile, deep in a remote cave in Pajan City, Jiansheng stood alongside Wuji. The elders studied him in silence. Wuji had once been full of raw energy and potential. Now, just 10 years later, he was known as the Sword Demon. Wuji responded humbly, "You give me too much credit. I just made it through." Jiansheng's gaze was steady. "Do you think you can lead the team against the 3 outer islands?" Then he revealed a disturbing truth. Those islands had taken the class system beyond its limits. They'd succeeded in crafting divine class beings through artificial means. Wuji didn't make empty promises. "I can't guarantee a win, but I'll give everything I've got. This isn't the end, it's only the beginning. Whether we win or lose, we keep going." He looked up. Was it Jian Chengchun who started all of this? Jian Cheng nodded. Yes. King Jinhai said if things go well in this tournament, he'll let Jian Cheng take control of the islands. Wuji's eyes gleamed with resolve. "I'll protect Jian Cheng." The elder raised an eyebrow. Wuji followed the detached sword Dao, yet the fire of Yin and Huang still ran deep in his veins. Some instincts couldn't be erased. "Jian Chengchun carries our future," he said quietly. "He's the hope of Great Xia. It's your job now to keep him alive." For the first time in a long while, he felt a sense of calm. Leaning back against the railing, he looked out into the distance. "We're taking the long road. First stop, Gobai Desert, about 2,000 li southwest of Mu City." He explained that a strange energy had flared and vanished there. Something foreign, almost like bait. Worse, that's exactly where Jiansheng was headed. Wuji frowned. Why didn't Kuji stop them? Because Jiansheng's old Gu believes the boy needs obstacles. Even pain. He's holding more cards than anyone realizes. He won't fall that easily. He exhaled. We're to follow, not intervene. That's the old Gu's wish. Wuji's brow tightened. What? The old man closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Some truths are better left unsaid. Elsewhere, Jian Chengchun was already deep in the Gobai Desert. He was alert. The woman he was chasing was ridiculously fast. Since breaking from base, she'd shifted direction 3 times. And now, in this barren wasteland, she'd disappeared without a trace. Gone. Not even a flicker of aura remained. Not even the eye of the void could track her. Something was off. Without delay, Jian Cheng summoned Zayakin to foresee the next 30 seconds. Resting atop the ancestral tree, Zayakin complied without question. Jian Cheng closed his eyes. In the vision, he was surrounded. Multiple enemies closed in. One of them, an A-transformed warrior. But there was more. A barrier. Sealed from the outside. Perfect. Inside, he could go all out without holding back. Far above, hidden among the cliffs, the knight and her squad watched his every move. Quanzi turned to Decius. Why is he standing still? Think he sensed us? She asked, uncertain. Decius shook his head. No way. If he did, he'd be gone by now. Still, Jiansheng's hesitation showed he was suspicious. He wasn't taking another step. They were right on the edge of the sacred light refraction zone. One step in, and everything would be exposed. But if they rushed him now, the light would strip them bare. Just as Decius weighed his next move, a sudden surge of power burst across the horizon. Reinforcements had arrived. Ding Chunxiu, Nangong Yin, and the others. Ding called out from below, his voice sharp. It's a trap. Don't move. Hold on, we're coming. Jian Cheng stood firm, eyes narrowing. He knew this was an ambush. But as for Ding Chunxiu's group, they didn't feel like enemies. He glanced at the glowing edge of the refraction barrier. Then, slowly, he extended his hand toward it. His gaze steeled. He couldn't let them get caught in this. He had to end it himself. Without a word, he stepped through into the mirror realm. The barrier snapped shut behind him. Ding Chunxiu and the others froze, stunned. They thought he'd mistaken them for the enemy. Before they could call out, it was too late. They rushed to the boundary, but the seal was already closed. Ding Chunxiu lowered his head. We'll have to wait and believe in him. Inside the mirror realm, Jian Cheng faced his enemies head-on. Decius sneered. What an idiot. Walked into a trap just to save a few strangers. And now that the seal's shut, there's no one coming to help. Jian Cheng's stare turned icy. Enough talk. If you're going to fight, then show yourselves. But the assassins only laughed in the shadows. We're killers, one of them replied. Rule number 1, never reveal your face. Jian Cheng's voice dropped, sharp as a blade. If you won't come out, don't blame me for dragging you out myself. In a heartbeat, a swarm of insects burst from his body, tearing through the battlefield. The illusions collapsed under their sweep. Concealment tricks meant nothing inside the sealed space. The barrier blocked outsiders, but within, their masks were useless. From a distance, Kato EI raised her flute, channeling the power of the 9 miasma wing insects. Strike now, she barked at her team. Without those bugs, he's finished. Inside his mind, Little Nine's voice echoed. They're seizing control of the swarm. Jian Chung locked eyes on her. Quit faking, he said coolly. You're already losing your grip. Kato EI clenched her jaw, trying to maintain control. She couldn't destroy the insects outright. All she could do was redirect them, force them toward Jian Chung until they detonated. If they reached him, it would all end in one burst. But Jian Chung didn't flinch. His body pulsed, and suddenly a tidal wave of insects erupted, tens of millions strong. He smirked. You thought that was all I had? Guess your info's garbage. Kato EI's face twisted with fear. There were too many. She couldn't manipulate them anymore. Control was slipping fast. Then from above, black blades of energy rained down. Jian Chung lifted his arm, deflecting the blow. But something was off. This attack wasn't just physical. It was aimed at his body and soul alike. Eyes flashing, Jian Chung unleashed the strength of the divine elephant body. He called on the ancient tree. Let's finish this. Enemies poured out from the shadows, surrounding him, but he was already moving. He summoned the eternal domain of the god of thunder. Above him, a giant eye materialized in the sky, and a surge of lightning crashed down. Yunjin moved instantly, raising her crystal orb to absorb the thunder's force. Jian Chung narrowed his gaze. These people weren't improvising. They came ready. His grip tightened. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Let's see how you handle the spear of the god of the underworld. But before he could strike, a monk stepped forward, radiating golden light. With a single breath, he could become Buddha or demon. He glared at Jian Chung. My disciples died to bring hell's protection to this world. From now on, not a trace of dark energy remains. Jian Chung raised the spear, lips curling in amusement. This isn't dark energy. He turned to Xiao Jia, the Lord of Hell. Tell me, what comes to mind when you hear hell? Xiao's response was blunt. The monk's power won't work on this. Good, Jian Chung said coldly. Then devour him. Without hesitation, Xiao Jia lunged at the monk. At first bewildered, the monk's expression hardened as he realized. This wasn't just a spiritual assault. Hell itself was coming for him. He reacted fast, chanting the golden light mantra and casting a radiant shield to block the attack. But Jian Chung wasn't impressed. With a burst of fury, he merged Xiao Jia into the spear of the underworld god. The moment the fusion completed, the enhanced spear shattered the monk's barrier and drove straight through his chest. Jian Cheng's arm fully melded with the weapon, but he wasn't stopping there. Next on his list, Yunjin. She barely evaded the next strike, panic creeping into her voice. His thunder's overwhelming me. Hit him now. Meanwhile, the chaotic swarm rushed toward Kato EI, who was already at his limit. I can't hold this back, he yelled. If they go off, we all die. Attack him, hurry. That was the push Decius and the others needed. They charged. Jian Chung turned toward them, distracted just long enough. As the knights closed in, he gave a quick command. Xiao Jia disengaged from the spear. Jian Chung stood firm, taking their attacks without flinching. Their blades slammed into him, only to rebound uselessly. Then, a blast of force erupted from his chest, flinging the knights backward and disarming them in an instant. They hit the ground hard, stunned. None of their strikes had even left a mark. They had no idea what kind of monster they were facing. Jian Chung raised his fist, flickering with fire. So this is the famous Temple Knights, he said. 4 centuries ago, you marched on Great Xia and defeated 3 cardinals in their 8th transformation. Then he struck. His fiery punch blazed through one of the knights, vaporizing him on contact. Decius could only watch in shock as the man's horse split in two. This wasn't combat. It was slaughter. Mr. Saito, move. Decius shouted. Suddenly, the air shifted. A strange, heavy presence surged across the field. Jian Cheng's expression darkened. Was this Mr. Sato's curse? He didn't give a chance. He summoned the ancestral tree's power to purge it immediately. Watching from behind a boulder, Mr. Saito froze. It didn't work. Jian Chung shrugged it off like nothing. If Saito couldn't end this in one hit, he might not survive the next. Cheng's rage flared again. He couldn't afford to let them close in. Xiaojia, Parboy called out. Bring forth the infernal demon. The battlefield trembled as a monstrous figure emerged, roaring across the plains. Mr. Saito peered over the rock, eyes wide. It's here. Now, he shouted. Dezius fired off the refraction of sacred light. It blazed with radiant force, swirling rapidly, and then began dragging the demon toward it. Destroy that space now, Jiancheng yelled. Too late. The demon vanished into the light, sealed away completely. Jiancheng stood motionless. His eyes flared, fists trembling. He'd had enough. He charged forward, unleashing the fist of the divine elephant. His target, the knights. With no time to think, Dezius tossed the mirror of transmutation into the air. A sacred relic, now sacrificed in a desperate gamble. Jiancheng's fist collided with the mirror. Boom! The shockwave sent him flying backward, knocked away by his own strength. The mirror pulsed, reflecting his attack flawlessly. He studied it for only a second. The flaw was obvious. A direct hit wouldn't work, but its back, wide open. A grin spread across his face. Time to stop holding back. Jiancheng raised his fist again, calling on the divine elephant's might. And this time, he channeled 6 million red armor beetles into the infernal god's spear. Xiao Jia, mid-swing toward Yunjin, suddenly stopped. He turned back toward Jiancheng. Yunjin stumbled back, finally able to breathe. The spear was gone. Flames danced on Jiancheng's knuckles once more. Dezius lifted the mirror again, certain Jiancheng had lost all sense, consumed by his own rage. It's over, Dezius whispered. Jiancheng struck the mirror again, but this time gently. No power behind it. Dezius frowned, then heard it. A scream. He turned. Too late. Xiao Jia, fully transformed into a spear, had pierced the knights from behind. Dezius froze. Jiancheng stood calmly behind them, his eyes glowing, a smirk on his face. We're not done yet, he said. He swung. The spear crushed the mirror from behind, shattering it with a single blow. He knew its secret. The back couldn't reflect. With that, the trap was broken. Jiancheng exhaled, letting his guard down for just a second. From behind the rocks, Mr. Saito stepped into view. Energy pulsed around him as he studied Jiancheng closely. He saw it now. The infernal spear structure was directly tied to Jiancheng's physical body. And at this very moment, Jiancheng was at his weakest. Suddenly, behind Jiancheng, a massive skull formed. He turned and froze. There was nothing. No energy. No aura. Only silence. Then the skull vanished. A sudden surge erupted from Jiancheng's core. His hand moved instinctively. The source of faith had triggered, all on its own. Mr. Sato's eyes widened. He was drenched in sweat. This was unreal. Layer after layer, Jiancheng never ran out of tricks. Driven by rage, Jiancheng raised the infernal spear once more. All of this, he growled. You made me waste the trust Jiang placed in me and in the people of Chu Jiancheng. He threw the spear. It pierced straight through Yunjin's chest, shattering the crystal ball she held. And with that, the Thunder Domain came roaring back to life. Blood spilled from Yunjin's lips. Kato Ei acted fast, summoning a barrier to shield himself. Jiancheng turned his gaze toward him. Little Nine, stop holding back. Release every insect you've got. Right now, no food for 3 days if you don't. And forget about that new house. That was all it took. Little Nine didn't hesitate. She unleashed the full swarm. The insects swarmed Kato Ei's barrier, pounding it relentlessly from all directions. Terror flashed across his face as the shield cracked and began to crumble under the pressure. He fumbled for his flute, brought it to his lips, and played, pouring every last ounce of strength into a desperate final melody. This was it, his last stand. But before the insects could break through, Mr. Saito appeared behind Jiancheng. His hands joined, channeling a strange, shifting force that pulsed through the battlefield. Destiny moves quickly, he said. Even the strongest fall when they rely on the same tricks. Jiancheng turned, eyes locking with his. This wasn't over. Not even close. He called out to Zayakin, still sitting quietly beside the ancestral tree. Zayakin met his gaze and gave a slow nod. The skull Saito had summoned gaped wide, unleashing a blinding light as its eyes blazed with fury. Jiang locked onto it, his gaze unwavering. With a sharp motion, he activated his lightning technique. His body flickered and morphed into pure electricity. Without wasting a moment, Jiang called forth the ancestral tree, entrusting it with the task of dispelling the curse. The tree manifested with a burst of overwhelming energy, its power rippling outward in waves. Sato's expression twisted in disbelief and fury the moment he recognized the tree. His fists clenched tightly, His strongest move had just been effortlessly avoided by Jiang, and he couldn't understand how. Elsewhere, Little Nine, now in control of the swarm, had already finished off Kato L. His body lay still as the insects consumed him. With a satisfied smile, she reported her victory to Jiang, who couldn't help but acknowledge her efforts with praise. Jiang then raised his hand, summoning the underworld god's spear. With a commanding tone, he ordered Xiao Jia to seize Sato's soul. Obeying, Xiao Jia transformed into the spear, eyes glowing with a sinister light, and hurled himself straight at Saito. But Saito reacted quickly, slipping to the side just in time to evade the strike. His glare never left Jiang. Confusion and rage boiled in his eyes. How was Jiang tracking him so precisely? His concealment technique was supposed to be unmatched. No one should have been able to pinpoint his location. Jiang, still wielding the spear with one hand, raised the other. Thunder sparked to life in his palm. With a cold gaze, he gave Little Nine her next command: release the swarm. She didn't hesitate. A flood of insects surged forward, heading straight for Saito. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, a group of warriors had gathered. Seeing no sign of Jiang, some assumed he had perished. They whispered that he seemed foolish, far from the legend people described. But others disagreed. Jiang still had the 9 miasmal wings. He wasn't out yet, and the fight could still shift in his favor. Still, they knew the enemy had laid a careful trap, accounting for every possible move. Wuji, wearing a solemn look, stared at the barrier. He stated flatly that even if all of them stormed in, there was no promise of making it out alive, let alone Jiang. Despite Jiang's raw talent and his 3-stage transformation, Wuji considered him reckless. In his eyes, Jiang might be a killer on the battlefield, but if he joined the campaign against the 3 foreign islands, he'd only slow them down. With that, Wuji turned away, clearly disappointed. He couldn't understand why God Jiang Wu had placed his trust in someone like Jiang. He ordered everyone to move out, insisting that Jiang wasn't worth the effort. The warriors nodded and began to follow him. Ding Chonk, however, lingered, his eyes locked on the barrier. A deep sadness filled him. He didn't want to leave Jiang behind. But just as they were about to step away, the barrier shattered with a deafening crack. Everyone spun around. Their eyes widened as a cloud of smoke rose from the impact. A figure stepped out from the haze, eyes glowing with a dark, ominous light. The pressure in the air shifted instantly. They all sensed it. This wasn't ordinary power. It was the aura of an awakened being, one who had reached the level of 8 transformations. Wuji's expression turned grim. He drew his sword and shouted for everyone to ready themselves. Ding Chonk did the same, bracing for battle. Across from them, Nangong narrowed her eyes, channeling energy into her hands as anger burned in her gaze. As the smoke cleared, Kato L was revealed, kneeling on the ground, defeated. Standing tall before him was none other than Jiang Chun. Ding Chonk couldn't believe his eyes. He stared in stunned silence. Jiang had handled everything on his own. Nangong Yin's eyes darted between them, filled with confusion. None of it made sense. Just moments earlier, within the barrier, thunder crackled and insects swarmed. Overwhelmed by fear, Kato L dropped to his knees, hands raised in surrender. He begged Jiang to wait. He admitted defeat and apologized. Jiang walked forward with a smile and told him plainly, this was an old technique, and if Kato L thought he could trick his way out, he'd be dead on the spot. Apologies alone weren't enough. Kato L, still trembling, asked what he needed to do. Jiang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pulled out a scroll. With a calm voice, he explained it was a soul contract. If Kato L wanted to live, he'd have to sign it and become Jiang's servant. Kato L hesitated. Death was one thing, but submission, that was a humiliation no warrior wanted. Jiang stood in a cloud of mist, still smiling. He promised Kato L that if he submitted, he would help him surpass his limits and guide him to the realm of 9 transformations. Kato L was torn. Then, Jiang extended his hand and summoned the Void Stone. Kato L's eyes locked onto it. He instantly recognized its power. It was the key for awakened warriors of Great Xia to ascend. It all came down to understanding the Tao. Before him, a golden door materialized and slowly opened, glowing brilliantly. Kato L reached for it, uncertain if this was the path to ultimate power. Jiang stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder, and just like that, the door shut. Kato L stared in horror, realization and despair filling his eyes. And with a curious glance, Jiang could see it clearly. Kato L was desperate for power. He asked him plainly, did he truly want to become his subject? Without the slightest hesitation, Kato L dropped to his knees and pledged loyalty to Jiang Chun. Jiang summoned the scroll once more and took a moment to think. Then he opened it. Kato L, using his finger, began inscribing his name. The contract was binding. If he ever broke it, the heavenly Tao itself would reject him. Worse still, Jiang could end his life with a single thought, no matter where Kato L was. As soon as the signature was complete, the scroll sealed itself shut. Jiang's eyes lit up. Kato L was now bound to him completely. He reminded Kato L to follow every command exactly, without exception. With a fire in his eyes, Kato L clenched his fists and asked if Jiang was going after Sakura. If so, he was ready to follow him like a loyal beast, to fight and even die, no matter who stood in his way. Jiang simply closed his eyes and let out a dry cough. In truth, he had no interest in dragging Kato L into a war. He just wanted someone inside Sakura, someone to gather intel. And who better than Kato L? Thinking it through, he remembered how, in Sakura, admiration for strength had always been part of their tradition. Suddenly, the knight's barrier crumbled like shattered glass. Jiang turned toward it, wondering if the demon from the underworld had finally been wiped out by the heavenly Tao. Xiao Jia, now in beetle form, reported calmly. He had eaten the demon since it didn't manage to escape in time. Instead of being upset, Jiang found this news oddly satisfying. Saito stood nearby, stunned. Xiao Jia had devoured a creature from the underworld. Jiang, unfazed, shut his eyes again and coughed, telling Saito not to ask too many questions. As the last of the barrier dissolved, Saito explained that now that the artifact was destroyed, the collapse was inevitable. Jiang turned to him and gave a new order: return to Sakura. He told Saito to get everything in place, because soon he would name him the Great General. Saito nodded, accepting the command without hesitation. From a distance, Wuji's expression sharpened. He slowly reached for his sword. This wasn't how he thought things would play out. Jiang noticed his intense aura and locked eyes with him. As the smoke fully cleared, Wuji called out, asking if he was really Jiang. Jiang nodded without a word. That's when Wuji noticed the man behind him, Saito, the #1 assassin on the list. And yet, Saito was kneeling to Jiang. Suspicious, Wuji asked if Saito was planning some kind of sneak attack. Jiang explained calmly. Saito was no enemy now. He served under him. Jiang stepped forward, demanding to know who Wuji really was. The man crossed his arms and introduced himself proudly. Fengyun Wuji, the current leader of Grand Xia's Genius List, 781st edition. The people beside him? All former top 3 prodigies from earlier editions. Jiang was now expected to join the team representing Daxia in the upcoming competition against the 3 overseas islands. Nan Gongyan, clearly irritated, turned to Ding Chungu and snapped, asking if this was how weirdos communicated. Ding Chungu, completely baffled, couldn't believe Jiang had survived, and more so, that Wuji actually trusted everything he said. Trying to explain, he extended his hand and said that asking questions was just a way of analyzing the situation. Nan Gong fired back, claiming it was a miracle someone like Ding had managed to stay alive so long in the caves. That jab hit a nerve. Ding's face twisted with frustration. He had no idea why she always seemed ready to pick a fight with him. Meanwhile, Jiang and Wuji locked eyes. A powerful energy surged around them, building in silence. Everyone around grew tense. They didn't know if they should step in or let it unfold. Nan Gong explained it clearly. What looked like a standoff was actually mutual admiration. They were sizing each other up with respect. To Chungu, the 9 miasma wings were far more powerful than he'd imagined. Jiang extended his hand toward Wuji, complimenting his strength. He admitted the sword had left a lasting impression. Wuji's gaze remained steady. He reminded Jiang that he had reached the 6th transformation, while Jiang was still a 3. Yet, even with that difference, he wasn't sure he could beat him. The kind of pressure from someone with less cultivation was no accident. It made sense that God Jiang Wu was grooming Jiang as his successor. Wuji then revealed something important. During the upcoming competition, Jiang might not be allowed to use the 9 miasma wings. He warned him to be cautious. Then, eyes filled with resolve, he slammed his fist against his chest and vowed. When the time came, he would protect Jiang with everything he had. It was the promise he'd made to God Jiang Wu. Just then, Chunga stepped in, letting them know that night was falling. He suggested they head back to the main base in the city, where they could discuss things more freely. Jiang turned to Saito with a calm look and reminded him to return to Sakura and stick to the plan. Saito placed a hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. With that, Jiang and the others turned and began walking away. Saito watched them go, a sigh of relief slipping out. In his mind, Wuji was mistaken to think Jiang's strength came solely from the 9 miasma wings. Jiang continued walking. He thought about Wuji, 29 years old and already at the peak of 6 transformations. Without the help of the insect system, could he really have taken him on? He imagined the Great Tan Tournament. If there was a restriction on using external power sources, if he had to fight with nothing but his own strength, he wasn't sure he'd stand a chance. Soon, Jiang found himself inside his sea of consciousness, his focus on Xiao Chan. There were still 2 months to go. He needed to raise his skill from level 1 to level 3. He remembered. The last time the ancestral tree gave him a fruit, it unlocked his divinity and activated his skill. That had pushed him toward the path of 10 transformations. Right then, Xiao Chan shifted form, transforming into a human. Slowly, he descended toward Jiang. Jiang's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He had no idea what kind of power this fruit would grant him this time. He picked it up, turning it over in his hands, remembering how the last one had ripened only after Xiao Jia collected scattered souls from Chu Zhang's battlefield. But this time, it had ripened on its own. That puzzled him. Xiao Chan's eyes lit up with realization. She explained that when Jiang accepted Saito as his subject, the ancestral tree had drawn in all the scattered souls from the surrounding battlefield, enough to fully mature the fruit on its own. Jiang was stunned. He hadn't known the tree could gather souls by itself. Suddenly, Xiao Chan hugged him from behind. With a steady breath, Jiang closed his eyes and activated the fruit. It glowed instantly. The system chimed in. He had unlocked a functional fruit and received a special item, the Steel Faith Seal. Its activation came with a chilling requirement: destroy its god, shatter its spine, and collapse its civilization. This seal wasn't just a tool. It was a brand that could be imprinted on an entire race or class of living beings. Once marked, their very souls would carry a blazing symbol of unwavering faith. No matter their strength, their rebirth, or even generations of offspring, the mark would never fade. They would be eternally loyal to whoever held the seal. Jiang Chun stared at the glowing system window floating before him. He was stunned. It said he now possessed an incredible new power, the ability to completely control an entire species or force. This power bound them at the very soul level. The system explained clearly, no matter how strong the marked individuals became, even if they traveled through time itself, once the Steel Faith Seal marked them, their loyalty to Jiang Chun would last forever. Nothing could break this bond, not even if they died and were reborn, not their children or their children's children. The power of the Steel Faith Seal was absolute and inescapable. Another system message appeared, listing how to activate this power. Jiang Chun read it carefully. To use the seal on a group, he needed to do 3 things: destroy their gods, crush their main strength, and dismantle their entire civilization. Jiang Chun stroked his chin, thinking hard. These conditions are really tough, he admitted to himself. But then he realized, for such an unimaginably powerful ability, something far beyond normal human skills, the difficult conditions actually made sense. He thought about an example: destroying their gods. Like with the people of the 3 overseas islands, that probably means defeating their Lord of Flames. The other requirements, crushing their backbone and dismantling their civilization, still needed more thought. The system asked directly, link the mark of faith? Jiang Chun didn't hesitate. Yes. Instantly, a pitch-black symbol burned itself into the center of his right palm. He held his hand up, examining the strange mark closely. He could feel a faint, pulsing energy radiating from it. Xiao Chan noticed the change immediately. She stepped closer, her voice filled with concern. Jiang Chun, are you okay? Jiang Chun lowered his hand, giving her a small, reassuring smile. It's nothing urgent, just deep thoughts. His expression then turned serious. He raised his marked hand slightly. My master once warned me, he said slowly. A massive shift is coming. A whole new era is about to begin. He remembered Xiao Chan's earlier advice. She had urged him to use this time, while his influence was growing, to build real, lasting power. But Jiang Chun knew the danger of trust all too well. History proved it. Even a mighty human emperor 400 years ago hadn't been safe. His own closest followers betrayed him, tearing him apart in the caverns. This new ability, the Steel Faith Seal, changed everything. It meant Jiang Chun could erase that kind of betrayal threat completely. He could ensure absolute loyalty. And where better to test this power, he thought, than the 3 overseas islands? It seemed like the perfect place to try out the Steel Faith Seal. He turned to Xiao Chan. What do you think? He asked her directly. Xiao Chan stepped even closer, her eyes steady and serious. You're right, she stated firmly, and I will stand by you. Always. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's personal status window flashed open in his vision. Asterisk cultivation, asterisk 3rd transformation, level 69, asterisk professions, asterisk multiple asterisk mother bugs, asterisk asterisk little n. Level 69 progeny, 800 million asterisk Xiao Geo. Level 43 progeny, 6 million asterisk Xiao Chan. Level 2 Progeny. 168. A few hours later, Jiang Chun was back in his apartment. He sank heavily into his couch, finally relaxing. The peace didn't last. Xiao Chan, the older man, leader of the Heavenly Punishment Squad, stormed through the door. His face was flushed bright red with anger. He marched straight towards Jiang Chun. "You!" Xiao Chan yelled, pointing a finger. "You've thrown the entire Heavenly Punishment Squad into chaos. Because of you." He took a furious breath. Months of careful planning, strategic tracking, covert operations. And what do? You walk right into the enemy's ambush point, and then you single-handedly wipe out every single assassin. Xiao Chan leaned in, his eyes blazing. And worst of all, you subdued an 8th transformation assassin. How? How did you do it? Was it the 9 miasma wings? Jiang Chun blinked, completely caught off guard by the sudden fury. He panicked internally. After a tense pause, he slowly nodded. Yes, the 9 miasma wings. Xiao Chan's scowl deepened into a thunderous frown. He wasn't buying it. How many insects do you really command? He demanded, his voice a low growl. Jiang Chun stayed silent, looking away. Xiao Chan leaned in even closer, invading Jiang Chen's personal space, his eyes narrowed to slits. More than 10 million, he hissed. Jiang Chun said nothing. Sweat started to form on his forehead. Xiao Chan leaned impossibly closer, his face almost touching Jiang Chen's. More than 12 million, he pressed, suspicion thick in his voice. Jiang Chen's heart hammered in his chest. He couldn't force any words out. Driven by intense suspicion, Xiao Chan did something unexpected. He climbed right onto the couch. Jiang Chen knew keeping this secret weapon hidden was the best way to use it later for maximum impact. He turned to face Xiao Chan, made a tight fist, and promised firmly, "I won't tell anyone." Not a single word. Then curiosity got the better of him. He asked Xiao Chan, how many of the 9 miasma wings insects would someone need to kill the Lord of Flames? Xiao Chan's face instantly lost all color. His eyes opened wide in shock. "You want to kill the Lord of Flames?" he gasped. Jiang Chen hurried to explain, No, just a question. What if someone tried?" Even so, Xiao Chan's mind raced back to very old memories. The Lord of Flames was a warrior who had reached the 9 transformations level more than 400 years ago. Nobody knew exactly how strong he was now. Rumors even said the powerful 3 overseas islands were so worried about him that they had started creating artificial gods just to fight him. Finally, Xiao Chan answered, his voice shaky. "At least 100 million insects. And even then, you'd have to trap him inside a miniature abyss first. That might create a small opening to attack." The realization hit Xiao Chan hard. Jiang Chun might actually be able to gather that many insects before the Tiano Tournament started. Just 6 months ago, the young man only had a few million insects. Now he had over 80 million. That was unbelievable. Still stunned, Xiao Chan turned back to Jiang Chun. "How did you increase your swarm 10 times? Raising them can't be that easy, right?" Jiang Chun rubbed the back of his head, looking nervous. He admitted, "I used the battlefield. I fed them huge amounts of meat from wild beasts." Xiao Chan just stared. "Just meat? That doesn't sound hard." But Jiang Chun lifted his hand and shook his head. "The problem is the amount needed. Even the bloody Dragon King beast, a gift from the god of sword, wasn't enough. There was so little meat, each insect wouldn't even get 1 bite." Xiao Chan stood up suddenly, an idea sparking. "Use the supreme martial decree," he said. "Mobilize the whole nation to hunt wild beasts for you." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with hope. "Can I really do that?" Xiao Chan nodded firmly. "Yes, I'll authorize it myself." He knew Jiang Chun couldn't depend only on the 9 miasma wings in the tournament. Every match had 2 rounds. Each side got to pick the rules for 1 round. And for the very first elimination round, the opponent always chose the rules. They would definitely ban any kind of outside help like the insects. Jiang Chun stood up too. He clenched his fist tightly. Quietly, he stepped closer to Xiao Chan, put a hand on his shoulder, and looked straight into his eyes. His gaze was steady and determined. He was ready for the challenge. With a confident smile, Jiang Chun said, "Don't worry. I still have over 2 months left." He explained his plan. Alongside growing his insect army, he would focus intensely on training his own body and strength. Xiao Chan couldn't help feeling proud. His disciple always managed to do more than expected. It was getting late, so Xiao Chan said goodbye and left. Jiang Chun stayed sitting on the sofa. He rested his hand under his chin, thoughtfully scrolling through the glowing system window only he could see. His focus landed on his Supreme Warlord class. It was still only at the first transformation level. He knew he needed to get much stronger for the upcoming tournament. He had to push the Supreme Warlord class to the third transformation, and from there, he would aim for the fourth. Now that he had activated 3 powerful divine rank classes, leveling up would be slower. The special fruits he used for enhancement would take longer to absorb because the experience points were split between all 3 classes. Still, the requirement to level up the Supreme Warlord to its second transformation was clear. He needed to use skills directly related to this class to hunt and kill 10,000 wild beasts. Jiang Chen's gaze became sharp and focused. If he truly wanted to reach his peak strength, he needed to make things harder for himself. Taking bigger risks usually meant getting bigger rewards. Once the Supreme Martial Decree was issued, his 9 miasma wing swarm would likely grow huge again from all the beast meat, maybe even reaching 80 billion insects. But he also knew he couldn't keep relying on the ancestral tree to magically create new insect nests forever. He needed a better solution. A new idea formed. Use the abyss with a powerful 8th transformation spider queen used to rule. That deep, dangerous place would be the perfect base. He could raise his insects there and complete his hunting mission for the Supreme Warlord class at the same time. His mind was made up. He would go to that abyss and finish the quest to hunt 10,000 beasts right there. Meanwhile, far away in, Linka looked very serious. He turned to Hong Yan. Leave now, he ordered. We can't let anyone stay near this place. Someone might try to steal the tree. Hong Yan bowed respectfully and walked away quietly. Linka didn't waste any time. A new era is starting, he declared, and war is gathering strength down in the caverns. The Great Dreamer raised her hand calmly. First, we must secure Great Sea's main headquarters, she said. To do that, we need to take back the 3 overseas islands before the war explodes. She looked at them both. Right now, we need to plan how to retake the islands. Linku took a slow sip of his tea, his eyes sharp. The Great Dreamer reminded him this wasn't a new idea. She had first suggested reclaiming the islands 200 years ago. Since then, she had written dozens of plans for how to do it. But Linku still wasn't convinced. None of the plans ever seemed good enough to him. One big problem always stopped them. The Lord of Flames. Let's be honest, Linku said bluntly. The Lord of Flames is stronger than I am. If we don't deal with him first, we'll never get the islands back. Jiang Wuxian, Xuanji, added another problem. My true body must stay in the caverns, he stated firmly. It needs to be there to keep the pressure on our enemies. Leaving isn't possible. The Great Dreamer rested her cheek on her hand, looking away. My power, it only works inside Great Sea's main base, she admitted quietly. I'm much better at defending than attacking. A shadow of fear crossed Linku's eyes. He realized something very unsettling. They had no one powerful enough to fight the Lord of Flames and win. Linku slowly put his teacup down on the table. His mind raced. Old Jiang Chun must have thought of something, he figured. He turned to Xuanji. Tell us your plan, he urged. Xuanji's eyes seemed to glow with a hidden light. He didn't give them a battle plan. Instead, he gave them an order: protect Jiang Chun. Protect him with everything you have. He paused, letting the words sink in. Then he added, Jiang Chun isn't just a distraction. Xuanji looked straight at Linku and the Great Dreamer. Aren't you curious? Why did I go to such great lengths to save Jiang Chun when the Forbidden marked him? Linku lowered his gaze, thinking hard. The Great Dreamer leaned forward slightly. Finally, she asked the question out loud. Why? Linku answered before Xuanji could. Even though things look calm on the surface, he began, I know it's dangerous underneath. Lies, trouble, hidden groups, it's all quietly building up. He pointed to the deeper problem. The insects spreading through the caverns? That's like a bomb waiting to explode. His voice grew urgent. If that bomb goes off, it could destroy everything we won in the last 100 years of war. People have always seen those insects as an ancient curse. Letting them spread freely is way too dangerous. Linku looked directly at Xuanji. You should order everyone to destroy those insects immediately. He shook his head, truly confused. I don't understand. What could make someone like you, Xuanji, risk everything and handle so much pressure just to protect Jiang Chun? Xuanji met their gaze, his eyes glowing. You are right, he admitted simply. But I can't explain why. His voice was heavy. If I told you the reason, the knowledge itself might kill all of us. Both Linku and the Great Dreamer fell completely silent. They stared at Xuanji, waiting. Xuanji looked into the distance, remembering. 10 years into the future, he said slowly, a stranger came to see me. His voice dropped lower. On their shoulder sat a cicada. The great dreamer slammed her hands down on the table. She understood instantly. A warrior. From the future, she breathed, horrified. At least 10th transformation level. That meant incredibly powerful. But Xuanji raised his hand sharply. Stop, he commanded. No more questions. If I say any more, the consequences, the karma, will kill all three of us right here. The room went deathly quiet. The great dreamer slowly sank back in her chair, her voice barely a whisper. So, our only mission is to protect Jiang Chun? Xuanji nodded firmly. Yes, protect him. Use the full strength of the entire nation to protect him. Ji Linku was still confused, but he argued, if Jiang Chun is that important, wouldn't it be safer to keep him out of the Great Tanyan competition? Why let him compete? The great dreamer answered him, her face pale with dread. The 3 overseas islands, she explained, they can create beings with godlike power, even with Fengyun Wuji guarding him. I fear Jiang Chun might not survive the first round of that competition. Xuanji made one thing very clear. You will protect him, he ordered. But Jining saw a terrible future in his mind. He saw a battlefield covered with dead bodies. He saw his own head stuck on a sword. He saw Ji Linku's body full of sword wounds. He saw the great dreamer turned completely to stone. But even seeing this, Xuanji just smiled calmly and turned back. He said, the future of Great Xia is always bright. On Pinglai Island, one of the 3 sacred islands overseas, important people gathered inside a big temple called the Ceremonial Temple. A man with a long ponytail stood at the front behind a tall desk. Several powerful leaders sat facing him. This man had called them there using Sovereign Yan's name. He had gathered the leaders of the 7 armies and the 12 great families. This man's name was Yang Ming. He was called the Bloody Azura and was Sovereign Yan's first and oldest disciple. Yang Ming stood calmly with his eyes closed, a small smile on his face. He didn't waste any time talking. We aren't just joining the Great Tanyan Tournament to win, he said. We're going to destroy them completely. He looked directly at old Jiang as he said this and smirked. Rumors said that even though Yang Ming was Sovereign Yan's first disciple, he was actually the least talented of them all. Old Jiang turned to the bearded man next to him, confused. Yang Ming didn't even seem to have reached power beyond the 7th transformation level. How could someone like that represent Sovereign Yan at such an important meeting? The bearded man looked very nervous. Be quiet, he whispered harshly to old Jiang. Yang Ming almost never appeared in public. Since the Mo family lived far away, they probably didn't know the whole truth. The bearded man remembered clearly. Yang Ming standing over a dead body, holding a sword, surrounded by incredibly powerful energy. Talent didn't matter. Yang Ming was the most frightening of all Sovereign Yan's disciples. 400 years ago, Yang Ming had been the personal bodyguard to the human emperor of Great Sea, and he betrayed him. It was Yang Ming who let warriors from 10,000 different races come down and tear the emperor apart. After that, Yang Ming vanished. Later, he reappeared as a disciple of Sovereign Yan and became his most trusted follower. People knew him as cruel, unshakable, and unforgiving. His reputation as Sovereign Yan's voice was completely true. Now, Yang Ming stood at the desk, pressing his hands flat on its surface. A gentle smile appeared on his lips. The entire room became completely silent. Everyone was shocked. This man was that famous traitor. Suddenly, a wave of heavy, suffocating energy burst from Yang Ming's body. He opened his eyes, looking deadly serious. Does any elder here object to me leading this meeting? He asked. Not one person dared to answer. In fact, they quickly insisted, of course not. They wouldn't dare. Yang Ming relaxed and looked around the hall. Then he gave his real commands. Before the Great Tanyan Tournament started, all their spies hidden within Great Xia were to be activated. At the same time, they needed to spread lies and cause confusion. They must twist the image of Great Xia's human emperor, making him look weak, corrupt, and just a puppet of the past. According to Yang Ming, the 3 overseas islands were the true inheritors of Great X's legacy. And during the tournament itself, 3 specific people must be killed. Fengyun Wuji, the sword demon, King Zhenhai, and Jiang Chun. Yang Ming stated this was the direct will of Sovereign Yan. He then asked plainly, "Is that clear?" A loud roar of voices answered him. Some shouted in confusion, others in agreement. Many didn't understand if this tournament was just the start of something bigger. Others felt it was all happening too fast. Old Zhang's face became serious. He narrowed his eyes. Are we really ready to fight back? He asked. After staying silent for so long, haven't our fighting spirits grown cold? He wondered if they were truly prepared. Yang Ming put one hand firmly on the desk. With his other hand, he gestured towards the crowd. His voice turned dark and heavy. A huge change is beginning, he declared. A new age is rising. Over 400 years have passed. Great Xia gave you everything you have. And now, he paused. It's time to pay them back. It's time to collect what Great Xia owes us. Old Jiang stared at Yang Ming, his eyes full of doubt and worry. His voice was low but firm. Even if our strongest fighters are better than the enemies, what about the soldiers and officers in the middle and lower ranks? He argued. If a huge war starts everywhere, I'm not sure we can actually win. We might not be able to hold our ground. He added one more crucial point. Don't forget, Great Xia still has the Great Dreamer. Yang Ming stopped talking. He imagined the powerful leader of the sanctuary, the sovereign. Right now, the sovereign was having tea with the marine tribe. Yang Ming then explained something important. He said that when the big battle happens, the marine tribe will fight with them, not against them. This new partnership would be the start of the great unification, meaning they would unite many forces under one banner. But he had more news. Yang Ming announced that for the upcoming Great Tianyan Tournament, the marine tribe would send its very best young fighters. These top fighters would represent the Three Islands Alliance in the competition. Yang Ming smiled again. He lifted his hand, and a glowing system screen appeared. Floating inside the screen were three symbols. One looked like an eye, one like a hand, and one like a heart. He explained that there were still 2 months left before the tournament. To make absolutely sure they won, the sanctuary planned to give these special powers to its chosen fighters. These powers were called Asterisk the Divine Eye, Asterisk the Divine Hand, Asterisk the Divine Heart. Yang Ming felt completely confident now. With these powers, he believed the fighters from the Three Islands would easily defeat Great Xia. Meanwhile, far away from all this planning, Tan Lang and Bai Fong were out in the wilderness. They were hunting dangerous monsters. They needed parts from these monsters to help them advance to a higher job class level. Back in Great Xia, things were moving fast. Acting for King Zanhai, Jiang Chun issued a very important command called the Invincible Order. This order was even stronger than the usual national order. It commanded every single job changer across the entire country to start hunting monsters immediately. In a quiet dorm room at an academy, a group of boys was relaxing. Suddenly, the door burst open. A boy with brown hair stood in the doorway. He looked very serious and determined. It's time to hunt monsters, he announced firmly. His friends just stared at him, looking confused and surprised. One friend, still sitting on his bed, frowned. What are you talking about? He asked. We have class this afternoon. Graduation is coming up soon. Getting credits for class is way more important than hunting monsters right now. The brown-haired boy grinned. He pulled out his phone. Jiang Chun just issued the Invincible Order, he said, showing them the screen. This order cancels everything else, even the national order. Every job changer in the whole country has been called to fight. The other boys quickly grabbed their own phones. As they saw the official notifications pouring in, their eyes opened wide in shock. Even their school, the Martial Academy, was fully mobilizing for this hunt. They looked at each other, understanding dawning. Academic credits? Suddenly, those didn't matter at all. Filled with new purpose, they all jumped up. They grabbed their weapons and gear and ran out of the room. They raced through the academy streets with only one goal, to answer the call to hunt. Outside the city walls, the monster hunt had already started. The rules were clear. Killing one level 3 fierce beast earned you 1 merit point. That was double the points you usually got for kills on the battlefield. The Martial Academy sent out another message. The more monsters they killed, the more extra academic credits they would also receive as a reward. On the city outskirts, warriors were already dragging back the bodies of slain beasts. But they quickly noticed something strange. There were way more job changers hunting than there were monsters left near the city. Without wasting any time, they changed direction. They headed toward a place known to be full of monsters, the Howling Cemetery. This time they were going all out. They wanted full credits and the maximum number of merit points possible. A bald man watched the huge wave of hunters moving towards the cemetery. He was stunned by the sheer number and energy of the crowd. Meanwhile, back at the main command base for Jiang Chen's battlefield, many important officials were gathering. One man with a mustache stood near the edge of the group. His face showed pure happiness. This was Xiao Zhainu's father. Grinning widely, he declared, "The Invincible Order. It's only issued once in 100 years. It's been activated. I will support my son-in-law with everything I have." Standing beside him, a man with a long ponytail nodded his head firmly. "I have reserve forces ready. I will send every last one to support Jiang Chun." A man with purple hair nearby overheard them. His expression changed, becoming hard and determined. He, too, was ready to risk everything he had to support Jiang Chun. Deep underground beneath the Jiangnin war zone, Xiao Chan, Jiang Chun, and Little Nine walked towards the huge pile of beast corpses. Xiao Chan looked at Jiang Chun and asked, "Aren't you going to let the insects out? We're almost out of space here for all these dead beasts." Nearby, Little Nine held her face in her hands. Her eyes were wide open, staring at the mountain of beast meat. She looked like she was drooling, ready to eat. But Jiang Chun looked serious. First, he told Little Nine to take 80 million of the newborn insect larvae to feed. He gave her specific instructions. Focus on feeding the larvae the high-level beasts. Save the weaker, lower-level beasts for the young insects. Little Nine jumped excitedly. "Can't we all go out to eat together? We'd finish much faster," she suggested. Jiang Chun shook his head. "No, that would be too risky. If all the insects appeared at once, it would draw too much attention. Also, all this food wouldn't even be enough to satisfy their hunger if they all ate together." He explained his plan. The insects would eat in groups, one wave after another. This way, they could grow stronger step by step, more carefully. Jiang Chun raised his arm. A swirling, dark portal opened up right in front of him. The swarm of insects began pouring out of the portal. With a simple wave of his hand, Jiang Chun released them completely. They surged forward like a living river, covering the beast corpses and tearing into the meat. Xiao Chan stared, his mouth hanging open in shock. He was looking at way more than 80 million insects, maybe even more than that. He turned to Jiang Chun, a question forming. "After they eat all this, can they make more insects? Can they reproduce again?" Jiang Chun answered flatly, but clearly, no. Not yet. Most of these beasts are low level. For the insects to reproduce, they would need 10 times this amount, maybe even 100 times more. Xiao Chan blinked, surprised by the huge number, but then he started to smile. He watched the insects swarm over the massive corpses, quickly stripping them down to bare bones. Their appetite was truly monstrous, but he thought made sense. These were the descendants of the incredibly powerful 9 miasma wings insects. Feeding them was never going to be easy. The fact that they could survive and grow on regular beast meat was actually a good thing, a blessing. Plus, with the whole nation hunting beasts nonstop, gathering 10 or even 100 times more food wasn't impossible. Xiao Chan calculated in his head. He figured that within a month, they could get enough. Then the swarm would be ready to reproduce again. Jiang Chun turned toward Xiao Chan, calm and focused. "When the 9 miasma wings reproduce next time, I won't be taking them," he stated. His body simply couldn't hold any more insects. His plan was different. Let the new insects spread out across Abyssal Land. He wanted to turn Abyssal Land into the future home, the central nest for their entire swarm. Xiao Chan looked calm too and offered a simple solution. "Then we just need to send our soldiers into Abyssal Land to manage them." As more insects crawled out from Jiang Chen's hand, he stood firm. "This time, I want to go into Abyssal Land myself." It wasn't about not trusting other people, and it definitely wasn't about relying only on the 9 miasma wings' power. He wanted to become stronger himself, on his own terms. Xiao Chan's face immediately showed worry. "That place is far too dangerous," he protested. But Jiang Chen didn't change his mind. He reminded Xiao Chan of the rules for the first round of the big Tiano Tournament they were involved in. It was important. Xiao Chan sighed. He put his arm around Jiang Chen's shoulder. "All right," he said, his voice heavy with concern, "but you have to be very careful." Jiang Chun just smiled confidently. "I have plenty of hidden tricks I can use," he assured Xiao Chan. Whether he decided to use them or not was his choice, but he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't walk into serious danger unprepared. He turned to leave the feeding area, deciding to let the insects stay behind and finish eating. By the time he got back, they would be done. Just then, Little Nine fluttered down and landed gently on his shoulder. "Why didn't you go out to eat with the others?" Jiang Chen asked her. She looked down, a little shy. "I didn't want to stay here by myself," she admitted. "I want to go with you. I can still eat later if I'm with you anyway." She trusted she wouldn't go hungry near Jiang Chun. Her answer surprised Jiang Chen a little. He didn't say no, but he was touched that she thought about staying with him even when she was clearly hungry. The great dreamer squeezed her pillow tightly, her face clearly annoyed. She had been just about to fall asleep again when Ji Lingxiu called her. She thought bitterly that if people would simply stop disturbing her naps, she might have already reached 10 transformations by now. Ji Lingxiu didn't bother with small talk. "This is urgent," he stated, watching her carefully. She let out a big sigh, sat up, and folded her arms across her chest, ready to listen. He explained that all across the Daxia territory, people were suddenly talking loudly. They were having wild discussions about the Tiano Tournament. Some people were even connecting the tournament to the old injustice involving Yen Wang. These voices were claiming that the 3 islands were actually the rightful heirs. The great dreamer narrowed her eyes. This wasn't just about a tournament anymore. It was becoming a fight of different ideas and opinions. She knew this trouble was started by people who liked causing problems. When things got chaotic like this, the great dreamer believed the best way to deal with such troublemakers was to be very firm. Getting rid of them completely was a real option she considered. But Ji Lingxiu quickly reassured her. They were already taking care of it. Suddenly looking much brighter and almost playful, the great dreamer stood up. She stretched out her hand. She said that in her experience, loud rumors always die down when faced with truly wise people. She added that the dreams and hopes of millions of people needed to be cleaned up, made pure again. Her hand clenched into a tight fist. Her eyes became sharp and serious. Ji Lingxiu respectfully held out his hand towards her. "You really protect Daxia well, like its guardian goddess." She waved her hand dismissively. "Stop trying to flatter me. Just tell me the real reason you came here." Ji Lingxiu didn't hesitate. He revealed that Jiang Chun had given out an invincible order. This order was disguised as a mission for people to change their class. But the real goal? To collect the dead bodies of fierce beasts. The great dreamer spotted the problem immediately. No class change, she pointed out, not even one that needs 6 transformations, requires that many beast corpses. Ji Lingxiu agreed. "You're right, the disguise is too weak. Anyone looking closely would figure it out." Calmly, the great dreamer placed her hand flat on the table. She suggested a better cover story. Say that Daxia is making imperial-level weapons. Hunting fierce beasts is just part of gathering the special, high-quality materials needed for that. Ji Lingxiu nodded. That story could work. Then he asked, "Do you know where Jiang Chun is right now?" Meanwhile, far away, Jiang Chun was in the middle of a fierce fight, his fists swinging fast. With one powerful punch, he sent a beast crashing to the ground. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with determination. He was ready to test his powerful new class, the Tyrant God of War. Focusing his energy, he used his special move, the invincible fist of the immortal god. He landed a heavy blow right on a monster's face. But surprisingly, the beast didn't die. It staggered, looking confused and dizzy, and then it turned and ran away. Jiang Chun stared at his own fist, confused. That wasn't enough. He had expected the punch to kill it instantly. After all, it was only a second-class fierce beast. Then he understood. His class might be incredibly powerful, but he hadn't practiced his skills enough yet. He couldn't use the class's full strength properly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a whole group of beasts appeared behind him. Their eyes glowed as they fixed their gaze on him, their next target. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. 3 beasts charged at him at the same time. He wasn't sure if his current speed was fast enough to dodge all 3 attacks. At that exact moment, Little Nine appeared. She transformed into her 9 miasma wings form. Flying swiftly, she swallowed several of the beasts right out of the air. She turned towards Jiang Chun, her look serious. "Be careful," she warned him. But Jiang Chun wasn't happy. He narrowed his eyes, looking directly at her. "Who told you to step in?" he asked sharply. Her sudden attack had scared away the rest of the beasts. He looked down at the ground and sighed. "Stay in the nest," he instructed Little Nine. "Let me finish fighting them. Then you can eat them." Little Nine shifted back to her human form. She spoke softly. "It's dangerous for you out here alone." Jiang Chun gently put his hand on her head. "Don't worry about me," he said kindly but firmly. "I have more than just insects helping me. I have other powerful classes too, Thunder Growth of all things, and the Celestial Blade." He felt confident. Those beasts wouldn't be able to hurt him. He just needed a bit more time to make his body stronger and tougher. Little Nine. Jiang Chun saw a bright light flash in his eyes. His system showed, plus 1,000 experience points. He smiled big. 15 days had gone by. Deep inside the cave, Jiang Chun did only one thing: hunt beasts. He killed 998 fierce beasts in total. He stood on a pile of dead beasts. He breathed out slowly and stretched his arms. His muscles hurt. He had all the experience he needed now. Next, he had to finish his special task to advance his class. The task said, kill 10 level 3 fierce beasts in 3 hours. No mistakes allowed. But first, dinner time. Jiang Chun lit a small fire. He roasted some meat. He held a juicy drumstick in one hand. With his other hand, he reached into a glowing portal nearby. He stayed calm. He thought things through. No need to rush. First, eat well. Then sleep deeply. He gave little Nine full permission. She could hunt and eat any beast level 3 or lower in the Earth Abyss. Little Nine popped onto his shoulder. Her eyes shone with excitement. She didn't wait. She flew off fast. She released her nest of insects. The bugs swarmed the weaker beasts below. Soon, the task was done. Success. 2 months later, Jiang Chun explored a new area. He saw something huge. A monster shaped like a giant scorpion stood tall. Its cold eyes stared at Jiang Chun. It raised its poisoned stinger, ready to strike. Jiang Chun smiled. A level 6 beast. At last, the scorpion attacked. Jiang Chun moved quick. He jumped sideways just in time. The beast tried again. Jiang Chun kept away. The scorpion's tail smashed the ground where he'd been standing. Jiang Chun watched from a distance. The poison looked deadly. It happened. As the scorpion pulled its stinger from the dirt, Jiang Chun acted. He dashed in from his side, fast and strong. He slammed his invincible fist punch into the beast's side. The power threw the scorpion backward. The beast got angry. It whipped its tail high. It shot out a cloud of poison mist. Jiang Chun dropped low. He pressed one hand to the ground. He rolled fast to the side. He barely escaped the poison. He checked the air, thick and dangerous. That poison wasn't just deadly. It was vicious. Time to finish this. He activated God of War transformation. Red energy exploded around him. His shirt ripped apart from the force. He didn't care. This was his chance to test his new strength. The scorpion attacked again. Its stinger shot forward. But this time, Jiang Chun didn't dodge. He blocked it with his bare fist. Then he punched back. His fist crushed the stinger into pieces. Jiang Chun laughed. What good are you now? The beast panicked. It turned to run away. But Jiang Chun was already in the air. His voice rang out too late. Energy surged around Jiang Chun. He shot down like a rock at the fleeing beast. His fist smashed into it hard. The force slammed the monster into the ground. Dead. The system flashed. Plus 100, 086 EXP. Jiang Chun's level jumped from 61 to 69. Then a happy system message appeared. He finished the 3rd stage of Dominant God of War. Several skills got stronger right away. Invincible Fist now gave 10% more fighting power. God of War transformation lasted 10 seconds. During this, Invincible Fist hit 10 times harder. Imperial Army form gave 10% extra support power. This grew stronger with his soldier strength. Standing on the dead beast, Jiang Chun stared at the system screen. His face darkened with confusion. This time, no new path unlocked. No higher class to reach. Is this the strongest I can get? He wondered. His thoughts stopped. A group of high-level beasts charged at him. Their eyes were full of killing hunger. The earthly abyss was full of danger. And the tournament was coming soon. He had no time to waste. He gave the order. Little Nine and her insects could eat any beast they wanted, no matter the level. This place is your new home, he told her. Little Nine appeared again. From her body, a flood of insects poured out. They covered the whole battlefield. They swallowed everything in their path. Hours later, Jiang Chun reached Jungin's underground warehouse. Jiang Chun was exhausted. His shirt was ripped to pieces. He pulled off the torn pieces of cloth from his body. He looked at the ground with tired eyes. His first thought was, I need new clothes. Xiao Chan stood nearby. He had his arms crossed. He looked amused as he stared at Jiang Chun, who was almost naked. It was obvious the earthly abyss had been tough on him. Jiang Chun heard Xiao Chan and snapped out of his thoughts. He turned around, surprised. He gave a small nod. He didn't say out loud that he was the one who tore his clothes when he transformed earlier. Xiao Chan chuckled. He pushed open the door to the warehouse. Don't be too surprised when you see how many fierce beasts we collected, he said with a grin. Jiang Chun blinked, confused. Did you hunt that many? Xiao Chan admitted he hadn't gone into the secret realm lately. But when he checked the records, it seemed like almost every fierce beast in the Daxia realm had already been killed. But when the door opened with a creak, the warehouse was completely empty. Jiang Chen's face went stiff. What happened, he asked. Xiao Chan's mouth hung open. His eyes were wide with shock. The insects had eaten everything. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. He sighed and shook his head. Their hunger had clearly gotten bigger again. He raised his hand. He called the hungry swarm back, ordering them to return to their nest. Beside him, Xiao Chan stood frozen in surprise. Little Nine clapped her hands together near her mouth. She glowed happily. The big meal had worked perfectly. Jiang Chan looked closely at the huge swarm of insects. He noticed something. Some of the insects could now have babies 2 or even 3 times in a row. A massive group of them down in the abyss was already getting ready to multiply. This was just the beginning. Xiao Chan raised an eyebrow, curious. With this group, could the 9 miasma wings finally reach 100 million? Jiang Chun glanced at his hand. Confidence shone in his eyes. He gave a firm nod. Xiao Chan looked stunned. 100 million? He gasped. That many could create a small abyss. One powerful enough to fight the Lord of Flames himself. But Jiang Chen wasn't done. He explained that with the blessing of evolution toward complexity, the number of insects could multiply 100 times over. His swarm wouldn't stop at 100 million. It could go much, much higher. As the insects kept tearing into the remaining beast corpses, Jiang Chun made a choice. For this big round of making more insects, he needed to go back to the earthly abyss. He turned to his master, Xiao Chan. I need your help. Xiao Chan didn't hesitate. He immediately declared the earthly abyss a forbidden zone. From now on, no one else could enter it. Jiang Chun looked down at the ground. He gave the command, begin reproduction. And then it started. Millions of insects poured out of his body. They swirled into the air like a huge black tornado. A countdown flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes. When the countdown dropped to 3 minutes, a strange feeling rushed through him. Jiang Chun raised a hand to his face. His eyes burned with intense energy. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his head. It was cold and powerful. The disaster will cover the whole world. Everything will be eaten. Fear gripped Jiang Chun. He felt like his mind, his very soul, was being swallowed by something dark. 80 billion insects. That was the number now. Was he losing control? Then, something even worse happened. An unknown force started eating away at the ancestral tree. Xiao Chan sat on one of its branches. She felt it immediately. Her eyes narrowed with deep worry. She called out to Jiang Chun. It's the desire for annihilation. Coming from the 9 miasma wings. If this keeps happening, it will eat you alive. Only little Nine can control it now. Jiang Chen's body began to shake. His vision got blurry. His strength failed him. He collapsed to his knees. He clutched his chest with his hand. Little Nine, he gasped. And she answered. Little Nine appeared above him. Her gaze was sharp. Her wings spread wide. She flew high into the sky. She activated her skill, Abyss Concentration. With her arms stretched out, she focused on every single insect. She commanded them. She controlled them. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Xiao Chan and Xiao Chan appeared beside him. They each put a hand on his shoulders. Their faces were tight with worry. Jiang Chun pressed his palm against the earth. He struggled to catch his breath. The power of the abyss was too strong. It was hashtag Jiang Chen's 80 billion insect army. Jiang Chun felt a pressure unlike anything before, worse than the 9 transformations. Then, his system announced, reproduction complete. Total swarm size, 80 billion insects, asterisk. Slowly, Jiang Chun stood up. He looked at his hand and gave a mental command. Asterisk. All elite insects, return to the nest immediately. The rest of the swarm, head straight to the earthly abyss. Continue the purge. Do not retreat unless I give the order. Asterisk. Excitement flooded through him. He touched his neck, a deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face. 80 billion. That was more than enough to wipe out Emperor Yin and crush the 3 foreign islands completely. Meanwhile, violent tremors shook the ground at Jiang Chen's main base. Xiao Chan and Duanfang froze, alarm flashing across their faces. The rumbling grew louder and louder, becoming deafening. What's happening? Duanfang yelled over the noise. The earth shook beneath their feet. Instinctively, they both knew this wasn't a natural earthquake. Jiang Chun was behind it, and whatever he was doing, it was massive. Back near the abyss entrance, the sudden violent eruption of the 9 miasma wings caused widespread panic at the base camp. Duanfang's face went pale. Has he lost control of the insects? Fear filled his eyes as he turned to old Gu. What's going on? He demanded. We need help. Call Giant Shin right away. Xiaochan, however, stayed calm. Without saying a word, he drew his sword. His eyes focused sharply as he drove the blade deep into the trembling ground. I'll stay here and protect the base, he stated flatly. You go get help. Duanfang didn't argue. He spun around and ran. A thick, dark mist started rising from the ground. Dense, poisonous, and dangerous. Xiaochan locked onto it. He recognized it. Abyssal aura. The sheer amount confirmed it. The insect numbers had definitely crossed 100 million. He remembered the last jump. From 8 million to 80 million. If it multiplied like that again. 800 million? The thought hit him like a shock. It seemed almost unbelievable. Just then, Ji Lingxiu arrived overhead. With a swift wave of his hand, he cast a powerful, soundproof barrier around the entire city. He descended quickly and landed behind Xiaochan. Talk, he said sharply. How many insects does Jiang Chun control now? Even Ji Lingxiu, one of the strongest cultivators, felt disturbed by the violent tremors shaking the earth. Xiaochan stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the ground, unsure how to answer. Insects began crawling out from under the earth. Then, suddenly, the tremors stopped completely. Xiaochan realized something shocking. Jiang Chun had gained total control. He had commanded the entire massive swarm. It was staggering. Ji Lingxiu stepped closer, his expression deadly serious. I need answers. After the Tiano Tournament, war between Daxia and the 3 overseas islands is almost certain. And these insects, he lowered his voice, they are one of Daxia's key weapons. If we don't know their status, we can't plan our defense. He stared Xiaochan down. You can't keep this secret any longer. Xiaochan sighed. He rubbed his chin, turned slightly away, and muttered reluctantly. Jiang Chun has roughly 800 million insects. Ji Lingxiu froze. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. 800 million, he whispered, stunned. It's an estimate, Xiaochan replied, still clearly shaken by the number himself. As the two stood in tense silence, a powerful presence approached. Jiang Chun emerged, looking calm and composed. Yet, an intense pressure radiated from him. He greeted his master Xiaochan first. Then his eyes shifted to Ji Lingxiu. I just got back, he said casually. The streets were chaotic. I saw the city's defensive shield is active. What happened? Ji Lingxiu spun around to face him, eyes still wide with shock. Xiaochan stared as Jiang Chun walked calmly towards them. His presence felt overwhelming. There was no wild surge of energy, yet just standing near him made Xiaochan feel his own spirit tremble. An unconscious urge to bow down tugged at him. How? How can he just ask what happened like nothing's wrong? Xiaochan thought. Ji Lingxiu narrowed his eyes. Jiang Chun, do you even understand what destiny rank pressure is? Jiang Chun stood still, genuinely puzzled. He had no idea what destiny rank pressure meant. As wind swirled around them, Ji Lingxiu explained, it's a kind of natural force exerted without actively using any energy. Your mere presence, your existence itself, creates a suppression that overwhelms others. He paused, his gaze intense. Ji Lingxiu spoke seriously. That thing is stronger than destiny rank. Nobody knows if it was a god or something else. But one thing is sure. He looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. 400 years ago, when a human emperor died, a being that powerful got involved. A memory flashed in Ji Lingxiu's mind. He saw Jiang Wuxian standing inside a cave during the Chu Jiang Chen Beast Tide. He saw the war god, full of anger, leading the God Slayer army deep into Demon City. Right in their path stood an old man. He wore a ragged cloak and didn't move or speak. The old man lifted one hand. A bright, glowing red mark appeared in the air above his palm. Ji Lingxiu still remembered the deep fear he felt. Just seeing that strange mark appear out of nowhere filled him and the dreamer with terror. It was a fear they couldn't even describe. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression became serious and worried. He thought about his 80 billion insects. That was a huge number compared to humans. But deep down in the underground caverns, there were forces much, much stronger than anything he could fight. His insect swarm had a big problem. Most of the insects were still only level 1. Jiang Chen looked thoughtful. He stepped closer to Ji Lingxiu. If that demon elder was so powerful, he asked, why didn't he kill Jiang Wuxian back then? Was something holding him back? Ji Lingxiu's eyes turned very serious. He raised his hand. Did you know, he asked, why the rankings for divine weapons only go up to level 6? Jiang Chun shook his head no. That limit isn't random, Ji Lingxiu explained. It's because of a bigger restriction. It's called the Seal of the Heavenly Path. A huge, glowing portal began to open behind Ji Lingxiu. This seal was created when a new age began, he continued. Its job? To keep things balanced. He made 3 powerful-looking swords appear in the air using his power. Look at the Human Emperor's sword. It's ranked number 1 in all of Daxia. But even that sword is stuck at level 6. Its real power is way stronger. But the seal, it locks it down. Jiang Chun thought about the great warriors of the past, Jiang Wuxian, Ji Lingxiu himself, and the Great Dreamer. 400 years ago, the Seal of the Heavenly Path became fully active. It set a hard limit. Nothing could be stronger than 9 levels. That time period created the strongest people in Daxia's history. The Human Emperor Yinzan, the Sovereign of Fire, and others. Ji Lingxiu turned back to Jiang Chun. That same seal, he said slowly, is what stops beings from the 10th grade underground caverns and higher from interfering. He paused for emphasis. If they try to interfere, the heavenly path itself will destroy them. Nearby, Xiaochan turned his head, looking surprised. I haven't even changed jobs yet, he admitted, and I've never heard any of this before. Jiang Chun stayed quiet, thinking hard about everything Ji Lingxiu said. Then, he realized something important. His own system had recently shown a warning. It stopped him from making more insects after the last big group. Now he understood why. It was because of the seal of the heavenly path. Ji Lingxiu stretched out his hand. A giant sword appeared. He drove it point first into the ground. There are only a few days left until the Great Tianyan Tournament, he announced. When it starts, I'll be leaving from the war zone port in Demon City. Ji Lingxiu asked Jiang Chun to come back with them first. They needed to prepare and gather their strength. Xiaochan nodded, agreeing with the plan. Jiang Chun raised his hand. Then take me with you, he said. They all climbed onto the giant flying sword. As they flew through the sky above the city, Jiang Chun looked at Ji Lingxiu. He was curious. When exactly will the seal of the heavenly path for level 10 become fully active? Ji Lingxiu turned to face him, his face very serious. It's already starting. Slowly, he answered. But the prophecies say that in 3 months, the seal will be fully awake. He looked away, his voice becoming quieter. I once found a way to reach the 10th level, deep inside the ancient god sea of consciousness. But someone took it away. They erased it completely. Jiang Chen's eyes widened. A look of disappointment crossed his face. That's too bad, he said softly. They kept flying over the city buildings below. Jiang Chun, still deep in thought, had another question. What happens when the 10th level seal is fully unlocked? Even Du Qianqian leaned closer, wanting to hear the answer. Ji Lingxiu explained. Once the seal is completely open, the divine source buried deep under Clan will wake up fully. Images of the powerful ancestral tree appeared in their minds. Ji Lingxiu kept explaining. The divine source is a shortcut, a direct way to reach level 10. When the seal breaks, the clan divine source tree will instantly grow 10 special divine fruits. After that, he added, it will produce 1 new fruit every single year. He paused, making sure they understood the warning. Eating one of these fruits gives you a high chance of breaking through to the 10th level. But his voice became serious and lower. The cost is very high. If you use the fruit to reach level 10, you'll be stuck there forever. No more getting stronger. Ever. No one escapes this rule. Sunlight shone on the streets of Demon City as they arrived. A voice called out to Jiang Chun from up ahead. It was Ji Xinhua. She wore bright red clothes. She waved at him happily, a soft smile making her face look friendly. Jiang Chun blinked, surprised. That's Ji Xinhua, he thought. She smiled sweetly back at him, closing her eyes slightly with amusement. But Xiaochan was not happy. He looked very angry and pointed straight at her. Ji Lingxiu, he shouted. Is this the respect the Jai family shows now? Ji Lingxiu stayed calm, his hands behind his back. He replied evenly. Enough, old man. Stop making a scene. Qianqian, try to calm things down. She chuckled and reminded them. The great competition is almost here. There's no harm in relaxing a little. We just need to stay careful. Jiang Chun just covered his face with his hand and stayed quiet. Meanwhile, Xinhua waved goodbye to Xiaochan and smiled. Don't worry, she said playfully. Demon City is my home territory. Nothing bad will happen to Jiang Chun while he's here. Jiang Chun looked at her, still confused. You misunderstood, he said plainly. He's not worried about me. He's worried about you. Do you understand? Xianhua froze. Her eyes opened wide, showing surprise and total confusion. She looked away quickly, feeling flustered and unsure what to say. Jiang Qin's mind was full of questions. Why was she acting like this? Without saying anything else, Xianhua stepped forward. She took a ring and slipped it onto Jiang Qin's finger. This ring holds the divine and demonic blood of the gods, she said softly. My great-grandfather wanted you to have it. Inside the ring was the entire collection of the Jai family's powerful blood resources. Please, she added, take it. Jiang Qin stared at her. A small smile appeared on his lips, but his eyes narrowed slightly as he tried to figure out her motives. He looked down the ring on his finger, feeling puzzled. Why was she being so incredibly generous? He turned directly to Xianhua and asked in a straightforward way, What's the deal? Why give me all this divine and demonic blood? She clasped her hands together. Her eyes looked straight at him, steady and sincere. There's no trick, she said with a gentle smile. My great-grandfather only said one thing. If you ever have children someday, they should take the Jiang surname. And, she continued, if you have any extra children, maybe let them take the Jai surname instead. Before Jiang Qin could even react or reply, she grabbed his hand and pulled him forward. Come on, we can talk more later, she said, already dragging him along. I want you to meet some new sisters I just became friends with. Jiang Qin blinked, totally caught by surprise. New sisters, he wondered. They walked toward the sleek car. Inside, sitting calmly in the back seat, was a stunningly beautiful woman. A fluffy foxtail rested beside her. Xianhua turned to Jiang Qin, smiling. This is Su Qianqian, she announced. She is the saint of the King Fox tribe from 10,000 B City. Her great-grandfather arranged for her to help you during the Great Tiano Tournament. She's promised, Xianhua added, to take very good care of you. Qianqian's eyes sparkled warmly at Jiang Qin. I've heard many things about you, she said softly. You're younger than I imagined, and even more handsome. Jiang Qin scratched the back of his neck nervously and gave her a small, awkward smile. Suddenly, it made sense to him. He realized, that's why Xianhua has been acting different lately. She made friends with a fox lady. All right, you two. Get in the car, Xianhua said cheerfully, opening the car door with a grin. And just so you know, she added, pointing a playful finger, Qianqian is already at the very peak of the 6th level. She's just as strong as Feng Yun Wuji. She held up one finger to emphasize her point. Everyone knows you're only at the 3rd level right now. Try to compete in the Tiano Tournament like that. She paused. Well, it's going to be very difficult. But hey, she continued with a teasing smile, no pressure. If you can't win, we'll just accept. Qianqian smiled and brushed her tail softly. Let's go to the hotel first, she said. They got into the car. Jiang Qin looked around inside the vehicle. He felt curious. Why are we going to a hotel? He asked. Xuanyue's face turned bright red right away. She looked away, feeling very flustered. She stayed quiet and didn't answer. Qianqian spoke up calmly. We're going to Pinglai Island, she explained. It's one of the 3 overseas islands. At that same time, far away, Sebastian stood on a burned battlefield. He was the top prodigy from the Divine Academy. Hot lava came up to his waist. His back had bad burns. These weren't from the lava. They were from fighting. Above him, huge bird-like beasts flew down. They looked fierce and ready to attack. Their eyes showed they wanted to kill. Sebastian didn't wait. He turned to face them. He raised his arms and used his special power, the Eye of the God of Fire. Lava rushed up from below. It flowed straight into his eye socket. Then he stared hard and used his technique, Fire of Purgatory. A burning beam of pure fire shot from his eye. It cut through the sky and hit the beasts. The beam sliced them all clean in half. Ashy pieces fell around him. Sebastian stood tall and watched them drop. One look, he muttered to himself, and a level 6 beast turns to ash. But he wasn't happy. He was in his 2nd transformation stage, but still only at level 6. He couldn't use the God of Fire's eye full power yet. He knew it would take more time. Still, he felt sure of one thing. For the Tiano Tournament, he would be ready. Sebastian tightened his fists. His eyes burned with determination. Even incomplete, the fire gods, I was like a god's weapon. That was enough for him. And with it, he had a clear goal, to take Jiang Qin's head. From Daxia right into his hands. At the War God Institute, someone arrived at the gravity training room entrance. The door was heavy and reinforced. Inside, the gravity was set to 100 times normal. A battle raged there, A huge rock monster swung its arm at a warrior. The warrior jumped fast and ran along the monster's arm. She sped up, clenched her fist, then spun and kicked the monster hard in the face. Her eyes flashed with fighting spirit. She gathered energy into her fist and jumped again. This time, she combined her skill, Divine Hand, right into her attack. Then she used her technique, Mounted Collapsing Fist. One powerful punch. A shockwave like an earthquake blasted through the monster. It shattered into pieces of rock. Breathing hard, she landed and put a hand on her waist to catch her breath. This was Ouyang Yi, the top prodigy of the War God Institute from the 3 overseas islands. Just then, the thick door opened with a creak. A man in gray clothes walked in, his arms behind his back. "How's the Divine Hand synchronization going?" he asked in a calm voice. Hearing her master, Ouyang Yi put her hands together respectfully and bowed her head. She climbed onto a pile of rocks to answer. "Synchronization is at 95%, she said sincerely. "In normal conditions, I can use all my close combat moves perfectly with the Divine Hand. But," she added, "my 2 golden level skills still have problems. I haven't mastered the spiritual energy flow yet." Her master watched her quietly. He raised a hand. 95% is amazing, he said. "You're still an immortal body. Wielding a god's arm with only 6 energy transfers? That's incredible by itself. Perfect mastery isn't realistic right now." He smiled and stepped closer. "With your current strength, even a 7-transfer cultivator couldn't beat you in a fair fight." But Ouyang Yi still hesitated. "Master," she asked, "is it true? That rumor about someone in the sanctuary? A 6-transfer who can use 3 divine parts?" The master nodded. "It's true," he said, "and I don't think he's reached his limit yet." Ouyang Yi listened quietly and said nothing more. Her master's eyes turned serious as he remembered that person. He's the first holy son of the sanctuary, the Flame Emperor's pride, the scariest genius across all 3 islands. In Wuxia. He pictured In Wuxia wrapped in powerful magic. This time, the Flame Emperor sent him for one reason, to make the Daxia team break down and kneel. He continued, "The whole tournament will be broadcast live. I want to see their faces when they realize who they're facing." October 24th, year 739 at Magic City Port, Jiang Chun finally arrived. Guards escorted him as he stepped onto the dock. He looked around at the busy harbor, ready for what came next. Word count, 826. Jiang Chun stepped forward, a happy sparkle in his eyes. All around him, people were waving signs and banners. His name, Jiang Chun, was written everywhere, on banners, signs, and even people's shirts. His biggest fans were there in huge numbers. They proudly shouted that he was the strongest fighter. They believed his famous 9 miasma wings power meant he would easily beat the fighters from the 3 overseas islands. But not everyone agreed. Some fans argued back. "Stop saying things that aren't true," one person said. They pointed out Jiang Chun was only at his 3rd transformation level. His opponents? They were already at the 5th or 6th level. Winning wasn't the point right now, they argued. Just fighting well was enough. Others added that simply showing up for the competition was a victory itself. Why put so much pressure on him? Jiang Chun heard all of this. For a second, he looked confused and unsure. High up on the city wall, Ji Xinyueyu's father stood with Xiao Chan. The older man watched the noisy crowd below. "You know," he said to Xiao Chan, "before fighters had official transformation levels, people used words like top influencer or dominant figure. I never really understood those terms until now. Seeing Jiang Chun in this reaction, it finally makes sense to me." Down below, excited fans rushed forward and hugged Jiang Chun tightly. He tried to say something, but no words came out. The sudden wave of attention completely overwhelmed him. He just stood there, stunned. Xiao Chan, watching from the wall, quietly shook his head in amazement. He had lived a long time, but he'd never seen a scene like this before. Meanwhile, Xiao Chan and Ji Lingxiu were already waiting on a large ship. Kaienkin helped Jiang Chun climb up onto the ship's deck. The moment Jiang Chun stepped onto the wood, his legs gave out. He collapsed, totally exhausted. Kaienkin gently put a hand on his back, trying to steady him. For Jiang Chun, dealing with all those fans felt harder and more draining than any fight. Xiao Chan looked straight at Jiang Chun, his voice stern but maybe a little amused. "You little brat, acting all shy and innocent now, after making such a huge scene and stealing everyone's attention." Then Ji Lingxiu stepped closer to Jiang Chun. He held out his hand with a confident smile. "I looked everywhere, Ji Lingxiu announced. And I found the absolute best teammates for you. Jiangchen slowly pushed himself up. He took a careful look at the two new people standing nearby. Qianqian quietly moved to hide slightly behind Jiangchun as he stared at the newcomers. The man wearing glasses stepped forward first. I am Mang Xingshan, he said, head of Heron Academy, 6th-level practitioner, and the supreme sage of Confucianism and Taoism. A soft, gentle light shimmered around him, and faint magic circles briefly appeared at his sides. He adjusted his glasses and grinned. Don't worry about feeling alone anymore. The whole world already knows your name, Jiangchun. Next, the man with long hair stepped up. I am Jiangchun Mingxu, he stated, the top young genius from Wong, also 6th level. I hold the supreme secret of tea. A strong, pulsing energy radiated from him. He gave Jiangchun a small, serious smile, showing he understood the situation. Qianqian leaned close to Jiangchun and whispered very quietly, so only he could hear. One of them really likes to show off. The other one is super serious. Easy to tell them apart. Jiangchun couldn't help but chuckle softly. You know what, Qianqian? That actually helps me understand them a lot. He felt a little less tense. He turned back to face Mang Xingshan and Jiangchun Mingxu. He gave them a respectful, small bow. I will be in your care during this competition, he said sincerely. Both men smiled warmly and nodded back. We will support you, Mang Xingshan said. We've got your back, added Jiangchun Mingxu. Watching this exchange from the side, Xiaochan and Ji Lingxiu exchanged a quick, puzzled glance. They seemed confused about something, but didn't say what. Ji Lingxiu walked over and flopped down onto a nearby couch. He casually rested his head on the couch's armrest. Then he looked directly at Ji Xianyueyu's father, Hong Yin, who was also on the ship. All right, Ji Lingxiu said calmly. Mind explaining exactly how this competition works now? Hong Yin nodded. He lifted his hand, and a bright, magical hologram suddenly lit up the air in front of everyone. It showed an island. The battle will happen on a small island located between Demon City and the 3 overseas territories, Hong Yin explained. Its name is Tanion Island. Ji Lingxiu raised his hand with a calm smile. When we say defeat the 6 generals, we mean exactly that. 6 specialized combat androids guard the gate. Beat them decisively, and you move forward. He scanned the 100 participants, noting their tense postures. The holographic display behind him flickered with simulated battle sequences, emphasizing the challenge ahead. He explained the solo nature of the first round. No alliances, no external assistance. Only the top 50 would advance. Rely solely on your own capabilities, he stressed. The participants exchanged uneasy glances, some cracking knuckles or adjusting equipment as they sat to study the hologram. A low murmur spread through the group, calculations of odds and whispered strategies. Hong Yin stepped forward, his voice cutting through the chatter. Survivors proceed to round 2 within Great Xia's specialized arena. He paused, letting the weight of his next words settle. Your performance here directly impacts round 2 advantages. Underestimate this at your peril. He gestured upward to the shimmering portal, its light curtain rippling like liquid. This broadcast reaches every corner of the Federation. Win with honor. Lose with dignity. His focus shifted to Fengyan Wuji. As captain, your responsibility extends beyond personal glory. Hong Yin's tone softened fractionally. Jiangchen's presence is politically necessary. His combat readiness remains insufficient for this tournament's caliber. He locked eyes with each team member. Protect him. Consider him your squad's anchor. Keep him secure at all costs. Qianqian snorted, jabbing Jiangchen's cheek with her index finger. Don't worry, Captain. I'll stick to him like glue. Jiangchen flinched, more from irritation than pain. Asterisk, a political burden? An anchor? Asterisk, humiliation heated his neck. Do they see me as a mascot? Fengyun Wuji's rigid nod. A soldier accepting orders. Only deepened his frustration. Yet beneath the embarrassment, Jiangchun recognized their genuine concern. They're shielding me because they care. His shoulders relaxed slightly. A reluctant half-smile formed as Qianqian kept poking. Hong Yin addressed the group again. Round 1's difficulty is calibrated for broad accessibility, and Round 2's open combat should pose minimal issues for seasoned fighters. Xiaochan edged closer to Jiangchun, his brow furrowed. The Void God Realm's energy matrix is unstable. Elemental powers fluctuate wildly. He met his disciple's eyes. Your thunder techniques may fizzle or backfire. Prepare alternatives. Jiangchun absorbed the warning. Asterisk, No elemental advantage. Just raw skill. Asterisk he squared his shoulders. Understood. My target is simple. Clear round one. Nothing more. The warship's engines hummed to life, lifting them skyward. Jiang Chun craned his neck, awed by the vessel's scale. It dwarfed their previous captured ship, a floating fortress. Xiao Chan noted his reaction. Level 3 divine weapon. Armored plating, retractable artillery bays, a mobile command center. Tan Island materialized on the horizon, its amphitheater of polished stone benches gleaming under the sun. Qian plopped onto a seat, patting the space beside her. Jiang Chun sat, running a hand over the cool, veined marble. Is this entire structure a chessboard? He asked Hong Yin. Hong Yin sprawled comfortably. The board of stars. Decorative mostly. Its combat utility is limited to containment fields, trapping reckless opponents. A purple-haired attendant approached with a lacquer tray. Identity tokens for Void God Realm access, she announced. Hold yours during transit. Jiang Chun pocketed his badge, scanning the empty, opposing platforms. Are we the first arrivals? Qian stretched lazily. Plenty of time. 10 minutes isn't. A sharp whistle cut her off. 5 airships descended, landing with synchronized precision. Van Gongyan shot up, face reddening. Theatrical nonsense. Using flight talismans just for a dramatic entrance. Ding Chunxiu yanked him down. Compose yourself. Their posturing changes nothing. Fengyan Wuji's eyes narrowed. Pressure radiated from the newcomers. A palpable force like thick humidity. 5 warriors bore pulsating magical artifacts. In Wuxia stood central. 3 distinct energy signatures coiling around him like serpents. Overcompensating, Fengyan Wuji thought. Multiple artifacts suggest insecurity, not strength. Jiang Chun tracked In Wuxia's smirk, the man's gaze deliberately lingering on him. Testing me already? He tightened his grip on his token, knuckles whitening. The air crackled with unspoken rivalry as the newcomers took their seats. Van Gongyan sat back down, still very angry. Those arrogant jerks, he muttered. They didn't even try to hide how strong they are. Ding Chunqiu didn't say anything. Fengyan Wuji leaned closer to her. The first round will be okay, he said quietly. But find me right after it finishes. We need to talk then. Nearby, Qian playfully licked her lips. That big dummy from the Magic Institute, she said, meaning the man fused with the Eye of God. I think I have a 50% chance of beating him. Mang Xingchan watched the opposing team carefully. I'll take the fighter from the 5 Elements Institute, he stated calmly. I might not win, but I can keep him busy. Next to him, Jiang Chen Mingchu pushed his glasses up his nose confidently. I'll deal with the beautiful woman from the Academy of the God of War, he declared. Jiang Chen Mingchu grinned smugly. When the time comes, I'll teach her how to recite poetry, mouth to mouth. Fengyan Wuji's eyes flashed, not with humor, but with real anger. He turned seriously to Jiang Chun. Listen, he said firmly. If you ever find yourself facing In Wuxia, don't try to fight him. Just give up immediately. Get out of there. Jiang Chun blinked, surprised. If even Fengyan Wuji isn't confident, he thought, asterisk how strong must this In Wuxia be? What kind of monster is he? Asterisk meanwhile, In Wuxia's mean smile got wider. He slowly pointed one finger at himself. Then he pointed at Jiang Chun and Fengyan Wuji. His message was perfectly clear. He believed both of them were already as good as dead. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. Boldly, he gave In Wuxia a thumbs-down gesture. Are these people really that scary? He asked, smirking. I better memorize all their faces, just in case I forget to finish one off. Suddenly, the sky ripped open. A swirling red hole appeared above everyone. People stared, confused. Someone muttered, so many old friends. Looks like it's time for a proper reunion. All eyes fixed on the red portal. A man with a ponytail stepped out. He smiled like he was just visiting an old neighborhood. It had been many years. This was Yang Ming, known as the traitor of Daxia. Ji Zunyuis's father jumped to his feet instantly. Energy surged from his hand, ready to fight. Ji Lingxiu pulled out his sword. His eyes were hard like steel, locked onto Yang Ming. As soon as people recognized who he was, the crowd buzzed with whispers. So it's true, people thought. He really has been hiding on the overseas islands all this time. You're going to die today, someone shouted. Xiao Chan didn't wait. Sword in hand, he said coldly, don't bother anyone else. I'll deal with him myself. One strike is all I'll need. Behind Yang Ming, a glowing screen started to appear. He raised his hand and chuckled. No need to get so excited, he said. If you want to catch up with me, Do it after the Grand Tournament. His smile turned sharp and dangerous. If you win the Grand Tournament, he stated, I'll accept my death. No arguments. The glowing screen finished forming. Yang Ming pointed at it. This is the virtual god ranking. Everyone will watch the first round happen live through it. He paused, then delivered the bad news. No one is allowed to quit once it starts. Once you begin, you either pass or you die. He clarified there was no time limit, but the last 50 people ranked would be eliminated. No exceptions. Xiao Chan's face turned pale. His eyes widened and his jaw tightened. Wait, he muttered to himself. Asterisk, they never mentioned you couldn't quit early. Did they plan this whole thing just to trap Jiang Chun? Asterisk, he started to panic. No outside help could reach anyone inside the Void God realm. Jiang Chun could be in serious danger. Maybe it's best to pull him out right now, Xiao Chan thought. But Ji Lingxiu turned to him, calm and steady. If he withdraws before it starts, Ji Lingxiu said, Daxia's spirit and its good name will suffer badly. Xiao Chan clenched his fists, torn. Then, his eyes burning with worry, he moved quickly toward Jiang Chun. I don't care about spirit or reputation, he declared. My disciple's life is more important than anything. Seeing Xiao Chan step forward, the others followed. They agreed. Jiang Chun's safety was the top priority. Suddenly, a timer lit up above the fighting area. 9 seconds left. Hovering in the air with a nasty grin, Yang Ming pointed at the countdown. Better get ready, he announced. The divine virtual realm is opening now. The numbers started ticking down. 8, 7. Xiao Chan rushed to Jiang Chen's seat. His face was tight with fear. Take off the teleportation ring, he urged desperately. We're getting you out of here. Jiang Chun sat very still. He had his arms crossed and was staring down at the floor. Slowly, he lifted his head. His eyes showed a strong, determined will. If I leave now, he said firmly, Daxia loses everything, and we won't get back the overseas islands. The teleportation ring near him started glowing and humming, getting ready to work. Xiao Chan put a strong hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder. If you don't leave right now, he warned, it will be too late. But Jiang Chen didn't answer. He just closed his eyes and stayed silent. Suddenly, the portal flashed brightly and swallowed Jiang Chun completely. He was gone. From where he stood, Xiao Chan reached his hand out into the empty space where Jiang Chun had been. His heart was beating very fast. He knew there was nothing he could do to bring him back now. High above them, Yang Ming floated in the air. He watched everything happen below him like a distant observer. Xiao Chan turned away from the now empty portal. He clenched his hands into tight fists. He was very angry. If anything happens to him, his voice shook with emotion. I promise, I will make the people of the 3 islands pay with their blood. Ji Xuanyue's father walked over and stood calmly beside Xiao Chan. He gently placed a hand on Xiao Chan's arm. Let it go, he said in a steady voice. Being afraid only makes your thoughts unclear. Right now, all we can do is wait. Who knows? Jiang Chun might do something amazing. Inside the divine realm, Jiang Chun suddenly appeared. He found himself standing in front of a huge stone door. A glowing symbol was carved deep into the center of the door. He stared at it, confused about what to do. Then, a system message popped up in his view. First trial. Outer exam. Break through 50 stone doors to escape the corridor. Asterisk, the instructions were simple, but also very harsh. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He made a tight fist. Flames burst into life around his clenched hand. Let's go, he whispered to himself. He jumped forward and punched the first stone door with all his strength. Using his invincible divine fist technique, loud cracks spread across the stone like a spider web. But then, the cracks began to fade away. The stone door was healing itself. Jiang Chen's eyes opened wide in surprise. It can fix itself, he thought. There was no time to stand around. He punched again, faster this time, and even harder. His plan was clear now. He had to break the door completely before it could repair the damage. Boom! The first door shattered into pieces of rubble. Jiang Chun moved on to the second door. He paused. This door looked different. It had more detailed carvings and felt stronger. He carefully studied the symbol on it. These doors are going to get tougher, he realized. It became clear to him. The strength needed to break each door matched that of very powerful cultivators, like those at the 5th or 6th stage of transformation. His eyes focused sharply. He gathered crackling thunder energy into his fist. He noticed the energy in this realm was weak and thin, but it wasn't completely gone. Sparks of electricity flashed around him. He lunged forward. Invincible Thunder Fist. A bright, powerful strike smashed the second door completely apart. Without stopping, he turned, raised his arm again, and shot out a bolt of thunder. Krak? Jiang Chun easily destroyed the third stone door. Seeing that his plan was working, he felt a small spark of satisfaction. Still, he knew just using brute force wouldn't be enough for much longer. He needed to be smarter. He placed his hand on the cold surface of the fourth door, thinking hard. If he kept relying only on raw power and quick reactions, he would quickly fall behind the stronger, more experienced 5th and 6th transformation cultivators. He needed careful aim. He needed a better strategy. He remembered something from earlier. When he hit different spots on the doors, the carved symbols glowed with different brightness. The spots where the glow was dimmer seemed weaker. That must be the key, he thought. He decided to take a moment to study each door carefully, looking for a pattern or a weak spot to hit. Sharpen the axe before chopping the wood. He reminded himself, meaning it's better to prepare properly before acting. If he was right about the weak spots, this technique could save him both time and energy. Meanwhile, a large leaderboard appeared on the system window visible to everyone watching. At the very top was Yin Wuxie from the 3 overseas islands. He had already cleared 17 doors. Right behind him were Yang, Yi, and Zhu Beishan. Also, Yang Ming sat quietly across from the others. He clasped his hands together and spoke in a cold, calm voice. There's an old saying, he stated. Being careful helps you avoid trouble for a very long time. His stare became hard. Yinzan is the smartest person alive. Just because Jiang Chun is last right now doesn't mean Yinzan's worries about him were wrong. The laughter in the room stopped immediately. The older men looked down, feeling ashamed. They realized how silly their earlier mocking had been. Suddenly, the system screen showed Jiang Chun again. He was standing still in front of the next stone door. People watching felt confused. He had passed the first 2 doors easily. Why was he stuck now? Some guessed he wasn't actually stuck. He was probably just thinking hard, figuring out the best way to get through. Ji Lingxiu watched the screen closely. He's getting better quickly, he said, though he sounded cautious. But the distance between him and the others, it's still very big. Xiao Chan, her face full of worry, replied softly, That doesn't matter to me. I don't care if he finishes last. As long as he comes out alive, that's all I want. Ji Lingxiu blinked, surprised. He hadn't expected such deep concern from Xiao Chan, who was usually very strict. Meanwhile, in the test realm, other talented people were starting to show their true strength. On the ranking board, positions 19 to 22 were held by members of the human dragon race. Unlike Jiang Chun, who carefully studied each door, these people moved slowly and casually. They only attacked a door once they reached it. No one could understand why they were holding back their power. Then, without warning, the human dragon race's top genius, Ao Kuan, suddenly moved. A huge burst of raw power exploded from his body. His eyes were confident. With enormous force, he threw himself straight at the stone door in front of him. The door shattered instantly into pieces. That was the signal. The other human dragon members followed his lead, speeding up and quickly climbing higher on the ranking board. Ao Kuan smashed through the stone doors as if they were made of dry leaves. He wasn't in the top ranks yet, but his speed was unstoppable. He was rapidly catching up to the top 10. When the system updated next, Ao Kuan had reached stone door number 23, putting him in 11th place. Close behind him was Alcan, now in 13th place after clearing his 21st door. Zaxuan Yu's father stroked his chin thoughtfully. His eyes darkened as he understood. In less than 2 minutes, he muttered, he's already passed Feng Yun Wuji. Even Xiaochan blinked in disbelief, shocked by how fast Ao Kuan was rising. Ji Lingxiu stood with his arms crossed. He said nothing, but his silence spoke volumes. Then, everyone looked back at Jiang Chen's screen. Only trails of lightning were visible. People stared, puzzled. Where had Jiang Chen gone? Suddenly, boom, a flash of bright thunder lit up the system screen. Jiang Chun had shattered another stone door easily. His fist was crackling with electricity. The older men watched carefully. Thunder energy wasn't common in this place. Not nearly enough to break a stone door in one hit. Something else must be happening. Was this a technique to move instantly using thunder? The leaderboard updated. Jiang Chun jumped from rank 51 to 49. He had passed door number 19. Ziku and Yu's father tapped Xiaochan's shoulder. Look again, he urged. Xiaochan blinked and looked up at the board. Her jaw dropped in surprise. Then, A wide smile spread across her face. Jiang Chun was climbing. Fast. He was now in the top 50 and still moving up. Within moments, Jiang Chun reached position 30. Walking down the corridor, he rubbed his wrist. The doors were definitely getting harder to break. Each one took more and more of his energy. He realized something important. He couldn't keep going at this pace for long. He could push himself now, but not forever. And using his ancient god essence? That would knock him out for a week. It wasn't an option. If only I could use the power from the red armored beetle colossus particles, he thought. That would really help. But that wasn't possible inside this test realm. Then, suddenly, he heard a voice inside his mind. It was one of his mother insects, reaching out to him. His eyes widened in shock. Xiaochan. He hadn't expected her to be able to contact him here. It shouldn't have been possible. High above, sitting on the branches of the giant ancestral tree, Xiaochan herself extended her hand. She looked slightly puzzled. Don't joke around, she said gently through their connection. My very being is made. Jiang Chun froze mid-step as the realization hit him. The divine classes your enemies fused into their bodies? They work here. His voice was low, almost a growl. His eyes snapped wide open, the implications crashing over him. Inside his mind space, he mentally kicked himself, frustration sharp and sudden. How could I forget something so fundamental? Divine classes channeled externally were blocked, but those fused directly into the flesh bypassed the restrictions entirely. The power resided within the user, inseparable. Xiaochan dropped lightly from a nearby tree branch, landing without a sound. She nodded once, her expression unervingly calm. Exactly. The red armored beetle colossus can't physically manifest here. The space rejects such large external projections. But it can merge with you. A faint, knowing smirk touched her lips. Honestly, among all your assets, only your 9 miasma wings are truly crippled in this place. Everything else fused to you functions. Hope surged through Jiang Chun, hot and bright. He ran a hand roughly through his hair, a fierce grin spreading across his face. Then let's do it. Fuse all the red armored beetles into my body. Now, his gaze swept the area, landing on Xiaojia. The insect emperor was perched precariously on a lower branch. Thick-framed glasses perched on his nose, deeply engrossed in a heavy, leather-bound book. He didn't even look up. Sorry, Xiaojia mumbled, turning a page with deliberate slowness. I'm busy studying. Critical research. No time for distractions. Jiang Chen blinked, momentarily derailed. Asterisk what? Since when did he get glasses? And what is he even reading in the middle of a trial? Asterisk he marched over, the urgency returning. Reaching up, he firmly gripped Xiaojia's thin shoulders, the book nearly slipping from the emperor's grasp. We don't have time for this, Jiang Chen stated, his voice leaving no room for argument. He leaned closer, his gaze intense. Start the fusion. Immediately. When this is over, I swear I'll take you to school myself. Any library, any academy you want. Xiaojia's eyes widened behind the lenses, the promise clearly striking a chord. A flicker of interest replaced the forced studiousness. But Jiang Chen wasn't finished. His grip tightened slightly. Enough talking, he warned, his tone dropping lower, carrying the weight of authority. Do it, or I'll enact the insect race's family punishment right here. You remember the last time? Xiaojia visibly flinched at the threat, his shoulders slumping in defeat. He snapped the book shut with a sigh that was more theatrical than genuine. Fine, fine. Always the bully. The fusion commenced instantly. A swirling vortex of crimson light erupted around Jiang Chun as all 6 million red armored beetles dissolved into pure energy, flowing into him like a torrential river. He gasped as the power slammed into his system. Red, vein-like energy pulsed violently beneath his skin, visible even through his clothes. His fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white, as a fierce crimson aura ignited around him, radiating raw, violent energy. It felt like molten metal flooding his veins. If a few hundred beetles allowed me to unlock the ancient god's nervous network, then, with 6 million, he focused on the towering stone doors blocking his path. Asterisk. These doors are less than nothing. Dust waiting to be swept aside. Jiang Chun didn't roar, didn't strain. He simply raised his fist, the red energy coalescing around it like a miniature sun. He unleashed the technique ingrained in his very bones. Fist of the prison heaven. Boom! The impact wasn't just sound. It was a physical shockwave of pure, condensed red power. It exploded outwards from his fist in a blinding sphere. The impossibly thick, magically reinforced stone doors didn't crack or crumble. They shattered. One after another, they disintegrated like fragile glass, collapsing into clouds of pulverized stone that rained down silently, leaving only empty archways. It was over in less than a heartbeat. In the system's control center, the massive virtual god ranking shimmered and updated with jarring suddenness. 1 SD. Jiang Chun, Dasha. The display showed he'd not only finished the strength test, but had already transitioned into the next phase, the speed trial. 2 ND. Inwui, 3 overseas islands, still struggling at door 53 RD. Janjiang, door 47-4th. Ouyanging, door 46-5th. Shambadai, door 45-6th. Fengyun Wuji, Daxia, door 45. The bustling noise of the control center died instantly. Every screen, every conversation, every movement froze. Dozens of eyes locked onto the ranking board. Audible gasps cut through the sudden silence, followed by the sharp clatter of someone dropping a data tablet. Jaws hung slack, faces paled. Whispers started but died almost immediately, choked by sheer disbelief. The impossible had happened. Jiang Chun had cleared the entire, grueling strength test in barely 1 second. Xuan Yu's father, a seasoned cultivator, stood rooted like a statue, his eyes wide enough to show white all around the irises. He spun mechanically toward Xiao Chan, his voice a strained rasp. How? How is this? Option 2 asterisk go through the maze and find the exit. You can only get hit 5 times max. Final rule asterisk break even 1 pillar, and you're out immediately. Jiang Chun frowned. Sword waves inside a maze? That's tricky, he thought quietly. But honestly, this feels easy for me. He used his void eye ability. His sight instantly expanded, showing him the entire maze layout. The pillars lit up, and many glowing sword waves shot out from them. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He didn't wait. He activated his thunderclass speed. Electric sparks surrounded him as he blasted forward at top speed. Sure out, Jiang, he called out calmly in his mind. Show me what happens in the next 3 seconds. Inside his mind, the spirit Shirao, Jiang closed her eyes. She placed a hand on her chest and used her power. Tiny, glowing insects flowed out from her like sparkling dust. Because of her Chujiang insects, Jiang Chun could now see exactly what would happen 3 seconds ahead. With a confident grin, he dashed through the waves like it was a simple game. Every sword blast missed him completely. Every turn he made was perfect. As long as Shirao Jiang showed him the future, nothing could hit him. He moved like lightning itself, gliding through the maze, dodging attacks before they even happened. Suddenly, the virtual god ranking updated again. Jiang Chun of Daxia has completed the speed test. Now entering. Trial 3, Constitution. Everyone watching froze. He had finished the second test in just 1 second. It seemed impossible. Everyone knew the maze reset for each person. There were no tricks or pre-learned paths. The director of the 3 Islands Institute of Engineering stood up, his mouth hanging open in shock. He was stunned. He had built the test system, and even he didn't know the fastest way out of the maze. As people started whispering loudly, several angry elders from the islands marched over to Yangming. This is cheating, one elder shouted at Yangming. Suspend him immediately. We need a full investigation. Yangming stayed silent. He just stared at the floor without speaking. That's when Gu stood up. He pointed straight at the angry elders, his face serious and strong. You're just mad because he's better than you. He continued, his voice loud. Let's remember something. You designed this test. You made the rules. You control the whole system. And now, just because one of our Daxiao warriors is doing better than you expected, you scream cheating? The elders looked uncomfortable. One elder stepped forward, his eyes burning with anger. Watch how you speak. Jiang Chun is only at the 3rd transformation level. There's no way he did this without cheating. It's impossible. Gu's eyes locked onto the elder, sharp and unafraid. Gu started getting angry. He stood firm and stared coldly at the elder. You've gone through 8 transformations yourself, and you still talk nonsense, he said scornfully. Tell me, are you even worthy of being called an elder of the Divine Warriors Institute? The elder's face turned dark with rage. And you, Gu added, his voice dangerous. You know I am a pillar of Daxia, and yet you dare to question my honor? Gu's anger was barely held back. Then, with a bold smirk, he sat down and casually flipped them the middle finger. He was completely fed up with their insults. To think you've been serving the immortal and marine races for so long, he muttered, loud enough for them to hear. No wonder your minds don't work right. The elder's eyes flashed with fury. One of them pointed a shaking finger at Gu, ready to fight back. But before things got worse, Yang Ming finally stood up. He raised his hand. Enough. His single word silenced the angry crowd. As the acting referee for this round, Yang Ming announced, I order a pause in the competition. We must investigate the suspicions about Jiang Chun. Gu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Fury exploded inside him. He stood up again, golden energy swirling around his body. In a flash, he drew his sword and sent a powerful slash of energy straight at the elder. But the elder reacted fast. His face hardened. He raised his hand and sent his own wave of energy to block it. Looking to die, he roared. The two attacks were about to crash together violently. Suddenly, a wave of power surged between them. Everyone stopped, frozen. A massive wave of energy had shot out, cutting cleanly through the middle of the arena. It stopped both Gu's and the elder's attacks dead in the air. Everyone looked toward where the energy came from. Ji Lingxiu had arrived. Calmly, he tossed a simple wooden log onto the ground. He sat down on it like it was a stool. Clear this area, he said plainly, pulling out a cup. I'm drinking. Yang Ming clenched his teeth tightly. Anger burned in his eyes. Are you trying to trick me, Ji Lingxiu? Is this a trap? He shouted. But Ji Lingxiu didn't react or look scared. He just used a small bit of his power. With a simple motion, he sent Yang Ming flying backwards. Yang Ming crashed hard into his chair. Ji Lingxiu kept sipping his tea calmly. You don't belong at this table, he said coldly. Flies should know their place. The elders watching were completely shocked and frozen. They couldn't believe what they just saw. What happened? They thought. Suddenly, a calm, steady voice spoke inside Yang Ming's own mind. Don't do anything reckless, the voice said. It was Prince Jiang Chun speaking directly to his thoughts. Yang Ming frowned, confused. Why is the prince stopping me now? He wondered. Asterisk, is he really saying we should just wait and let Jiang Chun go first? Especially when this whole competition round is happening on our territory? Asterisk, but Prince Jiang Chun's mental voice stayed perfectly calm. Yes, Yang Ming is aggressive, the prince admitted. But he doesn't know how to stay calm himself. This is only the second trial. There's no need to panic yet. Meanwhile, deep inside the virtual competition realm, the young contestant Jiang Chun kept walking. He looked around casually, curious about his surroundings. He had no idea about the angry scene happening outside. Prince Jiang Chun continued his mental message to Yang Ming. Ji Lingxiu is just showing off his power right now. That's all this is. If we plan to get rid of him, we'll do it during the stage called the Six Generals. That's the real challenge. That's where we make our move. The prince paused thoughtfully. If we lose control now, it will ruin the rest of our plans. Yang Ming stayed silent, listening, but a big question started bothering him. What exactly is this elimination of the Six Generals? He thought. Now he finally understood what Prince Jiang Chun had hinted at before. Ji Lingxiu, who had been watching quietly, now spoke aloud to both Prince Jiang Chun, who was mentally present, and Yang Ming. Come, he said calmly. Let's talk. Ji Lingxiu had heard the name Jiang Chun many times, but he had never actually seen the man himself. Both Prince Jiang Chun in Yang Ming's mind, and Yang Ming looked at Ji Lingxiu, surprised and unsure what he meant. Then, a swirling portal of light appeared nearby. Prince Jiang Chun himself stepped out of it. He held his hands behind his back. A small look of pleasure appeared on his face when he noticed the tea set Ji Lingxiu had ready. Prince Jiang Chun smiled slightly and walked over. He sat down at the table with Ji Lingxiu. Ji Lingxiu looked at the prince carefully without speaking. Seeing the real Jiang Chun felt strange. It was like meeting a famous hero from 400 years ago, brought back to life. Inside his head, Ji Lingxiu thought, if the old human emperor were still alive, maybe Daxia would have become a truly powerful kingdom. But Prince Jiang Chun's expression suddenly turned sharp and serious. Glory, he asked, sounding almost disgusted. To me, that word just means destruction. Any country that loves war too much is doomed to fall. And Daxia is no different. He spoke bluntly. You people cling to the past. You cry for the dead emperor like lost dogs missing their owner. You've forgotten the lessons your own ancestors taught. Ji Lingxiu stayed perfectly calm. He looked down at the teacup in his hand. He gave a small smile. Maybe the emperor loved war, he replied. because he refused to kneel before anyone. He met the prince's gaze. It's better to be destroyed while standing tall than to live forever on your knees. Prince Jiangqin's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, he said, grinning a little. Are you trying to start an argument with me? Lingxiu placed his teacup gently down on the wooden table. He kept his peaceful smile and shook his head. No, he answered simply. I only invited you here to talk. I want to make sure the younger contestants, like Jiang Chun, get a fair chance in their fight. Meanwhile, deep inside the virtual competition realm, the young contestant Jiang Chun paused. He looked up at the ceiling silently, deep in thought. Nearby, an announcer named Jai spoke to the watching elders. In the time it takes to drink 1 cup of tea, Jiang Chun has already finished the 3rd trial, the physical constitution test. In Wookiee is only just finishing the 2nd trial now. Even Prince Jiang Chun, sitting with Lingxiu, raised one eyebrow in surprise. A slow, pleased smile spread across his face. He rested his chin on his hand. Impressive, he said. A true genius has finally appeared in Daxia. But quietly, in his own mind, a doubt remained. Could someone? The thunder energy in the area was disappearing fast. Because of this, Jiang Chun worried that even his strongest lightning attack might not be powerful enough to succeed. Yet he stayed calm. He knew his special defensive skill, the prison Overlord body, could protect him. But using it could damage the pathway he was in. However, if he didn't use enough power, the force would crush him completely. This was definitely the toughest challenge he had faced so far. He lifted his hand. There was no doubt in his mind. It was time to use his main ability. Skill activated. Growth of all. Immediately, a huge root erupted from the ground. Jiang Chun had created it using his growth of all power. Without wasting a second, he sent the root shooting straight up into the giant worm's open mouth. Then, Jiang Chun jumped in after it. He activated his lightning skill for speed and stepped right into the worm's mouth. He placed his hand on the root he'd created, using it to guide his way deeper inside. Suddenly, he froze. His lightning skill stopped working. He needed more energy to restart it. But he was almost out. Inside the worm, rows of giant, sharp teeth began ripping into the root. They chewed closer and closer to where Jiang Chun held on. The pressure from the worm's body, squeezing around him, was intense and getting worse. Jiang Chun's heart raced. He could feel the worm's inner walls pressing in on him from all sides. The teeth were nearly at his arm. Time was running out. He looked worried, his eyes urgent. Quickly, he stretched out both hands and summoned a thick vine upwards. As the worm's mouth kept closing, trying to trap him, he started climbing the vine as fast as he could. But he wasn't climbing fast enough. One of the worm's enormous fangs was about to stab into his body. Fear hit him for just a moment, but Jiang Chun reacted instantly. With no choices left, he gathered every bit of strength he had left and called on his lightning power one final time. Crack! His entire body transformed into a bolt of thunder. He shot like lightning straight out of the worm's mouth and landed hard on the solid ground outside. Slowly, he stood up, breathing heavily. Then, right in front of him, a glowing door appeared. The 5th trial, mental resistance. To pass this trial, he had to withstand a series of painful mind attacks and reach the exit without losing control or collapsing. Jiang Chun took. Day broke over Daxia, with Mount Clan rising tall among the clouds. This mountain, apart from the 8 major battle zones, was the birthplace of Daxia's strength. Hidden within its depths, a series of underground tunnels waited silently. Close by, Panga City stood under the morning light. On the roof of a temple in Panga City, the great dreamer reached out her hands. Her eyes lit up with a strange glow, and a glowing mark appeared on her forehead. Above her, a huge portal tore open in the sky, spilling streams of energy down upon the city. She turned toward Lord Fong, who stood quietly in the distance. Lord Fong, she called. The shield over heavenly secrets now covers all of Pangu City. Her voice was steady. We are completely concealed. No force can spy on us now. We're safe. Lord Fong, keeper of the cave's entrance, faced her. With a composed nod, he welcomed her words. Welcome, he declared, to the god-slaying army. Suddenly, a swirling crimson portal opened up. From within, endless rows of armored knights on horseback marched out, filling the city with the presence of the god-slaying army. The great dreamer studied their arrival. To her, each knight alone seemed ordinary. But together, they moved as a powerful unit, their presence straining the barrier she had cast. She understood at once. This was the army's real strength. Old Jiang had shaped them into a force to be reckoned with. At that moment, Jiang appeared beside her, arms folded, a golden aura radiating from his form. Pride was clear in his stance. Her recognition meant much to him. The great dreamer turned to him, unflinching. "Don't let it go to your head," she said. "Why bring the god-slaying army here? Weren't they guarding the caves? You brought half of them away. Are you thinking of striking the 3 islands?" Jiang looked her in the eye. "The idea crossed my mind," he answered. "But there's something more urgent. Jiang Qin's safety is our top priority." His gaze grew intense. "I sense a great change coming." The great dreamer looked intrigued. "Really?" He pictured Jiang Chun in his mind, surrounded by a swarm of tiny insects. "Jiang Qin's 9-winged fog," he explained, "has already multiplied. The number has passed 10 billion. The great dreamer's eyes grew wide. 10 billion? Jiang never mentioned that to me. "Don't fault him," he replied quickly. "I told him to keep it from you." His gaze was direct. Sometimes, the only way to truly keep a secret is if someone genuinely doesn't know it. She rested a hand on her hip, thinking it over before nodding. "Makes sense. Neither Master Gui nor Xiao are good at hiding anything anyway." She met his eyes again. "So is this what's at you on edge?" His eyes sharpened. "Near the underground caverns," he said, "an ancient power has awoken. It likely sensed Jiang Chen's presence. This being has sent out an order. Jiang Chen must be eliminated at any cost." He paused for a moment. "The old demon races, the immortals, the dragons, the beast tribes, all of them have joined forces. They're moving together for the first time. They've sent us a message. If we don't hand Jiang Chen over within 3 months, every last race will march on Daxia." Shock flickered across the great dreamer's face, but she quickly steeled herself. "Let them come," she answered coldly. "I'll cut down anyone who tries." He shook his head. His mind drifted to Little 9, Jiang Chen's fog. "This isn't like before," he cautioned. "They could have waited for the heavenly path seal to fade, but they're rushing. And it's all because of the 9-winged fog." He fixed her with a steady look. "They never expected the fog to be so dangerous. When it passes a certain threshold, it changes, it becomes the 9 abysses. And those ancient forces, they fear the 9 abysses deeply." Realization settled on the great dreamer's face, her concern growing. "So you're saying, while Jiang Chan is on the 3 islands this time, he might actually face those ancient beings?" He shut his eyes for a moment, then strode past her and nodded. "That's right. But," he said, glancing back, "there's still time." At that moment, rain began to fall, softly drumming against the temple and city below. He lifted his hand and gently shielded the great dreamer from the rain. "Don't spend so much time sleeping anymore," he advised, his voice low but warm. "See more of Daxia. Travel in." Meanwhile, Jiang Chun savored the moments with his daughter. The old proverb surfaced in his mind. At age 3, a daughter is worth gold. At 30, she's worth a kingdom. At 300, she's worth a potion of immortality. The memory brought him quiet happiness. Inside the virtual trial realm, Jiang surveyed his surroundings as unstable energy shimmered in the air. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, announcing the 5th challenge, mental evaluation. The rule was simple: resist mental attacks and make it to the exit. Zhang's eyes flickered in surprise, but his confidence never faltered. This shouldn't be a problem, he thought. The ancestral tree's absence might make things trickier, but he wasn't concerned. This trial seemed well within his abilities. Suddenly, the air twisted violently before him, and a monstrous figure appeared, blocking his path. Its twisted eyes burned with malice, and it let out a roar that was meant to break spirits. But Jiang remained unfazed, his posture relaxed. Within his mind, Xiaochan had a very different reaction. She clung tightly to the old tree, her body shaking with fear. "It's terrifying." She begged the tree in her thoughts, desperate for protection. Back in the real trial space, Jiang calmly lifted a hand, covering half his face so that only one eye was visible. That eye began to glow a deep, intense red. He poured his mental power into his gaze, firing a beam of crimson energy straight at the creature. The blast cut through the monster as if it were made of mist, and it vanished instantly, completely destroyed by the force of Zhang's will. Watching from the other side of a viewing portal, Xishuan Yu's father suddenly rose from his seat, his eyes bright with pride and happiness. Master Gu, standing nearby, clenched his fist and broke into a wide grin, overwhelmed with relief and excitement. He and Shishuanyu's father shared a look. Neither could quite believe that Jiang Chun had cleared another trial in seconds. The results screen showed it all. Jiang Chun was now a full 5 minutes ahead of his closest rival. Meanwhile, the elders from the three islands could hardly contain their anger. Their faces grew darker by the moment, teeth grinding in frustration. This can't be real, one fumed inwardly. Even a mental cultivator couldn't crush an attack that fast. They didn't say it aloud, but every one of them was convinced Jiang Chun must be cheating. It was the only explanation that made sense. Off to the side, Ji Lingxiu lounged with his head propped on his fist, obviously bored. He spotted a mosquito clumsily landing in his prized, fragrant tea. Annoyed, he knocked the cup over, spilling tea across the polished table. The prince, watching from nearby, noticed the gesture and looked at him, puzzled. "Was the tea not to your taste?" he asked, his voice even. Ji Lingxiu didn't reply directly. He waved his hand dismissively. "Maybe my eyes deceive me," he said, tone dry. "You're right, Prince. In such distinguished company, no ordinary fly would dare interrupt." Just then, Yang Ming leaned toward the prince, genuine worry on his face. "Jiang Chun is now far ahead of the holy prince," he whispered anxiously. "The gap keeps growing. Are you certain your plan will succeed? Can you truly kill him in the six-cut stage?" The prince's calm shattered, anger flashing in his eyes at the question. Instantly, Yang Ming fell to his knees. "Please, your highness, forgive me," he pleaded, his voice shaking. "I meant no offense." The prince took a moment, then forced himself to regain composure. He didn't understand Yang Ming's panic. "The 5 trials," he explained slowly, his tone regaining control, "aren't about combat alone. They test one's endurance, mind, and elemental mastery. With enough rare elixirs or artifacts, anyone can muddle through. But the 6 cuts," he paused, "are something else entirely." He spelled it out. Jiang Chun is only at 3 transformations. He'll have to face 6 opponents at once, each at the 6th transformation level. He'll be trapped in virtual space, relying only on his physical body and personal techniques. No external help. Surviving 6 of them? Nearly impossible. The prince leaned in, revealing the heart of his scheme. "Among those 6, I've hidden one who isn't an illusion. He's a divine spirit warrior, absolutely loyal." Jiang studied the knights as they advanced. He quickly realized there were 6 transformation warriors. Borrowing Xiao Chan's power, he glanced moments ahead into the future. Instantly, he leapt aside, just dodging their first strike. The knights pressed their attack without hesitation. Jiang responded by springing high into the air. From above, he could see 3 of the knights wielding swords. His gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fist, deciding to use his mightiest defense, the divine elephant body. He dropped to the ground with force, smashing his fist down. The blow crushed one knight instantly. Another tried to ambush him from behind, but Jiang was already moving. He spun, grabbed the attacker's spear, and with a sharp twist, snapped it clean in half. The knight froze in shock, but Jiang drove his knee straight into the knight's face, sending him flying into a pool of strange red liquid. The burning liquid began eating away at the knight immediately. His screams echoed through the space. 2 more knights barreled toward Jiang. He watched the burning knight for a split second, wondering if these warriors even understood fear. Calling on Xiao Chan's power once more, Jiang unleashed a powerful punch that sent both charging knights flying backward into the same deadly red liquid. They don't get it, Jiang thought grimly. Not until it's too late. That left only the last knight, the one with the sword. He stared coldly at Jiang, his eyes full of malice. "This is your end," the knight said with a sneer. "But I'll admit, it took some skill to even wake me." Outside the battle, observer room. Master Gu leaned forward, hand under his chin, watching the screen closely. He allowed himself a small smile. "Zhang's already defeated the 4th general," he observed. "This round is basically won." Xiao Chen's father stood nearby, arms folded and smiling. "In Wuxia has sped up a bit," he acknowledged, "but he's too far behind. There's no catching Jiang now." The elder from the 3 islands was furious, his worry plain on his face. "If this keeps up," he muttered, "we're finished." Yang Ming looked utterly relaxed, resting his head on his hand and smiling coolly. "Don't lose your composure, elder," he replied calmly. "Remember, it's the last one laughing who wins." Lingxiu simply picked up his tea, appearing completely untroubled. He offered a faint smile to Venerable Yinzuan. Venerable Yinzuan, Lingxiu asked smoothly, is your advisor Yang suddenly that confident about winning now? Prince Yinzuan lifted his hand, completely composed. Just teaching him a little patience, the prince replied calmly. In any competition, keeping a level head is the key. Back in the virtual battle, within the virtual realm, the last knights gripped their swords tighter. Energy flared around them as they charged at Jiang again. He stayed focused. Xiaochan, show me the next 3 seconds. Their sword strikes flashed in, razor-sharp and precise. But with Xiaochan's help, Jiang slipped past every blow. Watching them closely, he almost laughed. With sword skills like that, they wouldn't make a dime on the streets. Suddenly, one knight vaulted high into the air. Tyrant's saber slash, he shouted, descending with his sword poised for a killing strike. Jiang looked up, heart hammering. This is bad. The knight seemed to fall in slow motion, but Jiang realized the attack was blindingly fast. Dodging was out of the question. He braced himself to take the hit head-on. The sword came crashing down, unleashing a tidal wave of energy. Jiang crossed his arms, channeling Xiaochan's power to absorb as much as he could, but it wasn't enough. The blade carved deep into his chest, pain exploding through his body. What is this? Jiang's mind reeled. Why can't I move? His limbs locked up, leaving him helpless. Seeing the opening, 2 more knights rushed in. Tyrant's saber slash, they roared, unleashing their own brutal sword waves. Both attacks crashed into Jiang's wounded chest. No! Fear jolted through him as the devastating energy hurled him backward, straight toward the pool of burning red liquid. He let out a cry as blood spilled from his lips, his injury severe. Observer room reaction. Master Gu watched in shock, eyes wide, frozen in disbelief. This isn't right, he thought desperately. That sword energy never hurt him before. What changed? Nearby, Xiao Qian's father clenched his fist, his expression suddenly fierce and determined. He sensed the balance was shifting. The accusations of cheating hit Gu hard, as if he'd taken a punch to the gut. Every instinct in him roared to act. He wanted nothing more than to break through whatever stood between him and Jiang, to pull his friend out of this deadly trap. He lunged forward, ready to fight, but a strong arm locked around his waist, stopping him cold. Gu twisted, rage and worry fueling his struggle. Let me go, he snapped, voice raw. The older man holding him stayed firm, his grip like steel. Calm yourself, Gu, he said sharply. If you rush in now, you'll only make things worse. The rules are clear. No interference from outsiders until the competition is over. If you break that, you'll only endanger yourself, maybe even cost Jiang his chance. Gu's breath came in harsh bursts, his eyes full of wild determination. He glared past the older man at the projection, watching Jiang's life hang by a thread. To hell with rules, he spat. If they're cheating to kill him, then even if it kills me, I'll find a way in. Just watch. Across the room, the prince looked on, a bored smirk on his face. Leaning his head lazily on one hand, he swept the other towards Lingxiu in a mocking gesture. Looks like you're not so confident now, Master Lingxiu. He taunted, voice thick with fake concern. Can't accept that your champion might actually lose? Resorting to wild accusations. Lingxiu met the prince's stare, his face unreadable. Calmly, he lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, radiating a cold, unshakable composure. If defeat is so hard for you to swallow, Prince, he said quietly, then you already know what's true. Nothing I say will change that. The prince's smirk twisted into something sharp and mean. He nodded once hard. Oh, I know what's coming. And I'll make sure the whole world sees it too. Inside, a chill settled over him. He didn't care about the competition's outcome. All that mattered was Jiang's life. If Jiang dies in there, he thought, the reality hitting hard, there'll be no way to explain it to Gu. The aftermath. Back in the virtual world, Jiang plummeted, the ground spinning up to meet him, a roiling sea of red liquid below. Xiaochan panicked, her form flickering as she screamed, Jiang, below you, watch out. Her voice cut through the haze in Jiang's mind. His eyes snapped open, sweat stinging them. The strange energy barrier trapping him had vanished the instant he was thrown down. Move! His instinct screamed. Just before he hit, he thrust his palm downward, pouring everything into his growth of all things technique, desperate to survive. Thick, twisted roots burst from the stone walls, tearing free with a violent crack. They spiraled together beneath Jiang, weaving a dense, springy platform just in time to break his fall. He hit the net hard, the force knocking the wind from his lungs. For a moment, he just lay there, gasping, sweat dripping into his eyes, heart pounding. He forced himself upright, balancing on one elbow, his breathing slowly steadying. His focus sharpened. Those knights, on paper, they're only 6 transformation warriors. No way should they have enough strength to break through my city prison body. Something's off here. He decided to wait and watch. If they thought he was trapped and helpless, they'd get careless. And that might be the only opening he'd get. His eyes narrowed, assessing the 3 armored knights below. Without thinking, he triggered his Eye of the Void. His left eye flashed with a cold, sharp light. From a spot above them, stats flickered to life in his vision. Knight A315. Strength, 6 transformation level. Knight A316. Strength, 6 transformation level. Knight A317. Body strength, 6 transformation level. Spiritual soul strength, peak 8 transformation. Name, Huqiandao. Origin, 3 Foreign Islands. Profession, divine level mad warrior. Skills, energy blocking, demon shadow. Huqiandao's gaze, visible through his helmet, gleamed with malicious delight. That's the one, Jiang realized. He's the real threat. The stats told the whole story. Huqiandao was hiding an 8 transformation spiritual soul in the body of a 6 transformation knight. Suddenly, thick roots burst from the ground, snapping like whips toward the knights. Instantly, Jiang activated his class growth of all things ability. Clones, he commanded. 3 flawless duplicates shimmered into existence beside him, each radiating the same furious intensity. Without pause, the clones charged at the knights, catching them off guard. For a split second, the knights faltered. Just moments ago, they were facing one enemy. Now there were 4. What sort of technique is this? Their discipline wavered, uncertainty gripping them. One knight, jaw clenched in determination, swung his broadsword in a powerful arc. The blade cut straight through one clone, slicing it from shoulder to hip. The clone broke apart into glittering fragments of light before it even touched the ground. Realizing it was a fake, the knight froze in disbelief. An illusion? But that moment of shock cost him dearly. Before he could react, the real Jiang appeared at his side. Jiang gathered his strength, channeling it all into his fist. He drove it hard into the knight's chest. Metal crunched, bones shattered, and the knight was sent flying backward, crashing into the stone, motionless. Meanwhile, another knight dodged a clumsy attack from a second clone and sliced through its neck with a clean, decapitating blow. The head fell away, dissolving into mist before it hit the floor. That should have worked. The knight's confidence faltered as he watched the body vanish, his eyes wide in confusion. When the fading clone's foot brushed the stone, glowing root tendrils flared briefly, then disappeared. Roots? He realized in shock. That's his root transfer skill. A third knight, growling in anger, swept his sword in a wide arc, cutting another clone in 2. The image shattered instantly. But as the light faded, the real Jiang stepped out from behind it, fist crackling with raw energy. No more tricks, Jiang thought coldly. Divine Fist. With all his might, he drove his fist down onto the knight's back. Jiang's fist landed with crushing force, shattering both armor and body beneath it. The knight collapsed, motionless. First things first, Jiang thought coldly, eyes fixed on Huqi and Dao. Take out their guards, then go for the real threat. Huqi and Dao stood nearby, silent and unmoved as the chaos unfolded. Jiang stretched out his hand toward a sword lying near one of the fallen knights. Instantly, a thick root snaked across the floor, wrapped around the hilt, and delivered the blade straight to his palm. Seeing Huqi and Dao still trying to keep up their act, masking their real intent, fueled Jiang's anger. I'll erase your soul completely, he snarled. Fixing his glare on them, he shouted, keep pretending all you want. Jiang's grip tightened on the sword, knuckles white, eyes blazing with furious energy. Huqi and Dao recoiled in surprise. How does he know my name? Panic jolted through him. He knows too much. I can't let him walk out of here alive. Just then, the glowing scoreboard set into the cavern wall flickered and updated. First place, Ding Cheng, Great Xia. Eliminated 6 generals, most recent. 6th general. Second place, In Wuxia, 3 overseas islands. Also eliminated 6 generals, most recent. 2nd general. Elsewhere, Gu watched everything unfold through the scrying portal. He couldn't contain his excitement. A huge grin split his face as he pumped his fists in the air. Xiao Chun is crushing it, he shouted, practically bouncing on the spot. He's not making a big show of it, but this is seriously next level. He ran the rules over in his mind, reassured. Using a dropped weapon? That's fair play. It's smart, not cheating. Leaning forward, he cupped his hands and yelled as if Jiang could hear him. Use the heaven-opening blade. Finish this. On the other side, Xiao Qin's father, usually the picture of calm, felt his heart hammering in his chest, sweat prickling his brow. The tension had him gripping the table until his knuckles went white. This fight is going to give me a heart attack, he thought, forcing himself to take a slow, deep breath. Ji Lingxiu shifted his attention from the brutal battle to the updated rankings on the board, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Jiang could barely hold off the incoming attacks. The force of each blow sent him skidding back, the ground shattering beneath his feet. Realizing he couldn't just stand by and wait, Jiang made his move, drawing his trump card, the celestial sword of the infernal seal. He swung the sword with force again and again, unleashing waves of energy that tore through the air toward Hu Oyandeo. Reacting fast, Hu Oyandeo scrambled to his feet, clutching his sword in defense. But Jiang's assault was relentless. Hu Oyandeo did all he could to block, but each strike broke through, and the energy blades slammed into him one after another. The blows sent Hu Oyandeo flying back, tossing him straight into a pool of bubbling red liquid. He plunged beneath the surface, the searing pain making him cry out. Jiang strolled to the edge, peering down from the cliff in silence, as Hu Oyandeo thrashed below. To Jiang, this battle was dull. He wondered if Hu Oyandeo would really let himself die just to keep up the act. At last, Hu Oyandeo dropped the disguise. His form shifted. He grew into a towering old man with flowing white hair, body swelling with power. His eyes flashed as he roared at Jiang, accusing him of arrogance and shamelessness. Jiang stood his ground, curious whether Hu Oyandeo's spirit had completely separated. Hu Oyandeo glared back, vowing, I can't hide any longer, but if I destroy you, I can still reclaim my honor. Jiang studied him, realizing this was no ordinary foe, but a high-level divine soul, close to the 9th transformation. Clearly, someone had gone to great lengths to try and finish him off before. Hu Oyandeo called forth a sinister sword, black energy swirling around its blade, the infamous demonic shadow of the Mad Sword. He lifted it high, ready to attack, fully intent on ending Jiang. Just then, a radiant sigil lit up on Jiang's chest. He glanced down, startled, instantly recognizing it as the mark of his vital life force. Somehow, Hu Oyandeo had managed to lock it down with his overwhelming aura. Eyes blazing, Hu Oyandeo swung the evil blade. Its power exploded outward, taking shape as a host of colossal dragons made of energy, each one zeroing in on Jiang. He darted to the side, trying to slip past them, sensing the flow of energy, but their reach was enormous, giving him nowhere to run. A deep red glow erupted from Jiang, enveloping his body. He halted, gripping his sword. He knew the time left for his war god transformation was nearly gone. He realized he had no choice but to go all in. Jiang let loose his ultimate move, Hell Prison. His sword moved at blinding speed, slashing through the air hundreds of times. Every strike cut into the incoming dragons, tearing them apart until nothing remained. Hu Oyandeo was left stunned, furious that his powerful summons had been wiped out so effortlessly. The shock on his face was unmistakable. Up in the branches of the ancestral tree, Xiaochan watched the fight unfold, her gaze serious. She spoke, Jiang, there's a secret to your Overlord War God ability, something called the Imperial Prince Troop Formation. That means both the 9 Wings and the Red Armor Beetle are actually your soldiers. Jiang blinked, confused, scratching his head. Wait, what does that even mean? He asked. Back on the battlefield, Hu Oyandeo's eyes burned with intensity as he prepared his most devastating attack. Sensing the danger, Jiang acted fast. He focused his sword and slashed at the vital energy bond Hu Oyandeo had set. Then he leaped back, determination shining in his eyes. In a flash, he summoned his next defense, Imperial Armor of 1,000 Shields. Flames erupted from his fist as Hu Oyandeo unleashed another wave of roaring energy dragons. This time, Jiang didn't retreat. He charged forward, launching a powerful punch to meet the dragon's head-on. Energy exploded between them. Xiao Jia, Jiang called out. Hold him back for me. Xiao Jia appeared instantly, his eyes shining as he stretched his hands out, struggling to block the ferocious attack. If you let them through, my sister's coming for you, Jiang warned. With the dragon stalled, Jiang gathered his strength for a counterstrike. He unleashed his power, blasting the last of the dragons into fragments. Xiao Jia switched back to his beetle form and zipped away to safety. Nice work, Jiang called out in praise. Now Jiang was ready for his finishing move, the supreme divine fist of hell domination. Hu Qiandao stared in disbelief, fear flickering across his face. Before he could react, Jiang, blazing with energy, smashed his fist straight into Hu Qiandao's face. The force left Hu Qiandao completely stunned. He couldn't understand how Jiang could be this powerful. Jiang's energy swelled as he activated the Imperial Army formation, channeling even more strength into his fist. Light blazed around it, growing brighter and larger. Hu Qiandao crashed to the ground, finally realizing just how dire the situation had become. Jiang's enormous, radiant fist morphed suddenly into a fierce energy dragon. With a thunderous crash, the dragon smashed down right at Hu Qiandao's neck. Hu Qiandao howled in pain, mouth open wide. But as the dragon struck, a spark of confidence lit up in Hu Qiandao's eyes. He was convinced Jiang still couldn't finish him off. Catching that look, Jiang didn't hold back. He unleashed a relentless flurry of punches, every one transforming into a new energy dragon that battered Hu Qiandao again and again. The cries of pain echoed as each blow landed, and soon Hu Qiandao was barely hanging on. Jiang could tell Hu Qiandao's divine soul was fading fast, his life force nearly gone. But then Jiang glanced at his own hand and realized his energy was almost completely drained too. Hu Qiandao's soul was close to collapse, but in his final moments, he managed a weak smile at Jiang. Both fighters were at their limit. Jiang, exhausted, placed his hand on the ground, letting his god of war mode fade. Hu Qiandao, seeing this, felt a wave of relief. He'd barely survived. Both Hu Qiandao and what remained of his soul quietly watched Jiang, noticing just how weak he'd become. Seizing the moment, Hu Qiandao's expression turned wicked as he prepared to strike. He was certain this would be Jiang's end. Jiang's heart raced. Was this really it for him? Just then, Jiang noticed little Xiao Chan perched on his shoulder, and he wondered what she was doing there. Deep inside his mind, in his sea of consciousness, Hu Qiandao's leftover soul zipped around like an annoying fly. Not far from the great ancestral tree in this mental world, Xiao Chan turned with a stern look and spoke to the tree. Master, Hu Qiandao's soul is making too much noise. It's disturbing your rest. As the restless soul buzzed closer, something unexpected happened. It started getting drawn right into Jiang's real body. Still exhausted, Jiang sat motionless as Hu Qiandao's soul was pulled in. Hu Qiandao shrieked in panic, completely stunned that his divine soul was being absorbed, sucked away with no escape. Suddenly, a glowing system window appeared in front of Jiang, delivering an update. His Overlord War God ability had evolved into Heaven-Slaying War God. The strength of his unbeatable Divine Fist War God transformation and Imperial Execution Battle Formation increased by 30%. Jiang stared in shock at the notification. His Overlord War God skill had just advanced, reaching the 3rd stage before hadn't triggered this change. He realized it was the ancestral tree absorbing Hu Qiandao's soul and sharing the power. Relieved, Jiang wiped sweat from his brow and wondered, if the tree could do this all along, why didn't it help sooner? At that moment, the global virtual god leaderboard refreshed. 1. Jiang Chun Daxia. Time, 32 minutes, 17 seconds. 2. In Wuxia oversees 3 islands for defeating the 6th general. All across Daxia, crowds exploded with cheers at the latest rankings. Cries of God Jiang echoed everywhere, voices rising in excitement over his win. Sea King, incredible! They roared, jeering at the overseas 3 islands. Even cheating couldn't save you. Laughter filled the streets, with people declaring their loyalty to Qinba. A brilliant portal opened up. Jiang stepped out, rubbing his head and giving his master, Gu, a proud grin. Master, not bad, right? I did all right on the leaderboard. Gu and Xiao Qin's father gazed at him, clearly impressed. Gu spoke up, voice full of approval. Not just all right, Jiang. You took 1st place. Absolute first. Gu's expression turned serious as he added, you nearly gave me a heart attack. You must have gone through hell. Let me check if you're hurt anywhere. Ji Lingqiu watched on, joy shining in his eyes. He thought to himself, there's no way Prince Yinzuan thought Jiang Chan would survive that. He must be furious about losing a top-tier divine soul. Sure enough, Prince Yinzuan's glare was ice-cold as he brooded over Hu Qiandao's failure. Completely useless, he seethed inwardly. He ruined everything. Good riddance. 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough for him. Now my entire plan's in shambles. Just then, Wuxia stepped out of the glowing portal, blinking at the blinding lights of the arena. His confident stride slowed as he realized who was waiting, Prince Yinzun himself. Caught off guard, Wuxia moved quickly, dropping to one knee and bowing low until his forehead touched the cold stone. Your disciple, Wei, has claimed first place, he announced, pride in every word. He waited for praise, but the prince's eyes only narrowed, a cold anger flickering across his face. Not far away, Ji Lingxiu burst out laughing. You really should have checked the rankings before celebrating. Even if you can't see, just listen. Who do you hear everyone cheering for? He pointed mockingly, his laughter ringing out. The words landed like a slap. Panic swept over Wuxia as he spun around, searching for the results. On the floating screen, first, Jiang Chun. Second, Wuxia. The realization hit like a hammer, and he tasted blood. Unable to contain the shock, he coughed up a spray of crimson, staining the floor. The prince stood, voice sharp and commanding. Control yourself, Wuxia. The next round is still ahead, the battle inside the secret realm. Get your focus back. Wuxia stayed on the ground, staring at the bloody stone, silent and shaken. Young Ji's body glows with magic as he tells to relax, reminding him that in war, victory and defeat are just two sides of the same coin. No reason to get so worked up. Senior Yinzun then speaks, asking if Young Ji is leaving so soon, calling him his friend. Young Ji glances back and says the tea has gone cold anyway, but promises to treat him to something better after the second round tomorrow. Yinzun laughs, saying he'll be waiting. Meanwhile, Jin clenches his teeth in fury, glaring at Jiang Chun. He warns him to hide his strength in the second round. Jiang Chun doesn't respond, only watching him in silence. In his thoughts, he wonders if Jin is hiding some terrifying power that could shake the world. Could be tied to the gore parts? He reminds himself that he has the Eye of the Void, the Spring and Autumn Cicada, and Old Man Tree. Yet on the Void Gourd rankings, he was only 10 seconds ahead of Jin. He recalls that in the first round, he had used a hidden card, while Jin had not. Thinking about it that way, it doesn't seem as bad. Worst case, their trump cards will collide in the second round. Whether Jin is a true god or a fake one doesn't matter. He resolves to fight him head-on. Half an hour later, the updated Void God rankings are revealed. Jiang Chen's group takes first place, Jin lands in second, and San comes in third. Looking at his placement, San shrugs and says he'll just have to get more serious in the next round. A white-haired youth glances at the ranking and remarks that Jiang Chun doesn't really need their protection. A pink-haired girl laughs, saying the results are interesting. Jiang Chun may have secured first place, but the number of Daxiao members who advanced is alarmingly low. Someone else points out that out of 50 competitors, only 12 from Daxiao made it through, while other factions advanced more than 3 times that number. Young Ji steps in, saying those who were eliminated shouldn't be disheartened. Making it out alive is already an achievement. He then instructs Old Gu and the Hong Palace to handle accommodations and ensure the wounded receive treatment. They agree without hesitation. With that, Young Ji gathers the prodigies who advanced and tells them to follow him back to the hotel, where they'll begin planning their strategy. Once they arrive at the room, Young Ji raises an isolation barrier. When everyone is gathered inside, he points toward the plain beside the rocky mountain and explains that this is the full map of the secret realm for the second round. He reminds them they've already seen it before, and that the overseas 3 islands also possess a copy. But since his faction is the one providing the secret realm, they naturally withheld some details. He tells them they must commit these locations to memory. He begins with Flame Maple Valley, describing it as a land overflowing with fierce fire element energy. He assigns it to Nangong Yin, reminding him that with his fire-type class, it will serve as his perfect battleground. Next, he introduces Ice Fiend Grotto, a ley line maze harboring an ice Jiao deep within. He directs Deng Chuanxiu to use it to his advantage, saying he can lure opponents inside where his power can be unleashed without restraint. Turning to Feng Yun, Young Ji orders him to link up with Jian Shen at the first chance and protect him. He then calls Su Qian, Meng Xing, and Zhang Ming Chu, giving them the same duty as Feng Yun's deputies in safeguarding Jian Shen. At this, the pink-haired girl questions the decision, asking if Sword God truly believes Jian Shen even needs protection. A bespectacled youth agrees, noting that Jian Shen's performance in the Void God realm surpassed them all, and that within the secret realm, he can wield the nine-wing miasma as well. Young-ji listens, then replies that he understands their doubts, but they must always prepare for the worst. As the king who pacifies the seas, his greatest victory is not glory, but ensuring Ji and Chun survive, no matter what. The group responds in unison, assuring him that he can rely on them, addressing him as Sword God. With that, he instructs everyone to rest and regroup tomorrow morning. But Jiang Chun and Ji remain behind. Noticing this, Young Ji asks if there's something on their minds. Jian Chun steps forward and tells him directly to stop. Young Ji encourages him to speak freely, thinking to himself that the boy is still young and perhaps just nervous. Yet Jian Chun speaks without hesitation. He wants to kill Yin Zun. Young Ji was so stunned that he smashed the table without realizing it, declaring flatly that such a thing was absolutely impossible. Even though 800 million nine-wing miasma might stand against a ninth rank, Yin Zun was no ordinary foe. He was a figure from the same era as a human emperor, his strength beyond imagination. Young Ji admitted that even he himself would likely last no more than 3 minutes against him. Yin Zun had the power to bestow God's parts on younger prodigies, let alone his own body. The might of a peak ninth rank fused with God's parts was overwhelming, and Young Ji warned Jiang Chun not to even dare think 800 million was enough. But Jiang Chun calmly revealed that he hadn't intended to keep anything from him. In truth, he possessed far more than 800 million. That revelation shook Young Ji to his core. He shouted in disbelief, asking if it was 80 billion, then scolded Jiang Chun for not saying so earlier. What was the point of all those elaborate arrangements? He exclaimed that he needed to inform his wife immediately. But Jiang Chun remained composed, explaining that war god Yang already knew, and had been the one to advise him to keep it secret. Young Ji froze at those words, then cried out in frustration, calling them a scheming pair. One the old fox, the other the young cub, plotting together right under his nose. Meanwhile, Yin approached Yin Zun, asking his master to grant him the 10th god's part. Yin Zun dismissed the request at once, saying 9 was already his absolute limit. His divine soul was strained to the breaking point, and forcing a 10th part would shatter it completely. 9 gods' parts were more than enough to wipe out every progeny of Daxia. There was no reason to risk it. But Yin reminded him that he once said 3 parts were enough to crush everyone in the first round. At that, Yin Zun turned sharply and struck him across the face, cursing at him and roaring if he dared question his words again. Yin quickly bows his head, saying he would never dare to question his master. He only feels that there are far more Jiang Chun than expected, and to avoid any mistakes, he is willing to take the risk. Yin Zun tells him to rise. He agrees to grant the request. Startled, Yin asks if he truly means it. Yin Zun then produces a divine source fruit, explaining that it is half finished and the only one of its kind. He had traded 3 entire spirit mines with the Oceanic clan to obtain it. Handing it over, he explains that once consumed, the fruit will strengthen Yin's divine soul, allowing him to withstand the 10th god's part, the god's consciousness. With all 10 parts activated, Yin will be able to wield nearly the full power of a true 10th rank god. But Yin Zun warns him clearly. He can only maintain that state for 3 minutes. Any longer, and his divine soul will be completely destroyed. Yin accepts the fruit with gratitude, declaring that he will crush the king who pacifies the seas before all of Daxia. Not even Feng Yun or his millions of 9-wing miasma will be able to stop him. Yin Zun smirks, thinking to himself that once Jiang Chun is dead, Daxia will lose its pillar of faith. The nation will sink into despair, and the power of the great dreamer will diminish sharply. At that moment, the holy temple could be eradicated. He then instructs Yin that once inside the secret realm, he must find a chance to have Jiang Chun kill Ao Qian and do it discreetly. Jin, unable to stay silent, asks about Ao Qian, pointing out that the Oceanic clan is supposed to be their ally. Yin Zun dismisses the thought at once, saying they are bound only by fragile interests. Only when Ao Qian is dead will the Oceanic clan be driven into a corner and forced to fight Daxia to the end. At that point, they can be pushed against the Great Dreamer, while Yin Zun's side preserves most of their strength. Yin nods in understanding. Yin Zun, with malice in his eyes, thinks that by conquering Daxia this time, he will finally complete the ancient immortal clan's mission. He will be in theft as king of Daxia, and the preserved Dashao land, along with its hundreds of millions of citizens, will fall under the shelter of the ancient immortal clan. As Ing consumes the fruit, he silently wonders if this will be the moment to prove that the path of the human emperor was wrong. The scene shifts to the star chessboard, revealed to be the Ling Yun's secret realm, the battleground for the second round of the Tiano Grand Tournament. The master steps forward and begins outlining the rules. First, 1 or 2 Ling Yun flags will appear at random every hour, and the team with the most flags at the end will be declared the winner. Second, the secret realm will last a total of 5 hours. During the first hour, no one will be permitted to leave, but once that time passes, participants can activate the Ling Yun mark on their hands to exit. Third, everyone's starting position will be randomized. And lastly, the entire competition will be broadcast live from start to finish without pause. Our hero's starting point is revealed, Black Leaf Forest. He mutters that his luck is terrible, having been placed at the southernmost edge of the secret realm. He recalls what happens here every hour. The black leaves of the forest will turn white, the trees will awaken, and their roots will merge into a colossal creature rivaling an 8th rank. Suddenly, a serpent dives at him from above. He lets out a sigh of disappointment. So, this is his luck? To be stuck in a remote corner, faced with nothing more than some worthless Dashao opponent? As he turns his head, he sees clearly. It's a 6th-tier demon beast. He watches closely and realizes something. The creature is being controlled. Could the newcomer be a beast tamer? A figure wrapped in green energy appears, confirming his suspicion. The stranger sneers that it is Jiang Chen's misfortune to cross paths with him and warns that he will be devoured to the last scrap. He proclaims his ability, beast taming, though admits he has not yet installed any god's parts. Jiang Chen smirks and asks, "Is that so?" The cultivator snaps his command, sending the serpent lunging forward, shouting its name as it strikes. But with a single swing of his blade, Jiang Chen slices the serpent into clean segments. He answers with confidence, "Yes, it's me. I was starting to worry I wouldn't run into anyone." Then he scoffs, adding, "Trying to show off beast taming in front of me? That takes some nerve." The beast tamer panics and bolts, cursing his luck for running into Jiang Chen so early. Desperate, he decides his only hope is to draw monsters toward him and use the chaos to escape. He fires a flare into the sky, which bursts into a brilliant lightning flash. Attempting to summon his technique, myriad beasts without borders, he waits, yet nothing comes. Confused, he stares around in disbelief. Jiang Chen laughs and tells him the truth. The entire forest is saturated with dark energy. If he can find even a single beast nearby, Jiang Chen says he'll admit defeat. Then he adds coldly that if it weren't for that little flare, the man would already have been dead 2 seconds ago. Inwardly, Jiang Chen reflects that in front of his tens of millions of 9-wing miasma, a mere 5th rank is nothing more than a free skill and a free kill. All he needs now is to wait for others to show up, then he can strike them down as well. There's no reason to unleash any more miasma at this stage. Showing too much too soon would only shock the audience and throw the competition into chaos. Elsewhere, among the 3 masters, one erupts in fury. He exclaims that Jiang Chen must have tens of millions of 9-wing miasma, no less than 10 million for sure. Still, he tells himself it's better to keep that detail hidden, since exposing every trump card now would be reckless. Watching Jiang Chen kill the beast tamer, he struggles to understand his actions. Why let the man fire off a signal if he had the power to crush him instantly? Could Jiang Chen really believe that tens of millions of 9-wing miasma make him untouchable? Even so, he grudgingly admits that Gu has raised a remarkable disciple. But then he fumes that Jiang Chen has wrecked their careful strategy. Now the flare will draw everyone straight to the Black Leaf Forest, an accursed place where the odds will pit 12 against more than 30. At that moment, Young Ji interjects, brushing aside the panic. He tells them there's no need for concern. Better to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. After all, Jiang Chen has already declared himself the king of faking it, so he should continue playing the part. There's no need to make a fuss. Just watch and enjoy as Jiang Chen serves up a mere appetizer. The old monster's eyes go wide in disbelief, questioning what the grandpa means by that. Could Jiang Chen really be acting this recklessly? But then he remembers it was that same grandpa who laid out their strategy before. If he is calm now, perhaps Jiang Chen's trump card isn't just the tens of millions of 9-wing miasma. The white-haired master grows unsettled at Jiang Chen's moves, but the sword god stays composed. He recalls how he had been the one to reveal the 800 million, and yet, even now, facing the threat of countless six tears fused with god parts, she still exudes complete confidence. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Ling Yun's secret realm, the greatest creation of humanity reveals itself, its cuisine. Ao Qian devours a demon beast he just slaughtered, sighing that its heart and liver are far inferior to the taste of human ones. He muses aloud that the heart and liver of the king who pacifies the seas, roasted properly, would surely be exquisite. At that moment, he notices the flare in the sky and realizes Jiang Qin's position has been exposed. Instantly, Ao Qian shifts into his demonic serpent form and bolts in that direction. He remembers Grandpa's birthday is coming soon. After he kills Jiang Qin, he will fashion his skull into a divine urn as a gift. Grandpa will love it. Years ago, Jiang Qin's war zone plundered 2 sea god pearls from the Oceanic clan. This time, he vows he will collect interest. Elsewhere, Yin lifts his gaze to the sky, recognizing at once that the signal marks Jiang Qin's location. But why expose himself so early? Without wasting a moment, he unfurls the wings of God. Purple energy erupts, shattering the stone beneath him, and with a single beat, he soars toward the flare. On another front, a cultivator laughs mockingly at a white-haired youth. He jeers that the king who pacifies the seas has been found and swears he won't let him escape. Though the white-haired one ranks 5th in the Void God rankings, and he only 15th, he claims that even if he can't kill him outright, he can hold him down long enough. Just wait, he sneers. The king who pacifies the seas will be finished before long. But before he can finish, blue strings whip out and coil around his body. In one swift motion, the white-haired youth passes by, yanks the strings tight, and slices him into pieces. Coldly, he scolds him for being too noisy. Without another glance, he too heads toward Jiang Qin's location. All across the realm, players surge toward Jiang Qin's location. Barely 2 minutes into the competition, and already the battlefield looks as if it will decide the final clash. Watching from above, the masters realize Jiang Qin never follows the rules. To his enemies, he appears as prey, yet none of them understand he is the true apex predator. Ao Qian is the first to arrive. With a cold voice, he declares that as crown prince, he will be borrowing Jiang Qin's head. Jiang Qin smirks, replying that Ao Qian certainly came quickly, but perhaps he should lend his own head instead for Jiang to play with. In response, Ao Qian opens his mouth, unleashing the power of the sea god pearl. The sky darkens as an endless ocean manifests above, pressing its weight onto the forest below. Jiang Qin observes calmly, remarking that this technique feels oddly similar to Xiao Yuanshan's. Ao Qian narrows his eyes. How could Jiang find it familiar? He spits out the truth. Da Xiao once stole 2 sea god pearls from his clan, and one of them ended up in Jiang's possession. Jiang Qin pauses, recalling a distant memory from childhood. Back then, someone had given him a pearl, but finding no use for it, he had casually passed it to someone else. Ao Qian roars in rage upon hearing this. He curses Jiang Qin as nothing but a treasure-stealing rat too ignorant to use what he was given. Today, he swears, Jiang Qin will die under the might of his clan's own sea god pearl. With a furious wave, Ao Qian summons 1,000 dragons from the boundless sea, commanding them to tear apart the 9-winged miasma. Jiang Qin immediately understands. Ao Qian's target is his wings. But he doesn't falter. The others haven't arrived yet, and he refuses to reveal more of his true card so soon. Instead, he slips a hand into a portal and retrieves a dagger cloaked in darkness. If Ao Qian wants a different game, Jiang Qin will play it gladly. This dagger is no common weapon. It is bound to the prison-suppressing physique, a divine armament said to originate from the underworld king himself. With a single slash, the blade releases ripples of red Dao energy, splitting apart the ocean Ao Qian had summoned. Jiang Qin steps in, unleashing his technique, 3,000 thunder tribulations. Thunder cascades down from the heavens, tearing open the skies. Lightning bolts rain upon Ao Qian, locking his body in place. Even his divine sense is bound, cutting him off from the sea god pearl completely. Qian activated his dragon scale protection through his divine weapon and lunged to stab Jiang directly. Jiang replied that even without the 9-wing miasma, he could kill him, and that he had no need of the sea god pearl. Qin retorted that no mere human should dare challenge a dragon in close combat. As their attacks closed, black energy surged around Jiang. He transformed into a war god. His fist became like a block of divine steel. With a single strike, he cut across Qian's chest. Blood poured as Qian's dragon scales shattered beneath the blow. He staggered, stunned to find Jiang's physical strength had soared to an unimaginable level, far beyond what he had expected. From a distance, Yin watched the fight and noted that Qian was being used as a tool. That suited him. Qian's death would further his plan. Having observed Jiang's move, Yin decided it was his turn to take action. Qian swallowed the sea god pearl, forcing Jiang to pause briefly. At once, Jiang raised his defensive blessing. Qian sneered that Jiang was no longer worthy to face him. Jiang only replied calmly that Qian had already lost his edge. Now all he had left were empty words. Their weapons clashed, lightning exploding through the air. Qian roared that he would cut Jiang down today. From the audience, someone muttered that Shiao, the one carrying the pig's thigh of the true dragon bloodline combined with the sea god pearl, was indeed a terrifying opponent. Old Gu watched closely, thinking even he wouldn't be confident facing Qian head-on. Yet Jiang was holding his ground. He recalled Jiang taking first in the opening round, proof that it meant something. Jiang slashed again, but Qian called upon the sea god edges to shield him. Even Jiang's heaven cleaning blade, in war god form, couldn't break through the sea god purged defense. Jiang frowned, realizing he'd need to inform his uncle of this technique so they could study it further. Qian, meanwhile, grew angrier. Signs of the true dragon bloodline awakening pulsed across his body. He transformed into his dragon form and declared this would be Jiang's end. Not only would he kill him, but he would also wipe out his entire family and drown Da Xiao in despair. But Jiang showed no fear. He reminded himself that war god transformation had a time limit, and he'd let the fight drag longer than necessary. Still, it didn't matter. For now, he was only using 1 million red-armored elephant beetles to power his suppressing physique. The sword master watching grew uneasy. Even diluted, the human dragon clan's blood still carried traces of the true dragon, and if burned, it could awaken a dreadful divine ability. The dragon shrouded itself in a globe of blue mana. Qian taunted Jiang, telling him to stop wasting time and release the 9-wing miasma before it was too late. But Jiang pressed forward, attacking with Thunder Flash. Qian ignited his true dragon bloodline. The dragon's maw opened wide. Panic spread among the onlookers as they cried out Jiang's name. In that instant, Jiang appeared directly before the dragon's green eye. Qian's heart jolted. Jiang was matching his speed, but surely couldn't keep up for long. Jiang met his gaze, releasing a surge of mana. He declared that after fighting Qian for this long, he had already grasped every one of his moves, and that none of them mattered anymore. Jiang summoned a surge of red mana, activating the divine elephant's prison-suppressing physique. At the same time, he released 6 million 9-winged miasma beetles. Qian froze in shock as the prison-suppressing command merged with 1,000 armors before his eyes. Jiang wasted no time. He hurled himself at the dragon. Qian countered instantly, summoning the Heaven Cleave Edge and the Heavenly Dragon Cloth. Jiang answered with his Imperial Annihilation formation, a flash of red mana cutting deep into the dragon's body. The beast reeled, yet Qian refused to yield. Through gritted teeth, Qian swore that victory was his. He declared that the Dragon Imperial of the Sea Tribe would slaughter Jiang's entire clan. But Jiang pressed harder, his strikes raining down 1,000 times over, opening countless wounds across the dragon's flesh. Blood poured as he called out to his swarm, ordering the little bugs hidden in the waters to stop playing around and feast on the dragon. The 9-winged miasma surged forth, encircling the beast from behind. At that moment, Vuji appeared, applauding Jiang's display. Jiang glanced at him sideways and asked if he was done watching the spectacle. Vuji stepped closer, saying calmly that Jiang should die peacefully. Jiang smirked, replying that if it was Vuji, then he could rest easy indeed. Before they could clash, another figure appeared, calling for Vuji to come with him. But a different voice cut across, warning him not to interfere in the Holy Sun's fight. That one turned to Jiang and declared that his opponent would be him, and no one was coming to save him. Jiang only smiled faintly, saying this was turning into quite the show. Then he unleashed everything. He released all his bugs, the 9-winged miasma, flooding across the battlefield until the entire area was cloaked in black wings. He ordered them to surround everyone and devour their enemies by faith alone, sparing their own people. But as the swarm stretched endlessly, Jiang felt his chest tighten. There weren't just 6 million. He now commanded more than 10 million nine-winged beetles. Vuji looked upon the tide of insects, shaken. Could this be Jiang's ultimate trump card? He tried to count the swarm, but lost himself in disbelief. Everyone watching was stunned, eyes wide at the spectacle. The pink-haired girl laughed softly, saying it seemed Jiang no longer needed anyone's protection at all. The rarest part of all this is Jiang's presence itself, so commanding that even she feels on the verge of falling for him. An old man adjusts his glasses, remarking that Jiang's body has endured battle across 1,000 leagues, and with his 9-winged miasma, he carries the strength to face an army of 1 million soldiers. The sword god cuts in, telling him to stop with the poetry and start killing, where they'll miss their chance at the freshest prey. Old Gu laughs, saying this is exactly how it should be, and praises Jiang's extraordinary control and discipline. A man nearby wonders if he is the only one left in the dark about Jiang's true trump card. He senses Jiang is preparing something enormous, but chooses to trust him nonetheless. He muses whether having 10 gods' parts within him is what gives Jiang a real shot at victory. Watching the swarm, he sees hundreds of millions of 9-winged beetles sweeping across the battlefield like a storm. The force is overwhelming. Now he finally understands why the catacombs are so desperate to see Jiang dead. If this is Jiang's true card, it doesn't frighten him, but it does explain everything. Then, before their very eyes, Jiang activates his divine body. His gaze burns with the eyes of God. His hands blaze as the hands of God. His steps thunder with the foot of God. His wings stretch wide, radiant as the wings of God. His blood runs with the power of the blood of God. His chest pounds with the might of the heart of God. All his abilities awaken at once. His divine soul flares at its zenith. Standing tall, like a true deity, Jiang declares for all enemies to perish. In that moment, he is a god. As Yin awakened his divine soul, thunder and lightning coiled around him. Countless afterimages of himself appeared, standing in ranks, 10, 100, 1,000 reflections lined before him. He shouted that with 9 gods' parts, he had already forced open the door to the 9th rank, and one more still remained. A glowing mark blazed on his forehead as Yin activated the god's consciousness. His domain spread wide, his aura surging like a tidal wave. The crowd watching erupted in cheers, marveling at the display. They cried out that the Holy Sun was destined for godhood, and the 3 islands would surely prevail. Yin looked over the battlefield with cold amusement. Hundreds of millions of 9-winged beetles were indeed unexpected, but to him, they were still not enough to shift the balance. His eyes gleamed with malice. Once his domain unfolded, it would sever everything. Even if every beetle exploded at once, they would only stall him for a heartbeat or 2. By then, his enemies would already lie dead. The Sword Master, however, frowned. How could Yin's divine soul possibly endure the weight of 10 gods' parts? That was like forcing the gate to the 10th rank itself. This was not going to be an easy fight for anyone standing against him. Nearby, the purple-haired girl turned anxiously to old Jiang, demanding to know if Jiang had any trump card beyond the tens of billions of 9-winged miasma beetles. Old Jiang shook his head. He couldn't say for certain. But one thing was sure, Jiang would not die here. He recalled a memory, the day Jiang handed him something. It tied back to a prophecy left behind by someone who had returned from the future. 3 predictions in all, and one of them had been to give Jiang a broken box, a tool meant to confront a being beyond the 10th rank. The old man reminded her that Jiang had yet to unleash the 80 billion 9-winged miasma, had yet to kill Yin Zun, had yet to awaken the ancient existence. Clearly, the secret realm would not be his grave. The girl fell silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang. His towering presence reminded her of the colossal corpses of ancient gods she had once seen in the Ji family's secret realm. If he released all 10 billion beetles at once, she feared the secret realm itself would collapse. Perhaps he should begin with a mere billion. On the battlefield, Jiang lifted his voice. He reminded them all that they knew him as the king who pacifies the seas. But they had forgotten he bore another title. Drawing every swarm of 9-winged miasma to himself, he invoked his name as the Scorched Monarch. The words alone struck terror into the hearts of his enemies. Jiang wondered if the 9-winged miasma truly numbered a billion. Raising his hand, He commanded 300 million to surge forward and wipe out the trash. The swarm plunged into the enemy ranks, their screams piercing the battlefield. Then he ordered 700 million more to follow him and destroy his true opponents. At his command, the swarm fused into the shape of a colossal beast, charging headlong at his foe, who braced for combat. Clenching his fist, Jiang drove it forward, his aura shattering the ray of a nine-winged miasma. His opponent sneered, asking if Jiang really believed he could win relying only on insects. Jiang lifted 2 fingers, drawing a deadly slash. He thought grimly that if necessary, he could self-destruct a wave of them, even if it was a waste. In the next instant, the swarm detonated, the explosion tearing through the air and wrenching a scream of pain from him. Recovering quickly, he raised his hand and summoned his weapon. Channeling the 5 elements into a blade, he slashed through the remaining insects. The thought burned in his mind. With this power, he was a god, and today, he would deliver a fitting end to both his enemies and their swarm. The onlookers stared in awe, stunned by the sight of Jiang wielding the 5 elements as a blade, like the god of earth itself. Master Ji trembled, certain Jiang could not survive that kind of force. But Jiang turned his will upon the swarm, warning them that a white explosion was at their backs. He ordered the rest to retreat. At the same time, Qian roared, unleashing chaos of his own. Jiang went wild in response, preparing to annihilate every last insect. Activating the shield of royal earth, he raised his hand, a blue aura surging as he declared himself the monarch, and the insects his soldiers. Calling to them, he demanded they lend him their origin power. The 9-winged miasma surged over his body, and Jiang screamed as their strength merged with his. He realized bitterly that his divine soul could only sustain a formation of 400 million. Anything more was beyond its limits. Not even the old mantra could stabilize it. His soul would shatter, and the aftermath would leave him crippled for a long time. With that, Jiang halted the swarm. He drew out his divine weapon, Heaven Sins, its blade glowing crimson. Behind him, a colossal white ancestral tree rose, its shadow towering as Jiang himself shone blood red. The insects gathered around him, and Jiang roared that today, the ancestral tree would join him in slaying a god. The crowd looked on in shock, terror filling their hearts at the sight of such a monstrous power. The girl muttered that just looking at it made her feel as if her divine soul would be ripped straight out. She couldn't even keep her eyes on it. The purple-haired girl and the old man were both shaken, stunned that Jiang's military formation could actually control 400 million 9-winged miasma beetles. The old man said even a 10th-ring divine soul shouldn't be able to withstand that level. Yet Jiang's body still hadn't collapsed. Back in the Void God Realm, during Jiang's fight with Ashian, he had suspected Jiang was using a military formation. But since the broadcast carried no sound and no soldiers could be seen, he wasn't certain. Now he had no doubts. The purple-haired girl stayed silent, while the old man admitted he once thought the 80 billion 9-winged miasma beetles were Jiang's ultimate trump card. Now he realized he had been wrong. Stroking his beard, the old man added that it was no wonder the ancient being in the catacombs had chosen to die with Jiang rather than allow him to live. If Jiang reached full growth and used 80 billion 9-winged beetles within a formation, the girl suddenly cut him off. She brought up the divine tree, asking if he remembered when Jiang self-destructed 1 million beetles to fight Shiao, and afterward he had begged her to erase everyone's memory. She confessed that when her dream energy had entered Chant's sea of consciousness, she had seen a tree over and over, until something blocked her vision. The old man gave her a sidelong glance, reminding her that when Jiang awakened his profession, that tree had appeared as well. Jiang wasn't just any cultivator. He was a divine-grade spirit cultivator. The girl shook her head, thinking of the pyramid system of professions. She insisted this wasn't about Jiang or even about herself. She couldn't say what it truly was, but it was outside the profession system altogether. If she had to rank it, the profession tied to the divine tree wasn't just divine grade. It stood above divine grade. The old man turned back to the battlefield screen, frowning. Haunt had been dormant for ages, but she was still a mental-type profession with incomparable insight. If she said this was something above divine grade, she couldn't be wrong. But then what could it be? The girl told him to stop dwelling on it, and asked instead whether Jiang's military formation could stand against Jiang himself. The old man began explaining. Military formations had levels, and the kinds of tanks they controlled differ by tier. A low-level formation could handle only 2 layers, while mid-level one could control 5. Arms folded across his chest, the old man continued. If someone harnessed the strength of a 100,000-strong god-slaying army, they could stand against more than 10 peak 9th-rank experts, and even manage to kill 1 or 2. But Jiang commanded 400 million 9-winged miasma beetles, and the power he now wielded reached no less than 10 layers. Only at this level could he awaken the origin of the 9-winged miasma and unleash a truly fatal strike. Even Jiang himself felt a chill as he gazed upon the divine tree. Its presence was terrifying enough to make him uneasy. The old man turned to the girl and said coldly that Jiang was nothing more than a false god, borrowing strength from outside forces. Even if he were a genuine 10th-rank expert, in the end he would still die without question. Jiang saw the fear in Yin's eyes. He wondered how long the so-called Holy Sun could endure. 1 minute, maybe 2? Tightening his grip on his sword, he declared that the 5 elements were his to command, that the forces of heaven and earth bent to his will. With a single swing, he unleashed a wave of blue mana, hurling it straight toward the divine tree as though he meant to shatter the entire secret realm upon it. Holding his blade aloft, red mana flared before the tree. Jiang spoke coldly, calling it nothing but an old man, and told it to prepare for his strike. Rays of purple light erupted as he summoned fire that devoured flame, ice that swallowed frost, metal that split the heavens, and earth that tore apart the ground. Then he invoked wood that consumed the soul, weaving red mana at the heart of the 9-winged miasma to raise an abyss from nothingness. Already he knew this attack might cost him his life. Yin countered, releasing purple energy toward him, but the abyss rose, shielding Jiang where he stood. Though Yin had unleashed his full strength, Jiang stood unmoved, protected by the abyss. Yin stared in disbelief. Could the elemental essence of the entire secret realm truly have been consumed? He demanded to know if such a thing was even possible. Jiang lifted his hand toward the monolith, exerting his control. His voice cut through the chaos. Arrows may change, mighty clans may crumble, but insects endure forever. Yin soared above him, unwilling to accept it. He slashed down, invoking the slash of wine breaths. Jiang answered by forming a blue monolith from his hand, its glow spreading across his body until even his eyes turned the same color. He told Yin that belief or doubt meant nothing. It was irrelevant. In this state, his formation could sustain 400 million 9-winged beetles at most. But he raised his monarch high into the sky, bracing against Yin's blade aura, and added with absolute certainty. That was more than enough to kill a false god like him. Jiang caught the slash of blade aura with a single hand, leaving Yin stunned. How could he block it barehanded? Then Yin understood. The source was Jiang's military formation. The sword he held radiated that power. But then the weapon began to break apart. Jiang commanded it to shatter, and the blade exploded into fragments that rained across his face. He cried out, screaming that both his blade and his divine power had been destroyed. Yin surged forward at blinding speed, declaring that Jiang had exhausted himself. Now was his turn. Jiang's frame towered large, yet Yin still refused to believe that he had the strength to prevail. In the next moment, Yin raised his foot, aiming to stomp Jiang into the ground, claiming that as a god he could crush anyone. But Jiang did not flinch. He lunged forward, saying coldly that he didn't care whether Yin called himself a god or not. Jiang awakened the blade of the great Tao, calling it to aid him. He slashed deep across Yin's back, drawing a howl of agony. Yin staggered, struggling to keep his balance. In another instant, Jiang activated Thunder Flash, his blade sparking with lightning. He commanded the great Tao to cleave the heavens. A radiant symbol of godhood seared itself onto Yin's forehead. The mark detonated with dazzling light. Yin screamed as his divine soul cracked, his divine power unraveling all at once. He writhed, refusing to accept such an end, but the explosion ripped through him, stripping away every last shred of strength. The blast shook the entire realm. Onlookers shouted warnings, telling each other to dodge quickly or be consumed by the shockwave. Players scrambled to raise their protections, forming a massive blue globe to shield themselves. The force was so fierce that many feared it might collapse the entire secret realm. Within the globe, whispers spread. Was Jiang all right after such an exchange? From outside, A voice warned them not to relax yet, reminding them the containment might not hold. The girl calmly rested her hand under her chin, saying the danger had passed. She told the others to stand up and check themselves to make sure everyone was safe. The scene shifted back to Jiang as he commanded the abyss to devour and absorb the lingering energy. Nearby, banter sparked. One man teased that if the handsome guy wanted to flirt, he should just say it instead of staying silent. The other asked if she had a boyfriend, and she replied that she didn't. Before the moment could linger, a red-haired youth cut in, demanding to know why they were staring at him. He insisted they should look at him, since he was clearly the most handsome. Meanwhile, Jiang collapsed to the ground, his body aching from the toll of overusing his power. Everyone noticed. The girl's hair lengthened as she sprinted forward, catching him before he could hit the earth. Holding him close, she murmured that it looked like Jiang now had someone to care for him. Weiju examined the nine-winged miasma as it drifted back toward Jiang. He noted aloud that Jiang was utterly spent, and the swarm was returning to its master. Scanning the battlefield, he saw the few remnants left, beings with God's parts still clinging on, and understood exactly what that meant. All eyes turned to him. Weiju gave his command. Everyone needed to leave at once, so Jiang could receive proper treatment. The group obeyed, following their captain's orders. Far away, the scene shifted. Yin Zun crushed a chair in his grip, his fury breaking loose. His disciple had been slain, and now his rage boiled over. Snarling to himself, he swore that Jiang would not leave this island alive. One opponent leapt high into the sky, aiming for the man with glasses. He activated the Foot of God, bringing its crushing force down to shatter mountains and press the peaks flat. But the man only adjusted his glasses with a calm hand, dismissing the attack as nothing more than a desperate struggle. The youth boasted loudly, declaring that their general had raised his banner, that his advance was unstoppable. He laughed, saying he could conquer kingdoms with ease. The man answered by simply lifting his sword. A surge of yellow mana burst forth, his slash cutting across the sky. The youth was thrown back violently, unable to break through it all. Elsewhere, Young Ji unleashed the Taiji Trigram Lock. He remarked that even with a god's part, his opponent was still far too weak. Water and fire mages moved together, summoning the Black Water Demon and the Vermilion Bird's Tribulation Flame to crush their enemies. Another fighter used the Pupil of God along with Cinder Flame Overlord, striking a G, but she slipped through the red holes effortlessly. With a teasing voice, she remarked that the dark-skinned man certainly had a bad temper, and asked if he wanted his sister to help cool him down. She darted forward in a blur, wrapping her arms around the man glowing with red mana in his eyes. Ji bent him backward, stretching his frame as she bound his muscles. She teased that her brother truly had a fiery nature. Her hair spread and coiled around him completely, tickling as it tightened. She mused softly that it wasn't such a bad way to die. Meanwhile, Wuji's blade cut into a young lady, making her cry out and call him a monster. Without pause, Wuji sprinted toward Jiang, who was running dangerously low on mana. Jiang looked to the others and shouted for them to gather up. It was time. They needed to prepare to leave the secret realm. The defeated players collapsed to their knees, gasping from the crushing defeat. Even a holy sun had fallen, something they could not comprehend. Yin Zun's eyes locked on Adashia, disbelief twisting into fury. He strode forward to face Young Ji, demanding that the secret realm be unsealed at once so they could recover the bodies and heroic souls of the prodigies from the three islands. Young Ji answered evenly. If they wanted it unsealed, they would have to wait until his people exited first. Yin Zun roared in outrage, his killing intent spilling out as he demanded to know if Young Ji truly meant to block his path. He bellowed that he had poured decades of effort into Yin, treating him like a son and passing down everything without reservation. And now Yin was dead. His glare bore down on Young Ji, who stood silently. Yin Zun warned him coldly. He could kill him in fewer than 10 moves. His ultimatum followed. Hand over Jiang Chun, and Dashia's safety would be preserved. Refuse, and Young Ji would die. Everyone present would perish, and even the mainland of Dashia would be plunged into catastrophe. At once, Young Ji summoned Xiao, telling her to greet her uncle Yinzun. She stepped forward, her voice clear as she called him uncle. Yinzun sneered, asking Young Ji what he meant by sending a little girl forward. With a cold laugh, he warned that her age would not save her. If she stood in his way, he would cut her down. He demanded again that Jiang Chun be handed over, asking which choice Da Xiao would make. Young Ji told Xiao that this bad uncle wanted her father dead and asked how she planned to answer him. Her reply was sharp. Of course she would eat him. She turned toward Yin Zun, her killing intent spilling forth. Then he saw it, an endless swarm of insects surging toward him. Tens of billions of nine-winged miasma filled the air. His expression hardened. This was no little girl at all. This was the original mother insect of the nine-winged miasma. For the first time, he admitted young Ji had been right. With a roar, he summoned his brute force, flames rising as he shouted that anyone daring to kill him was unworthy. He invoked the heavenly cinder fire art, fire surging around him. Young Ji stepped forward calmly, telling Zhao to go play with Grandpa Gu first. She nodded, agreeing. In response, Yin Zun called forth the Nine Heavens Dragon Flame. He unleashed the blazing dragon, ordering it to kill her. His intent was clear. Once the nine-winged miasma lost their queen, the swarm would collapse into leaderless worms and corpses. Without warning, Young Ji erects a towering astral wall that blocks the fire dragon path. He commands 10,000 swords, turns to the origin to hold back the onslaught. He had expected human emperor-level energy. Grandpa Gu announces this is beyond him. The other masters, having seen many fires, acknowledge this one reaches an insane scale and wonder aloud whether anyone can withstand it. Zhao scoffs that Yin Zun is just a fire starter and asks aloud whether he's truly that impressive. The older masters respond with low murmurs. Yin Zun answers by declaring young Ji unworthy of the title Sword God of Daxia, insisting a mere knave should not make a name for himself. He then unleashes Amaterasu's myriad karmic flame, choking the area in hellfire and ordering sea and sky to burn. Young Ji strains under the pressure and calls for old Jiang to act, warning that without intervention, they will be consumed. A slash suddenly cleaves through the inferno and halts Yin Zun. An old man laughs, saying he'd been testing Yin Zun's limits and finds him unable to withstand 2 consecutive moves. Yin Zun looks up to see Jiang Xuanji arriving from the catacombs. Xuanji states plainly he returned to slaughter a god like Yin. Yin Zun vows revenge. With support from other players, Jiang Chun finally rises. Yin Zun shouts his name, but Xuanji slashes and warns that anyone who wants to kill Jiang Chun must first deal with Xuanji. Yin Zun dares him to intervene and repeats his demand that Jiang Chun must die. Jiang's ally holds him as he staggers back. Others ask if he is all right. Jiang Chun answers that he is exhausted and admits he cannot face Yin Zun in combat. Xiao steps forward and tells him not to worry. When her insects arrive, she will devour Yin Zun. Yin Zun erupted in blazing flames, summoning his 3 elite divisions from the island. In moments, a colossal warship materialized on the horizon, packed with tens of thousands of warriors, their chants shaking the skies as Yin roared for them to annihilate Grand Xia. The army responded in unison, swearing that victory would be theirs. Gripping his golden gleaming axe, Xian stepped forward, his aura flaring. He acknowledged Yan's hidden trump card, but warned him not to forget. He wasn't the only one with surprises. Calling out to Elder Fong, Xian requested his aid. The elder nodded calmly, assuring him that it was no trouble. Raising his ancient staff, he summoned a vast teleportation array. A surge of crimson energy burst forth, and from the glowing portal marched legions of armored soldiers, their footsteps shaking the earth and leaving trails of dust behind. Elder Fong announced the arrival of his god-slaying army, summoned to stand against the island's 3 elite forces. Shock rippled through the ranks as the second elder recognized him. The legendary space element mage who had vanished 6 centuries ago, once the mentor of the human emperor himself. He could scarcely believe the old guardian of the catacomb passage still lived. As both armies assembled, observers noted that over 200,000 soldiers had gathered, from Kunlun Pungu City to Heavenly Cloud Iceland, a region once home to 100,000 souls. Only a 9th-ranked expert could command such might. While chewing on the food Xiao offered, the hero silently lamented that their own Grand Xia had been hiding an invincible 9th-ranked powerhouse all this time. Meanwhile, Yan's fury blazed brighter than ever as he faced Elder Fong. He sneered that he hadn't expected an ancient relic to show up, but admitted it saved him the trouble of hunting the old man down. With a smirk, he mocked them, believing that a handful of 9th ranks, 200,000 soldiers, and a few 9-winged miasma beasts could never bring him down. Elder Fong lifted his staff once more, summoning a glowing blue spatial lock in his hand. You talk too much, he said flatly. That's a dangerous habit. The lock expanded in an instant, enveloping one of Yan's island soldiers aboard a warship. Panic spread as the trapped men shouted that they were sealed inside. Their commander barked orders to break the formation, but another soldier shouted that it was useless. This prison had hundreds of overlapping layers. High above, Elder Fong tightened his grip on the array, his voice echoing through the battlefield. This formation was crafted by these old hands, he declared. Tricks like yours won't work against it. Xian lunged forward, closing the distance in a flash. His voice thundered across the battlefield as he vowed to end Yan's life that very day. Summoning all his strength, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Flaying Venerate, declaring, "Your opponent is me." Their weapons clashed, triggering a fiery explosion that tore through the air. Yan's silhouette emerged from the flames, his tone cold as he warned, "You stand alone, Xian. Don't dig your own grave." The blaze swirled higher as Yan's power surged. From the catacombs, 10 billion nine-wing miasma beast heads will soon pour into Grand Xia, he proclaimed. In 3 months, when the 10th rank Heavenly Tao seal breaks, their powerhouses will descend. Tell me, what will you use to stop them then? Without hesitation, Xian slammed his axe in the ground, his voice resolute. I'll stop them with my own life, if I must. And I'll start today, by killing you, Yin, as an offering to my banners. He lifted his weapon high, summoning the Tyrant martial army formation. Across the field, his forces shifted into perfect alignment. Red flags flared to life, and a blazing crimson dragon coiled through the air before plunging into Xian's body. A deafening roar swept through the ranks as 200,000 soldiers of the god-slaying army shouted in unison, their souls united. Empowered by their spirit, Xian's aura blazed brighter than ever. In response, Yan's body expanded, transforming into the colossal form of a war god. The air rippled around him as he fully unleashed his war god domain, his massive frame towering over the battlefield. But before he could strike, Xian raised his voice once more, commanding, "All soldiers of Grand Xia, attack. Slay Yin together." The army surged forward, golden and red auras intertwining as they followed their war god into battle. The collision that followed shook the heavens. Fire, steel, and divine power exploding in every direction. Amid the chaos, Yan's furious voice boomed. "You're no different from that so-called human emperor, endangering Grand Xia for your own pride. For the sake of Grand Xia's future, I'll erase you here." Channeling divine energy, Yan's body ignited as he activated a sacred relic. The might of the true god descendant burst forth, enveloping him in the blazing holy god domain. His form morphed into a colossal fire-unleashing titan, now dwarfing even Xian's golden figure. Xian swung his axe with the dragon-slaying sword technique, sending out a devastating surge of power that split the clouds. But Yin didn't flinch. With a smirk, he thrust his palm forward, conjuring a fiery shockwave that pressed down like a mountain. Xian met it head-on, raising his axe to block the inferno. Yan's mocking voice echoed from within the flames. "A mere dragon's soul dares to parade such childish tricks before me? Pathetic." A sudden flash of white light burst from Xian's body, dazzling the battlefield and throwing Yin off balance. For the first time, Yin faltered, his eyes narrowing as he struggled to grasp what had just happened. Xian's aura erupted like a storm gone mad, his energy colliding violently with his own mana. In that instant, he had entered berserk mode. From within the radiance, Xian's form shifted. The 1,000-hand war god awakened. 2 new arms unfurled from his sides, glowing with divine might. Yin let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with disdain. 1,000-hand war god? Sounds exaggerated, he sneered. Do you really think you can match my flames with that? Drawing back his bow, Yin conjured an enormous arrow pulsing with destructive force, an arrow said to be capable of felling gods themselves. As he released it, the sky trembled and the ground split, waves of energy rippling through the field. The 1,000 axe of annihilation shot forward, tearing through the air toward Xian. Xian raised his palm, his mana surging even stronger than before. He met the attack head-on, releasing a torrent of blazing power that engulfed the sky in golden red fire. "It's laughable," he shouted through the blaze. a man trying to shake a tree. With that, he invoked the endless karma flame, and the world around them erupted into an inferno. The second elder, standing at the edge of the chaos, barked orders for everyone to fall back. This battle isn't for you. Leave it to us. As his words echoed, the enemy's legions screamed their battle cries and charged, unleashing what they called the endless assault. Elder Gu stepped forward, his eyes burning with resolve. With a flick of his hand, he summoned the thousand swords, pierce the heart technique. Thousands of glowing blades streaked across the air, slicing through enemy lines like lightning, each impact sending waves of searing blue light and cries of agony through the battlefield. In the midst of the slaughter, Elder Gu appeared behind Yangming. His sword plunged cleanly through the traitor's heart. A traitor deserves no mercy, he said coldly. I told you before, I meant every word. Rage erupted among the enemy ranks. One warrior hurled a massive boulder toward Elder Gu, but his heaven-dipped formation flared to life, forming a shimmering barrier that shattered the rock to dust before it could reach him. Furious, the enemy gathered more stones, hurling them with curses and roars, but the old master stood unshaken. Watching from below, the young hero frowned as he observed the chaos alongside the ever-calm Shiao. Master Gu and Sword God, Ji should handle these foes easily, he muttered. But Yan's flame venerate, it's too powerful. Xian might be in real danger. Xiao tilted her head and smiled faintly. Don't worry, she said. My baby buds will be here soon. Once they arrive, Yanzun won't last long. They'll eat him alive. He looked at her in disbelief. You're sure? Yan's body is nearly indestructible. You might have to sacrifice half of your 9-winged miasma beasts to even hurt him. But Xiao shook her head proudly. I worked hard to raise them. I'm not wasting even one. Little 9 might not taste great, but he's strong enough to handle it. Then she added with a mysterious tone, if Little 9 devours Yin Zun completely, you might even get to see her again. Before the hero could ask what she meant, Xiao suddenly froze. Her eyes widened as she looked up at the sky. High above, dark clouds parted, and from their depths descended a swarm that blotted out the sun. Her bug babies had arrived at last, led by the mighty Little 9. As Yan's declaration echoes, Xian exhales in relief, finally overwhelmed under her overpowering might. His gaze shifts upward as he realizes the swarm has arrived. Before he can react, Yan's massive dragon form erupts, unleashing a torrent of fire straight at him. Her voice cuts through the chaos, warning that his army's momentum and divine war body have reached their limits. The flames engulf Xian, hurling him back violently. Elder Fong springs into action, summoning a celestial dipper wall of heavenly evolution to shield him. Yet, when Yan's flames surge outward to consume everything in sight, the swarm of insects stands unfazed, blocking the inferno as if it were nothing. Then, with thunderous flare, Xiao descends onto the battlefield. Her voice rings out with wild confidence. She's here to devour Yan. In an instant, her aura shifts as she unleashes the 9-winged miasma, awakening the nascent 9 serenities. Her gaze locks on Yin, playful yet lethal, brimming with deadly intent. Deep within the immortal clan's sacred halls, an elder's voice echoed with warning, allowing the countless billions of 9-winged miasma to evolve into the 9 nether, he said, would one day spell ruin. They had defied the heavenly Tao to preserve their existence, not to end up as sustenance for monsters. Another elder agreed coldly, stating that their path was already decided. Jiang Chun must die, and Yin Zun must be saved. Both were still vital pieces in their grand design. Elder Yin Su let out a mocking laugh. And who among you can actually do it? He asked. Crossing the bounds of space and time, he reminded them, was only possible if they awakened the sleeping ancestor. Someone dared to mention an immortal elder from the ruins, but before the thought could take root, a red-robed immortal cut in sharply. Under the seal of the heavenly Tao, if the ancestor acts, death is certain. A black-haired elder proposed another route. They should wait 3 months until the 10th seal was undone. Then they could restore their divine bodies and reclaim their 10th tier might, sweeping through Grand Xia effortlessly. But the platinum-haired sovereign frowned, his tone heavy. And who can guarantee that in 3 months, the 9-winged miasma won't become a catastrophe? Why can't the patriarch sacrifice himself for the clan instead? The chamber erupted into debate until Yun Su raised his hand, silencing them all. His gaze was sharp, Patience, he said. There are others more desperate than we are. Whichever side moves first will bear the cost. Just then, the palace trembled. A shadowed force surged from the heavens, tearing through the clouds. Unease spread among the immortals. Had the Nether clan finally made their move? Yin Su remained composed, a faint smirk on his lips. No, he murmured. That's just Zhao Yu opening the abyss to forge the Yellow Springs. In the end, the Nether clan will only become the tale of destiny. He added with a hint of irony. Even the monsters of the Abyssal clan must be stirring by now. Some immortals whispered that it was reckless to risk awakening an ancient horror just to eliminate Jiang Chun. But Yin Su simply chuckled. Let them, he said. We can sit back and enjoy the spectacle. Far below, in the depths of the abyss, Yin sneered as the manifestation of the nine-winged miasma took shape. Jiang Chun sat calmly amid the chaos, scattering 80 billion mites like dust, daring Yin to withstand it. Then Shiao ignited with blinding brilliance, becoming the heart of the swarm. Rising into the heavens, she tore open the void itself and proclaimed with thunderous finality the birth of her divine realm. Yan's confidence shattered as panic surged through him. His plan was in ruins. The Grand Xia elders stood frozen, watching in horror as entire domains crumbled before their eyes, a sight beyond anything recorded in their history. Warriors across the field broke into chaos, demanding answers from their captain. But the captain only exhaled heavily and told them to stay silent. They were powerless in the face of this. High above, Shiao twirled in the air like a living galaxy. From her form, endless swarms poured down like a torrential waterfall, blotting out the sky. Her voice echoed through the heavens, calling upon all of humanity and daring them to flee if they could. In defiance, Yin let out a furious roar. A colossal fire dragon erupted behind him, sweeping forth a blazing sea of flames. But the moment it collided with Zhao's 80 billion insects, the inferno was snuffed out as though it had never existed. Stunned, Yin shouted in disbelief. His power was useless. Shiao only laughed, mocking him with a cruel grin, saying his flesh was coarse and foul. Enraged, Yin cursed and launched another attack, but she tore open the abyss itself. A monstrous face emerged from within the cycle of reincarnation, its presence alone draining the color from Yan's face. Snarling, he decided if she was too difficult to handle, he'd simply kill Jiang Chun instead. The Fire Origin Dragon turned and charged at the old man, but three figures intercepted it in unison. One unleashed a heaven-cleaving blade, another invoked 10,000 swords as one, and the last raised mountains through Earth's wrath. Their combined might exploded in a blinding surge as the dragon shrieked and ripped through the skies. Ji Lingqiu's voice cut through the chaos, warning them that Yan's attack carried the weight of the rules themselves. Blocking it meant certain death. One elder groaned, pulling out a treasured relic he had reserved for a far greater foe, cursing that he had to waste it now. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun sat unmoved amidst the storm, calm as ever. He muttered that the old mutt lacked the strength to end him. With the prophecy in his grasp, he was sure the outcome was already his. His casual tone only fueled the elders' frustration, driving them to rush forward recklessly to block the flames. Even the younger disciples joined in, forming battle arrays in desperation. Jiang Chun could only sigh, wondering why the heavens loved to stage such needless chaos around him. But before the fiery onslaught could strike, the 9 silk swarms descended like a massive veil, consuming the flames entirely. Jiang Chun gave a faint shrug, reminding everyone that he had warned them. Yin could never kill him. Old Gu stood dumbstruck, while the elder who had drawn his treasure hurried to tuck it away again, relieved that he hadn't squandered it. Then the battlefield dimmed, and the scene shifted. Shiao reappeared, now seated on a mysterious boat steered by an old man. She waved cheerfully toward Jiang Chun, calling out to him as father. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes, greeted her in return, and asked calmly, "And who might the old man be?" Yan's roar went unanswered as he seethed at being brushed aside. The battlefield had turned into a family reunion. He spat that he'd rather burn his soul than yield, and unleashed a violent wave of power that shredded the insects swarm before him. The moment his fury peaked, the old Earth Sovereign made a single flick. A black noose fell from the sky and snapped around Yan's throat. His defiance stalled. The rope hauled him up like a hooked fish. The Earth Sovereign's chuckle cut through the chaos while Xiao planted herself nearby and declared this uncle was only along for the ride. Yin hacked up blood, his body trembling as he begged to be released. His followers froze, stunned to see their leader dangling and helpless. Some whispered fearfully, others bolted, terrified of sharing his fate. Jiang Chun watched them scatter and sighed at how vast Xiao's power had grown. The elders beside him fell silent, studying the earth sovereign Xiao had called. Jiang Chun turned his attention back to the suspended Yin, thinking about the force the man might one day become. Before the thought could take root, the sky tore open with a thunderous crack. A colossal hand plunged down from the heavens as they all heard the divine roar. Joyu had arrived, and this time there would be no escape. From the shattered void, a massive clawed hand burst forth, a strike from the Min clan, cutting straight toward the Earth's sovereign and Xiao. Startled, Xiao cried out for help, but the Earth's sovereign merely lifted his hand with calm precision. Dark whips shot out to meet the oncoming attack. The monstrous hand caught the whips easily and mocked him in a booming voice, calling him a fallen servant. It jeered that the once dreaded Earth Sovereign, feared even by the 10 kings of hell, now stood powerless before it. The Earth Sovereign said nothing, his silence heavier than any reply. Xiao sneered in return, saying their enemy was no better than the rest. That last jab shattered the creature's patience. It thundered that enough was enough, and the giant hand turned on Xiao, ridiculing her weakness before releasing its move. Netherworld Soul Devour. But Xiao retaliated instantly. Billions of dust mites surged from her body like a tidal wave, wrapping around the claw in a storm of wings and teeth. The air itself seemed to twist under the swarm's fury. The ancient monster bellowed from above, declaring that he had already fallen once in this very place, and cared not if it happened again. He swung his palm down toward Feng Wui and Toon, his voice booming that humanity must vanish from existence. Darkness flooded everything, snuffing out sight, breath, and movement alike. Then light. Xian stepped forward and drew out a small wooden box, whispering that the time had come. The box shattered in his hands, releasing a burst of golden radiance that condensed into a luminous long sword. His eyes widened. It was an aura, but pure sword intent. The blade flashed once. A single strike shot forth and pierced the monster's colossal hand clean through. The beast shrieked as both hands were severed at the wrist, retreating into the void while cursing in agony. Jiang Chun stood transfixed. The sword's energy rolled across the battlefield, divine and unyielding. One word glowed upon the blade: amber. His pulse raced. It was the divine weapon he had dreamed of, power beyond mortal reach. Beside him, Xian stood tall, unflinching like an ancient pine. Even Jiang Chun couldn't hide his awe. He had never guessed that the martial god carried such a secret weapon. Xiao smirked, watching the severed hands fall. She waved, commanding her swarm to feast, calling the remains the perfect tonic. The dust mites dove in hungrily, devouring every trace. Jiang Chun couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity only the hands had emerged. If the full body had fallen, the larvae might have evolved to something unimaginable. Before the silence could settle, a strange pulse rippled through the air behind them. Every fighter turned tense. A massive tree trunk began to materialize, its roots coiling, its branches stretching through the still open spatial rift. Someone gasped that the 3 lords had descended. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he felt a living will emanating from the ancient tree. Could it truly possess consciousness? Before he could answer his own thought, the tree let out a thunderous roar. Its branches whipped tight and pulled something out from the rift. A withered corpse, its flesh dried and ancient, hanging like the remnants of a dead god. The flames vanished in an instant, devoured by an unseen force. Jiang Chen's eyes widened as a streak of energy surged straight toward him. In the next breath, everything changed. He found himself standing in a strange, color-shifting realm, alone before a towering tree bearing a single radiant flower. The air hummed with power. He frowned, wondering who this tree lord was and how it dared to toss aside its honor so carelessly. "Are you alive?" he demanded. "If you are, answer me." The only reply was laughter, deep, distant, and ancient. The scene shifted again. Xiao sat on a peculiar boat drifting through the mist, rowed by an old man. She glanced at him and asked softly, "Are you leaving, old man?" The Earth Sovereign gave her a cold glare and said nothing, his silence heavier than words. On the ground below, Jiang Chun watched them from afar. The elders gathered around him, asking if he was unharmed. His mind raced. Did the Earth's sovereign truly know him? His thoughts broke off when he noticed the 9 nether prototype vanish into thin air. He frowned, wondering where the little 9 had gone. Zhao's voice echoed faintly. She told him she was exhausted after the battle and wanted to sleep. Her body began to dissolve into streams of light. Jiang Chun promised with a faint smile that he'd treat her to lunch once she awakened again. Turning to the girl standing behind him, he asked her to watch over Zhao's slumber. She nodded, assuring him that there was no need to worry. Nearby, the second handler stood dumbfounded. "What just happened?" he muttered. "I didn't even blink, and I still can't understand what I saw." He turned toward Xian, asking if the old man could explain the bizarre vision. Xian's calm reply came like wind over water. "The secrets of heaven are not meant to be spoken." Jiang Chun stepped in, cutting through the murmurs. "Enough. We still have to clear the battlefield. The capture of the 3 islands isn't finished." He paused, glancing across the ruined land. "Some escaped. Don't waste time chasing them." Then his voice hardened. "Anyone still standing, surrender or die." With that, he raised his hand. Swarms of insects burst forth, devouring the remaining enemies in a horrific storm. Their screams echoed through the air, crying that they hadn't even been given a chance to surrender. Watching from afar, young Ji's expression darkened. "Isn't this too cruel?" he whispered. Old Gu answered coldly. "A true emperor cannot be soft." Elsewhere, Fang held what was left of Yan's troops until Xian ordered their release. Ding Chun sighed that the battle had been dull compared to the secret realm, while Jiang Ming praised both prodigies but admitted there was still a clear gap between them. Tuyen only smiled, eyes burning with resolve. One day, he vowed, "I'll surpass him." With the dust of battle finally settled, Xian raised his hand and commanded his men to march toward the 3 overseas islands. But before they could move, Jiang Chun stepped forward, his tone steady yet firm. "Not yet," he said. "First, we return to the burial grounds." A soft hum filled the air as he lifted his palm. A purple flame ignited within it, shimmering with countless ancient runes that danced like living spirits. The glow cast long shadows across the broken battlefield, and I turned toward him in awe. A faint smile crossed Jiang Chen's face. "There's no need to mobilize everyone," he said calmly. "Conquering the 3 islands is nothing." He closed his fist, and the purple fire flared brighter, wrapping around him like a crown. "I alone," he added, his voice echoing through the silent ranks, "am enough." The scene erupts with Yan Zun's scream, raw and desperate, as violent energy bursts from his forehead, scattering into the air like shattered light. His followers freeze, eyes wide with disbelief. Their invincible prodigy, their beacon, their sovereign, brought down. Murmurs ripple through the ranks. They call his name again and again, refusing to accept what they see. But then one voice cracks, whispering the words none dare say. "Our God is dead." The moment breaks them. One by one, they collapse, trembling in despair. The once proud warriors of the 3 islands now kneel in dust and ruin, whispering to themselves about what comes next. Is there any future left? Any hope at all? Before their grief can deepen, someone suddenly gasps and points upward. A black vortex churns across the sky, expanding fast. Panic spreads as another shouts. "It's the 9th-wing miasma." A third screams, "I don't want to die." But through the chaos, a single figure stands unmoving. The boy's gaze is steady, his voice calm as it cuts through the uproar. "The prelude is over," he declares. "Your prodigies have fallen. Your faith has crumbled. Your gods are dead." He raises his hand high, and red light pours from above, flooding the heavens. Now begins the harvest. His voice deepens, carrying across the islands. Penglai, Fanghang, Yingzhou, the academies, the 12 clans, the 5 billion souls of the 3 islands, kneel before me. The light swells until it blinds the crowd. Even as they shield their eyes, they can't help but stare at the crimson glow, their hearts trembling at the overwhelming force radiating from it. Slowly, they lift their heads, all replacing fear. Some cry quietly, their tears reflecting the blood-red sky. The boy lowers his hand, smiling faintly. "It feels," he says softly, "as though nothing has changed." Yet all around him, hearts begin to stir. Memories of past lives, of glories long buried, rise once more. Then, as if moved by something beyond reason, the masses drop to their knees and bow deeply. Their voices rise together, an ocean of devotion, calling out, welcoming their new lord, and offering prayers to Jiangchun. He chuckles lightly at their cries. So, the great threat is finally gone, he says with an amused grin. All thanks to the Zanahi King. I expected a grand battle, not a swift ending like this. He shakes his head, half in disbelief. My disciple ended a feud that lasted centuries, in just minutes. I'm sure that stings our enemies more than any wound. Then his tone turns resolute. From this day forward, all of you bear the name of Daxia. Live for it. Act for it. Everything you do shall serve Daxia. The response comes like thunder, echoing across the shattered world. Blessings to Daxia. Long live the Zanahi King. Their voices rise and fall together, sealing a new era beneath the crimson sky. Turning to his friends, the young man tells them to just call him Xiao Chun, explaining that if they didn't, his master would never let him hear the end of it. His words catch them off guard. They realize he's finally returned. With a teasing grin, Old Goose steps forward, calling him a cheeky brat who only acts polite. Then, pretending to be offended, he asks when he ever scolded him, only to burst out laughing when he realizes he's been tricked into the boy's playful banter. Jiang steps in with a warm smile, thanking Xiao Chun for all his effort. He tells him not to worry too much about handling the overseas islands and promises to send someone to track down the fragments he's been waiting for. Xiao Chun nods, admitting he nearly forgot about them, and expresses his gratitude for his uncle's help. Old Fong suddenly cuts in, urging them to hurry back to the abyss before things spiral out of control. Jiang gives him a firm nod, praises his work, and orders the God-slaying army to return to Kunlun immediately. The scene then shifts to the chaotic depths of the abyss, where members of the top 50 races have gathered. One figure shouts in frustration, reminding everyone that he was the one who pushed for unity to strike Pajuan City, only to call the others cowards now. The Immortal of Cloud Run steps forward to calm the room, reminding everyone that no one wants to die right before the grand event still to come. But the red-eyed Demon Lord snaps, accusing Cloud Runs of secretly siding with the Flame's sovereign to reap the rewards, while leaving everyone else empty-handed after the sovereign's fall. Cloud Runs merely chuckles, brushing off the accusation. He tells them to stop pointing fingers and focus on solving the problem. Then, with a calculating tone, he proposes that each clan send 10 elite warriors to destroy the 3 major cities, Pajuan, Tanlang, and Chisha, once the Heavenly Dao Seal opens in 3 months. The clans agree one after another. The primordial demons, dragons, 5 elements, underworld, and abyss tribes all pledge support. Some even offer 20 warriors instead of 10. The Demon Lord grins, confident that with 500 level 10 powerhouses, toppling the 3 cities will be effortless. As they move into planning, Cloud Run suggests the ancient Immortal clan lead the charge, vowing to bring Imperial soldiers and level 10 fighters to crush the Great Dreamer once and for all. The story then shifts again to a parallel world 10 years later. The Blue Star has evolved beyond recognition, its brilliance expanding into nothingness. By this time, Daxia has completely disintegrated, its once sacred lands carved apart and seized by warring clans. Back in Tianfeng City, a young boy turns to Xiao Chan and asks if the name Tianfeng City sounds cooler than Chujiang City. She lets out a small cough before replying that Chujiang still sounds better. Smiling, he tells her gently to lean on him if she's feeling weak. Then his tone hardens. He says that since Chujiang City has already vanished, there's no reason for this city to remain either. Lifting his golden tiger swords, he releases a burst of sword intent that shakes the air around him. As the light fades, flashes of Jiang and Zanaji flood his mind, memories of the past stabbing deep into his chest. Realization sinks in. Daxia is gone. Grief washes over him, and all he can do is hope that somewhere, somehow, Daxia still endures. Just then, a furious warrior from the ancient Immortal clan bursts out, accusing him of slaughtering their people and swearing vengeance. The boy stays calm, calling out to Xiao Chan, saying it's time for them to go. She nods without hesitation, reminding him that she's been searching for him all along. He smiles faintly and tells her that all the fragments have finally been gathered. Now, he can help her move on to a new existence. Blue energy flares around them as he begins the process. The system scans the surroundings, verifies the conditions, and grants approval. Divine energy surges through the air. The evolution begins. The life transition of the chrono cicada has officially commenced. The scene begins with the girl standing firmly before the boy, her tone calm, but commanding as she tells him he needs to take control immediately. A glowing screen appears in front of them, filled with streams of information about her. His eyes widen when he notices it. The talent column has finally been unlocked. Curious, he scans through the details. The sub-cicadas can reproduce every hour and serve mostly for regular battles, though they don't seem all that remarkable otherwise. But then his gaze falls on two major talents, each far more significant. The first allows the sub-cicadas to rewind time within a 100-meter radius for 1 minute. The second, a staggering ability to travel through time itself, though it demands a price, 30% of the host's lifespan. He exhales slowly, realizing how overwhelming these powers are, yet the costs are almost unbearable. The time reversal alone requires 10 million sub-cicadas, and Xiao Chan could only create that many in 1,000 years. He could sacrifice years of his life to speed it up. 1 year for 1 million cicadas, but he quickly dismisses the thought. No matter how much strength or longevity he gains, trading away his life feels reckless. Worse, it would take a heavy toll on Xiao Chan. While he's lost in thought, Xiao Chan tilts her head and asks softly what he's thinking about. Without hesitation, he replies, "You." The words slip out effortlessly. She freezes, eyes wide, then hides her face with her hands before darting up to a nearby branch. Watching her, he wonders if he said something wrong. But instead of scolding him, she just lowers her gaze and says quietly that Xiao Jiao is still asleep, then thanks him for everything he's done. The boy looks toward the towering ancient tree beside them and calls out to it, "Grandpa, that rainbow fruit hanging up there, was it born from the ancestor of the Nether clan?" The tree answers in a deep, steady voice, saying the fruit formed naturally, untouched by any spiritual intervention. Just then, a small boy runs over shouting, "Dad, you promised to take me to school today." The young man chuckles and nods. "Of course I did. Pick any school you want. Just mention my name, and you're in." Beaming, the child thanks him and dashes off, full of excitement. The man watches him go, shaking his head with a faint smile. That kid's way of thinking really is something else. The ancient tree hums softly in response. Every child must follow their own path, it says. Their blessings are theirs alone to find. With a firm expression, the boy raises his hand and declares that as a proper master, he has responsibilities to take care of first. Instantly, a radiant screen materializes before him, flashing a new message, "Function fruit, rainbow unlocked." Beneath it, another notification appears, "Special item acquired, Eternal Light Tower." As he schemes through the glowing text, more details unfold. The Eternal Light Tower can be placed anywhere, and the user has complete authority to set rules. Entry conditions, trial formats, pacing, everything. A few more lines appear in golden script. Time inside the tower does not affect lifespan. Death results in rebirth, but the pain remains absolutely real. Staring at the shimmering rainbow fruit in his hand, the boy's eyes widen in awe. "This is insane," he blurts out. With every race on edge and preparing for war, this tower couldn't have come at a better time. For him, and for Daxia, it's a perfect gift from the heavens. Without wasting another second, he decides to inform his master and the others right away, so they can pick the best spot and begin testing it. Looking up at the colossal ancient tree, he feels a wave of gratitude wash over him. Grandpa Tree always seemed to help when things were at their worst. He laughs softly, wrapping his arms around the tree's massive trunk. "You really are my dearest grandpa," he says playfully. "But if you don't like me, then you're just being cold-hearted." The scene then shifts to Magic City, inside the G family's residence. The air is heavy with tension. G's voice is solemn as he announces that time is running out. In just 3 months, the Heavenly Dao Seal will open, paving the way for the 10th advancement. But the tribes from the Abyssal Catacombs are preparing to invade Daxia. The question hanging in the air, how can they possibly stop them? Huan Yue sighs softly, explaining that her powers only work within Daxia's main headquarters. If she'd been allowed to sleep for a few more centuries, she might have reached a new level of strength by now. Jiang refuses to accept defeat and insists there must be another way. Ji nods grimly, saying that while they might manage to defeat one level 10 opponent, the Abyssal Catacombs have several, and the mother insect is slumbering too deeply to wield her 9th art. The room falls silent, until someone brings up the Kunlun Chunyun source, a mythical place said to produce 10 sacred fruits once the seal opens. Each fruit can elevate a cultivator directly to the 10th level. But G's expression darkens as he explains the catch. That advancement is permanent. It severs all future growth. It's like drinking poison to quench your thirst, he says quietly. Without it, Da Xiao won't survive. But with it, we may never move forward again. Jiang clenches his fists, mulling over the idea of creating a formation once he advances. Ji then glances at Huanyue, reminding everyone that she's different. While the rest must fight and risk everything to ascend, she grows stronger just by sleeping. That, Ji says with a faint smile, is why Huanyue is Da Xiao's greatest hidden card. Out of nowhere, a soldier bursts through the doors, his armor clanking as he bows quickly. Generals, urgent orders. The 3 invincible warriors are needed at the Jiang War Zone main base. Jiang's brow furrows. What's going on? The soldier catches his breath before blurting out. Young Master Jiang Chun has discovered something that might save all of Da Xia. It's a structure called the Eternal Light Tower. Lord Gu's already gone in to start the first trial. That grabs everyone's attention. The soldier continues, explaining that inside the tower, participants can select from various trial modes suited to their cultivation. Basic monster hunts for beginners, enlightenment trials for advanced cultivators, and even duel and challenge modes for the elite. The real shocker, though, is the tower's time control. Time flows 100 times faster inside, and with focused effort, the acceleration can soar into the thousands, without reducing anyone's lifespan. Ji's eyes widen. So 3 days outside would equal an entire year inside. Jiang quickly does the math in his head. If we manage the focus properly, that means hundreds of years of training in just a few months. Da Xia could actually stand chance. The weight of their discovery sets in, and the 3 waste no time, racing straight for the tower. When they reach the top, the door slide open to reveal Jiang Chun, standing calmly beside a tea table. He greets them with a relaxed smile. You made it. Have a seat. Tea's ready. Ji stares at him for a moment, half amused and half astonished. You little rascal. Don't tell me you're the master of this Eternal Light Tower. Jiang Chun grins and lifts his teacup. That's right. Who else could it be? They sit down, peppering him with questions. Jiang Chun answers each one patiently, explaining that even 9th-level cultivators can train here, but to reach the 10th level, they'll need to condense their godhood. Inside the tower lies a trial called Leader to God mode. 108 grueling stages that bring a cultivator to the very brink of divine ascension. Then, with a teasing smile, he glances at Ji. Oh, and by the way, remember that time in Magic City when I wiped out those ancient god crops from your courtyard? Consider this my repayment. Ji lets out a laugh and pats him on the shoulder. Fine. I'll accept that. This tower's worth 100 gardens anyway. Jiang nods in agreement. Still, before we jump in, we'll need to test and fine-tune the time acceleration settings. Once that's stable, he looks up toward the glowing tower core, its light rippling across the room. Then we start the real trials. The boy quickly pieces it together. If only a handful of high-level cultivators enter the Eternal Light Tower, its stored energy can focus entirely on them, amplifying cultivation speed 1,000-fold. That means 3 days outside would equal 3 years of training inside. And if multiple floors run on accelerated time simultaneously, a few short months in the outside world could translate into 3 full centuries of progress within. Huanyue lets out a soft, almost musical laugh, her voice lilting as she remarks, 300 years. HM? Sound just right for me to nap until the stars fade away. 3 days later, the boy is lounging comfortably inside the Eternal Light Tower, reclining as he snacks on a plate of food. Now this, he says between bites, is the life. No distractions, no chaos, just peace, power, and good food. As he eats, he talks to himself about the tower's perks. Best part is, I can summon clones in here to grind monsters while I relax. Not bad, huh? He grins proudly. Despite managing 3 divine classes at once, he's already brushed against the threshold of his 4th advancement in just 3 days of tower time. Then, without warning, a bright screen appears before him, glowing with golden script. 4th job advancement assessment. Now available. It reminds him that completing this test is the only way to continue leveling up. Before he can react, another card flickers into view. The exemption card. a gift from Grandpa Tree from the night before. The boy's eyes light up, and a mischievous grin spreads across his face. Guess I won't be needing to sweat this one out, he says, tapping the card. The assessment instantly clears, and his level shoots upward in a burst of radiant light. Another notification fills the air. Insect Overlord system activated. 4th upgrade complete. Now, he can draw a random mother insect. His heartbeat quickens as his hand hovers over the glowing draw button. All right, let's see what my 4th mother's gonna be. He murmurs, excitement buzzing through him like static as the light swirls around his fingertips. As the draw concludes, a surge of green energy rushes toward the boy, and a bright screen materializes before him. The message on it stuns him. He's obtained a primordial calamity level mother insect, the 5-element sky devouring Lucas. Another panel expands on its history, revealing that this creature once existed in the ancient prehistoric era, absorbing the essence of all 5 elements and giving birth to the first wave of apocalyptic beings, the beginning of the Zur Calamity disaster. Eventually, it was annihilated for daring to consume the heavenly Tao itself. The display continues, outlining the insect's terrifying versatility. It can morph into any of the 5 elements, each transformation granting it unique powers and durations. The boy quickly realizes that while Xiao Jiao and Xiao Jia are already calamity-ranked mother insects, this one surpasses them completely, a true primordial calamity, a level above. The truth hits him hard. The Zerg's threat lies not only in their strength, but in their boundless reproduction. As long as they devour, their numbers can even exceed those of the 9-winged Zed miasma. A new prompt flickers onto the screen. Activate this creature? Without hesitation, he confirms. A figure emerges from the glowing light. Her voice echoes calmly, declaring that she stands at the root of the 5 elements, summoned by fate to serve him. And she teasingly remarks that he's hit the jackpot. The boy shrugs it off, replying that she'll understand soon enough, then coughs lightly and accepts her oath with the air of a ruler. But as she speaks again, her tone turns unexpectedly lively and smug, more like a talkative, self-satisfied girl than the fierce being he imagined. He names her Xiao, and she accepts the name with a smug grin, acting as if she's granting him a favor. When he jokingly comments about her weight, Xiao retorts that it's not fat, it's the weight of her Genji metal body, and she'll let it slide since he's ignorant. Just then, Xiao Jiao's sweet voice calls out, catching his attention. He smiles and notes she's still the least troublesome of them all. Xiao instantly grows jealous, threatening to swallow her rival whole, and the boy mutters under his breath that it's strange hearing a locust talk like that. Without wasting another moment, he commands divine evolution, and Xiao's form begins to change, shifting gracefully into that of a human. The system lights up again, announcing Xiao's transformation and listing her new powers: metal body, weapon breaker, and more. She can even draw out the essence of the 5 elements directly from her own body. The boy stares in disbelief as he reads through her abilities. The weapon breaker skill, in particular, stuns him. She can literally chew through divine weapons like they're crunchy snacks. With her mix of healing, combat flexibility, and team synergy, she's practically an all-in-one powerhouse. He can't help thinking she's the ultimate battle companion. Xiao, of course, doesn't miss the chance to gloat, declaring that her emperor-like power already shakes the heavens. The boy rolls his eyes at her relentless boasting and moves on to check the conditions for her life transition. The list makes his stomach drop. The first 3 sacrifice materials are practically unattainable, even from the deepest catacombs. But the last requirement hits hardest, the Chun Yuan elixir. It's absurdly rare. Only one exists in Daxia, and maybe one per surrounding nation. As he frowns at the screen, Xiao notices, but he brushes it off, telling her to rest inside her insect nest for now. She sniffs proudly, saying she only deserves the best accommodations, yet reluctantly agrees to obey. Then, his phone suddenly rings, dragging him back to reality. On the line is Jiang, Xiao Jia's teacher, politely introducing herself. She asks if he's Xiao Jia's father. Before he can answer, she continues, explaining that ever since Xiao Jia started school, different women have been picking him up every day. When she asked about it, the boy told her they were all his mothers. She then lists the names: Lu Sindao, Mu Hanxiu, Tang Ying, Xuanyu, and Su Kaian, and adds that the last one seemed especially odd. The boy almost chokes, coughing awkwardly before explaining that kids make things up sometimes. Those women are just friends who've been helping out since Xiao Jia's mother passed away. The teacher seems to accept it, though her tone suggests she's not entirely convinced. The moment the call ends, Xiao bursts out in outrage, vowing to devour anyone who dares insult her master. The boy quickly waves her off, exhausted, and tells the others to calm down. But before he can catch his breath, a sudden, stabbing pain pierces his head. He collapses to his knees as a system alert flashes before him. Warning, unknown force detected, soul corrosion in progress. Thankfully, the ancestral tree of all things activates, shielding him from the brunt of the damage. Still, the sensation makes his whole body crawl. Gritting his teeth, he realizes this attack isn't random. It reeks of Saito Kinshi, and the source must be coming straight from Kinshi country. A follower bursts in and reports the Saito family has appeared outside the Eternal Light Tower. A girl collapses to her knees and says she's the last survivor, the granddaughter of the Saito line. She explains the 8 great shrines wiped out her clan, that her ancestor was corrupted and taken to Takuma Gahara, and that before everything fell apart her ancestor told her to take refuge in Dacia. Now she swears to serve him. Xiao objects to someone so rough serving the same master, but the boy shuts her down and orders the girl inside the tower. Another man confirms the Saito family is finished, and this girl is truly the only one left. The boy suspects the Yamada staged the massacre to bait him into Sakura country, yet he tells his followers not to worry. He has a plan. Privately, he knows Xiaowu's life transition needs 5 vials of Chun Yuan elixir. With Dacia's single supply untouchable, he'll have to seize one from elsewhere. Far away in the Yamada Shrine Council Hall, Saito Kinshi lies bound in Takuma Gahara. The elders admit they eradicated the Saito clan and deliberately allowed the granddaughter, Ayaka, to flee to Dacia, bait to draw Jiangchen out, since his soul curse will force him to respond. A few council members voice concern. Jiangchen commands hundreds of millions of 9-wing miasma and might become a demon king. President Yi shrugs off the worry, boasting that Sakura country now fields a 10th advancement god and the divine Kazang sword. If Jiangchen comes, Yi expects he'll be the one who doesn't make it back. The meeting opens inside the main conference hall of the Jiangnan War Zone base, where tension and determination hang thick in the air. The commander steps forward and announces they've just received word from the Heavenly Blade King. They're to gather 5-element materials for the Jinahi King. He reminds the room that the last time they were given this mission, their performance lagged behind. This time, the information is exclusive to their zone, and it's their chance to restore pride and prove their worth. An officer jumps up instantly, declaring that he'll lead his squad to sweep every dungeon and secret realm across the nation. A young woman cuts in, saying she'll reach out to all the top merchant guilds and start buying every trace of 5-element resources available. Another officer admits his transport teams dropped the ball last time, but swears it won't happen again. The commander gives a firm nod, the signal that the operation has officially begun. Across other war zones, chaos breaks out as the news spreads. One soldier yells that Jiangnans tried to monopolize the task, while another scoffs that their secret operation has blown up so loudly it's impossible to hide. Before long, rival zones are scrambling to organize their own forces, determined to outpace Jiangnan and seize the lead in the collection race. Meanwhile, Jiangchun, the Jinahi king, stands before his master, utterly baffled. All he did earlier that morning was mention he might stop by the Jiangnan war zone to pick up a few 5-element materials, and now the entire country's mobilized like it's a national emergency. His master gives a faint smile. This just proves your influence. You don't even need to issue a command. Your words alone are enough to move the nation. Jiangchen laughs helplessly, realizing his attempt to keep things quiet has completely spiraled out of control. Still, he decides to turn the situation to his advantage, treating it as a massive military training drill that could strengthen unity across all war zones. Grinning, he jokes about Yun Jinqian, the proud guardian of the Guanghai war zone, who's already dispatching people overseas to scavenge for materials. His master chuckles softly. No surprise there. The perks tied to the Eternal Light Tower are too tempting for anyone to ignore. Jiang Chun nods, mentioning he heard that the Wuxian War Zone's guardian managed to break through the 9th level right after entering the tower. Curious, he asks why his master hasn't gone in yet. The old man shakes his head lightly. I'm not a job advancer, he explains. My progress isn't worth the slot. Better to let someone else take the chance. The master leans back slightly, his tone calm, yet carrying a quiet weight. He begins speaking about the abyssal catacombs, a place wrapped in mystery and danger, a realm known as the Eternal Blade Domain, where the legacies of countless blade masters lie dormant, waiting for the worthy. Jiangchen looks intrigued. Master, are you planning to go there? The old man gives a small nod. My time in Daxia is over, he says with a faint smile. It's time I seek new horizons in the abyss. Out there, the 5 great rankings, divine, heavenly, earth profound, and yellow, are open to those who dare to fight for them. He pauses, eyes reflecting a flicker of pride. My senior brother, Ji Gang, is already in the top 10 of the profound ranking, wielding the heaven-splitting sword. He's just a step away from his 7th level. I can't let him have all the glory. I want to reach the heavenly ranking myself. Jiangchen can't hide his admiration. Master, you already deserve a place in the divine ranking. Just existing at your level is a miracle in itself. The master laughs heartily at that, but soon grows serious. You flatter me, boy. But remember, your path ahead will be harsher and heavier than anyone else's. You'll face trials that can crush both body and soul. Still, don't forget this. Your allies, your friends, and your teachers, you won't be walking alone. Jiang Chun bows deeply, gratitude written in every movement. Thank you, Master, for everything. With a gentle smile, the old man turns and walks away, his figure fading like mist at dawn. A week passes. Deep in the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan War Zone, Shiao lets out a loud groan. This isn't even enough to fill the gap in my teeth, she complains, eyeing the massive stacks of elemental resources piled around them. Jiang Chun sighs. The sky-devouring Lucas may possess monstrous combat power, but its hunger is just as terrifying. Even after gathering tons of 5-element materials from across the nation, they've only managed to feed it once or twice. He realizes the truth. Creating a creature of such magnitude comes with unimaginable costs. Xiao smirks. What's wrong? Not satisfied. Jiangchen shoots back. It's not about satisfaction. The transformation of the 5 elements isn't your real strength, is it? Her grin widens as she raises her arm, faint elemental energy swirling around her. You're catching on. The true power of the sky-devouring Lucas isn't just in controlling the 5 elements. It's infusing them into one. Jiangchen's eyes widen as the concept clicks in his mind. The merging of the 5 elements, that was power beyond comprehension. So, does that mean it can unleash energy on the 10th level? Xiao crosses her arms and snorts proudly. You're thinking too small. The sky-devouring Lucas already ranks 10th among all living beings. Its strength surpasses the seal of the heavenly Tao itself. But it can only sustain that level of power for 10 seconds. She leans closer, her voice laced with confidence. Still, keep feeding it. Keep letting it devour. And one day, it'll do what no creature has ever done. Jiang Chun swallows hard, both awed and unsettled. You mean? Xiao grins, her eyes gleaming like molten metal. Yes, it'll swallow the heavenly Tao itself. Jiang Chun lets out a short laugh, the kind that sounds equal parts amused and dangerous. Hold off on devouring the heavenly Tao for now, he says. I'm taking you to Sakura country first, for a proper feast. He raises his hand, summoning a crimson gleam that ripples through the air. In an instant, massive crimson-armored elephant beetles thunder into existence. Their bodies pulse with energy as Jiang Chun orders them to merge with him. Next, he gestures toward the sky. Sky-devouring Lucas. Enter Hive number 2. Xiao's eyes shine with excitement. Sakura country is going to shake when their emperor arrives, she says with a grin, her voice carrying both arrogance and anticipation. At the border of Sakura country, Saito Ayaka stands beside Jiang Chun, her hands clenched at her sides. It's time, Jiang Chun says calmly. We're going in. Rescue your grandfather and collect a few old debts while we're at it. Ayaka hesitates, glancing at him nervously. Is Daxiao really sending troops for this? Jiang Chun shakes his head. No troops. Just me. Her eyes widen. But Sakura country might be small, yet it still holds several 8th-grade shrines. That's no small force. A faint grin crosses his lips. You really don't know much about me, or about Daxia, do you? Ayaka lowers her gaze. Our nation doesn't have proper intelligence on Daxia. All I know is that my grandfather once mentioned you, his master. Jiang Chun sighs. Then stay close and see for yourself what kind of place Daxiao really is. Through the wilds of Sakura country, a squad of soldiers stands near an active teleportation array, bickering while waiting. This long-distance teleport only works once. One of them grumbles. If anything goes wrong, we're stuck here with no way back. Quit complaining, another snaps. We're here to wait for the Jinnahi King himself. Jinnahi King? Scoffs a man named Chun Liang. Never even heard of the guy. Sounds made up to me. Their captain, Yin Feng, cuts in sharply. Quiet, all of you. We're the Night Watch Recon Squad. We follow orders, not rumors. Moments later, the air ripples, and Jiang Chun appears with Saito Ayaka at his side. The squad stiffens instantly. Even without an introduction, his presence alone makes it clear. The so-called king they've been waiting for is standing right in front of them. Yin Feng quickly steps forward and salutes. Captain Yin Feng of the Night Watch Recon Squad. It's an honor, Your Majesty. Jiang Chun nods casually, his tone calm, but carrying weight. This is Saito Ayaka, the pride of the Saito family. The squad murmurs among themselves, surprised, curious, until Jiang Chun adds casually, she's also my servant now. Their confusion deepens, but no one dares to question it aloud. Jiang Chun glances around and asks, you all know where Takuma is located, right? The soldiers exchange uneasy looks. They realize that whatever mission this man is on, it's far beyond anything they've trained for, and the moment they answer, they'll be stepping straight into the storm. Suddenly, the air thickens with a chilling energy as a forbidden seal bursts to life. The soldiers freeze, panic spreading like wildfire as they shout for everyone to retreat. Jiang Chen's voice cuts through the chaos, demanding an explanation. One soldier blurts out that the second moon overhead, Tsukuyumi Mikoto, isn't real at all, but part of a divine surveillance system. Anyone who dares utter the word Takuma without permission is instantly sentenced to death for blasphemy. Before anyone can escape, the ground trembles under a surge of divine light. Celestial enforcers descend from the heavens, their radiance blinding. The Night Watch mutters curses, blaming Ayaka for keeping them in the dark. Unbothered, Jiang Chun steps forward, a surge of violet energy rippling from his body. He glances up at the false moon and sneers, calling it nothing more than a trick of light. The moment his power erupts, the sky itself seems to bend to his will. The divine soldiers are thrown back, scattered like leaves caught in a violent gale. When the dust settles, Jiang Chun moves through the wreckage with steady steps, his voice ringing clear and unshaken. Scourge Monarch, Jiang Chun. And with that declaration, a new calamity begins to unfold across the land of Sakura. Chaos breaks loose as the squad scrambles, voices overlapping in panic. The young man shouts for everyone to retreat, but the watchmen remain frozen in place. One of the female guards stammers out that the creature they just encountered was a level 7, her voice trembling with disbelief. Trying to cut through the fear, the young man takes a breath and asks if it's safe to talk now, and how he can reach Takuma. A cautious watchman steps forward, explaining that Takuma has always been forbidden territory, completely sealed off from the world. No one knows its true location. He adds that perhaps only the shrine masters of the 8 great shrines hold that secret, since even their own patriarch, before he was taken, knew only the name but never the place itself. Intrigued, the young man asks which shrine lies nearest to them. Another watchman quickly answers, Akahata Shrine, located in the city just ahead. It's one of the top 3 among the 8th grade shrines, drawing countless devotees. Its master stands at the peak of the 8th rank, capable of summoning Takuma's divine force to unleash a brief burst of 9th rank power. Saito narrows his eyes, warning that walking in openly could be a death wish. They'd likely be walking right into a trap. But the young man only smirks, his tone steady. Then I'll make it my trap instead. Meanwhile, inside Akahata Shrine, the air is thick with incense and tension. Elders and priests assemble after receiving a divine message from Takuma. A messenger kneels before them, reporting grim news. The Zainahi King of Dacia has entered Sakura country, though his whereabouts remain unknown. The shrine master, Shinjin, rises from his seat, his voice echoing through the hall. He announces that all 8 great shrines will secretly compete to locate and capture Jiangchun, with the divine Takuma offering immense rewards to whoever succeeds. Shinjin vows that Akahata Shrine will take the lead and ascend as the most powerful shrine in the nation. A captain steps forward, concern shadowing his words. He warns that they have no idea how many Daxian warriors have crossed over nor the strength they possess. But Shinjin dismisses his worries with cold confidence, convinced that under Takama's blessing, even Jiang Xuanji himself wouldn't survive if he dared appear. Before anyone can respond, an urgent messenger bursts in. His voice shakes as he reports. Captain Kato and his entire law enforcement unit are dead. Every single soul lantern has gone dark, including Tsukuyami no Mikoto, the divine relic said to be indestructible. The room falls silent. The elders exchange grim looks, their composure cracking as the truth sinks in. Every warrior who fought was level 5 or above, and Kato himself was a level 7. The impossible had just happened. Shinjin bursts into wild laughter, his voice echoing through the shrine halls. To him, fate itself had just handed over victory. The Zainahi king was right in his city. Convinced the heavens favored Akahata, he rallies his men, declaring they'll hunt the intruder down themselves. With smug certainty, he adds that Jiang Qin's divine soul, still shattered from Yagami Okami's strike, won't be able to withstand another fight. Not long after, Jiang Qun and his team arrive at the towering staircase of Akahata Shrine. The massive gates loom ahead, sacred inscriptions glowing faintly in the air. Jiang Qun halts, turning to his group. Stay back and watch. I'll handle this. 2 shrine guards step forward, shouting demands. Who dares trespass on holy ground? They bark. Jiang Qun doesn't bother answering. He glances at them once, dismissing them as 5th-level weaklings, and waves his hand. Instantly, a dark cloud of insect soldiers surges forth, their buzzing filling the air. The guards blanch in terror and sprint back toward the shrine, desperate to warn their master. Moments later, Shinjin emerges, golden energy crackling around him. His glare locks on Jiang Qun. You've got guts showing up here, brat, he sneers. You really think you can walk into my shrine and live? Jiang Qun stands unmoved. You're the shrine master, right? He asks calmly. Tell me where Takama is, and I'll let you keep your life. Shinjin throws back his head, laughing. A mere mortal asking about the divine? You must be insane. Jiang Qin's tone hardens. Then you and your shrine will be erased. All of it. Fury surges through Shinjin. Fool! The fate of Sakura lies within my grasp. The power of Takama flows through me. His golden aura bursts outward, shaking the ground. With one hand, I can crush worlds. Jiang Qun turns slightly, commanding his insect army. Leave the old man to me. Wipe out the rest. Inwardly, he measures the shrine master's strength. Even though Shinjin's no match for the 9-winged miasma army, Jiang Qun wants to avoid needless losses. Then, with a flash of lightning, Jiang Qin's form changes. The divine elephant prison body activates, merging with the god-slaying martial transformation. Electricity arcs across his body, the air vibrating with raw force. Saito and the others watch, wide-eyed. This wasn't just a transformation. It was the birth of an electric domain. Even 6th-rank lightning cultivators couldn't touch that level. Saito could only wonder, what kind of being was her master, really? Shinjin's eyes narrow. Close combat with me? You're signing your own death warrant, he roars. Raising his arms, he summons his secret technique. Elephant Sword, a colossal golden blade forming from divine energy. Jiang Qun meets the attack head-on, his fist glowing crimson. Wand of the underworld, slay the heavens. The clash explodes in a blinding storm of light. Power surges outward, tearing through the air. In an instant, Shinjin's golden energy shatters beneath Jiang Qin's overwhelming force. The impact sends the shrine master hurtling down the grand staircase, his body breaking under the weight of the blow. The sound of cracking stone echoes through Akahata Shrine, the fall of its master marking the rise of the Scourge Monarch's storm. Shinjin's body trembles as he struggles to rise, disbelief etched into every motion. He stares at Jiang Qun, unable to comprehend what just happened. The realization hits him hard. This man's power rivals a 9th-level awakening. Jiang Qun exhales lightly, his tone casual, almost disappointed. So, this is the strength of a shrine master? You're even weaker than Ao Qian from the Sea Clan. If I'd known, I wouldn't have held back at all. His words echo through the silent shrine as he recalls the past. Ao Qian, who at just 6th level, could clash evenly with 8th-level experts. Now that Jiang Qun had reached the 4th level, his might had evolved far beyond what it once was. The onlookers are frozen, unable to process what they've just seen. One guard blurts out, voice shaking, He beat our master, a 9th level opponent, with one strike. Saito watches, eyes wide, her whisper barely audible. Master, you're like a god. But the shrine master refuses to yield. Coughing up blood, he steadies himself and lets out a low growl. Don't think it's over yet. His aura surges again, golden light twisting violently as he draws on the divine power of Takuma. You fool. The shrine masters of the 5 great shrines are eternal. We can't die. He smirks, arrogance returning to his face. Go on then, try to kill me. Let's see you defy the divine. Jiang Qin's eyes narrow, the air around him humming with pressure. Shinjin forms a rapid hand seal, shouting, secret technique, locus of the phantom night. The shrine is swallowed in darkness. Shadows flicker across the walls as an eerie presence spreads through the hall. Illusions twist reality itself, turning the sacred ground into a nightmare. Yet, Jiang Qin doesn't flinch. His expression remains calm, almost bored. In his eyes, faint purple rings shimmer, the mark of the eyes of void. He sees straight through the illusion's layers, watching the fake phantoms dissolve like smoke. Illusions like this are child's play. His voice cuts through the darkness like thunder, signaling that for Shinjin and for Akahata Shrine, this battle was already lost. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.